Chapter 1. Should there be a next life, I shall wield my sword again. The dragon's roar reverberates through the heavens, and the sword's cry pierces the firmament. The world is cloaked in desolation, as the sun and moon fade into silence. At the pinnacle of the nine heavens, shadows dance chaotically, the stars shift, the heavens collapse, the earth quakes, and the corpses of millions float, staining the sky crimson. Lin Qiyeh stands, leaning upon his sword, his white robe soaked in blood, his long black hair billowing, dripping with fresh gore. A sharp blade is lodged in his chest, his left arm severed at the shoulder, blood gushing forth. A dozen figures obstruct all avenues of retreat. Yet, even so, he does not bow his head. Lin Qiyeh, even if you're extraordinarily talented and unrivaled in the world, what does it matter? The human race's god of murder shall be erased today. Before your demise, what thoughts cross your mind? A chilling howl reverberates through the heavens. Lin Qiyeh's expression remains impassive, his icy gaze sweeping over the faces before him, as if he seeks to etch their visages deep within his soul. Among these figures are demons and monsters. Most laughably, there are even members of the human race. The god of murder, betrayed by his own kin, besieged by both demons and monsters. What thoughts? Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh breaks into a wicked smile, straightening his spine, pride soaring to the heavens, revealing a mouthful of blood-stained teeth, his entire being engulfed in blazing crimson flames. Not good. Quickly kill him. The crowd roars in unison. A dozen divine rays shoot skyward, shaking the universe. A terrifying aura surges forth, charging directly at Lin Qiyeh. If there be a next life, I shall wield my sword again, slaying all of you, demons and monsters alike. Annihilate the void. The cold voice reverberates in the ears of all present, akin to a demonic chant, gripping their hearts. A billion sword energies erupt, the starry sky collapses, the primal chaos shatters. The boundless cosmos descends into silence. Lin Qiyeh is to become the prince consort. In the Great Yin dynasty, this news spread like wildfire, sweeping through the imperial city. Prince consort? Lin Qiyeh is the sole heir of the North Suppression King. Destined to inherit nobility, how could he become a prince consort? The North Suppression King has been missing for 5 years, and his body has yet to be found if he is not dead. The heir cannot claim the throne. Life is truly unjust. Why should that wastrel, who spends his days in brothels and nights as a bridegroom, be allowed to become a prince consort? If he could reincarnate, you too might indulge in debauchery and squander wealth like him. From the highest nobility to the common folk, across all walks of life, discussions of Lin Qiyeh abound. Whenever Lin Qiyeh is mentioned, many nobles cannot help but feel their eyes redden. Since his arrival in the imperial city 5 years ago, he has turned it upside down. He has vividly illustrated what it means to be arrogant, extravagant, and indulgent. In simple terms, he is a supercilious wastrel, living off others and flaunting his excesses. In the North Suppression King's manner, a youth clad in white, no older than 17 or 18, lies beneath the eaves. His attire is as white as snow, untouched by dust. With features as exquisite as jade, he possesses an extraordinary elegance, his pale countenance hinting at a trace of wickedness. It is raining, he remarks. Lin Qiyeh gazed up at the overcast sky, gently waving a folding fan in his hand. This trivial wind and rain pose no challenge to you, my lord. Beside him, the exquisite maiden Lin Iran responded with a smile, though her eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness. In the courtyard, a youth clad in black wielded his sword with grace, moving like a graceful swan, a mere phantom, his actions ethereal as the wind, his speed reaching an unparalleled zenith. As the rain fell in torrents, not a single drop marred his attire. Iran, our affairs have fallen into order and can be entrusted to others. Look, Wuxing has already transcended to the earth profound realm. Lin Qiyeh snapped his fan shut. Jian Wuxing is your sword. While I am your shadow, it is only fitting that he surpasses me. Lin Iran retorted, a hint of discontent in her tone. The rain intensified, and Jian Wuxing's strikes quickened, his movements becoming mere afterimages. Suddenly, the torrential rain reversed, suspended in midair. Jian Wuxing sheathed his sword and approached Lin Qiyeh. As he reached the eaves, the rain cascaded down in an instant. My lord, I shall slay the treacherous emperor. Jian Wuxing suddenly knelt on one knee, his tone icy. A palpable aura of murderous intent surged forth, parting the deluge. "Rise," Lin Qiyeh commanded, his expression stern. "You are my brother, not my servant. There is no one in this realm worthy of your kneeling. While your strength can easily vanquish him, what of the old man? My lord, I shall rescue the prince without delay," Lin Iran vowed earnestly. Lin Qiyeh's countenance softened as he nodded and stood. "My lord, shall we head to Yuan Pavilion?" Jian Wuxing inquired. "The beds at Yuan Pavilion are indeed quite comfortable," Lin Qiyeh chuckled. "As if I do not know. Those sisters covet your physique, yet you have not even touched their hands. Your infamy is well known." Lin Iran scoffed, regarding Lin Qiyeh with a knowing glance. "This little girl dares to report me," Lin Qiyeh thought, a frown crossing his face as he waved his hand. "Forget it, we shall not go today. We cannot allow the emperor's men to proclaim edicts in a brothel. We must give him face. You both should prepare." As the two departed, the courtyard fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the patter of rain. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. The battle from 20 years ago felt as though it had transpired yesterday. That final strike had burned through his vitality and spirit, fully prepared for mutual destruction. Yet, he had not anticipated his own rebirth. In his former life, he was consumed by the sword path, seldom mingling with others. He believed that with a sword in hand, he could resolve enmities and traverse the world, only to be betrayed by those he sought to protect within humanity. In this life, he vowed not to tread the same path. He aspired to be invincible, to stand atop the clouds. What significance did reputation hold? Domineering over men and women? Jian Wuxing was the man he had wronged, while Lin Iran was the woman he had claimed. What the human race's god of death, renowned and feared? In the end, he had dragged along a mere 100,000 souls to their doom, dying far too ignobly. In comparison to reputation, true strength holds greater significance. A sword must remain sheathed to be wielded at will. The emperor is indeed cunning. I wonder where they have imprisoned the old man, for even the Shuel listening tower has found no trace of him. Lin Qiyeh massaged his brow. In contrast to the emperor's machinations, he felt that the games he played in his past life were childish and rudimentary. Those who engage in political intrigue possess not only a ruthless heart, but also a merciless hand. The Lin family, esteemed founders of the great Yin dynasty, boasts a remarkable legacy, being the only noble house of foreign lineage within the empire. The founding sovereign once vowed never to strip the Lin family of their royal title. The emperor, daunted by the legacy of his ancestors, resorts to subterfuge. Not only has he plotted against Lin Qiyeh's father, but he has also placed him under house arrest within the imperial city. Even the vicinity of the northern town prince's residence is constantly guarded by the black-scaled imperial guards. On the surface, they are there to protect the future northern town prince, yet their true intent is known to all. These black-scaled guards likely fall short of being able to contend with a single individual. Lin Qiyeh shook his head quietly, seemingly indifferent. The cultivation realms in this world differ vastly from those of his previous life. Cultivators can absorb the ethereal energies of the cosmos to advance. The progression from weakness to strength is categorized into realms such as Spirit Xian, True Xian, Dan Xian, Life Xian, Earth Xian, Heaven Xian, Divine Xian, and Emperor Xian, among others. In the Great Yin dynasty, the Life Xian realm is already considered elite. With the prowess of Jian Wuxing at the Earth Xian level, he is virtually invincible within the Great Yin, easily capable of vanquishing the emperor. Yet Lin Qiyeh harbors concern for his father's safety, fearing the emperor may resort to mutual destruction. Unbeknownst to me, I have been in this realm for nearly 20 years, and the spiritual energy of the Great Yin is exceedingly thin. After all these years, I've only just broken through to the Heaven Xian realm, but thankfully my primordial spirit is finally on the verge of recovery. Lin Qiyeh sighed, feeling discontent with his current realm. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the distance, seemingly unaffected by the barriers of architecture, as everything became vividly etched in his sight. The imperial decree has arrived. A sharp voice resonated throughout the northern town prince's residence. Chapter 2. Open defiance of imperial authority. The edict declared, the northern king, Lin Xiaodian, has valiantly vanquished the marauders, securing the northern territories of Dian and showcasing the might of the Dian Empire. The young master, Lin Qiyeh, now of age, is to wed the 7th princess, Lin Qiyeh. A match deemed heavenly. The wedding shall be arranged forthwith, and the royal decree is thus proclaimed. Young master, do not hesitate to kneel and express gratitude for the emperor's grace. The eunuch Lu Sheng raised the imperial edict high, casting a condescending gaze upon Lin Qiyeh, his smile dripping with sarcasm. Lin Qiyeh leaned back leisurely in his chair, appearing utterly unconcerned, as if the entire affair bore no significance to him. Lin Qiyeh, do you dare to deceive the emperor? Lu Sheng's chilling glare bore down upon him. Lin Qiyeh's gaze drifted lazily, his slender fingers delicately lifting the teacup from the table, gently stirring the steam rising from it. The emperor commands you to enter the palace at once. Lu Sheng's tone sharpened with urgency. 4 armored black-scaled guards stepped forward, their armor glinting ominously. How dare a mere eunuch bellow in the northern king's residence? Have you not been properly gelded? Shall I assist you in that regard? Lin Qiyeh's sudden taunt echoed with audacity. You! Lu Sheng fumed. Lin Qiyeh rose, a playful smile dancing upon his lips. The emperor governs the realm with propriety. As all are well aware. That is indeed true, Lu Sheng replied, though he remained oblivious to Lin Qiyeh's intentions. If you understand this, why would you dare to forge an imperial decree? Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed in amusement. Forge a decree? Lu Sheng felt a shiver run down his spine, a sense of unease creeping into his mind. This young master already has a wife and children. How could the emperor permit me to abandon them and enter the palace as a consort? Lin Qiyeh scoffed coldly. As his words settled, Lin Qiyeh emerged, cradling an infant in her arms. Lu Sheng's pupils dilated in sheer astonishment. How could this young master, reputed for his debauchery, possibly have a family? If he had a wife and children, how could he squander his nights in brothels? No, this man before him bore no resemblance to a dissolute heir. Instead, he exuded an air of superiority, surveying all with an inscrutable demeanor. Lin Qiyeh took the infant gently, playfully engaging with the child. Then, slowly raising his head, he spoke with a calm yet piercing tone. Now, tell me, who instructed you to spread false rumors and forge the emperor's decree? How did you manage to intimidate even the black-scaled guards? His words were deceptively tranquil, yet his gaze was sharp enough to send Lu Sheng stumbling back in fear. Seize him, and make him reveal the mastermind behind this plot, Lin Qiyeh commanded with a wave of his hand. Suddenly, a shadow flashed past, appearing before Lu Sheng in an instant. Stop! One of the black-scaled guards bellowed, attempting to intervene. In an instant, Lu Sheng's head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Please, young master, punish Lu Sheng. He resisted, and my subordinate was unable to capture him alive. Thus he was slain on the spot. Jian Wuxing bowed deeply. The 4 black-scaled guards stood in shock. Resist? He was merely standing there, motionless. They had never anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would openly defy the imperial decree, let alone execute Lu Sheng before their very eyes. Moreover, the speed at which the cloaked youth struck was astonishing. What formidable prowess he possessed. It is imperative that those threatened by Lu Sheng convey the entirety of this matter to His Majesty, ensuring the puppeteer behind this incident is uncovered. Lin Qiyeh offered a serene smile, betraying not a hint of reproach towards Jian Wuxing. I shall report the truth shortly. The 4 imperial guards exchanged a profound glance with Lin Qiyeh. Wait, take the body away, and do not forget to retrieve this counterfeit imperial edict. It serves as invaluable evidence, Lin Qiyeh instructed, gesturing towards the edict stained with blood. After a moment's hesitation, the 4 men collected the edict and departed with Lu Sheng's corpse. At that moment, the wail of an infant pierced the air. My dear, the child is hungry. Please attend to him, Lin Qiyeh remarked lightly, handing the infant to Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh shot Lin Qiyeh a fierce glare, instructing a servant to take the child away. Moments later, only 3 individuals remained in the courtyard. Young master, will the one who has slain the emperor be left unpunished? Lin Qiyeh's concern surfaced as she regained her composure. Have I slain the emperor's man? The issuance of a false edict warrants the execution of 9 clans. The emperor should be grateful to me, Lin Qiyeh responded with a faint smile. Yet, young master, you have consistently presented yourself as a debauched figure. Will not this incident reveal your true nature? Lin Qiyeh began, but her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Are you preparing to take action, young master? Since the old man cannot be located, let us compel the emperor to surrender him willingly. Lin Qiyeh's demeanor grew solemn. Qiyeh, commence your planning. Rest assured, The Yuyuan Merchants Guild has already permeated every city within the Great Yin Dynasty. Within 3 months, chaos will undoubtedly ensue, Lin Qiyeh declared with great excitement before hastily departing. Wuxing, once Erin's plan is realized, you must act swiftly. I am eager to witness whether the Emperor can withstand the ensuing pressure. Lin Qiyeh's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. In the Imperial study, Emperor Yunan Tian coldly scrutinized the shadow kneeling in the hall. After a prolonged silence, he finally regained his senses. I underestimated him. He is indeed the progeny of Lin Xiaotian, having concealed himself so profoundly. The little wolf cub has finally bared its fangs. Yunan Tian's voice was laced with lethal intent, his countenance dark and foreboding. Your Majesty, perhaps. The shadow suddenly lifted its head, making a motion across its throat. Yunan Tian shook his head. He too wished to eliminate Lin Qiyeh to preempt any future troubles. Yet that course of action was not feasible at this time. With 300,000 troops stationed in the north, they only respond to the commands of the Northern Tiger Talisman, the whereabouts of which remain unknown. Should Lin Qiyeh perish, who could predict the Northern Army's reaction? Even if they could suppress the Northern Army, the Great Yin would inevitably suffer significant losses. Lu Shang's deceitful issuance of an edict warrants the execution of 9 clans. Those 4 Imperial Guards' collusion with the eunuchs must also be dealt with, and their execution shall be kept confidential. After a lengthy pause, Yunan Tian spoke coldly. The shadow abruptly raised its head, though its features were obscured. One could envision the surprise upon its face. Taking a deep breath, it replied, "Understood." Yunan Tian waved his hand, and the shadow vanished silently. At that moment, the eunuch Lu Jin pushed open the palace door and entered. Lu Banban, draft the edict. Yunan Tian spoke softly, appointing Luo Tianqing as the commander of the Northern Army, tasked with guarding the northern frontier and preventing the forces of the Great Wilderness from stepping foot on the land of Dian. Another edict was to be issued, rewarding the heir Lin Qiyeh with a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold and 10,000 bolts of silk for the birth of a Qilin child. Lu Jin paused, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes, clearly having learned of the events at the Northern Prince's residence. Lin Qiyeh had openly defied the imperial decree, killing the messenger eunuch, yet he was still rewarded? You old dog, are you too feeble to hear my words? Yunan Tian coldly reprimanded. This old servant deserves death. Lu Jin fell to his knees. Humph, you deserve it. When you should feign deafness, you do not, and when you ought to listen, you choose to ignore me. Yunan Tian kicked Lu Jin's forehead, blood streaming down. Get up and continue. At the Northern Princess residence, Lin Qiyeh gazed at the hall filled with boxes and silks, unable to suppress a chuckle. My lord, does the dog emperor have a fever? He rewards those who have killed his emissaries with such lavish gifts. Just now, I almost took the life of the person delivering these items. Jian Wuxing looked astonished. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. If he does not silence me, how dare he appoint Luo Tianqing as the commander of the Northern Army? Jian Wuxing, his expression turning serious, remarked, but the prince is still alive. Realization dawned on him midway through his sentence. The commanders of the Northern Army had been loyal to the Northern Prince's residence for generations. This was all a show for the Northern Army, essentially conveying that the young master held great favor with the emperor. As long as the young master remained in the imperial city, the Northern Army would not rebel. Wait, my lord, isn't Luo Tianqing one of our own? Jian Wuxing's eyes flickered as he coldly stated, does the dog emperor wish for us to turn on each other? Indeed, do you think Luo Tianqing would accept this command? Lin Qiyeh smiled, a hint of intrigue in his tone. Jian Wuxing fell into deep contemplation before speaking. If he accepts, it would be tantamount to betraying the young master and the Northern Army. If he refuses, it is no different from defying the imperial decree. Lin Qiyeh nodded approvingly. Very good, you've thought this through. My lord, Luo Tianqing is fiercely loyal to you. He would undoubtedly choose to die for his convictions. Jian Wuxing inhaled deeply. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, a cold glint shining forth. Since the emperor wishes to play games, let us indulge him. Tell me, what would happen if Luo Tianqing were to die suddenly on the very night he is appointed as commander of the Northern Army? Chapter 3. Listening to Snow Tower, was Luo Tianqing suddenly struck down? Jian Wuxing gazed at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment. Lin Qiyeh smiled silently. After a moment of contemplation, Jian Wuxing remarked, Luo Tianqing is a master of the profound realm, surrounded by numerous soldiers for protection. The number of individuals capable of killing him within the Great Yin could be counted on one hand. Should he perish, no one would dare to covet the position of commander of the Northern Army thereafter. Pausing, he continued, once your plan succeeds, the Great Yin will be in turmoil. The only one who can save it is the prince. However, what if the emperor continues to send his trusted aides? One goes, and he is killed. Two go, and a pair falls, until no one dares to approach. Lin Qiyeh responded nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Jian Wuxing's expression grew serious. Taking a deep breath, he said, young master, if Luo Tiansheng is merely feigning death, I fear the Northern Army may descend into chaos. Lin Qiyeh gently waved his folding fan, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence as he replied, whether the Northern Army descends into chaos is entirely within my control. Jian Wuxing nodded. He had followed Lin Qiyeh for 5 years and never once contradicted his words. To others, Lin Qiyeh appeared to be a reckless wastrel, a talentless fool. Yet, this so-called wastrel had his enterprises spread throughout the Great Yin dynasty, controlling its economic lifeblood. This so-called fool had transformed an ordinary man into a top-tier master of the Earth's profound realm within 5 years. Though Jian Wuxing had never witnessed Lin Qiyeh in action, he had no doubt about his prowess. The more he interacted with Lin Qiyeh, the more he sensed an unfathomable depth. What he understood was merely the tip of the iceberg. At the very least, he had no knowledge of how Lin Qiyeh made Luo Tiansheng vanish without a trace. Nor would he dare to inquire. Lin Qiyeh's earlier words had sounded audacious, yet Jian Wuxing believed he was being modest. In his eyes, it should be the stability of the Great Yin that was determined by the young master. Just then, Jian Wuxing felt a shiver run down his spine. As if he had been locked in the gaze of a venomous serpent, he suddenly drew his sword and thrust it toward a corner of the courtyard with lightning speed. However, a shadow moved even faster, darting past him and lightly touching him, rendering his body immobile. Young master, be careful, Jian Wuxing shouted, his eyes filled with horror. As a master of the Earth's profound realm, he had not even caught a glimpse of his assailant before being subdued, utterly powerless to resist. What terrifying strength was this? In his astonished gaze, a youth clad in black, seemingly 17 or 18 years old, emerged from the shadows, casting a playful glance in his direction. Jian Wuxing's eyes turned red, glaring coldly at the black-clad youth. He struggled fiercely, yet it was utterly futile. The opponent's finger had sealed all his meridians. Stop! As the black-clad youth approached Lin Qiyeh, Jian Wuxing's eyes burned with rage. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his veins surging with fury. Yet he showed no concern, charging towards the cloaked youth like a frenzied beast. However, the youth in black did not even spare him a glance. He merely raised a hand, and a golden orb of light interposed itself between him and the sword. Regardless of how fiercely Jian Wuxing wielded his blade, it could descend no further. The aura of profound strength enveloped him, a manifestation of the celestial realm. Jian Wuxing gasped in astonishment. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly and remarked, Wufeng, your technique of severing the pulse seems rather rusty. Wufeng, the youth in black, wore a look of embarrassment as he curiously regarded Jian Wuxing. Jian Wuxing was momentarily taken aback, slowly regaining his composure, gazing at Lin Qiyeh in disbelief. He had never imagined that Lin Qiyeh would know this individual. This is Lin Wufeng, the vice master of the Listening Snow Pavilion, he introduced. Lin Wufeng grinned widely. Jian Wuxing inhaled deeply. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. The Listening Snow Pavilion? Is that not the foremost assassination organization spanning the 7 great dynasties? It appeared out of nowhere a decade ago, swept across the 7 great dynasties 3 years prior, annihilated the 9 Nether Pavilion 2 years ago, and overwhelmed the Yellow Spring Hall and Blood Tower, becoming the preeminent assassin organization. Moreover, the members of the Listening Snow Pavilion are shrouded in mystery. No one has ever seen the true visage of their assassins. The person before me is actually the vice master of the Listening Snow Pavilion, and he is acquainted with the young master? Recalling Lin Qiyeh's tone from earlier, he suddenly grasped something, stammering, young master, you are. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. The Listening Snow Pavilion is merely a casual venture created by Wufeng and his companions. Wufeng is one of the 5 vice masters, a master of the celestial realm, and few can rival him in the eastern domain. Jian Wuxing's face was a mask of shock. This revelation was utterly staggering. He was aware that the young master was extraordinary, But he never fathomed that the most formidable assassination organization in the 7 great dynasties was simply a whimsical creation of the young master's associates. Were this to become known, what would the world think? Young master, please do not belittle me. I cannot withstand even a single strike before you, Wu Feng scoffed. Jian Wuxing's eyes widened. Wu Feng could not even withstand a strike from the young master, but he could not endure even one blow from Wu Feng himself. Could it be that the young master could extinguish him with but a breath? Enough with the boasting, Lin Qiyeh waved his hand. What brings you here this time? Wu Feng's expression became serious. Young master, we have approximately confirmed the whereabouts of the prince. Oh, Lin Qiyeh's demeanor shifted sharply. Wu Feng spoke in a low voice. The prince is likely imprisoned within the royal city, though we do not yet know the specific location. I ventured to the dungeon to investigate, but found no trace of him. Yunnan Tian would not be foolish enough to confine him in the dungeon. That would be akin to broadcasting his location to all. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, his brow furrowed. Aside from that, there is only one other place. Wu Feng took a deep breath. The ancestral temple. Lin Qiyeh and Jian Wuxing exclaimed in unison. Lin Wu Feng nodded slightly. Indeed, it is the ancestral temple, which only opens once a year for the emperor to pay homage to his ancestors. Typically, no one dares to approach it, and it is guarded by a solitary guardian. With your prowess, you should be able to traverse any terrain, right? Jian Wuxing inquired, puzzled. Lin Wu Feng shook his head and replied, Yunanshan's uncle, Yu Xuanhuan, is reputed to be a once-in-a-century genius. He has been bound to guard the ancestral temple eternally due to his union with a sorceress. 30 years ago, he had already reached the pinnacle of the earth's profound realm. Although rumors suggest he has been rendered powerless, no one has witnessed this firsthand. If he remains unscathed, given his innate talent, he may have even surpassed the heaven profound realm, or perhaps even ascended to the divine profound realm. Jian Wuxing opened his mouth in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the existence of such formidable beings within the great Yan imperial lineage. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, remaining silent. My lord, I have summoned Wu Yun, Wu Hui, Wu Xue, and Wu Xin. They will undoubtedly rescue the prince, Lin Wu Feng assured. Never mind. That lad Wu Xin might stir up more trouble than we need, Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. I will personally make the journey. My lord, I shall accompany you, Lin Wu Feng asserted with determination. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. If I cannot succeed, your presence would only heighten the peril. Lin Wu Feng was left speechless. Indeed, if my lord cannot rescue the prince, what purpose would his intervention serve? Merely to complicate matters? At that moment, an enraged voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Lin Qiyeh, come out here at once. Chapter 4. Do you wish to rebel? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brows. Lifting his gaze, he beheld a robust young man clad in white entering the courtyard, the servants of the Wang residence flung aside by the mere wave of his hand. Lin Qiyeh, how dare you defy the imperial decree and humiliate Princess Lingyan? If you possess any courage, meet me in a duel to the death. The white-clad youth glared at Lin Qiyeh, his murderous intent palpable, bloodlust radiating from him. Sima Chongkong, has your brain been caught in the door? How dare you come to the Jinbei Wangfu and shout so recklessly? Lin Qiyeh sneered, looking at Sima Chongkong as though he were a fool. Even Yunnan Tian dared not use this matter to press him, instead resigning himself to the situation. You, a mere dandy, what right do you have to provoke me? Such arrogance. Do you truly believe yourself to be the Jinbei Wang? I am the son of a great general, my status equal to yours. If you fear for your life and are too cowardly to duel, then follow me to Chongning Palace to kneel before Princess Lingyan and beg for forgiveness. Sima Chongkong let out a cold laugh, extending his hand to seize Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh, with a gently flick of his folding fan, stood unmoving. Just as Sima Chongkong's hand was about to grasp him, Jian Wuxing prepared to intervene. However, a figure moved swifter. Delivering a forceful kick to Sima Chongkong's chest, the sound of cracking ribs echoing. Sima Chongkong spat blood, crashing heavily to the ground. Gasping for breath, strip him of his garments and hang them at the entrance until Sima Tianyun arrives to collect him, Lin Qiyeh stated indifferently. The audacity of the great Yin was well known. They had never regarded the nobility with respect. As long as one did not rebel against the great Yin, the emperor would not dare to punish them. The son of a great general daring to act so brazenly in the Jinbei Wangfu was truly courting death. I am well acquainted with this matter, Lin Wu Feng grinned. Let Wuxing handle it. You are not yet required to make an appearance. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, Lin Wufeng. Do not lead Wuxing astray. Lin Wufeng shot a glance at Lin Qiyeh. Young master, you frequent the brothels daily. Which of the great dynasties does not know of your reckless and extravagant ways? It is hardly my influence that would corrupt him. Lin Qiyeh made no rebuttal. Lin Wufeng. Curious, asked, young master, it seems you hold Wuxing in high regard? His talent is peerless, but more importantly, he possesses a heart of gold. Lin Qiyeh replied quietly. Lin Wufeng's eyes widened. His heart stirred with unease. Well then, tell me about your experiences over the years. Lin Qiyeh shifted the topic. At the entrance of the Jinbei Wangfu, a multitude gathered, pointing and whispering. More precisely, they directed their attention to the meat strips hanging from the flagpole at the entrance. How dare he? Usually, he bullies other dandies. But this is the son of General Sima. What is it that he would not dare? A year ago, 3 fingers of the son of the Minister of Rights were severed. 6 months prior, the leg of the son of the Minister of Revenue was broken. And he is yet to rise from his bed. Rumor has it that even the 6th prince received 2 slaps from him, losing several teeth, yet nothing came of it. The crowd murmured quietly, daring only to observe from a distance, too timid to approach. Make way. At that moment, a furious shout echoed. The crowd parted, creating a path, causing many to stumble and fall. 100 armored soldiers marched in, their demeanor fierce and imposing. In the center stood a robust man clad in a brocade robe, none other than the great general, Sima Tianyin. In an instant, he surrounded the entrance of the North Town Prince's residence, rendering it impenetrable. Put him down. Sima Tianyun's voice was icy, his gaze laced with a murderous intent, fixed coldly upon Jian Wuxing, who sat nonchalantly in a chair, a long sword propped before him. His eyes slightly glazed, appearing as if he were asleep. Release him. Sima Tianyin commanded once more. For him. Persuading the people of the North Town Prince's residence to relinquish his son might salvage the last vestige of his dignity as a general. Yet, Jian Wuxing remained utterly unmoved. Lin Qiyeh had kept Sima Changkong hanging for what? Merely half an hour? There were still 6 hours to go. Take him down. Sima Tianyin could no longer maintain his composure, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. At his command, a dozen soldiers surged forward, lunging at Jian Wuxing. With a frigid glint in his eyes, Jian Wuxing executed a flourish with his sword, and in an instant, several soldiers were sent hurtling backward, dust swirling around them. He then lifted his sword, leaving a deep gash in the ground. Cross this line, and you shall die. Jian Wuxing's words were cold and devoid of emotion. Sima Tianyin felt a tremor within him. These soldiers were formidable, including 2 at the true profound realm, yet they were dispatched in an instant. This youth's prowess must at least be at the Dan profound realm. If he truly harbored murderous intent, they would already be dead. He could hardly fathom that Lin Qiyeh's attendant possessed such formidable power. Kill him. But seeing Sima Changkong in continuous anguish, his eyes reddened, and his fury could no longer be contained. I dare anyone to try? At that moment, a detached voice emerged from the entrance of the prince's residence. Lin Qiyeh. Upon seeing the newcomer, Sima Tianyin gritted his teeth. Ah, General Sima, are you preparing to besiege the North Town Prince's residence? Lin Qiyeh smiled slyly. TSK. Truly befitting of the great general commanding 1,000,000 troops of Dian. Do you intend to rebel? You speak nonsense. Sima Tianyin spat, glaring fiercely at Lin Qiyeh. This insufferable wastrel had no filter. Should these words reach the emperor's ears, they would surely arouse suspicion. Then what is the purpose of your military encirclement of the prince's residence? Lin Qiyeh replied with a teasing smile. The gaze suddenly fell upon Sima Changkong atop the flagpole. Ah, is that not Brother Changkong? The sun and moon shine brightly, and yet, astonishingly, he indulges in sunbathing in broad daylight. Such behavior is truly a disgrace to decorum. You. Sima Tianyin was nearly driven to a fit of rage. Upon hearing this, many in the crowd stifled their laughter, unsure whether to respond. A ridiculous sunbathing indeed. No wonder he is a notorious rake. Even Sima Tianyin was infuriated to the brink of madness. Lin Qiyeh, what exactly do you intend? Sima Tianyin enunciated each word with great effort. He longed to eliminate Lin Qiyeh on the spot, yet lacked the courage to do so and could only swallow his indignation. Lin Qiyeh's gaze became steely. Sima Changkong dared to trespass upon the royal mansion and attempted to assassinate this heir, according to the laws of Dian. What shall be his fate? You are slandering him. Sima Tianyin retorted immediately. He knew his son well. Although somewhat foolish and reckless, he would never commit such an act. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his cold stare fixed upon Sima Tianyun. 10,000 taels of gold. Sima Tianyun ground his teeth. Lin Qiyeh did not respond. 20,000 taels. Lin Qiyeh regarded him with an icy demeanor. Sima Tianyun was on the verge of exploding, gritting his teeth. 50,000 taels. This is a misunderstanding. Lin Qiyeh's face broke into a smile, and he added, as per our usual arrangement, payment upon delivery. Jian Wuxing, standing nearby, was astonished, suddenly recalling Lin Wufeng's words. Indeed, this was an exceptionally lucrative deal, one that was not merely profitable. Had they just gained 50,000 taels of gold? Even the profits of the Yuyan Merchant Guild could not compare to such staggering speed. Sima Tianyun's countenance darkened, and he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. A dozen soldiers quickly departed, and half an hour later, several horse-drawn carts approached. Release him, Lin Qiyeh said with a smile, waving his hand. Sima Tianyun signaled for his men to take Sima Changkong away, but not before casting a cold glare at Lin Qiyeh. Young Master Lin, if you tread the path of darkness too often, you shall inevitably encounter a ghost. With that, he angrily swept away in his robes. Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly and murmured, "Are you threatening me? Then do not blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 5. A change of sky in the Imperial Palace. Within the royal study, Yunantian listened to the report from the cloaked figure and remarked nonchalantly, "What of Sima Changkong? He is gravely injured, yet his life remains intact." The cloaked figure responded truthfully. Sima Tianyun intended to visit the palace, but turned back midway. "Oh." Yunanshan's eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself, "Sima Tianyun, should Lin Qiyeh meet his demise, I shall grant you 10 generations of glory." Over the years, Lin Qiyeh's arrogance has been utterly intolerable. He has offended half the nobility of the great Yin dynasty, and countless individuals have yearned for his demise. While no one dares to openly attack Lin Qiyeh, including Yunantian himself, they can only endure in silence. Although there have been attempts on Lin Qiyeh's life, none have succeeded. Deep down, Yunantian has long desired a weapon for murder. Sima Tianyun was to be that weapon. Select 10 skilled shadow guards. "You know what to do," Yunantian stated coolly. "Understood," the cloaked figure replied before quietly departing. Yunantian exhaled deeply, leaning back in his chair as he murmured, "Once Lin Qiyeh is dead, the war among the aristocracy shall commence." At the northern town prince's residence, Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the inky night sky. "It is dark," he remarked. Sima Tianyun and his son are truly reckless, unaware that they are being wielded as a blade. Lin Wufeng chuckled softly. "Is Sima Tianyun truly reckless?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head. "It is merely that Sima Changkong has been manipulated by Yulinyan." Jian Wuxing appeared confused, struggling to comprehend their meaning. "Do you not understand?" Lin Wufeng said with a playful pat on Jian Wuxing's shoulder. Jian Wuxing shook his head in bewilderment. Lin Wufeng took a sip of tea and said, "How is it that the matter of your defiance against the imperial edict remains unknown within the great Yin imperial city, yet Sima Changkong is aware? Perhaps Yulinyan informed him?" Jian Wuxing pondered aloud. Indeed, Lin Wufeng nodded. Who does not know of Sima Changkong's pursuit of Yulinyan? She has consistently ignored his advances. Yet he encounters her at this precise moment? Is this the will of that dog emperor? Jian Wuxing's gaze turned icy. Though he seldom contemplated such intricate schemes, it did not imply he was foolish. Lin Wufeng smiled. The northern town prince's residence is a thorn in the emperor's throat. He finds no solace until it is eradicated. Why then, does the young master retain such audacity while no one dares to act against him openly? Is it merely due to the prestige of the northern town prince's residence and the 300,000 northern town troops? If one were to think so, they would be gravely mistaken. The 300,000 northern town troops are but one aspect. Although the external princes of the great Yin hold only the title of prince, there are numerous noble families with territories. Should the emperor openly obliterate the northern town prince's residence, how would these noble families react? Jian Wuxing inhaled deeply. With that, he realized the truth. No wonder the emperor indulges the young master so. No wonder those aristocrats have suffered greatly, yet dare not touch the young master in the slightest. All the reasons indicate that the Northern King not only represents the interests of the Northern King's manor, but also those of the prominent clans. Pulling one thread can unravel the entire tapestry. Do you understand why the emperor chose the Sima family? Lin Wufeng flashed a grin, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. Jin Wuxing pondered for a moment and remarked, although Sima Tianyun is also a duke, he possesses only the title without any territory. And he has risen to prominence merely within the past 2 decades, emblematic of a burgeoning family. Moreover, as a general of Dian, commanding 1,000,000 troops, he possesses both the capability and the qualifications to confront the noble clans. Lin Wufeng nodded and added, yet, there is one detail you are unaware of. Sima Tianyun's father was once merely a servant of the Wen family, and he was brutally beaten to death by the head of the Wen family, the current Prime Minister Wen Xingqian. Sima Tianyun dreams of vengeance. Yet the Wen family is deeply entrenched in Dian. His only chance lies in aligning himself with the emperor. Likewise, even the Wen family cannot provoke all the noble clans. Otherwise, do you think young master would have dared to sever 3 fingers from Wen Xingqian's son without a second thought? Jin Wuxing looked utterly astonished. From the emperor's perspective, this reasoning is not without merit. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh interjected, these noble clans are indeed like malignant tumors, perpetually draining the lifeblood of the Dian dynasty. Yet, the dynasty has succumbed to a terminal illness and is utterly incapable of resistance. Lin Wufeng shrugged. Young master, the Northern King's manor is also a noble clan, is it not? Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed and replied nonchalantly, that is the harsh truth. If you were the emperor, would you wish for the Northern King's manor to wield power? Moreover, Sima Tianyun is no mere brute. It is Sima Changkong who is reckless. Everything Sima Tianyun has is granted by Yunantia. The arrow is on the string and must be loosed, for otherwise, how could he retain his position as general? Yet, he requires an opportunity for both advancement and retreat, and today, Yunantian and I have jointly created that opportunity. Lin Wufeng fell into silence. Indeed, how could a mere hothead become a general, leading the 1,000,000 troops of Dian? Only by remaining detached can one respond to everything with equanimity. Perhaps it won't be long before Dian can usher in a new era. Lin Qiyeh spoke in a calm tone, yet his words carried immense ambition, which Lin Wufeng and Lin Qiyeh could discern, their gazes toward Lin Qiyeh filled with admiration. Very well, the splendid show is about to begin. You both prepare yourselves. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh donned a set of night attire. Rest assured, young master. The two exchanged solemn expressions. Before I return, I expect the Northern King's manor to remain untainted. With that, Lin Qiyeh vanished in an instant, his speed astonishing, leaving them bewildered as to how he had departed. Lin Wufeng maintained his composure. Yet Jin Wuxing's heart remained tumultuous. After a long time, he took a deep breath, his face etched with confusion as he mused, on a night destined for bloodshed. How can it remain untainted? Is it not enough to simply eliminate everyone and cleanse away the blood? Lin Wufeng dismissed the notion lightly, as though such matters were merely trifles. Lin Qiyeh departed from the Northern King's manor. Light as a swallow, he traversed dozens of paces in a single stride, akin to a specter, concealed within the shadows, invisible to all. In the span of a single incense stick's burning, he arrived at the palace's threshold. Gazing up at the towering palace walls, he ascended with the grace of a dragonfly skimming water, his movements reminiscent of an antelope's leap, exquisite to the finest detail, flowing like clouds in water. His agility was unmatched in the great Yan. The heavily guarded palace was, to him, as uninhabited as a desolate realm. Upon the palace walls, a cadre of patrolling soldiers remained oblivious to any anomaly. Having not visited the palace for many years, he was relieved to find little had changed. After a while, Lin Qiyeh finally reached the ancestral temple. Here, in stark contrast to the rest of the palace, not a single soldier stood guard. An eerie silence enveloped the space, even imparting a chilling sensation. The more tranquil it was, the more cautious Lin Qiyeh became, secretly astonished. What immense trust the emperor must have in Xuanhuan to leave him alone to guard the ancestral temple. Though devoid of gold and silver treasures, it was nonetheless the sanctum housing the spirit tablets of the great Yan's emperors throughout the ages. Should it be desecrated, how would the imperial family of the great Yan retain their dignity? It was evident that Xuanhuan possessed extraordinary strength. Quietly, he unleashed his spiritual awareness, instantly locking onto a singular presence. It was unmistakably the traitorous prince, Xuanhuan. The latter remained unaware, seated in quiet meditation. Lin Qiyeh did not linger, continuing to probe the ancestral temple, searching inch by inch. After a prolonged moment, his gaze sharpened, and a smile graced his lips. "Ah, old man, you truly are easy to find." Chapter 6. A dark and windy night at the Northtown King's Manor. The atmosphere was markedly more tranquil than usual, with even the customary night watchman conspicuously absent. Lin Wufeng and Jian Wuxing concealed themselves within the shadows, akin to two frigid serpents poised for their prey. Would they arrive? Jian Wuxing furrowed his brow and murmured. The night had deepened, yet no one had appeared. You must place your faith in the intelligence of the listening snow tower. Perhaps there lies an unexpected delight. Lin Wufeng grinned, his tone resolutely confident. Jian Wuxing remained silent. Upon hearing the name of the listening snow tower, his doubts evaporated instantly. The listening snow tower was indeed the foremost assassin organization among the 7 great dynasties, unparalleled in its intelligence capabilities. They have come. Lin Wufeng's gaze suddenly turned icy. Jian Wuxing immediately suppressed all his presence, peering through the inky void. He observed figures gracefully vaulting over the walls into the manor, moving with the stealth of agile felines, leaving not a whisper in their wake. A glance revealed approximately 20 individuals, each a formidable opponent. The leader, possessing early-stage cultivation of the life-profound realm, gently waved his hand, and the group dispersed like startled birds. Just as Jian Wuxing prepared to act, he was suddenly restrained by Lin Wufeng, who gestured for silence. In the next moment, another 10 or so figures clad in black leaped over from the opposite wall. Compared to the earlier 20, these individuals emanated an ominous chill, their strength evidently superior. "Leave no trace," one of the black-clad figures coldly uttered, and the group vanished into the night. Jian Wuxing gazed at Lin Wufeng, astonished and puzzled. Indeed, there was an unexpected delight. Lin Wufeng's lips moved silently, clearly engaging in lip-reading. Jian Wuxing understood, as the dark night could not obscure the vision of those in the life-profound realm. He inquired through silent gestures, "Are those who arrived later intent on eliminating those who came first?" Lin Wufeng nodded, explaining, "The first group consists of the Sima clan's death warriors, while the latter is sent by the Emperor. The Emperor is truly ruthless, intending to use Sima Tianyun as a blade while simultaneously silencing witnesses. Do you believe that once the Northtown King's Manor is entirely decimated, the Emperor will promptly announce to the world that the culprits have been apprehended and then declare the prince's demise, thus rendering the Northtown King a mere footnote in history?" A cold glimmer flashed in Jian Wuxing's eyes as he declared icily, "Eliminate them all." Lin Wufeng shook his head, smiling. "Such a wholesale slaughter would be rather unamusing. Since we are to act, there must be some cost incurred." Jian Wuxing was taken aback. These individuals were death warriors. Even if captured, they would undoubtedly remain tight-lipped, unwilling to betray their master, rendering them useless for any ulterior motives. At that moment, a faint scent of blood permeated the air. Clearly, someone had already perished, and it was a one-sided massacre, yet it had made not a sound. "Eliminate the Emperor's men, leaving 2 of the Sima clan's death warriors alive." Lin Wufeng left these words and vanished quietly into the night. The Imperial Palace Ancestral Temple. Lin Qiyeh had pinpointed Lin Xiaoyan's location, yet he refrained from making a rash move. He was entirely unaware of Yu Jiuxuan's strength. The entrance to the dungeon where Lin Xiaoyan was imprisoned lay directly beneath Yu Jiuxuan's bed. Furthermore, Lin Xiaoyan appeared to be in a prolonged state of unconsciousness, guarded by 4 sentinels. Any disturbance from the outside could lead to them swiftly eliminating Lin Xiaoyan. Lin Qiyeh's mind raced as he pondered how to rescue Lin Xiaoyan. Suddenly, a sharp admonition pierced the air as Yu Jiuxuan abruptly rose and exited the room. Lin Qiyeh quickly withdrew his consciousness, astonished. Yu Jiuxuan possessed considerable power. Although his primordial spirit had yet to fully recover, it was immensely formidable, allowing him to project his consciousness at the pinnacle of the Tianxian realm. In this world, cultivators must transcend the Shenhexuan realm to achieve such a feat. Could it be that Yu Jiuxuan was indeed a master of the Shenhexuan realm? Remaining motionless, Lin Qiyeh felt confident in his ability to conceal his presence, even from those at the Shenhexuan level. Yu Jiuxuan gazed intently in one direction for a brief moment before retreating back into his chamber. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. Was this a ruse? It seemed Yu Jiuxuan was not only powerful, but also possessed remarkable intellect. A direct confrontation was clearly unwise. Although he was confident in defeating Yu Jiuxuan, he could not ensure Lin Xiaoyan's survival. Having confirmed the elder's continued existence, Lin Qiyeh resolved to proceed according to his original plan. Just as he prepared to retreat, a chilling glint shot through the air towards him. Lin Qiyeh moved like a swift swallow, deftly evading the attack. Upon looking up, he beheld a flash of cold light, a figure clad in black, wielding a long sword, advancing with deadly intent. The sword's aura seeming to rend the very fabric of the air with its unparalleled sharpness. Unperturbed, Lin Qiyeh flicked his fingers, deflecting the blade from the figure's grasp. Yet, the black-clad figure bore a smile, raising his left hand to strike fiercely at Lin Qiyeh's chest. Calm and composed, Lin Qiyeh met the attack with an open palm. The clash of their hands unleashed a tempestuous force. The black-clad man spat blood, retreating several steps before regaining his footing. His face a mask of astonishment as he regarded Lin Qiyeh, who stood unwavering in place. "Who are you?" Xuanhuan's cold gaze pierced Lin Qiyeh, filled with palpable apprehension. Indeed, this was Xuanhuan. He had already discerned Lin Qiyeh's position but feigned ignorance, stealthily positioning himself behind Lin Qiyeh. Both his prowess and intellect were exceptional. "The one who will end your life." Lin Qiyeh's voice lowered, moving like a wraith. He appeared before Xuanhuan in the blink of an eye, his hand morphing into a claw, swift as a shadow, leaving a crimson afterimage in the void. "The Blood Shadow Hand? You are of the Blood Cloud sect." Xuanhuan's expression darkened as he swiftly evaded Lin Qiyeh's strike. With his initial attempt thwarted, Lin Qiyeh chose not to linger and swiftly retreated. In the distance, a flurry of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by the sharp sound of metal scraping. Xuanhuan did not pursue. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. "My enmity with the Blood Cloud sect has been thoroughly resolved, so why would they still send someone to take my life?" Meanwhile, Lin Qiyeh hastily departed from the imperial palace, his emotions subtly stirred. He had never anticipated that Xuanhuan was indeed a master of the divine profound realm, and that over 100 imperial guards lay in ambush nearby. No wonder Yunantian was so at ease entrusting him with the task of guarding Lin Xiaotian. However, eliminating Xuanhuan would not pose a challenge for him, even with the imperial guards in his way. Yet, he refrained from doing so. If Xuanhuan were to perish now, it would not guarantee Lin Xiaotian's survival. To deceive Xuanhuan, he deliberately employed the Blood Cloud sect's distinctive technique, the Blood Shadow Hand. This time, it was merely a test. It was becoming increasingly intriguing. The 7 great dynasties were certainly not as simple as they appeared. Lin Qiyeh pondered silently. Unbeknownst to him, he had returned to the estate. 2 carriages were stationed in the courtyard, laden with corpses, the air thick with the stench of blood. Beside the carriages, 2 individuals were bound and left on the ground, already unconscious. "Young master, the ground has been thoroughly cleaned. Not a speck of dust remains," Lin Wufeng remarked with a smile. Lin Qiyeh rolled his eyes. "Has the prince been found?" Lin Wufeng's expression grew serious. Lin Qiyeh nodded, saying nothing further, and retreated to his chamber to change his attire. "Young master, what shall we do now?" Jian Wuxing inquired. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes and smiled, declaring, "Let us proceed to the general's mansion to collect the bodies of Sima Chongkong." Chapter 7. All within grasp collect the remains of Sima Chongkong? Jian Wuxing was taken aback. Sima Chongkong was not dead. He glanced at the 2 bound figures in black on the ground. Did the young master intend for these 2 to testify against Sima Tianyan? Yet they were dead men and would never betray the Sima family. The young master asserted that Sima Chongkong would die. Thus, it was inevitable. Lin Wufeng chuckled softly. Jian Wuxing nodded heavily, never having doubted Lin Qiyeh's words, though his heart remained perplexed. Moments later, a magnificent golden carriage, adorned in resplendent glory, emerged from the residence of the prince of the northern town, followed by a dozen bodyguards transporting 2 corpses in tow, headed towards the general's mansion in grand procession. Before long, Lin Qiyeh and his entourage arrived at the general's mansion. Jian Wuxing swung his sword, shattering the gates with a thunderous crash that startled the guards of the mansion. "Sima Tianyan, come forth." Lin Qiyeh's audacious proclamation shattered the tranquility of the night. "Presumptuous!" A voice roared, and a throng of guards surged forth, encircling Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Had they not recognized Lin Qiyeh, they would have likely acted sooner. Soon after, Sima Tianyun, adorned in a brocade robe, emerged. "Lin Qiyeh, you are exceedingly arrogant." "Exceedingly arrogant? Truly, you are the general, managing to distort right and wrong." Lin Qiyeh sneered, his tone rebellious, pointing at the corpse in the first carriage. Do you recognize these individuals? Sima Tianyun's expression grew icy. Naturally, he recognized them. However, he had not anticipated that they had not only failed to kill Lin Qiyeh, but had also been captured, unable even to take their own lives. I do not recognize them. Sima Tianyun scoffed, rebuking Lin Qiyeh. What do you mean by bringing a group of dead men here? Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly. Did not General Sima send them to kill this young master, yet you claim not to recognize them? Nonsense. Sima Tianyun retorted, seething with rage. Were it not for Lin Qiyeh's certainty that these individuals belonged to the Sima family, one might truly believe Sima Tianyun was innocent. Lin Qiyeh remained unperturbed, his gaze shifting to the second carriage. I knew you would deny it, but alas, you did not kill this young master. Instead, you murdered those sent by the emperor to protect him. Sima Tianyun's eyes flickered. The emperor? Wasn't the intent to kill Lin Qiyeh also the emperor's will? The Blackscale guards had withdrawn last night. How could they have secretly dispatched someone to protect Lin Qiyeh? If these individuals were indeed sent by the emperor, what could that imply? Assassination to silence them? The thought made Sima Tianyun's heart race. Yet, he maintained his composure, replying coolly, one can always fabricate charges. Do not think you, Lin Qiyeh, can dominate everything. This general will ensure the emperor adjudicates fairly. This young master harbors the same intention. Lin Qiyeh replied with a serene smile, stretching languidly. I shall take a nap first and await the emperor's arrival for a confrontation. With that, he turned and entered the golden carriage. Sima Tianyun's countenance darkened like ink, a seething desire to eliminate Lin Qiyeh boiling within him. Yet, in the presence of so many witnesses, he dared not act. A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind, and a glimmer of resoluteness flickered in his eyes. After a long moment, the dawn broke, painting the horizon with a faint blush of light. The streets were thronged with people, all astonished by the unfolding events. At that moment, a synchronized voice echoed from the end of the street, as a disciplined army appeared, escorting the royal carriage. The crowd hastily retreated to the sides of the street, prostrating themselves in awe. To their utter astonishment, the emperor had graced them with his presence. Young master. Jian Wuxing gently lifted the curtain, calling softly. Lin Qiyeh stretched languidly, his eyes still hazy with sleep. As he stepped down from the carriage, he beheld Yunan Tian, draped in imperial robes, descending from the royal carriage. Your Majesty. Sima Tianyun felt as if he had found a pillar of support and hurried forward. Do not kneel. Yunan Tian gestured dismissively, inquiring, what is the meaning of this? Your Majesty. Before Sima Tianyun could respond, Lin Qiyeh offered a slight bow, stating, Sima Tianyun has dispatched assassins to take my life. I implore your Majesty to intervene. Your Majesty, he speaks nonsense. I have remained in my residence and am entirely unaware of this matter, Sima Tianyun retorted vehemently. You both present conflicting accounts. Whom am I to believe? Yunan Tian furrowed his brow, internally seething with anger. He was well aware of Sima Tianyun's vendetta against Lin Qiyeh. However, he had never anticipated that Sima Tianyun not only failed to eliminate Lin Qiyeh, but also left behind incriminating evidence. It was worth noting that among the 10 shadow guards he dispatched, 2 were masters in the profound realm. Could it be that the Northern Guardian's estate harbored forces unbeknownst to him? It was evident that Lin Qiyeh had survived numerous assassination attempts, surely under the protection of formidable allies. Your Majesty, I possess evidence, Lin Qiyeh stated nonchalantly. As his words fell, Jian Wuxing stepped forward, dragging 2 bound black-clad figures and discarding them onto the ground. These 2 are assassins sent by General Sima. Were it not for your Majesty's protection, I would have already fallen victim to their treachery, Lin Qiyeh continued. You lie? I do not recognize them. Sima Tianyun retorted fiercely. Whether you recognize them or not is irrelevant. I have swayed them to abandon their dark allegiance and redeem themselves, Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. Sima Tianyun's eyelids twitched, but he quickly regained his composure. These death warriors would never betray him. Jian Wuxing patted the faces of the 2 men, causing them to slowly open their eyes. They scanned their surroundings and suddenly fixed their gaze upon Sima Tianyun, exclaiming, General, we deserve death for failing to kill Lin Qiyeh. Our mission has failed. As soon as the words left their lips, they spewed blood, succumbing to poison. Upon hearing this, Sima Tianyun trembled violently. Even Jian Wuxing was taken aback. How could these men betray Sima Tianyun? How did the young master accomplish this? Lin Qiyeh pressed forward, a cold smile gracing his lips. Sima Tianyun, what further words do you have to offer? I do not recognize them, Sima Tianyun insisted. Sima Tianyun gritted his teeth, resolute in his silence. He believed that as long as he did not confess, Lin Qiyeh could do nothing to him. Lin Qiyeh's expression remained as calm as a still pond as he addressed Xuanhuan. Your Majesty, among the 10 sent to protect me, one has survived. I fear that Sima Tianyun may resort to silencing him, so I have secured him in a secret location. Xuanhuan raised an eyebrow, on the verge of denial. Yet, upon casting a glance at the carriage, he was met with the sight of 9 lifeless bodies. Could it be that there was truly one survivor? He dared not wager on it. Such audacity! Xuanhuan's fury ignited. Sima Tianyun, do you acknowledge your crimes? Your Majesty, I swear I am unaware of this matter. Sima Tianyun implored, collapsing to the ground in a display of profound grievance. Xuanhuan's expression darkened as he remained silent, awaiting Sima Tianyun's further explanation. However, Sima Tianyun merely continued to proclaim his innocence without uttering another word. Your Majesty, this affair does not involve the general. The blame lies solely with me, for I falsely conveyed the general's orders. At that moment, a gaunt elder stepped forward and knelt before them. Who are you? Xuanhuan inquired coldly. The frail elder trembled. I am Lin Qiyeh, the steward of the general's estate. I have watched the young master grow since childhood. However, after the young master was slain by Lin Qiyeh yesterday, I, in my indignation, falsely relayed the general's orders, intending to avenge the young master by killing Lin Qiyeh. This matter bears no relation to the general. I beseech your Majesty for your discernment. What? Xuanhuan is dead. Sima Tianyun's eyes widened in shock as he lunged towards Lin Qiyeh, a menacing fury in his demeanor. Lin Qiyeh, return my son's life. Stop! Xuanhuan commanded sternly, as several guards promptly restrained Sima Tianyun. The news stunned Jin Wuxing. Had Sima Xuanhuan truly perished? It should not have been possible. His injuries were not fatal. He glanced at Lin Qiyeh, whose demeanor remained composed, and his respect for him deepened. Everything seemed to be within the young master's control. Yet, he could not help but wonder how Sima Xuanhuan had met his demise. Chapter 8. The Collapse of Heaven's Plan. Lin Qiyeh. What is the meaning of this? Xuanhuan glared at Lin Qiyeh with a grim expression, feigning ignorance. Your Majesty, Lin Qiyeh replied calmly. Yesterday, Sima Xuanhuan infiltrated the royal residence to kill me. But my guards apprehended him. I did not take his life. It was Sima Tianyun who personally took him away afterward. Numerous citizens can attest to this. Xuanhuan nodded slightly and asked, Sima Tianyun, what do you have to say? A child's failure to learn is the father's fault. I leave it to your Majesty's discretion, Sima Tianyun retorted, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at Lin Qiyeh, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Dare he argue? Certainly not. The fact that Sima Xuanhuan breached the residence of the Northern King was undeniable, and he had learned from Sima Xuanhuan that the instigator was Yulingyan. Who is Yulingyan? The Emperor's most cherished daughter. Her intentions are tantamount to those of the Emperor himself. This bitter pill, he could only swallow in silence. Your Majesty, I wish to see Sima Xuanhuan. Lin Qiyeh suddenly interjected. Sima, my son is already dead. What more do you want? Sima Tianyun seethed with rage. Lin Qiyeh, with righteous indignation, declared, General, I believe there is more to the death of Brother Xuanhuan. Perhaps someone sought to utilize this incident for their own ends. I do not wish to be wrongfully accused. Do you not desire for Brother Xuanhuan to rest in peace, Your Majesty? Indeed, Xuanhuan gestured. Ensure the cause of Sima Xuanhuan's death is thoroughly investigated. Moments later, several figures entered the general's residence. Lin Qiyeh cast a glance at Jin Wuxing, who silently followed suit. After a brief interval, Jin Wuxing and the others emerged once more. Your Majesty, Sima Xuanhuan's ribs were fractured, inadvertently piercing his heart. Thus he was not murdered, reported the individual who examined the body with a bow. Young Master Lin, are you now satisfied? Sima Tianyun's face was filled with fury, his desire to devour Lin Qiyeh alive palpable. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, General, no need for formality. Since the misunderstanding has been clarified, Brother Xuanhuan can now rest in peace. Sima Tianyun was nearly apoplectic. A wave of sweet, metallic blood surged to his throat, which he stifled down. May your Majesty render a just verdict. Lin Qiyeh turned to Xuanhuan once more. Xuanhuan regarded Lin Qiyeh with a profound gaze before coldly stating, to attack the young master, according to the laws of Dian, All involved shall be drawn and quartered. Your Majesty is wise, Lin Qiyeh smiled. Though Sima Changkong's sins are unforgivable, let us remember the dead. I beseech you to allow him a complete burial. Yunantian nodded and turned to leave. He could not bear to remain any longer. He feared he would lose control and eliminate Lin Qiyeh himself. Once Yunantian had departed, Lin Qiyeh grinned and remarked, General Sima, you owe this young master a favor. With that, he stepped onto his golden carriage and departed. General, quickly, summon a doctor. Came the cries from behind, as Sima Tianyun, enraged, collapsed, spitting blood. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, utterly taken aback. No one could have anticipated that the notorious Lin Qiyeh would have killed Sima Changkong, leaving General Sima spitting blood in fury, yet entirely unscathed himself. On the return journey, Jian Wuxing drove the carriage, his heart still tumultuous with unrest. He examined Sima Changkong's lifeless body, still warm to the touch, indicating that the rib that pierced the general's heart had only recently been thrust in. He deduced that the death must have occurred just as they entered to investigate. In the general's mansion, who would dare to slay Sima Changkong without Sima Tianyun's consent? Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Sima Tianyun was undeniably ruthless. Such a person could not possibly be a mere brute. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, Yunantian furiously swept an inkstone to the ground, consumed by rage. He had never imagined that Lin Qiyeh would dare to toy with him and Sima Tianyun. In public, he was forced to swallow his indignation. After a prolonged silence, Yunantian finally regained his composure, though his gaze grew increasingly sinister and menacing as he coldly inquired, What is it? Your Majesty, last night, someone trespassed into the ancestral temple, reported a shadowy figure who had materialized in the center of the hall, kneeling on one knee. Yunantian's eyes narrowed slightly. Who is it? The prince suspects it may very well be individuals from the Blood Cloud sect, the shadow disclosed. Blood Cloud sect? A flicker of apprehension crossed Yunantian's eyes as he inhaled deeply. What of my uncle? He sustained some injuries and will require 10 days to a month for recovery. The shadow replied. Moreover, Your Majesty, there is another matter. Recently, a Lingyu Chamber of Commerce has inexplicably emerged across various cities. It is merely a merchant association. Such trivialities do not warrant my attention, Yunantian dismissed impatiently. Indeed, the shadow nodded, then added, However, this association is highly suspicious. They do not sell any tangible goods. Yunantian raised an eyebrow in surprise. The shadow continued, Anyone can deposit money into the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce, and after 1 month, they can receive a 10% interest. If they maintain their deposits for 3 months, they can obtain 50% interest. Yunantian scoffed coldly. Do they take the common folk for fools? What if they abscond after a month? I initially thought the same, yet many are willing to be deceived. Particularly those from noble families and various officials. The shadow took a deep breath. Yunantian furrowed his brow. Have you uncovered the origins of the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce? The shadow shook his head. It is as if they appeared out of thin air. Yunantian's voice turned steely. Could it be that the money of the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce has been conjured by the wind? If so, even the foremost merchant association of Dian, the Yuyun Chamber, would pale in comparison. In a month, the truth will reveal itself. The shadow nodded and prepared to take his leave. Wait, Yunantian suddenly called out, his expression icy. You shall personally visit the Tinksnow Tower. No matter the cost, Lin Qiyeh must die. At the northern town King's Manor. Lin Qiyeh gazed at the silent Jian Wuxing and remarked with a smile, Are you perplexed? Jian Wuxing shook his head and, taking a deep breath, replied, I never anticipated that Sima Tianyun would slay Sima Changkong, his own flesh and blood. When I expressed my desire to meet Sima Changkong, he must have realized that I would not let him escape unscathed. If he refrained from killing him, Sima Changkong would have faced a fate worse than death. Why not grant him a swift demise? Lin Qiyeh shook his head, adding, Moreover, by doing so, he can entirely distance the Sima family from the act, shifting the blame onto a mere servant. What could be more advantageous? Jian Wuxing nodded in agreement, then queried, Young master, what benefit do we derive from Sima Changkong's death? Do you believe that Sima Tianyun will continue to serve Yunantian with unwavering loyalty from this day forth? Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. After a moment's contemplation, Jian Wuxing concluded, It seems unlikely. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, stating, In truth, the two of them have never shared a united front. Otherwise, Yunnan would not have dispatched someone to silence dissent by killing his own son. Sima Tianyun essentially conveys to Yunnan that their fates are now irreversibly entwined in enmity, thereby securing Yunnan's trust. Jin Wuxing sighed. It is indeed tragic for Yunnan. Even the general he personally appointed does not trust him. The collapse of heaven plan has commenced. Lin Qiyeh suddenly interjected cryptically. The swift actions of the lady are truly remarkable. Jin Wuxing, taken aback, responded, "Are you suggesting that the great Yin dynasty is on the brink of war? Surely, Yunnan will command Sima Tianyun to lead the troops into battle." At this juncture, he abruptly turned his gaze towards Lin Qiyeh. "Have you come to a realization?" Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, exuding an air of confidence. Chapter 9. The greed of humanity. The golden carriage had unknowingly arrived at the royal residence. Jin Wuxing followed Lin Qiyeh into the courtyard. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. Lin Qiyeh reclined in his chair, gazing at Jin Wuxing with a knowing smile. Jin Wuxing took a deep breath and said, "Young master, with the emperor witnessing the death of Sima Changkong, Sima Tianyun will undoubtedly no longer entrust his life to the emperor. In the event of war, Sima Tianyun will certainly not fight with full force. The vastness of the heavens and the distance of the emperor means that as long as he commands sufficient troops, the emperor will be powerless against him, and the rift between them will only deepen. Moreover, the impending assault on Dian is likely to be orchestrated by the three great dynasties, and Sima Tianyun alone cannot withstand this. When Dian is in peril, the only one capable of defending it against that person from the great wilderness is the prince. However, there remains the concern that the emperor may prevent the prince from appearing." Lin Qiyeh, with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes, chuckled softly and replied, "Aside from the old man, who else could lead the Northern Defense Army? Those noble families? Yet, does the emperor not fear a rebellion led by the prince?" Jin Wuxing still harbored some anxiety. The old man has been in a comatose state for years. Lin Qiyeh's gaze turned slightly cold, with the old man's unwavering loyalty. Even if the emperor claims to have saved him, he would undoubtedly believe it. Why would the emperor not trust him? However, before that, one person must perish. Who? "I shall kill him," Jin Wuxing declared without hesitation. "You cannot kill him. I shall take care of it myself." Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Given Jin Wuxing's talents, it would take him several more years to attain the strength to eliminate someone at the level of the divine profound realm. In his eyes, the greatest variable was not the emperor, but Xuanhuan. This individual possessed not only unparalleled talent, but also extraordinary intellect. Xuanhuan must die, and at an opportune moment. Moments later, Jin Wuxing departed. Lin Qiyeh gazed at the azure sky, murmuring, "In a little over a month, my primordial spirit will be fully restored, and I shall make a breakthrough into the divine profound realm." Time flowed, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Lin Qiyeh resumed his extravagant lifestyle, spending each day at the Yuyan Pavilion. Had it not been for the events of a month prior, Yunnan would have believed he was just an insufferable wastrel. On this day, as usual, Lin Qiyeh sat in the golden carriage headed for the Yuyan Pavilion. However, the streets were bustling, congested to the point of being impassable. "What is happening?" Lin Qiyeh stepped out of the carriage and frowned at the throngs of people. "Young master, it is the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce. Today marks the first day for collecting interest," Jin Wuxing explained. Lin Qiyeh smiled slightly. It seems they still do not trust the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce, fearing their principal will be lost. "Young master, the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce should be reliable. Why not deposit some yourself?" Jin Wuxing suggested meaningfully. "Then I shall deposit some," Lin Qiyeh replied with a playful squint. Jin Wuxing immediately commanded several guards to return to the royal residence. Before long, several carriages arrived in grand procession. "Make way, tired of life, yet daring to obstruct the prince's path," a domineering voice resonated through the air. Upon hearing the title of prince, the crowd instinctively recoiled as if from venomous serpents. 50,000 taels of gold and 500,000 taels of silver. What would the total principal and interest amount to after a year? Lin Qiyeh approached the counter of the Lingyu Commerce Association, strutting with an air of superiority. According to the association's regulations, upon completion of a year, the interest would be 3 times the principal, totaling 200,000 taels of gold and 2 million taels of silver, the shopkeeper replied after taking a deep breath. The individual before him was not someone to be trifled with. Should he not receive the promised sum after a year, he would incinerate the Lin Commerce Association without hesitation. Lin Qiyeh let out a cold snort. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Lin Commerce Association guarantees its credibility, the shopkeeper assured, immediately dispatching personnel to tally the gold and silver, providing Lin Qiyeh with an anti-counterfeiting certificate. Departing amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Qiyeh left them in a prolonged state of agitation. 50,000 taels of gold and 500,000 taels of silver was indeed a staggering investment, truly befitting a supercilious dandy who regarded money with disdain. Soon, the crowd regained their composure and rushed toward the Lin Commerce Association, fearing they would miss out. Lin Qiyeh's character was far from commendable. How could the Lin Commerce Association dare accept his money? They could scarcely believe that anyone in the great Yin dynasty would be audacious enough to abscond with Lin Qiyeh's wealth. If Lin Qiyeh was unperturbed, what was there for them to fear? I shall not withdraw. I will reinvest the principal and interest for another 3 months. I wish to deposit 300 taels of silver for 6 months. Do not crowd. I have 10 taels of gold to deposit for 3 months. In an instant, the threshold of the Lin Commerce Association was nearly overwhelmed. Human nature is indeed insatiably greedy. Jian Wuxing glanced back at the distant scene, unable to suppress a sigh. A 50% profit in 3 months. Who wouldn't be tempted to take a risk? How much can one earn in a month? Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, in 3 months. It is likely no one will engage in production. Though starvation is unlikely, half of the great Yin will likely be rendered desolate. Jian Wuxing remained silent, a hint of compassion flickering within him. The grain stored in the Yuyan Commerce Association was sufficient to sustain the great Yin for 2 years, and the enigmatic maiden continued to discreetly acquire food supplies. Fear not, starvation is not a concern. You too should prepare for action, Lin Qiyeh said, patting Jian Wuxing on the shoulder as he stepped into the carriage. At that moment, within the Imperial Palace's study, Yunantian wore a grim expression, the atmosphere chilling to the bone. He had just received distressing news. Luo Tianqing had perished, and on the very night he was appointed as the commander of the Northern Army. The most infuriating aspect was that this news had taken so long to reach him. What other matters remain? Speak. Yunantian glared at the shadow kneeling before him, rubbing his temples in frustration. The shadow recounted the events concerning the Lin Commerce Association. Yunantian's face betrayed disbelief as he exclaimed, You mean to say the Lin Commerce Association truly offered a 10% interest rate? He could not fathom how the Lin Commerce Association managed to profit, nor what business model could yield such extraordinary returns. Indeed, the great cities have succumbed to a frenzy, with countless citizens depositing their wealth into the Lin Merchant Association. Furthermore, the 3 neighboring kingdoms have also established smaller branches of the Lin Merchant Association. The shadowy figure continued, Is there any information regarding the origins of the Lin Merchant Association? Yunantian furrowed his brow. The shadow shook his head, stating, I am inept. I could only ascertain that the Lin Merchant Association maintains close ties with various prominent clans. Yunantian's expression darkened. These bloodthirsty parasites, I shall uproot them in due time. I am eager to see how they will manage to pay the 50% interest in 2 months. 10,000 taels of silver, deposited for 3 months, will yield 5,000 taels. Even the great Yin dynasty cannot bear such a burden. It is merely a small merchant association. Can it truly manipulate the 4 great dynasties at will? Yunantian remained unfazed, contemplating whether he should also deposit a sum. The Lin Merchant Association is situated within the capital of the great Yin, practically beneath his nose. Could it truly stir any significant upheaval? By the way, Your Majesty, it is said that Lin Qiyeh has deposited a considerable amount, the shadow added. Yunantian's eyes brightened slightly. How much has he deposited? 50,000 taels of gold and 500,000 taels of silver, for a year, with interest amounting to 3 times the principal, the shadow reported. Yunantian narrowed his eyes. So, after a year, the Lin Merchant Association will owe him 200,000 taels of gold and 2 million taels of silver? Indeed, the shadow affirmed. Moreover, Chancellor Wen has also deposited 1 million taels of silver, and numerous other officials have done likewise. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, Yunantian commanded, retrieve 500,000 taels of gold and 5 million taels of silver from the treasury and deposit them into the Lin Merchant Association for 3 months. The shadow momentarily hesitated, believing he had misheard. Yunantian reiterated, make this matter discreet, and additionally, Send someone to monitor the Lingyu Merchant Association at all times. Should anything amiss arise, take immediate action. Your Majesty, I have a thought. The Shadow's eyes glimmered with intensity as he spoke. Perhaps we could seize a substantial portion from the noble clans, thereby addressing the Lingyu Merchant Association issue while garnering the people's support for your Majesty. 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 10. Breaking through the divine mysteries. What method shall we employ? Xuanhuan inquired, his expression shifting with anticipation. He yearned to eradicate the prominent clans at once and would not let any opportunity to combat them slip by. The Shadow took a deep breath and replied, the emergence of the Lingyu Commerce Association was not sanctioned by the court. It is, therefore, illegal. In 2 months, the Emperor will use the pretext of illegal operations and the capture of spies to dispatch troops and seize the Lingyu Commerce Association across various cities. This approach is flawed. Countless citizens have entrusted their wealth to it. If they are unable to retrieve their funds, chaos will surely ensue. Xuanhuan frowned. However, the Shadow remained unfazed and chuckled. Once the Emperor has taken control of the Lingyu Commerce Association, that wealth will belong to him. He can then claim that the funds have been transferred by the Lingyu Commerce Association and, in a display of compassion for the people, open the national treasury to fill the gap. As for the prominent clans, they will suffer in silence. In this manner, the Emperor will garner the affection of countless citizens, winning their hearts, while the clans will be left powerless. It is indeed a splendid plan. Xuanhuan slapped the table in delight, exuberant beyond measure. For many years, he had been at odds with the clans, never gaining the upper hand, and had often dreamt of turning the tide. However, he mused, the wealth held by the clans was still insufficient to inflict substantial harm upon them. The Shadow continued, moreover, what shall we do about the northern garrison? Upon hearing the mention of the northern garrison, Xuanhuan could not help but rub his temples in frustration. It was a source of great headache. The northern garrison was located in the wild northern borders of the Dayan Empire, a place where martial prowess thrived, rendering ordinary armies no match for them. To attempt to control the northern garrison was akin to chasing a mirage. We shall deal with that after Lin Qiyeh's demise, Xuanhuan asserted. By the way, it has been over a month. Why has Xingshu Tower yet to take action? They should be moving soon, the Shadow contemplated. Lin Qiyeh is entrusted to Xingshu Tower. Our immediate concern is addressing the Lingyu Commerce Association. Xuanhuan waved his hand dismissively. In the Northern King's manner, Lin Qiyeh sat cross-legged upon his bed, emanating a faint radiance of purple gold. A diamond-shaped purple gold mark appeared on his forehead, suddenly coming alive, releasing intricate patterns that spread across his body. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura radiated from him, stirring a considerable commotion despite being suppressed. Young master, Jian Wuxing swiftly appeared outside the door, his face etched with worry. Yet, he was halted by Lin Wufeng's outstretched hand. Do not worry, the young master is unharmed. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxing's mind raced. This aura, is it emanating from the young master? Even the celestial realm pales in comparison. Could it be the divine realm? Jian Wuxing's heart was tumultuous. He recognized Lin Qiyeh's formidable strength. Yet, upon experiencing the aura radiating from Lin Qiyeh, disbelief washed over him. Before Lin Qiyeh, he felt as insignificant as a mere grain of sand, utterly dwarfed by his presence. Upon reflection, it was hardly surprising. After all, if Lin Qiyeh could cultivate him into a master of the earth's profound realm in just a few years, how could he not be powerful? In the chamber, upon seeing Lin Wufeng and Jian Wuxing standing guard outside, Lin Qiyeh devoted himself entirely to his training. As time passed, the diamond-shaped mark on his brow gradually faded away, ultimately vanishing completely. Simultaneously, his aura surged dramatically. The purple-golden profound energy erupted from his being like an unparalleled, sharp sword, resonating with the sound of slicing through the air. With a mere thought, he drew all his profound energy back within, and his aura instantly retracted, rendering the preceding events akin to a fleeting dream. His complexion, once pallid, transformed to a vibrant hue, exuding an undeniable brilliance. Mid-stage of the divine profound realm, he had only transcended 2 minor realms. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction. Over the years, his primordial spirit had yet to fully recover, and he had refrained from forcibly breaking through to the divine profound realm, fearing irreparable damage to his spirit. However, he had not been idle. He had inscribed a seal upon himself, storing a considerable amount of profound energy. He had hoped to achieve a monumental breakthrough at the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, yet reality did not align with his aspirations. If others were to learn that he was dissatisfied with a breakthrough spanning a major realm and 2 minor realms, they would likely be astounded. My primordial spirit is at least a major realm stronger than others of the same level, and coupled with the supreme physical cultivation technique of the Xuanhuan Wujigong. Even the pinnacle of the divine profound realm would likely be unable to withstand a single blow from me. As he meticulously sensed his own strength, a hint of a smile crept upon his face. At the pinnacle of the heavenly profound realm, he would be able to repel the divine profound realm's Xuanhuan with a single punch. Given his current prowess, annihilating Xuanhuan would pose no challenge whatsoever. What delighted him most was the restoration of his primordial spirit. From this moment onward, as long as he possessed sufficient cultivation resources, he would no longer encounter any bottlenecks in his progress. At least, there would be no shackles until he regained the peak of his previous life as cultivation. After a considerable time, Lin Qiyeh stretched lazily and stepped out of the room. "Why are you two lying on the ground?" he questioned. Observing Jian Wuxing and Lin Wufeng leaning against the doorpost, their faces ashen. The two exchanged exasperated glances. "Are you not aware of your surroundings? Young master, what is your current level of cultivation?" Jian Wuxing inquired, taking a deep breath, unable to contain his curiosity. Having just broken through to the divine profound realm, "I still feel rather weak," Lin Qiyeh sighed. Jian Wuxing nearly choked on his own breath. Since when has the divine profound realm been associated with weakness? If the divine profound realm is weak, then what does that make me? A mere earth profound realm cultivator? Young master, perhaps consider a different location for your breakthroughs in the future. Everyone in the Wangfu has fainted, and thankfully, you managed to temper your aura somewhat. Otherwise, the black-scale guards outside would have been incapacitated as well, leading to quite the spectacle, Lin Wufeng remarked with a bittersweet smile. Even the formidable Tianxian realm cannot withstand it, let alone others. If the black-scale guards were to be completely stunned, it would expose us entirely. Rest assured, I am well aware of my limits. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Young master, can we save the prince now? Jian Wuxing's eyes suddenly gleamed with anticipation. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Do not worry, the old man will not perish just yet. The plan is halfway through, and we cannot allow our efforts to be in vain. With you here, the prince is certainly safe. However, young master, we are both injured, so some form of compensation is in order. Lin Wufeng chuckled mischievously. Jian Wuxing stared at Lin Wufeng in astonishment. This fellow had audacity to extort the young master. Very well, Lin Qiyeh agreed readily. I desire the shadowless step. Lin Wufeng blurted out, casting a knowing glance at Jian Wuxing. Jian Wuxing, realizing too late, quickly added, I require a more powerful sword technique. I believe the 13 swords of Wuxing would suit me perfectly. Lin Wufeng appended, I will demonstrate it only once. Whether you can comprehend it depends on your own understanding. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished like a wraith into the courtyard. Standing atop the crown of a tree, a branch appeared in his hand, and with a flourish, countless sword shadows filled the courtyard. The two watched intently, fearful of missing anything. After approximately half a tea's time, Lin Qiyeh returned to their side, neither breathless nor flushed. Have you learned it? He inquired with a smile. Lin Wufeng rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. I have utterly failed to learn it. Jian Wuxing looked at Lin Wufeng in shock and earnestly asked, Could you teach me? Lin Wufeng regarded Jian Wuxing as if he were a fool. Do you think I am a deity? I have failed to learn it, not mastered it. Just then, Lin Wufeng's expression suddenly turned icy. With a flick of his wrist, a sharp gleam shot forth from his sleeve. Chapter 11. The Great Dragon Envoy. With a crisp clang, sparks flew as Lin Wufeng's short blade was struck away, hurtling towards Lin Qiyeh. Lin Wufeng's pupils constricted to pinpoints as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Qiyeh. However, Lin Qiyeh was swifter still, extending his palm and deftly pinching the blade between two fingers. Jian Wuxing, sensing an imminent threat, was filled with astonishment. Wasn't the great Yin dynasty lacking in experts of the Earth Profound Realm? Where did this formidable opponent emerge from to successfully intercept Lin Wufeng's sudden assault? They must at least be of the Celestial Profound Realm. Just then, a ghostly figure materialized not far away. A tall, slender young man clad in black, appearing to be around 18 or 19 years of age. His countenance was stern, his gaze piercing, and his aura chilling, exuding an indescribable coldness, reminiscent of a venomous serpent. "Wuxin, you rascal, you nearly scared me to death," Lin Wufeng exclaimed upon seeing the newcomer, his heart still racing from the earlier encounter. "You are not missing any limbs." Lin Wuxin retorted with a sidelong glance at Lin Wufeng, then approached Lin Qiyeh with a hint of a smile. "Young master, you owe me compensation for my first failed assassination." Lin Wuxin's smile was more chilling than endearing, causing Jian Wuxing to shudder involuntarily. "Was it Yunnan Tian who sent you to kill me?" Lin Qiyeh inquired with a chuckle. Lin Wuxing nodded. "About a month ago, he was cloaked in black, leaving no trace, but the aura was unmistakably that of the Shadow Sword God by Yunnan Tian's side." Yunnan Tian sought the listening snow tower to eliminate the young master? Lin Wufeng was taken aback, yet found it somewhat amusing as he mused. It makes sense. Considering the Yellow Springs Pavilion and Blood Tower have attempted to assassinate the young master numerous times without success, they had no choice but to seek out the listening snow tower. Alas, he is destined for disappointment. "No, I am the one who must die." Lin Qiyeh suddenly narrowed his eyes. The three exchanged bewildered glances at his words. "I must perish for Yunnan Tian to feel secure in releasing the old man," Lin Qiyeh remarked with a smile. The three quickly grasped the implication. Lin Xiaotian had only recently fathered a child and had no other direct relatives. If Lin Qiyeh were to die, the Northern King Manor would effectively be rendered impotent. Is it truly necessary to complicate matters this way? Simply eliminate Yunnan Tian, and the prince shall become the new sovereign of the Great Yin. Those who oppose him can be dealt with accordingly. Lin Wuxing's expression turned icy. Yet such treasonous words rolled off his tongue as if they were mere commonplace. Lin Wufeng and Jian Wuxing's eyes sparkled with excitement, eager for action. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. What of the noble clans? If they are pushed to their limits, the Great Yin will be left in ruins. And what purpose would such a Great Yin serve? There are countless common folk. They cannot all be exterminated, can they? More importantly, do you believe that, given the old man's temperament, he would react favorably upon learning of this? The three fell into a profound silence. Based on their understanding of Lin Xiaotian, it was clear that he would never betray the Great Yin. Unless the royal family faced annihilation, the Great Yin found itself in dire straits, and the populace rallied behind him, compelling him to assume the mantle of leadership. After a long silence, Jian Wuxing spoke. "My lord, our informants have relayed that the people of the Great Dragon Dynasty will arrive at the Great Yin Imperial City in a month's time." "And what of the Great Wilderness and Great Yong dynasties?" Lin Qiyeh inquired. "The Great Wilderness Dynasty is wary of the Northern Town Army. They will only take advantage if other dynasties engage in conflict with Great Yin. As for the Great Yong Dynasty, having recently endured a war, they are unlikely to initiate hostilities in the near term," Jian Wuxing replied, taking a deep breath. "For now, the presence of the Great Dragon Dynasty is sufficient. Should they come to blows with Great Yin, the Great Wilderness, akin to a ravenous wolf, will undoubtedly seek to seize a piece of Great Yin for themselves," Lin Qiyeh remarked, his eyes narrowing. "As for the Great Yong, they are merely a cunning fox. Should Great Yin show signs of weakness, they will certainly intervene." "My lord, how would you prefer to meet your end?" Lin Wuxing suddenly asked with a smile. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. "Perhaps in 2 months' time. I intend to surprise Yunnan Tian, bringing him a moment of joy." Another month has swiftly passed. Lin Qiyeh's cultivation has solidified, yet he continues to immerse himself in the intoxicating allure of the Yuyun Pavilion. On the surface, the Great Yin Dynasty appears tranquil, but beneath the surface, tumult brews fiercely. Over the past month, those whose deposits have matured have received their interest from the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce, leading to a growing trust in the institution. From noble lords to common folk, all are eager to deposit their wealth therein, especially with rumors circulating that the current sovereign is behind the Lingyu Chamber. Doubts have all but vanished. Deposit. The interest accrued in a month rivals the meager earnings of several months of grueling labor. Who would be foolish enough not to save? Consequently, more individuals are now opting to lounge at home, reaping the benefits without toil. Why work at all? With their principal secured in the Lingyu Chamber, monthly interest withdrawals suffice for a comfortable living. At the Yuyun Pavilion, Lin Qiyeh sat by the window, gazing at the distant figure of the Lingyu Chamber, gently lifting his teacup to savor the steam rising from within. "My lord, our grain reserves are sufficient. Prices are beginning to rise slowly, though it remains subtle for now." Lin Yiren, who had vanished for 2 months, reappeared. Lin Qiyeh nodded. With no production and demand outstripping supply, how could prices not ascend? It is merely that the populace has yet to perceive this, or perhaps few truly care. By the time they realize, it will be too late. I've heard rumors regarding the emperor's connection to the Lin Qiyeh chamber. What is the truth of this? Lin Qiyeh suddenly asked. Jian Wuxing, who had been silent, replied. It is said that this information has leaked from the palace, and it is highly likely that it reflects the emperor's intent. Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow in surprise. This development could spell disaster for Great Yan. Even if Xuanhuan remained oblivious, he surely would not remain indifferent to such machinations. His fingers lightly tapped the table as his mind raced with thoughts. Esteemed sir, ever since the revelation that the Lin Qiyeh Chamber of Commerce operates under the aegis of the emperor, a frenzy has erupted among the noble families, powerful elites, and common folk alike. Although a substantial amount has been transported away, the treasury of the Lin Qiyeh Chamber remains brimming, and those individuals have once again approached us with demands. Lin Qieh's gaze turned slightly frigid. Demands? Let us bide our time. Prepare the list, ensuring that the emperor is made aware. Lin Qiyeh offered a sinister smile. The pride they now bask in will transform into profound regret within a month. The emperor, having finally found an opportunity, will undoubtedly preside over a cascade of executions. Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh's expression darkened. Xuanhuan has intervened, likely coveting the wealth of the Lin Qiyeh chamber. To preempt any unforeseen events, we shall advance the plan by 7 days. Wuxing, you shall make the arrangements. Rest assured, I am ever ready. Jian Wuxing nodded in acknowledgement. Bring your master forth. The mere fact that my lord graces this place is a blessing you could only hope for across 8 lifetimes. How dare you refuse to entertain a gaggle of harlots? Still wishing to uphold a faade, do you dare to believe I want to set this place ablaze? A furious shout resonated from below. Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow. My lord, it is the people of the great dragon dynasty. Jian Wuxing's eyes flickered coldly. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, rising to descend the stairs. The hall on the first floor was in disarray, where a burly man clutched a woman's hair from the Lin Qiyeh chamber, her face bearing the marks of 2 crimson slaps. Behind the burly man stood a young man clad in white, gently fanning himself with a folded fan, a faint smile gracing his features. The ladies of the Lin Qiyeh chamber are courtesans, offering their talents, not their bodies. If you can captivate her heart, it is a mutual accord. However, no one is permitted to resort to force here. As per the rules of the Lin Qiyeh chamber, a middle-aged woman with an alluring presence spoke, her expression devoid of fear. What if I insist on using force? The young man in white replied, his tone calm, yet his demeanor exuded unwavering authority. The middle-aged woman's countenance faltered. She could easily discern that these individuals were either wealthy or noble, and offending them would spell trouble. Just then, a dispassionate voice echoed, who dares to use force? This young master shall sever their fingers. Chapter 12. Morong Luoqing. The crowd collectively raised their gazes, beholding a dashing young man clad in purple, gracefully descending the staircase. Following closely behind him were a strikingly handsome man and a woman of exquisite beauty. Upon recognizing the newcomers, many in the crowd displayed expressions of trepidation and began to retreat. I have encountered the young master before. I beseech you to uphold justice, a middle-aged woman said, bowing deeply, as if she had found a solid support. Lin Qiyeh gently closed his folding fan, a devilish smile gracing his lips as he replied, well spoken. With that, his gaze shifted to the man in white and his companions. Today, this establishment is reserved by me. You may leave. Impudent. Do you know who my master is? Boomed a burly man, glaring at Lin Qiyeh, a formidable aura emanating from him. What manner of miscreant have you crawled out from beneath? Lin Qiyeh dismissed him with a derisive smile, his demeanor exuding arrogance. You seek death. Furious, the burly man raised his hand to strike Lin Qiyeh. Yet, Lin Qiyeh remained unmoved, his expression still adorned with a faint smile. Perceiving this, the burly man's resolve hardened, his murderous intent surging. Suddenly, just as the burly man's hand was about to make contact with Lin Qiyeh, a glimmer of cold light flashed. A sharp scream echoed throughout the hall as the burly man's hand was severed, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, a powerful kick struck his chest, sending him hurtling backward into the man in white. The latter's face contorted with rage. He had not anticipated that while Lin Qiyeh remained composed, the youth behind him would be so merciless as to sever his subordinate's hand. The man in white raised his hand to grasp the burly man. Yet he underestimated the strength of Jian Wuxing. A formidable force emanated from the burly man, and as the dark energy invaded his body, both men were sent reeling backward. In a moment of dire urgency, a young man in black behind them raised his hand lightly, stabilizing their forms. Instantly, the atmosphere in the hall became palpably tense. "Make your move swiftly, or be gone," Lin Qiyeh declared, his arrogance unabated, dismissing everyone before him. "You are Lin Qiyeh?" the man in white inquired, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Lin Qiyeh. "Do you know who I am? Why should I concern myself with any insignificant creature?" Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, regarding the man in white as one might regard an ant. I am Murong Luocheng, the sixth prince of the Great Dragon Dynasty, dispatched to the Great Yin. You have unjustly harmed my subordinate, and I shall certainly report this matter to the Yin Emperor," the white-clad man declared, his voice chilling. If glances could kill, Lin Qiyeh would have perished countless times. Expecting to instill fear by revealing his identity, he was taken aback when Lin Qiyeh scoffed. The envoy of the Great Dragon comes to the Great Yin, yet finds himself in a brothel? Surely, you do not mistake this place for the imperial palace of the Great Yin? You, Murong Luocheng nearly spat blood in wrath. Before he could speak, Lin Qiyeh said, "What if you are the prince of the Great Dragon? This is the Great Yin, and you must adhere to its rules. Get out." The crowd laughed derisively at the Great Dragon entourage. A prince threatening Lin Qiyeh? How absurd. It mattered not if you were the sixth prince of the Great Dragon. Even if you were the sixth prince of the Great Yin, Lin Qiyeh would remain undeterred. Murong Luocheng was seething with rage. At that moment, the young man in black beside him spoke. "Sixth prince, let us depart." Lin Qiyeh, "Wait for this prince." Gritting his teeth, Murong Luocheng issued a chilling remark and led his followers away. The revelers resumed their drinking and merriment, with the young master footing the bill. With a flourish of his sleeve, Lin Qiyeh ascended the stairs. The young master was formidable. "Thank you, young master," the crowd cheered.
Momentarily setting aside their disdain for Lin Qiyeh, upon returning to his chamber, Lin Qiyeh shed his earlier arrogance. "What are your thoughts?" he inquired. Lin Qiyeh pondered before responding.
"That individual is likely not Murong Luocheng. I have heard that he is refined and exceptionally wise. How could he be foolish enough to announce his identity in a brothel? Indeed, I find that the young man in black resembles Murong Luocheng more," Jian Wuxing remarked thoughtfully. Lin Qiyeh regarded the two with appreciation. "You both possess keen insight." Jian Wuxing, still perplexed, added, "Regardless of who is Murong Luocheng, they should not be at the Yuyan Pavilion." I observed that the black-clad man's gaze lingered on the young master 11 times. His intent must be directed at you. Lin Qiyeh interjected suddenly. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, agreeing with Lin Qiyeh's assessment. Yet he could not fathom why Murong Luocheng would seek him out. Was it to test him? "Young master, they are likely to stay for about a month. Whatever their purpose, they will surely reveal their true intentions," Jian Wuxing stated earnestly. Lin Qiyeh nodded in acknowledgement. At the Great Yin National Hotel, the entourage of the Great Dragon returned to their lodgings, each face marred by fury. "Take Yin Xiao below for treatment. Do your utmost to reattach his severed hand," Murong Luocheng commanded, then entered the room with the man in black, while their subordinates remained vigilant. "Your Highness." Murong Luocheng suddenly knelt on one knee, a look of frustration etched on his face. As Lin Qiyeh and his companions had surmised, the man in white was an impostor. The man in black was the true Murong Luocheng. The man in white was named Fang Shiying, a figure of considerable repute. He was the son of Fang Jinyan, the Grand Marshal of the Great Dragon. "Rise," Murong Luocheng gestured dismissively. "The rumors are indeed false. It seems we must alter our plans." "Alter our plans?" Fang Shiying asked in astonishment. "Your Highness, Lin Qiyeh is arrogant and contemptuous, a mere fool. If we assist him in becoming the Prince of the North, would it not fracture the Great Yin? Do you truly believe that Lin Qiyeh is merely a languid wastrel?" Murong Luocheng spoke with a calm demeanor, his entire presence transformed, akin to a different individual. "Is it not so?" Fang Shiying was taken aback. Murong Luocheng shook his head, asserting, "I trust my judgment." In the face of Yan Zhao's lethal strike, Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed and composed, not even blinking, which is ample evidence of his extraordinary nature. Lin Qiyeh is far from a mere superficial dandy. That is merely the facade he presents to the world, and such individuals are far more perilous. Moreover, Are you aware that the one who injured Yin Xiao is at least in the early stages of the Earth-profound realm? How could that be? Fang Shiying's pupils constricted. The truth is as it stands. Murong Luoqing's expression darkened, and he spoke gravely. Initially, I believed Lin Qiyeh to be nothing more than a wasteful dandy. I had planned to use a false corpse to impersonate Lin Xiaotian, thus informing the world of the great Yin dynasty of Lin Xiaotian's demise. In doing so, Yunantian would be compelled to allow Lin Qiyeh to inherit the title of Prince of Jinbei, a wasteful individual unable to thwart the great Huang dynasty. Yet, it now appears that Yunantian may have long harbored suspicions regarding Lin Qiyeh's true capabilities, perhaps even finding him more formidable than Lin Xiaotian, which is why he has kept him under house arrest within the great Yin imperial city. Therefore, not only must I prevent Lin Qiyeh from inheriting the title of Prince of Jinbei, but I must also stop him at all costs, even if it means taking his life. When shall we act? Fang Shiying's gaze turned icy. He was eager to eliminate Lin Qiyeh. In a month's time, upon our departure. Murong Luoqing replied, delicately sipping his tea, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Chapter 13. The Bleeding Night in the Northern Duke's Mansion. Lin Qiyeh reclined leisurely in a grand armchair, basking in the warm sunlight. It had been over 20 days since he last encountered the entourage of the Great Dragon Dynasty. To his astonishment, when they met Yunantian, the Great Dragon Dynasty's members made no mention of the events that transpired at the Yuyan Pavilion. Furthermore, they had scarcely ventured beyond the confines of the state guest house during this time. The more they remained sequestered, the more Lin Qiyeh suspected their intentions were anything but simple. Young master. At that moment, two figures hurriedly approached from outside the courtyard. Lin Wufeng inhaled deeply, stating, "News has come from Xuelu. 2 days ago, the military leaders stationed in the major cities of Dian were all replaced, and now entry is permitted, but no one may leave." Oh, Lin Qiyeh rose abruptly. "I have already informed Iran to withdraw immediately, that Songjin guards will act at once." Jian Wuxing added. Lin Qiyeh nodded, momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Yunantian has discovered something? That seems unlikely, Lin Wufeng replied, shaking his head. I believe Yunantian wishes to consume the Lingyu Merchant Association entirely. After all, the wealth of the Lingyu Merchant Association is enough to entice anyone. A glint of insight flashed in Lin Qiyeh's eyes as he smirked. I see now. What have you uncovered, young master? Jian Wuxing inquired. Do you recall the rumors circulating that the mastermind behind the Lingyu Merchant Association is none other than Yunantian? Lin Qiyeh chuckled, observing their nods. I must say, Yunantian has played a shrewd move. He deliberately allowed this information to leak, prompting both the esteemed families and the common folk alike to deposit their wealth into the Lingyu Merchant Association without hesitation. What would happen if Yunantian seized the opportunity to plunder the Lingyu Merchant Association? How could he dare? Jian Wuxing said, incredulous. Why wouldn't he dare? Wealth stirs the heart. As long as he is within the borders of the Dian dynasty, he has countless excuses to take down the Lingyu Merchant Association. Lin Wufeng narrowed his eyes, foreseeing that all the wealth of the Lingyu Merchant Association would fall into Yu Nanshan's grasp. Is he not afraid of a rebellion from the populace? Jian Wuxing remained skeptical. What if he were to return the riches to the people? Lin Wufeng scoffed. Who holds the greatest power in Dian? It is undoubtedly the millions of commoners. If they rally behind Yunantian, the noble families would be left to swallow their pride. Unfortunately, he was fated to find himself in a futile endeavor, dragging himself into an abyss instead. Young master, the emperor intends to act tonight. At that moment, Lin Wuxing appeared in the courtyard, bearing troubling news. Such haste? Lin Wufeng expressed his surprise. We should have enough time. I sent a message by carrier pigeon yesterday. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath. Do not worry, trust in Iran. She has surely received the news by now. Lin Qiyeh's expression turned cold, having underestimated the emperor's resolve. Only the people of Yuyan Pavilion were to remain. Everyone else was preparing to withdraw. By the way, young master, the people of the Great Dragon Dynasty are also preparing to leave. Lin Wuxing added. Lin Qiyeh was not at all surprised. He remarked casually, Murong Luoqing possesses quite an acute sense, yet he will undoubtedly take some action. My lord, I overheard their conversation. They intend to assassinate you tonight. Shall I eliminate them all? Lin Wuxing's murderous intent surged. No, we cannot afford to do that. Who would then return to the Great Dragon Dynasty with news? Lin Qiyeh smirked wickedly. Besides, we need not prepare for any corpses. as there are plenty from the great dragon dynasty. In the imperial palace, within the imperial study, a shadowy figure knelt respectfully and reported, "Your Majesty, the troops in the major cities have taken control, ensuring that not a single bird can escape. Proceed as planned." Yunantion nodded, his face aglow with excitement. The spirit ghost chamber of commerce had, over the past couple of months, devoured an unimaginable wealth. Once it fell into his hands, the coffers of the great yin would overflow, granting him the standing to rival the prominent clans. Indeed, the shadow replied respectfully, "By the way, Your Majesty, the people from the great dragon dynasty have departed unexpectedly and just as suddenly. Let us not concern ourselves with them for now. We shall deal with them after securing the spirit ghost chamber of commerce." Yunantion dismissed, his focus solely on the spirit ghost chamber, relegating all else to insignificance. Pausing briefly, he added, "As for my uncle, instruct him to exercise utmost caution. I have a sense that something is amiss." "Understood," the shadow responded, then continued. "We have received word from the listening snow pavilion. Prepare the commission for tomorrow, totaling 4,000,000 taels. Have these hyenas caught the scent of blood? Do they intend to take advantage of the chaos to strike Lin Qiyeh?" Yunantion chuckled softly. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your double fortune." The shadow smiled faintly. "Nanxian, you two have a knack for flattery?" Yunantion laughed heartily, his excitement genuine. "Very well, go carry out your tasks and await your good news." The shadow bowed respectfully and vanished quietly. Yunantion could not suppress the smile that crept onto his face. "After tonight, the hearts of the people will belong to me. And it is time for the prominent clans to bleed a little." As time gradually passed, the night quietly descended. The great Yin imperial city was ablaze with lights. Yet a palpable atmosphere of foreboding lingered in the air. The 4 city gates had been locked early, heavily guarded. "Capture the traitors. After the hour of the pig, no one is permitted to linger outside. Violators will be treated as rebels." Cold voices echoed through the streets, leaving the populace in astonishment. Was the great Yin imperial city really enforcing a curfew? A sense of unease crept into many hearts. In the northern town prince's residence, emptiness reigned. Lin Qiyeh stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the streets. Countless citizens hurried home, and the streets grew increasingly desolate. He remained motionless before the window for a prolonged moment. "Are all the arrangements in place?" Lin Qiyeh suddenly inquired in a flat tone. "Everything is ready." Jian Wuxing appeared, a hint of tension in his expression. "Then let us commence. We shall meet at the agreed location." Lin Qiyeh replied without turning back, "Yes." Jian Wuxing vanished silently. Moments later, Lin Qiyeh leisurely donned his night attire, and with a flicker of his form, he abruptly disappeared from the royal mansion. Just then, shadows leaped over the walls, each bearing sealed wooden barrels. The leader gently waved his hand, and the group dispersed. Shortly thereafter, the scent of flammable oil permeated the northern king's mansion. The group regrouped, and the leader raised a torch, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. "Be cautious not to play with fire and incinerate yourselves." At that moment, a mocking voice echoed. Suddenly, the air was filled with a series of swift strikes. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen men were slain with a single stroke to their throats, collapsing to the ground. The leader, one hand clutching the torch and the other grasping his throat, looked ahead in horror at a chilling visage, trembling as he uttered, You. His words were left unspoken as he fell into a pool of blood. The torch tumbled to the ground. Boom. A conflagration erupted, akin to a serpent of fire sprawling in every direction. Within mere moments, the northern king's mansion was completely engulfed. This was merely an appetizer. Tonight was destined to be one of bloodshed. Lin Wuxing licked his lips and coldly remarked, though the young master did not say it, "I ought to add a little more fuel to the fire. What if it angers the emperor to death?" Chapter 14. The blaze at Lingyu. Outside the Lingyu Merchants Association, countless black-scaled guards encircled the entire edifice, leaving no room for even a mosquito to slip through. Those who dared to resist would face merciless retribution. A shadowy figure let out a cold snort and waved his hand. At his command, dozens of guards, wielding heavy logs, violently struck the entrance. With a resounding crash, the door was breached. Simultaneously, a fierce inferno surged forth, engulfing several individuals who were caught, their anguished cries piercing the air. "Retreat." The shadow observed the chaos with a chilling smirk. For the past 2 months, he had dispatched men to monitor the situation. Though a considerable amount of wealth had been transported from the Lingyu Merchants Association, a significant portion remained within its treasury. What did it matter if the association burned down? Once the flames were extinguished, the silver would still be silver, and the gold would remain gold. The value would not diminish due to a mere conflagration. Before long, the fire consumed the entire Lingyu Merchants Association, visible even from a considerable distance. However, due to the curfew, no one dared to venture outside to investigate. The shadow coldly watched the raging flames, waiting in silence. Feiyun City, one of the 18 grand cities of the Dayan Empire, was known for its prosperity and wealth. In times past, the streets thrived with bustling crowds and lively chatter. Yet this night, an unusual stillness enveloped the city. The Lingyu Merchants Association, situated in the heart of the city's most vibrant area, typically boasted numerous patrolling guards. However, this evening, the association closed its doors early, and the guards had vanished. Within the merchants' building, only 8 figures remained. "Master, why have we not dispatched anyone to patrol? What if someone attempts to raid the treasury?" inquired a black-clad youth, around 16 or 17 years of age. The others echoed his confusion, uncertain of the master's intentions. The proprietor fixed his gaze on the youth, saying, "Linyu, I am aware of your identity as a member of the Zhangjian Guard." "I do not understand what you are implying," replied Linyu, looking perplexed at the master. "Do not deny it. There must be another member of the Zhangjian Guard among you. You should be aware of your mission, correct?" "We must act immediately," the master insisted, his expression grave. Linyu furrowed his brow. Quickly, the master's urgency intensified as he sensed Lin Yu's hesitation. "Things have been amiss these past few days, and I fear we may be out of time. Should anything go awry, I will take full responsibility. I may not know how you plan to handle the gold and silver, but they must not fall into the hands of others." Lin Yu exchanged a glance with another youth and finally nodded. "I will take care of it. You all should retreat as swiftly as possible. We will assist." "With only 2 of you, time may not be on your side," the master countered, gritting his teeth. "Very well. Head to the treasury entrance. There is a side door nearby. Bring out the fire oil and pour it around the courtyard." Lin Yu inhaled deeply, and in that moment, everyone sprang into action. Half an hour later, the group was panting heavily, the air thick with the pungent scent of oil. "Quickly, take down the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce. Not a single mosquito should be spared." At that moment, a furious shout echoed through the streets, swiftly followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. "They are coming?" The manager's heart raced. "Manager Xiao Li, you have achieved a great feat." Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished that someone truly intended to strike against the Lingyu Chamber. "The gold and silver have yet to be dealt with. You must hurry," Manager Xiao Li urged anxiously. Lin Yu, however, remained calm, grabbing a torch and casually tossing it into the pool of oil. In an instant, flames surged forth, causing the crowd to retreat in fear, believing Lin Yu was preparing to self-immolate. Yet, to their astonishment, the fire merely licked the walls, the ground having mysteriously collapsed, effectively containing the blaze. "Quick! Retrieve as much silver as possible," Lin Yu commanded, striding towards the treasury. Xiao Li and the others followed closely behind. Though they were uncertain of Lin Yu's intentions, they executed his orders without hesitation. Within half a TS time, the area outside the treasury was piled high with silver. "What purpose does this wooden frame serve?" Xiao Li inquired curiously, glancing at the frame that had been there since the establishment of the Lingyu Chamber, yet he remained oblivious to its function. "That's enough. You all should retreat first," Lin Yu said solemnly. Xiao Li wanted to say more, but upon meeting Lin Yu's icy gaze, he swallowed his words. He then led the 5 others to the side of a rockery, moved aside a stone, and revealed a dark underground passage. "Take care," Xiao Li said before departing without a glance back. "We have little time, Lin Jian. We must be swift," Lin Yu remarked, turning to the other young man remaining. Lin Jian nodded, and together they hastily loaded the silver onto the wooden frame. Had Xiao Li and the others been present, they would have been astonished at their speed. Their prowess suggested they were at least of the Danxian realm. After nearly a stick of incense's time, they finally completed their task. Countless silver pieces stacked upon the frame. "You go handle the gold and silver in the treasury." Lin Yu inhaled deeply, clutching buckets of oil as he ascended the frame. Lin Jian promptly moved deeper into the treasury, prying open the wall and pressing a hidden switch. Instantly, the ground of the treasury tilted sharply. sending the gold and silver cascading into the depths below, the ground shaking violently. In mere moments, the treasures had vanished entirely. As Lin Qiyeh emerged, Lin Yu unhesitatingly tossed the torch he held. Lin Yu, can this flame truly melt silver? Lin Qiyeh inquired with great curiosity. Brother Wusheng said it could, and it certainly can. Lin Yu took a deep breath, adding, however, to be safe, let's wait a moment before we leave. They won't be able to enter for a short time. Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. Two individuals stood a short distance away, quietly awaiting their fate. The sweltering heat rendering them exceedingly uncomfortable as beads of sweat cascaded down their faces. Fortunately, their formidable prowess shielded them from the immediate threat posed by the oppressive temperature. As time passed, their eyes widened in astonishment. Before them, the silver upon the wooden frame melted rapidly, flowing towards the subterranean vault. Could it be that kerosene could indeed liquefy silver? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. According to Brother Wusheng, the wood and kerosene had undergone special treatment, making them exceptionally resilient to burning, with combustion temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees, sufficient to melt even gold. Lin Yu chuckled softly, although internally, he was not as composed as he appeared. After a pause, he remarked, there lies over 1,000,000 taels of silver. If it all melts, it will inundate the gold and silver below. Once the silver cools and solidifies, it will form a cohesive mass, and the underground pit, cast from wrought iron, is a large cylinder that even those in the divine profound realm might struggle to breach. Even if discovered, it would take 2 to 3 years to extract. Who conceived such a method? Lin Qiyeh pondered, truly enlightened. Countless treasures of silver and gold lay before them, yet they could only gaze in longing, unable to carry any away. One could only wonder what those outside would think. It was said to be the work of a nobleman. Lin Yu's face shone with admiration. After a while, the two observed the silver liquid had begun to seep through the ground. Well, the task is complete. Let us retreat, Lin Yu smiled, and together they hastily exited the passage. Such occurrences transpired across all cities of the great Yin dynasty. When Yunantian learned of this, he was so enraged that he spat blood and fainted. Chapter 15. The Emperor spits blood in the grand palace of the great Yin. 3 months had elapsed since Lin Qiyeh's last visit. With a sweep of his divine consciousness, he found everything unchanged. Lin Xiaodian remained in a state of deep slumber. With a graceful leap, he materialized in the courtyard. Suddenly, a shadow darted from the chamber, akin to a swift swallow, its fierce sword light slicing through the darkness. Aimed directly at Lin Qiyeh, Xuanhuan was as vigilant as ever, her strikes ferocious and decisive. Lin Qiyeh stood motionless, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. As the sword light approached, he deftly sidestepped, resembling a wraith. In that moment, an otherworldly light flickered. With a soft thud, Xuanhuan's movements faltered, her pupils constricting violently. Her sword hand frozen in midair. Clutching her neck with her left hand, her face contorted in horror. Instantly, a column of blood shot skyward. Her head rolled to the ground, the cut at her neck clean and precise. She could never have imagined that a formidable expert of the divine profound realm would meet such a swift demise. And throughout the entire process, silence reigned. Lin Qiyeh did not cast a glance back and proceeded toward the chamber. Opening the underground passage, the flicker of his sword illuminated the darkness as blood splattered. The 4 guards protecting Lin Xiaodian were annihilated in an instant. Lin Qiyeh approached the unconscious Lin Xiaodian and let out a soft sigh. He had initially intended only to eliminate Xuanhuan, not to dispose of the 4 guards. Yet, he dared not take chances. While Yunantian was unlikely to kill Lin Xiaodian, what if the guards acted rashly upon discovering Xuanhuan's demise? Wufeng, I leave it to you, Lin Qiyeh murmured softly. Rest assured, young master. Anyone who dares to lay a finger on the prince shall face the obliteration of their entire clan, came Lin Wufeng's voice from the shadows. Lin Qiyeh nodded and departed quietly. In the imperial study, Yunantian had not slept a wink throughout the night, though his spirit was unusually exhilarated. At this moment, dawn was breaking, and he was certain the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce had been secured. Your Majesty, a deep voice called from outside the door. Enter. Yunantian forced himself to regain composure, responding in a measured tone. The door swung open, revealing a stooped figure who stepped inside. Lu Banban, what brings you here? Yunanshan's mood was remarkably good, and he refrained from referring to him as old dog. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and his brow furrowed. Lu Jin should have been unaware of the matters concerning the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce. Your Majesty, the sinful prince has passed away. Lu Jin knelt suddenly, his voice trembling. What? Yunantian shot upright, disbelief etched across his face. Quickly, to the ancestral temple. He hastily exited the imperial study, a contingent of black-scaled guards following closely behind. Racing toward the ancestral temple, Yunanshan's heart clung to a thread of hope. However, upon encountering Yu Jiuxuan's lifeless body, he felt as though struck by lightning. His body faltering, Lu Jin hurriedly steadied him. Get away. Yunantian flung his sleeve, his eyes bloodshot and face pale, seething, a pack of useless fools. Your Majesty, forgive us, we are prepared to die. The black-scaled guards, trembling in fear, fell to their knees. Yunantian, cold and silent, lifted his gaze towards a nearby chamber. At that moment, the door stood wide open, revealing four gruesome corpses, yet the body of Lin Xiaodian was conspicuously absent. Guard the entrance, no one is to enter. Yunantian commanded with a fierce expression. The death of Yu Jiuxuan was a significant blow, akin to losing a valuable card in his hand. He hastened alone into the chamber and descended to the underground palace. To his astonishment, Lin Xiaodian was still alive. A glimmer of icy murderous intent flashed in Yunanshan's eyes. He ultimately restrained himself. Lin Xiaodian could not perish just yet. At least not until the aristocratic families had been thoroughly cleansed. If given the opportunity, he might even use Lin Xiaodian to confront the noble families, allowing him to become another ace in his hand. Honor the deceased king with a proper burial, seal the ancestral temple, and permit no one to enter or exit. Yunantian swiftly exited the chamber, leaving those words behind as he returned to the imperial study. Although Yu Jiuxuan had died, as long as the plan of the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce succeeded, none of this would matter. Time passed. Yunantian paced restlessly within the room, clearly betraying the turmoil within his heart. At last, a shadow materialized in the chamber. Well? Yunanshan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Your Majesty, the shadow began, hesitating to find the right words. Have we failed? Yunantian shuddered, feeling as if all strength had drained from him. He suddenly felt a surge of relief that he had spared Lin Xiaodian. The gold and silver remained with the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce. The shadow inhaled deeply. Good. Yunantian applauded, convinced that as long as wealth was secured, he had not truly lost. However, the shadow shifted its tone. Voice hoarse. Those thieves have turned all the gold and silver into silver pillars, deeply buried underground. Without 3 to 5 years, they cannot be retrieved. What? Yunanshan's pupils constricted. He had considered failure, but never such a consequence. If all the gold and silver had been transported away, he could merely concede defeat to superior skill. But now, the wealth remained, yet was rendered useless to him. With a sudden cough, Yunantian expelled a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Your Majesty. The shadow's expression changed dramatically, rushing to support Yunantian. Quick, summon the imperial physician. 3 hours later, Yunantian slowly regained consciousness, his face as pale as parchment, aged beyond measure. Your Majesty, the shadow exclaimed with joy. Yunantian, weakly, inquired, Yunanshan, tell me, who is scheming against me? The shadow, Yunanshan, fell silent for a moment, contemplating before responding. The most likely suspect is Lin Qiyeh. That spineless wastrel? Yunantian scoffed. A mere extravagant libertine. No matter how patient he may be, cannot possibly orchestrate the grand design. Yunanshan, Your Majesty, I have long harbored a suspicion. Since we are able to engage with the listening snow tower, is it not possible that Lin Qiyeh can be reached as well? Yunantian's pupils constricted. Yunanshan elucidated. The listening snow tower claimed they would eliminate Lin Qiyeh, and indeed, the North Town Prince's residence was engulfed in flames last night, leaving only fragments of bones. However, it is entirely plausible that Lin Qiyeh is not truly deceased. Furthermore, I refuse to believe that the Blood Cloud sect would dare to breach their promise and assassinate my uncle. It is highly likely that the perpetrator was merely an impostor. Among the 7 great empires, only the Listening Snow Tower possesses the capability to eliminate my uncle. What a formidable entity the Listening Snow Tower is. Yunantian ground his teeth in fury, vowing, in my lifetime, I shall exact vengeance for this. To utter such words in my presence, is that not rather audacious? Suddenly, a mocking voice emerged from the shadows. Yunanshan immediately sensed a grave threat, brandishing his sword and coldly fixating on the corner. Who goes there? Upon his command, a masked figure slowly emerged from the darkness. It is you. Yunnan Xian's pupils contracted, his voice icy. The listening snow tower prides itself on its integrity. Yet you dare to betray your employer. One may indulge in reckless consumption, but words must be chosen with care. The masked figure's gaze turned frigid. Exuding a palpable murderous intent, Lin Qiyeh commissioned the listening snow tower to eliminate Xuanhuan first, while you contracted for Lin Qiyeh's assassination subsequently. Regardless of the order, the listening snow tower has fulfilled the commissions from both parties. Very well, I can feign ignorance to your words. But the commission must not be diminished by even an ounce. Where is Lin Qiyeh's corpse? Yunnan Tian's voice turned cold. Your commission merely entailed the death of Lin Qiyeh. It did not stipulate the need for a corpse. Just as Lin Qiyeh commissioned the assassination of Xuanhuan without requesting the rescue of Lin Xiaotian. What? Do you intend to renege on your agreement? The masked figure leisurely drew out a sword, prepared to strike at any moment. Yunnan Tian, consumed by rage, coughed up another mouthful of blood. Chapter 16. A sea of heads. Yunnan Tian gritted his teeth, ultimately yielding to the demand of the listening snow tower, surrendering the remaining 4 million taels of commission. Witnessing the masked figure depart with a dozen carts of silver, his heart seethed with animosity, and he nearly issued a command to eliminate him multiple times. Lin Qiyeh, Yunnan Tian's eyes brimmed with fury. Your Majesty, Lin Qiyeh is likely truly deceased. The listening snow tower prides itself on integrity and would not lie. Yunnan Tian suddenly inhaled deeply and remarked, whether he is dead or alive is of no consequence now. Had I known this would transpire, I should have instructed the Imperial Guards to slay him without hesitation. Yunnan Tian seethed. Even if Lin Qiyeh were dead, the repercussions of this debacle would be enough to cripple him. The lamb he sought to devour had slipped away, leaving him in a quagmire. How could he accept such an outcome? Pausing for a moment, he continued, tell me, why would Lin Qiyeh wish to kill my uncle? Does he possess knowledge of something? Yunnan Tian pondered for a while, then shook his head. I am unaware. My uncle had no prior dealings with Lin Qiyeh. My concern lies with the listening snow tower. What if? The listening snow tower will not divulge anything. Even if they did, who would believe them? Yunnan Tian scoffed, rubbing his temples. What is the situation outside? The populace is enraged upon learning that the Lingyu Merchant Association has been reduced to ashes. Yunnan Tian inhaled deeply. Furthermore, there are rumors circulating that it was orchestrated by your Majesty to plunder the hard-earned money of the common people. If this continues, it will lead to significant trouble. Yunnan Tian's expression darkened, his voice icy. Those who spread rumors shall face the annihilation of their entire clan. Suddenly, Yunnan Tian produced a notebook from his bosom. This is something I discovered amidst the ruins of the Lingyu Merchant Association. With a perplexed expression, Yunnan Tian accepted the notebook. Upon opening it, an overwhelming aura of murder surged forth, and as he read through its contents, his body began to tremble. Do you believe this matter to be true? Yunnan Tian's fingers quivered, his tone frigid and shaky. It is highly likely true, Yunnan Tian contemplated. In fact, there are not only incriminating evidences against the Wen family, but also against dozens of other noble and lesser families. If fabricated, the deception is far too convincing. The great yin is rotted to its core. Yunnan Tian slowly closed his eyes, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. Your Majesty, this may not be without opportunity. Yunnan Tian suddenly knelt, saying, these pieces of evidence are sufficient to uproot those noble families, but the impact would be too great. We must temporarily spare the Wen family. Those wolves in sheep's clothing. I beseech your Majesty to exercise your judgment. Summon Wen Xingtian, Sima Tianyuan, and the 6 ministers to my presence, Yunnan Tian commanded. His gaze icy. Once you have secured Lin Xiaotian, lead the Shadow Guards and the black-scaled Imperial Guards to eradicate all families below the rank of Marquis by nightfall, leaving no trace behind. Understood. Yunnan Tian's demeanor turned serious. Additionally, immediately take control of the assets of these families, tally all wealth, and distribute it among the common people. Yunnan Tian added. In the imperial city of Great Yin, the populace was thrown into a panic upon learning of the destruction of the Lingyu Merchant Association. Many individuals had entrusted their life savings to the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce, only to find them entirely vanished overnight. How could they possibly come to terms with such a calamity? In an instant, the capital of Dian was engulfed in lamentation and chaos. Numerous citizens attempted to storm the Lingyu chamber, but were met with the merciless blades of the imperial guards, who executed anyone within 20 paces of the establishment without hesitation. Ultimately, the preservation of life took precedence, and the populace fell silent, though none were willing to depart. It was during this tumultuous time that a formidable contingent of imperial guards clad in black-scaled battle armor marched towards the estates of the prominent families within the capital. This spectacle captured the attention of many onlookers. Was that not the residence of the Zhang family? Lord Zhang, a third-rank official, was under scrutiny. What could the black-scaled guards possibly want? The crowd was rife with speculation. Soon after, anguished screams echoed from the Zhang estate. The Zhang family had colluded with the Lingyu chamber, betraying the nation and defrauding the citizenry, leading to their annihilation. By imperial decree, the populace was urged to remain calm. Those in possession of deposits at the Lingyu chamber would be reimbursed once the funds were recovered. Moments later, a resounding proclamation rang out. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted in cheers. For the common folk, the demise of a family was of little consequence. Their primary concern was the retrieval of their lost wealth. Such events transpired throughout the capital of Dian. Within half a day, rivers of blood flowed, and heads rolled. The prominent families were struck with terror, many fleeing in panic. Yet the city gates were barred, guarded by the black-scaled imperial guards. No creature, not even a rat, could escape. Within the capital, ultimately, the emperor's word was law. In the imperial study, Xuanhuan reclined in his chair, his eyes slightly glazed, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the room had become palpably tense. Your Majesty, one venerable elder with a dignified demeanor spoke, bowing respectfully. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes and replied calmly, "Today, I inadvertently obtained certain items I wish for you to examine." He gestured to Lu Jin, who distributed several documents to the assembled officials. With expressions of confusion, they casually opened the papers. In the next moment, with the exception of Sima Tianyun, the others turned ashen, collapsing to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. "Why do you kneel? You are all my most trusted ministers?" Xuanhuan's tone remained even, yet the others felt a chilling aura of impending doom. "I have failed to restrain the members of my family. I would gladly face death," the elder lamented, tears streaming down his face. Xuanhuan smirked inwardly. Did he think a mere utterance could absolve him of responsibility? Truly, he was the prime minister of Dian. At that moment, a shadow entered the room. It was Xuanhuan. "Your Majesty, a total of 28 families have been eradicated, resulting in the execution of 16,941 individuals," he reported, unwavering in his gaze. Upon hearing this, the officials felt a chill envelop them, their eyes filled with dread. "Yet that is insufficient," Xuanhuan remarked indifferently. "The black-scaled imperial guards have already proceeded to 17 other cities. Within half a month, they will eradicate all traitors." Yunnan narrowed his eyes as he regarded Wen Xingchen and the others, speaking in a measured tone. "For the time being, you shall remain here, tasked with atoning for your sins through service. Should any information escape your lips, there shall be no mercy." "I would not dare," came the response. As the heads of the group bobbed like chicks pecking at grains, the emperor had already taken the initiative. They dared not entertain any treacherous thoughts. Should any mishap occur, under Yunnan's ruthless methods, it was certain that none within the imperial city would escape unscathed. "Best not to." Yunnan waved his hand, instructing Sima Tianyun to stay. Upon hearing this, Wen Xingchen and the others retreated. Sima Tianyun was left in awe, astonished that Yunnan had gathered such damning evidence against the noble families and had decisively eradicated 28 clans. "Tianyun, you have performed admirably," Yunnan remarked. "I merely adhere to my duties," Sima Tianyun humbly replied. Sima Tianyun awaited further orders. Yunnan's expression suddenly turned grave. "I appoint you as the commander of the West. You are to immediately lead 500,000 troops to Longmen Pass, ensuring that the forces of the Great Dragon do not set foot in the territory of Dian." "As you command," Sima Tianyun knelt, then asked in surprise, "Your Majesty, is Great Dragon preparing to mobilize?" "As a precaution. There is another task. Cooperate with the Imperial Guard along the way to eliminate any rebels. Those who dare resist shall face the eradication of 10 clans." Yunnan nodded. He understood well that he only temporarily held the upper hand. The noble families should not be underestimated, as they could strike back at any moment. Until the situation with the noble families was resolved, vigilance was necessary, especially since many of them had clandestine connections. Understood, Sima Tianyin replied, departing. Yunnan squinted slightly and exhaled a deep breath. Nanquan, what are the results? A total of 17,200,000 taels of gold and 195 million taels of silver have been seized, Yunnan reported honestly. Yunnan inhaled sharply. His voice cold, just a bunch of rats. The real tigers have yet to be dealt with, and they dare to hoard such immense wealth. Your Majesty, the Wen family and other ducal houses cannot be eradicated entirely, but they can certainly be pressured, Yunnan added. Yunnan's face broke into a smile. Since we have taken action, we must instill fear in them. I want them to understand who truly holds the reins in Dian. Chapter 17. The Northern King seeks an audience with Yuyun Pavilion. Lin Qiyeh sat quietly by the window, gazing at the distant Lingyu Merchants Guild. It remained under the vigilant guard of the Imperial Guards, deterring anyone from approaching even by a fraction. Ordinarily, as night descended, this place would be ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. However, today, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. My lord, the Emperor has annihilated 28 clans, and the Black Scale Guards have exited the city, Jian Wuxing remarked from behind. It was evident that the Emperor's resolve was formidable, having finally found an opportunity. How could he possibly let it slip away? Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, yet the major clans were not so easily vanquished. Moreover, it would not be long before the Great Dragon would mobilize its forces. I have dispatched individuals to disseminate news in the Great Wilderness and the Great Yong Imperial City. They will undoubtedly seize the right moment to act. By the way, Sima Tianyin has just led his troops out of the city, Jian Wuxing added. Lin Qiyeh nodded, letting out a sigh. Yunnan Tian is indeed a capable ruler, ruthless, cunning, and exceptionally intelligent, capable of preemptively countering the Great Dragon Dynasty. Had it not been for the treachery against the old man, matters would not have escalated to this point. The seeds of calamity have already been sown, and chaos is imminent in Dian. Indeed, although the Emperor has executed over 20 clans and amassed an immense fortune, the ensuing crises cannot be resolved merely by wealth. Jian Wuxing concurred. As nearly 3 months had passed, most people had given up on production, inevitably leading to skyrocketing food prices. Even if the Emperor returned wealth to the populace, what good would it do? Gold and silver cannot sustain life. My lord, why not rescue the prince directly? Once he returns to Yanbei City, the Emperor would be powerless to act, Jian Wuxing inquired suddenly. Rest assured, the Emperor was reluctant to kill him before. Now, he is even more hesitant, Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. Days slipped by in a blink. The situation in Dian unfolded as Lin Qiyeh had anticipated. Yunnan Tian returned wealth to the people, yet it remained a mere drop in the bucket. The primary issue was the acute food shortage in the Dian Imperial City. With prices soaring, even with money, acquiring food was not guaranteed. Although starvation had not yet reached critical levels, signs of unrest in Dian were beginning to surface. Another fortnight passed, and incidents of theft and robbery became increasingly frequent. Prominent clans began to voluntarily contribute grain, which had been anticipated by Lin Qiyeh. With Yunnan Tian holding evidence against them, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Unfortunately, the grain provided by the clans was woefully insufficient. How many were in the clans? How many resided in Dian Imperial City? Moreover, the clans would never wholeheartedly support Yunnan Tian. They were merely attempting to placate his anger. Given the opportunity, they would strike back like venomous serpents. That opportunity had now arrived. In the Imperial study, Yunnan Tian's countenance was frigid. The unforeseen event he had anticipated had, regrettably, come to pass. The Great Dragon Dynasty's military loomed over the western borders. While 500,000 troops could deter the Great Dragon Dynasty, what is required for war? Weapons and provisions. The Great Yin boasts an abundance of weapons, yet it finds itself in dire straits concerning provisions. Your Majesty, I am guilty. I beseech your Majesty to mete out punishment. Yunnan knelt upon the ground. Who is responsible for this? Yunnan Tian inquired, his voice tinged with gravity. Yunnan inhaled deeply and replied, I do not know. The adversary has acted with utmost secrecy, commencing clandestine grain acquisitions 3 months prior. Following the events with the Lingyu Merchant Association, the grain supply across the various cities has dwindled to a critical level. Even wealth cannot procure it. It is indeed a meticulously woven plot. This is a scheme to bring ruin to our great yen. Yunanshan's eyes glistened with crimson fury. After laboriously resolving the Lingyu Merchant Association's affairs, there was finally a moment to breathe. Yet, unexpectedly, the Great Dragon Dynasty has seized the opportunity to infiltrate. The present state of Great Yin is ill-equipped to endure the tribulations of war. Your Majesty, Chancellor Wan and Minister of Revenue Li Wentao seek an audience. At this moment, Lu Jin's voice echoed from the doorway. Summon them. Yunantian's gaze turned icy. Moments later, when Xingqian and Minister Li Wentao entered. We pay our respects to your Majesty, they both intoned with reverence. When Xingqian bowed deeply and declared, Your Majesty, I have heard that the Great Dragon has invaded our territory. I promptly organized officials at all levels to raise military funds, collecting a total of 10,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, and 50,000 stones of grain, all of which have been handed over to Lord Li. His tone brimmed with pride, seeking commendation. He stood in stark contrast to his timorous demeanor from just over half a month ago. Your Majesty, Chancellor Wen's diligence and contributions are exemplary. A model for all officials of Great Yin, Li Wentao concurred. Your words are too generous, my lords. We are merely alleviating your Majesty's burdens, when Xingqian modestly responded. Yunantian, upon hearing their exchange, felt his countenance darken as though it might drip with disdain. In the previous incident of confiscation and extermination, each clan had averaged over 600,000 taels of gold, nearly 7 million taels of silver, not to mention countless other assets. Yet now, the esteemed clans have managed to gather such a meager sum. Is this a mere pittance? How dare they come before me to seek accolades? Have they not yet learned to fear me? Just as Yunantian prepared to unleash his wrath, when Xingqian interjected once more, Your Majesty, I have heard that not only the Great Dragon Dynasty, but also the Great Wilderness Dynasty is mobilizing troops, poised to exert pressure upon the northern border. Yunantian's expression stiffened. In an instant, he comprehended why when Xingqian had regained his former boldness, he evidently had newfound support. To thwart the Great Dragon and Great Wilderness dynasties, he must secure the backing of the noble clans. He inhaled deeply, restoring his countenance to calmness, and spoke in a measured tone. You have worked hard, my dear one. Please rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Xingqian stood and continued, Your Majesty, Great Yin must prepare for war in advance. The troops of the Great Wilderness are well-trained and well-supplied. They should not be underestimated. Yunantian seethed with rage internally, yet maintained an impassive facade. Do you possess any sound strategies, my dear one? Currently, General Sima guards the western frontier, while the Prince of the North is unaccounted for. The only one capable of resisting the Great Wilderness Dynasty is General Li Wulyu. When Xingqian pondered momentarily and remarked, The General of Anbei commands an army of 200,000, stationed year-round at Yan'an City, and can reach Yanbei City within 7 days. Yunantian remained silent. Yet inwardly, he could not suppress his derisive laughter. The Li family was not inferior to the Wen family. With Li Wentao in civil matters and Li Wulyu in martial prowess, they were among the most prominent clans of Dian. How could he fail to comprehend when Xingqian's implication? The affairs of the Lingyu Merchants Association had long since spread throughout Dian, and the offspring of the great clans were undoubtedly well aware of it. This old rogue was attempting to threaten him, underestimating the resilience of the noble families. Ultimately, the Dian Empire relied on these clans for protection. If Yunantian dared to eradicate the noble families, he should not be surprised if they resorted to mutual destruction. At this moment, could he refuse? Although the northern town army was valiant and skilled in battle, it was leaderless. As long as there was no conflict, all was well. However, should a battle arise, they might struggle against the forces of the Great Wilderness, especially under the current circumstances of food shortages. The loss of Yanbei City would render Yan'an City the last bastion of defense for the northern borders of Dian. Minister Wen worries for Dian, and I am greatly comforted. Yunantian replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. I dare not take credit. It is my duty as a minister to be concerned for the emperor. When Xingqian responded with a faint smile, maintaining a composed demeanor, I implore your majesty to prepare early. Minister Wen, if General Li were to proceed to Yanbei City, who would guard Yan'an City? Yunantian coldly chuckled. General Zhou Wujing of the cavalry is more than capable. General Zhou commands the palace guards. If he were to depart, who would protect the palace? The two engaged in a back-and-forth argument, unable to reach a consensus. A cold light flickered in Yunantian's eyes. This old man was indeed cunning, and he had few trustworthy confidants, with General Zhou Wujing being one of them. Did he truly intend to reassign him from the imperial city? Yunnan Tian felt a strong urge to eliminate Wen Xingqian immediately. Your Majesty, the king of Northern Town requests an audience. At that moment, Lu Jin's voice resonated once more. Wen Xingqian's pupils constricted, and Li Wentao exclaimed in surprise, "Who?" Chapter 18. The midnight assault. Yunnan Tian regarded Wen Xingqian and Li Wentao with a cold smirk in his heart. Your Majesty, the king of the north requests an audience, announced Lu Jin. Seeing Yunnan Tian remain silent, he repeated the statement. Wen Xingqian and Li Wentao finally grasped the situation, their faces reflecting astonishment. The king of the north? Had he not vanished for 5 years? How could he suddenly reappear? Moreover, his presence in the imperial city had gone unnoticed. Quickly announce him, no? I shall personally welcome him. Yunnan Tian hastened out of the imperial study, followed closely by Yunnan Xian and others. Moments later, a figure, somewhat gaunt yet standing tall like a pine, appeared before them. His countenance was imposing and remarkably handsome, exuding an undeniable aura of authority. It was indeed the king of the north, Lin Xiaodian. Your servant pays his respects to your majesty, Lin Xiaodian greeted with a bow. There is no need for such formalities, Yunnan Tian replied promptly, striding to Lin Xiaodian's side, grasping both of his hands tightly, his eyes glistening with tears. Xiaodian, you have finally awakened. Do you know how arduous my search for you has been over these 5 years? Witnessing this scene of loyalty and respect between sovereign and subject, Yunnan Xian could not help but admire Yunnan Tian. Truly, he was an emperor of unparalleled capability and character. Lin Xiaodian, having been trapped for 5 years, still had to serve him faithfully. A flicker of coldness passed through Wen Xingqian and Li Wentao's eyes, but it quickly vanished. Your Majesty, I am deeply sorry for causing you worry. I was ambushed and fell into a deep coma. Were it not for your rescue. Lin Xiaodian sighed. It is a relief to hear you are well, Yunnan Tian replied, tears brimming in his eyes. Those treacherous rebels dared to say you were dead. In my fury, I executed them, for I knew you would not meet such a fate. Indeed, heaven has eyes, and it has finally guided me to you. Lu Banban, send word to the imperial kitchen to prepare a banquet to welcome Xiaotian back. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodian felt a warmth in his heart. However, his expression soon turned serious. Your Majesty, there is no need for a banquet. I have heard that the Dragon Empire is advancing. I have returned to share your burdens. With Xiaotian by my side, how fortunate I am. Yunnan Tian exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With the king of the north present, we shall surely suppress the northern front. The forces of the great wilderness shall not dare to encroach upon our great yin, Wen Xingqian concurred. Indeed, Yunnan Tian appeared cheerful on the surface, but inwardly, he was filled with derision. Just moments ago, were you not threatening me? Why now do you not dare to utter a word? The great wilderness is also mobilizing. Lin Xiaotian's expression turned cold. Wen Xingqian then succinctly recounted the situation in the northern front. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaodian respectfully stated, Your Majesty, I request immediate return to Yanbei City to guard Yinyun Pass and repel the enemy. Granted. Yunnan Tian hesitated briefly before nodding. Lin Xiaotian's arrival was swift, and so was his departure. Wen Xingqian and Li Wentao followed Lin Xiaodian away, a glimmer of malice flashing in their eyes. In the imperial study, Yunnan Xian sighed and said, Your Majesty, with the return of the northern king, we need not fear the wilderness. Alas, the matter of dealing with Pan can only be set aside for now. Yunnan Tian remained silent, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had contemplated eliminating Lin Xiaotian, which would render the northern king a relic of the past, allowing him to slowly navigate the intricacies of the prominent families. Yet, he ultimately restrained himself. At this moment, he felt immense relief for his restraint. Otherwise, he would have exposed his vulnerabilities to Wen Xingqian, at least in comparison to the major clans. Lin Xiaodian was a trustworthy ally. There is no need for your majesty to worry. Lin Qiyeh is dead, and without an heir. Lin Xiaotian's influence will dwindle after a century, Yunnan Xian added. Let us hope so, but is Lin Qiyeh truly dead? Yunnan Tian sighed deeply and spoke in a grave tone. Notify Qiyeh to return swiftly. In the Yuyun pavilion, Lin Qiyeh listened to Lin Wuxin's report. His expression one of exasperation. Ah, this old man, he muttered, pressing his forehead in frustration. Were it not for his father, he would be reluctant to involve himself. Young master, should we inform the prince about this matter? Jian Wuxing suggested thoughtfully. That stubborn old fool. Do you believe he would trust us? Rest assured, he won't return to Yanbei City so easily, Lin Qiyeh replied with a sigh, then turned to Lin Wuxing and asked, Wuxing, did you not leave? Why have you returned? I was concerned that you might have no one to rely on, considering you only have Wuxing by your side. Lin Wuxing chuckled. Wuxing, you really ought to stop laughing. It sends chills down my spine, Jian Wuxing retorted. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Lin Wuxing's smile was both charming and chilling, leading those unfamiliar with him to assume he was about to commit a heinous act. However, one could not deny that his stealthy methods were exceptionally remarkable. In broad daylight, he moved in and out of the imperial palace as if it were devoid of any guards. Suddenly, Lin Wuxing's demeanor shifted to one of aloofness, and he remarked, By the way, young master, should we assign someone to protect the prince? When Xingqian and his cohorts are likely to take action, and the prince currently has only Wufing by his side. Oh, Lin Qiyeh replied, somewhat surprised. Lin Wuxing then recounted the intelligence he had gleaned from eavesdropping in the imperial study. They have devised quite the scheme, attempting to undermine Yunnan Tian to gain leverage for themselves, yet they did not anticipate the old man's sudden emergence. Lin Qiyeh sneered. Young master, it is said that Yunnan Tian's most valued son was sent to the Yujian sect at a young age. Is that true? Lin Wuxing inquired. I believe his name is Yuziki. He is rumored to possess considerable talent, rivaling that of Yu Xuanhuan, and is likely to inherit the throne, Lin Qiyeh mused. Lin Wuxing jested. If Yunnan Tian wishes for the prince to be without heirs, should we not ensure the same for him? It is not yet the right time. The Yujian sect still holds substantial power, with numerous experts in the Imperial Profound Realm. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. The Imperial Profound Realm. Both Lin Wuxing and Jian Wuxing's eyes sparkled with ambition and longing. The Imperial Profound Realm, a domain that surpasses the divine Profound Realm, possesses the extraordinary abilities to soar through the skies and cleave mountains with ease, earning it the title of terrestrial immortality. Lin Qiyeh chuckled, exuding an air of dominance, and stated, There is no need for excessive contemplation. Should he obstruct our path, we shall eliminate him. If the Feather Sword sect dares to intervene, their existence will be rendered obsolete. Prepare yourselves. We shall return to Yanbei City. At present, he had already reached the mid-stage of the divine Profound Realm, his soul comparable to that of the Imperial Profound Realm. While he felt no envy, a tinge of anticipation lingered within him. The divine Profound Realm merely allowed one to traverse the void for brief moments, whereas the Imperial Profound Realm granted the true ability of flight. As night descended, Lin Qiyeh and his companions stealthily departed from the great Yan Imperial City. 30 miles beyond the Imperial City, in a secluded forest, a multitude awaited. A throng of individuals marched forth along the official road, heading towards Yanbei City. Young master, what if Yunnan Tian discovers you are still alive? Wouldn't that put the prince in greater peril? Jian Wuxing suddenly voiced his concern. He surmised that the situation was indeed complicated. However, when Xingqian and the others had likely prepared for the absence of the Northern Guardian's estate over the years, and it was highly probable they would take action against the old man. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qiyeh's eyes as he added, By the way, the strength of the Zhangjian guards remains insufficient. I shall summon them back for specialized training, ensuring that all members swiftly break through to the life Profound Realm, thereafter integrating into the Northern Guardian army. Jian Wuxing was taken aback. The Zhangjian guards' training speed is already commendable. Do you still find it lacking? It is worth noting that everyone has opened their Profound Sea and advanced to the Spirit Profound Realm within 6 months. In 2 years, they have all transformed their profound energy into liquid, achieving the true Profound Realm. Moreover, within 3 years, they have condensed their profound energy into pills, stepping into the Pill Profound Realm. Currently, several have successfully undergone the process of marrow cleansing, their internal profound energy ceaselessly flourishing, becoming formidable practitioners of the life Profound Realm. As for myself, I have advanced to the Earth Profound Realm within 5 years, externalizing my profound energy. I am now on the verge of condensing my profound energy into a protective barrier, not far from reaching the Heaven Profound Realm. At that moment, the sound of iron hooves echoed in the distance, and dozens of riders approached at a gallop. Jian Wuxing and the others immediately adopted a defensive stance. However, the group showed no signs of halting, continuing on their way without pause. This was no ordinary assembly. There were 3 practitioners of the life profound realm among them. Jin Wuxing narrowed his eyes. Wuxing, follow them and ascertain their intentions, Lin Qiyeh instructed with a solemn tone. Chapter 19. The Night of Carnage on the Official Road. 6 swift steeds galloped forth under the starry sky, their speed unparalleled. My lord, your health has only just begun to recover. Might you consider resting for a moment? Lin Wufeng expressed his concern. The great wilderness is on the verge of invasion. We cannot afford a moment's delay, Lin Xiaotian replied, shaking his head. His gaze heavy with gravity. Lin Wufeng parted his lips, yearning to inquire if such a risk was truly warranted, yet the presence of 4 black-scaled guards restrained his words, forcing him to swallow them back. By the way, Wufeng, I have yet to ask you how you find yourself in the Imperial City. What of that rascal Qiyeh? During my absence, he hasn't caused chaos in Yanbei City, has he? Lin Xiaotian suddenly questioned. Upon awakening to the news of the Great Dragon Dynasty's aggression against the Great Yin, his first thought had been to seek out Yunantian. Momentarily forgetting he had a son, Lin Wufeng lowered his head in silence. What? Has something happened in Yanbei City? Lin Xiaotian's brow furrowed. With a clenched jaw, Lin Wufeng finally spoke. My lord, the heir. My lord, be cautious. Before he could finish, Lin Wufeng suddenly lunged towards Lin Xiaotian, and they both tumbled from their mounts. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, a series of piercing sounds sliced through the night air. In the darkness, cold, lethal rays whistled towards them. The 4 black-scaled guards and their steeds were instantaneously riddled with arrows, blood spraying forth, enveloping the scene in a crimson mist. Immediately following, a second wave of attacks surged. My lord, flee. I will hold them off. Lin Wufeng shouted, brandishing his mount as if it were a windmill, successfully deflecting all incoming assaults. I have roamed the battlefield, enduring countless fights. I have never retreated a single step. Lin Xiaotian retorted coldly, a terrifying aura of murderous intent surging within him. He was determined to discover who sought his demise. With a clang, he drew his long sword from his side, effortlessly cleaving several arrows from the air. The sound of iron hooves rapidly approached, scattering in all directions. Then, another volley of arrows whistled from all sides. My lord, Lin Wufeng bellowed. Grasping a sharp sword that he had not realized was in his hand, he wielded it with vigor, slicing through countless arrows. However, the sheer number of projectiles was overwhelming. Relentless in their assault, nearly impenetrable. If Lin Wufeng were alone, he could easily navigate the chaos, perhaps even leave those adversaries behind. Yet Lin Xiaotian, merely at the earth-profound realm and long incapacitated, had yet to fully regain his strength, reduced to a shadow of his former self. With a dull thud, an arrow pierced his arm, emerging from the opposite side, blood spurting forth. Lin Xiaotian remained unfazed, his eyes growing increasingly fierce. He was not merely a complacent prince, but a general seasoned in the trials of battle. With swift movement, he lunged forward, his sword cleaving through both man and steed, splitting them in twain. Beware, it's poisoned. Lin Xiaotian suddenly shouted, staggering as he knelt on the ground, sword in one hand, gasping for breath. At that moment, several more arrows hurtled through the air. Summoning every ounce of strength, Lin Xiaotian lunged forward, narrowly evading disaster. However, he could not rise, spitting a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. My lord. As several arrows were loosed towards Lin Xiaotian, Lin Wufeng shouted. Like a shadow, he swiftly positioned himself before Lin Xiaotian, deftly deflecting the arrows with a flick of his sword. Kill, commanded the leader of the black-clad men, and once again, all drew their bows. Just then, a streak of crimson light pierced through the necks of several black-clad figures, their anguished cries shattering the night's tranquility. Following this, numerous heads were severed, blood gushing forth like a spring. The remaining assailants turned pale, unable to discern who had struck. Quick, kill him, the leader bellowed, urging his steed forward. Heeding his command, the others recklessly charged towards Lin Xiaotian. Simultaneously, a series of whistling sounds filled the air. A flurry of cold glints emerged from the darkness, slicing through the throats of the remaining foes, their heads tumbling down, leaving only headless corpses atop their steeds. A sight most eerie. Wuxing, quickly, save the prince, Lin Wufeng urged as he supported the unconscious Lin Xiaotian. At that moment, a shadow emerged from the darkness. It was Lin Wuxing, who had arrived shortly thereafter. Hastily, Lin Wuxing retrieved a jade vial, poured out a pill, and placed it in Lin Xiaoyan's mouth before turning to leave. Wuxin, protect the prince, Lin Wufeng commanded solemnly. I shall annihilate the Wen family. Lin Wuxin replied without looking back. Leave no one alive. Lin Wufeng's expression darkened. He had promised Lin Qiyeh that anyone who dared harm a hair on Lin Xiaoyan would face the extinction of their clan. Now that Lin Xiaoyan had been struck, his murderous intent surged. Very well. Lin Wuxin had completely vanished into the night. In the Dian dynasty, at the Wen residence, the night was deep. The study of Wen Xingqian remained brightly lit. Within, two figures were present. Wen Xingqian sat with a contemplative expression, while Li Wentao paced restlessly. Suddenly, he halted and turned to Wen Xingqian, saying, Chancellor, it is quite late. Why has there been no news? Could there have been an unforeseen incident? Wen Xingqian sipped his tea lightly and replied nonchalantly, the emperor sent only 4 to escort Lin Xiaoyan out of the city. Along with a servant from the northern town prince's residence, no one could save him. Despite his words, uncertainty lingered in his heart. Li Wentao inhaled deeply and remarked, Chancellor, I have a foreboding feeling. Do you recall the death of Sima Changkong? Wen Xingqian's pupils narrowed slightly. Li Wentao continued, Lin Qiyeh has hidden protectors. Even the emperor and Sima Tianyuan could not kill him. Is Lin Xiaoyan so easily dispatched? What if? Regardless, we must leave no traces. Wen Xingqian nodded. You are right. I have indeed been negligent. Let us go to the pleasure boat for the night. Whether Lin Xiaoyan lives or dies is of no concern to us. The chancellor is wise, Li Wentao smiled. Wen Xingqian summoned his subordinate, and the two quietly departed from the Wen residence. After a brief moment, an unexpected visitor quietly entered the courtyard of the Wen residence. Who could it be? The patrolling guards, upon discovering the intruder, swiftly encircled the shadowy figure. Beneath the moonlight, a chilling glimmer erupted, and several guards collapsed instantly. Blood gushed forth, spreading across the ground. Yet, the shadow did not falter. Its gaze remained icy and devoid of any emotion. In its wake, lifeless bodies fell into pools of crimson, as if a grim reaper were harvesting the very essence of life. Half an hour later, the shadow departed silently, leaving the Wen residence shrouded in a haunting silence. The ground soaked in blood. The following morning, Wen Xingqian leisurely returned to the residence, only to find throngs of people gathered outside, forcing the carriage to halt. What was the matter? Wen Xingqian lifted the curtain of his carriage, his face briefly flashing with impatience. As the Chancellor of Dian, could anyone dare obstruct his path? Chancellor. The guards pulling the carriage stammered, glancing nervously towards the entrance of the Wen residence. Wen Xingqian looked up, his brow furrowing in confusion, as he wondered if he had arrived at the wrong place. The plaque of the Wen residence was stained crimson with blood, and even from a distance, the pungent scent of gore was palpable. A shiver coursed through his body as he unsteadily dismounted from the carriage and hurried to the entrance. There, he was met with a scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, blood everywhere. His eyes turned bloodshot, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. Wen Xingqian howled at the heavens, fury igniting within him, as he spewed forth a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 20. The King of Yanbei in the Royal Palace. Within the imperial study, Yunnan was enveloped in disbelief upon hearing the report from Yunnan. The entire Wen family was annihilated? Yunnan murmured, still struggling to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Despite a flicker of satisfaction, a greater sense of alarm gripped him. After all, it was the Wen family, the second most prominent clan in Dian, who had been bloodily eradicated overnight. Yunnan, too, found it difficult to regain his composure. Indeed, every single member had their throats severed, leaving not a trace. Do we know who was responsible? Yunnan took a deep breath. Yunnan shook his head and continued. I have just received news that the 4 black-scaled guards escorting the King of the North were brutally slain on the official road yesterday. In addition, there were about 30 corpses of black-clad individuals. I suspect this is connected to the matter at hand. Yunanshan's eyes narrowed. Are you suggesting that Wen Xingqian dispatched assassins to kill Lin Xiaoyan, only to be obliterated by Lin Xiaoyan's people in retaliation? There is a 60% likelihood. Yunanshan nodded, explaining that had it been earlier, the Wen family would not have dared to act against Lin Xiaoyan. However, with the evidence of the Wen family's transgressions now in the emperor's hands, and with relations between them and Wen Xingqian irreparably strained, there were no more reservations. Yunnan silently acknowledged this, inhaling deeply. Lin Xiaotian has indeed concealed himself well. Throughout history, none of the kings of the north have been simple figures. Otherwise, they would not have governed Yanbei with such ironclad authority. Yu Nanxian sighed, yet continued, Your Majesty, this may not necessarily be a misfortune for us. Yu Nantian remained silent, though he had already anticipated what Yu Nanxian was about to articulate. After a moment, Yu Nanshuan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness, saying, Your Majesty, should Wen Xingqian discover that Lin Xiaotian was the one who destroyed the Wen family, he would undoubtedly seek vengeance at any cost. If they turn on each other, it may allow us to eradicate the aristocracy in one fell swoop. Yu Nantian pondered this thoughtfully. Before Yu Nanxian could elaborate further, a voice from outside interrupted, Your Majesty, Princess Lin Yan seeks an audience. As the words fell, a graceful figure glided in. The young woman possessed exquisite and stunning features, ethereal and enchanting, draped in a flowing white gown that billowed around her like a blooming white lotus, untouched by the mundane world. Upon seeing the maiden, the frown on Yu Nanxian's face evaporated, replaced by a broad smile. My daughter pays her respects to father. Yu Lingyan performed a slight bow, her voice light and melodious, akin to a celestial chorus. What brings you here, my child? Yu Nantian inquired. Yu Lingyan lifted her gaze, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Is father troubled by the annihilation of the Wen family and the matter concerning Lin Xiaotian? Yu Nantian did not conceal his thoughts. My child, do you have any wise counsel? Does father still remember the betrothal between me and Lin Qiyeh? Yu Lingyan replied with a smile. I am now a daughter-in-law of the Lin family. Although Lin Qiyeh has passed, father's word is as steadfast as a mountain and cannot waver. But did not Lin Qiyeh have a wife and children? Yu Nanxian questioned, puzzled. Uncle. Yu Lingyan responded with a slight bow. Let us not forget, no one in the world is aware of his wife and children. This is knowledge only we possess. At her words, Yu Nantian and Yu Nanxian exchanged glances, their eyes gleaming with realization. Yu Lingyan suddenly caressed her abdomen and smiled, saying, If I were to bear Lin Qiyeh's offspring, that would herald the future king of Zhenbei. Remarkable. Yu Nanxian could not help but exclaim, The emperor's decree has been issued. The princess shall wed the Lin family, rather than Lin Qiyeh entering the palace as a consort. This not only reflects the emperor's favor towards the king of Zhenbei, but also secures the loyalty of the Zhenbei army. Alas, this may be a burden for Yenner. I am part of the royal family. How could I be burdened? Yu Lingyan shook her head and said, I beseech Father Emperor to issue the decree promptly and announce it to the world. Yu Nantian's hand trembled slightly beneath the desk as he gazed at Yu Lingyan and lamented, Regrettably, Yenner is not of the male gender. If only our son were a boy, this plan would be unfeasible. Yu Lingyan smiled enchanting. What if Lin Xiaotian were to perish? Yu Nantian furrowed his brow. Yu Lingyan, with a confident demeanor, replied, Whether Lin Xiaotian lives or dies is inconsequential. If he were to die, our son could remain in the palace to nurture the child, and Father Emperor could bestow the title of King of Zhenbei upon your grandson, ensuring the loyalty of the 300,000 soldiers of Zhenbei. If he lives, our son can simply reside in the Zhenbei Wangfu to nurture the child. However, arrangements regarding the infant must be made by Father Emperor. These matters are trivial. Yu Nantian burst into laughter, his spirits lifted immensely. Lu Banban, draft the decree. In a secluded manner, when Xingqian's complexion was pale, and he appeared aged beyond his years, his eyes devoid of vitality, lacking the previous vigor he once possessed. The massacre of the Wen family had dealt him a significant blow. Chancellor, at that moment, an urgent voice arrived from outside, Li Wentao. Learning of the annihilation of the Wen family filled him with dread. Fortunately, he had departed the Wen residence the previous night. Otherwise, he would have found himself ensnared in tragedy. Chancellor, please accept my condolences. Li Wentao took a deep breath and continued. Just now, the emperor posthumously conferred the title of King of Yanbei upon Lin Qiyeh and announced to the world that the 7th princess has already wed Lin Qiyeh and is now with child. Upon hearing this, Wen Xingqian's vacant gaze suddenly ignited with 2 piercing glimmers. Chancellor, does the emperor not wish to diminish Pan? Why would he bestow a title upon that worthless man? Li Wentao inquired, baffled. Wen Xingqian's eyes sparkled with shrewdness as he coldly chuckled. What use is a deceased king? Truly, the emperor is cunning. He seeks to incite discord among our noble families. Surely this must be a falsehood. How could the 7th princess possibly be carrying Lin Qiyeh's child? Li Wentao expressed his astonishment. Regardless of its veracity, having this legitimacy suffices. Moreover, though we may not believe the rumors, the common folk certainly will, when Xingqian shook his head. Once Lin Qiyeh and the princess's son is born, he will become the new king of Jinbei. Who would dare oppose this? Knowing it to be a blatant scheme, we are nevertheless compelled to comply with his wishes. Regardless, Lin Xiaodian must perish. Only then can we control the 3 cities of Yanbei. Li Wentao nodded affirmatively, declaring resolutely, I shall dispatch someone forthwith to inform Wu Yu, ensuring that Lin Xiaodian remains outside of Yannan City. With that, he turned and departed. When Xingqian's gaze turned icy, Yunnan Tian, I hope this matter does not concern you. Otherwise, I shall ensure that the imperial family is reduced to ashes. On the official road, Lin Qiyeh regarded the blood-soaked Lin Wuxin, speechless for a long time. Jian Wuxing, upon hearing Lin Wuxin's words, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Lin Wuxin could massacre Wen Xingqian's entire household overnight. How many lives had been taken? Such a murderous intent was indeed overwhelming. Yet, it was done. He urged Lin Wuxin not to lose himself in the process. Finally, Lin Qiyeh spoke. He did not blame Lin Wuxin. After all, he had once been known as the god of death among humans, with countless lives extinguished by his hand. He merely worried for Lin Wuxin. For once this young man embraced the urge to kill, even he would be unable to rein him in. Nevertheless, considering what Lin Wuxin had endured, he felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Lin Wuxin nodded, his eyes cold, still trapped in a state of detachment. At that moment, a carrier pigeon arrived. Jian Wuxing extended his arm, and the pigeon descended. He retrieved a note, his eyes widening in astonishment. Young master, Jian Wuxing exclaimed, the emperor has bestowed upon you the title of King of Yanbei. King of Yanbei? Me? Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback as he took the note and glanced at it. He couldn't help but sneer. Yunnan Tian certainly has a cunning plan, hoping to seize control of the northern garrison without a single soldier being lost. It seems he wishes for the old man not to return to Yanbei City alive. In the next moment, a chilling murderous intent flickered across Lin Qiyeh's being. Wuxin, you lead the pursuit of the old man. Wuxing, let us disguise ourselves as well. I am eager to see how they intend to obstruct us. Chapter 21. The 18 Blood Riders. Half a month had swiftly passed. Lin Xiaodian awoke languidly, his countenance bearing a hint of weariness. Your Highness, ahead lies Yannan City, Lin Wufeng spoke. Lin Xiaodian lifted the curtain of the carriage, gazing into the distance. A city lay nestled between 2 sprawling mountain ranges, which seemed to stretch infinitely, resembling 2 ferocious beasts in repose. Yannan City, positioned between these towering mountains, constituted the second formidable barrier of the northern frontier of the Great Yin dynasty. For the Great Wilderness dynasty to threaten the Great Yin, they must seize this city. The surrounding mountains were perilous, rife with numerous ferocious beasts, deterring most from venturing near. Wufeng, what did you say happened to Qiyeh last time? Lin Xiaodian inquired. Lin Wufeng inhaled deeply, responding, Your Highness, if I were to say that young master was slain by Yunnan Tian, would you believe me? What did you say? Lin Xiaoyan's expression darkened, akin to a slumbering tiger roused from its dreams, his eyes gleaming with a deadly light. Lin Wufeng took a deep breath, half-truthfully stating, 5 years ago, when your highness vanished, young master was placed under house arrest by the emperor in the royal city. In his quest to find you, he paid a significant price. Though the emperor dared not assassinate him directly, he commissioned the assassination through the listening snow tower. Half a month ago, young master perished in a fiery blaze. Lin Xiaoyan's body trembled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Memories of how Yunnan Tian had treated him flooded his mind, leaving him unable to accept the grim reality. Is what you say true? His eyes reddened, coldly fixing his gaze upon Lin Wufeng. Lin Wufeng dismounted the carriage. Kneeling on one knee, I would not dare deceive your highness. Every word is the truth. Lin Xiaodian felt as though struck by lightning. What transpired in these 5 years? His voice was hoarse, pallor etching his features, bloodshot eyes brimming with unshed tears. He found it hard to believe that his only son had met such a tragic fate. Lin Wufeng recounted the events of the years past, yet he refrained from mentioning the connection between Lin Qiyeh and the listening snow tower. Nor did he disclose that Lin Xiaodian had been imprisoned by Yunnan Tian for 5 years. My Lin family has always been loyal, guarding the northern sky of the Great Yin without a hint of rebellion. If he wished to diminish my influence, he could have spoken with me. Why resort to killing my son? Lin Xiaodian erupted with a terrifying aura, his fury reaching the heavens. I shall return to the royal city and seek justice for my son. Your Highness, you must not. Lin Wufeng hastily intervened, a flicker of joy and reluctance crossing his eyes. The joy stemmed from Lin Xiaodian valuing his son above the great yin, while the reluctance arose from the deception he had perpetrated. After a moment's contemplation, he chose to conceal the truth that Lin Qiyeh still lived. You would be walking into a trap should you return now. The emperor allowed your departure for a reason. Before he could finish, the gates of Yunnan City swung wide open, war horses whinnied, and a cavalry surged forth. The earth trembled, raising countless clouds of dust that obscured the sky. Lin Wufeng's pupils constricted. Your Highness, we must flee. Lin Wufeng did not hesitate for a moment. With a swift stroke of his sword, he severed the reins of the horse, hoisting Lin Xiaodian onto his back before turning to flee. Is it to kill me? Lin Xiaodian's face was painted with disbelief. His voice icy. Who is he? The northern king of Dian. In broad daylight, under the clear heavens, how could the army of Dian dare to brazenly attempt his assassination? Although he was incredulous, having learned from the previous incident, he did not impede Lin Wufeng's escape. My lord, it is the Li family's men, Lin Wufeng replied coldly. The assassins from the last attempt on your life were likely connected to the Li family as well. No sooner had he spoken than a multitude of soldiers surged forth from the mountains behind them, blocking their path. They were surrounded, encased in layers of men. With no means of escape, Lin Wufeng drew his sword, his expression grim. 3,000 men. They certainly overestimate me. Let me down. Lin Xiaodian scoffed, casting a cold gaze ahead. By order of the emperor, capture the traitors of the Lingyu Merchant Association. Kill, without mercy, a man clad in armor, mounted on a war horse, raised his sword high above his head, and brought it down with ferocity. Kill. The 3,000 soldiers roared, their voices echoing like thunder, filled with bloodlust. Each soldier was clad in armor, nearly armed to the teeth. They advanced in perfect formation, their armor clinking with a resonant sound, their mere presence instilling fear. Yet, Lin Wufeng and Lin Xiaodian remained unperturbed, back to back, prepared to face death. Wufeng, are you afraid of dying? Lin Xiaodian grinned. I am. Lin Wufeng replied with a wry smile, adding thoughtfully, but I fear being a coward even more. Let us fight fiercely today. Lin Xiaodian lifted his sword, brimming with spirit. Just as Lin Wufeng was about to respond, a series of agonized cries erupted from behind, revealing a dozen figures slicing through their ranks like a sharp blade. As they passed, heads rolled and blood stained the air. In the blink of an eye, they closed in, encircling Lin Xiaodian and Lin Wufeng in the center. Who are they? Lin Xiaodian's heart raced with shock as he surveyed the surrounding figures. No, to be precise, there were 18 of them. Each donned a black mask, draped in wide, blood-red robes, wielding sharp swords in their right hands, with curved daggers at their waists, and crossbows and arrows strapped to their backs. A palpable aura of killing intent surrounded them, as if they were demons risen from the depths of hell. The 18 riders of Tingsnow. The armored man at the forefront recognized them, his eyes filled with dread. How could the people of Tingsnow be here? The infamous reputation of the 18 riders had long spread across the 7 great dynasties. 5 years prior, they had slaughtered over 100,000 in a single night, turning a town into a living hell. 3 years ago, they faced an army of 5,000 from the Great Dragon Dynasty, annihilating them without a single survivor. They were embodiments of evil, harbingers of death. Wherever they tread, there was only destruction and demise, accompanied by the cacophony of flowing blood. It was not Tingsnow they heralded, but rather the sound of blood. Load the crossbows. With a low command, 18 figures swiftly drew their crossbows, their movements as fluid as flowing water. Fire. With that utterance, 12 arrows from each crossbow soared through the air, a cacophony of piercing sounds resonating. Armored soldiers were impaled, their bodies flung backward. Yet, the arrows maintained their velocity, piercing through to strike the ranks behind. A multitude skewered like gourds, blood erupting and staining the void crimson. Reload. The command echoed once more. In mere moments, the 18 had reloaded their crossbows anew. Fire. At the next command, the second volley erupted, claiming lives in swathes. Reload. The 18, akin to a well-oiled machine, executed their movements with impeccable synchrony, without a hint of hesitation. In just over a few breaths, the ground ahead was littered with corpses, blood saturating the earth, reminiscent of a hellish landscape. Disperse, quickly disperse, the armored leader bellowed. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the 3,000 had fallen. If this continued, annihilation would soon follow. The remaining 1,000 soldiers, upon hearing the command, scattered in panic. Draw your swords, intoned the leader of the 18, his voice devoid of emotion. Clang, clang. 18 long swords were sheathed simultaneously, only to be drawn forth from their scabbards at their left hips. Though 18 in number, they moved as one, producing a singular sound of steel being unsheathed. Despite the bright sun above, the 18 curved blades emanated a chilling aura, as if they were wrenched from a millennium in an ice cavern. Kill! At the command, the 18 sprang into action, their assault blossoming like ripples across the water, expanding rapidly. Chapter 22. The indomitable force. Lin Qieh gazed in profound shock at the lifeless bodies that lay before him, fallen under the blades of the 18 warriors. It was widely acknowledged that the northern garrison was a formidable military force, seldom matched in combat. Yet, in comparison to these 18, they were insignificant. The aura of bloodlust and ferocity that surrounded them was unbearable for an ordinary person, who would likely find themselves devoid of the courage to even retaliate. Without courage, one becomes but a fish on the chopping block. Who are the snow-listening 18 riders? Lin Qieh could no longer contain his curiosity. My lord, you do not intend to win them over, do you? Lin Wufeng regarded Lin Qieh with a peculiar expression and advised, you should abandon that thought. I cannot fathom why they chose to rescue us, but they will never submit to anyone. What if we were to entice them? Lin Qieh replied, a hint of reluctance in his tone. These 18 individuals were astonishingly powerful, truly the embodiment of an unstoppable force. If they could be swayed to serve him, what would he have to fear? I have heard that their price begins at 10 million taels of silver. Lin Wufeng shook his head. 10 million taels? Lin Qieh gasped in astonishment, muttering, who possesses such wealth to summon them for my rescue? Lin Wufeng smirked. Who else but the young master could command the snow-listening 18 riders to come to your aid? Each of them is a master of the celestial realm, and the one leading them is at the pinnacle of that realm. In the distance, the slaughter continued unabated. The 18 warriors seemed tireless, their feet treading upon the corpses as they continued their merciless onslaught, transforming the landscape into a veritable hell of carnage. From the original 3,000, only 200 or 300 remained. These individuals, gripped by terror, fled towards Yan'an City. If they were fortunate enough to survive, today's events would surely haunt them for the rest of their lives. However, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. The snow-listening 18 riders were born for slaughter. Their speed and strength were beyond the capacity of any mundane army to withstand, unless powerful sect masters intervened. At that moment, 9 of them gracefully glided through the air, blocking all routes of escape. Together with the other 9, they executed a pincer attack, and the massacre continued. In mere moments, the 3,000, along with their horses, were obliterated, leaving not a single survivor. From a vantage point high above, the ground was littered with corpses, stained crimson, an eerie silence enveloping the scene. Atop the city gates, a figure clad in black armor, Li Wulyu, trembled at the sight. 3,000 soldiers had been utterly decimated by these 18 warriors. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Dispatch 1,000 cavalrymen to charge at them, Li Wulyu roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. My lord, that is unwise. A middle-aged man in white interjected, the snow-listening 18 riders have a fearsome reputation, and now they have annihilated our 3,000 soldiers. Their momentum is overwhelming. Any advance would only lead to death. Li Wulyu took a deep breath and declared, if we do not eliminate them now, we shall be left waiting for them to storm the city walls. The man clad in white spoke with a solemn tone, General, although the 18 riders of listening snow are formidable, ordinary soldiers are no match for them, yet they too cannot withstand bolts from our crossbows. Li Wulyu's eyes brightened with resolve. Summon the divine arrow camp. Bring forth 200 crossbow carts. Should they dare to approach, I shall ensure they find no resting place in death. General, there are only 50 crossbow carts at the southern city gate. Mobilizing the others will require at least an hour, interjected a deputy commander. First, bring up the 50 crossbow carts. Let the archers hold them at bay. They must not be allowed to draw near, Li Wulyu commanded coldly. Not good, "General, they are charging in," cried a deputy in terror. Li Wuyu looked down and indeed saw the 18 riders of listening snow charging madly towards the city gate, his heart leaping to his throat. "Quick, archers!" he shouted in panic. The 18 riders moved like phantoms, their speed reaching an almost supernatural level. In merely a few breaths, they arrived beneath the city gate. "Fire!" came a sharp command from the side. Hundreds of archers unleashed their arrows simultaneously, a torrential downpour of projectiles raining down upon the area beneath the wall. The 18 riders, seeing this, swiftly retreated. "Fire! Continue to fire!" Li Wuyu bellowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "So close, too close. If the 18 riders reach the walls, Yan'an City will surely become a graveyard." At that moment, the 18 riders had retreated to 100 paces from the wall, standing in a line, coldly gazing towards the city, showing no intention of withdrawing. Li Wuyu's expression darkened. "What do they mean by this? They're challenging us, General. We are in trouble." The middle-aged man in white wiped the sweat from his brow. "By day we can withstand them, but once night falls, visibility will be obstructed." He did not continue, yet all understood that with the onset of night, their doom would surely follow. Given the prowess of the 18 riders, they could easily evade detection and scale the walls. When that time came, it would be a massacre. "What shall we do?" Li Wuyu felt his back drenched, his complexion pale. "We must eliminate them by day. 10,000 troops are insufficient. We need 20,000. The man in white gritted his teeth. "They are human too. I refuse to believe they will not tire. Even if we must overwhelm them, once they fall, it will all have been worth it. 20,000. Even if they stand still as targets, they will exhaust them in the end. Then let us gamble everything," Li Wuyu resolved, issuing another command. After the duration of an incense stick, the city gates swung wide open, and a cavalry unit surged forth. At that moment, the 18 riders of listening snow moved again, standing like pines, yet moving like the wind. Though merely 18 in number, they resembled an invincible army. In the blink of an eye, they dispatched one adversary. Skillfully mounted once more, their movements as fluid as flowing water. In the next moment, the crowd struck their horses with their heels, wielding curved sabers with unparalleled speed. No one could stand against them. They were simply too formidable. What is the essence of the 18 riders of listening to the snow? Each rider's martial prowess had reached an extraordinary zenith, fiercer than ever before. 18 men were sufficient to contend with a myriad of troops. On the city walls, Li Wuyu and his companions felt a chill run down their spines, their voices trembling as they questioned, what cultivation level do they possess? It must be at least the earth profound realm, perhaps even the heaven profound realm. The middle-aged man in white spoke with a quiver in his voice, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes as he inhaled deeply, stating, "General, is that individual not yet departed? We must fulfill our promise to him and allow him to take action." Li Wuyu gritted his teeth, caught in a web of indecision. "General, to hesitate is to invite chaos. It is merely 100 pure bodies, and as long as we exercise caution, it will not be discovered." The middle-aged man in white lowered his voice, asserting, "This is an order from the Chancellor and Lord Li. We must ensure that Lin Xiaodian does not leave alive." Li Wuyu gazed into the distance at Lin Xiaodian, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. "Once Lin Xiaodian is dead, you shall become the Lord of Yanbei City, and the lifeblood of the great Yanbei will be in your hands, making you the uncrowned king of Yanbei." Observing Li Wuyu's wavering resolve, the man in white seized the opportunity. "Go find him and convey that should the 18 riders of listening to the snow perish, I shall comply with his conditions." Li Wuyu took several deep breaths, gritting his teeth as he made his decision. The general is indeed wise. The middle-aged man in white's expression brightened, and he hastened away. Chapter 23. The sword of Lin Qiyeh beneath the city gates. The 18 riders of listening snow fought with reckless abandon, enveloped in a swirling mist of blood. Their murderous intent palpable, resembling Azuras emerging from the depths of hell. They appeared tireless. Their steeds lay fallen, and the ground was piled high with corpses. The sanguine haze obscured the sky. In the span of merely 1 hour, nearly half of the 10,000 soldiers had been slaughtered by their hands. The remaining warriors were gripped by fear, retreating hastily towards the city walls, no longer daring to engage. The 18 riders of listening snow advanced, their curved sabers held aloft, droplets of blood cascading from the blades, instilling terror in all who beheld them. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes appeared atop the city wall, the garb concealing their visage, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Do not break your word, lest you bear the consequences," the figure intoned, fixing their gaze upon Li Wuyu, their voice raspy and frigid. "As long as you slay them, I shall grant you what you desire within 6 months." Li Wuyu replied solemnly, "If it were not for dire necessity, I would never associate with such a person. But at this moment, I have no alternative. As long as the 18 riders of Listening Snow remain alive, it is impossible to eliminate Lin Qiyeh. Grant me the time it takes to burn an incense stick." The figure in black grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. With that, they leaped from the wall, landing effortlessly before the 18 riders. "Scatter!" The leader of the 18 riders barked, and the group swiftly dispersed. "Trying to escape?" The figure in black sneered. "No one I, the evil sword master, have set my sights on has ever lived to tell the tale. You speak too much, let us begin with you." As they spoke, a strange purple long sword appeared in their hand, glinting coldly in the light. The sword danced through the air, a flurry of lethal strikes unleashed. The leader of the 18 riders attempted to evade, yet was a moment too late, suffering a grievous wound to the shoulder, blood gushing forth. "Divine profound realm," he murmured in astonishment, his voice growing colder. "Interesting, I am still alive." The evil sword master chuckled with a hint of malice. "Alas, the chasm between the celestial profound realm and the divine profound realm is insurmountable." Despite the conversation, the sword in the evil sword master's hand did not pause. A storm of sword shadows descended upon the leader, leaving behind a multitude of wounds, blood raining down. "Do you have any final words?" The evil sword master grinned wickedly, seemingly relishing the torment. The leader of the 18 riders remained silent, kneeling on one knee, gasping for breath, yet his eyes, concealed beneath his mask, grew ever colder. The evil sword master slowly raised his sword. However, before the blade could descend, a sharp gleam suddenly pierced the air from a distance. The evil sword master instinctively recoiled, the glimmer grazing his cheek, leaving a trail of blood from the fierce energy. As he turned to see the source, he beheld a figure in black attire standing a short distance away, arms crossed behind their back. "Young master," the leader of the 18 riders of Listening Snow, feeling a surge of emotion, addressed the figure in black before him. "I have brought shame upon my lord." He was the evil sword master. At the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, it was only natural that one would fall short in comparison to him. The figure in black was none other than Lin Qiyeh. He had anticipated that the 18 riders would handle the situation without his intervention, but he was taken aback by the unexpected emergence of an evil sword master. The name of the evil sword master was well known to him. It was said that this individual possessed extraordinary talent and was once destined for the emperor's profound realm. However, due to the practice of sinister arts and the indiscriminate slaughter of innocents, he was cast aside by the Blood Cloud sect. The sect had pursued him on several occasions, yet he had managed to escape each time. To his astonishment, he had infiltrated Yan'an City and colluded with the Li family. "Are you the master of Listening Snow Tower?" The evil sword master narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Lin Qiyeh, and smiled. "If you acknowledge me as your lord, I shall spare your life and take control of Listening Snow Tower. What say you?" "I have heard your sword is remarkably swift," Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, not answering the question. "Across the 7 great empires, none can withstand a single strike from me. You, being only slightly stronger, should be able to endure 2 strikes." The evil sword master straightened his back, his hoarse voice brimming with arrogance. "Then let us put it to the test," Lin Qiyeh responded calmly, his demeanor unruffled. This old man was indeed exceptionally self-absorbed. "Die!" The evil sword master, feeling insulted, suddenly bellowed. He moved like a specter, appearing silently 5 steps away from Lin Qiyeh, a razor-sharp aura radiating from him. Clang! With a swift motion, the evil sword master drew his sword, unleashing a blood-red light that dazzled the eyes. A confident smile graced his face as he thought to himself, "I must have overestimated you. You cannot possibly withstand 2 strikes." However, in the next instant, the smile on his face froze. Lin Qiyeh had somehow closed the distance between them, his palm gently pressing against the sword in the evil sword master's hand, forcing it back into its sheath. No matter how hard he tried, he could not budge it even an inch. Terror filled the evil sword master's eyes. Lin Qiyeh stood merely a step away, yet he had kept his eyes closed throughout. How is this possible? Panic surged within him as he retreated swiftly. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh opened his eyes, gazing at the evil sword master with a smile. You cannot even draw your sword, can you? The evil sword master's expression turned grim. In that instant, he no longer dared to underestimate Lin Qiyeh. A sense of unease washed over him, as if he were facing an enigma. Do not be so arrogant. You merely possess strength. Killing you would be effortless, the evil sword master declared sternly. Soul devour. Almost simultaneously, the sword in the evil sword master's hand flickered, releasing a black beam of light that rippled like water. The 18 riders of listening snow, witnessing this scene, felt as if their souls had departed, their bodies inexplicably chilled. Bang! With a soft sound, Lin Qiyeh reappeared before the evil sword master, their gazes locking. His right hand gently pressed upon the hilt of the evil sword master's sword, and the black sword light vanished without a trace. Draw your sword, Lin Qiyeh said coolly. Let me see just how swift your sword truly is. You. The malevolent swordsman was consumed by a profound rage. How could it be that a peak expert of the divine profound realm was unable to unsheath his sword? What a disgrace. He wished to draw his blade, yet Lin Qiyeh's hand pressed firmly upon the hilt, exerting an astonishing strength that rendered the sword immovable. If he could not even unsheath his sword, how could he boast of speed? Have the courage to face me in a proper duel, the malevolent swordsman spat. Retreating a few steps, his teeth clenched in frustration. Lin Qiyeh merely chuckled softly, shaking his head. What are you laughing at? The malevolent swordsman inquired, lifting the brim of his hat to reveal a cold and sinister visage. You believe your sword to be swift simply because you have never encountered a swifter one. Lin Qiyeh replied, his expression as serene as still water. Just how fast could it be? Allow me to witness. The malevolent swordsman scoffed. It could prove fatal. Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. The malevolent swordsman erupted into a laugh. You possess no sword. You are not even a true swordsman. You likely cannot wield a sword at all. How absurd it is to discuss swordplay with someone so incompetent. No sooner had he finished speaking than he lunged forward, raising his sword in a sudden thrust. In an instant, a crisp sound echoed through the air. The malevolent swordsman froze, his body stiffening, his eyes wide with terror and disbelief. The most shocking revelation was that Lin Qiyeh remained rooted in place, utterly motionless. Remarkably swift, the malevolent swordsman whispered, as blood gushed from his neck, and he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even in a surprise attack, he had failed to unsheath the sword he so proudly wielded. Lin Qiyeh's draw had been slower, yet the brilliance of his blade had reached an unparalleled swiftness. In fact, the malevolent swordsman had not even discerned how Lin Qiyeh had struck. I warned you, it could be fatal, Lin Qiyeh said, shaking his head. At that moment, all present were left speechless, the atmosphere thick with silence. How had the malevolent swordsman met his sudden, inexplicable demise? The faces of the 18 riders of Xue beneath their masks were filled with admiration. Throughout the encounter, none had witnessed how Lin Qiyeh had drawn his sword. Just how swift was Lin Qiyeh's blade? Chapter 24. The storage ring and the beast egg. Lin Qiyeh glanced at the city wall. Then with a gentle push from his toes, his body suddenly soared into the air like a swift swallow. Quick, shoot him, shoot him, Li Wuyu exclaimed, jolted back to reality in a state of panic. The infamous swordmaster had perished? He was a formidable figure of the divine profound realm, merely a step away from the legendary emperor profound realm. This was entirely beyond his expectations. At his command, hundreds of archers raised their bows, and a torrential rain of arrows cascaded down. Yet, Lin Qiyeh remained unperturbed. He moved with grace, skillfully evading the downpour of arrows, silently arriving beneath the city wall. With a light push of his right foot, he effortlessly soared over the towering wall, which stood over 20 meters high. A few splatters of blood erupted, and several archers collapsed, their heads severed, blood gushing forth. Stop him, stop him. Li Wuyu was truly distraught. Lin Qiyeh was simply too powerful, astonishingly so. His speed was unfathomable. Stumbling backward in fear, he muttered to himself. Those who obstruct me shall die, Lin Qiyeh stated coolly. With a swift motion, he grasped a long knife, and as he gently waved it, shadows of blades danced through the air. With each swing, heads flew as if harvesting wheat, staining the city tower with crimson. He advanced at a leisurely pace, as if strolling through a garden, slowly approaching Li Wuyu. The other soldiers, weapons in hand, trembled in fear, retreating to the sides, clearing a path. Li Wuyu's scalp tingled with dread. The The soldiers had ceased obeying his commands, paralyzed by terror. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh left behind a lingering shadow, and with a swift motion, seized Li Wuyu by the throat. Li Wuyu's face turned beet red with terror as he gasped, "Sir, do you wish to make an enemy of the Snow Listening Tower?" "Open the city gates," Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, harboring disdain within. Make an enemy of the Great Yin? Did the Great Yin even deserve such a confrontation? Gritting his teeth, Li Wuyu commanded, "Open the city gates." Lin Qiyeh suddenly smiled faintly. "I thought you would put up more resistance." Li Wuyu's heart seethed with anger. "My life is in your hands. What more resistance can I muster?" He knew well that if he perished, the others would inevitably open the gates. Moreover, with this man and the 18 riders of the Snow Listening Tower present, it was impossible to kill Lin Xiaodian. Moments later, the city gates swung wide open. The 18 riders of the Snow Listening Tower escorted Lin Xiaodian through Yan'an City, and none dared to impede their passage. As Lin Xiaodian and his group departed, Lin Qiyeh gradually released his grip on Li Wuyu's throat. Li Wuyu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and joyfully exclaimed, "You won't kill me? Why would I kill you?" Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile, "Your head isn't worth much." Li Wuyu. He was, after all, a military commander. How could his life be deemed worthless? While the comment was not lethal, it bore a deep insult. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Qiyeh had already vanished from sight. The Snow Listening Tower. Li Wuyu took a deep breath and swiftly returned to the city, compelled to inform the Prime Minister of the matter at once. Moments later, Lin Qiyeh encountered the 18 riders of Listening Snow in a valley. "Young master," everyone greeted him with respect, promptly removing their black masks to reveal youthful faces, each around 20 years of age. Were the world to learn that the fearsome 18 riders of Listening Snow were so remarkably young, they would surely be astonished. Lin Qiyeh turned to one among them and inquired, "Wuxin, how are your injuries?" Indeed, the leader of the 18 riders was none other than Lin Wuxin. Shaking his head, Lin Wuxin replied, "I am not gravely harmed, young master." "Why not eliminate Li Wuyu? What purpose would that serve? He may yet prove useful in the future." Lin Qiyeh responded with a gentle shake of his head. Lin Wuxin appeared somewhat dissatisfied and then produced a ring from his robe. "Young master, the evil swordsman possessed nothing but that sword and this item." Lin Qiyeh took the ring, examining it with mild astonishment. "What is this?" Lin Wuxin asked with curiosity. "A storage ring," Lin Qiyeh stated, his voice steady. He had never anticipated that the evil swordsman would possess such a ring. It is known that storage rings embody spatial properties, crafted only by high-ranking artifact masters and specific spatial materials. Moreover, the proficiency required to create one is typically quite advanced. One must at least attain a meticulous control of their energy, a feat beyond the capabilities of an ordinary Emperor-level practitioner. Uncertain if those beyond the Emperor level could achieve this, Lin Qiyeh noted the perplexed expressions on Lin Wuxin and the others, and briefly explained the function of the storage ring. Their eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on the ring in Lin Qiyeh's hand. "This item is of no use to you. It requires the cultivation of divine consciousness to wield," Lin Qiyeh chuckled, shaking his head. Lin Wuxin and the others displayed disappointment. To cultivate divine consciousness, one must at least reach the divine emperor level, Lin Qiyeh reassured them. "Once you all attain that level, I shall gift each of you one." He patted Lin Wuxin on the shoulder and added, "You are to escort the elder back." "Young master, are you not coming?" Lin Wuxin asked in surprise. "I find the environment of Yan'an City quite agreeable. I shall remain here for a time," Lin Qiyeh replied with a sly smile. Lin Wuxin, still skeptical, gazed at Lin Qiyeh before leading the 18 riders away. Lin Qiyeh turned his attention back to the storage ring. A wisp of divine consciousness blossomed and surged into the ring, instantly shattering the seals within. "Is this the extent of the space?" Lin Qiyeh expressed his disappointment. The storage ring contained merely 1 cubic meter of space. No wonder he regarded it with disdain. His former Night Ming ring had boundless space, extending for countless miles and housing the entirety of his life's collections from his previous existence. Alas, it was ultimately devoured by endless void in the final battle. Regaining his composure, Lin Qiyeh's gaze swept across the contents of the storage ring. "So impoverished," he muttered, pursing his lips. "You, the renowned sword master, are indeed a formidable peak expert of the divine profound realm, yet you possess merely a few thousand low-grade profound crystals. Not a single medium-grade crystal can be found among your possessions." Besides that, there are only some ordinary elixirs, which even he finds unworthy for his canine. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a corner of the storage space. Opening his palm, a golden orb, the size of a fist, appeared in his hand. Such vibrant life force. Could this be a beast egg? Lin Qiyeh mused in astonishment. It was not the sight of the beast egg that surprised him. He had encountered numerous magical beasts, yet the mightiest he had seen was merely of the fourth tier, equating to the realm of the mortal profound and utterly priceless. Rather, it was the life force contained within this particular beast egg, which was undeniably on par with the divine profound realm. A divine tier beast? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes and smiled. Quite impressive. This beast egg alone holds considerable value. Should it be successfully hatched, it could lead to a future of divine profound cultivation. He casually tossed the beast egg into his storage ring. As he lifted his gaze, he realized that the night had quietly descended. The lone city, now unguarded, had likely awakened the old man to certain truths. Given his disposition, while he may not rebel against the great Yin in the immediate future, insubordination is inevitable. Yanbei City stands at a crossroads, bordered by the great wilderness empire and the forces of the Li family. Should the emperor heartlessly abandon Yanbei City, it would indeed be a dire predicament. Lin Qiyeh softly murmured, a smile playing upon his lips. Having slain over 10,000 in Yan'an City, Wen Xingqian and his faction will surely not let this go unpunished. Yet, I wonder how the heavens of Yunnan will choose to respond. Chapter 25. The Eternal Sword Spirit in the Imperial Palace. Within the Hall of Heavenly Ascendants, Yunnan gazed indifferently at the dozens of figures kneeling before him. Your Majesty, the Northern King has colluded with the Listening Snow Tower to rebel against the Great Yin, slaughtering over 13,000 soldiers from Yan'an City. The evidence is irrefutable. We implore your Majesty to uphold justice for the fallen soldiers. When Xingqian knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face, his voice choked with grief and indignation. To take the lives of our compatriots and stain one's hands with their blood, our great Yin cannot have such a northern king. We beseech your Majesty to strip him of his title and march against Yanbei City. Your Majesty, please avenge the fallen 13,000 soldiers. Voices echoed throughout the grand hall. Yunanshan's heart harbored a cold smile, his gaze indifferent. To strip Lin Xiaodian of his title as Northern King? Would that not render his previous proclamation, naming Lin Qiyeh as the king of Yanbei, a mere jest? The plan of Yu Lingyan had only just commenced. Once successful, the issues surrounding the Northern Army could be resolved without a single soldier being dispatched. How could he possibly accept that? Lin Xiaodian could perish, but he must not lose the title of Northern King. More importantly, the Great Yin was rife with famine and countless refugees. It could hardly endure a second war. Sima Tianyun could barely withstand the forces of the Great Dragon. But what about the troops of the Great Wilderness? If Lin Xiaodian were cornered, would he not surrender to the Great Wilderness? Would Li Wulyu's 200,000 troops be sufficient to fend them off? What a northern king. I have treated him well. How dare he? In a sudden outburst of fury, Yunnan struck the dragon throne, his face flushed. Before he could finish his words, he collapsed onto the throne. Your Majesty, take care of your health. The courtiers gasped in shock upon witnessing this scene. After a long moment, Yunnan struggled to rise, his complexion ashen, and coldly commanded, proclaim my edict. Summon Li Wulyu to Yanbei City to bring Lin Xiaodian before me. I wish to see for myself whether he has truly betrayed the great Yin. I want to hear it from his own lips. At these words, when Xingqian and Li Wentao exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Sending Li Wulyu to Yanbei City, was that not tantamount to seeking death? The 200,000 troops of Li Wulyu could hardly match the Northern Army's 300,000. What of the spiritual herbs? How would the 18 riders of Listening Snow respond? Your Majesty, when Xingqian attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Yunnan, I am weary. This matter shall be handled entirely by you, Minister One. I have but one requirement. Lin Xiaodian must be brought alive before me. Boom. When Xingqian felt as though struck by lightning, he had intended to pressure Yunnan, but instead, the burden was thrust upon him. Should he mishandle the situation, Yunnan would undoubtedly seek retribution. Bewildered, he left the imperial palace without knowing how. Chancellor. Upon returning to his residence, a voice called from behind him as several figures approached. When Xingqian glanced at them and replied, come inside. Upon entering the study, Li Wentao could no longer contain himself and spoke first. Chancellor, The emperor wishes for us to engage in mutual slaughter with the northern king while he reaps the benefits. When Xuanhuan rubbed his temples, contemplating, the emperor has made a masterful move. He is eager for us to eliminate Lin Qiyeh, allowing the son of Princess Lin Qiyeh to assume control of the northern defense house. Should we remain idle? Another official spoke up. When Xuanhuan shook his head, this matter was initiated by us. There is no turning back. We must go all in, obliterate the northern defense house, and seize Yanbei City. However, the northern defense army is formidable. Li Wentao frowned. Suddenly, when Xuanhuan smiled, a chilling smile, let us not forget, Diyin is currently facing a severe food shortage, particularly in the stingy Yanbei City. No matter how strong the northern defense army is, they too require sustenance. The emperor has not specified a timeline. If we merely put on a show, within a month, the northern defense army will capitulate without a fight. Brilliant. The chancellor's strategy is astute. With support from our esteemed families, the food supply for the forces in Yannan City can be secured. If we endure for a year and a half, with a bountiful harvest, we shall weather this storm. Once the northern defense army is vanquished, the 3 cities in the northern frontier will fall under the chancellor's dominion, and the emperor shall no longer dare to oppose us. Otherwise, the forces of the great wilderness will march south, jeopardizing Diyin. The group beamed with delight. Li Wentao rose and declared, I shall inform Wu Yu. Moments later, everyone departed. A glint of cold light flickered in Wen Xingchen's eyes. You have forced my hand. The throne rotates, so why not the Wen family? Meanwhile, in the imperial study of the palace, Yunantian sat upright, exhibiting none of the previous signs of despair and weakness. Cheer, your brilliant strategy will undoubtedly leave Wen Xingchen and his cohorts in a state of agitation. Yunantian smiled affectionately at a young man in white standing before him, whose presence was strikingly elegant and handsome, reminiscent of a legendary sword, radiating brilliance. This young man was none other than Yunanshan's most cherished son, the third prince, Yuziki. My son, alleviating your father's burdens is your rightful duty. Yuziki shook his head and replied, Father, while Wen Xingchen and Lin Xiaodian may engage in a deadly rivalry, they will certainly not allow the forces of the great wilderness to step into Diyin. However, the issue of food must be resolved promptly. Yunantian nodded. Taking a deep breath, the number of refugees is increasing, and the food reserves in various cities are woefully inadequate. The Western Army's consumption is immense, and Sima Tianyun is incessantly demanding supplies. The mention of Sima Tianyun ignited his fury. With Sima Tianyun's capabilities, repelling the Great Dragon Army should not be difficult. Yet he has not fought a single significant battle to date. Yu Ziki sighed. Sima Tianyun is eager for the war to prolong, as this would prompt you, Father, to recognize his importance. However, if we delay further, the Great Yong dynasty may intervene, which would be catastrophic. Yunantian remained silent. Suddenly, Yuziki bowed and said, Father, I request to personally lead an army of 100,000 westward. Only by delivering a crushing blow to the Great Dragon will the Great Yong be deterred. At that time, we will have ample opportunity to deal with the prominent families. What if Sima Tianyun does not cooperate? Yunantian expressed his concern. Yuziki squinted slightly, a glimmer of cold light emanating from him as he calmly declared, I shall make him aware of who truly reigns over the Great Yan. In the elegant confines of Yannan City, night had deepened. Lin Qiyeh sat cross-legged on his bed, radiating waves of black light, reminiscent of ethereal swords of unparalleled sharpness. His aura fluctuating in intensity. His brow was furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Suddenly, a beam of black light burst forth from his brow, coalescing into a pitch-black sword of light. The black sword hovered, chilling to the bone, enveloped in an eerie silence. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh abruptly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips. He had finally broken through to the later stage of the divine profound realm, his primordial spirit reaching the pinnacle of the imperial profound realm. Though it consisted of merely a few thousand low-grade profound crystals, combined with the accumulation of recent years, he had taken another small step forward. Especially remarkable was the unexpected breakthrough of his primordial spirit. As soon as he finished speaking, his pupils constricted sharply, fixating intently on the black sword before him. Exclaiming in disbelief, the sword of absolute void? He rubbed his eyes, revealing an expression of incredulity. Was this not the very sword he wielded in his past life? With its power, he had commanded the heavens, battled myriad races, and roamed unchecked, invincible against all foes. Yet, had it not shattered during his final confrontation in that life? How could it have accompanied his rebirth? No, this was not the true form of the sword of absolute void. It was the indomitable spirit of the sword itself. Even with his composure, he found himself breathless, his entire being trembling with exhilaration. The indomitable sword spirit contained all his past life as insights and powers of the sword path. Drawing a deep breath, he proclaimed with fervor, "Old friend, in this life, let us join forces once more and transcend the peak." Chapter 26. Mercy does not command armies in Yanbei City. The southern gate stood wide open. Tens of thousands of soldiers lined both sides of the official road, resembling two magnificent dragons. Countless citizens spontaneously gathered to welcome their return, pressing forward for miles, eagerly anticipating the sight ahead. In these dire times, when the Great Yin faced severe food shortages, leaving many to suffer from hunger and even perish, the people of Yanbei City were fortunate to still enjoy meals twice a day, thanks to the benevolence of the prince. Indeed, had it not been for the daily distribution of grain by the prince's estate to relieve the populace, countless lives would have been lost. Blessed is the prince, for his return heralds good fortune for the citizens of Yanbei City. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their eyes fixed on the horizon. At that moment, a dark silhouette appeared in their view, a horse-drawn carriage slowly approaching Yanbei City, awaiting the prince's return. As the carriage drew near, hundreds of warriors clad in crimson armor dismounted at the front of the procession, kneeling on one knee, their voices resonating like thunder. "We await the prince's return. We await the prince's return." Soon after, thousands of soldiers and countless citizens followed suit, kneeling in unison, creating a breathtaking and awe-inspiring spectacle. Inside the carriage, Lin Wufeng lifted the curtain, and Lin Qieh emerged slowly. Upon witnessing the sea of bowed figures, his sturdy frame trembled, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He had vanished for 5 years, yet the soldiers and the people of Yanbei City had not forgotten him. Born a prince, what more could one desire? "Everyone, please rise. What merit have I to deserve such honor?" Lin Qieh inhaled deeply and assisted the nearest elderly man with white hair to stand. However, the elder remained unmoving. "Your Highness," the old man's eyes were red with grief and indignation. "Good sir, what grievance weighs upon you? Speak, and I shall ensure justice is served." Lin Qieh replied gently, "I am content with my old age. I bear no grievance." The elder shook his head, prostrating on the ground. "I plead for justice on behalf of the heir. May your highness rectify his wrongs." Lin Qieh was taken aback. The elder continued sorrowfully, "For 5 years, while your highness was missing, Yanbei City endured repeated invasions by the soldiers of the Great Famine. The populace should have suffered immensely, but the heir, in his compassion, relieved them of taxes, earning their eternal gratitude. In this recent famine, the heir opened the granaries, ensuring no one in Yanbei City starved. Had the heir not been imprisoned by the emperor, how could he have met such a tragic end? The hearts of the people are filled with resentment, and they petition for justice on behalf of the heir." Lin Qieh held his silence, tears brimming in his fierce eyes. He firmly helped the elder to his feet, saying, "On behalf of my son, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you all." In Lin Wufeng's eyes, a flicker of a smile passed. He sensed the prince's fury surging, and while it may not immediately incite him to rebel against the Great Yin, a seed of discontent had been sown deep within his heart. Moments later, Lin Qieh, surrounded by his trusted generals, entered the northern town prince's residence. "Your Highness, I am willing to lead the troops into the Great Yin imperial city to avenge the heir. I shall serve as the vanguard." The soldiers knelt, each voicing their fervent dedication. Outside, there were words that could not be spoken lightly. However, within the confines of the northern king's manor, they exhibited no restraint, even displaying unabashed audacity. A complex expression flickered in Lin Xiaoshen's eyes, his face marred by fatigue, as he inquired, "Where's General Luo Tiancheng?" Upon uttering these words, a wave of murderous intent surged among the assembled soldiers, their eyes ablaze with fury. "What has transpired?" Lin Qieh furrowed his brow. "Your Highness, General Luo has perished," Lin Wufeng replied in a hushed tone. "After your disappearance, Emperor Yin appointed General Luo as the commander of the Northern Army. Grateful for your kindness, he took his own life that very night." Lin Xiaoyan's expression turned icy. an overwhelming rage erupting within him. When did the Northern Army become subject to his interference? Yanbei City and the Northern Army belong solely to the Lin family, let alone that he has not yet departed this world. Even if he had, it should be under the control of his son, Lin Qiyeh. Your Highness. At that moment, a soldier hastened forward, bowing deeply. I report to Your Highness that scouts have informed us that Li Wuyu is leading an army of 200,000 towards Yanbei City. What? He dares. The soldiers seethed with anger. Lin Xiaoyan's gaze turned frigid. Does he truly believe this prince is a soft persimmon? Convey my command to assemble an army of 100,000. Since he dares to come, I shall ensure he arrives but does not return. In Yannan City, Lin Qiyeh reclined lazily in a grand chair, basking in the warmth of the sun. Jian Wuxing appeared in a flash. Young master. Li Wuyu has set forth with his troops. A futile endeavor, like sending meat buns to a dog, Lin Qiyeh replied with a nonchalant smile. When will Luo Tianqing arrive? Tonight, Jian Wuxing answered. However, he has only brought 3,000 men, which may not suffice to seize Yannan City. That is sufficient, Lin Qiyeh asserted confidently. Jian Wuxing regarded him with mild astonishment. Although Li Wuyu departed with 200,000 troops, he had stationed 30,000 soldiers to defend the city. The disparity in forces was tenfold. Moreover, Li Wuyu's 200,000 troops could return to Yannan City at any moment. What makes you so certain they shall not return? What is the situation within the city? Lin Qiyeh inquired again. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath. Many citizens are struggling to find sustenance, and numerous individuals have begun to flee. Li Wuyu's requisition of military supplies has exacerbated the situation. Today, the number of those leaving the city is at least 3 times that of yesterday. The lady has already discreetly allocated a considerable amount of provisions, ready to be distributed at any moment. It is not yet time. When Luo Tianqing arrives, bring him to me. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, continuing to poke at the nearby fire. The fire pit was adorned with several mysterious crystals, upon which rested a golden beast egg. As evening fell, Lin Qiyeh awakened from his meditation and stepped into the courtyard. Greetings, young master. A man in black approached him swiftly, bowing deeply, his eyes filled with unbridled joy. This robust figure, with a chiseled visage and piercing gaze, was none other than the deceased vice-commander of the Northern Army, Luo Tianqing. Lin Qiyeh smiled and assisted him to his feet. Tianqing, it is good to see you unharmed. Luo Tianqing chuckled. I knew it. Even if the heavens were to collapse, you would undoubtedly remain unscathed. In this world, no one can take your life. Lin Qiyeh responded with a light laugh. Have you taken to flattery as well? How are the arrangements progressing? Luo Tianqing's demeanor shifted to seriousness. I have already dispatched men to excavate Yinggu Mountain and let the waters accumulate for 3 days. Once Li Wuyu's army traverses Yinggu Gorge, the waters of the Cangjiang River will surge forth. At that moment, a deluge will ensue between the two cities, and the 200,000 troops shall be utterly annihilated. Jian Wuxing, upon hearing this, was taken aback. Li Wuyu had only mobilized his forces yesterday, yet you had already orchestrated everything, merely waiting for him to walk into the trap? Simultaneously, a flicker of compassion crossed his eyes. Those were 200,000 lives at stake. Wuxing, do you find this cruel? Lin Qiyeh gazed at Jian Wuxing with a smile. Aye. Jian Wuxing inhaled deeply, yet the words eluded him. Luo Tianqing inquired with a grin. Wuxing, having lingered in the imperial city with the young master for several years, what is your impression of Dian? After a moment's contemplation, Jian Wuxing replied, on the surface, Dian appears to be thriving in peace and festivity, yet in reality, the prominent clans are embroiled in a relentless struggle for power, leaving it riddled with wounds and decay. Luo Tianqing shook his head. You are observing the imperial city, the most prosperous area of Dian. What you fail to see is that in other cities, the discontent among the populace has long since reached a boiling point, merely suppressed by the powerful clans. These 200,000 are but the pawns of the Li family, having exploited the citizens of Yannan City for many years. If they were to perish, what do you think would happen to Yannan City? Jian Wuxing shook his head in confusion. The people would surely rejoice. Luo Tianqing patted Jian Wuxing on the shoulder. Mercy does not govern an army, and righteousness does not govern wealth. In Dian, one must dismantle before one can establish. Chapter 27. The flooding of the Grand Army the following day at Yinggu Gorge, situated centrally between Yanbei City and Yan'an City, serving as a crucial passage for both cities. At this moment, General Li Wuliu commanded an army of 200,000, halting before the gorge. Shortly thereafter, scouts reported that the vanguard had surged ahead unimpeded. Lin Qieyeh, it seemed, had grown old. Was he still considered a renowned general of Great Yin? Li Wuliu scoffed derisively. The southern army had departed 3 days prior, and Lin Qieyeh had made no preparations whatsoever. He shook his head, disdain etched across his face. Had it been me, I would have set an ambush at Yangu Gorge. Even if I couldn't thwart this general, I could delay him for days. Having just returned to Yanbei City, he likely hadn't even organized the northern garrison. This battle was destined for failure, and the northern king would soon become a relic of history. A deputy general laughed heartily, his expression laced with contempt. General, at that moment, a middle-aged man clad in white interjected, though Yangu Gorge is a perilous location. It is well known to all. Even if defenses were established, they would be of little use. I believe that the Tsang River poses a greater threat. Li Wuliu furrowed his brow. Su Qin, do not indulge in such alarmist rhetoric. The Tsang River is a full 30 miles away, with Yangu Mountain as a barrier. How could it possibly threaten us? The deputy general sneered. Su Qin replied solemnly, if we traverse Yangu Gorge and the enemy breaches the riverbank, the Tsang River's ferocity is formidable. Should it inundate us, the consequences would be dire. You think Lin Qieyeh is a deity? The deputy general scoffed. Even if he were divine, knowing we would assault Yanbei City, he would still require time to arrange his forces. How long has it been since he returned? At most 2 or 3 days. Within such a brief span, to dispatch troops to breach Yangu Mountain is a fool's dream. Su Qin, momentarily at a loss for words, pondered. Indeed, it is improbable for anyone to breach Yangu Mountain and summon the waters of the Tsang River in just 2 or 3 days unless they were a god. Taking a deep breath, he persisted in his argument. General, our army is already in an invulnerable position. Even if there exists a mere 1 in 10,000 chance of danger, we must eliminate it, lest our 200,000 troops fall into peril. He proposed sending 10 scouts to investigate while the army advanced. Li Wuliu dismissed the notion with indifference. With a decisive wave of his arm, the Grand Army continued its advance, forming a lengthy procession through Yangu Gorge. Su Qin gazed towards Yangu Mountain, a bitter smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. I hope my concerns are unfounded. At that moment, atop Yangu Mountain, several figures stood, observing the 200,000 troops traversing the gorge. Were they truly passing through so easily? Were it you, you would proceed as well. Who could have anticipated that 3 days prior, an army of 100,000 had forcefully breached Yangu Mountain? Truly, the young master had foreseen this development 10 days prior. It appeared they were not foolish, as they had sent individuals to scout. Let us proceed. A cold glint flashed in their eyes. As half a day slipped by, the 200,000 troops finally emerged from Yangu Gorge. Su Qin occasionally glanced back. Yet he did not encounter the person he yearned to see. 3 hours had passed. Why had the scouts not yet relayed any news? Su Qin's countenance darkened, a profound sense of unease enveloping his heart. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind, reminiscent of a furious dragon's roar, shaking the heavens and instantly capturing the attention of the army. The soldiers turned in alarm, their expressions shifting dramatically. A torrential flood surged forth, akin to a stampede of 1,000 galloping steeds, rushing towards them with relentless force. It was a deluge. My heavens, flee! Panic-stricken cries erupted in chaos. The 20,000-strong army descended into turmoil, a veritable catastrophe. Many scrambled towards the flanking mountains in a frenzied flight. Before the flood could reach them, screams and roars filled the air. Thousands were trampled into the ground, their blood staining the earth a deep crimson. How could this be? Li Wuliu stared in shock at the unfolding scene. The most improbable event had indeed transpired. He struggled to comprehend how their adversary had accomplished such a feat. It was Yangushan, after all. Even 100,000 troops would require days to breach its defenses. General, we must flee. Su Qin shouted, dismounting swiftly, his feet finding the wind as he dashed towards the mountains. Li Wuliu, regaining his senses, leapt into action. Almost simultaneously, the flood surged forth, obliterating everything in its path. The ordinary soldiers, in the face of such a calamity, were but ants. In mere moments, half of the 20,000-strong army had vanished. Only 30 to 40,000 managed to scramble up the mountainsides. Li Wuliu's heart bled. Had they engaged in battle, the heavy casualties would have been bearable, yet he had not even glimpsed Yin Beiqing, and nearly the entire army was annihilated. It was utterly frustrating. How had they managed this? Li Wolyu trembled as he voiced his disbelief, unwilling to accept this harsh reality. General, there must be a traitor among us. The previously disdainful deputy officer's eyes were now bloodshot. The general has only deployed troops for 3 days, even if there is a traitor. How could they have forewarned the enemy in time for them to prepare? Su Qin shot the deputy a glance, causing him to blush furiously. After a moment's pause, Su Qin continued, General, the enemy possesses formidable individuals. They must have anticipated this move at least 10 days prior. We have lost this battle. Stronger than you? Li Wolyu's expression reflected disbelief. Su Qin took a deep breath, solemnly nodding. 1,000 times stronger. Suddenly, realization struck him, and he cried out, This is bad. Yin Nanqing. Upon hearing this, Li Wolyu's face paled, as if struck by lightning. Yin Nanqing. Lin Qiyeh continued to roast the golden beast egg. Why was there no reaction? This was puzzling. He had studied beast eggs and knew that hatching required special stimuli. Yet, this beast egg, nearly cooked, showed no signs of life. Was the method incorrect? Young master, the waters of the Zhangjiang River have already surged in, and Li Wolyu's 20,000-strong army is down to just over 30,000. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath, his heart tumultuous with the weight of this unexpected triumph. The young master's scheme had, against all odds, succeeded. Lin Qiyeh, without turning his head, inquired, What of Luotian City? 3,000 men have dispersed into Yan'an City, poised for action at any moment. Jian Wuxing replied. Action? What kind of action? Lin Qiyeh scoffed. Let them eat and drink their fill, that is sufficient. Jian Wuxing was taken aback. Wasn't Luotian City meant to seize control of Yan'an City? How could they succeed without taking action? Were they to wait for a surrender? Impossible. Fear not. A cooked duck cannot fly away, Lin Qiyeh chuckled, casually tossing a golden beast egg into the flames. Suddenly, the egg quivered slightly, a golden aura emanating from its shell, repelling the flames. Indeed, the approach had been flawed. A more vigorous method was required. Lin Qiyeh clapped his hands, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Very well, I shall take a brief rest. Inform me should anything arise. With that, he reclined in the armchair, his eyes slightly glazed. As night fell, Jian Wuxing hurried in, urgency etched across his face. Young master. Floodwaters have surged into Yan'an City. All gates are shut, and chaos reigns within. The common folk are scrambling for food, and the 30,000 soldiers left by Li Wolyu are unable to maintain order. Lin Qiyeh opened his eyes, a faint smile appearing. Jian Wuxing stared at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment, a jolt of realization striking him. Was this, too, part of the young master's design? Or could it be that the waters of the Zhangjiang were not solely intended to inundate 200,000 troops, but also to capture Yan'an City? Chapter 28. A city secured in Yanbei City. Lin Xiaodian donned his battle armor, standing with his hands clasped behind him atop the city walls, gazing into the distance. 3 days had passed since the scouts had reported, yet the forces from Yan'an City appeared to have vanished into thin air. Even the reconnaissance teams sent to investigate had lost contact. Had they all perished? A weighty concern settled in Lin Xiaoyan's heart. It seemed that Li Wolyu had come prepared this time. What is that? Suddenly, a voice of astonishment broke the silence. Lin Xiaodian abruptly lifted his gaze. At the horizon, a torrential flood surged forth, rapidly advancing towards Yanbei City. Everything in its path was consumed by the deluge. Where did this flood come from? Lin Xiaodian was slightly taken aback. Although there had been considerable rainfall a few days prior, the recent weather had been consistently clear. How could such a massive flood arise? Rest assured, Your Highness, Yanbei City is situated on high ground and will not be affected by the flood. Lin Wuxing squinted at the distance, overwhelmed with admiration. Truly, the young master had cleverly utilized a natural disaster to sweep away the 200,000 troops of Yan'an City. Now, with Yan'an City laid bare and encircled by water, the remaining defenders were merely cornered beasts. What a masterstroke, achieving 2 aims with a single ploy. Yan'an City was now virtually in the young master's grasp. Lin Wuxing contemplated further. No, it was a case of 3 birds with 1 stone. The arid climate of Yanbei, where rain was scarce, would now be replenished by the waters of the Zhangjiang River. Upon this realization, his eyes shone with respect. Your Highness, given the ferocity of this flood, If the 200,000 troops of Yan'an City were to encounter it, they would likely be annihilated, a soldier clad in black armor interjected. Lin Xiaotian was taken aback. It indeed seemed plausible. In such a scenario, would mobilizing his own 100,000 troops be in vain? Your Highness, once the flood recedes, should we attack Yan'an City? It would be akin to plucking fruit from a tree, another voice chimed in. Lin Xiaotian remained silent. To assault Yan'an City would signify betrayal against the great Yan. Although his perception of Yunantian had undergone a profound transformation, he was still far from making a resolute decision. The gathered soldiers fell into a contemplative silence. Just then, a sharp cry echoed from afar. A scout dismounted swiftly and hastened to the city walls. Your Highness, General Xia Tianfang of the Great Wilderness Dynasty approaches with 500,000 troops, and General Gu Beichen seeks assistance. The scout knelt on one knee and produced a bamboo tube. Lin Wufeng took the tube and handed it to Lin Xiaotian. As Lin Xiaotian opened it, his countenance darkened. The 200,000 troops of Yan'an City had not arrived, yet the Great Wilderness's 500,000 were now at their doorstep. A cold smile crept across Lin Xiaotian's face, his expression flashing with arrogance. The renowned General Xia Tianfang of the Great Wilderness? He had not set foot in Great Yan for over a decade, and he would not do so now or ever again. With a vigorous gesture, he declared, Lin Qiyeh, you shall lead the 100,000 troops to defend Yanbei City. The rest shall accompany me to the Yanyan Pass. Your Highness, to deal with Li Wuliu. I require no more than 50,000 troops, declared the confident General Lin Qiyeh. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively, stating, in 7 days. Should Li Wuliu not make an appearance, only then shall you lead the 50,000 to Yanyan Pass for reinforcements. This time, we shall deliver a decisive blow to the Great Wilderness, ensuring he no longer harbors any intentions against the Great Yan. I shall obey the command. The others responded in unison. However, a flicker of concern crossed Lin Wufeng's eyes. The Great Wilderness Dynasty has mobilized 500,000 troops? This contradicts our intelligence. It is imperative to relay this information to the young master at once. In Yan'an City, as the gates closed, chaos ensued within. The food shortage had left many citizens starving. On the first day, the 30,000 troops left by Li Wuliu could barely suppress the unrest. By the second day, acts of arson, murder, and looting were rampant, overwhelming the 30,000 defenders. On the third day, with millions of citizens suffering from hunger, their desperation eclipsed their fear. To refrain from stealing meant certain death, while theft offered a glimmer of hope for survival. The populace, no longer restrained, openly clashed with the soldiers. Bloodshed became commonplace. On the fourth day, the floodwaters remained, rendering Yan'an City a ghost town, eerily silent. While few lives had been lost, most were too weak from starvation to resist. Within a refined courtyard, Luo Tiancheng took a deep breath and said, Young master, it is nearly time. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly and replied, Let us proceed. But remember to avoid harming the civilians as much as possible. Jian Wuxing could not restrain himself, asking, Young master, the citizens of Yan'an City are driven mad by hunger, and Luo Tiancheng has only 3,000 men. Before he could finish, Luo Tiancheng chuckled. Do you believe they still possess the strength to fight? Now, a mere morsel would suffice to make them compliant. Yet, many had perished. Jian Wuxing sighed. Luo Tiancheng shook his head. What you express is mere sentimentality. In the event of war, the death toll would exceed tenfold, even 100-fold. But how many have truly starved to death in Yan'an City thus far? Those who have succumbed have merely reaped the consequences of their actions. With that, Luo Tiancheng turned and departed. Lin Qiyeh could not help but sigh. Human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. Jian Wuxing wholeheartedly agreed. At that moment, Lin Yiren appeared at the door, her face drawn and weary. Jian Wuxing was taken aback. How did she come to be here? You have worked hard, Lin Qiyeh remarked with a smile. Do not make me undertake such tasks again. You have no idea how many citizens reside between Yan'an City and Yanbei City, Lin Yiren complained. To relocate them all within 7 days without arousing suspicion is an arduous endeavor. Thankfully, the resources of the Yuyun Merchant Association are sufficient. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxing was taken aback. You fool, do you truly believe that young master disregards human life? Lin Yiren remarked with a hint of amusement as she observed Jian Wuxing. His face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head in shame. Lin Qiyeh rose from his seat and placed a reassuring hand on Jian Wuxing's shoulder. In all matters, one must plan before acting. There are myriad methods to achieve one's goals. Sometimes they may be cumbersome, yet there is invariably one approach that is most suitable. Jian Wuxing nodded earnestly in agreement. Iran, have the arrangements been made? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Lin Iran nodded in affirmation. Everything is set. We can establish a canal connecting the northern and southern cities at any moment. From now on, with the waters of the Tsang River, the northern lands shall no longer remain desolate. Jian Wuxing's astonishment was palpable. The waters of the Tsang River had not only obliterated Li Wulyu's army of 200,000, but had also facilitated the young master's effortless conquest of Yan'an City. Moreover, it possessed such remarkable utility. This was something he had never anticipated. The following day, Luo Tiansheng returned to the courtyard, his face brimming with joy. Young master, Yan'an City has been captured. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath, genuinely pleased for Lin Qiyeh. However, Lin Qiyeh remained composed, devoid of elation or sorrow, as if the conquest of Yan'an City were but a trivial matter. Tiansheng, you know what to do next, do you not? Lin Qiyeh continued to roast the golden demon beast egg, not even glancing back. Rest assured, young master, I guarantee that within a month, you will have an army of 100,000 at your disposal. Luo Tiansheng promptly pledged his military oath and departed in a flurry. Young master, how may I assist? Jian Wuxing inquired with eager anticipation. He suddenly felt somewhat ineffectual compared to the others around the young master. Lin Qiyeh, perceiving his thoughts, chuckled softly. Indeed, there is a task I require you to undertake. Jian Wuxing's expression grew serious. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. I need you to bring a certain individual before me. And they must be alive. Chapter 29. Do you wish to monopolize? Who? Jian Wuxing was slightly astonished to witness Lin Qiyeh's solemn demeanor for the first time. Lin Qiyeh smiled, his lips parting ever so slightly. Him? Jian Wuxing's face was one of utter bewilderment. He thought he had misheard. Esteemed sir, what value does this person hold? Is he more significant than Li Wulyu? Do not underestimate anyone, Lin Qiyeh advised. In comparison, Li Wulyu is akin to refuse next to gold. Jian Wuxing harbored no doubts regarding Lin Qiyeh's words, yet his curiosity deepened. However, he still could not comprehend what made such an unremarkable person worthy of the esteemed sir's regard. Remember, he must remain alive, Lin Qiyeh reiterated. Rest assured, sir. Jian Wuxing responded solemnly before vanishing quietly. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh produced a note, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Interesting. I did not anticipate such a figure hidden within Yan'an City. In the dead of night, a shadow appeared. Wuxing, what brings you here? Lin Qiyeh expressed mild surprise upon seeing the figure. I am not alone. Lin Wuxing gestured towards the courtyard. With a whoosh, a dozen figures flashed into view, all appearing in the courtyard with synchronized movements. The crowd remained silent, yet their demeanor exuded respect. What has transpired? Lin Qiyeh's expression grew solemn. The simultaneous mobilization of the 18 riders of listening snow was surely no trivial matter. The great wilderness dynasty, led by Xie Xingfang, has dispatched an army of 500,000 to Yanyun Pass. The prince has already taken troops to provide support, Lin Wuxing stated, her face impassive. That fellow Wu Yun attempted to vie with me and was soundly defeated. In terms of killing, those people may not be our match. Lin Qiyeh rolled his eyes and chuckled. Aren't you afraid he might hold a grudge? At worst, should we encounter danger, we simply shall not seek his aid. Lin Wuxing shrugged, dismissing the concern. Among the 7 great dynasties, none should pose a threat to the 18 riders of listening snow. What about the evil sword master? Lin Qiyeh interjected. Let us disregard that. Lin Wuxing replied, her expression darkening. It seemed she had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. Quickly changing the topic, she said, Esteemed sir, since Wu Feng has requested either me or Wu Yun to take action, it must mean the opponent is indeed formidable. Could it be that the great wilderness dynasty has experts? Upon hearing this, Lin Wuxing's eagerness was palpable. While she could not contend with those at the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, she felt capable of testing her strength against those in the early and mid stages. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, occasionally frowning and then relaxing, as thoughts raced through his mind. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. The people of the great wilderness are known for their fierce martial prowess, far surpassing that of the great Yan. Only the northern town army can stand against them, yet their forces are double that of the northern town army. As he spoke, Lin Qiyeh began to feel a sense of concern. Fortunately, Li Wulyu's 200,000 troops had already been dealt with. Otherwise, a coordinated attack would be unimaginable. Wait a moment, Lin Qiyeh suddenly pondered. How could Li Wulyu and Xie Xingfang both have mobilized at the same time? This is highly irregular. Indeed, it is abnormal. Lin Wuxin also displayed a contemplative expression. If the prince were to be restrained by Xia Tianfang, while Li Wulyu led an army of 200,000 to attack, it was highly likely that Yanbei City would fall. At that point, the prince would lose his retreat and could only defend Yinyun Pass. Even if Li Wulyu chose to besiege without assaulting, it would still distract the prince, making it exceedingly difficult for him to fight with his back against the wall. No, this was insufficient. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. Although the old man was somewhat foolishly loyal, he was nonetheless one of the 7 great generals. If Xia Tianfang intended to breach Yinyun Pass, he would undoubtedly pay a heavy price. The foolish brute Li Wulyu, who knew nothing of warfare, could hardly pose a threat to the old man unless other unknown forces intervened. Yin Guicheng, Lin Qiyeh, and Lin Wuxin exchanged glances, speaking in unison. Yin Guicheng did not belong to the 18 great cities of the Dine dynasty. However, its location was exceedingly unique, gazing south towards Dian, bordering the west with Dalong, and lying north adjacent to the Great Wasteland. It was the confluence of the 3 great dynasties, arranged in a triangular formation with Yanbei City and Yinan City. Due to its treacherous terrain, surrounded on 3 sides by towering mountains and bisected by the Tsang River, it was easy to defend but difficult to attack, posing little risk of invasion. Even between Yanbei City and Yinan City, there was only a narrow official road connecting them to Yin Guicheng. For the Dalong and Great Wasteland dynasties to invade Dian through Yin Guicheng would be akin to chasing a fantasy. Of course, this was not the focal point of Lin Qiyeh's concerns. The crux lay to the southeast of Yin Guicheng, where the land was level and truly fertile, replete with abundant resources. Even Lin Yiren's previous plan to collapse the heavens had failed to affect Yin Guicheng in the slightest. Yin Guicheng is the fief of the Wen family? Lin Qiyeh suddenly realized. Was all of this a scheme by Wen Xingchen? It seemed that the previous killings had not been sufficiently ruthless. The job had not been thoroughly executed. Lin Wuxin's gaze turned cold as he prepared to leave. Do not rush, Lin Qiyeh hastily called out to him. It may be too late if you go now. You should rest here for half a month. What about Yanbei City? Lin Wuxin expressed concern for Lin Xiaotian. Do not worry. No one can touch Yanbei City, Lin Qiyeh replied with a cold snort. Wen Xingchen's ambitions are considerable, but attempting to seize the 3 cities in the northern frontier of Dian all at once is a fool's errand. He could easily bite off more than he can chew. Lin Wuxin nodded and withdrew. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The flood had gradually receded. With the assistance of the Yuyan Chamber of Commerce, Luotian City had swiftly taken control of Yan'an City within 2 days. They successfully recruited an army of 100,000 and commenced military training. Under the banner of the Yuyan Chamber of Commerce, Lin Yiren effortlessly enlisted 200,000 laborers to begin digging a canal. Given the current food shortages in Yan'an City, anyone with a morsel to eat would willingly labor, especially with the promise of wages. However, this was a monumental undertaking, expected to take at least a year and a half. Throughout, Lin Qiyeh had not made an appearance. He had faith in Lin Yiren and Luotian City's capabilities. In the elegant courtyard, Lin Qiyeh continued to roast the golden demon beast eggs as the surrounding mysterious crystals had already been replaced several times. After a fortnight of roasting, the golden radiance surrounding the beast egg grew ever more resplendent. Lin Qiyeh felt a surge of anticipation. A divine-tier mystical beast, its prowess must be formidable. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to a figure not far away. Upon the rooftop stood a middle-aged man, clad in azure garments, tall and slender, with a striking countenance. A sword was slung at his back, and his piercing gaze was fixed intently on the beast egg nestled in the flames. Do you wish to partake as well? Lin Qiyeh inquired with a subtle smile. The middle-aged man's lips twitched at the remark. Partake? Are you unaware of what this is? A divine-tier beast egg. To think you would roast it for consumption is sheer sacrilege. Though he refrained from voicing his thoughts, he swiftly appeared by the fire, reaching out toward the beast egg with astonishing speed, akin to a fleeting specter. Just as the egg was within his grasp, a flicker of delight crossed his face. However, in the next instant, his smile froze. With a resounding clap, a hand clamped tightly around his wrist, akin to a vice. The beast egg lay but half an inch from his fingers, yet it was rendered immobile. Do you intend to savor it all alone? A detached voice echoed in his ear. The middle-aged man was taken aback, staring in disbelief at the seemingly innocuous youth before him. Chapter 30. The Sword Emperor's demise. The middle-aged man struggled with all his might, yet his right hand remained utterly immobile. How could this be? With his prowess, he was invincible against the 7 great empires. How could a mere youth so effortlessly subdue him? At that moment, Lin Qiyeh suddenly released his grip. The middle-aged man trembled, swiftly retreating to the rooftop, casting a wary gaze upon Lin Qiyeh. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and his back was already drenched. Lin Qiyeh rose, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded the middle-aged man. Who might you be? The man inquired, his voice trembling with trepidation. The earlier display of power had genuinely unsettled him. Before him stood an insurmountable mountain, an abyss that seemed impossible to cross. Are you from the Blood Cloud sect? Lin Qiyeh countered with a question, maintaining his calm demeanor and smile throughout. The middle-aged man fell silent, yet his mind raced with thoughts. The individual before him recognized him. Could he possibly be a reincarnated ancestor of the Blood Cloud sect? The likelihood seemed slim. Even transcending the Empyrean realm to achieve the Holy Empyrean realm would not allow one to revert to youth. At the very least, it was impossible. The Blood Cloud sect could not possibly possess such a formidable figure. In the entirety of Yun Prefecture, no such master existed. The more he imagined, the greater his anxiety grew, his complexion paling. Suddenly, he drew forth the sword from his back with a swift motion. A brilliant azure light erupted, and the fierce sword aura surged forth, causing the temperature in the courtyard to plummet several degrees, frost swirling in the air. Lin Qiyeh squinted and smiled. How does your sword compare to the wicked swordsman? The azure radiance, Sword Emperor? The middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that the other would so readily unveil his identity, while he himself knew nothing of the opponent. As a swordsman, how can you wield your blade when your hands are trembling? Lin Qiyeh remarked, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, shaking his head slightly. He had held some expectation. The Azure Radiance Sword Emperor was, after all, an Empyrean realm master, presumably far superior to the wicked swordsman. Yet, he was met with such inadequacy, and disappointment washed over him. Begone, do not let me see you in the 7 great empires, Lin Qiyeh scoffed. The Azure Radiance Sword Emperor gritted his teeth, his eyes suddenly gleaming with rage, resembling a frenzied beast. He was unwilling to concede. How could a dignified swordsman lack the courage to strike? Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed. Lin Qiyeh turned to look, only to see cracks forming upon the beast egg. Radiant strands of black and gold light bursting forth, blindingly bright. Kill! At that instant, the Azure Radiance Sword Emperor roared, launching a swift strike towards Lin Qiyeh like a bolt of lightning. The azure sword light blazed fiercely, imbued with an unassailable sword intent. As the tip of the sword drew ever closer to Lin Qiyeh, a look of exultation spread across his face. Had he succeeded? In a sudden twist, Lin Qiyeh turned and sidestepped. Uft! With a crisp sound, a barely noticeable mark appeared at the throat of the Qingming Sword Emperor, blood spraying forth like mist. His sword was a mere inch away from Lin Qiyeh, and yet that inch bridged the chasm between life and death. So swift, the Qingming Sword Emperor clutched his throat, but the blood continued to pour forth uncontrollably. With a thud, he fell to the ground, vitality swiftly draining away. You were simply too slow, Lin Qiyeh remarked coolly. Who are you? How do you know my name? The Qingming Sword Emperor gasped, expending nearly all his remaining strength to inquire. Does it matter? Lin Qiyeh replied. The Qingming Sword Emperor seemed to drift in and out of consciousness. Indeed, does it matter? It no longer does. In this world, to possess such swiftness in a sword. His pupils gradually dilated until all semblance of life faded away. Lin Qiyeh regarded the lifeless body of the Qingming Sword Emperor and shook his head. He had not intended to take a life. Yet he had not anticipated the Emperor's sudden attack. Heaven's misdeeds may still allow for survival. Self-inflicted calamity, however, is inescapable, Lin Qiyeh murmured. The name of the Qingming Sword Emperor was not unfamiliar to him. He had only heard of it, never truly understood its weight. It was surprising that a mere guess had proven accurate. Should the Qingming Sword Emperor know of this from beyond the grave? One could only wonder what thoughts would cross his mind. His gaze fell upon the beast egg, a creature so coveted, even by the likes of an emperor. surely held great promise. Moments later, the shell shattered completely, and a small bird, no larger than a palm, emerged, its entire form a deep black. Lin Qiyeh's expression turned curious. A golden beast egg hatching a black mystical creature? Could it be a mutation? Upon closer inspection, he discovered that its feathers were as hard as steel, adorned with peculiar patterns that shimmered faintly with gold. A sacred beast lineage, a black gold dragon? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. No wonder the Qingming Sword Emperor had feared him, yet dared to take such a risk. A sacred beast lineage. It was destined to break through to the sacred profound realm, an unparalleled talent, surpassing 99% of human cultivators in Yunzhou. Born at the mid-stage of the divine realm, it defied all reasoning. Alas, it was a bit small. Suddenly, the little creature opened its eyes, revealing orbs of black and gold, akin to two unsheathed divine swords. Sharp and formidable, its wings fluttered lightly, resembling a bolt of black lightning as it surged toward Lin Qiyeh. Quick of hand and eye, Lin Qiyeh effortlessly grasped the neck of the black gold dragon. Its wings flapped vigorously, emitting waves of sword energy. If you continue to struggle, I shall roast you, Lin Qiyeh warned, releasing his grip only to swiftly deliver a resounding slap. The black gold dragon was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the courtyard wall, which collapsed in an instant. It let out a series of furious cries, attempting to flee. Lin Qiyeh smirked, unleashing his spirit, a tempestuous aura sweeping across the area. The black gold dragon patterned sculpture felt as though the very heavens had collapsed, plunging into an abyss of ice. Its entire form curled up in place, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Qiyeh flicked his finger, and a stream of light penetrated its being. Since he had brought it to life, how could he permit its escape? He had never anticipated that his regal aura would compel a majestic beast of divine lineage to kneel in submission. Nevertheless, he possessed no shortage of methods. At that moment, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard, belonging to Jian Wuxing. Lin Qiyeh lifted his gaze to behold a disheveled figure being dragged into the courtyard and carelessly tossed onto the ground. Lin Qiyeh, the bewildered figure gasped, appearing as though it had encountered a ghost. It was no wonder he was so astonished. A person presumed dead stood before him in the flesh. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he stammered, "Is this all part of your scheme?" Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. "Should I address you as Su Qin or Qin Su?" The individual brought by Jian Wuxing was none other than Su Qin, a soldier from Li Wulyu's ranks. Or, more accurately, he should be referred to as Qin Su. Upon hearing this, a fleeting expression of shock crossed Qin Su's face, and he calmly stated, "I go by Su Qin. Whether you wish to kill or maim, I leave it to your discretion." Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly, the crown prince of the ancient Qin dynasty. With extraordinary talent, breaking through to the divine profound realm at 18, achieving the emperor profound realm at 30, and reaching the saint profound realm by 60. 3 centuries ago, the ancient Qin dynasty crumbled overnight, leaving no trace of its court or subjects, becoming a mere relic of history. The cultivation world of Yunzhou subsequently fell into disarray, as various warlords divided the remnants of the ancient Qin dynasty. Enough! Before Lin Qiyeh could finish, Qin Su suddenly roared, his eyes now bloodshot with fury. Jian Wuxing stood there, utterly bewildered. The ancient Qin dynasty, what is that? Chapter 31. The ancient Qin Empire. After the ancient Qin Empire was reduced to ashes, 5 major sects and 7 imperial dynasties arose, dominating Yunzhou. Lin Qiyeh, with an expression of serene calmness, disregarded Qin Su's furious outburst and mused aloud. Little do you know. In the absence of the tiger, the monkeys proclaimed themselves kings. The 7 imperial dynasties and 5 major sects are but dust in comparison to the once mighty ancient Qin Empire. Alas, you have slumbered for nearly 3 centuries. Your cultivation has dissipated. I command you to silence. Qin Su erupted like a lion awakened from slumber, lunging at Lin Qiyeh. However, before Lin Qiyeh could make a move, Jian Wuxing stepped forward, effortlessly raising his right hand to send Qin Su flying through the air. Qin Su crashed heavily to the ground several feet away, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How could one as feeble and insignificant as you demand silence from anyone? Lin Qiyeh remarked coolly, clenching his fists until his nails dug into his palms. Qin Su pounded the ground in frustration. Lin Qiyeh's words sliced through his scars like a blade. Suddenly, his gaze darted to the side, and he gasped in shock. The Qingming Sword Emperor? He exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. He then looked up at Lin Qiyeh, incredulous. Did you truly slay him? Jian Wuxing wore a look of astonishment. The Sword Emperor? Could it be an Emperor-level expert? You, my lord, have actually killed an Emperor-level opponent? His prowess barely ranks in Yunzhou. Lin Qiyeh reclined languidly in the Grandmaster chair, while Jian Wuxing hastily prepared tea for him. Lin Qiyeh took a delicate sip, the chair swaying slightly as he closed his eyes, lapsing into silence. The atmosphere in the courtyard grew profoundly still. After a lengthy pause, Qin Su rose to his feet. Taking a deep breath, "What do you wish to extract from me?" he inquired. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, "I have no interest in what you possess. Rather, I am intrigued by the reasons behind your and the ancient Qin Empire's downfall." Qin Su's face contorted with disbelief. If the world were to learn of his identity, how could they not be interested? They would likely seek to extract every ounce of knowledge from him. Surely you do not believe the ancient Qin Empire was truly formidable? Lin Qiyeh suddenly opened his eyes, a playful glint in them as he regarded Qin Su. If it were genuinely powerful, would it have met such a demise? Qin Su swallowed his words, realizing the truth. Indeed, the ancient Qin Empire was not strong enough. Otherwise, it would not have become a relic of history. The reasons for the fall of the ancient Qin Empire shall remain my secret, unless you can unify Yunzhou, Qin Su stated solemnly. Then let us make this an agreement. Lin Qiyeh nodded, rising as if discussing a trivial matter. Qin Su was taken aback. He had merely spoken in jest, not anticipating Lin Qiyeh would take him seriously. Why not accompany me to behold the vistas atop the 9 heavens? Lin Qiyeh smiled. Qin Su's pupils constricted. A simple phrase, yet it resonated with grandeur, as if it could conquer the world. Gazing deeply into Lin Qiyeh's eyes, Qin Su said, "I eagerly await the day you reach that pinnacle. Will you spare Li Wu's life?" "Very well," Lin Qiyeh replied. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly and handed him a note. "Luotian City is waiting for you. Be cautious of the Wen family." Qin Su glanced at the note, turned, and left without looking back, leaving behind a remark. Jian Wuxing was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of the riddle being exchanged between them. The Wen family? Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, a smirk of disdain gracing his features. Did the Wen family truly merit such caution? Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction at Qin Su's words. "Young master, are you truly allowing him to depart?" Jian Wuxing could no longer contain his curiosity. "Depart?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head with a smile. "He will not be leaving." Jian Wuxing was taken aback again and inquired, "Young master, what is the story behind the ancient Qin Empire?" Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, "A millennium ago, the ancient Qin Empire unified Yunzhou, basking in glory and prosperity. With formidable beings aplenty and an aura akin to that of a dragon, garnering the reverence of all in Yunzhou. However, 3 centuries passed. The ancient Qin Empire mysteriously vanished overnight, as if erased from the annals of history. Presently, the number of those in Yunzhou who comprehend the ancient Qin Empire can be counted on one hand, most of whom are ancient figures from the 5 great sections. How could the ancient Qin Empire, so powerful, be destroyed? Jian Wuxing questioned incredulously. To Yunzhou, despite the ancient Qin Empire's might, before even stronger entities, it was as insignificant as an ant, easily extinguished with a mere flick. Lin Qiyeh shook his head in response. Jian Wuxing opened his mouth to speak. How could human strength be so formidable? Lin Qiyeh merely smiled, remaining silent. Is this truly strength? In my previous life, at the peak of my power, I could have obliterated the 9 Xian continent with a breath. He patted Jian Wuxing's shoulder. The broader your perspective, the greater the world appears. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath and nodded solemnly. He then chuckled and asked, "Young master, how do you know of the ancient Qin Empire? Did you hear it from the Snow Listening Tower?" Having witnessed the prowess of Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxin, he could easily imagine the overall strength of the Snow Listening Tower. Thus it was reasonable to have knowledge of the ancient Qin Empire. "I shall tell you once you transcend to the divine Xian realm," Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Jian Wuxing was astonished. Could it be that aside from the Snow Listening Tower, the young master possesses other hidden forces? A fiery gleam flickered in his eyes. The more time he spent with the young master, the more he felt the depths of his inscrutability. "Now, take care of the corpse of the Qingming Sword Emperor," Lin Qiyeh commanded, producing several sacks of profound crystals and tossing them before Jian Wuxing. "Hasten your breakthrough to the heavenly Xian realm. We cannot allow the matters of the Dian Empire to hinder our progress." "Understood," Jian Wuxing replied, bowing as he retreated. Lin Qiyeh gazed at the vast sky, gently manipulating the spatial ring in his hand, and pondered. Yinzhou, Lingzhou, Songzhou are merely fragments of a larger realm. It is unfortunate that the misty Grand Formation obstructs exploration. They can only navigate through the seas. I suspect the downfall of the ancient Qin Empire is linked to the misty Grand Formation. Beyond it, there must lie a grander world. The ability to forge a spatial ring indicates one must at least transcend the sacred Qian realm. The following day, Lin Qiyeh was immersed in his cultivation. Excitedly, Luo Tianqing rushed to Yin, exclaiming, "Young master, we have captured Li Wuliu, and his more than 30,000 men have all been taken prisoner. I have dispersed them among the Yin Nan army." Lin Qiyeh, roused from his slumber, responded with a hint of sarcasm. Was it truly so difficult to capture him? Luo Tianqing scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. It seems it was indeed not a challenge. What are your thoughts on Qin Su? Lin Qiyeh gestured for Luo Tianqing to take a seat. Luo Tianqing promptly poured him a cup of tea, stating, "His intellect surpasses mine 100-fold. With him on our side, Yin Guiqing will surely fall into your grasp." After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow, adding, "However, he intends to release Li Wuliu. I have given him my word." Lin Qiyeh dismissed the concern. Li Wuliu is insufferably ungrateful. After sparing his life, he dares to curse beneath the city gates. Were it not for Qin Su, I would have surely executed him. Luo Tianqing snorted disdainfully. Qin Su is no better, remaining silent in the face of insults. If I were Li Wuliu, I would also hurl abuse. After suffering a crushing defeat, and with Qin Su's defection, anyone would deem him a traitor and a spy. Lin Qiyeh felt a sense of exasperation. Luo Tianqing excelled in military formations, yet in other respects, well, it was better left unsaid. "Young master, Qin Su is preparing to lead 30,000 troops to set off for Yin Guiqing under the cover of night. In a fortnight, I shall lead the remaining 100,000 troops to march on Yin Beiqing." Lin Qiyeh nodded in acknowledgement. Just as Luo Tianqing departed, 18 shadowy figures appeared in the courtyard. "Young master," they intoned, bowing deeply. A cold glint sparked in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. "I want the army of the One family to return with not a single soldier to Yin Guiqing. Can this be accomplished?" "Yes," the 18 responded in unison, their voices ringing with conviction. Chapter 32. The Emperor's intrigue in the imperial study of the Great Yin. The Emperor's fury erupted. A group of incompetents. What good is giving them opportunities? Yunantian bellowed, sweeping everything off the table, the objects clattering as they fell. Yet, still unsatisfied, he kicked Lu Jin, sending him sprawling. Lu Jin, bloodied and trembling, knelt on the floor, his face a mask of terror. "Your Majesty, please calm your wrath," a voice resonated from the doorway. Yunantian and Yulingyan entered side by side. Taking several deep breaths, Yunantian's countenance softened as he fixed a cold gaze upon Lu Jin. Noticing this, Lu Jin hastily rose and exited the imperial study. "What is it?" Yunantian's brow furrowed deeply. Yunantian inhaled deeply, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, the great Wilderness Empire's army of 500,000 is poised at the Yinyan Pass." Upon hearing this, Yunantian did not exhibit anger. Rather, a flicker of delight crossed his features. Does this mean that Lin Xiaodian still has a chance of survival? "The possibility is minimal," Yunantian replied thoughtfully. "If he were to perish, the Great Wilderness would surely breach Yanbei City. Should Yannan City falter, the Great Wilderness would advance southward, endangering Great Yin. Lin Xiaodian must not die." Yunantian seethed. That useless Li Wu. 20,000 troops, and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Lin Xiaodian before nearly losing everything. He had intended for Wen Xingqian and Lin Xiaodian to tear each other apart, allowing him to reap the benefits. Now, that plan lay in shambles, fueling his rage. "Your Majesty, there is another matter," Yunantian interjected hesitantly. "Speak without fear," Yunantian retorted coldly. Taking a deep breath, Yunantian continued. "I have just received news that Luo Tianqing is unharmed, and furthermore, Yannan City has fallen under his control." "What?" Yunantian shot upright, fury surging within him, his face turning an alarming shade of crimson. How could the Emperor of Yin be so easily toyed with? Luo Tianqing. He ground his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead. "Father, I wish to go to Yanbei City," Yulingyan interjected timely. Noting her father's silence, she added, "Lin Xiaodian is leading troops to Yinyun Pass, while Yanbei City is leaderless. The child I carry is destined to be the future prince of the north. As the mother, I have the right to govern Yanbei City, regardless of Lin Xiaoyan's fate. Yu Nantian's eyes gleamed with interest. Moreover, Yu Lingyan paused, a glint of cold determination flashing in her eyes. Since Luo Tianqing dares to defy you, father, my son cannot remain indifferent. Is he not loyal to Lin Xiaoyan? Then I shall take his life in Lin Xiaoyan's name. And how do you propose to do that? Yu Nantian inquired, his desire to see Luo Tianqing suffer immensely apparent. With a smile, Yu Lingyan replied, your daughter dares to request that you decree Yannan City be bestowed upon Lin Qiyeh, and announce to the world that I am the princess of Yanbei. Will Luo Tianqing dare to defy such a proclamation? If he were to show respect, the prince could easily govern Yannan City. If he were to disrespect, it would constitute defiance against the imperial decree and treachery towards Lin Xiaoyan, leaving no refuge for him in Dian. What if he? Yu Nantian felt a pang of worry. Yu Lingyan, with a knowing demeanor, replied, he would not dare to harm the prince. Otherwise, Lin Xiaoyan would not spare him, nor would the emperor, unless he were to betray Dian. But would he dare to do so? Naturally, he would not. Yu Nanxian interjected, stating that Yannan City, having suffered a deluge and famine, lacked the strength to engage in battle, merely existing as an isolated fortress. Excellent! Yu Nantian exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table. Lu Banban, draft an edict. In the Wenfu courtyard, when Xingchen sat in silence, his expression dark as he stared at the remorseful Li Wentao across from him. The atmosphere was thick with tension. After a long pause, when Xingchen finally spoke, why is Li Wuyu still alive? Li Wentao trembled, incredulously gazing at Wen Xingchen. Could it be that he intends to? Li Wuyu, the general of Anbei and Dian, was tasked by the emperor to guard Yannan City. What would happen if he were to die at the hands of Luo Tianqing? When Xingchen, unfazed, continued, what does the chancellor imply? Li Wentao exhaled, his mind racing. If Luo Tianqing, under Lin Xiaoyan's command, were to unlawfully slay the general of Anbei, would that not be tantamount to a rebellion against Dian? Do you think the emperor would send troops or refrain from doing so? When Xingchen took a delicate sip of tea, I shall make arrangements immediately. Li Wentao rushed off in haste. When Xingchen rubbed his temples, muttering in frustration, truly a band of incompetent allies. Had it not been for my own plans, we would have been led astray by you. I must promptly inform Xiaodian about Li Wuyu. Only by securing Yannan City will my heart find peace. In Yannan City, Lin Qiyeh listened in bewilderment to Jian Wuxing's report. Yu Nantian actually bestowed Yannan City upon him? It took him a moment to regain his senses. His reaction was not one of joy, but confusion. He had been contemplating how to leverage his identity as the Prince of Yanbei. Yet before he had even devised a plan, Yu Nantian had already set it in motion. One might think he and Yu Nantian were allies. The crux of the matter was that Yu Nantian had previously proclaimed to the world that he was dead. The emperor certainly knows how to play the game. After a prolonged silence, Lin Qiyeh finally uttered, I cannot fathom Yu Nantian's reasoning. What is he preparing for? By the way, there is another matter, the seventh princess. Yu Lingyan intends to travel to Yanbei City. Jian Wuxing added, equally perplexed. What could she possibly want in Yanbei City? Lin Qiyeh paused, suddenly struck by a thought. A smile creeping onto his face. How many people is she bringing? Approximately 3,000. Jian Wuxing replied without hesitation. Lin Qiyeh grinned. 3,000 dare to venture to Yanbei City? Truly a reckless endeavor. Are you planning to reveal your identity? Jian Wuxing inquired, astonished. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly and remarked, it requires 3,000 individuals to successfully reach Yannan City. Jian Wuxing's eyes sparkled with determination as he responded, I shall go and slay them at once. Without further ado, he turned to leave. However, Lin Qiyeh hastily grasped his arm, saying, your appearance would merely reveal that I am still alive to them. Jian Wuxing paused, realization dawning upon him. His face flushed with embarrassment. He regretted his lack of foresight, grateful nonetheless for the presence of his master. Lin Qiyeh patted him reassuringly on the shoulder as Jian Wuxing departed, his thoughts clouded with uncertainty. Could it be that his master intended for the 18 riders of listening snow to intervene? Observing Jian Wuxing's retreating figure, Lin Qiyeh seemed to discern his thoughts, muttering to himself, the 18 riders of listening snow? Is it necessary to wield a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With that, his gaze shifted to the black golden dragon-patterned carving on the nearby trunk. The carving trembled in response to Lin Qiyeh's scrutiny. for it depicted the topographical map between Yan'an City and the Great Yan Imperial City. Lin Qiyeh unfurled a piece of parchment and calmly stated, regardless of the means employed, I demand to see the living Yuling Yan by this time tomorrow. Is that understood? The black golden dragon-patterned carving nodded vigorously, its head bobbing like a rattle drum. Then, with a mighty flap of its wings, it transformed into a streak of dark light, soaring into the heavens and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Truly, it was a divine-tier mystical beast, renowned for its swiftness. Lin Qiyeh smiled, gazing at the distant mountains, and mused, I must acquire some flying mystical beasts in due time. They shall serve as a formidable surprise force. Meanwhile, the other side should soon make their move. Chapter 33. A collapse without a fight? 50 miles outside Yanbei City. Amidst a dense and shadowy forest, a man clad in a brocade robe gazed towards the direction of the city, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. Why had Li Wuyu yet to make a move after such a long time? The man, named Wen Xiao, the sixth son of Wen Xingqian, displayed evident impatience. He had remained stationed at Yanguei City, thus escaping the massacre orchestrated by Lin Wuxin. Following Wen Xingqian's orders, he had swiftly led an army of 100,000 through the mountainous terrain, enduring numerous hardships to arrive at this location. He had anticipated waiting for Li Wuyu to strike, intending to reap the benefits like a fisherman waiting by the river. Yet, a month had passed, and despite multiple waves of scouts sent forth, Yanbei City remained eerily tranquil, with not even a shadow of Li Wuyu's 200,000 troops in sight. Sixth Master. At that moment, a man clad in black armor approached, panting heavily. The scouts sent to Yan'an City have returned. It has been sealed off, and no one can enter. And Li Wuyu? Wen Xiao inquired. The armored man swallowed hard before responding, I did not see Li Wuyu, but I did encounter his strategist, Su Qin. It is highly likely that Li Wuyu has not deployed his forces at all. Upon hearing this, Wen Zhao's face turned a deep shade of ashen fury. So he had been waiting in vain? What audacity from the Li family to feign compliance with the Wen family. Wen Xiao was consumed by rage. Sixth Master, the floodwaters have receded. Though Li Wuyu dares not act, it is not wise for us to continue waiting. The armored man expressed his concerns. Wen Zhao's gaze flickered with intensity. What of our provisions? The armored man smiled reassuringly. The supplies are not an issue. Our men have cleared a thoroughfare, allowing for the seamless passage of supply wagons. Sustenance from Yanguei City can be delivered in abundance. Undoubtedly, Yanbei City cannot withstand us, even if we besiege without assaulting. Its fall is inevitable. As he spoke, confidence radiated from the armored man. Then we shall not wait any longer. Wen Xiao raised his arm decisively. Wen Yuan, assemble the troops and march immediately towards Yanbei City. Additionally, ensure that someone is stationed to guard this route, allowing no one to disrupt our advance. Understood. The armored man bowed and retreated. Wen Zhao's eyes sparkled with determination as he murmured to himself, once we capture Yanbei City, the northern frontier of Dian will lie firmly within the hands of the Wen family. At that time, even the Emperor of Yan shall be compelled to heed our wishes. Half an hour later, the Wen family's 100,000 troops surged forth like a mighty dragon, emerging from the forest with great momentum. As dusk approached, they arrived at the outskirts of Yanbei City. By the decree of His Majesty, summoned the king of Jinbei to the imperial city. Where is the king of Jinbei? Wen Yuan, astride a magnificent steed, bellowed at the city gates. Upon the city wall, Lin Qiyeh, clad in silver armor, coldly surveyed the scene outside. A hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips as he retorted, the great wilderness is invading, and the prince is leading his army to repel the foreign threat. Return from whence you came for daring to defy the emperor's command. Does the king of Jinbei seek to rebel against Dian? Wen Yuan responded with a faint smile. Lin Qiyeh harbored a desire for Lin Xiaodian to betray Dian. Yet this matter was beyond his authority to dictate. However, to his surprise, what awaited was not the formidable army of 200,000 led by Li Wuyu, but rather an unknown force. What nonsense! The king of the north has been loyal to the great Yin for generations. This is a well-known fact. Lin Qiyeh exclaimed with a cold glare. If they have been loyal to the great Yin, why then defy the imperial edict? I suspect the invasion of the great wilderness is but a pretext, while the true intention is to claim dominion over the land. Wen Yuan retorted, claim dominion? Yanbei City rightfully belongs to the king of the north. Are you out of your mind? Return from whence you came. Lin Qiyeh regarded Wen Yuan as if he were a fool. What absurdity is this? If Lin Xiaodian does not return to the imperial city, he will be dealt with as a traitor, and Yinbei City will undoubtedly suffer great devastation. You must think this through. Xuanhuan bellowed. Yet, Ling Qingqiu paid him no heed. Traitor? They would relish the opportunity to be labeled as such. Alas, the prince remains steadfastly loyal to the great Yin. Everyone, listen well. The events of today must not be whispered beyond the Yin Yun Pass. Any disruption to the morale of the troops will not be tolerated, Ling Qingqiu warned, casting a cold glance at the soldiers of Yinbei City. Yes, the crowd responded, fully aware of the implications. Ling Qingqiu was not concerned about the potential for unrest. Rather, he secretly hoped the Yin Emperor would deal with the prince as a traitor. At that moment, the citizens and soldiers of Yinbei City held their breath in anticipation. Outside the city gates, Xuanhuan stood in shock. Ling Qingqiu had actually left him there, disregarding him completely. Rascal. Xuanhuan seethed with anger as he rode forth to the front lines. Sixth Master, it has been confirmed that Lin Xiaodian has betrayed the great Yin. In my humble opinion, we should seize Yinbei City immediately. The time is not ripe. We are unaware of the situation within the city, when Xia shook his head. The defenders of Yinbei City number no more than 50,000, while the Great Wilderness has mobilized 500,000 troops. Xuanhuan expressed his disagreement. Precisely because of that, we should not launch an immediate assault, when Xia replied with a smile. Noticing Xuanhuan's silence, he confidently asserted, Did you not see how spirited those defending soldiers appear? Do not forget, the Great Yin is currently facing a severe shortage of provisions. Are you suggesting that the King of the North is forcibly requisitioning grain from the common folk? Xuanhuan's expression shifted. When Xia nodded appreciatively, the citizens of Yinbei City are likely grumbling in discontent. Once they can no longer endure, we shall attack the city. Perhaps we will be met with unexpected fortune. A brilliant insight, Sixth Master, Xuanhuan exclaimed, filled with admiration. Once the populace becomes desperate from hunger, they may resort to any measures, potentially opening the gates to welcome us. In such a case, we would not only capture Yinbei City with ease, but the people would harbor no resentment, and may even cooperate willingly. With a confident smile, when Xia extended his hand, declaring, in no more than 5 days, Yinbei City will fall without a fight. That cowardly Wulyu, too frightened to even emerge from the city, he is truly a fool, Xuanhuan chuckled in mock reproach. At that moment, within Yinbei City, the lights burned brightly. Before the gates of the northern town prince's residence, a throng of individuals gathered, many brandishing their burdens with fierce expressions. General, we are all part of Yinbei City and are willing to contribute our strength. Let us take up arms. One cried. Indeed, we are prepared to fight. The million citizens of Yinbei City are not cowards. Whoever seeks to starve us will face our wrath. If it were not for the prince, we would have perished from hunger. Not even the grand army of Dian, nor its emperor, could intimidate us. The citizens, filled with righteous indignation, clamored to join the battle. Silence, came a thunderous voice from the rear of the crowd. The people parted, revealing Ling Qingqiu striding forward with a commanding presence. His countenance was grim as he surveyed the assembly. When has the Battle of Yinbei City ever involved the common folk? Do you consider our northern town army to be worthless? It appears you are simply well-fed and idle. Should you continue this way, from tomorrow, your meals will be reduced to 1 a day. At his words, the crowd immediately bowed their heads in submission. If it ever came to the point where you were to step onto the battlefield, it would mean the northern town army had been utterly vanquished. Ling Qingqiu spoke again, his expression stern. If that day ever arrives, I hope you will do nothing but surrender and strive to survive. Now, return to your homes and rest. The citizens of Yinbei City, their eyes glistening with unshed tears, departed silently. Chapter 34. Capturing Yulingyan. The narrow path leading from Yingui City to Yinbei City lay desolate for years, overgrown with weeds. However, under the leadership of Wen Shao, an army of 100,000 carved a road through the wilderness. At this moment, a contingent of 10,000 soldiers escorted hundreds of carts laden with provisions toward Yinbei City, their passage unhindered. Rest assured, General, at our current pace, we shall reach the forward camp within 7 days, perhaps even earn some military merit, one soldier remarked. This path has remained untraveled for years. There is no danger whatsoever. In my opinion, it is entirely unnecessary to send such a large escort. Indeed, with 100,000 troops ahead and Yingui City behind us, it is improbable that we would be intercepted. Moreover, This path is only wide enough for 7 or 8 to walk side by side. Even if we were to encounter an ambush, a mere 1,000 men could easily thwart it. A few soldiers at the front engaged in hushed discussion. This was not their first time escorting supplies along this route, and they had never faced any peril. The thought of their comrades at the front easily attaining military accolades for capturing Yanbei City stirred their resentment. Given the current state of Yanbei City, even the frail and infirm could prevail. Why, then, must they be the ones to escort the provisions? They were not a logistics unit. Enough chatter. Let us not attract the attention of the Sixth Lord, admonished the commanding soldier. The group fell silent, though discontent lingered on their faces. Ahead lay a gorge. Be vigilant. Do not let yourselves fall, the leader cautioned once more. Fear not. We have traversed this route twice before without incident, one soldier replied, and the others nodded in agreement. The army continued onward until they finally reached the gorge. Scouts returned from the front, reporting no abnormalities. Advance, commanded the leader, raising his arm. Within the span of half a stick of incense, the 10,000 soldiers stepped onto the narrow walkway above the gorge. Below, the turbulent waters of the river roared like a raging beast. Despite having crossed it twice before, anxiety gripped them, and they remained on edge. Suddenly, the sound of arrows slicing through the air pierced the atmosphere. Enemy attack. The leader bellowed, unsheathing his sword. The sharp sounds of arrows striking flesh followed, accompanied by anguished cries. The leader was struck in the throat by an arrow, his lifeless body plummeting off the walkway, disappearing into the raging waters below. The soldiers accompanying him met a similar grim fate, all perishing in a matter of moments. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone finally regained their senses and shouted in panic. The entire army was thrown into disarray. The walkway was far narrower than the previous path, allowing only 5 or 6 men to walk side by side. Carts obstructed the center, permitting passage for only 2 on either side. Quickly retreat, block the path with the carts. Hurry, fall back to the gorge's edge. This is dire. There are enemies behind us. We are surrounded. There are foes in the middle as well. Stop them. The air was filled with frantic cries. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, several dark figures materialized before them. Each one wielded a crossbow in their left hand and a curved blade in their right. Draped in black robes and masked, resembling demons from the abyss. The mere aura they exuded sent shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. The speed of the black-clad assailants was astonishing, akin to the effortless chopping of vegetables. As the curved blades swept through the air, heads were severed and sent soaring, leaving no survivors. Headless corpses plunged into the turbulent waters of the Tsang River. Powerful. Too powerful. Many were paralyzed with fear, their only thought being to flee. Yet the terrain offered no escape, with only the raging Tsang River below. In an instant, numerous soldiers leapt towards the river, hoping that survival might be found in the depths. Remaining here meant certain death. The movements of the black-clad figures never wavered, as if they were slaughtering not humans, but mere insects, utterly devoid of empathy. The churning waters were stained crimson, transforming the scene into a veritable hellscape. For an entire hour, the screams within the canyon finally subsided. 18 figures congregated, coldly observing the countless bodies below. 10,000 soldiers had been utterly annihilated. Boss, how should we dispose of these supplies? One of the black-clad figures inquired. Shall we burn them or cast them into the Tsang River? Whether burned or discarded, it seemed a waste. The leader of the black figures lifted the brim of his hood, revealing a youthful yet frigid visage, none other than Lin Wuxin. Let us leave them here for now. Someone will come to retrieve them later. Lin Wuxin grinned, instructing 6 to remain while the others followed him to Yanbei City. Meanwhile, in Yan'an City, Lin Qiyeh reclined leisurely in a grand chair, gazing languidly at the unconscious woman before him. Young master, what shall we do with her? Jian Wuxing's eyes glinted coldly, already harboring murderous intent. He was taken aback. Just yesterday, he had contemplated eliminating Yu Lingyan, yet the young master had captured her alive. Even the 18 riders of the listening snow could not have accomplished this so swiftly. We cannot kill her just yet, Lin Qiyeh replied, observing the slight swell of Yu Lingyan's abdomen with a smile. Didn't she claim to be carrying my child? Let her give birth to it. A child? Jian Wuxing was momentarily stunned, questioning the veracity of this claim. Lin Qiyeh shrugged. Isn't it sufficient for the common folk to believe it? Without a legitimate name, words hold no weight. Jian Wuxing suddenly grasped the implication, inhaling deeply. If that is the case, should the great Yin dynasty be extinguished, this child would be the sole heir of the royal line. However, young master, with your prowess, do you truly need to concern yourself with legitimacy? To Jian Wuxing, it seemed Lin Qiyeh could easily obliterate the great Yin dynasty without such complications. Do not forget the Feather Sword sect. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. Jian Wuxing's expression turned to one of astonishment. Is the Feather Sword sect behind the great Yin dynasty? Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly and remarked, the 5 great sects appear to stand apart from the 7 great empires, yet in truth, the latter are under their dominion. They permit the empires to engage in mutual slaughter and are indifferent to who occupies the throne. However, they will never easily allow a change in the royal lineage. Once I possess sufficient strength, I shall swiftly eradicate the Yujin sect. Jian Wuxing's gaze grew cold. Rest assured, that day is not far off. Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. His ambitions have never been directed towards the great Yin Empire or the Yujin sect, but rather towards the unparalleled adversaries of the 3 clans from his past life. To seek vengeance alone would demand an exorbitant investment of time and energy. A lesson learned from the solitary struggles of his former existence. In this life, he shall not be alone. Jian Wuxing nodded and inquired, young master, who shall watch over her then? You. Lin Qiyeh began to utter a word. Jian Wuxing's expression fell, and he replied, young master, could we possibly choose someone else? Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. What I meant to say is that you need not worry. Such trivial matters do not require your attention. Jian Wuxing exhaled deeply, his face lighting up with relief. He would not hesitate to slay an opponent, but the thought of guarding a woman was far more daunting. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh turned his gaze towards the entrance. Before Jian Wuxing could gather his wits, a shadow had already materialized in the courtyard. Jian Wuxing braced himself for a confrontation. Had he not clearly perceived the presence of the individual before him, he would have never noticed them at all. This person was akin to a specter. Could it be yet another of the young master's associates? Chapter 35. The Scarlet Cloud Iron Cavalry. The figure in the dark cloak unveiled her face, revealing an exquisite and enchanting visage. Her tall and slender form stood gracefully, with a delicate waist that could be encompassed by a single hand. Her long, straight legs exuded elegance, and her skin was as white and tender as snow, glistening with a luminous sheen akin to jade. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she appeared like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm, radiating an ethereal aura that seemed untouched by the mundane world. In a swift motion, she gently wrapped her arm around Lin Qiyeh's. It was Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly, remarking on how much more beautiful she had become after years apart. Jian Wuxing stood in astonishment. Upon hearing her name, he deduced her identity. Lin Qiyeh, one of the vice leaders of the Listening Snow Tower. Wasn't she an assassin? Yet, she seemed to embody the grace of a fairy, ethereal and spirited, a stark contrast to his expectations. Lin Qiyeh smiled and said, allow me to introduce you. This is Lin Qiyeh, Jian Wuxing. I have heard of you. Lin Qiyeh maintained a serene demeanor, her voice a melodious echo. Jian Wuxing's face flushed crimson, unable to meet her gaze. Oh, are you shy? Lin Qiyeh suddenly covered her face with a laugh. All right, Qiyeh, do not tease Wuxing, Lin Qiyeh said, shaking his head in exasperation. This little enchantress, resembling a fairy, possessed a mischievous nature akin to a little devil, delighting in playfulness, often leaving even him at a loss. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh's gaze fell upon Yu Lingyan, playfully suggesting, young master, shall I help you look after your little wife? Lin Qiyeh's expression darkened, and he immediately adopted a stern demeanor. Calm down, calm down. Lin Qiyeh hastily waved her hand, her expression turning serious. I have brought someone with me. And there is another piece of news. Yan'an City has caught the attention of the Blood Sword sect. Is it because of the evil Sword Master and the Blue Void Sword Emperor? Lin Qiyeh inquired, taken aback. Lin Qiyeh nodded. The specific reason is that when the evil Sword Master defected from the Blood Sword sect, he stole the descendant of their guardian beast. It seems to be an egg, and the Blood Sword sect has been searching for it. After the evil Sword Master perished in Yan'an City, they sent the Blue Void Sword Emperor to investigate. Who would have thought that you would kill the Blue Void Sword Emperor? Naturally, the Blood Sword sect has shifted its focus here. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily stunned. A guardian beast? An egg? His gaze instinctively drifted to the black gold dragon patterned sculpture, realizing that this little creature held significant importance. It must be a counterfeit. Lin Qiyeh continued. The current guardian beast of the Blood Sword sect is merely at the Emperor Xian realm. Its offspring hardly warrants such a mobilization. From the intelligence we've gathered, this egg is very likely a relic of the ancient Qin dynasty, though they themselves are unaware of its exact nature. Lin Qiyeh fell silent, deep in contemplation. The ancient Qin dynasty appeared to be more complex than anticipated, with the potential of the black gold dragon pattern sculpture, once it matured. Breaking through to the Saint Xian realm would be a natural progression. That realm, while not overwhelmingly powerful, was still a rarity in Yunzhou. My lord, be cautious during this period. The Blood Sword sect may well send individuals here, Lin Wuxue advised. Lin Qiyeh nodded and handed Lin Wuxue a note, stating, I am aware. Furthermore, please gather some materials for me. They will be of great use. Is there a time constraint? Lin Wuxue glanced at the list and discovered it contained as many as dozens of items. There is none, though some items may be difficult to procure. However, I require the nebula stone as soon as possible, Lin Qiyeh replied solemnly. Understood, Lin Wuxue responded without hesitation, cloaking herself in a black robe and grasping the jade Lingyan. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Jian Wuxing stared blankly in the direction Lin Wuxue had departed, lost in thought for an extended period. Is she beautiful? Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath and inquired, My lord, what is her cultivation level? Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed Jian Wuxing was captivated by Lin Wuxue's beauty, only to realize he was concerned about her strength. Could it be that this fellow holds no interest in women? She is at the pinnacle of the heavenly profound realm, Lin Qiyeh replied honestly. My lord, I must enter seclusion, Jian Wuxing stated and turned to leave. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily dazed, then shook his head with a smile, concluding that this fellow had been disheartened. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the black gold dragon pattern sculpture. You have passed the test. From now on, you shall follow me. How about I name you Little Black? The black gold dragon sculpture simply turned its head away, pretending not to hear. Little Black, take me to Yanbei City, Lin Qiyeh commanded, unconcerned with its thoughts. In Yanbei City, the one family's 100,000-strong army had been clamoring for several days. Yet, the soldiers of Yanbei City paid them no heed, disregarding their angry shouts as if they were non-existent. Sixth Master, something feels amiss, Xuanhuan remarked, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distance. 7 days have passed, and there has been no movement from Yanbei City. Our people on the mountain report that the common folk show no signs of unrest. Wen Xiao remained silent, his expression shifting from blue to purple. He had been utterly confident that Yanbei City would collapse without attack within 5 days. Now, 7 days had elapsed. Reality struck him like a resounding slap to the face. By the way, Sixth Master, why has our supply of provisions not yet arrived? The remaining rations can only sustain us for another half-month, Xuanhuan said, his face filled with concern. Surely, we are not about to face a setback? After calculating the time, Wen Xiao believed they should be arriving soon. His expression grew increasingly grim as he coldly declared, Wait for 3 more days. If the provisions do not arrive within 3 days, we shall launch a full assault on Yanbei City. Yes, Xuanhuan replied. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, yet the provisions remained elusive. Wen Xiao could no longer endure the situation. The 100,000 soldiers began their assault on Yanbei City. At that moment, the city gates swung wide open. The faces of Wen Xiao and his companions lit up with joy. Yanbei City can no longer withstand the pressure. Seize Yanbei City. Wen Xiao raised his sword, swinging his arm with vigor. Kill! The 10,000 soldiers roared, their voices echoing through the skies. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. Amidst the astonished gazes of 100,000 soldiers, a crimson light flickered before their eyes. The Red Cloud Iron Cavalry. The crowd gasped in awe. How could Lin Xiaodian leave the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry stationed in Yanbei City while the Great Wilderness was pressing in? Wen Zhao's expression shifted dramatically. It is widely acknowledged that among all the armies of the Great Yin Dynasty, the Northern Defense Army is the most formidable, and within the Northern Defense Army, the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry is undoubtedly the elite. Though comprising merely 30,000 troops, they strike terror into the hearts of the Great Wilderness soldiers. One of their most renowned battles saw the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry, with a mere 10,000, triumph over an astounding 150,000 from the Great Wilderness Dynasty, claiming a staggering 100,000 heads, earning a fearsome reputation. As one surveys the scene, each warrior rides a blood-red warhorse, adorned in crimson armor, their long blades gleaming with a chilling brilliance. Like a torrent of steel, they surged forth from Yinbei City. In their wake, heads rolled and blood splattered. Sixth Master, retreat at once. Wen Yuan shouted in panic. The name of the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry was too terrifying to contemplate. Wen Zhao's gaze flickered uncertainly. He could not fathom why the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry was present here. Even more perplexing was the absence of famine in Yinbei City. Kill! Just as he hesitated, a deafening battle cry erupted from behind. Turning to look, he beheld a throng of figures surging forth from the horizon, crashing towards them like a relentless tide. It was the troops of Yin Nan. Wen Yuan laughed exuberantly. Sixth Master, the forces from Yin Nan have arrived. We are victorious. All worries dissipated from Wen Zhao's heart as he, filled with vigor, raised his arm and bellowed. Proclaim the order of this general. Annihilate the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry and capture Lin Qieyeh alive. Chapter 36. Hellish Azura with a single command from Wen Zhao. The drums of war thundered, and the air was filled with the cacophony of battle. Gazing into the distance at the Qi Yun Iron Cavalry, his confidence soared. Before him stood a mere 30,000 of the Qi Yun Iron Cavalry, at most just 10,000. What could the might of the Qi Yun Iron Cavalry accomplish? Could 10,000 men possibly withstand an army of 200,000? He envisioned the scene of Yinbei City falling into the hands of the Wen family. His gaze involuntarily shifted towards the forces of Yannan City, noticing that they were about to join the fray, and a smile spread across his face. However, in the next instant, his expression changed dramatically. The Yannan army surged into the battlefield, brandishing their blades against their own. Moreover, their forces were utterly unprepared, with their backs turned to the Yannan army. In just a few breaths, thousands fell to a grisly fate. How could this be? Wen Zhao's eyes blazed with disbelief. Wasn't Yannan City under the control of Li Wuyu? How dare he? Could it be that Li Wuyu had betrayed his father? He quickly dismissed that thought. Li Wuyu lacked the audacity for such treachery. Could it be related to the recent floods? Wen Zhao's pupils contracted as a chilling realization dawned upon him. Retreat, retreat swiftly. Without a moment to ponder further, he spurred his horse and galloped frantically towards the distant mountains. If it were merely the 10,000 Qi Shui Iron Cavalry, or even the 100,000 of the Yannan army, he could face them. But united, they were a force he could not contend with. Furthermore, within Yinbei City, there were still tens of thousands of troops emerging. If he did not retreat soon, the entire 100,000 would face annihilation. Seeing the dire situation, Wen Yuan hastily ordered the retreat. Tens of thousands of troops began to withdraw amidst the chaos, their will to fight extinguished. Meanwhile, the 50,000 troops of the North Town Army and the 100,000 from Yin Nan pursued relentlessly, pressing their advantage. By the time Wen Zhao and his companions fled into the woods, only a little over 30,000 remained. Deputy Commander Luo. Lin Qiyeh exclaimed in astonishment as he looked towards Luo Tiancheng in the distance. You are truly alive? Even if you had perished, I would remain unscathed. Luo Tiancheng laughed heartily. Now, return to Yinbei City. I shall handle the pursuit of the One Army. Understood. Lin Qiyeh took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. He harbored countless questions in his heart, yet refrained from voicing them at that moment, for too many eyes were upon them. Left Wing Battalion, continue the pursuit with me. The rest, heed Lin Qiyeh's command. Luo Tiancheng dismounted and led the charge into the forest. Deputy Commander Luo, is 10,000 sufficient? Lin Qiyeh asked with concern. The Wen army still had over 30,000 survivors, a formidable force indeed. Should they fight to the last, Luo Tiancheng and his men would undoubtedly face peril. Return and prepare a victory feast for me. Luo Tiancheng grinned, vanishing into the woodland. Lin Qiyeh was secretly astonished. Was Luo Tiancheng truly so confident? Though worried, he had no choice but to trust him, leading the others back to Yinbei City. At this moment, high above the clouds, a massive black eagle circled. If viewed from the side with keen eyes, one would surely discern a figure standing with hands clasped behind their back upon the back of the majestic bird. A solitary figure, not another but Lin Qiyeh, stood alongside the majestic black dragon-patterned sculpture. At this moment, the small black creature assumed its battle form. Standing 8 feet tall with a wingspan of 30 feet, sufficient to bear several individuals. The peril of Yinbei City had been temporarily averted. Now it was time to eradicate the Wen family for good. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes slightly and whispered, Little Black, keep pace. With a low growl, Little Black unfurled its wings and dove straight into the forest. This audacious creature still harbored doubts, attempting to shake Lin Qiyeh off. Yet, Lin Qiyeh's feet were as firmly anchored as steel, unmoving. Unfazed, Little Black prepared to continue its antics. Tell me, Little Black, if you were to perish in battle form, would you revert to your original shape? At your current state, you cannot possibly stew yourself, can you? Lin Qiyeh teased with a smirk. Little Black jolted, quickly stabilizing its body, no longer trembling in the slightest. Lin Qiyeh then composed his expression, directing his gaze toward the forest. The One family's 30,000 troops had finally emerged from the woods onto a narrow path, maintaining their rapid pace. Pursued relentlessly by the forces of Luotian City, Lin Qiyeh smiled with narrowed eyes. These individuals likely remained oblivious to the fate that awaited them ahead. He had to concede that when Xingqian's strategy was indeed prudent, orchestrating a surprise attack on Yinbei City while reaping the benefits, and forming a temporary alliance with Li Wolyu was a solid mid-tier strategy. At the very least, there was a fallback plan, should Li Wolyu falter and the Northtown army suffer heavy losses. The One family's 100,000 troops would still manage to seize Yinbei City. He had not anticipated that the city lacked for provisions. Moreover, conveying news of Li Wolyu's defeat to this location proved to be no trivial matter, especially with Lin Wuxin and others obstructing the way. It had begun. Lin Qiyeh murmured softly. Ahead, around a sharp bend in the path, 12 figures wielding curved blades awaited, each exuding a chilling aura. As two swift steeds galloped forth, the duo sprang into action. Raising their curved blades high, their cold glimmers flashed. Thud! Blood rained as the blades cleaved both horse and rider in twain. The bodies, propelled by inertia, surged forward. And this was merely the beginning. The 12 figures flickered, and with each strike, another life was extinguished, blood flowing freely. Their chosen positions were perfectly situated at a sharp curve. The night was dark, the moonlight hazy, rendering those opposite unable to see, coupled with the speed of their assault. Even the cries of anguish failed to reach the air. The pursuers remained blissfully unaware, continuing their frenzied dash ahead. Lin Qiyeh found himself somewhat speechless. These individuals were exceedingly treacherous, yet he relished it. In mere moments, the corpses piled high behind them, blood pooling into a small river. One among them raised a long sword, unleashing a silent sword light. The mountain of bodies instantly turned to ash, revealing a clear space once more. Celestial realm? Lin Qiyeh was slightly taken aback, a faint smile gracing his face. The young man Wu Xian had surprisingly achieved yet another breakthrough. The carnage continued unabated. The 12 individuals functioned like a relentless meat grinder. One approach, one kill. Two, a pair obliterated. A throng, entirely vanquished. From a lofty vantage point, the army of the Wen clan appeared as a diminishing dragon, its length steadily contracting. Half an hour later, at least 10,000 souls had perished beneath their blades. Yet, they remained undaunted, their movements executed with unwavering precision. Each strike was impeccably timed, expending not a shred of unnecessary energy while skillfully evading detection from those behind them. A thick aura of sanguine essence enveloped them, evoking a chilling presence akin to hellish demons, instilling an ineffable terror. Lin Qiyeh could not help but admire their tenacity and resolve. Within the Listening Snow Tower, the will of the 18 riders of Listening Snow was undoubtedly unparalleled. Wait, there are still 6 missing. Lin Qiyeh's brow furrowed in sudden realization. Wu Xian had brought only 11 with him, yet the other 6 had vanished without a trace. Could something have gone awry? That seemed improbable. Given their prowess, even in defeat, escaping would pose no challenge. His gaze drifted towards the distance, where Yinbei City lay. Xiaohe, let us depart, Lin Qiyeh murmured. With a swift flap of its wings, Xiaohe transformed into a streak of black lightning and vanished. Below, the silent slaughter persisted. As blood pooled into small rivers, flowing backwards, the pungent scent of gore permeated the air, alerting those behind to the anomaly, compelling them to advance with renewed determination. At last, the 12 warriors of Wu Xian revealed themselves, unsheathing their curved blades and simultaneously brandishing crossbows. With a fierce whoosh, 12 blades of light erupted forth, commencing the second wave of slaughter. Chapter 37. The Massacre of 50,000 Ah. The piercing and mournful cries shattered the tranquility of the night. The remaining 10,000 soldiers were utterly astonished and hastily halted their advance. What has transpired? When Xiao raised his gaze towards the front, his complexion shifting dramatically. Having trailed behind the ranks, he was entirely unaware of the events unfolding ahead. Could it be that someone is intercepting us? I shall investigate. Xuanhuan dismounted swiftly and dashed forward with great urgency. After approximately half a stick of incense, he returned, seething with anger. Sixth Master, there are about 10 individuals ahead, slaughtering our troops. 10 men, obstructing an army of 30,000? When Xiao was taken aback, anger surged within him, swiftly morphing into disdain. They may indeed be defeated soldiers, but how could a mere 10 individuals impede them? Kill. When Xiao coldly uttered a single word. With the enemy in pursuit, should they be caught, the peril would be immeasurable. They must shake off their pursuers under the cover of night. Whoever dares to obstruct him shall meet their demise. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan declared, Sixth Master, I have already issued an order. For every person killed, a reward of 10,000 taels of silver shall be granted. When Xiao nodded, his gaze icy and profound. If they were aware that it was the 18 riders of listening snow blocking their path, one could only imagine their thoughts. However, with only 12 present, they would not connect the dots to the 18 riders. The carnage continued. An hour later, 20,000 souls perished under the blades of Lin Wuxin and his comrades. The 12 began to feel winded. Though the adversaries they had slain were of feeble strength, the mightiest among them barely reached the Danxian realm. Each individual had nonetheless dispatched nearly 2,000, pushing their bodies beyond their limits. Yet, the aura they exuded remained undiminished, growing ever more frigid and fearsome. Sixth Master, they are a group of demons, Xuanhuan stammered, trembling in fear. Even from such a distance, he could perceive the stench of blood, the screams echoing incessantly. How many lives have been extinguished? Continue the slaughter. I refuse to believe that 30,000 cannot vanquish them. When Xiao glared furiously, veins bulging on his forehead. Xuanhuan's countenance darkened. Continue the slaughter? Are they even capable of that? The sole remaining option is to flee into the mountains, the only chance for survival. As he prepared to voice this thought, he was abruptly halted by Wen Xiao, who whispered, We must depart. Xuanhuan was momentarily taken aback. He had been contemplating ordering a retreat for all, but Wen Xiao was even more ruthless, more resolute. Using over 10,000 soldiers as bait, he hastily bellowed, Kill them. For each one taken down, 10,000 taels of gold will be awarded, and a promotion of 5 ranks. Upon hearing this, the restless soldiers' eyes turned crimson. Meanwhile, Wen Xiao and Xuanhuan silently slipped into the mountains. As time passed, the cries grew increasingly sparse, ultimately fading into a profound silence. The sound of heavy, labored breathing resonated, deep and powerful. Even with their formidable strength, the massacre of 30,000 had drained them immensely. My esteemed leader, we have pursued for several hundred miles. One among them spoke, his cold gaze sweeping the surrounding mountains and forests beneath his mask. There is no escape. Lin Wuxin smiled with an alluring charm. I have made a promise to my lord, that not a single soldier of the Wen family shall remain. As long as one breath still lingers, it is deemed a failure. After a brief pause, he added, Divide into 4 teams, continue the hunt, and leave no survivors. We shall meet at the designated location in 7 days. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. 9 figures suddenly vanished, leaving behind 2. Wait for me a moment. Lin Wuxin removed his mask and the blood-stained black robe, handing them to one of the 2. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. It was the 10,000 men led by Luo Tiancheng. They relentlessly pursued, yet remained distanced, infuriating Luo Tiancheng to the brink of cursing. Halt! Suddenly, Luo Tiancheng's voice rang out, his cold gaze fixating ahead. A shadow flickered past, appearing not far from him. General Luo, I must trouble you for the supplies. The shadow spoke before vanishing. Luo Tiancheng opened his mouth, swallowing back the words that nearly escaped. His heart was in utter turmoil. He understood well what Lin Wuxin's words implied. The 30,000 soldiers of the Wen family had already been annihilated? How could it have happened in such a short span of time? Had they been lurking here with tens of thousands? Yet, tens of thousands could not possibly be concealed. He inhaled deeply, commanding the march to continue. Before long, a pungent scent of blood assaulted them, leaving everyone pale. On the mountain path, corpses lay piled high, the ground elevated by several feet. A collective gasp echoed through the air. Luo Tianqing was further shocked to discover that these were all soldiers of the Wen family. He refused to believe it, turning over the bodies yet finding not a single one clad in different attire. Had not one survived? The depth of his shock was immeasurable. In the art of warfare, he prided himself on being unmatched. Yet at this moment, he felt utterly inadequate. After a prolonged silence, he regained his composure and spoke solemnly. Relay the order to gather dry wood and incinerate all the bodies to prevent the outbreak of disease. At dawn, a great fire blazed in the valley, flames reaching for the heavens. It was not until noon that tranquility returned. Aside from themselves, no one knew that the 30,000 soldiers of the Wen family had been slaughtered here overnight. Above in the heavens, a shadow soared swiftly. Lin Qiyeh gazed down with indifference. A winding path imprinted itself in his vision, and no anomaly could elude his keen perception. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. A multitude of ants surged rapidly along the path. Xiao He dove head first, plummeting swiftly, the fierce wind whistling past his ears. At last, Lin Qiyeh discerned what these ants truly were: thousands of people. At the forefront, 6 figures stood atop a mountain of corpses, their black robes drenched in blood. Each bore several arrows embedded in their bodies, 2 of them chillingly lifeless. Even so, they remained unyielding. A cursory glance revealed that the bodies surrounding the 6 numbered no less than 20,000, including those slain by Lin Wuxin and his companions. The total of the Wen family's fallen reached a staggering 50,000, all at the hands of the 18 riders of Listening Snow. Lin Qiyeh's gaze turned frigid, his expression instantly chilling to the core. The 18 riders of Listening Snow were indeed his brothers. He silently rejoiced at his timely arrival. Otherwise, the 6 would surely have been left behind. Kill them, annihilate them. A furious roar echoed through the canyon. In the next moment, countless arrows soared through the air, hurtling towards the 6, blocking their escape, leaving no one alive. Lin Qiyeh uttered a single phrase before leaping down. The little black creature's pupils constricted in terror as it realized that Lin Qiyeh was not plummeting straight down, but rather descending gracefully like a delicate swallow. Could he truly manipulate the air? Witnessing this, the little black creature dared not hesitate, flapping its wings fiercely and darting off into the distance. Below, the 6 members of the 18 riders of Listening Snow, witnessing the storm of arrows rushing towards them, supported one another, brandishing their curved blades. Their determined gazes resolute beneath their masks, not retreating a single step. Just as they prepared to act, a deluge of swords cascaded from the heavens. Cries of agony erupted as the bodies of hundreds exploded, blood and flesh scattering. When they regained their senses, a dark figure stood before the 6 of the 18 riders of Listening Snow. All arrows fell to the ground, failing to inflict even a scratch. Young master? The 6 gazed at the silhouette before them, their faces awash with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the young master would come personally to rescue them. Chapter 38. A nation of enemies, take care of your wounds. The rest is in my hands, Lin Qiyeh declared without glancing back. The others nodded, resolutely consuming their pills and unhesitatingly extracting the arrows lodged in their bodies, not a sound escaping their lips. Lin Qiyeh's consciousness swept over them, and upon confirming their safety, he began his descent from the mountain of corpses. The soldiers of the Wen family instinctively recoiled at the sight. What are you afraid of? He is but one man. Shoot him down. Anyone who dares to retreat another step shall face death. A furious voice rang out. Hearing this, the Wen soldiers promptly halted. Archers swiftly drew their bows, unleashing a torrential rain of arrows upon Lin Qiyeh. At that moment, he moved. His presence was ethereal, as graceful as a startled swan. The crowd merely caught a fleeting shadow, followed by a spray of blood mist, the air stained crimson. Panic-stricken, everyone clutched at their throats, yet their efforts proved futile. Countless bodies collapsed, leaving the forest shrouded in an eerie silence. Is that the young master's sword? The 6 members of the Listening Snow 18 riders were utterly astounded. With their keen perception, they could not discern how Lin Qiyeh had drawn his blade. His speed was unparalleled. One of them inhaled deeply and remarked, the young master once said there are 4 levels to the sword, unconstrained by cultivation: sword chi, sword intent, sword will, and sword domain. Sword chi can injure from a distance. We have grasped this in the Danxian realm, while ordinary individuals must reach the Dixian realm to project their power. Sword will condenses energy into might, amplifying its force. We comprehend this in the Dixian realm. But only those who transcend to the Xuanhuan realm and condense their primordial spirit can achieve it. As for sword intent and sword domain, innate talent is paramount. We have yet to comprehend these, and even our leader is still a step away from grasping sword intent. Upon hearing this, their gazes towards Lin Qiyeh brimmed with respect and admiration. Do you think the young master has already mastered sword intent? Another inquired, astonished. The others fell silent. They could not comprehend, yet this very fact underscored Lin Qiyeh's profound understanding of the sword, far beyond their grasp. The six ceased their conversation, focusing intently on Lin Qiyeh, hoping to glean some insight. In the distance, Lin Qiyeh moved as if in a realm devoid of opposition. He wielded an invisible sword, unstoppable and invincible. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of corpses, blood erupting around him, yet not a single drop stained his garments. Fall back. At last, the Wind soldiers panicked, unable to withstand the mounting pressure. This man was nothing short of a harbinger of death. Gods fall before him, and Buddhas too. They realized that their thousands could not match his singular power. Lin Qiyeh's countenance remained impassive, a cold chuckle echoing within him. Retreat? Since the Wind family had extended its claws, he would sever them without hesitation. There was no possibility of retreat. He had never been one for mercy, and warfare demanded none. Previously, he had refrained from recklessness out of concern for Lin Xiaotian. Now, he harbored no such reservations. The 3 cities of Yanbei must be captured. Time slowly slips away, and the fallen grow in number. A figure named Xiaohe has intercepted their escape route, and with the precipice nearby, there is no avenue for retreat. An hour later, a general of the Wen family clutched his neck, terror evident in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Qiyeh, his voice trembling and hoarse. Who are you truly? Lin Qiyeh offered no reply and turned to depart, though the dead reveal no secrets. He bore no obligation to answer. As the general fell, a final thought crossed his mind. This person, in a mere heartbeat, he has vanquished an entire nation. The Wen family is doomed. Lin Qiyeh approached the 6 individuals, lifting the black veil from his face, and smiled. How is your recovery? Upon seeing Lin Qiyeh's visage, the 6 members of the listening Snow 18 riders were filled with inexplicable astonishment. Just moments ago, he was a god of slaughter. Now, he appeared as amiable as a neighborly elder brother, devoid of any trace of malice or bloodlust. As if the ones he had just slain were not the victims of his wrath. While they could manage their murderous intent after taking 1 or 2 lives, they could never achieve such composure after claiming so many. Young master, have you comprehended the essence of the sword? One of them could not help but inquire. Curiosity painted across their faces. Lin Qiyeh nodded with a smile. The 6 had their suspicions, yet their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Qiyeh patted one on the shoulder. Do not be anxious. If you can discern how I wielded my sword moments ago, you should grasp the essence of the sword. The pupils of the 6 contracted. It dawned upon them that the young master had intentionally sought to teach them rather than merely venting his fury through slaughter. Young master, we will strive to comprehend the essence of the sword swiftly, so as not to disappoint you. If we grasp it, would we not reach your level? One declared earnestly. I must become stronger, the sharpest sword in your hands. The 6 were invigorated, excitement coursing through their veins. Very well. Lin Qiyeh secretly chuckled, refraining from dampening their spirits. Achieving his current level was not a feat to be accomplished overnight. He had mastered the essence of the sword since the tender age of 3, and even more formidable sword domains were already within his grasp, surpassing those of his previous life at the same period. Yet, until now, none had merited the opportunity for him to showcase his prowess. Return and inform Wuxin that once we capture Yangue City, you are to refrain from undertaking any missions and focus on your cultivation. Lin Qiyeh added. The weight of the murderous intent and malice upon the listening Snow 18 riders was too burdensome, and he harbored concerns. Should they fall into madness, the cost would be dire. In his eyes, the listening Snow 18 riders were far more valuable than merely capturing Yangue City. Understood. The 6 responded respectfully before departing reluctantly. Once they vanished, Lin Qiyeh beckoned to the sky. Xiaohe swooped down, carrying him aloft. A day later, led by Luo Tiancheng, 10,000 soldiers arrived at the scene, only to be taken aback by the sight of countless corpses strewn across the ground. Just a day prior, they had burned 30,000 bodies, leaving them utterly exhausted. Yet, here lay another mountain of corpses. To add to the horror, the waters of the Cangjiang River below the cliff had turned crimson, the bloodstains lingering ominously. How many lives had been lost? As a valiant general on the battlefield, he found himself relegated to the role of a mere cleanup crew, feeling a heavy weariness settle in his heart. Nevertheless, his mission was to deliver these supplies to Yanguicheng. Qin Su would likely be commencing his efforts soon, and he dared not slacken his pace. However, it appeared that Yanguicheng would require little more than a token effort. With the Wen family having perished in the tens of thousands, what forces remained to oppose them? Contrary to his concerns for Yanguicheng, he felt a greater anticipation for the impending battle at Yannyangwen against the Great Wilderness. Count the armor, burn the bodies, clear the paths, Luo Tianqing commanded. The 10,000 soldiers promptly set to work once more. In the skies above, upon seeing Luo Tianqing's arrival, Lin Qiyeh chose not to linger any longer. He cast a glance toward Yanguicheng before shifting his gaze to Yannyangwen. With narrowed eyes, Lin Qiyeh felt a flicker of cold light. Yanguicheng no longer posed a threat. He trusted that with Qin Su's prowess, the situation would soon be resolved. With a powerful flap of his wings, Xiaohe soared upward, piercing through the clouds and darting straight towards Yannyangwen. The internal strife was nearly settled. It was time to address the external threats. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the enemy camp on the vast Song River, a bamboo raft floated downstream, bearing two figures soaked in blood. As the gentle rain fell, the two men stirred, their eyelids fluttering open, only to suddenly sit upright in alarm. Lord 6, Wen Yuan scanned the surroundings in confusion, exclaiming, "Where are we? By my calculations, we should be within the Great Wasteland." Wen Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "Indeed, we are in the Great Wasteland." Wen Yuan's expression brightened. "We are finally saved. If we follow the Song River downstream, we can pass through Yanbei City and Yan'an City and deliver this news to the Prime Minister." Wen Xiao shook his head. "There is no time. The three cities of Yanbei have fallen under Lin Xiaoyan's control. No one in Dian will dare to challenge him now. How could the Emperor possibly be willing?" Wen Yuan asked in astonishment. "And what if he is unwilling?" Wen Xiao sighed. "Presently, the Great Dragon Dynasty invades from the west, while the Great Yong Dynasty lurks in the south. With these troubles unresolved, how can I muster the energy to contend with Lin Xiaoyan? What about the Wen family?" Wen Yuan's face was filled with worry. Yangue City is the foundation of the Wen family. If we lose it, we will be at a disadvantage. A fierce glint flashed in Wen Zhao's eyes. "There is still a chance." "What chance?" Wen Yuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Wen Xiao smiled confidently. "Although Dian cannot move against Lin Xiaoyan, what of the Great Wasteland? Dian is currently suffering from famine, and the three cities of Yanbei cannot procure provisions from other cities. Warfare is inseparable from supplies, and they can only resort to forcefully requisitioning from the citizens of Yanbei City. A rebellion is merely a matter of time. The Emperor will surely issue an order to prohibit merchants from transporting grain to the three cities of Yanbei. In such a case, the situation in Yanbei City will worsen, and Lin Xiaoyan will inevitably struggle against the Great Wasteland. What if Lin Xiaoyan makes a desperate gamble and breaks out of Yan'an Pass?" Wen Yuan expressed concern. After all, Lin Xiaoyan's reputation was as thunderous as a storm. This is precisely what the Great Wasteland anticipates. They must have a foolproof plan to deal with Lin Xiaoyan. Wen Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Once the Great Wasteland captures Yan'an Pass, all we need to do is seize Yan'an City to halt their advance. Yanbei City will eventually fall into our hands." Wen Yuan nodded in agreement, smiling. "Lord 6, your strategy is brilliant. The Great Wasteland's transportation of provisions must cross the Tsang River, which is no easy feat. Moreover, the fertile fields lie south of Yanbei City, rendering them unable to sustain themselves independently. A retreat is inevitable. Let Lin Xiaoyan revel in his triumph for now. My Wen family encompasses more than just Yangue City. As long as we are alive." Wen Zhao's cold laughter echoed. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Wen Zhao's expression changed, and just as he attempted to evade, a powerful hand seized him. With a sickening thud, an arrow pierced through his chest, a chilling sensation sweeping through his body. Wen Zhao's eyes widened in shock as he turned to look behind him. He saw Wen Yuan clutching him, fear etched across his face. "Lord 6, I do not wish to die." Wen Yuan was drenched in cold sweat, the arrow having traversed through Wen Zhao's chest and embedded itself in his right arm, blood gushing forth. A moment later, and death would have claimed him. Wen Zhao's body went limp, plunging headfirst into the tumultuous river. He could never have imagined that the very moment he had been so boastful would end in his demise here. "I am willing to surrender." Wen Yuan knelt upon the bamboo raft, raising his hands and shouting towards the shore. At that moment, an arrow pierced through his chest with tremendous force, sending him flying backwards, swallowed by the river's depths. Just then, a figure leapt from the riverbank, gliding over the water like a swift swallow, and landed gracefully upon the bamboo raft. After a brief pause, there was still no sign of a body. With a stamp of his foot, the raft splintered into pieces. In a mere flash, he returned to the shore, where two figures clad in black descended from the trees. "Boss, shall we return?" one of them inquired. "Lao Lu, Sure San, you are to rendezvous at Yangue City," Lin Wuxin replied, shaking his head, his gaze piercing the horizon. "I will remain here to find an opportunity to infiltrate the great wilderness army." The expressions of the two men shifted slightly. Despite Lin Wuxin's formidable prowess, the great wilderness dynasty had mobilized 500,000 troops. Even standing still, he could not hope to slay them all. "Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly." With that, Lin Wuxin vanished silently into the forest. Yun Pass, the foremost stronghold of the great Yin dynasty in the northern frontier, lay less than 40 miles from Yanbei City. The mountains on either side stretched endlessly, ancient trees towered above, and mystical beasts roamed freely. Yun Pass, straddling the mountains, soared to a height of 20 zhang, resembling an impregnable fortress, difficult to conquer. Beyond the mountains lay an expansive plain, a territory marking the intersection between the Great Yin and the Great Wilderness dynasties. Further north stood another stronghold called Pinyin Pass, the primary defense of the Great Wilderness dynasty in the south, perpetually garrisoned by tens of thousands of soldiers. Moreover, 20 miles northward lay the magnificent Song River, even more formidable than Yun Pass. Lin Xiaodian had attempted to assault Pinyin Pass multiple times, only to meet with failure. To breach the Great Wilderness dynasty, one would have to either seek passage through the Great Dragon dynasty or seize Pinyin Pass, the difficulty of which was far greater than the assault on Yun Pass. At this moment, above Pinyin Pass, amidst the clouds, a shadow circled. Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing indifferently downwards. His eyes fell upon the northern Song River, or more precisely, the iron suspension bridge spanning the river. If the bridge were to be dismantled and their supplies severed, could it lead to the annihilation of the Great Wilderness's 500,000 troops? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, deep in contemplation. He quickly dismissed the notion. While dismantling the iron bridge was feasible, assaulting Pinyin Pass proved to be a formidable challenge. The Great Wilderness lacked no skilled warriors. As long as Pinyin Pass remained unbreached, they would have ample time to reconstruct the bridge. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the distant, vast mountain range, and a wild thought flickered through his mind. Though the beast tide posed a challenge, it was indeed plausible, albeit at the risk of affecting Yun Pass. Lin Qiyeh sighed, muttering to himself, "Well, it is not yet the time to confront the Great Wilderness dynasty. If I were to annihilate their 500,000 troops, the Great Wilderness dynasty would decline, allowing other dynasties to reap the benefits. I have never been one to let others profit at my expense." Behind the 7 great dynasties, the shadows of 5 major sects lingered, and he was not yet strong enough to contend with them, unless he could break through to the imperial profound realm. The immediate priority was to secure the Great Yin and establish stability. As for the Great Wilderness dynasty, that would require a gradual approach. Yet, leaving without taking action left him feeling unsatisfied. He had to do something against the forces of the Great Wilderness. Capturing the leader first seemed wise. Why not eliminate Shi Tianfang directly? Lin Qiyeh's expression shifted. Without their commander, the vast army would descend into chaos. As night fell, Xiaohe stealthily arrived at the Pinyin Pass. Lin Qiyeh's consciousness expanded, imprinting everything clearly in his mind. "There, pursue them. We must not allow any spies to escape." He commanded the gates to close and the area to be sealed off, ensuring that not even a mosquito could slip through. Suddenly, loud shouts echoed from a distance, causing Lin Qiyeh to pause momentarily. Had he been discovered upon his arrival? Looking up, he saw a shadow darting across the rooftops, carrying a burlap sack, moving with astonishing speed. From within the sack came sharp, piercing cries, unmistakably the voice of a woman. Lin Qiyeh was astonished. This fellow was impressive. He had brazenly snatched a woman from amidst the hundreds of thousands of troops. Then he narrowed his eyes. The direction in which the shadow fled led to a steep cliff rising 40 to 50 zhang high. Even someone at the heavenly profound realm would find it difficult to ascend. Yet, to his surprise, the shadow, carrying a person, moved with the grace of a swallow. With a few leaps, covering 10 zhang with each step, it reached the cliff's summit in the blink of an eye, vanishing into the night. Wait a moment. Why does that agility seem so familiar? Lin Qiyeh's gaze sharpened as he spoke in a low voice. Xiaohe, follow them and investigate. Chapter 40. A calculated strategy at Pingyan Pass. Within a tent, the flickering candlelight illuminated a middle-aged man with a resolute countenance, fixated intently on a topographic map. Even in slumber, he never shed his battle armor. This man was none other than General Xia Tianfang of the Great Wilderness. The return of Lin Xiaotian had complicated matters for this campaign. After a lengthy pause, Xia Tianfang sighed heavily and rubbed his furrowed brow. For over a decade, he had contemplated countless strategies to breach Yinyun Pass, yet after numerous iterations, none had proven successful. Recently, upon learning of the famine plaguing the Great Yin, he had once again volunteered to lead an assault on Yinyun Pass. Little did he anticipate that Lin Xiaotian, who had been missing for years, would resurface. Perhaps the third princess's plan could yield results. Xia Tianfang narrowed his eyes, fixating once more on the map, murmuring, "The Tsang River meanders around the northern reaches of Yangguiqing, flowing southward towards the central regions of Yanbei City and Yan'an City. It then veers northward past Yanbei City, circumventing Pingyan Pass, and traverses eastward through the eastern sector of Yan'an City. If he were to navigate downstream along the Tsang River and identify a suitable landing point to the east of Yan'an City, he might catch the enemy unawares." Although he had previously attempted this strategy, it had ended in failure, rendering the Great Wilderness a subject of ridicule. However, with the third princess's assistance, he could exploit the element of surprise to seize Yan'an City. At this thought, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Xia Tianfang's eyes. Securing Yan'an City would isolate Yanbei City, rendering it a solitary stronghold, even beyond the reach of Lin Xiaotian. Scouts had already been dispatched and should be returning soon, he mused. Suddenly, an urgent voice called from outside the tent. "General, trouble arises." Xia Tianfang raised an eyebrow, displeased at being interrupted during his contemplation. The voice continued urgently, "Your Excellency, the third princess has been captured." Xia Tianfang's expression transformed dramatically. He swiftly exited the tent, fixing a cold gaze upon the kneeling soldier, demanding, "Who is responsible?" The soldier lowered his head, speaking with conviction. "General, the assailants were swift, incapacitating over 20 soldiers in the blink of an eye. Upon discovery, our men pursued immediately, but lost track of them at the cliff's edge." "You mean to say they carried the princess and fled up the cliff?" Xia Tianfang's brow furrowed deeply. That cliff soared dozens of zhang high. Even he could not ascend it, let alone with a captive. "Indeed," the soldier replied, bowing his head even lower. He too found it hard to believe, yet no other explanation seemed plausible. Xia Tianfang's expression darkened as he gazed toward the ominous cliff in the distance. "General," another voice interjected, as a figure clad in black rushed in breathlessly. "General, we have found them." "Oh." Xia Tianfang's eyes brightened, seizing the black-clad man's hand. "Come with me. Everyone else, retreat 100 paces from the tent. Any intruders shall be dealt with mercilessly." "Understood." The crowd was taken aback. Could there be something more urgent than the disappearance of the third princess? After about the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xia Tianfang reappeared and coldly declared, "By the order of this general, assemble 300,000 troops to arrive at the base of Yinyun Pass. Xia Tianming will lead 150,000 troops back to the Great Wilderness." Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes in astonishment. While it was quite normal to dispatch 300,000 troops to attack Yinyun Pass, why was there a need to recall 150,000 troops back to the Great Wilderness? Until now, both sides had merely engaged in tentative skirmishes. They had not even fought a true battle before retreating. What were they still lingering for? Xia Tianfang's gaze turned icy. The crowd, silenced, dispersed hastily. In the forest, a shadow sprinted swiftly, moving with the agility of a nimble monkey, reaching an extraordinary speed. Lin Qiyeh stood atop the back of a small black creature, constantly extending his senses, refusing to let go. Wasn't this fellow just responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands from the Wen family? Why was he at Pingyan Pass? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. He had already recognized the shadow, but he had not expected to find him here. Moreover, the direction in which the shadow fled was clearly towards Yanbei City. After 2 hours, the shadow finally came to a halt. He dropped the sack and gasped for breath. Then, with a kick, he struck the sack, eliciting an angry shout from within. "Scoundrel, I will kill you." The shadow remained silent, raising his hand to knock the woman inside unconscious. Indeed, he had come to the right place, and unexpectedly found a delightful surprise. The shadow unveiled his face from the black cloth, revealing a devilishly charming smile that sent shivers down one's spine. What delightful surprise! At that moment, a faint voice echoed. The shadow tensed, and a slender sword appeared in his hand, his gaze sharp and predatory like that of a leopard, scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, he moved, and a flash of cold light sliced through the night, producing a sharp sound that pierced the air. One could only imagine the swiftness of his strike. "It is I." The calm voice rang out again, and the shadow's sword became as immovable as if gripped by an iron claw. "Young master?" The shadow was exceedingly bewildered. Under the moonlight, Lin Qiyeh's face emerged, a playful smile gracing his lips as he said, "Wuxin, what are you doing here, and why have you captured a woman?" Indeed, the shadow was none other than Lin Wuxin. Upon hearing this, Lin Wuxin hastily clarified, "Young master, please do not misunderstand. This woman holds significant importance, even capable of influencing the outcome of this war." "Oh." Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, focusing on the sack not far away. Lin Wuxin continued, "I chased Wen Xiao here. I couldn't have come for nothing. I aimed to gather some intelligence on the Great Wilderness military camp and unexpectedly discovered her." "Who is she?" Lin Qiyeh inquired, curiosity piqued. Lin Wuxin grinned widely. "She is the third princess of the Great Wilderness dynasty, Long Feishue." Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. "Is she the same princess who stepped onto the battlefield at the age of 7, commanded troops at 12, and defeated 200,000 soldiers of the Great Martial Dynasty at 16? Indeed, she is the one." Lin Wuxin nodded slightly, acknowledging the formidable nature of this woman who dared to suggest that the troops of the Great Wilderness should penetrate into Yan'an City from the Zhangjiang River, subsequently encircling Yanbei City. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. The waters of the Zhangjiang River were notoriously turbulent, flanked by treacherous terrain and numerous cliffs. The Great Wilderness had attempted this strategy in the past, only to be thwarted by an unprecedented flood that claimed the lives of most of its soldiers. The battle had not even commenced before it concluded, rendering the Great Wilderness a subject of ridicule. However, Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed. This approach was indeed feasible. Should it succeed, Yan'an City would find itself in grave peril. "Wuxin, take her to Yanbei City and inform Ling Qingqiu. Have him lead 50,000 troops to the site where the dam was previously breached," Lin Qiyeh commanded, his mind racing with possibilities. "Isn't it unnecessary to use her as leverage to compel the Great Wilderness to retreat?" Lin Wuxin inquired, perplexed. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, "Indeed, it is essential for them to withdraw, but they must receive a lesson. This time, we can turn the tables and catch them off guard." "Are you certain they will land at that location?" Lin Wuxin expressed her concerns. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. "If they do not land there, shall they retreat downstream like last time, returning to the Great Wilderness?" Lin Wuxin pressed further. "Then how do we ensure the Great Wilderness army remains?" "Simply inform Ling Qingqiu. He will know what to do," Lin Qiyeh said, narrowing his eyes. "Given this, is her life of no further use? Shall I eliminate her directly?" Lin Wuxin's eyes glinted coldly, a surge of murderous intent directed towards Long Feishue. "If she perishes, the Great Wilderness would only become more deranged," Lin Qiyeh countered, shaking his head. "You captured her. How you choose to handle her is your decision, as long as she remains alive." Lin Wuxin was taken aback. Before she could utter another word, Lin Qiyeh's figure had vanished from sight. Chapter 41. The duality of water and fire. The Tsang River, like a mighty dragon, winds endlessly, separating the Great Yin from the Great Wilderness. The waters surge relentlessly, akin to an enraged dragon's roar. At this moment, a fleet of vessels, united as one, silently descends the river, carrying an army of 150,000. Countless iron hooks and siege ladders are arranged upon the ships, indicating that Shi Tianfeng had long been prepared and had rehearsed countless times. Given this pace of advance, they should arrive in time. High above, Lin Qiyeh gazed down upon the vast river, subtly shaking his head. "Xiaohe, return to Yan'an City, and then venture to the Zijing Mountains to see if you can find a flying mystical beast." Xiaohe let out a soft cry, its wings trembling. transforming into a flash of lightning that vanished into the horizon. An hour later, Lin Qiyeh appeared in Yan'an City. One must admit, the speed of the flying mystical beast is unparalleled. Young master, where have you been? Upon his arrival, Lin Qiyeh and Jian Wuxing approached him. Just out for a breath of fresh air, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, reclining in the grand chair. Is there something you need? There are two matters that require your decision, young master, Lin Qiyeh nodded. The first is that Ziki has led an army of 100,000 to the territory of Diangxi, achieving a significant victory in the first battle, slaying 20,000 of the enemy's soldiers. However, in 3 days, the enemy lured our forces into a trap, resulting in the loss of 50,000 Yin soldiers. And Ziki nearly fell into their hands. Lin Qiyeh maintained a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly, the great Yin has the old man. The great wilderness has Shi Ti in Feng, and the great dragon has Fang Jinyan. Although Ziki possesses commendable cultivation talent, his battlefield capabilities ultimately fall short. By the way, where is Sima Tianyan? Lin Qiyeh gently grasped Lin Qiyeh's shoulder, saying, Sima Tianyan has been working without exerting himself. Ziki originally intended to give him a stern warning, yet nearly found himself ensnared instead. Sima Tianyan seems to be rather pleased with himself. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly and shook his head. He is indeed clever. And what is the second matter? You have an uncanny ability to foresee events, young master. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew serious. General Gu Xiu of the Daong dynasty personally leads an army of 300,000 to invade the Great Yan, having captured Feiyun City within 3 days. After taking the city, he summoned thousands to excavate the treasures of the Lingyu Chamber of Commerce. And the 300,000 troops continue their advance northward. Lin Qiyeh appeared unfazed. Without 3 to 5 years, they certainly cannot extract those treasures. Now that the 3 great dynasties are besieging the Great Yan, one wonders how long it can endure. Young master, should numerous cities of the Great Yan fall into enemy hands, it would pose significant future complications. Lin Qiyeh expressed her concern. Lin Qiyeh did not respond but turned to Jian Wuxing, asking, Wuxing, what is your perspective? After a moment's contemplation, Jian Wuxing remarked, the Great Wilderness is blocked beyond Yinyun Pass, posing no threat to the Great Yan. The Great Dragon has Sima Tianyan to obstruct its advance, and for the time being, it should not be able to enter the Great Yan. My only concern lies with the Daong dynasty. Gu Xiu is one of the 7 renowned generals, and his command of troops cannot be underestimated. Lin Qiyeh nodded in approval. If the Great Yan cannot withstand the Daong forces, and they breach the imperial city, what do you think Yunnan Tian would do to preserve the Great Yan? As these words were uttered, both Jian Wuxing and Lin Qiyeh's pupils constricted. Without a moment's hesitation, they exclaimed in unison, Your Highness. Why? Lin Qiyeh scrutinized the two. Lin Qiyeh stated solemnly, Ziki has failed, and it has been proven that, aside from Sima Tianyan, no one can withstand Fang Jinyan. Once Sima Tianyan is redeployed, the Great Dragon Dynasty will invade the Great Yan, plunging it into greater peril. Only the Northern Town Army can rely on the treacherous terrain to hold off the forces of the Great Wilderness with a small contingent and still have the strength to support the throne. The more Lin Qiyeh spoke, the more agitated she became. Jian Wuxing's gaze towards Lin Qiyeh grew increasingly respectful. It became clear that the initial provocation of the 3 major dynasties to besiege the Great Yan was indeed the true objective. All of this was part of the young master's grand design. No, it is still inadequate. Lin Qiyeh shook his head and said, before that, we must instill fear in the Great Wilderness, compelling them to encircle but not attack, while ensuring that Yunnan remains undeterred. What do we need to do, young master? Jian Wuxing and Lin Qiyeh spoke simultaneously. Lin Qiyeh inquired, Qiyeh, how is the supply situation? Lin Qiyeh responded with confidence. Rest assured, young master, within 3 days, provisions can reach any city, sufficient to sustain 100,000 troops for half a year. Lin Qiyeh nodded and turned to Jian Wuxing. Wuxing, your next task is to summon the Songjin guards for training, expanding their numbers to 3,000. I will arrange for someone to assist with the training. In 6 months, I desire an invincible army, undefeated in battle. Understood, Jian Wuxing replied with a serious expression, adding, but what about weapons and equipment? These are trivial matters. Someone will deliver them to you in half a month, Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. 7 days later, the last vestiges of twilight quietly faded away, and the night descended silently. By the banks of the Tsang River, the great wilderness forces, numbering 150,000, finally arrived, their warships moored beneath the sheer cliffs. General, it is here. Above is a flat expanse, with only a ravine allowing passage for the entire army, capable of reaching Yan'an City in just over 2 hours. A soldier spoke. The leading figure, clad in black armor, Xuanhuan, raised an eyebrow, gazing at the cliff. I heard that not long ago. Yan'an City used a water assault to annihilate General Li Wuliu's army of over 100,000? Indeed, it was here, the soldier nodded, pointing to a nearby location. General, it is there. They have tunneled through the cliff face. 10 miles downstream, there is a gorge that can block the river. If we store water for several days, we can artificially create a natural disaster. Following the soldier's indication, Xia Tianming indeed saw a vast chasm, currently obstructed by a massive accumulation of earth and stone. Regrettably, we have little time, and storing water for several days is likely to be discovered. Otherwise, we could replicate their strategy perfectly. Xia Tianming squinted, commanding with a wave of his hand, "Do not approach that area. Be wary of falling rocks. Before dawn, we must capture Yan'an City." Whoosh, whoosh. A flurry of cold glints whistled as iron hooks shot forth. Subsequently, ladders rose skyward, and the 150,000 soldiers swiftly ascended the cliff. The cliffs here are not particularly high, standing at a mere 50 to 60 zhang. 150,000 soldiers, well-fed and invigorated, moved with remarkable swiftness. The number of scaling ladders was ample, allowing 300 men to ascend simultaneously. In just half an hour, the entire army had climbed up, leaving behind only 5,000 to guard the ships, and another 5,000 to maintain a watch on the heights, ready to signal at the first sign of anomaly. With a commanding gesture, Xia Tianming led the 14,000 troops towards Yan'an City with great momentum. At this moment, atop a nearby peak, a silver-armored warrior coldly surveyed the direction of the Tsang River, his keen gaze sharp as that of a falcon. "Have the damp straw been laid out?" he inquired. "It must be flawless. What of the oil?" "It has all been meticulously wrapped in special film, devoid of any scent." "And the traces?" "All have been thoroughly erased, as if the area had never been submerged by floodwaters." Lin Qiyeh nodded in satisfaction, squinting with a smile, while murmuring to himself, "Last time, my lord employed a water assault to annihilate over 100,000 of Li Wuliu's troops. This time, I shall deploy fire, creating a dual catastrophe of water and flame to doom the vast army of the great wilderness. It is a pity that my lord's ambitions do not lie here. Otherwise, what need would there be for generals like Wang Yi?" A cool breeze swept through, enveloping the forest in an eerie silence. Time flowed steadily. Suddenly, a shadow darted past with astonishing speed, quietly arriving beside Lin Qiyeh. "General, they are approaching. They will reach this place in half an hour." Chapter 42. Total annihilation. The moon hung high in the sparse night sky as the 14,000 soldiers of the great wilderness advanced with swift strides. Well-fed and invigorated, they brimmed with spirit and determination. Capturing Yan'an City would render Yanbei City an effortless conquest. Xia Tianming, positioned in the heart of the formation, was troubled, his brow furrowed with an unsettling sense of foreboding. "General?" The adjutant called out several times, yet he remained oblivious. "What is it?" Xia Tianming snapped back to attention. The adjutant continued, "Ahead lies the only ravine, stretching approximately 10 miles. Our pace will be affected." A jolt coursed through Xia Tianming as he lifted his gaze to the looming mountains on either side. The night was dark, and the peaks loomed like ferocious beasts lying in wait, their stillness unnervingly ominous. "What if they employ fire attacks?" he inquired, narrowing his eyes. The adjutant chuckled lightly. Under normal circumstances, fire attacks would indeed be effective. However, this area was recently ravaged by floods, leaving puddles everywhere, making it impossible for fires to ignite. "And what of the oil?" Xia Tianming pressed further. The adjutant shook his head. "While oil could be a viable option, our scouts have found no signs of human activity nor detected any scent of oil, unless they possess a method to mask its odor. I have never heard of such a technique. As for ordinary fire attacks, the ravine is not lacking in water." Xia Tianming nodded slightly. "Convey the orders to slow our pace, elongate the formation, and regroup after we pass through the ravine." "Yes, sir," the adjutant responded respectfully, though skepticism lingered in his heart. In a place abundant with water, how could the enemy possibly launch a fire attack? Not far atop a nearby peak, Lin Qiyeh received this intelligence with a slight start. Who commands the great wilderness? They possess a certain level of skill. A shadow beside him spoke in a low tone. The subordinate did not discern clearly. However, the great wilderness formation is stretched, maintaining around 30,000 in the ravine at all times. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Do not worry, not a single one shall escape. Once they traverse the ravine, Yan'an City lies less than 10 miles ahead in a vast valley. They will undoubtedly congregate there. Send the orders. Once the last person enters the ravine, we shall act immediately to ensure the flock is driven into the pen. Understood. The shadow vanished like a wisp of smoke. Xia Tianming blended into the ranks, and as they neared the ravine, he remained unaware of any unforeseen complications, his furrowed brow beginning to relax. It seemed the defenders of Yan'an City were unprepared. The likelihood of success for this surprise assault had significantly increased. What is that smell? Suddenly, Xia Tianming twitched his nose. General, there is oil here. A comrade just accidentally rolled down and struck a tree, causing several bundles filled with oil to fall. At that moment, a figure rushed towards them with urgency. Xia Tianming's pupils constricted sharply as he shouted, "Oil? Quickly, let the rear ranks become the front. We must retreat." It was no wonder there were no signs of disturbance on the ground. The enemy had concealed the oil within the trees. Had it been daylight, it would have been glaringly obvious. Yet now it is evening, with only the silvery moonlight illuminating the surroundings, rendering everything else invisible. Could it be that the adversary is certain they will arrive here under the veil of night? The mere thought sends shivers down his spine. His initial instinct is not to flee the ravine, but to retreat, given that the enemy is on high alert. A surprise attack would be futile. Just then, a cascade of fiery rain descends from the heavens, accompanied by the piercing screams of slicing air. Boom! Explosions resound, and torrents of flames rain down, splattering upon countless soldiers. In an instant, the ravine is engulfed in flames, and cries of despair echo throughout. Many warriors fall, rolling on the ground, yet the inferno cannot be extinguished. Even water proves ineffective against it. Quick, get out! Xia Tianming bellows, his heart bleeding. There are still 30,000 soldiers in the ravine, a fifth of their fighting strength. Without hesitation, he dashes forward, clutching a thread of hope. Ahead lies a vast valley, and if he can reach it, all will be well. However, at that moment, through the fiery glow, he sees clearly the thick smoke billowing, suffocating every inch of the ravine. Despicable! Xia Tianming curses vehemently. Had it merely been a fire attack, it might have been possible for 30,000 to escape. Yet he never anticipated the enemy's ruthless cunning. They employed not dry grass, but wet grass. While wet grass cannot ignite, when doused in oil, it transforms entirely. The suffocating smoke from the wet grass is enough to choke 30,000 soldiers, making escape from the ravine impossible. He stands in the valley, fixated on the ravine's exit. After a full half hour, only a few hundred manage to escape from the 30,000. As for the rest, their fate is all too clear. Damn it! Xia Tianming erupts in fury, vowing to annihilate Yan'an City and avenge his fallen brothers. Boom! No sooner had he spoken than a rumbling tremor reverberates from the slopes on either side. Then, immense fireballs come rolling down, sweeping towards the remaining 110,000 troops, while the trees on both sides have long since been felled. Though the valley is vast, the sheer number of troops renders them tightly packed. Cries of anguish resound again as many soldiers are crushed to a pulp. Around them, flames rage unabated. Especially at the ravine's exit and the path leading to Yan'an City, several gigantic boulders block the way, completely obstructing their escape. Xia Tianming is now utterly panicked. In this moment, they are like sheep in a pen, with no means of resistance, left to the mercy of their slaughterers. The pungent scent of blood mingles with the aroma of charred flesh, inducing nausea. After a brief moment, the fireballs finally cease their onslaught. Yet what awaits them is a rain of fiery arrows. Xia Tianming's eyes blaze red, resembling a bloodthirsty beast, as he roars, scatter, and charge forth. With a burning branch raised high, he leads the charge towards one side of the peak. Many, witnessing his resolve, rush towards the flanking mountains. However, the situation does not unfold smoothly. Previously engulfed by floodwaters, the soil was soft and unstable, rendering any footing impossible. Moreover, a layer of oil coated the ground. making it virtually insurmountable for ordinary soldiers. Summer Tianming's eyes blazed with frustration. This battle had been exceedingly suffocating. His formidable army of 140,000 had barely been given the opportunity to engage, effectively becoming trapped like fish in a barrel. He understood that all hope was lost. Gritting his teeth, he commanded his subordinates to release signal flares. Their fate was sealed. Yet it was imperative to inform General Summer Tianfang at Pingyuan Pass of their plight. "General, you must flee. Do not concern yourself. Save whoever you can," one of his deputy commanders urged. Summer Tianming's expression darkened, his heart a tumult of emotions. If he were to escape, how could he face his elder brother? "Everyone, follow me," Summer Tianfang bellowed, turning towards the ravine. Although the flames still raged, the dense smoke had considerably dissipated. The ravine was a place of despair. Yet within that despair lay a glimmer of hope. The soldiers of the great wilderness dared not hesitate, swiftly following suit, their figures vanishing amidst the blaze. It was akin to traversing a path through the underworld, yet they had no alternative. It was certainly preferable to remaining there to await their demise. The number of those who might survive was left to fate. True to his reputation as a master of the Jade Xian realm, Summer Tianming broke free from the ravine in less than the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. He inhaled the fresh air deeply, experiencing a profound sense of rebirth. Casting a glance back at the shadows of dozens behind him, his heart ached. His once mighty army had been almost entirely annihilated. "I swear, I shall not rest until I avenge this wrong," he declared, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists so tightly that blood nearly oozed from his palms. What vengeance can you seek when your own life hangs in the balance? Before he could savor his newfound freedom, flames erupted ahead, revealing a silver-armored warrior before his eyes. Chapter 43. The vast world in the city of Yan'an. Lin Qiyeh sat cross-legged upon his bed, enveloped in a shimmering radiance of purple and gold that flickered rhythmically. Surrounding him lay a substantial accumulation of mysterious crystals, obtained from his previous conquest of the Blood Sword Emperor. Indeed, the depth of resources at the Emperor's level far surpassed that of the wicked swordsman. Over the course of several weeks, his aura had surged dramatically, yet intriguingly. It remained imperceptible to the outside world. At the pinnacle of the divine profound realm, Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. The Taishan immortal scripture truly deserved its reputation as the foremost technique across myriad realms, boasting an unparalleled cultivation speed. Regrettably, it necessitated a beginning from scratch, a luxury he had not possessed in his past life. With a mere thought, he swiftly reigned in his aura. The breakthrough to the pinnacle of the divine profound realm felt as effortless as eating or drinking. Alas, his primordial spirit had yet to advance further. To contend with the 5 major sects, a breakthrough to the Emperor Profound Realm was imperative. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly. Should he attain the Emperor Profound Realm, or even the Saint Profound Realm, dealing with the Great Yin would be far less troublesome. Why not simply eradicate the Great Yin royal family and seize their empire? Nevertheless, that step was not far off. He stretched languidly and exited his chamber, discovering the dawn had just begun to break. Casting a glance towards the Tsang River, he reclined in a grand armchair, closing his eyes to meditate. After a brief interlude, a figure vaulted over the wall and entered. "Young master, the great wilderness's 150,000 troops have been annihilated, and we have captured Xia Tianfang's younger brother, Xia Tianming." Jian Wuxing regarded Lin Qiyeh with admiration. That was an army of 150,000, effortlessly dispatched. Lin Qiyeh slowly opened his eyes and replied, "Release him." "Release him?" Jian Wuxing thought he must have misheard. That was Xia Tianfang's own brother. Who was Xia Tianfang? One of the 7 renowned generals, the commander of the Great Wilderness Army. Do you think Xia Tianfang would hesitate to mobilize his forces for Xia Tianming? Lin Qiyeh chuckled. If you believe that, you underestimate the 7 great generals. Do you truly think that even if Xia Tianming were to perish, Xia Tianfang would withdraw his troops? Jian Wuxing fell silent, never doubting Lin Qiyeh's words. Let him know that if one day the great wilderness falls, he should not despair. The world is vast, Lin Qiyeh said calmly. Does the young master wish to subdue Xia Tianfang? Jian Wuxing asked in astonishment. Why not? Lin Qiyeh smiled. The great wilderness has endured to this day in no small part due to Xia Tianfang's contributions. Otherwise, it would have long been consumed by the Great Wu dynasty, leaving nothing behind and lacking the strength to invade the Great Yin. Are you aware of the 7 great dynasties and the 7 renowned generals? Jian Wuxing nodded, affirming. Xia Tianfang ranks 4th among the 7 generals, right below the prince. If it weren't for relying on the northern town army, the old man Wu Ti even ranked 3rd. Lin Qiyeh smirked. As for the great Wu dynasty, which holds the 2nd position, in terms of true strength, they fall far short of Xia Tianfang. Is Zhou Bu that inadequate? Jian Wuxing queried curiously, pouring a cup of tea for Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh took a delicate sip and remarked, the great martial dynasty, with its populace devoted to martial prowess, stands as the foremost among the 7 great dynasties in terms of comprehensive strength. Its military might and equipment far surpass those of the great wilderness dynasty. Yet, has he ever garnered significant benefits from Shi Tiangang? Jian Wuxing shook his head. Although Zhou Bu has never suffered defeat and is heralded as the undefeated god of war, it appears he has never truly triumphed over Shi Tiangang either. Do you believe that Luotian City could outshine Zhou Bu by several streets? Lin Qiyeh held a lack of regard for Zhou Bu and the old man, thinking that if it weren't for the reliance on Yinyun Pass and the North Town Army, Yanbei City would have long been in ruins. Jian Wuxing was at a loss for words. Your Highness, he is still your father. Can you truly be so dismissive? Lin Qiyeh waved his hand. Enough. Have Ling Qingqiu deliver the message to Shi Tiangang at Yinyun Pass. Aren't you going to pay a visit to the prince? Jian Wuxing inquired, puzzled. Not yet, but soon. Lin Qiyeh replied, his expression slightly tense. Half a month later, at Pingyuan Pass, within the tent, Shi Tiangong's brow was furrowed, his cold gaze fixed upon the kneeling Xia Tianming. They slaughtered 15,000 of my brothers, yet they allowed you to return? Yes, Xia Tianming lowered his head, unable to meet his gaze. Do you believe your life is more valuable than those 15,000 brothers? Shi Tiangang snorted coldly, leaning back in his chair and rubbing his temples. Now, recount the specifics. Xia Tianming recounted, in meticulous detail, the demise of the 15,000 soldiers. Unable to hold back, he added, General, could it be that someone leaked intelligence? Otherwise, how would they know we were staging a surprise attack on Yinan City? Shi Tiangang fell into a deep silence. Only he and the 3rd princess, Long Fei Xue, were aware of this matter. Even Xia Tianming had only been informed just prior to departure. Could the 3rd young master have betrayed the great wilderness? This seemed utterly implausible. Yet, he could conceive of no other explanation. By the way, General, their men sent a message for you, Xia Tianming recalled. If one day, the great wilderness falls, do not take your own life. The world is vast. Shi Tiangong's pupils constricted slightly, and he abruptly stood. Who uttered those words? I do not know. Xia Tianming shook his head in confusion. Shi Tiangang slumped back down, waving his hand dismissively. He remained lost in thought for a long while before finally recovering, his voice trembling. Are you still alive? At Yinyun Pass, Lin Xiaotian conducted his routine inspection, only to discover that the great wilderness had retreated. Report. A sharp cry resounded as a soldier rushed over, kneeling on one knee. Your Highness, Shi Tiangang has led the army across the Tsang River, leaving only 50,000 troops to guard Pingyuan Pass. Your Highness, I request permission to attack. We shall breach Pingyuan Pass within 3 days. A scholarly-looking general with a fair complexion suddenly bowed deeply. Lin Xiaotian shook his head. The great Yin cannot withstand war. With that, he turned and departed. Alas, it was only after Lin Xiaotian had left that the fair-faced general let out a deep sigh. At this moment, Ling Qingqiu patted the shoulder of the pale-faced general and chuckled. Beichin, are you truly eager to engage in battle against the great wasteland? Do you not desire it? Gu Beichin curled his lip, acknowledging that the great wasteland was severely weakened, presenting an opportune moment that, if missed, would be lost forever. Then let me ask you, even if we penetrate into the great wasteland, what benefits would it bring to the prince? Ling Qingqiu countered. Of course. Gu Beichin was about to respond without a second thought, but he swallowed his words at the last moment. With the young master gone, it was closely tied to the emperor. Would the prince truly wage war against an enemy? Not engaging in battle with Dian would be a fortunate outcome. Ling Qingqiu snickered coldly, stating, if a conflict is to arise, it would be to annihilate Dian. Gu Beichin's pupils constricted slightly as he gazed in the direction where Lin Xiaotian had departed. The prince may not be able to make a decision, but that does not imply we are powerless. Ling Qingqiu continued, the young master once remarked that the world is vast. Dian should not, and cannot confine us. Upon hearing this, Gu Beichen suddenly grasped Lin Qiyeh's collar tightly, his face flushed. Noticing the absence of others, he lowered his voice and asked, "Is the young master still alive?" Lin Qiyeh was taken aback for a moment before replying, "I never mentioned the young master." Gu Beichen grinned broadly. "Speak. What plans does the young master have?" "What young master? Do not speak nonsense," Lin Qiyeh retorted, yet upon seeing Gu Beichen's expression, he relented. "I am waiting for an opportunity to decisively establish dominance over Dian." Chapter 44. The Cunning Strategist in the Imperial Palace of Dian, within the Imperial Study. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Yunanshan's countenance darkened ominously. Yunanshan knelt on the ground, not daring to breathe. "Have you yet to locate Lingyan?" Yunantian finally spoke, his face marred by unbridled fury. His most cherished daughter, Yu Lingyan, had inexplicably vanished. The thousands of soldiers he had dispatched were utterly lost. And without Yu Lingyan, how could his plans possibly unfold? Presently, the three cities of Yanbei had entirely succumbed to Lin Xiaoyan's control. How could this not incite his wrath? "No," Yunanshan replied, drawing a deep breath. "Then continue the search. Whether alive or dead, I demand to see her," Yunantian bellowed. "Yes," Yunanshan nodded, adding, "Your Majesty, there is another matter. The great wilderness has retreated." Yunantian fell silent. This should have been a cause for celebration, yet joy eluded him. Did the retreat of the great wilderness not imply that no one stood against Lin Xiaotian? "What of Wenxingchen?" Yunantian inquired in a grave tone. Yunanshan hastily responded, "Wenxingchen has fallen ill and has not risen from his bed for several days. This old fox, does he think he can evade me?" Yunanshan's eyes glinted coldly. "Issue my decree. Let the imperial physician attend to him. Our chancellor cannot suffer any misfortune." "Your Majesty, Chancellor Wen requests an audience," came Lu Jin's voice from the doorway. A wave of murderous intent surged through Yunantian. "This old wretch dares to see me? Admit him," he said, suppressing his fury in a low voice. He was eager to discern what schemes this old fox was now concocting. Moments later, when Xingchen staggered into the grand hall, his complexion pale, appearing as though he had aged 20 years. "I pay my respects to your Majesty," he stammered as he knelt unsteadily. "I am guilty. I beseech your Majesty to punish me." Yunanshan's eyelids twitched. He was well aware that when Xingchen was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. Yet witnessing the old man's current state left him at a loss for words. To punish him seemed warranted, yet execution was out of the question. Conversely, to spare him would weigh heavily on his conscience. The atmosphere became palpably tense. "Your Majesty, I am feeble and aged, unable to alleviate your burdens. I implore you to grant me permission to retire to my homeland." When Xingchen broke the silence. At this proclamation, both Yunantian and Yunanshan exchanged glances of surprise. They had not anticipated that when Xingchen would voluntarily relinquish his position as chancellor. Had this old fox truly undergone a transformation? With Yangue City lost, where could he possibly return to? Countless thoughts raced through their minds. "I beseech your Majesty's grace," when Xingchen reiterated. Yunantian longed to observe when Xingchen's expression. Yet the old man's head remained bowed to the ground, rendering it impossible to see. "Minister Wen, you have served diligently." Yunantian inhaled deeply, preparing to speak. Before he could finish, Lu Jin hurried into the imperial study, whispering beside the emperor, "Your Majesty, Li Wolyu and several other dignitaries are kneeling outside." Upon hearing these words, Yunantian was abruptly awakened. His expression turned icy as he fixed his gaze intently on Wen Xingchen, who remained unfazed. Gritting his teeth, Yunantian declared, "I have granted permission. The great Yin shall remember the merits of Minister Wen." "Thank you, your Majesty," Wen Xingchen replied, maintaining his calm demeanor as he respectfully bowed and exited the imperial study. "Your Majesty, you cannot allow the Chancellor to retire. Please, your Majesty, rescind your decree. The great Yin cannot do without Chancellor Wen." Moments later, a chorus of lamentations echoed through the air. Suddenly, Yunantian coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the dragon throne. "Your Majesty." Yunanshuan's complexion changed dramatically as he rushed forward to assess the situation. "Quickly, seal off the imperial city and summon Qiyeh back." Yunantian weakly uttered a phrase before slipping into unconsciousness. In Yan'an City, Lin Qiyeh received the news, his expression growing tense. "Young master, the emperor has summoned Yuziki back urgently. Does this mean his time is running short?" Jian Wuxing questioned, filled with suspicion. Lin Qiyeh's fingers lightly tapped the armrest as thoughts raced through his mind. After a long pause, he shook his head. Yunnan is not a petty man. Even when the 3 cities of Yanbei fell into our hands, he did not exhibit such rage. Moreover, he would have preferred to dismiss Wen Xingchen. How could he be driven to the brink of bloodshed over Wen's voluntary resignation? However, Li Wuyu and others are all feigning illness, neglecting state affairs to force the emperor to retract his orders. If it were me, I would be enraged as well. Jian Wuxing was thoroughly perplexed. How could he not be angry? The ministers of the Great Yin defy their emperor's orders and instead rally behind a single minister. You underestimate Yunanshan's resolve. Lin Qiyeh sighed. He is a cunning strategist. I cannot ascertain whether his time is indeed limited, but I am certain that the imperial city will soon be engulfed in turmoil. Jian Wuxing inhaled sharply. Are you suggesting the emperor intends to take action against the aristocracy? Yet the timing is precarious. Internal strife is a greater concern than external threats. If the internal issues remain unresolved, how can we address the external ones? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. If Yunnan can indeed eliminate the aristocracy in one fell swoop, there may yet be hope for the Great Yin. However, the likelihood is nearly non-existent. Those noble families will not remain passive. Let us wait. We should see results within a month. 7 days later, Lin Wuxing hurriedly arrived. Young master, the emperor has summoned the prince to the imperial city with military forces in tow. Lin Wuxing produced a secret decree and handed it to Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh's eyes turned cold. Young master, does the emperor intend to take action against the prince? Lin Wuxing spoke in a low voice. In recent days, I have heard that the black-scale imperial guards have sealed off the cities of the major noble families, poised to strike at any moment. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes with a smile. Wuxing, send a brother to the imperial city, instructing him to convey to Yunnan, in the tone of the old man, that he may come to the imperial city, but he must designate the 3 cities of Yanbei as the fief of the prince of Yanbei. Lin Wuxing hesitated. Will the emperor agree? Indeed. With a confident smile, Lin Qiyeh remarked that it was not he who would inherit the title of the Northern Yin king, but rather the son of Yuling. If Yanbei city were to be bequeathed to the Northern Yin king, wouldn't the title of the Northern Guardian King become merely a facade? Furthermore, while he could still contend with other noble families, the Northern Guardian estate was a formidable adversary he could not easily confront. It was, instead, his most reliable ally. After a brief pause, he continued, of course, once I have dealt with the other noble clans, the old man will undoubtedly have no choice but to comply. Why should the prince take unnecessary risks? Lin Wuxing looked at Lin Qiyeh with a peculiar expression. Young master, you cannot possibly be the prince's biological son. For who would push their own father into the abyss of peril? Will he be in danger? Lin Qiyeh remained silent. You should inform Ling Qingxiu and advise the old man against leading an army. A mere escort will suffice. The emperor likely desires the prince to command troops primarily for the purpose of the Tiger Tally. Should we consider stealing the Tiger Tally from the Northern Guardian Army? Lin Wuxing pondered aloud. Isn't that item always in my possession? Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly, yet his expression suddenly turned grave. The Northern Guardian estate absolutely cannot rebel, nor should we provide anyone with an excuse. Only with legitimacy can we speak with authority. Indeed, Lin Wuxing turned to leave, but paused, asking, Aren't you going to the imperial city? Of course I shall go, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, offering no further explanation. As Lin Wuxing departed, Lin Qiyeh gazed upward at the vast sky, murmuring to himself, Yunnan, it all hinges on your capabilities. Should you falter, even slightly, the royal family may very well face utter destruction. Chapter 45. Amidst bloodshed in Yunnan City, half a month had swiftly passed. Lin Qiyeh stood atop the city walls, gazing into the distance. A contingent of 3,000 troops was advancing toward the imperial city. Young master, Jian Wuxing began to speak. Lin Qiyeh gestured dismissively, saying, You are well aware of the old man's temperament. No words from us will suffice. He must change of his own accord. What of the Zhangjian Guard? All have been gathered, and an additional 1,000 recruits have been summoned, totaling 3,000. They are currently undergoing training. Within 6 months, or at most 3, they will be ready for your command. Jian Wuxing's expression turned serious. Young master, who exactly are those 13 instructors? Their mastery of spear techniques, swordplay, concealed weapons, and equestrian skills is unparalleled. They are proficient in every art, and I find myself unable to gain an advantage even against one. As he spoke of the 13 instructors of the Zhang Guard, Jian Wuxing felt a deep admiration. His dedication to the sword left him unable to comprehend how a group could excel in such diverse disciplines. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. You have already reached the late stage of the Earth Profound Realm, able to stand toe-to-toe with those of the Heaven Profound Realm. Are you satisfied with them? Indeed. Jian Wuxing replied without hesitation. They seem born for warfare. These 13 are no less formidable than the 18 riders of Ting Shui, and in certain respects, they may even surpass them. Each has their unique strengths. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. You should learn from them, exchanging strengths and weaknesses. There are always others beyond ourselves. Mountains beyond mountains. Yes, Jian Wuxing nodded. In the distance, Lin Xiaotian, upon his warhorse, suddenly turned to gaze toward Yan'an city. A deep confusion enveloped him. The emperor had granted Lin Qiyeh the 3 cities of Yanbei, with the decree intended to last for generations. Yanbei city was acceptable, as it was originally the Lin family's territory. But what of Yangui city? That was the domain of the Wen family. Had Wen Xingqian just retired? And now Yunantian intended to dispose of him? The crux was that Lin Qiyeh had already perished. What use was it to grant him 3 cities? Yet, upon remembering that Yuling Yan was with child, he comprehended Yu Nanshan's intent to maneuver for control over the 3 cities of Yanbei. If even the king of Jinbei dared not protest, what could the Wen and Li families do? Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, as long as it was of the Lin bloodline. However, the mere thought of Lin Qiyeh ignited a fury within him. This journey to the Dian imperial city would demand an explanation from Yunantian, even if it meant standing against him. My lord, what troubles you? At that moment, Ling Qingqiu regarded Lin Xiaotian with concern. Lin Xiaotian furrowed his brow. Qingqiu, do you not sense that someone is covertly observing us? Ling Qingqiu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, casting a cold glance in all directions. Yet, he was startled within. He recognized that the one observing must be the young master, but he had not anticipated that Lin Xiaotian would be aware of it. Rest assured, my lord, as long as I draw breath, I will not allow anyone to harm you. Ling Qingqiu vowed earnestly. Lin Xiaotian smiled and waved his hand, then turned to Lin Wufeng. Wufeng, is it true that the 7th princess, Yu Lingyan, carries the bloodline of Qiyeh? When did this come to pass? Lin Wuxing nodded, affirming the truth of the statement, though he was uncertain about the exact timing. Internally, he added to himself that whatever the young master declared would indeed be the case. Lin Xiaotian narrowed his eyes as he regarded Lin Wufeng and Ling Qingqiu, speaking in a grave tone. On this journey to the imperial city, I require you both to undertake a crucial task. The two exchanged solemn glances. No matter what transpires, your foremost priority is to ensure the safety of Yuling Yan. Even if this prince were to perish, you must return her to Yanbei city unharmed, Lin Xiaotian declared with utmost seriousness. In the grand palace of Dian, Yunantian lay upon his bed, his complexion pale and frail, resembling one who might depart this world at any moment. He beckoned to Yunanshan, while Lu Jin discreetly withdrew. What news? Yunantian inquired weakly. Your Majesty, Lin Xiaotian has arrived in the imperial city, though he has brought only 3,000 men. Yunanshan responded in a hushed tone. A glimmer of determination flickered in Yunanshan's murky eyes. Then let the plan commence. Spare none of the prominent families, including the Wen and Li clans. Leave no trace behind. His excitement led to a violent cough, rendering his face a deep crimson. Understood, Yunanshan replied softly, gently patting Yunanshan's back to help ease his breath. After a moment, Yunantian regained his composure, gazing at Yunanshan with a meaningful expression. Nanshan, who do you believe is fit to inherit the throne? Yunanshan promptly knelt, lowering his head. Long live your Majesty. He added, forgive my insolence. I know your time is limited. Yunantian seemed eager for an answer. Yunanshan bowed deeply, stating, I would not dare to speak lightly. Whoever your Majesty deems fit shall inherit the throne. Yunantian shook his head, sighing, Nanshan, can you not be open with me? Both the 3rd and 6th princes have approached you, have they not? Yunanshan trembled, secretly astonished. Despite lying in bed, Yunantian was aware of such matters. He hastily replied, I know their intentions, but I have not met the 3rd and 6th princes. The choice of the crown prince is not for anyone to sway your Majesty's decision. Yunantian smiled with satisfaction. What do you think of the 3rd prince? Yu Nanxian inhaled deeply and responded, "The third prince is a prodigy, endowed with unparalleled talent and a close relationship with the Yujian sect, which would ensure their support. However, talent and cultivation does not equate to the ability to lead troops or govern a nation. The third prince is far inferior to you in that regard. He is more suited to be a second version of yourself, a king who walks in the shadows." Yu Nanxian's eyes narrowed. "I am filled with trepidation," Yu Nanxian thought, surprised. He had always believed Yu Nantian intended for Yuziki to inherit the throne, not realizing the underlying thoughts were different. Was he testing him? Indeed. Speaking too much could lead to missteps. The sixth prince is fiery and reckless, with a penchant for extravagance. Though he possesses ambition, he lacks the wisdom needed for governance. After this incident, Dian requires a ruler capable of leading the realm. Yu Nantian rubbed his temples. The eldest prince, Qian, is humble and composed, avoiding factionalism, yet lacks the decisiveness, spending his days lost in indulgence. Yu Nanxian hesitated to speak, unable to fathom Yu Nanxian's intentions. "You may leave, and also summon Lin Xiaotian." Yu Nantian gestured dismissively. "Understood," Yu Nanxian replied, bowing as he departed. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Yu Nanxian's eyes, accompanied by a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. That night, the Black Scale Guards moved once more, encircling the One and Li families, along with other prominent clans, proclaiming their transgressions to the world. In an instant, a storm of bloodshed swept through the great Yan imperial city. Within a single night, the major families of the imperial city were thoroughly eradicated. The populace was left in a state of shock and horror. These were clans that had endured for centuries, steeped in profound heritage, revered by generations of Yan emperors. No one anticipated that the current emperor would uproot them entirely, leaving no trace behind. Previously, only the families of marquises and below had been targeted, yet this time, even the dukes faced complete annihilation. The air of the imperial city was thick with the stench of blood. Little did they know, this scene was not confined to the imperial city. It rippled through nearly all cities of the Great Yan. The brutality of the actions instilled a chilling fear in the hearts of many. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that an even more ferocious tempest was silently brewing. Chapter 46. Ruthless and resolute in the grand palace of the Great Yan, wisps of warm vapor ascended, infusing the air with a delicate fragrance. Lin Xiaotian and Yu Nantian sat across from each other, enveloped in a prolonged silence. A faint smile graced Yu Nanxian's frail visage. "Xiaotian, how long has it been since we shared a cup of tea like this?" Lin Xiaotian remained silent, his gaze flickering uncertainly. Given the current circumstances, he could easily take action against Yu Nantian. However, he refrained. "We have both grown old without realizing it," Yu Nantian sighed. "I know you blame me for the incident involving Qiyeh, but what if I told you that I did not orchestrate Qiyeh's demise?" Lin Xiaotian narrowed his eyes. Yu Nantian, unhurried, took a sip of tea and continued. "Help me one last time, and I shall deliver to you the true instigator behind Qiyeh's death." "Who is it?" Lin Xiaotian coldly uttered, his voice icy. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Nantian replied, "Yu Nanxian." Lin Xiaotian's expression turned to one of astonishment. If Yu Nanxian were to hear this revelation, he would likely be taken aback, for he had assisted Yu Nantian with countless unsavory tasks, only to be so easily betrayed. Pausing, Yu Nantian added, "Of course, I too bear an irreproachable share of responsibility in this matter. If he does not suffice to appease your wrath, my life is yours after this is resolved." Lin Xiaotian's eyelids twitched as he fixated on Yu Nantian, who maintained a composed demeanor, sincerity etched on his face. "Very well." Lin Xiaotian nodded, "But I have one condition." Yu Nanxian's expression brightened. "Speak, and I shall grant any request you make." His determination to obliterate the noble clans was unwavering, yet he required formidable allies. Lin Xiaotian fit the bill, which explained his willingness to bestow the 3 cities of Yanbei upon Lin Qiyeh. Naturally, with Lin Qiyeh deceased, those cities would ultimately revert to the Yu family. "I wish to take the 7th princess with me," Lin Xiaotian declared in a low voice. At this utterance, Yu Nanxian's countenance stiffened. "Does the emperor oppose this?" Lin Xiaotian arched an eyebrow, exuding an air of imminent confrontation. Yu Nantian hastily shook his head, managing a bitter smile. A little over a month ago, Ling Yan was abducted en route to Yan'an City, escorted by 3,000 soldiers, all of whom perished. I have dispatched inquiries, yet to no avail. A palpable aura of menace emanated from Lin Qiyeh, causing the temperature within the room to plummet several degrees. Yu Nanshan's complexion grew increasingly ashen, his body swaying precariously. After a lengthy pause, Lin Qiyeh took a deep breath, dissipating the lethal energy, and spoke solemnly. I trust you. Rest assured, I shall send individuals to locate Ling Yan, for her son must inherit the throne of Yanbei. Sweat beads rolled down Yu Nanshan's forehead as he gritted his teeth and produced an imperial edict. Lin Qiyeh accepted it, casting a brief glance before carefully stowing it away. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the window. Tonight may prove tumultuous. Are you certain of your safety? Yu Nanshan shook his head. I have never underestimated the depths of the noble clans. While they cannot be eradicated entirely, my time is limited, and I must act decisively. In these recent days, they have long been prepared. If they wish to avoid demise, they will undoubtedly gamble everything. Yet, I am left in uncertainty about the fate of my 3 imperial sons. Lin Qiyeh ceased his words, quietly lifting his teacup. The two sat in tranquil silence. At the Flame King's residence, a figure clad in black stealthily entered through the back door, accompanied by dozens of followers. At this moment, a slender young man donned in a crimson robe sat regally upon the main seat in the hall. This individual was none other than the 6th Prince of Dian, Yu Zian, who had recently received several slaps from Lin Qiyeh. At this juncture, the black-clad man approached the hall and offered a slight bow. I, Sima Tianyan, pay my respects to the Flame King. Indeed, the black-clad figure was General Sima Chongkong of Dian. He had been engaged in battle against the Great Dragon Dynasty in the lands of Dian, yet had quietly returned to the imperial city, unbeknownst to anyone. General Sima, please rise. Yu Zian hastily assisted Sima Tianyan to his feet, smiling. With the general's assistance, the world is within our grasp. I am grateful for the Flame King's regard, Sima Tianyan replied with a subtle smile, though his expression suddenly turned serious. On my way here, I heard that the major noble families have already been ruthlessly purged by the Black-Scale Imperial Guards. Wen Xingqian, Li Wuliu, and others have vanished without a trace. It is highly likely they have fled. Rest assured, I have promised you that you will personally execute Wen Xingqian and Lin Qiyeh. I shall not go back on my word, Yu Zian remarked with a cold smirk. If they can escape the imperial city, can they truly evade the grasp of Dian? Sima Tianyan nodded, inquiring, I have made arrangements. Today, the palace is guarded by my loyal subordinates, ready to breach the gates at any moment and storm the palace. No, Yu Zian shook his head, grinning slyly. To invade the palace would be treasonous, a crime beyond our capacity to bear. Sima Tianyan was taken aback. You are preparing to seize the throne of Dian, yet fear the crime of treason? If you succeed in becoming the sovereign of Dian, your word will be law. Who would dare to challenge you? Do not underestimate my father. Yu Zian narrowed his eyes, a look of cunning confidence adorning his face. To aspire to the throne does not necessitate patricide. One can simply eliminate all rivals. Without competitors, is the throne not mine by right? Upon hearing this, Sima Tianyan's pupils constricted, unable to suppress a gasp of cold air. How ruthless! Does he intend to eradicate the other princes? Yet, he still underestimated Yu Zian. A glint of malevolence flickered in Yu Zian's eyes as he coldly declared, I have already dispatched individuals to monitor the foolish King's residence and the martial King's estate. What I require from you, General Sima, is to annihilate both royal houses completely, as well as the imperial clan. Sima Tianyan's expression hardened. The imperial clan? Yu Zian's countenance twisted with fury as he gritted his teeth. Those old fools predominantly support the 3rd prince. Even without him, they would rally behind the 1st. What purpose do they serve? A chill coursed through Sima Tianyan's heart. He understood Yu Zian's fiery temperament and domineering nature, but had not anticipated his sheer ruthlessness. Even the clan would not be spared? But that is the might of the royal lineage. Can General Sima truly accomplish this? Yu Zian's wicked smile resembled that of a demon from the depths of hell. Fear not, King of Flames, they shall not survive the night. Sima Tianyan bowed respectfully and quietly departed. Yu Zian gazed at Sima Tianyan's retreating figure, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, a shadow flickered across the hall. My lord, all preparations are complete. The shadow knelt on one knee, paying homage with utmost reverence. We shall depart in an hour. Leave no one alive who dares to slaughter those of the foolish king's manor and the martial king's residence. Yuzian stated calmly. Understood. The shadow nodded and inquired. What of Sima Tianyan? Where is Sima Tianyan? Is he not in the western realm battling the great dragon? Yuzian replied with a hint of amusement. If Sima Tianyan were to hear this, one could only imagine his sentiments, having been used as a pawn, only to be sold out in return. Truly, he is the biological son of Yunnan Tian. Their actions are eerily similar. Upon hearing this, the shadow drifted away. Yuzian raised his gaze to the pitch-black night sky, murmuring to himself, the roots of Dian have rotted to the core, requiring an endless flow of blood to be reborn from the ashes. The first prince, the third prince, the royal clan, perishing at the hands of the great families, sounds delightful. After all, they have so many lice, they fear not the itch. Only I, fortunate enough to survive, am indeed the chosen one, destined to revive the glory of Dian. Chapter 47. Focus on the imperial palace in the grand capital of the Great Yin. At the northern gate, a general clad in silver armor marched steadily forward, accompanied by 3,000 armored soldiers, stopping beneath the city wall. Halt! A cold voice rang out from above, where a throng of archers emerged from the battlements, their arrows aimed menacingly downward. At that moment, a towering figure clad in black armor appeared, gazing at the raised banner with a glint of cold amusement in his eyes. Is the Northern Army preparing to rebel? Zhou Wuji, the captain of the palace guards, was known for his authority, yet he found himself in an unexpected position, confronting the very gates of the imperial city. Normally, he should be guarding the palace, but such an anomaly often heralded treachery. Unperturbed, Zhou Wuji replied calmly, by the emperor's decree, no one is permitted to step foot into the imperial city. Those who do will be treated as traitors. And what if I possess the emperor's decree? Lin Qiyeh retorted, producing a dazzling golden token that sparkled under the flickering light, a golden dragon order. Zhou Wuji's pupils constricted in shock, nearly gasping aloud, his heart racing with disbelief. How could Yunnan Tian, known for his animosity towards Lin Xiaodian, bestow such a prestigious order upon him? With this token in hand, Lin Qiyeh could traverse the imperial city without obstruction. Zhou Wuji, do you not recognize the golden dragon order? Lin Qiyeh asked with a smile. Humph. Who can ascertain its authenticity? Toss the token up, and I shall verify its legitimacy. If it is genuine, I will grant you passage. Zhou Wuji stubbornly insisted, unwilling to relent. You expect me to accept the golden dragon order from you? That would be akin to offering a meat bun to a dog. Lin Qiyeh's expression remained indifferent as he suddenly raised his right hand. All personnel, heed my command. In 3 breaths, if Zhou Wuji does not open the city gates, there will be no mercy. 3. Zhou Wuji's heart trembled. He had heard of Lin Qiyeh's fearlessness, known for his ruthlessness in battle. Once, he had single-handedly pursued over 100 enemy soldiers deep into their territory, leaving no survivors. 2. Lin Qiyeh continued to count down with a serene smile. As Zhou Wuji observed that smile, an inexplicable fear gripped him. This was the imperial city, not Yanbei City. He was positioned high above, and as long as he secured the gates, could Lin Qiyeh truly defy fate? You think I will open the gates? You are deluded. Zhou Wuji bellowed defiantly. 1. Lin Qiyeh's gaze remained calm. No sooner had he spoken than screams erupted from the city gates. Blades flashed, and heads began to soar. A group of assailants clad in black had appeared atop the walls, striking with ferocity and swiftness. Simultaneously, hundreds of Lin Qiyeh's soldiers surged forward, unleashing a barrage of lethal strikes. The archers on the battlements had yet to react before being reduced to mere targets. Quickly, inform the emperor. The northern king has rebelled. Zhou Wuji roared. At that moment, the city gates swung open wide. No mercy. With a fierce roar, Lin Qiyeh commanded the remaining individuals to swiftly surge forward. In the brief span of an incense stick's burning, the north gate transformed into a hellish battleground, rivers of blood flowing freely. Lin Qiyeh, you dare to rebel. This is a crime warranting the extermination of 9 clans. Zhou Wuji, captured alive, cast a furious glare at Lin Qiyeh. You have chosen the wrong ally. Lin Qiyeh responded with a faint smile. As for whether I shall live or die, that remains uncertain. However, you will certainly meet your demise. Do you believe me? I do not. Zhou Wuji began to speak, but with a sickening sound, a large head was sent soaring into the air. With a clang, the long sword was sheathed, and Lin Qiyeh remarked coolly, now do you believe? All of you, Follow this general into the palace. Within the imperial city, Sima Tianyun stood atop a high tower, coldly observing the distant royal clan. There, the cries of battle echoed thunderously, piercing the heart. Even from 2 or 3 miles away, the pungent stench of blood was palpable. Truly, the Flame King is merciless. Sima Tianyun sipped his tea, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. At that moment, a shadow appeared silently, reporting, "Master, there has been no sign of the Fool King or the Martial King. Only some servants remain in their residences. The Fool King is not foolish, nor is the Martial King devoid of strength." Sima Tianyun's expression remained calm, as if he had anticipated all of this. "Have the clans been dealt with?" he inquired. "There is at most half a cup of tea's worth of time left," the shadow nodded. Just then, shadows darted from afar, rapidly heading towards the royal clan. Sima Tianyun narrowed his eyes, a cold smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the royal family is not to be underestimated. What of the Wen family? The servants of the Wen family have been slaughtered by the black-scaled guards, and Wen Xingqian has vanished without a trace, the shadow replied. That old fox will likely suffer the least this time, Sima Tianyun cursed. The Wen family had already been decimated. What remained were merely ordinary servants. Having learned from the previous incident, the Wen family had long since evacuated the imperial city, thus turning calamity into fortune. After a moment, he added, "Eradicate all traces. Remember, this general has never set foot here." He rose and quietly vanished into the night. In the Flame King's residence, Yu Zian awaited in silence, his demeanor not as tranquil as it appeared. After a while, a shadow appeared before him, prompting Yu Zian to spring to his feet with excitement. "What news?" "Reporting to His Highness, the Fool King's and Martial King's residences are both deserted. Only the clan has been annihilated," the shadow replied, averting his gaze. Yu Zian felt as though struck by lightning, his voice trembling as he asked, "How can this be?" They had not left the palace. "My subordinate discovered tunnels within both residences." The shadow inhaled deeply. "Nonsense," Yu Zian roared, slamming his palm down, shattering the table into splinters. He could not comprehend how his meticulously crafted plan had gone awry. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. "What of Wen Xingqian?" "He is missing," the shadow replied solemnly. "The old fox dares to toy with me." Yu Zian, consumed by rage, felt his bloodshot eyes blaze with fury, momentarily at a loss. The shadow suddenly looked up, a fierce expression forming. "Your Highness, there is still one last opportunity. If we storm the palace and take the emperor hostage." Yu Zian's gaze flickered uncertainly. The visage of Yu Nantian surfaced in his mind, causing his breath to quicken. After inhaling deeply several times, he turned to the shadow and inquired, "Do you believe all of this is a trap set by my father?" The shadow pondered briefly before replying, "Your Highness, when our men arrived, Sima Tianyun had vanished." A cold glint flashed in Yu Zian's eyes. "Are you suggesting that Sima Tianyun has deceived me as well?" The shadow remained silent, clearly conceding to the implication. "This old wretch is indeed the most loyal hound of my father. Is everything a mere illusion?" Yu Zian's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, radiating menace. "Is there any news from the palace?" Just as the shadow was about to respond, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside. "Your Highness, the palace is sealed. Our men cannot enter or exit." The newcomer knelt on one knee, a grave expression adorning his face. Moments ago, the Northern King's men entered the palace holding the Golden Dragon Order. The Golden Dragon Order? A wicked smile spread across Yu Zian's face as he bared his teeth. "They all dare to mock me. Do they think I am a fool? In that case, do not blame me for being ruthless." He commanded, "Come, follow me into the palace to protect the emperor." As Yu Zian made his way towards the palace, a black and gold lightning bolt tore through the darkness of the imperial city, heading straight for the palace. "Young master, the grand performance is finally about to commence." Indeed, it has started earlier than expected, yet it does not disrupt our plans. Two ethereal voices echoed through the high skies. Chapter 48. The slaughter in the palace. In the imperial study, the sudden clanking of armor echoed, and a glimmer of sharpness flashed in Yu Nanshan's eyes. "They have arrived." He gently set down his teacup and directed his gaze toward the entrance. With a resounding bang, the door was abruptly thrust open, and an overwhelming aura of menace surged forth. Yet, no one entered for a long time. Only Lu Jin stood trembling at the threshold. Yu Nantian barked, "Old dog, assist me in my departure." Lu Jin hesitantly trotted to Yu Nanshan's side, straining to help him move toward the outside. Lin Xiaotian leisurely followed behind him. Outside the imperial study, a vast multitude gathered, numbering in the thousands. The dark armor and cold blades gleamed with a chilling brilliance under the moonlight. Such audacity! Get out of my sight! Xuanhuan thundered, veins bulging on his forehead. However, his most loyal black-scale guards paid no heed to his commands. His sullen gaze swept across every corner, yet he failed to spot the person he wished to see, prompting him to sneer coldly. What? Do you covet my throne, but lack the courage to face me? As these words escaped his lips, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body swaying unsteadily. Lin Xiaotian hastily reached out to steady him. Your Majesty, please do not let your anger harm your health. At that moment, a peculiar voice rang out. The black-scaled guards parted to reveal a scholarly figure clad in white, who approached with a smile directed at Xuanhuan. When Xingqian, Xuanhuan gritted his teeth, enunciating the name of the white-clad scholar with palpable disdain. It was none other than the Prime Minister of Dian, Wen Xingqian. In this moment, he bore no resemblance to the helpless figure of prior days. I am here, Wen Xingqian said, slightly bowing. Your Majesty has been misled, slaughtering the loyal subjects of Dian. You are no longer fit to hold the throne. For the good of Dian, I implore you to abdicate. Abdicate? Xuanhuan scoffed. Will I relinquish it to you? Can you bear this crown? I cannot bear it. But there are those who can, Wen Xingqian replied calmly, stepping aside. Then, a man clad in royal robes, slightly portly, emerged. The Grand Prince is the chosen one, possessing the purest blood of the Dian royal family. He is the rightful heir to the throne. Wen Xingqian remarked with a light chuckle. Indeed, the individual beside him was the Grand Prince, Yu Ziqian. Xuanhuan cast a glance at Yu Ziqian before turning to Wen Xingqian. When did you gain control of the black-scaled guards? He could not believe that Yu Ziqian possessed such capability. Moreover, he was perplexed by Zhou Wuji's betrayal. When Xingqian smiled lightly, Zhou Wuji was originally surnamed Wan. He is of my family, having grown up in a farmer's household. Your Majesty, do not think to delay any longer. I know you have given the Golden Dragon order to Lin Xiaotian. His forces are indeed formidable, having long been prepared to infiltrate the imperial city. But now, Lin Xiaotian's 3,000 men should have met their demise under the rain of arrows within the palace walls. Upon this remark, he cast a glance at Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian, your plight is indeed lamentable. Your own son has been slain, and rather than seeking vengeance, you have chosen to assist his murderer. Lin Xiaotian remained silent, betraying not a hint of emotion. Your Majesty, what is there to ponder? The Crown Prince ascends the throne. Would it not be preferable for you to remain as the retired emperor? When Xingqian's smile waned, his gaze turning frigid, do you truly believe you have triumphed? Xuanhuan exuded a formidable aura, radiating an overwhelming presence as if illuminated by a sudden resurgence. When Xingqian scoffed disdainfully, what can a solitary figure accomplish? Who claims I stand alone? Xuanhuan replied coolly, have you ever heard of the Shadow Sword God? As his words fell, shadows emerged from the ranks of the black-scale guards, each brandishing gleaming blades that sliced towards their comrades. In an instant, countless black-scale guards collapsed, blood splattering the ground. When Xingqian's expression darkened, he had indeed heard of the Shadow Sword God, rumored to have existed since the dawn of the Great Yin dynasty. Elusive and omnipresent. Yet, in 300 years, he had never witnessed their prowess, leading him to dismiss them as mere folklore. Without hesitation, he retreated under the protection of his loyal confidants. In mere moments, over half of the approaching black-scale guards lay dead. Approximately 1,000 black-scale guards swiftly discarded their armor, brandishing swords as they formed a protective barrier around Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan, I granted you an opportunity. Since you have chosen cruelty, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Eliminate him. When Xingqian's features twisted with ferocity, he was resolute. As his words echoed, furious shouts resounded from afar. A multitude of figures surged forward, circumventing Wen Xingqian and charging towards the Shadow Sword Guard. Thousands of Shadow Sword Guards were swiftly engulfed, the square awash with flashing blades. Xuanhuan observed with an icy demeanor. At that moment, another legion clad in blood-red armor burst forth. Their numbers were few, yet each individual radiated an aura of death. The Qi Yun Iron Cavalry? How did they arrive here? When Xingqian's expression shifted dramatically, he finally grasped that the 3,000 individuals Lin Xiaotian had brought were not mere guards, but the formidable Qi Yun Iron Cavalry, an undefeated army. Were they not ambushed? How have they survived? When Xingqian, no one can wholly control the imperial palace, save for me. At that juncture, Yunantian straightened, shedding his previous frailty. Were you merely feigning your imminent demise? When Xingqian's pupils constricted, Lin Xiaodian raised an eyebrow, evidently taken aback, realizing he too had been deceived. If I can feign, why can't I? Yunantian replied nonchalantly. Reveal any remaining tactics you possess. Otherwise, you shall find no opportunity. When Xingqian, stripped of his earlier composure, wore a visage of malevolence. You have not yet prevailed. The armies of Daong are on the verge of besieging the imperial city. Who, besides my clan, can safeguard the great Yin? I can. Lin Xiaodian, who had remained silent until now, spoke with quiet confidence. You. When Xingqian was consumed by rage, Lin Xiaodian, are you not afraid that Lin Qiyeh will die with lingering resentment? Lin Xiaodian fell silent. Not far away, atop the eaves, a shadow shook its head in quiet disbelief. One had overestimated when Xingqian, a dignified prime minister, had descended to the state of a cornered dog. Something was amiss. The three princes had yet to make their entrance, so why this urgency? Another shadow spoke solemnly, cease this at once. At that moment, when Xingqian bellowed, Yunantian, the royal lineage has been extinguished. Do you not fear the extinction of your own bloodline? Yunantian's pupils constricted at the words. He looked up to see when Xingqian, kicking Yuziqian to the ground, a soldier's cold blade poised menacingly at his throat. Almost simultaneously, 4 more soldiers marched forth, dragging 2 figures along. It was none other than Yuzian and Yuziki. All 3 princes were in his grasp. This was a veritable annihilation. Yunantian's complexion finally shifted. He had never anticipated that when Xingqian could capture all 3 of his sons. Yuziqian and Yuzian were one thing. But Yuziki's prowess was such that who could have subdued him? Yet the evidence lay stark before him, compelling belief. When Xingqian, you treacherous old man, you have deceived me. Yuzian's eyes were ablaze with fury, resembling a bloodthirsty beast. When Xingqian let out a mocking laugh, if you had no ambition to be emperor, how could I possibly wield your hand to slaughter the royal family? Alas, you simply lack the fate of an emperor. I shall kill you. Yuzian howled impotently. Suddenly, when Xingqian unsheathed the dagger from a nearby soldier's waist, and with a swift motion, severed Yuzian's head from his body. A glint of madness flickered in when Xingqian's eyes as he pressed the blade against Yuziki's throat, coldly regarding Yunantian. This, after all, is your most cherished son. I shall count to 3, make a decision that satisfies me. Chapter 49 The Final Victor? Yunantian's expression was ashen, struggling to suppress his fury. His fists were tightly clenched within his sleeves, nails embedding into flesh and drawing forth beads of crimson. He had initially conceived this scheme to eradicate the malignant influence of the noble clans and to observe the conduct of his 3 sons. Regrettably, he witnessed not the performance of his offspring, but rather the exclusive display of Wen Xingqian. How did you manage to capture Qiyeh alive? Yunantian's countenance was icy, his gaze fixated on Yuziki, a flicker of an unusual glint surfacing in his eyes. Now, it is your turn to respond to my inquiries. When Xingqian replied nonchalantly. Regarding Yuziki, he too found it perplexing. His men had attacked Yuziki, yet the latter did not retaliate, surrendering without a fight. Do you aspire to be emperor? Yunantian scoffed repeatedly. Does your Wen family even deserve such a title? Just as the words left his lips, when Xingqian raised his hand and swiftly severed Yuziki's head, his expression twisted with malice. Do I not deserve it? Your reliance is merely on the Feathersword sect, a tool for intimidation. Do you think I am unaware? Your royal family has long lost control over the Feathersword sect. The desires they seek, I can provide, and I can offer them in abundance. Why would they not support me? Yunantian found himself at a loss for words. This was the true predicament of the royal family. If not for this, with the support of the Feathersword sect, who would dare to challenge the dying royal family? Release him. Yunantian inhaled deeply, suddenly appearing decades older. With 3 sons, only one remained. If Yuziqian were to perish, he would truly be a solitary man. At that moment, when Xingqian let out a sudden cry of agony, the hand that held the knife fell away, blood gushing forth. He looked at Yuziqian in terror. Disbelief etched across his features. You have concealed yourself so well? Yuziqian no longer exhibited any semblance of timidity. Instead, he stood tall and imposing, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Who would have imagined that the crown prince, known for his indulgence, possessed the cultivation of the ascendant realm? With his hands clasped behind his back, he calmly declared, "If I did not conceal myself deeply, how could I deceive you, this old fox?" He then addressed all the soldiers behind him, "Lower your weapons. I assure you, my father will grant you amnesty." The soldiers exchanged glances, bewildered. Yunantian cast a complex look at Yuziqian. All along, he had perceived Yuziqian as somewhat dull, harboring a deep disdain for him, even bestowing upon him the title of the Foolish King. Little did he expect that Yuziqian was the one who had concealed his true capabilities the most. Just moments ago, he had the opportunity to slay Wen Xingqian, yet he refrained, instead utilizing Wen Xingqian's hand to eliminate Yuzian and Yuziki. Such cunning, such depth. Even Yunantian felt a shiver run down his spine. The Foolish King, wise beyond measure. Many could not help but marvel. With the royal family's downfall, and the deaths of Princes Yuzian and Yuziki, the Emperor of Dian could only be Yuziqian. Even if Yunantian were to be consumed by rage, he would never resort to killing him. "Father, I beseech you to pardon everyone. Let this matter rest here." Yuziqian gazed intently at Yunantian. The latter's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This was hardly a tone of request, it was a command. He narrowed his eyes and retorted, "What if I refuse?" Yuziqian remained silent, merely offering a gentle smile. Suddenly, a chill pierced Yunantian's back. Before he could regain his composure, a sharp blade struck him repeatedly with blinding speed, blood gushing forth. Seeking death, Lin Qieh bellowed, slamming his palm towards Yunantian's assailant. The two palms clashed, each retreating a few steps. Lin Qieh's face filled with astonishment. Yunantian touched his lower back, his hand smeared with blood. With great difficulty, he lifted his head to look at the figure a few steps away. "Old dog, you." Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. Lin Qieh hurriedly caught him. Indeed, it was Lu Jin, who had been at Yunantian's side, that had launched the surprise attack. Lu Jin wore an expressionless face, swiftly appearing behind Yuziqian with incredible speed, devoid of any semblance of fear. "Haha, my dear son. I underestimated you." Yunantian forced a bitter smile. Lu Jin's betrayal exceeded his expectations. He had thought those around him were merely pets. Little did he know they were a pack of ravenous wolves. "Someone, take father down to tend to his wounds," Yuziqian said calmly. "Lu Banban, are you prepared?" "No, I shall ascend the throne tomorrow." "I am ready," Lu Jin replied with a faint smile. "However, the one ascending the throne shall not be you." As the words left his lips, a glint of cold light flashed in Lu Jin's hand. Yuziqian instinctively clutched his neck, blood spurting forth as horror etched across his face. "Did we not agree?" "Agree on what?" Lu Jin replied with a smile, resembling a venomous snake, cold and terrifying. "I shall be the emperor, granting you 9,000 years." Yuziqian grasped Lu Jin's arm tightly. Lu Jin merely smiled without a word. "If I die, the royal clan of Dian will be utterly extinguished. Do you truly wish to be emperor?" Yuziqian gazed at Lu Jin in shock. The crown prince jested. "I am but a rootless servant. How could I ever become emperor?" Lu Jin chuckled, shaking his head. "The crown prince has misjudged. The royal clan of Dian has never been completely annihilated." With that, he suddenly turned to the side. At that moment, a figure clad in black emerged from the crowd. He cast off his black cloak, revealing his true identity. "It is you?" A chorus of incredulous voices rose in unison, all staring at the man in disbelief. Surprised? The man in black smiled slightly. "Why could it not be me? I too am a member of the royal lineage." "Yunantian, did you capture Qiyeh?" Yunantian roared in anger from the ground, unwilling to accept this revelation. Indeed, the man in black was none other than his most trusted brother, Yunantian. What an unexpected twist. Yunantian approached Yunantian slowly and spoke softly. "You claim that Yunziki is most suited to be me. But do you know what I aspire to become? You were merely born a cup of tea earlier than I. So why do you hold the title of emperor while I languish in obscurity, betrayed by you?" As he spoke, he raised his gaze towards Lin Qieh. What he said that day was indeed true, yet the greatest culprit behind the death of your son is none other than Yunantian. With that, Yunantian coughed up blood repeatedly, unable to comprehend that he had been betrayed by the very person he trusted most. Upon encountering Yunziki earlier, he had already harbored such suspicions. Aside from the Shadow Sword Guards, Yunantian was privy to almost all his secrets and commanded the Black Scale Guards, possessing the capability to manipulate the situation entirely. Yet, until the final moment, he had been reluctant to entertain such thoughts. Now, however, events had spiraled beyond his control. Yunnan Xian disregarded Yunnan Tian and continued, Lin Xiaodian, I am the ultimate victor. Follow me, and I promise you that the position of Prince of the North shall remain unchanged. Lin Xiaodian remained silent. Yunnan Xian's gaze turned icy. You are unwilling? Lin Xiaodian suddenly smiled faintly. What do you find amusing? Yunnan Xian frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. I laugh at your ignorance, at your folly. Before Lin Xiaodian could elaborate, a voice emerged from the darkness. You are not the ultimate victor, nor the last man of the Dian royal family. Upon hearing these words, the crowd instinctively turned their attention toward the source. They beheld two shadows slowly approaching, emanating an intangible aura that instantly captivated the audience. Who are you? Are you human or ghost? Yunnan Xian trembled, involuntarily retreating several steps. Chapter 50. Too noisy. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the figure clad in black before them. Had he not perished? How could he possibly be here? Indeed, it was quite the spectacle. The newcomer chuckled, surveying his surroundings as he strolled leisurely to the center of the arena. His gaze settled upon Yunnan Tian. Humanity is the most fragile under scrutiny. The imperial throne is sufficient to compel one to forsake everything. Given the current outcome, what are your thoughts? Yunnan Tian's face turned ashen. He had believed that his carefully laid plans would extricate the great Yin from its predicament, yet he had inadvertently led to the demise of his 3 sons. Even his own life now hung by a thread. How utterly ironic. He had foolishly thought everything was under his command. And you, Lin Qiyeh? Yunnan Tian fixed his gaze upon the newcomer, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the man before him was none other than Lin Qiyeh, who had come specifically from Yunnan City to witness the unfolding drama. I harbor no interest in the Emperor of Great Yin. The realm is far too limited for my aspirations, Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. Yunnan Tian trembled, incredulous at Lin Qiyeh's words. However, Lin Qiyeh remained composed, his expression betraying not a hint of emotion. Yunnan Tian was inexplicably alarmed. He recognized that Lin Qiyeh was a deeply enigmatic individual, yet he had not anticipated such grand ambitions, so vast that even the great Yin dynasty was beneath his notice. Lin Xiaodian, if your son yet lives, take your men and depart immediately. You remain the North Guardian of Great Yin, Yunnan Xian suddenly interjected. Lin Xiaodian commanded 3,000 Red Cloud Iron Cavalry, and he had no certainty of retaining them. The pressing matter at hand was to ascend as the sovereign of Great Yin. Lin Xiaodian disregarded the suggestion. His gaze fixated intently upon Lin Qiyeh. His heart swelled with joy, yet he maintained an immovable stance. Old man, if you cannot endure, do not force yourself. Lin Qiyeh remarked with a smile directed at Lin Xiaodian. You cough. Just as Lin Xiaodian prepared to respond, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood and collapsed towards the ground. My lord, Jian Wuxing shouted, rushing forward to steady Lin Xiaodian. Lin Qiyeh produced a pill and placed it into Lin Xiaodian's mouth. You dare consume such reckless things. It is no wonder your stomach is in turmoil. Do you truly believe Yunnan Xian's words? Once they are dead, you will be the first he seeks to eliminate. Do you think that bringing 3,000 men will suffice to maintain order? You little rascal, Lin Xiaodian muttered under his breath, yet he could not suppress a chuckle. Wuxing, take good care of the old man. Do not let him perish, Lin Qiyeh said with a grin. Suddenly, his expression turned frigid, akin to a venomous serpent, as he fixed his gaze upon Yunnan Xian and Lu Jin. I am a man who repays enmity with enmity and grievances with grievances. Shall you take your own lives? Or shall I intervene personally? Lin Qiyeh's tone was calm, yet the atmosphere was thick with his palpable murderous intent. You a mere waste? Lu Jin's voice was sharp, his disdainful gaze revealing his scorn. Suddenly, he flickered, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Lin Qiyeh. A sharp glint of cold light aimed at Lin Qiyeh's chest, swift as lightning. A smile involuntarily graced Lu Jin's lips, but with a crisp clang. The smile on Lu Jin's face froze instantly. The sword in his hand was effortlessly pinched between 2 slender fingers, no matter how hard he tried. He could not budge it an inch. Lu Jin's pupils constricted in utter horror as he gazed at Lin Qiyeh. Yunnan Tian, Yunnan Xian, Wen Xingqian, and the others were all struck with bewilderment. Wasn't he a super wastrel? How did he suddenly transform into an extraordinary master? Lu Jin was merely in the initial stage of the Earth Profound realm. Had Lin Qiyeh truly captured his sword with just 2 fingers? At that moment, Lin Qiyeh gently bent his fingers, and the sword shattered instantly. With a flick of his finger, the blade abruptly pierced Lu Jin's forehead, penetrating through to the back of his skull, yet the speed remained undiminished. Yu Nanxian swiftly wielded his sword to deflect the blade, stepping back several paces. Lu Jin's eyes widened, his body crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless. The celestial profound realm. Yu Nanxuan's expression changed drastically, regarding Lin Qiyeh with immense trepidation. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. Does this still not meet your standards? Even if you are of the celestial profound realm, how many can you slay alone? Yu Nanxian sneered, waving his arm. Kill him. Who dares to touch the young master? A furious shout resonated from afar, revealing Lin Qiyeh with her right hand raised high. Swiftly, 3,000 scarlet cloud iron cavalry behind her simultaneously armed themselves with crossbows, targeting the remaining thousands of black-scaled imperial guards and Wenxingqian's multitude of soldiers. When the prime minister, an alliance? Yu Nanxian uttered without looking back. Very well, Wenxingqian gritted his teeth. It was impossible to use the emperor to command the lords. Once the battle commenced, he would find a way to retreat unscathed. Lin Qiyeh maintained a calm demeanor, turning to Yu Nanxian. What is your choice? To him, the 1,000 Shadow Sword Guards seemed far more troublesome than the tens of thousands of black-scaled imperial guards and Wenxingqian soldiers. The weakest among the Shadow Sword Guards were all in the Dan Profound realm, which made them superior, if not equal, to the Scarlet Cloud Iron Cavalry. Yu Nanxian's expression wavered. Fixating on Lin Qiyeh, he weakly uttered, If you win, what will become of Diyan? I do not know, but at the very least, it may preserve Diyan's safety. Lin Qiyeh replied, narrowing his eyes and shaking his head slightly. Brother, you must think this through. I know you despise me, but I am now the last bloodline of the royal family. Yu Nanxian bellowed urgently. If the Scarlet Cloud Iron Cavalry and the Shadow Sword Guards joined forces, it would undoubtedly spell his doom. The Shadow Sword Guards are ordered not to intervene. Yu Nanxian inhaled deeply. Upon hearing this, Yu Nanxuan's face lit up with joy. Lin Qiyeh, unfazed, was not surprised by Yu Nanxian's decision. Instead, a hint of mockery surfaced in his expression. Truly, as an emperor, he always sought to manipulate everything at his fingertips. However, he indeed possessed the capital. Brothers, follow this king to slay Lin Xiaodian and Lin Qiyeh, and you shall be granted titles and rewarded with 100,000 gold, Yu Nanxian roared. Over 10,000 against 3,000. How could defeat be conceivable? It was as if he envisioned the entire realm of Dian within his grasp. Suddenly, a shadow flashed before his eyes. A long blade pierced through his heart, leaving him with an icy chill. The noise was unbearable. Lin Qiyeh regarded Yu Nanxian with indifference, casually withdrawing the blade and flicking the blood away. You are. Yu Nanxuan's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. The speed of the Tianxian realm could not possibly be this swift. Lin Qiyeh was, astonishingly, of the Shenzhen realm. The battle had not even commenced before it had reached its conclusion. Is there anyone else who wishes to engage? Lin Qiyeh surveyed the crowd, speaking with a calm demeanor. An eerie silence enveloped the arena. Engage. With Yu Nanxian of the Daige realm being dispatched in an instant, who would dare? When Xingqian trembled, his legs quaking, his face ashen, beads of sweat cascading down. Yet, Lin Qiyeh did not spare him a glance. Instead, his gaze shifted to Yu Nanxian. Are you satisfied now? Rise. Do not feign. Feign. The crowd was struck with disbelief. Amid their astonishment, Yu Nanxian slowly rose, his gaze flickering uncertainly, and spoke in a low tone. How did you know? Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Throughout the ages, the rulers of Dian may not have been the wisest, but you are undoubtedly the most audacious. Not only did you risk your own safety, but you orchestrated this scheme to eradicate the prominent clans. The royal clan stands as the most significant entity among them, and you would eagerly see it obliterated. If you could not command the Black Scale Guards, how could you have allowed Ling Qingqiu and the others to enter so easily? Observe the Black Scale Guards in the distance. They have not wavered in the slightest, for they know who their true master is. When Xingqian's pupils contracted, his face a mask of disbelief. The annihilation of the royal clan was, after all, his idea. How had it suddenly become the emperor's? Had he been merely a pawn of Yu Nanxian? Impossible. Yu Nanxian lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. He had thought himself the mantis, with the cicada unaware of the lurking sparrow. He believed himself the last unsuspecting prey, only to realize he was merely the second mantis. Yu Nanxian narrowed his eyes. Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly. If I am not mistaken, Yuziki has not perished, and you should be preparing to take action against the old man next, correct? Chapter 51. The 13 guardians of Lin Qiyeh gazed lightly at Yunantian. The atmosphere calm and serene. Lin Qiyeh and the others stood on guard, positioning themselves protectively before Lin Xiaotian, their armor clanging ominously, exuding a chilling aura of hostility. They were indifferent to the notion of an emperor. Even the highest authority could not harm Lin Xiaotian. In an instant, the square was divided into 3 factions, one led by Lin Xiaotian, another by Yunantian, and the third by Wen Xingqian. Only Yunantian stood alone, the black-scaled guards already stationed protectively in front of Yunantian. Why? Lu Jin clearly struck you with several blades. Yunantian seethed with frustration. He was aware of his impending demise, yet he could not close his eyes in peace without understanding this enigma. Yunantian remained silent, not even casting a glance in his direction. It was Lin Qiyeh who spoke with a tone of pity, because he has never believed in anyone. Have you heard of the heavenly silk soft gold armor? Just a few blood packs placed on it can easily deceive your eyes. The victor writes the history. Yunantian uttered his final words as the vitality within him completely drained away. Lin Qiyeh, I have indeed underestimated you. Yunantian finally spoke, his gaze frosty. However, today you shall meet your end. Do you think I do not exist? Lin Xiaotian retorted defiantly, his brows furrowed in anger. I have fulfilled my duty as a subject. Yunantian, I owe you nothing. Yunantian's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, his tone devoid of emotion. It matters not. Tonight, all noble families of Dian shall be purged, and the northern king's manor shall be no exception. As his words fell, he raised his arm with authority. In an instant, thousands of black-scaled guards and 1,000 shadow sword guards swiftly encircled the 3,000 red cloud iron cavalry and the thousands of palace guards behind Wen Xingqian. Lin Xiaotian's expression shifted, taking a deep breath. Have we finally arrived at this juncture? Old man, do you still cling to hope? Lin Qiyeh remained silent, letting out a sigh. Who do you think can find you, leaving you in a stupor for 5 years? Lin Xiaotian's pupils constricted. His fierce eyes glinted with intensity as he fixed a cold stare upon Yunantian. It was you. At this revelation, Wen Xingqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Yunantian had imprisoned Lin Xiaotian? Memories of Lin Xiaotian during the time of Junsheng and Qinxian flashed through his mind. The cunning, the depth of strategy, how terrifying it was. He had lost without grievance. When the sovereign desires the subject's demise, the subject must comply. Yunantian displayed an unusual calmness. This was his true visage. He then waved his hand gently. Eliminate them. Yunantian, do you truly wish to sever your lineage? Lin Qiyeh interjected suddenly, gesturing towards the distance. To his signal, several figures surged forth from the shadows, landing gracefully before Lin Qiyeh. Boom. The group tossed down blood-soaked sacks, which rolled ominously at Yunantian's feet. His body trembled slightly, and without needing to think, he understood that the sacks contained severed heads, those of his other children. Some of these offspring were unknown to the world. How did Lin Qiyeh come to know of them? Are you not going to take a look? Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Lin Qiyeh, Yunantian bellowed, his voice punctuated with fury as a terrifying aura erupted from him, sending the surrounding black-scaled guards and shadow sword guards flying. The crowd watched in utter astonishment, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Ah, the emperor is actually at the celestial realm. Lin Qiyeh feigned fear, dramatically patting his chest. You seem upset. Shall I perform a magic trick for you? Before Yunantian could respond, 2 figures clad in black suddenly stepped forward, lifting a black sack from a certain individual's head. A familiar face instantly imprinted itself upon Yunantian's vision. This matter could have passed, but alas, the emperor sought complete annihilation. Would he strike or refrain? A sinister smile flickered across Lin Qiyeh's lips. Release him. Yunantian's eyes turned crimson. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves, trembling uncontrollably. The person Lin Qiyeh had captured was none other than Yuziki. How is that possible? Wen Xingqian exclaimed, utterly bewildered. He had just severed Yuziki's head with his own hands. How could he now stand before him, unharmed? Upon hearing Lin Qiyeh's subsequent words, realization dawned upon him. Lin Qiyeh smirked indifferently and said, Did you use a substitute to deceive us? Do you wager that I dare to kill him? Veins bulged on Yunantian's forehead, his rage almost palpable. Kill him. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand lightly. Stop. Yunantian shouted in desperation, losing his composure. Lin Qiyeh sneered coldly. Do you believe everything is within your control? If you do not harm the old man, the great Yin will remain as it is, and the Northern King shall forever be the Northern King of Great Yin. Alas, one misstep leads to further missteps. With those words, a glint of cold light flashed. Yuziki's head was suddenly severed, spraying blood into the air. The crowd stood in shock. How could he dare? Yuziki was his last trump card. Killing Yuziki would surely invoke Yunanshan's wrath. No matter how powerful he was, could he withstand thousands of black-scaled guards and shadow sword guards? Moreover, this was the imperial city, Yunantion's domain. Yunantion roared towards the heavens, his voice shaking the clouds, tearing apart the night sky of the palace. His most cherished son had truly perished. The greater the hope, the deeper the despair. One must admit, Yunantion was quite biased. He remained calm when Yuzian and Yuzichin perished. No more empty threats. From the moment you sought to kill the old man and me, the fate of the great Yin royal family was sealed. You merely hastened its arrival. Lin Qiyeh's expression remained indifferent as he coldly declared, You wish for the Lin family to be extinguished. Why should I not obliterate your Yu clan? I want you dead. I want you dead. Yunantion screamed in madness, his eyes burning with fury. Just then, dozens of shadows moved before Qiyun, instantly appearing outside the Qiyun iron cavalry. Silver rays burst forth before them, resembling a cascade of shooting stars, accompanied by sharp sounds slicing through the air. Soon after, a cacophony of screams and wails ensued. Thousands of black-scaled guardians and 1,000 shadow sword guards fell in droves, utterly devoid of any means of resistance, an outright massacre. Perhaps the scene was not as gruesome or shocking as that of the 18 riders of listening snow, yet the speed of the slaughter was beyond comparison. Jin Wuxing, who was tasked with protecting Lin Xiaotian, stood in a state of astonishment. Was this the true power of the 13 instructors of the Hidden Sword Guard? The 13 guardians of Lingyun. How formidable! How terrifying! They were nothing short of killing machines. Retreat! One Xingchen shouted, rushing towards the palace exit at the first opportunity. Lin Qiyeh regarded Wen Xingchen with indifference, shaking his head in disdain. Did he think he could escape? From the moment Yunantion had set his trap, anyone entering the palace without his consent was doomed to perish. Of course, one could attempt to slay Yunantion. In mere moments, the thousands of black-scaled guardians and 1,000 shadow sword guards were reduced to almost nothing, the ground littered with corpses, blood staining the palace crimson. Yunanshan's chest heaved violently, his entire body trembling. It was at this moment that he realized the situation had spiraled far beyond his control. Lin Qiyeh had concealed himself too deeply. His face contorted in a grotesque grimace, blood seeping through his teeth. He declared, Lin Qiyeh, I have not yet lost. Then let me ensure your complete defeat. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, his piercing gaze suddenly fixed on a dark corner in the distance. Come forth. How long do you intend to remain a mere spectator? Chapter 52. Sacred Domain. As Lin Qiyeh's voice fell, all gazes instinctively turned towards the distance. Was there still someone there? Suddenly, a brisk breeze swept through, intensifying the acrid scent of blood in the air. A dark figure gradually emerged from the shadows, elongated by the flickering firelight. Judging by her silhouette, she appeared to be a woman. Yet, the aura irradiating from her scent shivers down the spines of those present. A chilling cold enveloped the entire square, delicate frost beginning to swirl in the air. It felt as though everyone's breath had been stifled, the tension reaching its zenith. At last, the crowd discerned her features. Cascading violet hair, smooth as satin, fell gracefully to her chest, framing a face both enchanting and exquisite, yet devoid of warmth. Resembling an eternal iceberg, her flowing violet gown accentuated her stunningly graceful figure, embodying the essence of earthly beauty. Such a woman would incite desire in any man. However, those present felt a chilling unease instead. Did you kill Xuanhuan? The woman spoke, her voice frigid and devoid of emotion. The demoness Qin Xianyu? Lin Qiyeh's response was off the mark, his expression tightening slightly. Qin Xianyu, the daughter of the Blood Cloud sect's leader, an unparalleled genius. Cold-hearted due to her practice of demonic arts, known for her merciless killings. Moreover, she was also Xuanhuan's former lover. Judging by her aura, her strength likely surpassed even that of the Qingming Sword Emperor. You shall die? Qin Xianyu uttered those two words with icy indifference. The 13 guardians of Lingyun swiftly positioned themselves in front of Lin Qiyeh, ready to act at a moment's notice. "Stand down," Lin Qiyeh spoke calmly, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. It was a rare opportunity to encounter someone at the Emperor's realm, a perfect chance to validate his own strength. The evil sword master had disappointed him, as had the Qingming Sword Emperor. He wondered if Qin Xianyu might provide him with some amusement. As his words resonated, the crowd retreated, clearing a wide space. "How do you wish to die?" Qin Xianyu stepped forward, her cold, murderous intent and terrifying presence surging forth like a tempest directed at Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his hands clasped behind him, observing Qin Xianyu with a detached demeanor. Qin Xianyu was infuriated. How dare this boy disregard her? You will meet a miserable end. This body of yours is quite appealing. I shall enjoy peeling it away to admire it. She proclaimed Lin Qiyeh's fate, at least in her own estimation. Lin Qiyeh subtly shook his head. Truly, the demoness possesses a rather peculiar taste. No wonder Yu Xuanhuan abandoned you, he scoffed. You seek death. Qin Xianyu erupted in fury. Lin Qiyeh's words seemed to strike a deep scar within her. With a gust of wind at her feet, she surged forward like a shooting star, her delicate hand extending from her sleeve, manifesting a barrage of blood-red claws that filled the sky. The Blood Cloud sect's ultimate technique, the Blood Shadow Hand. Lin Qiyeh lightly tapped his toes, his form becoming an illusion, moving with unparalleled speed, deftly evading the onslaught of blood claws. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Among those present, apart from Qin Xianyu, the others were utterly unable to perceive Lin Qiyeh's figure. Qin Xianyu herself felt a touch of surprise. A mere ant, capable of surviving her onslaught? Even if it continued to struggle, it remained merely a slightly formidable ant. With a cold sneer, Qin Xianyu summoned a long sword, its blade a deep crimson, as if forged from blood itself. With a flick of her wrist, a torrent of blood-colored sword energy surged forth, aimed at Lin Qiyeh. The Lingyun 13 guards and the Chayun Iron Riders, protecting Lin Xiaotian, hastily retreated, their hearts racing in fear as they observed the confrontation at the center. Yet, Lin Qiyeh stood his ground, surrounded by a faint glow of purple-gold radiance. The barrage of sword energy collided against this aura, shattering and dissipating into nothingness. Xuanli Tiangang. Qin Xianyu was taken aback. The Xuanli barrier of the heavenly profound realm had actually withstood her attack. It was crucial to note that she was of the Emperor Profound Realm. The gap between the heavenly Profound Realm and the Emperor Profound Realm spanned 2 significant tiers. The disparity in Xuanli's strength akin to a chasm. You are not of the heavenly Profound Realm. Qin Xianyu's expression darkened. She could not discern Lin Qiyeh's cultivation level. What do you think? Lin Qiyeh maintained his composure. He possessed numerous methods to conceal his true power. The divine Profound Realm shall perish as well. Qin Xianyu scoffed coldly. In an instant, a blood-red light erupted from between her brows, vanishing into Lin Qiyeh's head in the blink of an eye. A primordial spirit attack. Its speed was astonishing. Shrouded in mystery, Qin Xianyu's triumphant sneer emerged. The power of an Emperor Profound Realm's primordial spirit could effortlessly annihilate one of the divine Profound Realm. Moreover, her cultivation in demonic arts endowed her primordial spirit with strength beyond that of her peers. However, in the next moment, her smile froze. Lin Qiyeh stood calmly, his face still adorned with a faint smile. How could this be? Qin Xianyu's heart trembled. Lin Qiyeh remarked nonchalantly, "Utilize your strongest skill, lest no one be left to collect your remains." Blood Moon Sword Dance. Qin Xianyu dared not underestimate her opponent. With a single stroke, a blood-colored tempest seemed to sweep across the heavens, the surrounding blood energy unnaturally converging towards her, revealing a colossal blood-colored demonic silhouette behind her. The blood-colored specter suddenly opened its gaping maw, unleashing countless blood swords that erupted forth like a series of blood moons. The aura of slaughter surged, overwhelming Lin Qiyeh like a tempest. The intent to kill? Lin Qiyeh was secretly astonished. This sorceress possessed some remarkable abilities. Yet, he shook his head in dismay. Suddenly, he slowly raised his right hand, gently opening his palm, and an invisible wave rippled from his hand. Wherever it passed, countless blood-colored sword energies were instantaneously reduced to ashes, as though they had never existed. This spectacle left the onlookers in a state of shock. They could not comprehend how Lin Qiyeh achieved such a feat, but Qin Xianyu understood. With a muffled sound, she coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, her body staggering as she fell to one knee on the ground, as if bowing in submission to Lin Qiyeh. She struggled to lift her head, her face etched with terror as she gazed at Lin Qiyeh. Saint Domain, you are. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Qiyeh raised his hand and gently pointed. A sword-like aura pierced through the air, abruptly transfixing Qin Xianyou's chest. With a pained cry, she dared not linger and vanished into the night sky. At the same moment, a figure quietly slipped away from the ranks of the 13 guardians of Lingyun. In this instant, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The Red Cloud Iron Cavalry looked at Lin Qiyeh with eyes filled with admiration and awe. They were unaware of Qin Xianyou's cultivation level, yet her prowess was beyond their reach, and the young master had effortlessly forced her retreat. How formidable was that? Only Yunanshan's countenance turned ashen. Qin Xianyou was his last trump card. Not only had she failed to eliminate Lin Qiyeh, but she had also fled grievously wounded. Yunantian, you are truly a solitary figure now. Lin Qiyeh fixed his gaze upon Yunantian. There was no particular disdain or hatred, but rather a semblance of appreciation. He admired Yunanshan's audacity and depth, yet alas, their paths were inherently divergent. It was merely a matter of the victor and the vanquished. Suddenly, Yunantian raised his head high, letting out a deep sigh. Lin Qiyeh remarked nonchalantly, "Do you not threaten me? Or perhaps struggle a little more?" Yunantian stared at Lin Qiyeh and replied indifferently, "Just kill me." Lin Qiyeh broke into a sudden smile. "Why should I kill you?" Chapter 53. Standing side by side with the word King, Yunantian was momentarily taken aback. Lin Qiyeh chose not to kill him. Suddenly, his gaze turned icy. "I have become a solitary figure. What do I possess that you could possibly exploit?" Lin Qiyeh waved his hand. Upon witnessing this, Ling Qingqiu led the Qiyun Iron Cavalry in a retreat. The Lingyun 13 guards remained stationed 100 paces away, leaving only Lin Qiyeh, Lin Xiaotian, Jin Wuxing, and Yunantian, surrounded by a multitude of corpses. "Shall we take a look?" Lin Qiyeh said with a smile directed at Yunantian. "You!" Yunantian exclaimed, his agitation palpable. Before he could utter another word, Jin Wuxing began to open the bags containing severed heads. Yunantian's pupils constricted as he abruptly looked up. Disbelief etched on his face as he regarded Lin Qiyeh. The heads were not those of his children, but of prominent figures from various noble families. Surprised? Lin Qiyeh grinned. "These individuals were slain by you. I bear no responsibility." Yunantian took a deep breath, coldly retorting, "What of Qiyeh? I witnessed you personally behead Yuziki. How can I possibly swallow that?" At that moment, Jin Wuxing approached, holding Yuziki's head. He rubbed his hand across its features, swiftly peeling away a mask that concealed the true face beneath. When Yunantian beheld the visage revealed, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Li Wentao," he exclaimed, and upon lifting his gaze again, the complexity in his expression as he looked at Lin Qiyeh was unmistakable. Yuziki was indeed alive. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, "As for Yu Ziqian and Yu Zian, I regret to inform you that they met their demise by their own volition. I could do nothing to impede it." Yunantian's lips twitched in discomfort. Although the truth was as such, hearing it was far from pleasant. He spoke in a low tone. "What do you wish for me to do?" Lin Xiaotian was equally perplexed. He recognized his son's extraordinary nature, yet after years apart, the current Lin Qiyeh emanated an even more pronounced brilliance. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh turned his attention to Lin Xiaotian, smiling, "Old man, do you wish to become emperor?" Upon hearing this, Yunantian clenched his fists, yet he refrained from offering a rebuttal. Given Lin Qiyeh's capabilities and strength, usurping the throne was a mere trifle. "The title of emperor holds little allure," Lin Xiaotian replied with a shake of his head. Yunantian's mouth twitched in anguish. It felt as though the most cherished aspect of his existence was regarded as insignificant by Lin Xiaotian and his son. This sensation was profoundly uncomfortable, and he silently regretted his previous schemes against the father and son duo. Had he known this would unfold, he would not have gone to such lengths. "I find it uninteresting as well," Lin Qiyeh remarked, pouting slightly as he regarded Yunantian. "However, I am not fond of the title King of Yanbei. Might we consider a different name? What do you propose?" Yunantian furrowed his brow. Observing Lin Qiyeh and his father's disinterest in the imperial throne of Dian, he felt a measure of relief. "How about King of Cloud?" Jin Wuxing suddenly interjected. Yunantian's pupils narrowed slightly. The dominion of Dian belongs to Yun province. The term cloud when cast across the 7 imperial dynasties of Yunzhou, remains unclaimed by any. In a fleeting moment, Lin Qiyeh perceived within this singular character a formidable ambition. It is no wonder that he harbored little interest in the Great Yin, deeming its aspirations too modest. Very well, Yunantian inhaled deeply. Should you dare to desire, I shall be bold enough to grant it. I will proclaim to the world that the king of Yanbei has returned from death, favored by the heavens, and shall be named the king of clouds. Standing alongside the title of Great Yin, not only did he bestow the title of Cloud King upon Lin Qiyeh, but he also elevated him in status. Lin Qiyeh, astute as ever, discerned Yunanshan's motives and smiled faintly, saying, I am most grateful, Your Majesty. The name of Cloud King is one that others could scarcely bear. It held no weight in Lin Qiyeh's heart. As long as he could temporarily evade the scrutiny of the 5 major sects, he felt no significant concern. The 3 cities of Yanbei shall serve as the domain for the Cloud King, Yunantian added. However, Lin Qiyeh shook his head. I do not require a fief. The 3 cities of Yanbei are for the old man. Yunantian was taken aback. Had he misjudged Lin Qiyeh's ambitions? Did Lin Qiyeh truly harbor no desire for power? Yet, Lin Qiyeh slowly continued. However, Your Majesty, we must establish a pact. A pact? Yunantian instinctively sought to refuse, but the words faltered on his lips. What sort of pact? Bound by the current borders of the Great Yin dynasty, I shall take no land. However, should I conquer territories in the future, the Great Yin shall not covet an inch of it, Lin Qiyeh stated with a gleaming smile. Yunantian trembled, astonished. How vast was the Great Yin? How expansive was Yunzhou? If Lin Qiyeh were to subdue the 6 imperial dynasties, would he resist or yield? It dawned on him that he had underestimated Lin Qiyeh's potential. Very well, I consent, Yunantian replied solemnly, though he remained skeptical that Lin Qiyeh could indeed conquer the 6 dynasties. Did he truly believe the 5 major sects were mere decorations? Lin Qiyeh smiled subtly and waved his hand. Jian Wuxing returned with Lin Xiaodian to the center of the Red Cloud Iron Cavalry. As Lin Qiyeh turned to depart, a sudden thought struck him, and he looked back, saying, By the way, Your Majesty, do not entertain any further designs on the Lingyu Merchant Association. I shall retrieve my belongings personally. Yunanshan's pupils quivered, and the mystery within his heart began to unravel. The Lingyu Merchant Association was, astonishingly, Lin Qiyeh's enterprise. Was he truly just a 20-year-old youth? How profound were his hidden depths? At that moment, a cacophony of shouts and battle cries erupted from the distance. Sima Tianyun, accompanied by over 10,000 soldiers, appeared in the square, swiftly encircling the 3,000 Red Cloud Iron Cavalry. Lin Xiaodian, should you dare to rebel, your entire clan shall be exterminated. Sima Tianyun brandished the severed head of Wen Xingqian, coldly glaring at Lin Xiaodian. General Sima, what an imposing presence you have, a nonchalant voice interjected, laced with a hint of amusement. Sima Tianyun turned towards the voice, nearly losing his seat upon his steed. Lin Qiyeh, how are you still alive? He exclaimed, bubbling with rage and a thirst for vengeance. Silence. Suddenly, the cold voice of Yunantian echoed from afar. After arduous negotiations, he was unwilling to let Sima Tianyun jeopardize everything. The mere 10,000 troops under Sima Tianyun were hardly a match for Lin Qiyeh. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Yu Ziki and the others were still in Lin Qiyeh's grasp. Lu Banban, draft the decree, Yunantian instinctively began, only to realize that he was utterly alone. Standing before the multitude of soldiers, he proclaimed, Wen Xingqian and Li Wentao have rebelled against the Great Yin, assassinating princes Yu Ziqian and Yu Zian and exterminating their 9 clans. The king of Yanbei and the king of Jinbei have rendered meritorious service in protecting the imperial family and suppressing the rebellion. Henceforth, I bestow the cities of Yanbei, Yan'an, and Yingui as fiefs to the king of Jinbei, and confer upon the king of Yanbei, Lin Qiyeh, the title of Cloud King, equal in stature to a king, to be regarded as a sight of me. Upon uttering these words, everyone was rendered speechless. A king of equal stature? 2 kings from one family. What unparalleled honor! Sima Tianyun was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Hadn't the emperor harbored a deep-seated hatred for the aristocracy? After finally excising this malignancy, had he now created 2 even greater ones? I thank your majesty for your gracious favor. Lin Qiyeh and Lin Xiaodian exchanged slight smiles. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xiaodian swaggered away from the palace with the Qiyun Iron Cavalry. General Sima, Until we meet again. Lin Qiyeh remarked with a faint smile as he watched Lin Xiaotian depart. Simultaneously, a voice reached Yu Nanshan's ears. The third prince is within the emperor's palace. Yu Nantian trembled, watching helplessly as Lin Qiyeh's party left, ultimately letting out a deep sigh. This was an unmistakable threat. If even his own palace was not safe, how effortlessly could Lin Qiyeh plot his demise? Chapter 54. Bold and cautious the following day. The news of Lin Qiyeh being conferred the title of the one-character king spread like wildfire. Many found it difficult to accept this reality. Lin Qiyeh was merely a notorious wastrel. What merit did he possess to be crowned the king of Yun? What significance did his resurrection hold? Soon after, the populace received further information. The influential families of Wen Xingqian and Li Wentao conspired to assassinate the emperor and seize the throne, having already taken the lives of the crown prince and the sixth prince. In this critical moment, Lin Xiaotian and his son braved danger to offer their assistance. Despite the magnificent achievements, the citizens remained somewhat dissatisfied. Such merits were indeed extraordinary, but was the title of the northern king not sufficient? Though they felt discontent, what could they do? At this moment, Lin Qiyeh and his companions were journeying back to Yanbei City, the atmosphere remarkably tranquil. "Old man, do you not have any questions?" Lin Qiyeh inquired, casting a peculiar glance at Lin Xiaotian. The old man exhibited an unsettling calmness. "Your Highness, I did not intend to withhold information." Lin Wufeng reappeared, having vanished previously. It was he who, under the cover of darkness, had orchestrated a switch to rescue Yuziki. Lin Xiaotian waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. I initially found it hard to believe your words. How could that little rascal possibly perish?" Lin Wufeng was taken aback. If he had died, you youngsters would have sought vengeance long ago, leaving no thought for an old fellow like me, let alone maintain such composure. Lin Xiaotian added. Lin Wufeng could only manage an awkward smile, rendered speechless. "Are you really that formidable?" Lin Qiyeh expressed skepticism. Lin Xiaotian shot Lin Qiyeh a fierce glare and replied. "At first, I was skeptical, but how could Luo Tiansheng have suddenly taken his own life? I went missing, and you were imprisoned in the imperial city. What good was his professed loyalty? Merely a provocation for the emperor. Later, upon learning that Luo Tiansheng was indeed alive, I surmised that you must be in Yan'an City." Lin Qiyeh was astonished. The old man, appearing rugged, proved to be both bold and meticulous. He realized he had underestimated his father. Reflecting on it, it made sense. After all, the old man was one of the 7 great generals. Nevertheless, he still voiced his disbelief. "Then why did you dare venture to the imperial city? Was that not akin to walking into a trap?" Lin Xiaotian chuckled derisively at Lin Qiyeh. Gu Beichen led the remaining 27,000 Qiyun iron cavalry and entered the imperial city a day before me, dispersing throughout. "Do you think the North Gate was captured by mere chance? But you were poisoned." Lin Qiyeh retorted. "If I were not poisoned, would I have appeared?" Lin Xiaotian grinned. "I was poisoned during the last assassination attempt, and Wufeng was the one who cured me. I believe that little poison should pose no problem for you lot." Lin Qiyeh couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The old fox was indeed cunning. He had intended to mock the old man, but the latter seemed to possess clarity of mind, having everything under his control. "What surprises me is that you did not kill Yu Nantian," Lin Xiaotian remarked. Lin Qiyeh replied, "The strength of the Feather Sword sect should not be underestimated. Even though the Yu family has lost control over the sect, a dying camel is still larger than a horse." Lin Xiaotian nodded, stating that Wen Xingqian was merely courting his own demise, as the Yujian sect would never choose him. They would not set a dangerous precedent. Should Wen Xingqian succeed, it would undoubtedly incite others from the 6 major dynasties to act, for the imperial throne was exceedingly alluring. Consequently, the 7 great dynasties would descend into chaos. Your decision not to eliminate Yu Nantian has genuinely surprised me. I presume you possess a strategy to seize control of Dian, considering your apparent disinterest in the throne. Lin Qiyeh shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. Indeed, his ambition did not involve placing Lin Xiaotian upon the throne, but rather ensuring that Yulingyan's son ascended to rule. After all, with the royal family extinguished, Yulingyan's son remained the last vestige of royal blood. In due time, he could easily manipulate Dian. However, upon further reflection, he dismissed this notion. The Yujian sect also harbored members of the Yu family, and should they covet the throne, it would pose a problem. Compared to dealing with the Yujian sect, he found Yu Nantian far more familiar and manageable. Given the current situation, he was rather content. The leisurely prince was a straightforward man, content to maintain his small domain. Lin Xiaotian chuckled. Unlike Yunantian, he had to fret over the threats posed by Dalong and Daong, which was already a source of considerable headache. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Qiyeh shrugged again, suggesting a 6-month respite. With the affairs of Dian resolved and the great wilderness retreating, he found himself momentarily unburdened. It was high time to focus on his cultivation and strive for a breakthrough into the imperial profound realm. If time permitted, he might explore other dynasties. For despite years of reincarnation in this realm, he had yet to visit any others. Suddenly, Lin Xiaotian's expression darkened as he urged, "Find yourself a wife. I yearn for grandchildren." His words faltered abruptly, a fleeting coldness flashing in his eyes. Yet, Lin Qiyeh discerned the sentiment. Missing your mother? The topic of his mother puzzled Lin Qiyeh as well. He had never heard her voice since his birth. Initially, he believed she had perished due to complications during childbirth. Strangely, however, no one in Yan'an City spoke of her, as if she had never existed. Even the listening snow tower had uncovered no trace of information. Noticing Lin Xiaotian's silence, Lin Qiyeh pressed, "Old man, share with me the tale of my mother." Lin Xiaotian abruptly lifted his gaze. From birth until now, Lin Qiyeh had never inquired about his mother. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head, declaring, "There is nothing of worth to discuss." Lin Qiyeh refrained from probing further. At that moment, a swift steed galloped towards them, arriving in front of the two. "Young master, she has passed away." Jian Wuxing produced a storage ring, whispering, "Wu Yun instructed me to deliver this to you." Lin Qiyeh accepted the storage ring, nodding in acknowledgement. "Who has died?" Lin Xiaotian queried, puzzled. "Nothing of significance," Lin Qiyeh replied. Pouting slightly, Lin Xiaotian, his expression darkened, found himself at a loss for words. He was naturally unaware that the deceased was none other than the fleeing Qin Xianyu. Given the gravity of the matter, Lin Qiyeh would not dare to reveal such a truth in front of so many witnesses. After all, Qin Xianyu was the daughter of the Blood Sword sect's leader. This was precisely why he refrained from capturing her on the spot. Though Qin Xianyu was destined to meet her end, it could not occur within the grand palace of the Great Yan. Returning to the city of Huiyan, Lin Qiyeh stowed away his storage ring, a smile gracing his face. With these newfound possessions, his confidence soared. In the Great Yan Palace, Yunantian wore a grim expression as he fixed his gaze on the kneeling Yuziki. "You wish to return to the Feathersword sect?" Yunanshan's face reflected disappointment. With only Yuziki remaining by his side, how could he even contemplate departing? Indeed, Yuziki's eyes shone with determination. "Father, in the face of absolute power, what significance does royal authority hold? To secure our reign, one must first possess formidable strength." Yunantian fell silent. Yuziki continued, "I shall strive to swiftly transcend to the heavenly profound realm and then to the divine profound realm. You, father, must also continue to cultivate a more powerful Shadow Sword Guard." Had the 1,000 fallen members of the Shadow Sword Guard all been at the profound realm, or even the Earth profound realm, the events of last night could have been easily resolved. Concern etched on his face, Yunantian acknowledged the urgency. "Our ancestor has little time left, but should still hold on for a few more years. That is precisely why I cannot afford to squander time," Yuziki asserted resolutely. "Very well." Ultimately, Yunantian acquiesced to Yuziki's decision. After bidding farewell to Yuziki, he stood at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the desolate square, still tinged with the scent of blood. Narrowing his eyes, he murmured to himself, "I have yet to be defeated." Chapter 55. The end has come. Half a year has swiftly passed. Within the elegant confines of Yuyuan in Yan'an City, Lin Qiyeh sits cross-legged, surrounded by a radiant aura of purple and gold that illuminates the room as if it were day. Within his profound sea, the indomitable sword spirit swirls, releasing countless sword energies of unparalleled sharpness. Suddenly, the sword energy pierces through his being, coalescing into numerous extraordinary divine swords that orbit around him, perpetually rotating. The room transforms into a unique domain. Outside, in the courtyard, Lin Wufeng and Jian Wuxing, who are safeguarding Lin Qiyeh, wear pale expressions, beads of sweat rolling down their foreheads. Such formidable sword intent. Has the young master broken through to the imperial profound realm? Jian Wuxing, struggling against the pressure, feels his legs trembling, not from fear, but from the chilling oppression. This is not merely sword intent. It transcends into a sword domain. Lin Wufeng's gaze is piercing. A sword domain? Jian Wuxing exclaims in astonishment. The power of a domain is a force only a Saint Profound Realm expert can command, is it not? Who knows? The young master cannot be measured by ordinary standards. Perhaps next time he breaks through, we should have Wuxing guard him instead. Lin Wufeng grits his teeth. In such circumstances, what purpose does their protection serve? The cultivator is unperturbed, yet the guardians find themselves immobilized. Are they not being tormented on purpose? I find it rather promising. Perhaps I can seize this opportunity to comprehend the sword intent. Jian Wuxing takes a deep breath, pushing forward against the immense pressure. Witnessing this, Lin Wufeng is unwilling to concede. That fellow Wuxing has broken through to the divine profound realm. I must catch up. Inside the room, Lin Qiyeh remains oblivious to all of this. He is wholly immersed in his breakthrough. Having slain Qin Xianyu, he has acquired a considerable amount of profound crystals. Throughout the past 6 months, he has not relaxed for a moment. He intends to break through to the imperial profound realm this very night. 3 hours later, a powerful storm of profound energy erupts from within Lin Qiyeh, akin to a river bursting its banks. With a roar akin to that of an enraged dragon resonating within the profound sea. At last, this force surges forth unrestrained, as if it has found an outlet. His aura suddenly explodes, the terrifying might rendering Lin Wufeng and Jian Wuxing outside unconscious. The imperial profound realm. Lin Qiyeh inhales deeply, abruptly opening his eyes. 2 beams of divine light burst forth from his pupils, reminiscent of 2 unparalleled divine swords reaching to the heavens and the earth. He continues to operate the Sword Immortal scripture to stabilize his cultivation. The following day, as dawn breaks, his aura finally stabilizes. Lin Qiyeh exhales a long breath of turbid air. Feeling the power coursing within him, he cannot help but reveal a satisfied expression. It is not merely the astonishment at his newfound strength, but rather the joy of breaking through the imperial profound realm, for he can now soar through the skies. With a thought, his body suddenly floats upward, the long-lost sensation enveloping his heart. The principle is rather simple, yet without reaching the appropriate realm, one cannot achieve it. It must be due to the rules of heaven and earth. Lin Qiyeh shook his head with a light smile, observing that Qin Xianyu was merely at the mid-stage of the imperial profound realm. To eliminate her now, there was no need to employ the sword domain. His primordial spirit alone could effortlessly obliterate her. Not only had he ascended to the imperial profound realm, but his primordial spirit had also transcended into the sacred profound realm. His physical form was nearly invincible among his peers, and his primordial spirit far exceeded his realm. Even in his past life, such cultivation was unmatched. He soared through the air for half an hour, his internal profound energy still abundantly brimming, something utterly unattainable in the sacred profound realm. Wu Feng, Wu Sheng, what are you doing lying on the ground? At that moment, a voice resonated from the entrance, belonging to Luo Tianqing. Lin Qiyeh exited the chamber, and, upon witnessing the 2 unconscious figures, felt utterly speechless. Well, I suppose I shan't have them guard me next time. Upon rousing the 2, they stood up weakly, their faces flushed with shame. They had underestimated their capabilities, daring to intrude upon the young master's sword domain to comprehend the essence of the sword. Reflecting on it now filled them with an immense sense of dread. Young master, the 100,000-strong army has fully mobilized and is ready for battle at any moment. Luo Tianqing remarked solemnly. Jian Wuxing added, young master, among the 3,000 sword guards, 1,000 have broken through to the life profound realm, including 3 at the earth profound realm. The remaining 2,000 consist of 928 at the pill profound realm, with the rest having also ascended to the true profound realm. Even the shadow sword guards would surely face a massacre against the sword guards. Lin Wufeng supplemented. The 69 beast eggs acquired 3 months prior have now hatched. There are only 21 flying profound beasts, their bloodlines not particularly formidable. The rest are terrestrial beasts. Moreover, Weiyun and the others are currently procuring beast eggs from the 7 great dynasties, but they are available only at exorbitant prices. There is no urgency regarding the profound beasts. A visit to the Tianyu mountain range will yield whatever we desire. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand, inquiring, what is the status of the battlefield? Jian Wuxing took a deep breath and responded, the Long Dragon dynasty has been halted by Sima Tianyun at the Longmen Pass. Yet the Daong dynasty in the southern region has captured 3 major cities and 16 minor ones. The emperor wishes to lead an expedition himself, but he harbors reservations. Having heard that Uziki has returned to the Feather Sword sect, Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Without a prince stationed in the imperial city, he naturally dares not leave easily. I am curious to see how long he can endure. Luo Tianqing sighed. Is the emperor truly waiting until the army is at the gates of the imperial city before consulting with the prince and young master? Young master is unconcerned. After all, the more territory Dian loses, the more will be reclaimed by the young master in the end, Jian Wuxing sneered. I have stated that without territorial concessions from Dian, we must honor our commitments. Lin Qiyeh shook his head with a smile. Yun Nantian is also waiting for me to take the initiative, but for now, I am not particularly interested in Daong. Not interested in Daong, young master? Are you planning to confront the Long Dragon? Luo Tianqing exclaimed, his voice filled with astonishment. But the Long Dragon dynasty shares borders with the other 6 dynasties. Even if we conquer the Long Dragon, aside from Dian, we would still have to face 5 other dynasties. Lin Qiyeh merely smiled in silence. General Luo, while it is true that the Long Dragon dynasty borders the 6 great dynasties, the reality is not as you envision. Suddenly, Lin Wufeng interjected. Taking a map from his bosom, he spread it across the table. Luo Tianqing was taken aback, astonished to discover that Lin Qiyeh possessed such a comprehensive topographical map. Rivers, mountains, plains, and valleys were all delineated with remarkable clarity. Lin Wufeng pointed to a range of mountains, tracing it slowly with his finger, and remarked with a smile, "Behold, this is the paradise of mystical beasts, the Tianyu mountain range. It almost encircles the Great Dragon Empire, spanning the northern, western, and southern regions. The northern Great Wu Empire, the western Sword Empire, and the southwestern Great Xin Empire would find it exceedingly challenging to invade the Great Dragon Empire. Not to mention them. Even the members of the 5 major sects dare not venture lightly into the Tianyu mountain range. Were it not for the Tianyu mountain range, do you think the Great Dragon Empire would still have the strength to contend with the Great Yin Empire? It would have long been devoured by the other 6 empires, reduced to mere remnants. Have you been there? Luo Tianqing asked, almost as if compelled. Lin Wufeng nodded, a hint of trepidation in his voice. I encountered a divine-ranked mystical beast and barely escaped with my life. Divine-ranked mystical beast? Luo Tianqing gasped involuntarily. Lin Wufeng shifted the topic, stating, let us not dwell on that. The crucial point is that there is only one sect bordering the Great Dragon Empire, the Feather Sword sect. Where is the Feather Sword sect? Jian Wuxing inquired with curiosity. Lin Wufeng pointed to the intersection of the Great Yin, Great Dragon, and Great Yong empires on the map. Here, the Feather Sword sect is the only one among the 5 major sects adjacent to the 3 great empires. And its relationships are the most intricate. Whether dealing with the Great Dragon or the Great Yong, the Feather Sword sect will not stand idly by. Rather than that, it would be wiser to eliminate the Great Dragon first, as it is closer to us. Jian Wuxing and Luo Tianqing were filled with fervor, nearly bursting with the desire to storm into the Great Dragon Empire. And what of the Feather Sword sect? Luo Tianqing quickly regained his composure. We shall destroy it. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, gently stirring the steam rising from his cup. Chapter 56. The method of heart refinement. Lin Qiyeh's words were calm. Yet to Jian Wuxing and the others, they struck like thunder. To annihilate the Feather Sword sect? That was a formidable sect guarded by experts at the Emperor Xian and even Saint Xian realms. The trio never doubted Lin Qiyeh's assertions. They were simply astounded by his prowess. Could it be that their master could contend even with a Saint Xian adept? Enough, Lin Qiyeh said, reclining in the grand chair and waving his hand. Wuxin has already broken through to the divine Xian realm for several months. You all must strive harder. Yes, Jian Wuxing and Lin Qiyeh's expressions turned serious. Luo Tianqing, however, wore a stiff expression. Master, my cultivation talent. Simply exert yourself in your training. Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Indeed, Luo Tianqing's innate talent for cultivation was lacking, but his ability to lead troops in battle was unparalleled, far surpassing Jian Wuxing and the others. To conquer Yinzhou, Luo Tianqing was indispensable. As for their cultivation, Lin Qiyeh had ample methods to assist them in their advancement. Once the trio withdrew, Lin Qiyeh suddenly glanced toward a corner. Wu Xue, come forth. With a gentle breeze, a graceful figure appeared before Lin Qiyeh. How dull. You discovered me so quickly, Lin Wuxue huffed, tossing Lin Qiyeh a storage ring. Master, this is the item you asked me to find, though one more is still needed. What is missing? Lin Qiyeh inquired as he accepted the storage ring. The purple flame phoenix bloodstone, Lin Wuxue sighed. This item was exceedingly rare and worth a fortune. Even the 5 major sects could scarcely produce much. Wu Yun had scoured the 7 great empires, but had yet to locate it. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Now do tell. Where might it be found? Given his understanding of Lin Wuxue, he knew that if she couldn't find the purple flame phoenix bloodstone, she would not have expended so much breath. Lin Wuxue wasted no time and stated plainly, Dragon City. Dragon Emperor City? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback, lightly tapping the armrest with his right hand as he pondered swiftly. Lin Wuxue explained, 3 months hence, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion will host an auction, featuring the purple flame phoenix bloodstone as one of the 2 main attractions, likely drawing numerous martial artists. What else is there apart from the purple flame phoenix bloodstone? Lin Qiyeh asked, intrigued. Lin Wuxue smiled, enchanting. This is something the master would surely find intriguing. It is said to be a divine tier beast egg, very likely possessing the bloodline of a sacred beast. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily stunned. What a coincidence! Lin Wuxue rarely displayed a serious demeanor. Indeed, quite the coincidence, aligning perfectly with the beast egg lost by the Blood Cloud sect. Lin Qiyeh couldn't help but murmur to himself. The beast egg belonging to the Blood Cloud sect had already hatched. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the little black creature perched on a nearby tree. It had now reached the pinnacle of the divine tier. Lin Wuxue continued. We suspect that someone is targeting the Blood Cloud sect. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Not necessarily. A divine tier beast egg would not escape the notice of the Feather Sword sect, especially given their proximity to Dragon City. Lin Wuxue furrowed her brow and remarked, this matter is indeed rather peculiar. Both the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect have transcended the powers of the mundane imperial courts. Who would dare to set their sights on them? Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment and replied, perhaps we are overthinking this. It is merely an ordinary auction. Will you be attending, my lord? Lin Wuxue gazed at Lin Qiyeh with eager anticipation, playfully adding, with you Ling Yan and Wu Hui watching over, may I accompany you? Isn't the listening snow tower in need of guardians? Lin Qiyeh replied, somewhat speechless. Lin Wuxue dismissed his concerns. It was established merely for amusement, with Wu Hui present. She alone is more than capable of managing, not to mention the assistance of Wu Yun and Wu Xian. They will likely be quite occupied soon. Lin Qiyeh sighed. I shall inform him. Understanding that Lin Qiyeh had effectively consented, Lin Wuxue immediately dashed off, brimming with excitement. Xiaohei, guard my safety, ensure no one approaches. Lin Qiyeh instructed, before turning and retreating to his chamber. He retrieved the storage ring that Lin Wuxue had given him moments prior, and with a mere thought, a plethora of materials materialized within the room. Although he still lacked the purple flame phoenix bloodstone, he believed that the crafting of an imperial tier artifact should not pose a problem. He could always refine it again later. It had been a while since he had engaged in artifact forging, and he wondered if he had grown rusty. As he mused, a wisp of purple flame emanated from his brow, exuding a formidable aura. Outside, Xiaohei's fur bristled in terror as it stared at Lin Qiyeh's room, trembling in fear. The intensity of the aura was simply overwhelming. All along, it had been aware of Lin Qiyeh's strength, but it never anticipated such an astonishing level of power. Unbeknownst to Lin Qiyeh, he had nearly caused another to faint from shock. He cautiously urged the purple flames, waving his hand as a multitude of materials levitated and were promptly engulfed by the flames. Suddenly, all the materials melted at a visible speed and swiftly coalesced into shape. If any other artifact smiths were to witness this, they would likely be left utterly astounded. Lin Qiyeh remained focused, his hands moving swiftly to form seals, creating a flurry of phantoms. Streams of light burst forth, transforming into intricate runes that infused the materials. After approximately the duration of an incense stick, a dark golden ring hovered before Lin Qiyeh. He gently caressed the ring, glanced at it, and shook his head in slight dissatisfaction. It is barely 20 zhang in circumference. My technique has indeed grown rusty. If only I possessed the heavenly fire, I could have expanded its space at least 100-fold. Nevertheless, it is certainly an improvement over my previous storage ring. Reflecting on the storage ring he had acquired from the evil sword guest and his companions, his mood brightened considerably. With that, he dripped a drop of blood onto the ring and slipped it onto his finger. The heart-refining method demands a significant toll from the essence fire, allowing him to forge only 2 or 3 items at most each day. For now, he would focus on assembling the gear for the listening Snow 18 riders. Lin Qiyeh murmured to himself, continuing his crafting endeavor. Time swiftly passed, and a month and a half went by. He tirelessly forged artifacts day and night. Although it was exhausting, his essence had significantly improved, subtly hinting at a potential breakthrough to the mid-stage of the sacred mysterious realm. On that day, Jian Wuxing hastened into the courtyard. His first words were, "Young master, Sima Tianyin has withdrawn his troops." Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Has Yunantian finally reached his limit? He wishes for them to proactively venture into the southern territories of Dian to confront the Daong dynasty. Such a notion is rather naive. There exists the closer threat of the Dragon dynasty. Only a fool would choose to engage with Daong. In any case, with Dian having lost its lands, he remains indifferent. What of Luotian City? Lin Qiyeh inquired further. Young master, I am here, Luotian City responded, rushing in, his voice preceding his arrival. Lin Qiyeh understood that he could no longer remain idle and stated, the emperor will soon dispatch someone to convey a decree. You are to lead an army of 100,000 to Longmen Pass immediately. Yes, Luotian City replied earnestly. Swift in arrival, swift in departure. Wuxing, send word to Qin Su, instructing him to return to Yan'an City. Additionally, have Ling Qingqiu defend Yangwuqing. And what of Yanbeiqing? Yanbeiqing is under Gu Beichen's command. Have Wuxing and the others arrived? Just as Jian Wuxing was about to respond, 18 figures flickered and instantaneously appeared within the courtyard. We have arrived, Lin Wuxing grinned. Jian Wuxing could not help but shudder involuntarily. This fellow's smile was quite terrifying. Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly. Your timing is impeccable. I have some gifts for you. Chapter 57. The training grounds. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxing stared in astonishment at Lin Qiyeh. Was it not the first time that the young master had suddenly decided to bestow gifts? A sense of anticipation flickered among the dozen or so individuals present. With a wave of his hand, Lin Qiyeh conjured 18 sets of magical artifacts in the courtyard. Lin Wuxing and the others were instantly captivated, unable to tear their gazes away. There were a crimson longsword, a silver curved dagger, a dark golden crossbow, a golden armor, and a pair of black boots. The longsword radiated a piercing sword energy, while the curved dagger glimmered with an icy sheen. The golden armor resembled dragon scales, exuding a halo of brilliance. The crossbow was both ancient and majestic, and the boots swirled with a vortex of wind around them. These were undoubtedly extraordinary treasures. Shall we give them a try? Lin Qiyeh suggested with a smile. Lin Wuxing was the first to step forward, drawing his longsword to clash against the crimson blade. With a crisp sound, his sword shattered as if made of paper. How sharp! Could it be a divine-grade artifact? Lin Wuxing gasped in awe. His own sword was a terrestrial-grade artifact, yet it had shattered effortlessly upon contact. Lin Qiyeh merely smiled in silence. At that moment, Lin Wuxing picked up the silver curved dagger to test it against his own weapon, only to encounter the same outcome. In an instant, the remaining 17 individuals surged forward like famished wolves. Within mere moments, all 18 were donned in their new gear, their hands caressing the artifacts with affection, as if they were tenderly caressing a peerless beauty. This is for you, Lin Qiyeh said, producing a ring and handing it to Lin Wuxing, along with instructions for its refinement. Without hesitation, Lin Wuxing dripped a drop of blood onto it. When he beheld the internal space of the ring, he was utterly stunned. It was akin to a portable warehouse. This is a storage ring, or perhaps better termed a spatial ring. Once you all break through to the divine profound realm, each of you shall possess one. Seeing the eager anticipation in the eyes of the snow-listening 18 riders, Lin Qiyeh felt compelled to explain further. Jian Wuxing looked on with envy. He realized that the sword in his hand paled in comparison to these treasures. Fear not, there is one for you, Lin Qiyeh assured, handing Jian Wuxing a set of golden armor and boots. He then opened his palm, revealing a snow-white longsword that floated gracefully above. A cold gleam erupted from it, leaving everyone in shock. This sword measures 3 feet and 9 inches in length, and 1 inch and 2 in width. It is named Moon Shadow, Lin Qiyeh stated calmly. Thank you for the gift, young master, Jian Wuxing replied, trembling as he accepted the sword. As a swordsman, how could he not adore a sword? A well-suited weapon could significantly enhance one's strength. Young master, what is the name of our sword? Lin Wuxing inquired with envy. Shadowless, Lin Qiyeh answered truthfully. Shadowless. What a splendid name. Lin Wuxin exclaimed joyfully, then suddenly looked at Lin Qiyeh with astonishment. Shadowless, that fellow. Before he could finish his thought, he quickly sealed his lips. Whether you desire it or not, the grades are the same. The functions may differ slightly. You shall experience them fully. Lin Qiyeh spoke in a calm manner. Lin Wuxin immediately tightened his embrace. You shall proceed to the outskirts of Longmen Pass at once. In cooperation with the actions of Luotian City, Lin Qiyeh added. Understood. Lin Wuxin and the 18 others replied respectfully, then silently vanished from the courtyard. Jian Wuxing looked on in confusion as Lin Wuxin and the others departed. It was evident that Lin Wuxin had something to express earlier, yet he ultimately refrained from doing so. Nonetheless, he chose not to inquire. When the time was right, the young master would undoubtedly reveal it to him. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Young master, if we do not depart soon, it will be too late, Lin Wuxu urged Lin Qiyeh anxiously. Yan'an City is a considerable distance of 2,000 to 3,000 miles from the Dragon City of the Great Dragon Empire. Do not fret, Lin Qiyeh replied, his expression serene. Young master, Qin Su has returned, and furthermore, the Emperor's envoy has arrived, Jian Wuxing announced from outside the door. What a coincidence! Lin Qiyeh exited the courtyard to meet the imperial messenger. Upon seeing Lin Qiyeh, the eunuch trembled uncontrollably. Why, your highness? The eunuch stammered, struggling to utter a single coherent sentence. The fate of Lu Sheng served as a cautionary tale. Fearing Lin Qiyeh's wrath, the eunuch had mentally prepared himself to face dire consequences. Bring it forth, Lin Qiyeh said. Exasperated. Am I truly that fearsome? After receiving the imperial edict and glancing at it, he waved his hand dismissively. Begone. Thank you, your highness, the eunuch exclaimed, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, and hastily departed Yan'an City without daring to linger. Lin Wuxue covered her face and chuckled. The notorious reputation of the young master truly instills fear. Lin Qiyeh smiled wryly. Good news seldom leaves the house, but bad news travels far and wide. Among the 7 great empires, who does not know of his notorious reputation? Young master, at that moment, Qin Su approached. Lin Qiyeh led the group back into the courtyard and looked at Qin Su. Do you wish to restore your cultivation? Upon hearing this, Qin Su trembled violently. His eyes widened in disbelief. After 300 years of slumber, his cultivation had been utterly lost. He had dreamed of regaining his powers. When he awoke over a decade ago, he had explored countless methods, all of which ended in failure. Over the years, despair had consumed him. How could he remain calm after hearing Lin Qiyeh's words? Yes, he replied without hesitation, nodding firmly. Lin Qiyeh nodded in return. Your Xuanhuan has been damaged. And to restore your cultivation, you must first repair your Xuanhuan. It is neither exceedingly difficult nor entirely simple. Can the Xuanhuan truly be repaired? Qin Su gazed at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment. If the young master says it can be done, then it certainly can, Jian Wuxing interjected. Not only can he restore the Xuanhuan, but if Lin Qiyeh claimed he could extinguish the 5 great sects, I would believe him. Having followed the young master for so long, I have never been disappointed. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. Repairing the Xuanhuan is quite straightforward. However, there is something within you that I cannot extract for the time being. Something? Qin Su furrowed his brow, suddenly overwhelmed with astonishment. Could it be? He did not elaborate, but abruptly turned his gaze towards Lin Qiyeh. He could not fathom how Lin Qiyeh had acquired such knowledge. After all, had it not been for Lin Qiyeh's reminder, he himself would have remained oblivious. Now, he finally comprehended the reason behind his lost cultivation. Do not regard me with such scrutiny. I harbor no interest in this matter. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. Qin Su's heart remained tumultuous, and he could not restrain himself from inquiring, who exactly are you? Does it truly matter? Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Qin Su further asked, what does Yunzhou signify to you? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Qiyeh responded, a training ground. Such simple words sent a profound shock through Qin Su's heart. The vast expanse of Yunzhou was merely a training ground? Little did he realize that the training ground Lin Qiyeh referred to encompassed not just Yunzhou, but the entirety of this world. As the winds roared and the cosmos danced, gazing down upon the 9 mystic suns, it would be the moment he ascended to the divine realm. Very well, you shall remain in Yan'an City for now. I will have Wu Feng protect you. In due time, I shall recruit an additional 100,000 troops, Lin Qiyeh commanded with a wave of his hand. Understood, Qin Su replied, taking a deep breath to restore his tranquility. An hour later, 3 mystical beasts soared from Yan'an City, swiftly heading towards the Great Dragon Dynasty. Young master, what exactly is the substance within Qin Su? Jian Wuxing inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain of its specifics, Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head and squinting slightly. However, it should be related to the downfall of the ancient Qin dynasty. Chapter 58, a display of skills before the experts in Long City. The most prosperous metropolis of the Great Dragon Dynasty, an extraordinary commotion unfolded. Outside the eastern city gate, dozens of swift steeds charged forth, causing the ground to tremble and a cloud of dust to rise. The crowd, in a state of utter panic, hurriedly cleared a path. The soldiers stationed at the city gate intended to halt the riders, but upon recognizing the foremost figure, they promptly knelt in reverence. Presenting the 6th prince, the commoners, witnessing this display, followed suit and fell to their knees. Murong Luocheng paid no heed, urging his steed to hasten into Long City. After a brief incense's burn, he arrived at the palace walls, dismounted, and strode purposefully towards the imperial palace. Soon, he stood before the royal study, where a eunuch swiftly announced his arrival. Granting him access, at the desk sat a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe. His hair, streaked with gray, framed a countenance of formidable authority, and his eyes sparkled with a piercing intensity that commanded respect. Few dared to meet his gaze. This man was none other than the sovereign of the Great Dragon Dynasty. Murong Jun, your son pays his respects to Father Emperor. May you enjoy eternal peace. Murong Luocheng bowed deeply. Murong Jun set aside his brush, and the sternness of his demeanor dissipated, replaced by a warm affection. My dear son, you have returned from your travels. What urgent matter brings you here? Taking a deep breath, Murong Luocheng replied, I have learned that the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion will auction a divine-grade beast egg in 7 days. Murong Jun furrowed his brow. I have heard of this matter as well. Is there an issue? Word has reached me that the Blood Cloud sect has lost an egg of a guardian beast, rumored to possess the bloodline of a sacred beast. This raises significant concerns, Murong Luocheng stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, Murong Jun's expression grew grave. Members of the Blood Cloud sect entered Long City 3 days ago, while the Feather Sword sect has just arrived. It appears they are both intent on securing this prize. Has anyone seen the beast egg? Murong Luocheng inquired. Murong Jun shook his head. The Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion is renowned for its treasure hunts and has never broken a promise. This is not their first auction of a divine-grade beast egg, and the world trusts them implicitly. Murong Luocheng exhaled deeply. The Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect are long-standing adversaries, their enmity intensified by the affairs of Xuanhuan and Qin Xianyu, rendering their conflict nearly irreconcilable. If someone were to intentionally incite their hatred in Long City, reminiscent of the events in the Great Yan Imperial City, the consequences would be dire. Murong Jun's brow furrowed in contemplation. The 5 major sects cannot be rivaled by the 7 dynasties. Who possesses the strength to orchestrate such a scheme? The 3 major assassin organizations, Murong Luocheng interjected. The Listening Snow Tower is currently thriving, thus presenting the greatest likelihood, while the Yellow Spring Hall and Blood Tower cannot be dismissed. As for the other 3 sects, they are far removed from the Great Dragon, making their involvement unlikely. Father Emperor, is it possible to cancel the auction at the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion? Murong Luocheng implored. Murong Jun shook his head. It is too late. We cannot afford to offend the Blood Cloud sect, nor can we with the Feather Sword sect. Furthermore, this matter may not necessarily be directed at the Blood Cloud sect. But Murong Luocheng attempted to voice further concerns, only to be silenced by a single remark from Murong Jun. This matter is beyond our control, and you are not permitted to intervene. Murong Jun's expression darkened. Indeed, Murong Luocheng bowed in resignation and departed reluctantly. Along the way, his mind raced with contemplation. Could it not be directed at the Blood Cloud sect? Murong Luocheng murmured to himself, finding a semblance of logic in his thoughts. However, regardless of the underlying reason, it would surely lead to turmoil in Dragon City, which he could not allow. The 6th prince had just stepped out of the imperial palace when a young man in white approached briskly. 6th prince, Lin Qiyeh has arrived in Dragon City. Oh. Murong Luocheng responded, taken aback for a moment, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The young man in white spoke with malice. Shall we send someone to eliminate him? Shurying. Murong Luocheng quickly grasped the young man's arm. This individual was Fang Shuying, who had impersonated Murong Luoqing in the Yuyun Pavilion of the Great Yin Imperial City. To slay him without provocation would deter future guests from visiting the Great Dragon. Murong Luoqing remarked with a knowing smile. At the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, 3 young men and women entered the hall. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, instantly capturing the attention of many. Wuxing, you go browse around. If you see anything you like, feel free to purchase it. Let Wuxue foot the bill, Lin Qiyeh chuckled. I have no particular needs, Jian Wuxing replied with a shake of his head. Think again, do you truly need nothing? Lin Wuxue squinted, revealing her small fangs, radiating an aura of menace. Actually, I do, Jian Wuxing exclaimed, his instinct for survival kicking in as he quickly retreated with a smile. As they walked, he was acutely aware of this little sorceress's terrifying nature. She appeared harmless, yet her pranks had nearly led him to ruin on several occasions. The key issue was that he was unable to best her in combat. Finally, this wooden-headed fellow has left, allowing me to be alone with my master. Lin Wuxue smiled slyly, tightly linking her arm with Lin Qiyeh's. Lin Qiyeh shook his head in exasperation, keenly observing the hall of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. The shelves displayed a dazzling array of items, medicinal herbs, elixirs, magical artifacts, and even the inner cores of mystical beasts. One cannot deny that the foundation of the Great Dragon Dynasty indeed surpasses that of the Great Yin Dynasty. On the streets, it seemed that every passerby possessed cultivation at the spirit profound realm. Under normal circumstances, it would not be difficult for the Great Dragon Dynasty to conquer the Great Yin Dynasty. However, the reality was otherwise. Surrounded by the Tianyu mountain range, the Great Dragon Dynasty faced both advantages and disadvantages. The mountains were perpetually besieged by mystical beast invasions, requiring the Great Dragon Dynasty to expend considerable time and resources each year to contend with these threats. Regaining his focus, Lin Qiyeh and Lin Wuxue began to meander through the hall. He held little interest in the items around him, but as a newcomer, he wished to experience the local culture. Master, it seems we are being watched, Lin Wuxue whispered conspiratorially in Lin Qiyeh's ear. Lin Qiyeh smiled slightly, without Lin Wushue's warning. He had already noticed the scrutiny. Master, Weiyun mentioned needing some mysterious elixirs for alchemy. We could bring back a batch for him. Lin Wuxue slowly released Lin Qiyeh's arm. Lin Qiyeh nodded. As Lin Wuxue departed, 3 individuals approached Lin Qiyeh. With a loud thud, the leading youth in white inadvertently collided with Lin Qiyeh. Are you blind while walking? A burly man glared at Lin Qiyeh, suddenly reaching for his collar. Lin Qiyeh calmly stepped back, causing the man's hand to grasp nothing but air. Where's my snow jade? The youth in white frantically searched his person, his expression changing drastically. It was you. You have stolen my snow jade. His voice was loud, instantly capturing the attention of countless individuals in the hall. The instinct to witness drama drew many to gather swiftly. Lin Qiyeh gently waved his folding fan, his demeanor as tranquil as ever. Return the snow jade, and either cripple one of your hands or compensate me with 1 million taels. Let this matter rest. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. The youth in white glared at Lin Qiyeh, his eyes glinting with menace. The 2 burly men behind him advanced, encircling Lin Qiyeh in the center. Lin Qiyeh smiled mischievously at the young man in white. How do you intend to be impolite? Have you come to provoke me? Truly, a display of foolishness. When I began in this line of work, you were nothing but an afterthought. Soon enough, you shall find yourself weeping. Chapter 59. Priceless treasure you will know after you pass through. The young man in white sneered, take him away. As soon as the words left his lips, his 2 burly subordinates lunged toward Lin Qiyeh's arms. However, before they could make contact, a figure darted forward and delivered 2 swift slaps. The 2 hefty men were hurled backward, crashing heavily into the crowd. Jian Wuxing stood protectively in front of Lin Qiyeh, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. The young man in white shuddered. That gaze was utterly terrifying. He mustered his courage and glared at Lin Qiyeh. Do you dare to act against me in the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion? You must have the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. Stop. A delicate voice rang out from a short distance away. A girl in a purple dress emerged into view, approaching with the grace of a celestial body surrounded by stars. The purple-clad maiden, at the age of 18, moved like a graceful dragon, her sleeves flowing like ethereal ribbons, exuding a tender charm, yet her brows held a striking fierceness. What is the dispute between you two? She inquired, her bright eyes and radiant smile captivating those around her. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his gaze brazenly appraising the girl in purple from head to toe, lingering for an extended period. A flicker of disdain crossed the depths of her eyes as she inwardly scolded. Indeed, he is the epitome of a spoiled rich kid and a lecher. She recognized Lin Qiyeh at first glance. Miss Su, this individual has stolen my snow jade, and I request the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion to intervene. The young man in white stated with a slight bow. The maiden raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Qiyeh. Is this true? Although she asked, she held the young man's claims in utter contempt. Who does not know that Lin Qiyeh, the notorious spendthrift, would steal a piece of jade? Miss Su, this person has stolen my purple heart jade cicada and is now twisting the truth. Surely, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion will uphold justice, Lin Qiyeh replied, elegantly flicking his folding fan. You speak nonsense, the young man in white retorted, his anger flaring. While it may be true that you are falsely accusing me, you are the one who is distorting the facts. Lin Qiyeh could hardly be bothered to engage with him. He relished the sight of his rival's rising frustration. The girl in purple glanced between the two, her expression conflicted, before finally suggesting, how about this? Let the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion search both of you. If it turns out to be a misunderstanding, we can each take a step back. What do you think? Very well, I naturally trust Miss Su. But what if something is found? The young man in white glared coldly at Lin Qiyeh, adopting a posture of defiance. What do you propose? Lin Qiyeh replied with a nonchalant smile. Tenfold compensation, appraised by the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. If either of you is found guilty of theft, the penalty will be 10 times the value of the stolen item. I have no objections, Lin Qiyeh shrugged. Let it be. The young man in white wore a triumphant expression as Lin Qiyeh smiled brightly at the girl in purple, saying, I trust no one else. But I believe in Miss Su. With that, he spread his arms wide and approached her, a playful grin adorning his face. Me too, the young man in white. Upon hearing this, had his eyes gleam with insight and cast a meaningful glance at Lin Qiyeh. This fellow is quite something. How could he let an opportunity slip by? A sense of camaraderie washed over him, recognizing a kindred spirit among them. Master Du, Master Lin, please conduct yourselves with decorum, the girl in the purple dress warned, her expression darkening as she took a step back. Search them. Yes. 2 men responded, advancing towards Lin Qiyeh and the young man in white. Do one. After a thorough search, they shook their heads in unison. Since there is nothing, then this matter. The girl in purple felt a surge of irritation, sensing she had been toyed with by these 2 ruffians. However, Lin Qiyeh should not have known Du Wan. Hold on, Du Wan suddenly interrupted, Miss Su. What if he has concealed the stolen goods? You're courting death. Jian Wuxing glared at Du Wan. See, I was right, Du Wan grinned. If you had not hidden my snow dragon jade, why would you seem so flustered? Allow them to search. Lin Qiyeh extended his hand to stop Jian Wuxing, pointing at Du Wan's 2 subordinates. They should be searched as well. The girl in purple was losing her patience. Her subordinates continued to search Jian Wuxing and Du Wan's men. Miss, there's nothing, one of them reported, stepping away from Jian Wuxing. Almost simultaneously, another approached the girl in purple, holding a jade cicada, glimmering with a purplish hue. This is my purple heart jade cicada, Lin Qiyeh said with a faint smile. Du Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this fellow's possession appear in the hands of his own people? And what of my snow dragon jade? He demanded. May I inquire, Miss Su, what is its value? The girl in purple stared at the jade cicada for a moment before inhaling sharply. Priceless. Du Wan trembled at the proclamation. Priceless? A treasure beyond value? Master Du, you owe me 10 such treasures, Lin Qiyeh mocked. Du Wan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. But he soon regained his composure. Just because you claim it's yours, does that make it so? This belongs to me. He rushed towards the girl in purple and snatched the purple heart jade cicada from her. Suddenly, Du Wan let out a cry of pain, flinging the cicada away. He looked down at his hand, which had turned red from the searing heat. Lin Qiyeh gently opened his palm, and the jade cicada fell neatly back into his grasp. The purple heart jade cicada contains a strand of the Earth's core purple fire. Those with malicious intent cannot touch it, the girl in purple stated, casting a meaningful look at Lin Qiyeh. Du Wan's complexion soured as onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Abruptly, he kicked one of his subordinates with force. You scoundrel! How dare you steal? Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly at Du Wan. Now you wish to shirk responsibility? I do not require much from you. Merely 10,000 taels of gold will suffice. Why don't you take it by force? Du Wen glared at Lin Qiyeh and shouted furiously. At that moment, Jian Wuxing unexpectedly delivered a fierce kick to Du Wen's chest, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed through the crowd and flew out of the grand entrance of the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. The young lady, Su Qiyu, addressed Lin Gongzi with a slight bow. May I inquire if you would part with the purple heart jade cicada? I am willing to offer 10 million taels of gold for it. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was such a trinket truly worth 10 million taels of gold? Many gazes turned towards Lin Qiyeh, their eyes ablaze with desire. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. Before you speak of 10 million taels of gold, ensure you retrieve it from that fellow named Du Wen. The Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion cannot be untrustworthy. Su Qiyu replied with a serene smile. The Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion merely acts as an intermediary, affirming your innocence, yet has made no promises regarding this matter. Not to mention 10 million taels of gold, Du Wen wouldn't even be able to produce 1,000,000 taels of silver. Why would she risk offending the Du family without any benefit? I am curious to see how you, a person from Dian, will demand 10 million taels of gold from the great dragon. Lin Qiyeh smiled silently and turned to leave the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. Su Qiyu narrowed her eyes, watching his departing figure, a glimmer of confidence flashing in her gaze. The purple heart jade cicada will ultimately be returned to you. Chapter 60. The intrigue at the Fong residence. In the inner courtyard, 2 teacups rested upon the table, wisps of steam rising gently. Why has there been no word from Du Wen? A young man clad in white, exuding a refined demeanor, lifted his teacup, his brow furrowed in concern. Rest assured, Du Wen may lack in many areas, but he possesses an innate talent for framing others, remarked another man in black, a smirk gracing his lips. My concern lies in the possibility that he may have met his demise at the hands of Lin Qiyeh. After all, we are in the Great Dragon, not the Great Yin. The young man in white shook his head, asserting, it is not so simple. The debauchery of Lin Qiyeh is unparalleled. At that moment, a hurried voice broke through, and a figure stumbled in, collapsing to the ground, exclaiming, Du Wen has had his limbs shattered and was left at the gates of the Du residence. Moreover, they are demanding the Du family repay millions in gold. What? The man in black sprang to his feet, bewildered. What transpired? The servant quickly recounted the events. You may leave now. The man in black waved dismissively, turning to the young man in white. Sixth Prince, what shall we do now? I did not foresee that Du Wen, such a waste, could botch even this simple task and fall victim to their schemes. Murong Luoqing's expression darkened with gravity. After a long pause, he lifted his teacup, inquiring, Shiying, do you believe he will betray you? No, Fong Shiying replied, shaking his head. I did not approach him directly. Instead, I had a servant reach out to him, and that servant fed to the fish in Beijiao River. Murong Luoqing took a deep breath, stating, for the time being, we must act as if we are unaware of this occurrence. I refuse to believe Lin Qiyeh would dare to kill Du Wen. Should we lend him a hand? Fong Shiying's eyes narrowed, a glint of coldness flashing within. No need, Murong Luoqing replied, shaking his head with a smile. Lin Qiyeh has long been a target of others. With only a few days remaining until the auction, we have ample time to execute our plans. Fong Shiying remained apprehensive. The guards surrounding Lin Qiyeh are formidable, at the very least at the Spirit Profound Realm. Murong Luoqing chuckled coldly, exuding confidence. In Long City, there are not only those at the Spirit Profound Realm, but also numerous at the Heavenly Profound Realm. He must not, under any circumstances, expose that priceless treasure. Both the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect will undoubtedly be interested. Yet, I genuinely hope he can leave the Great Dragon alive. Sixth Prince, should this reach the Emperor's ears? Fong Shiying inhaled deeply. He had always admired Murong Luoqing's intellect, yet the stakes were exceedingly high. Murong Luoqing had even calculated the interests of the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect into his plans. If revealed, matters would become exceedingly troublesome. We have not left the Fong residence, have we? Murong Luoqing replied with a confident smile, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. At the Du residence, Lin Qiyeh and his companions found themselves surrounded, hostility radiating from every pair of eyes. However, Lin Qiyeh, with a folding fan in hand, nonchalantly placed his right foot upon Du Wen's head, exuding an air of effortless calm. Lin Qiyeh, do you think this is the Great Yin? Du Ruo glared at Lin Qiyeh, her eyes filled with fury. Despite Du Wen's shortcomings, he possesses only one son. How could he bear to witness his son's tragic demise? It is only just to repay debts, is it not? Does the great dragon dynasty believe it can evade its obligations? Lin Qiyeh remarked nonchalantly. Du Ruo, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and retorted, "The thief is not my son. What concern is it of his? Besides, I have already dealt with this individual, which should suffice to quell your anger." Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment. That does hold some merit, but wait, I nearly fell for your ploy. Compensation is Du Wen's responsibility. We cannot ascertain his involvement without confronting that servant. Du Ruo nearly spat blood in frustration. Upon learning this, he had, in a fit of rage, struck the servant dead. Now that the man was deceased, how could they confront him? What do you intend to do? Du Ruo forced himself to calm down. I am a noble of the great Yin. You lack the standing to address me. Summon the Dragon Emperor. Lin Qiyeh scoffed dismissively. Du Ruo's expression soured considerably. How could the Dragon Emperor involve himself in such matters? As a mere third-rank official, he had no right to summon the Emperor. Gritting his teeth, he declared, 100,000 taels of silver shall serve as my family's apology. It was well known that Lin Qiyeh had an affinity for wealth. In the Great Yin dynasty, many disputes had ultimately been resolved through monetary means. You think to appease me with a pittance? Lin Qiyeh scoffed. With that, he pressed down harder, causing Du Wen to cry out in pain. Father, save me. 500,000 taels. Du Ruo was determined. Lin Qiyeh applied even more pressure. 1,000,000 taels. This is my absolute limit. I might as well have never had this son. Du Ruo bellowed. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Du Darren, you have struck quite the deal. 1,000,000 taels in exchange for 10 priceless treasures. By the way, convert it to gold. Du Ruo was livid, his forehead veins bulging. Seeing that Lin Qiyeh showed no sign of relenting, he hastily sent for the gold. Half an hour later, 2 carts arrived at the Du residence. This matter was settled. Lin Qiyeh kicked Du Wen away. Du Ruo nearly lost control, but sensing Jian Wuxian's murderous intent, he restrained himself. Bring me a carriage driver. Reward them with 100 taels of gold. Lin Qiyeh waved his sleeve. Du Ruo regarded him coldly, eager to see who would dare to drive for Lin Qiyeh. Indeed, no one moved. A hint of a cold smile crept onto his face. 1,000 taels, Lin Qiyeh spoke again. At last, several individuals stirred into action. For most, 1,000 taels of gold represented immense wealth. You 4 shall do. Lin Qiyeh casually selected 4 people. Thank you, Du Darren, for your generous contribution. With that, Lin Qiyeh and his entourage swaggered away. Du Ruo spat blood and fainted. Lin Qiyeh and his companions arrived at a courtyard in the east of the city, distributing 4,000 taels of gold to the drivers. Once they departed, he waved his hand, and all the gold vanished instantaneously. Once again, the young master has proven his knack for wealth, amassing nearly 100,000 taels of gold. Lin Wuxue covered her face, stifling a laugh. Not merely 100,000 taels, Lin Qiyeh said with a narrowed gaze, revealing a piece of pure white jade pendant, the very snow dragon jade. Du Wen intended to frame him, unaware that he had already concealed it within his storage ring. Gifts should never be refused. Jian Wuxing remarked solemnly. That Su Qiyu is no virtuous character. She deliberately exposed the value of the purple heart jade cicada, likely attracting the attention of many. She shall find no peace in the coming days. Lin Qiyeh shook his head with a smile. You underestimate her. We have drawn the gaze of numerous individuals, and safeguarding the purple heart jade cicada will prove challenging. Our only recourse is to sell it to her, a strategy laid bare. Unfortunately, she has grossly underestimated the young master's prowess. Lin Wuxue teased. Those who come to seize the purple heart jade cicada are merely bringing gifts to the young master. Do you think everyone possesses a storage ring? Lin Qiyeh retorted sharply, but suddenly his expression darkened. This Du Wen is somewhat unusual. Jian Wuxing furrowed his brow. The young master and Du Wen are strangers. He has no reason to frame you. Could it be he harbors an interest in Wuxue? Lin Qiyeh jested. Lin Wuxue's expression turned frosty. Whoever dares to covet my intentions shall face dire consequences. Of course, the young master is an exception. Jian Wuxing shivered involuntarily. That was a close call. Fortunately, he had no such thoughts. Chapter 61. A gentleman seeks revenge without delay as the lights flickered to life. Long City bustled with vibrant activity, where luxurious carriages traversed the streets, painting a scene of opulence. In a courtyard, a bonfire crackled, while skewers of grilled meat sizzled above, filling the air with an enticing aroma that tantalized the senses and made one's mouth water. Lin Qiyeh savored a skewer of meat, his taste buds awakened. Wuxing's culinary skills have truly flourished, he mused quietly, relishing the tender, juicy morsels that lingered delightfully on his palate. Jian Wuxing grinned broadly, attributing his success to the assistance of Xuanhuan. He cast a fleeting glance at the corner where Xuanhuan rested, his heart still unsettled. It wasn't until they journeyed towards the great dragon dynasty that he discovered the young master possessed a divine steed. What an astonishing revelation! Unable to compete with Lin Wuxing or Lin Wufeng was one thing, but now even a mount eluded him. No, he must swiftly advance to the realm of divine mysteries. It must be said, the meat from earth-grade mystical beasts is indeed delectable. Lin Qiyeh chuckled, encouraging, you should indulge a bit more, it will benefit you. Jian Wuxing nodded in agreement. He had recently broken through to the early stages of the celestial mysteries, though he could not yet measure up to Lin Wuxue in the initial stages of divine mysteries. However, he had caught glimpses of Lin Wufeng's tale. Yet, considering Lin Wufeng was also a master craftsman, he felt it unwise to regard him as a rival. After an hour had passed, the trio had feasted and drank their fill. Lin Qiyeh turned to Lin Wuxue and said, Wuxue, share some of your techniques with Wuxing. Jian Wuxing blinked in surprise. Could it be that Lin Wuxue possessed secret skills unknown to others? In the next moment, his pupils constricted in astonishment. The Lin Wuxue before him had vanished, replaced by a man. He couldn't help but blink in disbelief. Suddenly, Lin Wuxue transformed again, revealing a face he was all too familiar with. Young master? Jian Wuxing's gaze darted between Lin Qiyeh and Lin Wuxue, his expression one of utter incredulity. Lin Wuxue was truly a master of disguise. Do not be so astonished. This is merely the most rudimentary form of transformation technique, Lin Wuxue remarked, reverting to her original appearance. Would you care to learn? Jian Wuxing nodded, wide-eyed in amazement. There's still some time. I shall teach you the basics, Lin Wuxue said with a smile. One person taught earnestly, while the other learned with great diligence. Jian Wuxing displayed remarkable aptitude. Within the span of an hour, he could achieve a rudimentary transformation. Although it was not yet lifelike, given sufficient time, altering one's appearance would not be difficult. This is but a minor skill. Do not forget, your true strength lies in the sword, Lin Qiyeh cautioned. Jian Wuxing nodded solemnly. That should suffice, Lin Qiyeh declared, rising to his feet and gazing up at the inky night sky. The streetlights had dimmed completely, and a chill permeated the air, seeping into the bones. Once again, it was a dark and windy night. Jian Wuxing waved his hand, and the bonfire extinguished in an instant. The three exchanged glances and retreated to their respective rooms. Before long, figures began to emerge from the corners of the courtyard, their eyes glinting with cold light as they stealthily infiltrated the inner courtyard, making their way towards the chamber where the three resided. Lin Qiyeh reclined on a chair within the room, a mocking expression gracing his face. For groups, 2 at the celestial realm, 2 at the earthly realm, and 8 at the mortal realm, they certainly overestimate me. He was merely a dandy. Beside him was only Jian Wuxing, who surprisingly could not remain still even with the celestial realm threat looming. Wealth does indeed tempt the heart. At that moment, 2 figures slipped through the door and window, landing soundlessly like ethereal cats. Without a hint of hesitation, they lunged towards the bed. Lin Qiyeh watched in astonishment. Although they were not from the same faction, their coordination was uncanny. Please don't damage my bed. I still need to sleep later. Just as their blades were about to strike the bed, Lin Qiyeh spoke calmly. The 2 cloaked figures abruptly turned, incredulity etched on their faces as they beheld Lin Qiyeh lounging in the chair. They exchanged a glance before hastily charging at him. Lin Qiyeh silently shook his head. Heaven's misdeeds may be forgiven, but self-inflicted calamity is inexcusable. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, sweeping over the 2 black-clad figures. They halted abruptly, terror evident on their faces as blood flowed from their 7 orifices, plummeting towards the ground. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand, and their bodies vanished instantaneously. Rising, he made his way towards Jian Wuxing's room. 3 corpses lay on the ground, each meeting their demise in the same manner. He replicated the action, casting their bodies into his storage ring. Young master, it's done, Lin Wuxue approached, raising her storage ring. Those 2 at the celestial realm must belong to the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect. This is merely the first wave. Surely, more will come. Lin Qiyeh grinned. Wuxue, you stay here. Understood. Lin Wuxue nodded, handing over the 3 corpses to Lin Qiyeh. Jian Wuxing was momentarily taken aback. Young master, what are you planning? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. A gentleman takes revenge without delay. Since Su Qiyu has plotted against me, I cannot refrain from retaliating. We shall begin with the myriad manifestations treasure pavilion. He then retrieved a corpse and asked, Wuxing, can you assume his appearance? If not, let Wuxue assist you. Wuxue, please handle all the bodies. I will give it a try. Jian Wuxing attempted several times, but ultimately failed. Reluctantly, Lin Wuxue stepped in to alter his appearance. As for Lin Qiyeh, he merely waved his hand and transformed into another person. Let us go. After Lin Wuxue finished managing the corpses, the 2 departed the courtyard stealthily. Little Black carried them, and within the span of a short tea time, they arrived at the peak of the myriad manifestations treasure pavilion. How has your sword technique from the Feather Sword sect progressed? Lin Qiyeh inquired. I spent a few days practicing. It posed no difficulty, Jian Wuxing replied. Let us act separately. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly as the 2 stealthily descended, swiftly infiltrating the Wanshang treasure pavilion from different directions. Who? Upon entering a chamber, a startled cry pierced the silence. Without hesitation, Lin Qiyeh transformed his right hand into a claw, deftly flicking it, and several shadows of blood flashed past. The individual within the room collapsed instantly, a profound claw mark etched into their neck. Just as he prepared to depart, his gaze fell upon a jade box nearby. Upon opening it, he discovered a fist-sized stone, entirely stained crimson, emanating a peculiar purple glow, quietly resting within. The purple flame Phoenix Bloodstone? Lin Qiyeh blinked in surprise. He had merely intended to eliminate a few individuals and implicate the Wanshang treasure pavilion, never anticipating such a fortuitous find. Without a hint of hesitation, he casually tossed it into his spatial ring and swiftly made his way downstairs. Young master, Jian Wuxing approached, holding a jade box. I now understand why they are auctioning the beast eggs. The Hades Palace and Blood Tower have allied with the Wanshang treasure pavilion to target the Listening Snow Tower. Lin Qiyeh's mouth opened slightly in disbelief. He had assumed there were no conspiracies at play. Even if there were, he thought it would merely be directed at the Blood Cloud sect. To learn that the true aim was the Listening Snow Tower was unexpected. So, those individuals earlier might have been from the Blood Tower and Hades Palace? He murmured, his expression turning icy. Set the Wanshang treasure pavilion ablaze. Understood. Jian Wuxing vanished quietly. Moments later, chaos erupted. With a piercing scream, the previously silent Wanshang treasure pavilion trembled violently. Chapter 62. Framing and Deception at the pinnacle of the Wanshang treasure pavilion, Jian Wuxing waited on the back of Xiaohe for quite some time. Yet Lin Qiyeh had not returned, causing a flicker of concern to cross his face. Could it be that someone had managed to detain the young master? At that moment, a shadow darted past, appearing instantly upon Xiaohe's back. Jian Wuxing's expression brightened with joy as he inquired, Young master, where have you been? I've given the Wanshang treasure pavilion a little surprise. Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, and with a swift motion, he revealed his true appearance. How about you? Jian Wuxing chuckled. I specifically ambushed a few individuals and left one alive. They should be able to discern that I employed the sword techniques of the Feather Sword sect. The Blood Cloud sect's Blood Shadow hand is notorious. The Feather Sword sect will undoubtedly recognize it. Now, let us return and rest. Lin Qiyeh smiled in agreement. Beneath them, Xiaohe unfurled its wings, vanishing in an instant. At that moment, the Wanshang treasure pavilion was engulfed in flames, casting a crimson glow for miles around. Many individuals fled in a frenzy, appearing as though they had narrowly escaped death. Quick, extinguish the fire. A commanding voice rang out from a distance. It was Su Qiyu. Upon reaching the entrance, she was momentarily stunned. Before her stood 4 imposing pillars, from which hung the lifeless bodies of 4 individuals, blood continuously flowing and staining the ground. Su Qiyu's expression shifted dramatically as she instantly recognized them. Quick, lower them down. How dare you kill members of my Blood Cloud sect? Is the Wanshang treasure pavilion courting death? At that moment, 2 powerful shouts echoed from opposite directions, accompanied by the overwhelming presence of several auras. Senior, this is a case of framing, Su Qiyu hastily explained. Though the Wanshang treasure pavilion was one of the leading merchants in Yinzhou, It lacked the power to contend with the 5 major sects. None of the sects were within their capabilities to confront. Should this incident be deemed as an affront by the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion would surely face annihilation. Framing? All I see is that a disciple of the Blood Cloud sect has been slain at the entrance of the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. Stated a cold-faced elder clad in black from the Blood Cloud sect, his eyes glinting with icy disdain. There is no need for the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion to exist any longer, declared a domineering middle-aged man from the Feather Sword sect, his words sounding like a death knell for the pavilion. Esteemed seniors, this matter has nothing to do with the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. If we intended to kill, would we so brazenly leave them here? Su Qiyu's expression was urgent, her face filled with desperation. What if you were to think inversely? The middle-aged man from the Feather Sword sect scoffed. No one from the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion is permitted to leave this place. Otherwise, there will be no mercy. Su Qiyu fell silent. Arguing was futile. The sect members would not entertain reason. The 7 imperial dynasties were under their control. How could the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion dare to oppose them? Half an hour later, the inferno was finally extinguished. The disciples of the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect scoured the area, and one by one, the lifeless bodies were hoisted down and arranged neatly on the ground. These individuals had fallen victim to the shadowy hand of Blood Shadow. The 6 souls perished under the Qing Yun's sword technique, and they were not affiliated with the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Moreover, the purple flame phoenix bloodstone and the beast egg had vanished without a trace. Su Qiyu surveyed the 10 or so corpses, her voice turning resolute and authoritative. The members of the 2 sects frowned upon noticing the wounds on the bodies. Respected seniors, your people were not slain by the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, and we certainly lack the capability to do so, Su Qiyu asserted. A sigh of relief washed over her as she silently rejoiced in the demise of these individuals. However, she dared not admit any connection between them and the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, for the deaths of members from both sects were undeniable. Without evidence, they would never entertain reason. Senior brother, these corpses are laced with potent toxins and concealed weaponry. Their agile forms and considerable internal energy suggest they were assassins. A young cultivator concluded after a brief examination of the remains. Assassins? The elderly man in black and the middle-aged man echoed in unison. Su Qiyu's gaze shifted. Seniors, it is highly likely that this is the work of the Listening Snow Tower. I have heard that they have recently been fervently acquiring beast eggs. Not the Listening Snow Tower, the young cultivator immediately refuted. These individuals belong to the Hall of Hades, and these others are from the Blood Tower. They bear distinctive marks. Su Qiyu cursed inwardly, realizing that these scoundrels had left behind clear evidence. Indeed, she had misjudged them. Those items were left by Lin Qiyeh and Jin Wuxing. Taking a deep breath, she added, what if they are framing the Hall of Hades and the Blood Tower? Humph. Are you attempting to defend the Hall of Hades and the Blood Tower? The young cultivator scoffed. They have only recently met their end, which implies they perished within the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Are you suggesting that the Listening Snow Tower captured them here to kill them? Our people succumbed to the concealed weapons of the Hall of Hades and the Blood Tower. That is indisputable. Furthermore, I recall that the hidden weapons of the 3 major assassin organizations are unique and never stray into the open. Most importantly, the poison on those weapons is precisely the yellow spring mist of the Hall of Hades and the 5 poisons blood powder of the Blood Tower. A closely held secret only accessible to core members. How could the Listening Snow Tower possibly possess them? The young cultivator was irate, affronted that anyone would dare to question his judgment. Su Qiyu found herself at a loss for words. She hesitated to continue the argument, fearing it would provoke these individuals. She remained perplexed, unable to discern who was truly responsible. The situation was impeccably orchestrated, with casualties from both sects and 2 major assassin organizations. One would naturally suspect the Listening Snow Tower the most, yet the techniques and hidden weapons used were unmistakably authentic. Immediately informed the sect to launch a siege against the Hall of Hades and the Blood Tower, the middle-aged man from the Feather Sword sect declared solemnly. The elderly figure in black from the Blood Cloud sect added, do not spare the Listening Snow Tower. The existence of the 3 major assassin organizations is utterly unnecessary. The middle-aged man did not refute this assertion. Those who dare to slay them must be prepared for inevitable demise. It is better to kill an innocent than to let a guilty one escape. A chill gripped Su Qiyu's heart as she realized that the plan had utterly failed. At the Fong residence, Moron Luocheng was startled awake by an urgent voice, jolting upright. Shuriying, what is it? Upon seeing Fong Shuriying, he let out a sigh of relief. Fong Shuriying, his face alight with joy, exclaimed, Your Highness, the sixth prince, it has succeeded. The Wuxiang treasure pavilion has been engulfed in flames. What did you say? Moron Luocheng was momentarily taken aback, then astonishment washed over him. The Wuxiang treasure pavilion has been burned down? Fong Shuriying looked at Moron Luocheng with suspicion and repeated, Who did this? Was it not one of your people? Certainly not, Moron Luocheng replied. Both he and Fong Shuriying were left in shock. Moron Luocheng had originally intended to set the Wuxiang treasure pavilion ablaze and frame Lin Qiyeh for the act, which had prompted Fong Shuriying to seek trouble with Lin Qiyeh. At that juncture, the Wuxiang treasure pavilion would undoubtedly suspect Lin Qiyeh. Once suspicion fell upon Lin Qiyeh, coupled with the auction's inability to proceed as scheduled, the collective ire of the people would inevitably be directed at him. Lin Qiyeh would find it exceedingly difficult to escape a swift demise. Yet, he had not even set the wheels in motion. Moron Luocheng was utterly bewildered. Chapter 63. The second confrontation. On the following morning, Lin Qiyeh awoke naturally, stretching leisurely, only to find that Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue had been waiting for quite some time. Young master, Jian Wuxing spoke with concern. The Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect have refrained from attacking the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Instead, they have informed their sects to launch a crackdown on the three major assassin organizations. Jian Wuxing's expression was grave as he added, This includes the Listening Snow Tower. Lin Qiyeh, unfazed, inquired, And what of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion? Jian Wuxing replied, The Myriad Treasures Pavilion has suffered severe damage, with half of it burned down. The auction will undoubtedly be cancelled, though it will only slightly tarnish their reputation. Young master, I have heard that the treasury of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion has been completely looted. Lin Wuxue chimed in with a smile directed at Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh shrugged. That still does not compensate for my loss of 10 million taels of gold. At this moment, his storage ring was nearly overflowing. Jian Wuxing's eyes widened in surprise. He had been preoccupied with framing others the previous night and had not considered these developments. I did not realize how ruthless you are, young master. But how did the people from the Underworld Palace and Bloodhouse learn that Listening Snow Tower was collecting beast eggs? Is there a mole among us? Jian Wuxing spoke somberly. Undoubtedly, Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. Do not the Underworld Palace and Bloodhouse also have our people? Jian Wuxing remained anxious. However, the Listening Snow Tower will soon face two major sections. Lin Wuxue laughed. I have already sent a message to Wu Hui. The relocation of all Listening Snow Tower's outposts will happen swiftly. Now, it is merely a matter of who can conceal themselves better. What a pity, Jian Wuxing sighed. What is there to lament? Once we break through to the Imperial Profound Realm, or even the Saint Profound Realm, we shall obliterate the two major sects directly. Lin Wuxue declared with formidable confidence. Jian Wuxing found himself at a loss for words. With their abilities, it seemed they would achieve a breakthrough to the Imperial Profound Realm in just a few years. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Wuxian, notify Yiren. It is time for the Yuyun Chamber of Commerce to expand. Wuxue, inform Yuyun that the treasury of the Myriad Treasures Pavilion holds many valuable items. Understood. Both replied in unison, secretly mourning for the Myriad Treasures Pavilion. Once the young master set his sights on them, their demise was inevitable. Yet, it was indeed true that the young master held grudges. Wuxing, continue, Lin Qiyeh instructed suddenly, tossing a dark, unremarkable orb into Jian Wuxing's hands. What is this? Lin Wuxue asked curiously. Lin Qiyeh smiled, a divine-grade beast egg, which Wuxing obtained last night. Lin Wuxue's mouth fell open in astonishment. Jian Wuxing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You just tossed a divine-grade beast egg like that? What if I had dropped it, and it shattered? He lamented. Young master, I do not know how to hatch it. Just roast it, Lin Qiyeh said earnestly. If it cannot be hatched, it will surely be cooked to perfection. It is a guaranteed profit. If you do not believe me, just ask Xuanhuan. At that moment, Xuanhuan, perched on the eaves, bristled in response. Jian Wuxing dared not inquire further. He had witnessed firsthand the consequences of Xuanhuan being roasted. That was a scar that could not be reopened. My dear, you seem to favor males over females, Lin Wuxue pouted, expressing her discontent. Indeed, you are correct. Lin Qiyeh chuckled as he produced a short sword. Entirely white and adorned with snowflakes, emanating a faint purplish hue. Instantly, Lin Qiyeh snatched it away, captivated by its beauty. Jian Wuxing sensed an aura from the short sword that was even more formidable than that of the Moonshadow's sword, accompanied by a potent sense of oppression. Due to the addition of the purple flame phoenix bloodstone, its rank surpassed that of the Moonshadow. Flying Snow, Lin Qiyeh read the two large characters inscribed on the sword. Performing a flourish. Come, Wuxing, let us have a friendly duel. Jian Wuxing promptly retreated, swiftly positioning himself behind Lin Qiyeh. Foolish to spar with Lin Qiyeh. That madwoman is lethal in combat. My lord, where is your sword? I have yet to see it. Lin Qiyeh inquired with curiosity. My sword? Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. Only the dead can behold it. Lin Qiyeh pouted in response. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh turned his gaze towards the entrance. The great dragon, Morong Luocheng, has come to pay his respects to the king of the cloud. Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed. Morong Luocheng, what brings him here? Jian Wuxing was taken aback. We shall find out upon meeting him. Lin Qiyeh reclined on a chair by the small pond, showing no intention of greeting the visitor. He held fish bait in hand, scattering it gently, as multitudes of fish vied for the morsels. The king of the cloud is in high spirits, remarked Morong Luocheng as he approached Lin Qiyeh, undeterred by the lack of formalities, and instead offered a cordial bow. You are Morong Luocheng? Lin Qiyeh turned his head, feigning a frown. When he first encountered Morong Luocheng, he was merely a subordinate to Feng Shiying. I apologize for the previous visit to the Great Yan. It was merely a precaution, Your Highness. Please do not take offense. Morong Luocheng was momentarily taken aback, then gazed at the pond, remarking, Indeed, Your Highness is remarkable. Simply casting a bit of bait can stir the entire pond. Lin Qiyeh felt a stirring within. Morong Luocheng was indeed extraordinary. Was he beginning to suspect him? How could he be so certain of his own strength? Or was it merely a simple test of his capabilities? He smiled broadly, casually tossing a packet of fish bait to Morong Luocheng. These fish are rather foolish. With this bait, you too can catch some. A glimmer of insight flashed in Morong Luocheng's eyes, pondering whether Lin Qiyeh was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. He did not believe that Lin Qiyeh was a mere wastrel. After all, how could the Emperor of the Great Yan bestow the title of a joint king upon such a character? He inhaled deeply, stating, This bait is quite commendable. Surely, Your Highness must have invested considerable thought in its creation. I bought it. It's readily available by the roadside, Lin Qiyeh replied without hesitation. Regardless of Morong Luocheng's attempts, he would not engage. At that moment, he was entirely certain that Morong Luocheng had begun to harbor suspicions about him. The events of the previous night had far-reaching implications. The three major assassin organizations, Wuxiang Treasure Pavilion, Yujian Sect, and Blood Cloud Sect, were all entangled in the aftermath. And even the Great Dragon Dynasty faced pressure from the two major sections. Only he remained unscathed. Upon hearing this, Morong Luocheng's heart sank. Unwilling to accept this, he reached out and caught a fish, tearing off its scales, which immediately oozed with crimson blood. After a few moments, he tossed the fish back into the pond, and it swiftly darted away. Then, seizing a handful of bait, he scattered it into the water, and astonishingly, the injured fish returned, drawn by the scent of the food. Morong Luocheng chuckled. I have heard that fish possess a remarkably short memory. Look, it was just hurt, and yet, upon catching a whiff of the bait, it comes back to snatch a meal. Lin Qiyeh, with an expression of wonder, exclaimed, Indeed, you are quite knowledgeable, Morong Luocheng. Internally, he scoffed, thinking how verbose the other was. He silently vowed that if he ever irritated the young master, he would ensure the Dragon Emperor's family would be pulled into the fray. Otherwise, it would be unjust to Morong Luocheng for his idle chatter. Wuxing, catch that injured fish. It won't survive for long anyway. We shall have sour fish soup for lunch. Lin Qiyeh called to the swordsman Wuxing behind him. As you wish, Your Highness, Wuxing replied respectfully, commencing his task. Lin Qiyeh turned to Morong Luocheng and asked, Do you eat fish? Thank you, Prince Yan, but I have some matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Morong Luocheng said, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, finding Lin Qiyeh somewhat inscrutable. After walking a few steps, he added, By the way, Prince Yan, in a few days, the envoy from the Great Wilderness will arrive in Dragon City, and I would like to invite you to my residence for a discussion. I have heard that the beauties of the Great Dragon are numerous. I shall certainly attend, Lin Qiyeh replied without hesitation. As Morong Luocheng departed, this marked their second encounter. still evenly matched. Once Murong Luoqing was gone, Lin Qiyeh's expression turned contemplative. Wuxing narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Young master, it seems there will be no pleasant banquet." Lin Qiyeh dismissed the concern. "Fear not, it shall not be deadly." Chapter 64. Murong Luoqing sets a trap in the Fong residence. Murong Luoqing was lost in thought. He intended to probe Lin Qiyeh, yet it felt as though his efforts were akin to striking a fist against cotton, utterly ineffectual. He meticulously recalled Lin Qiyeh's words, but found no discernible flaws. The sixth prince, what of him? Was Lin Qiyeh responsible for last night's incident? Fong Shiying, observing Murong Luoqing's days, inquired with curiosity. He certainly did not believe that Lin Qiyeh possessed the capability to orchestrate such an affair. Murong Luoqing shook his head, stating, "This individual is impeccably guarded." Fong Shiying, somewhat skeptical, retorted, "He is merely a fool. In my opinion, we should eliminate him outright. After all, we are in the realm of the great dragon, and killing him would be inconsequential." Murong Luoqing narrowed his eyes and replied, "Do you truly believe that a fool could possess a priceless treasure and remain unscathed?" Fong Shiying fell silent, still unwilling to concede, and argued, "Perhaps due to the events of last night, others have yet to take action against him. He is merely fortunate." Murong Luoqing fell into contemplation. He entered Lin Qiyeh's courtyard, scrutinizing the surroundings, but detected no scent of blood. In fact, there were no signs of a struggle whatsoever. Yet, he could not fathom how a cultivator could resist the allure of the purple heart jade cicada. Moreover, the holder was a notorious wastrel, incapable of cultivation. How could a shark, sensing blood, remain indifferent? In a few days, Long Feiyun would arrive in Long City, and I would host a banquet at Wuqing Palace to ascertain the truth. Murong Luoqing remained dissatisfied. A person who concealed themselves too deeply would always leave him restless. In Dian, one Wang of the North was sufficient. By the way, Shiying, is there any news from the front lines? Murong Luoqing inquired once more. Fong Shiying shook his head, chuckling. Sima Tianyun has already retreated. It seems the old man has breached Longmen Pass. To think that a mere Longmen Pass could hope to obstruct our great dragon's 500,000-strong army is truly laughable. Upon hearing this, Murong Luoqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Furthermore, it was not only Dian that had Long Xiaotian. The great dragon also possessed Fong Xinyan. "Young master." At that moment, a servant appeared outside the courtyard, directing his gaze towards Murong Luoqing. "I report to the sixth prince that his majesty requests your presence in the imperial study." Murong Luoqing raised an eyebrow. Without hesitation, he followed the eunuch outside, swiftly making his way to the palace. Half an hour later, he arrived at the imperial study. Murong Jun's expression was far from pleasant. He furrowed his brow, fixing a gaze upon Murong Luoqing. "Chinger, do you have any connection to last night's events?" Murong Luoqing was taken aback, but quickly comprehended the reason behind Murong Jun's inquiry. A father knows his son best. Given his temperament, it was indeed within the realm of possibility for him to act thus. Moreover, had Lin Qiyeh not preemptively burned the Wanxiang treasure pavilion, he would likely have taken similar measures. He did not wish for this auction to occur in Long City. With a bittersweet smile, Murong Luoqing replied, "Father, this matter has nothing to do with me." Murong Jun nodded solemnly, stating, "I can overlook actions against anyone, but under no circumstances must the 5 major sects be schemed against." Understood. Murong Luoqing dared not refuse. Murong Jun remarked, "In a few days, you shall host the envoy from the great wilderness. Remember, do not tarnish the majesty of the great dragon." Yes, Murong Luoqing's heart swelled with joy. He had intended to bring this matter up, but was pleasantly surprised that his father had mentioned it first. "Lin Qiyeh, whether he is a dragon or a worm, I shall undoubtedly discern." 3 days later, in the elegant courtyard of the eastern city. "Young master, where is Xiaohe?" Jian Wuxing had searched for quite some time, but found no trace of Xiaohe. To be precise, he hadn't seen Xiaohe for the past 2 days. "He has gone to attend to some matters. He should return today," Lin Qiyeh replied, gazing at the sky. Jian Wuxing, not dwelling on the issue, continued, "By the way, young master, the 4th prince of the great wilderness, Long Feiyun, has led the envoy to Dragon City and arrived today." Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed. At that moment, Lin Wuxue interjected, "I have heard that Long Feiyun has been training in the Blood Cloud sect since childhood, possessing extraordinary talent, immense strength, and a notoriously extravagant and tyrannical nature." Lin Qiyeh's expression turned peculiar. Isn't that his persona? Murong Luoqing had already dispatched invitations. A banquet would be held at Wuqing Palace tonight, with Long Feiyun among the guests. Jian Wuxing's demeanor grew serious. We shall attend together this evening, Lin Qiyeh stated nonchalantly. Though the banquet is assuredly splendid, I am curious how Murong Luoqing will proceed. Upon reflection, it is merely a matter of inciting animosity between him and Long Feiyun. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was evening. Wuqing Palace, situated beside the imperial city, was the most bustling street in Dragon City. Unlike the three princes of the Dian dynasty, Murong Luoqing had not been conferred a title or established a court. Where is the sixth prince, Lin Qiyeh? Fang Shiying inquired. Somewhat anxious. The time agreed upon in the invitation had already elapsed by half a stick of incense. If Lin Qiyeh did not arrive soon, Long Feiyun from the great wilderness would. Was Lin Qiyeh's tardiness a matter of temperament or intentional? Murong Luoqing took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. His delay clearly jeopardized the plan. Fang Shiying whispered, Murong Luoqing, do not fret. Long Feiyun's arrival does not impede matters. What if they both arrive simultaneously? Fang Shiying frowned. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Murong Luoqing's eyes. Then we shall seek another opportunity and execute Plan B. Understood, Fang Shiying nodded. After another stick of incense passed, Murong Luoqing was relieved to see Lin Qiyeh, accompanied by Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue, finally arrive. Your Highness, please come in, Murong Luoqing greeted warmly, a smile illuminating his face. No need for such formalities, just call me by my name, Lin Qiyeh replied, unceremoniously striding into the hall and seating himself with a commanding presence. Lin brother, please take a seat. I shall go greet Long Feiyun. Murong Luoqing said with a smile before making his way to the entrance. Once Murong Luoqing departed, Jian Wuxing gazed at the delectable dishes before him and remarked, Murong Luoqing is impressive. It appears everything is crafted from profound beasts. This dish is called Fire Phoenix Dancing in the Nine Heavens, and it astonishingly features a freshly hatched celestial bloodline fire Luan bird. Remarkable indeed. Lin Wuxue couldn't help but express her astonishment. A celestial beast of the highest order. Once it matures, it will be equivalent to a formidable figure in the celestial realm. Murong Luoqing actually used it to host them. Lin Qiyeh was also slightly taken aback. The Dragon Emperor's dynasty is rather extravagant. Using a young celestial beast as a delicacy, the finer the ingredients, the more difficult they are to digest. Lin Qiyeh gestured for the two to sit, stating, I fear I cannot manage alone. Young master, impervious to all poisons, Lin Wuxue chuckled, covering her face. Murong Luoqing, being exceptionally intelligent, would not be foolish enough to poison the dish. I am curious about the scheme he has devised. His plan has already succeeded, Lin Qiyeh sighed. Has the scheme succeeded? Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue exchanged puzzled glances. However, they had not yet done anything. Lin Qiyeh offered no explanation but smiled. Since we are seated, Wuxing, do indulge yourself. Very well, Jian Wuxing nodded, still deeply perplexed. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside. The three ceased their conversation in unison. Entering was Murong Luoqing, accompanied by a robust young man clad in golden robes. Brother Lin, allow me to introduce you to the fourth prince of the great wilderness dynasty. Long Feiyun. Lin Qiyeh smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, showing no intention of rising. Yet, Long Feiyun seemed displeased, looking down upon Lin Qiyeh with disdain. What? Does this prince not warrant your standing to greet him? Chapter 65. Shadowless and formless Lin Qiyeh stared blankly at Long Feiyun. Was this fellow truly so audacious? After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and remarked, Indeed, you are unworthy. You. Long Feiyun's fury ignited. Before he could elaborate, Lin Qiyeh interjected. I am the king of the great Yin, known as the one-character shoulder king. To meet me is akin to meeting the Yin emperor. Even in the presence of your father, we would stand as equals. Merely conversing with you here is already a concession on my part. What, pray tell, makes your status superior to that of your father? Long Feiyun's face flushed a deep shade of liver. Such words were utterly beyond his courage to utter. Brother Lin, Brother Long, I implore you to grant me this favor. Murong Luoqing hastily interjected, his heart secretly elated. Was this not the scenario he had long desired? With a cold snort, Long Feiyun took a seat at the table opposite. Murong Luoqing elegantly raised a wine cup, addressing Lin Qiyeh and Long Feiyun, esteemed brothers. Your presence in my humble abode fills me with gratitude. I shall raise this first cup in honor of both of you." With that, he drained the cup in one gulp. Long Feiyun cast a frosty glare at Lin Qiyeh and downed his drink in a single breath. Lin Qiyeh, however, merely sipped, exuding an air of superiority, as if proclaiming himself the unrivaled champion of the world, unworthy of sharing a drink with anyone. Morong Luoqing was unfazed by such behavior. Yet Long Feiyun was incensed. "If you deem this prince unworthy to drink with you, then begone from my sight." At this proclamation, Jian Wuxing's gaze turned icy. "You are indeed unworthy," Lin Qiyeh echoed. "Your father would be more fitting." Long Feiyun's eyes blazed with fury. Was he to hear this phrase yet again? Could Lin Qiyeh not muster a different retort? Lin Qiyeh then looked at Morong Luoqing with a smile, asking, "Brother Morong, is there not more than just fine wine?" Clap, clap. Morong Luoqing applauded, and in an instant, several enchanting songstresses floated in. Their graceful demeanor, exquisite beauty, enchanting dance, and melodious voices captivated the attention of all present. One could not deny that the realm of the great dragon was indeed adorned with stunning beauty, offering a unique allure. Lin Qiyeh's eyes sparkled with fervor, utterly entranced. Long Feiyun regarded Lin Qiyeh with disdain. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin Wuxuan nearby, and he found himself unable to divert his attention. Compared to Lin Wuxuan, the songstresses were but insipid adornments, utterly unimpressive. Morong Luoqing observed all of this with keen interest. Lin Qiyeh, in his revelry, showed no reservations. After several rounds of wine, Lin Qiyeh, his vision blurred with inebriation, underwent a complete transformation in his demeanor towards Long Feiyun, now jovially raising cups and calling him brother. "Brother Long, have you taken a liking to my maid?" Lin Qiyeh suddenly draped an arm over Long Feiyun's shoulder, a roguish grin spreading across his face. Long Feiyun's heart stirred, his gaze burning with desire as he looked at Lin Wuxuan. A gentleman does not covet another's beloved. However, Brother Lin, you are truly squandering a treasure. Such a breathtaking beauty should not remain unclaimed. A strong wave of disgust flashed through Lin Wuxuan's eyes, though she found some truth in Long Feiyun's words. With a grand flourish of his sleeves, Lin Qiyeh proclaimed with bravado, "Brothers are like limbs, and women like garments. I have heard that your sister, Princess Feishua, is endowed with unparalleled beauty. Shall we consider a change?" At this remark, he could not help but drool. A glint of cold fury flashed in Long Feiyun's eyes, barely restraining himself from eliminating Lin Qiyeh on the spot. He had initially intended to take advantage of Lin Qiyeh's inebriation to win over Lin Wuxuan. Little did he expect this scoundrel to set his sights on his sister. "How could one like you, a debauchee, be worthy of my sister?" Suppressing his rising anger, he replied, "Very well, upon my return to the Great Wasteland, I shall certainly discuss this matter with my sister." Lin Qiyeh was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, "Then I shall eagerly await your good news. When the time comes, I will personally send someone to propose to her. A union between the Great Wasteland and the Great Yin would indeed be a monumental blessing." Morong Luoqing could no longer bear the exchange. He thought, for heaven's sake, why don't you two just fight? How did this conversation suddenly shift to a potential marriage alliance? If you succeed, what chaos would ensue? He hastily raised his cup, interrupting their dialogue. "Come, Brother Lin, Brother Long, let us continue drinking." The two clinked their cups once more, reveling in the camaraderie. In the skies above Long City, a shadow descended swiftly, landing silently atop a tall building. In the distance, a figure clad in black stood with arms crossed, gazing at the brightly lit city below. Upon noticing the descending shadow, he slowly turned, revealing a striking yet somewhat youthful visage. "Brother, you truly are alive," the newcomer exclaimed with delight, striking the cloaked figure with a heavy fist, his eyes already brimming with tears. The black-clad figure grinned. "It has been a decade, hasn't it? If Suchiyu were present, she would undoubtedly be astonished." This man was none other than the young cultivator who had once countered her. "How did you end up at Yujianzong?" the newcomer inquired. "Is it you, young master?" The black figure shook his head. "The young master did not wish for me to go. It was my own decision. Our vendetta, I wish to avenge myself." The newcomer fell into a contemplative silence. The black-clad figure wrapped an arm around him, smiling as he said, "Wuxing, I hear you have changed your name to Wuxing? Do not blame the young master. It was I who urged him to keep it from you." Indeed, the newcomer was Lin Wuxing. Upon hearing this, his expression soured, and he muttered in anger, "That scoundrel. The young master, has deceived me for a decade. And you, did you know? I truly believed you were dead. The young master said you wept inconsolably that day and changed your name to Wuxin. That does not seem like you, the black figure teased. Are you seeking a fight? Lin Wuxin's face turned cold, his eyes glinting with fierce intent. Little brother, you are no match for your elder brother, the black figure shrugged nonchalantly. Unfazed, Lin Wuxin retorted. What is your cultivation level? Shall we find out? At the pinnacle of the divine mystical realm, I should be on the verge of breaking into the imperial mystical realm. The black figure revealed with a smile, showcasing his pearly white teeth. Lin Wuxin immediately felt deflated, then asked, So, are the others still alive? Presumably, after leaving. I have not seen them since, the black-clad figure responded. The man in black shook his head, gazing up at the pitch-black sky. With their collective talents and dispositions, they should surely be stronger than I. Lin Wuxin found himself at a loss for words. The mere thought of those aberrations stirred a sense of defeat within him. The man in black gently patted Lin Wuxin's shoulder and sighed. Wuxin, do not let hatred cloud your vision. This world is vast, filled with numerous endeavors worthy of our pursuit. Lin Wuxing, you scoundrel, spare me your lectures, Lin Wuxin retorted, glaring at the man in black. Lin Wuxing was indeed his name, a brother bound by blood yet elusive as a shadow. Unperturbed, Lin Wuxing smiled faintly. As the elder brother, you must heed my counsel. Unless you surpass me. Lin Wuxin clenched his teeth, resolute in his gaze. Rest assured, I shall surpass you. Moreover, while I may not match you in combat, in the art of killing, you may not compare to me. Shall we test that? Lin Wuxing replied with a playful smile. Let the contest begin. Lin Wuxin's competitive spirit surged. Should they first eliminate the Blood Cloud sect or the Feather Sword sect? After some contemplation, Lin Wuxing suggested the Blood Cloud sect. According to the young master's plan, we must leave one or two alive. Even if they cannot retaliate, we must sow the seeds of discord. I have no preference. Lin Wuxin shrugged. Suddenly, the two figures flickered and vanished silently into the night. Chapter 66. Bloodstained Dragon City. At the entrance of the dustless palace, Lin Qiyeh, with the support of Jin Wuxing, staggered towards the carriage. Cousin, he suddenly called out to Long Feiyun. Do not forget to tell your sister that I shall come to propose when I visit the great wilderness. Long Feiyun nearly burst into curses, thinking, You can't even spare a maid for me, yet you expect my sister to marry you? What a foolish dream. He remained silent as several subordinates assisted him into the carriage, which swiftly departed. As Lin Qiyeh approached the carriage, he glanced at Murong Luochen and inquired, Brother Murong, does the great dragon have any beautiful princesses? Since Brother Long has agreed, you wouldn't tea refuse, would you? Murong Luochen's expression stiffened, and he forced a smile, saying, Brother Lin, you are intoxicated. I am not drunk. I am quite clear-headed, Lin Qiyeh proclaimed, waving his sleeve, his words somewhat slurred. In a few days, I will propose to the Dragon Emperor. A union between Dian and the great dragon will make us one family. My lord, you are indeed inebriated, Lin Wuxue interjected. Unable to bear it any longer, she pinched Lin Qiyeh's waist with force, pivoting him a full 180 degrees. Before he could react, she pushed him into the carriage, which then drove off. Murong Luochen's smile vanished in an instant, replaced by a cold smirk as he returned to the hall. Feng Shuring approached him, asking, Your Highness, how did it go? It was successful, Murong Luochen breathed deeply. Once the people of the great wilderness are dead, Lin Qiyeh will undoubtedly be implicated, leaving him no chance of returning to Dian. However, this will offend both Dian and the great wilderness. Feng Shuring expressed concern. What are the consequences for Dian? Murong Luochen shrugged nonchalantly. Dian and the great dragon are currently at war. Although I do not understand why Yunnan Tian has conferred upon Lin Qiyeh the title of Cloud King, as an emperor, who truly wishes for anyone to be on equal footing with them. Once Lin Qiyeh is dead, Yunnan Tian will have to thank the great dragon. As for the great wilderness, we possess ample evidence to prove that their demise is unrelated to us. It was Lin Qiyeh's doing. Consequently, the great wilderness will surely mobilize again, increasing pressure on Dian, and the fall of Dian will be imminent. Feng Shuring nodded, then paused before asking, Were they truly intoxicated? Murong Luochen pondered. As for Lin Qiyeh, I cannot say. However, Long Feiyun is definitely not drunk. He possesses the earth's profound realm cultivation. How could he easily succumb to inebriation? Feng Shuring chuckled. It seems he was merely enamored with the women around Lin Qiyeh and intentionally got him drunk. Little did he know that Lin Qiyeh, the prodigal, has long coveted Long Fei Xue. Morong Luochen took a deep breath, regardless of whether Lin Qiyeh is feigning or not. It is of no consequence now. Inside the carriage, Lin Qiyeh felt no trace of intoxication. A sharp pain surged through his waist, prompting him to inhale sharply. He looked at Lin Wuxue, exasperated. "Wuxue, you are quite ruthless." Lin Wuxue narrowed her eyes and smiled. "My lord, do you not think that I and Wu Hui are beautiful enough?" "Beautiful." Lin Qiyeh nodded repeatedly, giving a thumbs up. Internally, he felt speechless. He was too familiar with the situation, making it difficult to intervene. Lin Wuxue smiled radiantly, resembling a blooming rose. Jian Wuxing drove the carriage, pretending he had not heard anything. After a while, the trio finally returned to their abode. "My lord, what about Morong Luocheng?" Jian Wuxing could no longer contain his curiosity, inquiring about the intricacies of the trap laid out. "Time." Lin Wuxue squinted her eyes. Jian Wuxing, still slightly puzzled, asked, "So, does this mean they have already poisoned the food?" "It would be more accurate to say that the food in the great wilderness was poisoned, while ours was not," Lin Wuxue clarified. "Our invitations must have different timings. If we were to reach Wuqing Palace, and if Long Feiyun were to perish from poisoning, what would happen then?" Jian Wuxing's expression darkened. At that moment, only the three of us were in the hall. If poisoning were involved, we would undoubtedly be implicated. Morong Luocheng is truly insidious. Insidious is not the right term. We are, after all, adversaries, Lin Qiyeh remarked, his eyes reflecting admiration. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue were left speechless. They had been framed, yet their lord remained so composed. Jian Wuxing pressed on. "By the way, how did he ascertain that we would be seated in the non-poisoned section? Was it not Morong Luocheng who brought us in?" Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. "He desires us to sit where he wishes. After all, guests must cater to their host." Jian Wuxing furrowed his brow. "Then why did he not poison us?" "Fool," Lin Wuxue chastised. "Consider this. Who holds greater significance in Yunanshan's heart? Our lord or Long Feiyun in the great wilderness emperors?" "Undoubtedly." Jian Wuxing suddenly comprehended. Lin Qiyeh stated plainly, "If I were to perish, Yunantian would merely revel in delight. However, should Long Feiyun die, the great wilderness emperor would certainly be enraged and seize the opportunity to mobilize against Dian. What should we do now?" Jian Wuxing's expression darkened as he spoke coldly. "I will go kill Morong Luocheng." Lin Wuxue also harbored intentions of vengeance. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Someone must be eliminated, but it should not be Morong Luocheng. The two exhibited confusion. If not Morong Luocheng, then whom? "Wuxue, do you desire revenge?" Lin Qiyeh gazed at Lin Wuxue with a smile. "I understand now." Lin Wuxue left a remark before turning to depart. "Wait, leave a few." Lin Qiyeh hastily called out. Lin Wuxue did not respond and vanished into the night. Jian Wuxing sensed the chilling aura of vengeance emanating from Lin Wuxue, involuntarily shivering. Was she going to kill Long Feiyun? That seemed unlikely. Lin Qiyeh pondered, but Long Feiyun will likely suffer far worse than death. Jian Wuxing appeared utterly bewildered. What did it mean to suffer worse than death? Could this madwoman intend to torment Long Feiyun? He silently admonished himself to never offend Lin Wuxue. The more beautiful a woman is, the more perilous she becomes. At this moment, within a manor in the northern part of Dragon City, the air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and the ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. On the steps, a middle-aged man lay sprawled, clutching his chest, desperately dragging himself backward, leaving a long trail of crimson behind him. Not far away, a figure clad in black approached with deliberate steps, a gleaming sword in hand. Drops of blood dripping from the weapon. "Who exactly are you?" the middle-aged man queried, his complexion ashen as he fixed his gaze upon the dark-clad figure. Despite being a formidable presence in the mid-stage of the divine profound realm, he found himself bested by an opponent at the early stage of the same realm. The adversary's sword was not only swift, but also merciless. Each strike aimed to kill. "Curious, are we?" A raspy voice emerged from the black-clad figure, laced with a mocking undertone, as he slowly raised his right hand. Suddenly, a flash of white light erupted, transforming into a lethal beam of sword light. Ling Yun's sword classic. The middle-aged man gasped, swiftly attempting to evade. Yet, he was a moment too late. With a sickening sound, his left arm was severed, blood spraying forth. Without granting him a moment's respite, the The black-clad man lunged forward, his sword piercing the heart of the middle-aged man. "You!" The latter screamed in agony, his eyes wide with terror as he collapsed onto the ground, rendered motionless. The black-clad figure withdrew his sword and removed his mask with a disdainful snort. "To scheme against my blood cloud sect is to prepare for a relentless struggle." With that, he limped away, leaving the courtyard in a profound silence. Chapter 67. Like the dazzling stars in the sky, Brother Yun, please do not perish. The middle-aged man appeared to sense an ancient call, slowly opening his eyes, revealing a visage etched with pain. Before him stood a young cultivator, whose face was a mask of sorrow, his eyes reddened with tears. "Yin Jing?" The middle-aged man's expression brightened with joy. "Brother Yin, you are alive. This is splendid." The young cultivator, Yin Jing, suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with fervent tears. "Hurry, take the elixir." He hastily produced a jade vial and poured several pills into the middle-aged man's mouth. The middle-aged man swallowed them and quickly began to circulate his inner energy for healing. After the passage of half a stick of incense, he finally stemmed the flow of blood, his complexion regaining some of its previous warmth. "Who inflicted this injury upon you?" Yin Jing's expression turned cold. "The Blood Cloud sect, the old fiend Guiyin." The middle-aged man's eyes glinted with frost. "Guiyin?" Yin Jing's face was a portrait of astonishment. "Isn't he in the early stage of the divine profound realm? How could he possibly injure you?" "That old fiend has cultivated the Blood Cloud sect's imperial-level technique, the Ling Sword Classic. I was no match for him, though I severely wounded him in return." The middle-aged man's face was filled with indignation as he declared, "I, Yun Lianxin, have never suffered such a great loss. I will not rest until this grudge is avenged." "Is he indeed wounded?" Yin Jing's gaze turned icy. Yun Lianxin nodded. "I shall go and slay him." Yin Jing abruptly rose to his feet. "Wait, you are merely at the heavenly profound realm," Yun Lianxin urgently called out. "Brother Yun has heavily injured him. I am confident I can kill him. Anyone who dares to harm my Yujian sect deserves death." With that, Yin Jing vanished in a flash. Yun Lianxin attempted to intervene, but by then, Yin Jing's figure had already disappeared. After departing, Yin Jing soon found himself atop a high building, where someone had been waiting for quite some time. "Is it resolved?" the person inquired. Yin Jing nodded. "After this matter, the Yujian sect and the Blood Cloud sect should, for a time, be unable to focus on the wars with the Great Yin and Great Dragon. Now, grant me several swords." The man's lips twitched. "Are you not going to see the young master?" "Later." Yin Jing shook his head. "You, who have always been so cautious. Why the hesitation? Be decisive." It was evident that the two were Lin Wuxin and Lin Wuing. If Yun Lianxin were to discover that the individuals who had slain them were from the Yujian sect, one could only imagine his reaction. Lin Wuxin did not hesitate. With a swift motion, a flash of sword light erupted, and blood gushed from Lin Wuing. Yet, Lin Wuing's expression remained unchanged, as if he had not just been wounded. "Do you still intend to remain in the Yujian sect?" Lin Wuxin asked. Lin Wuing rolled his eyes. "If I do not return, will this blood be shed in vain?" Lin Wuxin fell silent. "Do not worry, little brother." Lin Wuing patted Lin Wuxin's shoulder, saying, "I will forever remember how our parents perished, how our clan was annihilated, and the despair in my younger sister's eyes before her death. These memories are as vivid as ever." All of this occurred merely because the younger sister inadvertently soiled the attire of an outer disciple from the Feathersword sect. At this juncture, Lin Wuing, who had just faced several sword strikes without flinching, now exhibited a glimmer of crystalline moisture in his eyes. Lin Wuxin clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his forehead bulging, as a chilling aura of murderous intent enveloped him. His eyes were bloodshot, resembling a ferocious beast thirsting for blood. "Little brother," Lin Wuing thundered, his voice akin to a clap of thunder that resonated within Lin Wuxin's mind. Taking several deep breaths, Lin Wuxin gradually regained his composure. "Do not allow hatred to blind your vision," Lin Wuing solemnly advised. "The young master has stated that this world, governed by the law of the jungle, is rife with boundless malevolence, yet there exists visible goodness amidst it." Lin Wuxin coldly retorted, "At least among the 5 major sects of the Feathersword sect, there exists only wickedness. They dwell above all, looking down upon everything, wielding imperial power as they please, slaughtering mortals at will." Lin Wuing grasped his shoulder firmly, intently declaring, "The Feathersword sect will inevitably face annihilation, I assure you." In the eastern elegant courtyard, Lin Qiyeh reclined on a chair in the courtyard, eyes closed in meditation. Jian Wuxing sat not far away, breathing deeply as he meditated. Suddenly, a shadow descended from the heavens. Jian Wuxing abruptly opened his eyes, his expression wary. Upon recognizing the visitor, he was slightly taken aback. Wuxing, what brings you here? Lin Wuxing wore a sullen expression. Jian Wuxing felt a jolt of alarm. Lin Wuxing now emanated an aura that discouraged any approach. The chilling aura of death was utterly terrifying. Wuxing, Lin Qiyeh spoke suddenly, his voice resonating like a thunderclap. In an instant, the murderous aura surrounding Lin Wuxing dissipated into nothingness, awakening him from his reverie. Young master, he lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Qiyeh's gaze. Have you seen Wu Ying? Lin Qiyeh's voice was as soothing as a spring breeze. Lin Wuxing numbly nodded. Lin Qiyeh continued. I trust you are aware of Wu Ying's intentions. He acts this way to prevent you from dwelling in the past, shouldering all burdens as an elder brother. Lin Wuxing remained silent. Throughout these years, the murderous thoughts in your heart have never waned. This is a good thing, for it provides you with motivation to advance. However, if you cannot master it, one day you may become lost within. Lin Qiyeh said slowly, do you know why I have not intervened in your killings? Lin Wuxing suddenly raised his head. I have always believed that one day you would be able to control yourself. Lin Qiyeh smiled gently. In these years, the individuals you have slain have predominantly been evildoers, with the exception of war, where right and wrong blur, and killing on the battlefield knows no morality. Do you remember the original intention behind establishing the Listening Snow Group? Killing, not for the sake of killing. Lin Wuxing took a deep breath. Lin Qiyeh nodded. Each of you is an orphan, having endured pains unknown to others, feeling evils that others cannot comprehend. It is not necessary to distinguish between good and evil with absolute clarity, to punish the wicked and eradicate evil, but at the very least, do not become the person you despise. Within every heart resides a demon. If one can master and subdue it, they transcend from being a mere demon to becoming a deity. Even the god of slaughter embodies divinity. Lin Wuxing gazed at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment. Jian Wuxing, equally taken aback, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, my lord, have you taken many lives? Lin Wuxing shared his intrigue, for he had seldom witnessed Lin Qiyeh in the act of killing. Yet, he had felt the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, making him feel insignificant as mere dust. Lin Qiyeh lifted his gaze to the night sky, a hint of nostalgia flickering across his features, and inhaled deeply, stating, many, indeed. Countless. Lin Wuxing and Jian Wuxing were astonished. How old is our lord? Barely 21. How could he have slain so many? They remained oblivious to the truth. In his past life, Lin Qiyeh was the god of slaughter among the human race. This was not merely a matter of strength, but rather a consequence of his actions. He had taken lives among humans, demons, and even the monstrous races. However, he never killed for the sake of killing. If one were to inquire whether he had ever slain the innocent, the answer would be yes. His power was such that a single battle could annihilate stars. Yet, those were unintentional acts. He had never deliberately sought to massacre the innocent. Just how many lives has my lord claimed? Lin Wuxing pressed further. Lin Qiyeh smiled and gestured toward the vast expanse of stars above, saying, like the countless stars that adorn the sky. Chapter 68. Tempestuous winds and rains. As the vast expanse of stars illuminated the night sky, Lin Wuxing and Jian Wuxing stood in awe, their mouths agape in astonishment. The stars glittered abundantly, far too many to count. Did this not signify an innumerable multitude? They swallowed hard, grappling with the sheer magnitude of the scene. Little brother Wuxing, what brings you here? A melodious voice broke through the stillness. Lin Wuxing's expression darkened, teeth clenched in irritation. Young master, I must take my leave now. He uttered a brief remark before turning away. Xiaohe, see Wuxing off. Lin Qiyeh called to Xiaohe, discreetly slipping a note to Lin Wuxing. Xiaohe expanded in size, allowing Lin Wuxing to leap aboard, vanishing into the night in an instant. That scoundrel! Lin Wuxing fumed, stamping her foot in vexation. Jian Wuxing marveled inwardly, recognizing the madness of Lin Wuxing, who even instilled fear in Lin Wuxing. What is the matter? Lin Qiyeh observed with amusement, but Lin Wuxing remained silent. Jian Wuxing, perplexed, inquired, you didn't kill them all, did you? Lin Wuxing yawned and replied, no, I left 2.5. We can discuss matters tomorrow. I am weary, and there is much to attend to in the morning." With that, she vanished from sight. Jian Wuxing stood momentarily stunned, pondering the meaning of 2.5. Lin Qiyeh regarded him with a peculiar expression, clearing his throat. "It means 2 were left alive, and 1 was left half alive." Jian Wuxing shook his head in confusion. "Think it over at your leisure." Lin Qiyeh waved his hand dismissively as he departed. Jian Wuxing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. After a moment, he gasped in realization, his body shivering. She wouldn't have castrated Long Feiyun, would she? A chill coursed through him, finally grasping the meaning of suffering worse than death. By the heavens, 2.5. He vowed silently to steer clear of this sorceress in the future. In the Wuchen Palace, Morong Luoqing had not slept through the night. He awaited news from the Great Wilderness Dynasty. Calculating the time, it should be imminent. Morong Luoqing murmured to himself. Moments later, a shadow appeared in the hall. What news? Morong Luoqing sprang to his feet, his inner turmoil betraying the calm he attempted to project. The shadow knelt, taking a deep breath. "Master, nearly all from the Great Wilderness Dynasty have perished." A flicker of joy crossed Morong Luoqing's eyes upon hearing this. It was anticipated. The shadow added abruptly, "Master, they did not succumb to poison. They were murdered." "What?" Morong Luoqing's brow furrowed, his eyelids twitching. The shadow hastily continued. "When I arrived, the National Guest House was littered with corpses of the Great Wilderness delegation. Only 3 survived." Morong Luoqing's form quivered as he grappled with the implications. Was Long Feiyun still alive? He inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. "Living, however." The shadow hesitated. "However what?" Morong Luoqing furrowed his brow in thought. The shadow lowered its head and said, "He has been castrated." "Castrated?" Morong Luoqing was taken aback, his lips twitching slightly. To kill a man is merely a nod of the head. What kind of enmity could provoke such a fate? After a long pause, Morong Luoqing regained his calm. "Do you know who is responsible?" My subordinate dared not linger, but as he departed, Long Feiyun's anguished screams awakened the guests at the state guest house. The shadow replied, shaking its head. "There were no traces left, correct?" Morong Luoqing raised an eyebrow. The shadow quickly assured him, "None at all. Otherwise, I would not have dared to come here." Morong Luoqing waved his hand, and the shadow vanished in an instant. The plan had failed. Morong Luoqing sighed deeply. He could not fathom why Long Feiyun had survived, nor why his 2 subordinates were still alive. Even if they were not killed, they should have succumbed to poison. That poison was something that an ordinary person could never counteract. A sense of unease gnawed at Morong Luoqing. Suddenly, his expression shifted. He hastened towards the guest room to awaken Feng Shiying. Drowsy. Feng Shiying was startled by Morong Luoqing's pallid complexion, instantly losing his sleepiness. "Your Highness, what is the matter? Go to the hall, drink. Remember, we shall drink all night." Morong Luoqing commanded, tossing a wine jar to Feng Shiying before striding into the hall. With a resounding crack, he broke the seal of a wine jar. The potent liquor flowed down his throat like water, and Feng Shiying, not daring to hesitate, followed suit. After consuming a jar, their faces flushed with color, their eyes glazed with intoxication. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Feng Shiying instinctively looked towards Morong Luoqing, who, however, acted as if nothing had occurred. "Come, Shiying. Let us continue drinking. It has been too long since we indulged so freely." Several figures appeared at the entrance of the hall, and a sharp voice rang out. "Your Highness, the Emperor summons you." "Li Gonggong, do you know why my father, my father has summoned me?" Morong Luoqing replied, his speech slightly slurred from drink. The head eunuch glanced around, and the others quickly stepped back, bowing their heads. He then stated, "Your Highness, it is reported that all members of the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect have perished." This, Morong Luoqing's eyes widened in shock. "Come, Shiying. Let us go see father." It was no wonder he was so astonished. The deaths of 2 major sects in the Great Dragon Imperial City were inextricably linked to the Empire. Should the 2 sects take offense, the consequences would be dire. He understood that a storm was approaching. Before long, they arrived at the Imperial Study. "Seal the Dragon City. Investigate this matter, and anyone associated shall be executed without mercy." A furious roar emanated from the study, sending a shiver through the hearts of all present. Moments later, a general clad in purple armor emerged, and Morong Luoqing swiftly entered. Upon the dragon throne, Murong Jun's expression was ominously dark, the atmosphere thick with tension. Father, Murong Luoqing bowed respectfully. Murong Jun scrutinized Murong Luoqing for a moment, ultimately tempering his fury, and inquired, "What is your perspective on this matter?" Murong Luoqing replied solemnly, "There are individuals attempting to frame the great dragon. A few days ago, several lives were lost among the two major sections. Initially, I suspected that they were slain by those from the Underworld Palace and Blood Tower in connection with the Divine Tier Beast Egg and the Bloodstone of the Purple Flame Phoenix. However, if that were the sole reason, this incident would never have occurred, as the Underworld Palace and Blood Tower lack the audacity to provoke the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect. Should they dare to act in such a manner, it would be tantamount to courting death." Murong Jun silently nodded, stating, "Based on the wounds, it is highly probable that the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect engaged in mutual slaughter." "How could this be?" Murong Luoqing exclaimed, his face a tapestry of disbelief, a flicker of joy surfacing in his eyes. "Were there any survivors?" Murong Jun replied gravely, "The fire-forging heart of the Feather Sword sect and the ghostly, old monster of the Blood Cloud sect have gone missing, for reasons unknown." Murong Luoqing involuntarily recalled the massacre of the people from the Great Wilderness. He subtly shook his head, concluding that these two events bore no connection and were likely unrelated. "Your Majesty," at that moment, a eunuch entered, hastening to Murong Jun's side to whisper. Murong Jun's brows furrowed tightly, an overwhelming fury surging forth, his icy gaze fixed intently upon Murong Luoqing. Chapter 69. A step-by-step strategy. Murong Luoqing felt a sudden tremor in his heart, his voice tinged with anxiety as he inquired, "Father, what is the matter?" Murong Jun remained silent, his cold gaze fixed intently on Murong Luoqing. One must admit that Murong Luoqing possessed a remarkably resilient heart. Despite the turmoil within, he merely feigned a subtle tension. "Father, you do not suspect me, do you?" Murong Luoqing's expression was one of indignation and grievance. After all, it involved the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect. Rumor had it that Yun Lianxin and the sinister Old Spectre were both formidable figures at the divine profound realm. Even if he harbored thoughts of eliminating them, he lacked the requisite strength to do so. While he could indeed incite discord between the two sects, annihilating all members of both sects within Dragon City was beyond his capabilities. After a brief pause, he continued, "Moreover, I have sworn to you, Father, that I would never scheme against the sect members." Murong Jun snorted coldly. "This matter may not be your doing, but what of the Great Wilderness Envoy Group?" "The Great Wilderness Envoy Group?" Murong Luoqing was taken aback. What had transpired with them? Just a few hours ago, he had hosted them. Had they not returned? "The Great Wilderness Envoy Group has been nearly annihilated, and Long Feiyun has been severed from his roots," Murong Jun stated darkly. "Moreover, Long Feiyun witnessed you slaying members of the Great Wilderness." "What?" Murong Luoqing trembled, his complexion paling. Murong Jun's voice was icy. "What else do you have to say?" Murong Luoqing gritted his teeth. "I did have intentions to scheme against them, but I have yet to act. Even if I were a fool, I would not personally go to slay the Great Wilderness Envoy Group." Suddenly, he regained his composure. "Wait. Feng Shuiying can attest that I spent the entire night drinking with him, never leaving the Wuqing Palace." "Summon Feng Shuiying," Murong Jun commanded sternly. Moments later, Feng Shuiying entered. Reeking of alcohol, his eyes glazed. Murong Jun's conviction wavered slightly. Upon hearing Feng Shuiying's account, Murong Jun's doubts dissipated, yet his expression grew even more somber. If it were not Murong Luoqing, then who could it be? "Father, this is clearly an act of framing and deceit," Murong Luoqing spoke solemnly. He was filled with trepidation, relieved that he had prepared in time. Otherwise, he would have truly found himself in dire straits. Who could it be? To think that even I have been ensnared. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. Murong Jun rubbed his temples. The Great Wilderness will undoubtedly seek retribution. Any hopes of allying with them against the Great Yin are now futile. Murong Luoqing fell silent, his mind whirling. "Father, do you believe these two incidents are connected?" Murong Jun fell into contemplation. Murong Luoqing continued, "Though these two matters may seem unrelated, their ultimate aim is the same: to undermine our great dragon." "Go on," Murong Jun urged. Collecting his thoughts, Murong Luoqing articulated, "Within Dragon City, the forces capable of influencing our great dragon can be summarized as a few factions: the Blood Cloud sect, the Feather Sword sect, the Myriad Treasures Pavilion, and the Great Wilderness Envoy Group. Additionally, there are the 3 hidden assassin organizations lurking in the shadows: the Blood Cloud Sect, the Feather Sword Sect, the Hall of Yellow Springs, the Blood Tower, and the Great Wilderness Embassy have all suffered casualties, and the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion has also been ravaged by fire. Murong Jun narrowed his eyes, glinting with cold light. Are you suggesting that all of this is the doing of the Listening Snow Tower? Murong Luochen shook his head. The likelihood is slim. My great dragon bears no enmity towards the Listening Snow Tower, and they have no reason to target us. However, there is another power we have overlooked. Who? Murong Jun inquired without hesitation. The king of Great Yen, Lin Qiyeh. Murong Luochen articulated each word deliberately. Thus far, they are the only ones who have suffered no losses. In a certain sense, they are the greatest beneficiaries. Murong Jun fell silent, but skepticism was evident on his face. He had heard of Lin Qiyeh's name, yet regrettably, like father, like son, how could he trust a supercilious scion who orchestrated such a grand scheme? Murong Luochen slightly bowed. Father, I have encountered Lin Qiyeh a few times. He is not as frivolous as he appears. Do you think a wastrel could survive for 5 years in the imperial city of Great Yin and become a figure of significant stature? Murong Jun's expression turned to one of surprise. He was well aware of Murong Luochen's capabilities and held immense faith in his son's discernment. From another perspective, if he were not a wastrel but a person of profound cunning, how would he be? Murong Luochen added. Then that individual would be exceedingly formidable. Murong Jun inhaled deeply. Murong Luochen suddenly smiled. Father, this matter can be resolved easily. Regardless of whether Lin Qiyeh is truly a wastrel, this is great dragon territory, and naturally, it is up to you to decide. Murong Jun's expression hardened. Li Banban, relay orders to the Purple Dragon Guard. Lin Qiyeh has murdered the Great Wilderness Embassy and framed the 6th Prince. His crimes warrant death. Additionally, send word to the Great Wilderness. The Great Dragon will seek justice for Long Feiyun. Understood. The nearby eunuch responded respectfully. Murong Jun took a deep breath. The matter of the Great Wilderness Embassy is easily resolved, yet the Blood Cloud Sect and the Feather Sword Sect remain troublesome. Chenur, do you have a strategy? In the eastern elegant courtyard, the sound of clashing metal shattered the darkness before dawn. Hundreds of soldiers clad in purple armor, brandishing torches, swiftly surrounded the courtyard, sealing it off completely. Inside the courtyard, Lin Qiyeh, Jian Wuxing, and Lin Wuxue were startled awake. Young master. Jian Wuxing's gaze was icy, exuding a chilling aura. With a loud bang, the door was flung open, and a frigid bloodlust surged forth. A towering soldier in purple armor coldly fixed his gaze on the 3 and declared, Lin Qiyeh, you are accused of secretly harming the Great Wilderness Embassy. Your crimes warrant death. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue exchanged astonished glances. How did they find out? Moreover, wasn't Long Feiyun still alive? Especially for Lin Wuxue. She was acutely aware that during the annihilation of the Great Wilderness Embassy last night, they had disguised themselves as Murong Luochen. Lin Qiyeh, however, merely smiled faintly. To add a crime, what excuse is lacking? You claim I killed the Great Wilderness Embassy? Just moments ago, Long Feiyun was drinking with this prince and has only just departed. Upon uttering these words, the crowd was momentarily taken aback. How could Long Feiyun possibly be present here? The burly warrior scoffed. Of course, the culprit would never confess to their crimes. Seize him. You must consider your next move carefully. Lin Qiyeh offered a faint smile, then gestured towards a nearby tree. Do look and see who that is. As the onlookers lifted their gazes, they beheld a young man slumped beneath the tree, snoring peacefully. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue exchanged bewildered glances, questioning how another individual had suddenly appeared. In an instant, their pupils dilated in realization. Was this not one of Long Feiyun's subordinates? How did he end up here? Long Feiyun's carriage had been too cramped, leaving him behind. Ah, yes. Long Feiyun instructed me to inform you that he has already departed from Long City, Lin Qiyeh stated calmly. The burly warrior wore an expression of disbelief. Just then, a figure hastily approached from the entrance, whispering something into the burly warrior's ear. Suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically. Taking a deep breath, he declared, No one shall leave the courtyard until the matter is thoroughly investigated. With that, he raised his arm, signaling for the other warriors to encircle the courtyard swiftly. Suit yourself. Lin Qiyeh retorted nonchalantly, turning to head back to his room. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue, bewildered, hurried to follow. Young master, what is happening? Lin Wuxue inquired. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. What else could it be? Long Feiyun's men are dead, and the great dragon emperor, acting decisively, intends to eliminate both Long Feiyun and myself, framing me in the process. Consequently, the Great Wilderness would send troops to Great Yin, a truly cunning scheme. Now that they are aware Long Feiyun is still alive, should they kill me, both the Great Wilderness and Great Yin would mobilize against the Great Dragon. Jian Wuxing sighed inwardly, acknowledging the young master's strategic prowess. Wait a moment. Jian Wuxing suddenly paused, a look of confusion washing over his face. Young master, how did Long Feiyun's men end up here? Chapter 70. The prophetic insight. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. The followers of Long Feiyun were not conjured from thin air. Lin Wuxue's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, It must be Wuxin. I recall you giving her a note. It was Wuxin who rescued Long Feiyun. Lin Qiyeh, irritated, playfully tapped her on the head, retorting, If we do not allow Wuxin to intervene, do you intend to save him yourself? Had I known, I would not have detoxified him. Lin Wuxue scoffed softly. Isn't that precisely what Morong Luoqing desires? Lin Qiyeh rolled his eyes before chuckling. What do you suppose Morong and his son will do next? The two fell into contemplation. Though the young master had unraveled this predicament, Morong Luoqing and his kin would undoubtedly not relent easily. Long Feiyun's departure would inevitably pose a significant threat to the Great Dragon Dynasty. Should the Great Wilderness Dynasty mobilize their forces, the pressure would shift squarely onto the Great Dragon's shoulders. After a moment, Jian Wuxing bitterly smiled. This appears to be a deadlock. Lin Wuxin remained silent, clearly at a loss for a solution. In truth, it was not insurmountable. Lin Qiyeh smiled subtly. Proposing the first method, pursue Long Feiyun relentlessly. If he perishes, I would be deemed his murderer. However, the likelihood of this occurring is exceedingly slim, almost negligible. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue exchanged knowing glances. With Lin Wuxue and Xiaohe present, how could the people of the Great Dragon ever succeed in killing Long Feiyun? Lin Qiyeh continued. The second method involves framing Morong Luoqing for the assassination of the Great Wilderness Envoy, subsequently placing me under house arrest in Dragon City. Jian Wuxing blinked in surprise. They wouldn't dare to kill you? Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Killing me would yield them no advantage. Rather, it would expose their trepidation to the Great Wilderness. Confined in Dragon City, it would also deter the old man from taking rash actions. Both methods would likely be attempted. Nevertheless, they would ultimately have to resort to a third option. Is there another? Jian Wuxing inquired, astonished. In his perspective, the Great Dragon Dynasty was merely digging their own grave. He was unprepared for the three strategies Lin Qiyeh had so effortlessly articulated. It was truly formidable. Do you recall when Wuxin captured someone? Lin Qiyeh countered. The two nodded in acknowledgement. That individual was none other than the third princess of the Great Wilderness Dynasty. Jian Wuxing suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that the Great Dragon Dynasty is aware we have captured Long Feiyun? Lin Qiyeh affirmed. In this world, there are no secrets that remain hidden. With the Great Wilderness and Great Yin embroiled in conflict, and Long Feiyun's sudden disappearance, the conclusion is evident. One need not witness it firsthand to deduce the truth. Jian Wuxing nodded, his expression contemplative. If that is the case, the third method would be to surrender you to the Great Wilderness Dynasty in exchange for Long Feiyun. Pausing, he suddenly widened his eyes in realization. No wonder you expressed a desire to propose to the Great Wilderness at the banquet. Morong Luoqing is exceedingly anxious, fearing that such a scenario may indeed unfold. Were you deliberately testing Morong Luoqing's awareness of this matter? Lin Qiyeh did not deny it, and said, even if we fail to capture Long Feiyun alive, falling into the hands of the Great Wilderness will equally hinder the old man. Jian Wuxing felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. The intricacies of scheming were truly terrifying. It was far better to wield a sword, where life and death could be decided in a single stroke. Let us be straightforward. Young master, what shall we do next? Lin Wuxue said, rendered speechless. Jian Wuxing's gaze turned icy. We shall break through directly. Cough, cough. Lin Qiyeh cleared his throat. There is another matter you are unaware of from last night. The Blood Cloud sect of Long City and the Feather Sword sect were annihilated by Wuxin. The two were taken aback, their mouths agape. They had clearly not anticipated that Lin Wuxin had accomplished such a monumental feat the previous night. No wonder he returned exuding such a terrifying aura of slaughter. If we charge out, Wouldn't he that expose our strength? Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Of course, we could also leave quietly, but that would be akin to a piece of yellow mud stuck in our trousers, neither here nor there. However, I find the game with Murong Luocheng to be intriguing. I shall indulge in it a bit longer. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue naturally had no objections. Facing the great dragon dynasty, they would not hesitate even if it meant traversing mountains of daggers and seas of flames. How does the young master wish to proceed? Lin Wuxue asked with an enchanting smile. Lin Qiyeh's eyes sparkled with intensity. They will certainly not allow us to pass peacefully. Tonight shall be quite interesting. In the great dragon palace, Murong Luocheng had just exited when he spotted a burly general clad in purple armor striding towards him with urgency. He hastened to greet him, General Nangong. Greetings, Sixth Prince. Nangong Ju bowed respectfully. Murong Luocheng, puzzled, inquired, General Nangong, did you not go to apprehend Lin Qiyeh? At that moment, he felt a strong sense of unease. Sixth Prince, you possess the sacred dragon order. Quickly, take me to see His Majesty, Nangong Ju urged fervently. What has happened? Murong Luocheng asked in astonishment, not hesitating to turn back towards the palace. Before long, he arrived once more at the imperial study to meet Murong Jun. Along the way, he learned from Nangong Ju about Long Feiyun's escape, his expression turning grim. Father, Long Feiyun has been rescued. Murong Luocheng spoke first. Murong Jun's face darkened, and he said nothing, the atmosphere in the room becoming intensely strained. At that moment, Nangong Ju, steeling himself, said, Your Majesty, according to Lin Qiyeh, he spent the entire night drinking with Long Feiyun. I would not believe his words. Murong Luocheng scoffed coldly. I knew this fellow would be a great nuisance. Had I known earlier, I would have eliminated him. And now, what shall we do about him? Murong Jun's gaze turned frosty. Father, we must not. Murong Luocheng quickly interjected. If we kill him, Lin Xiaodian will surely mobilize the great dragon, and with the summer release from the great wilderness, General Fong may not be able to withstand it. Murong Jun's expression remained icy, and he said nothing further. Your Majesty, we must prepare for every eventuality. Murong Luocheng took a deep breath and said, First, send someone to search for Long Feiyun. Long City has been sealed, and they cannot possibly escape. Second, place Lin Qiyeh under house arrest, ensuring that he is never out of the sight of the Purple Dragon Guards. Should we fail to locate Long Feiyun, we will have to consider alternative measures. It seems you have devised a strategy? Murong Jun sighed in relief. Murong Luocheng nodded. Prior to my return, I received word that the Great Wilderness Dynasty withdrew its troops, not merely due to heavy casualties. More significantly, the third princess of the Great Wilderness, Long Feiyun, has been captured by Lin Xiaodian. If we fail to find Long Feiyun, we shall announce to the world that Lin Qiyeh has assassinated the Great Wilderness Envoy. And at that juncture, we will offer Lin Qiyeh to the Great Wilderness Dynasty in exchange for Long Feiyun. Murong Jun pondered for a moment and nodded. I shall dispatch men to pursue Long Feiyun. Nangong Ju, ensure that Lin Qiyeh is kept under strict surveillance, and do not allow him to escape again. I shall obey the imperial decree. If I fail to accomplish the task, I will present my head to you. Nangong Ju vowed. Suddenly, Murong Luocheng inquired, General Nangong, how do you intend to guard Lin Qiyeh? Without hesitation, Nangong Ju replied, we shall take turns guarding him day and night, never allowing him to leave our sight. That is insufficient. Murong Luocheng shook his head. It is not that I doubt General Nangong, but Lin Qiyeh is a man full of cunning. Only the truly dead would obediently comply. Nangong Ju's eyes brightened, and he bowed. Thank you, Sixth Prince, for your guidance. If they were aware that Lin Qiyeh is astute enough to foresee their plans, I wonder what their thoughts would be. Alas, this night is destined to be anything but tranquil. Chapter 71. The 3,000 sword guards can devour dragons in the Great Yin. Outside the Dragon Gate Pass, a shaft of golden light ascended from the eastern horizon, piercing through the darkness that lingered before dawn. The ground lay strewn with corpses, soaked in blood, painting the earth crimson. The air was thick with a fog of blood, oppressive and desolate. After a night of relentless combat, the soldiers of the Great Yin, weary and burdened, began to clear the battlefield. In the tranquil morning, the haunting cries of the fallen echoed intermittently, sharp and chilling, instilling dread in the hearts of all. Such is the nature of war. Upon the city ramparts, Luo Tiancheng, clad in crimson armor, silently surveyed the scene below. What is the toll of our forces? Beside him, a somber deputy reported a total of 13,128 casualties, including 5,062 dead and 8,066 wounded. Luo Tiancheng inhaled deeply. Ensure that every name is remembered. For each fallen soldier, 500 taels of compensation shall be awarded, and 200 taels for the wounded. The subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Tiancheng's fist struck heavily against the battlement. General, it is indeed remarkable that we have managed to repel Fang Xinyan and seize the Dragon Gate Pass in such a short time, the deputy hastily consoled. Luo Tiancheng's gaze turned cold. Though we have reclaimed the Dragon Gate Pass, it was not our Lord's intent for us to merely guard this stronghold, and moreover, this pass does not rightfully belong to our Lord. Reporting, General, a man named Lin Qiyeh requests an audience. At that moment, a soldier dashed up the ramparts, bowing respectfully. Lin Qiyeh? Luo Tiancheng furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something, his excitement palpable. Where is he? Quickly, lead me to him. Luo Tiancheng hurried down the city gates, swiftly arriving at the eastern gate's ramparts. As he surveyed the scene, a chilling aura of slaughter washed over him. Before him stood 3,000 black-armored warriors, swords at their sides, longbows and quivers strapped to their backs, fully equipped for battle. They sat resolutely upon their war horses, eyes fixed ahead, exuding an air of cold vigilance. The steeds were imposing, clad in black armor, revealing only their piercing eyes. A mere glance evoked an overwhelming sense of oppression. The other guards felt a shiver run down their spines. Even Luo Tiancheng could not help but tremble slightly. Thoughts of Lin Qiyeh's words before his departure flooded his mind. I have an army that conquers cities and devours lands, unstoppable in its advance. At that moment, he had retorted defiantly, My lord, grant me 100,000 troops, and I shall trample the great dragon beneath my feet. I believe in your capabilities. But your speed is too sluggish, Lin Qiyeh had replied candidly. Luo Tiancheng had been skeptical. Could there truly exist such a formidable army? Was the Great Dragon Dynasty merely a fade? It was only now that he began to believe. Lin Qiyeh had met General Luo. Lost in thought, a figure approached, riding forth. My lord's command. I implore General Luo to open the gates and allow passage. With that, he waved his hand, and a streak of light suddenly shot from his palm, hurtling toward the city wall. General, be cautious. The soldiers nearby turned pale, rushing forward in alarm. Luo Tiancheng reached out and grasped a short arrow, its immense force causing him to stagger backward several steps. Earth Profound Realm. Luo Tiancheng was taken aback. Judging by the voice, this individual, despite his youth, astonishingly possessed such profound cultivation. Without hesitation, he twisted the arrow and extracted the paper hidden within. Taking a deep breath, he waved his hand, opened the gate. Lin Qiyeh called out, urging his steed to gallop swiftly. Luo Tiancheng's pupils constricted suddenly. The thunderous charge of 3,000 warhorses produced remarkably little sound. As he scrutinized them closely, he was astonished to discover that beneath the hooves of the black-armored soldiers, black flames blazed, as if they were treading upon a cloud of dark fire. Black fire celestial Kirin, Luo Tiancheng exclaimed in surprise. General, what is the black fire celestial Kirin? The deputy commander could not help but inquire. Luo Tiancheng shook his head, opting not to explain. He pondered silently, realizing that the young master had indeed succeeded in merging the bloodlines of the Black Cloud Steed and the Celestial Fire Kirin, giving birth to the legendary steed capable of traveling 3,000 miles in a single day. He could not restrain himself from uttering, 3,000 sword guards can devour dragons. Long City. Nangongju had dispatched hundreds of purple dragon guards, effectively sealing off Lin Qiyeh's courtyard. Even when a few needed to relieve themselves, someone followed closely behind. Lin Qiyeh and Jian Wuxing remained unfazed, while Lin Wuxue could hardly contain her frustration, nearly erupting multiple times. Finally, night fell. Young master, I can't endure this any longer, Lin Wuxue conveyed through thought. Being watched day and night by a group of men was vexing, and it was even more unbearable for her as a woman. Lin Qiyeh maintained a calm demeanor, responding telepathically. It has become rather tedious, I must admit. Morong Luocheng is indeed formidable. Lin Wuxue, filled with indignation, retorted, in this manner, we are rendered powerless. How can the young master engage with him? Who says we are powerless? Lin Qiyeh replied with a slight smile. Lin Wuxue was momentarily taken aback. Jian Wuxing, puzzled yet hesitant to inquire. lacked the ability to communicate telepathically as he had not cultivated his divine sense. Clang. At that moment, the sound of metal clashing echoed as several purple dragon guards approached, carrying dishes of food. Your Highness, we are merely doing our duty. Please do not take offense, the leading soldier remarked with a smile. This is a light supper prepared for the three of you. With that, he waved his hand, and soon a table laden with delectable dishes appeared before Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Your Highness, please enjoy. We shall not disturb you further. The leading soldier grinned, retreating with the others. Though they claimed not to intrude, they showed no intention of leaving. Lin Qiyeh chuckled as he regarded them. You may take all of it. As his words fell, Jian Wuxing promptly kicked over the table. The leading soldier, far from angered, merely smiled and pointed at the food on the ground, saying, Why must you do this? Would it not be better to eat something clean? I am not accustomed to consuming food prepared by others. Lin Qiyeh's expression was as calm as a still pond. The smile vanished from the faces of the leading soldiers, replaced by an endless coldness. Pick it up and eat it. I can pretend nothing has occurred. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. What if I refuse to eat? The commanding soldier snorted coldly. Bring them forward and force it down their throats. At his command, 6 figures surged forward, lunging at Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Lin Qiyeh remained silent. However, Jian Wuxing stirred. A flash of white light swept through, and the heads of the 6 assailants soared into the air. You! The leading soldier's pupils constricted, his gaze filled with shock and terror as he stared at Jian Wuxing. There stood Jian Wuxing, one hand gripping a long sword as white as snow, its blade gleaming with a chilling moonlight, emanating an aura of frost. In a mere instant, he had dispatched 6 men without a single drop of blood staining the ground. His cold eyes revealed no hint of emotion. Such audacity! You dare to slay the Azure Dragon Guards. Do not expect to leave Long City alive. The commanding soldier trembled but mustered the courage to shout. Quickly, inform Lord Nangong. Whether it is 6 or 600, a kill is still a kill. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, he gently raised his right hand, palm facing upwards, and with a subtle grip, the air shifted. In the next moment, Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue were left in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Chapter 72. A man should not make choices of faint sound, akin to the tearing of paper, resonated softly in the air. Yet, in that moment, over 300 members of the Purple Dragon Guard in the courtyard simultaneously fell victim to a gaping wound in their foreheads, unable to utter even a single cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Following this, an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard, as if nothing had transpired at all. Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue stood in stunned disbelief. Hundreds of lives, extinguished in an instant. What kind of power was this? Even those at the Emperor Xian realm might not achieve such a feat. What was the true strength of this young master? It was not merely sword intent. Jian Wuxing, regaining his composure, gazed at Lin Qiyeh with profound admiration. It was the sword domain. Lin Wuxue inhaled deeply. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he explained. To be precise, it is the sword domain, a unique realm formed by comprehending the essence of sword intent to a meticulous degree. Young master, have you transcended into the sacred Xian realm? Lin Wuxue's heart was tumultuous. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. The sword domain is a distinct level of swordsmanship, different from the sacred domain mastered in the sacred Xian realm. It is slightly superior. Superior to the sacred domain? Both were taken aback. Jian Wuxing regained his focus. There are still many outside. If they discover this, we must depart prematurely. They will not discover it. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Wuxing, go report to the authorities, stating that we were ambushed and the Purple Dragon Guard, sworn to protect us, met with a tragic demise. Understood, Jian Wuxing replied, sheathing his moonshadow sword and hastily exiting the courtyard. As he stepped outside, he was met with the sight of all the Purple Dragon Guards lying slain, each with a gaping wound in their foreheads. It was evident that Lin Qiyeh's earlier strike had eradicated them all. Clenching his fist, he steeled his resolve. Within the courtyard, Lin Qiyeh and Lin Wuxue moved beneath the eaves, yet the pungent scent of blood lingered heavily in the air. Young master, with the fall of all the Purple Dragon Guards, it is likely that Murong Luoqing will resort to extreme measures. Lin Wuxue sighed. 500 or 600 Purple Dragon Guards had perished in an instant, with none surviving. It was clear to even the simplest of minds that they were inextricably linked to this event. Do you think he possesses the audacity to act? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Lin Wuxue pondered before responding. This man is exceptionally astute. Among the numerous princes of the Great Dragon, none could surpass him. However, I cannot determine this matter unless the Great Dragon likewise possesses the capability to annihilate these guards in an instant. Lin Qiyeh expressed a hint of anticipation and truth. I hope he does possess such audacity. This is his final opportunity to confront us. Does the young master wish to subdue Murong Luoqing? Lin Wuxue's expression shifted, only to shake his head shortly after. That may prove difficult, considering you aim to dismantle the Great Dragon. There remains a possibility. The destruction of the Great Dragon does not necessitate our direct involvement, Lin Qiyeh replied, narrowing his eyes with a smile. In fact, the Great Dragon situation is not significantly better than that of the Great Yin. It may even be worse. Lin Wuxue fell silent. Lin Qiyeh continued, as you are aware, the Great Dragon has endured the relentless onslaught of the Xian beasts for many years, a burden of immense magnitude. Over the past century, the territory of the Great Dragon has been steadily diminishing. Particularly in the last decade, we have lost no fewer than 10 cities. Do you comprehend the reasons behind this? Lin Wuxue shook her head in confusion. Lin Qiyeh shrugged and remarked, these records should be collected by the listening snow tower. Lin Wuxue asserted firmly, with Wu Hui and Wu Yun present, we need not ponder such matters. Lin Qiyeh, somewhat speechless, replied, the story must begin a decade ago. At that time, the Xian beasts invaded the Tianyu mountain range, and the Great Dragon fought valiantly, suffering significant losses. They then sought assistance from the Yujian sect, which, as you know, is the most intricate among the 5 major sections. Indeed, the Yujian sect is strategically located at the intersection of the Great Dragon, Great Yin, and Great Yong empires, an entanglement of relations, with each royal family sending individuals to the sect for training annually. It can be said that the Yujian sect is effectively controlled by the 3 empires, though they typically refrain from engaging in secular disputes. Lin Wuxue nodded. This was no secret. Lin Qiyeh smiled and continued. Do you know that Murong Luoqing's mother perished at the hands of the Yujian sect? How could that be? Lin Wuxue's face reflected disbelief. Lin Qiyeh surveyed the scene strewn with corpses and stated, at that time, the Yujian sect was preoccupied with internal strife. As the Murong clan of the Great Dragon allied with the Gu family of Great Yong to confront the Yu family of Great Yin, all 3 factions suffered grievously, leading to the Yu family losing control over the Yujian sect. From that moment, Great Yin began to decline, as the Yu family resorted to increasingly brazen measures to re-establish their dominance. Although the Murong clan emerged victorious, they were compelled to send aid to the Great Dragon to combat the Xian beasts. Thus, the ultimate victor was the lineage of the Great Yong? Lin Wuxue interrupted Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. The Murong clan underestimated the might of the Xian beasts inhabiting the Tianyu mountain range, resulting in numerous casualties. Meanwhile, the Yu family could not abide this humiliation and dispatched forces from Great Yin to the Great Dragon, exacerbating the situation. Murong Jun personally led the troops against Great Yin, and it was during this time that Sima Tianyun achieved fame by defeating Murong Jun and seizing 3 cities of the Great Dragon in a single battle. At this juncture, Lin Qiyeh retreated to his chamber to sip some water. Yet, a greater peril loomed from the Xian beasts, he declared, setting down his teacup. Murong Luoqing's mother, the Empress, rallied the soldiers of the Great Dragon at the front lines, her presence a source of encouragement. No one anticipated the emergence of an emperor-level Xian beast from the Tianyu mountain range. Lin Wuxue clenched her fists, her expression growing tense. Lin Qiyeh, calm and unhurried, remarked, the emperor-level Xian beast repelled the Yujian sect's Murong clan, inflicting severe damage and capturing one of their emperor-level experts. Although the soldiers of the Great Dragon suffered grievous losses, the Empress did not waver, standing resolutely upon the city walls alongside her comrades in the face of death. Do you know what transpired next? What? Lin Wuxue inquired without hesitation. Lin Qiyeh's gaze turned icy. That imperial tier beast released the Murong family's Emperor Xian realm, allowing him to massacre an entire city of people, promising to spare his life in return. Lin Wuxue, her face filled with murderous intent, asked, did he truly do such a thing? Lin Qiyeh nodded. Not only did he slaughter the entire city, but in a bid for mercy, he personally delivered the Dragon Empress to the jaws of the imperial tier beast. That beast deserves death, but that old man deserves it even more. A chilling light flickered in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. From that moment forth, the dragon never sought aid from the Yujin sect again, nor did it interact with the Murong family. However, it was evident that Murong Jun and Murong Luoqing were undoubtedly plotting revenge, Lin Qiyeh concluded. Lin Qiyeh remained non-committal. His desire for vengeance is akin to a pipe dream. Thus, we must observe his resolve. Lin Qiyeh spoke solemnly. If he does not dare to eliminate me, how could he ever draw his sword against the Yujin sect? Power and revenge truly are difficult to reconcile. Lin Qiyeh sighed. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. A man should not choose between the two. Rather, he should strive for both. Lin Qiyeh opened her mouth, left speechless. Given Lin Qiyeh's prowess, he was entirely justified in making such a statement. Power was at his fingertips, and revenge was easily within reach. She found herself curious about how Murong Luoqing would choose. Chapter 73, Determination at the Fong Residence. Murong Luoqing engaged in a game of chess with Fong Shiying. As Murong Luoqing placed a piece on the board, Fong Shiying let out a bitter smile. I concede. It is rare to find someone capable of defeating the sixth prince in Yunzhou. Murong Luoqing shook his head. There is indeed one. Lin Qiyeh? Fong Shiying inquired tentatively. Murong Luoqing nodded. I have faced him several times without triumph. Yet this time, I must emerge victorious. Fong Shiying remained silent. Although he doubted Lin Qiyeh's strength, he had no reservations about Murong Luoqing's discernment. By the way, regarding the sixth prince, the Wanxiang treasure pavilion caught fire again last night, leaving nothing in its wake. Fong Shiying suddenly remarked. Murong Luoqing was taken aback. Was it an accident? Fong Shiying shook his head, uncertain. However, I have heard that due to the significant loss of life, the Wanxiang treasure pavilion has sold the land. Who acquired it? Murong Luoqing narrowed his eyes. It seems to be the Yuyan Chamber of Commerce, Fong Shiying replied uncertainly. Murong Luoqing contemplated for a moment. I have heard of them. They entered Longqing about 3 years ago, operating modestly and within the bounds of propriety. But did anyone from the Feather Sword sect appear? Fong Shiying responded, no. The Feather Sword sect is somewhat distant and unlikely to arrive soon. The sixth prince need not worry. Their demise is unrelated to the great dragon. Murong Luoqing nodded, a glimmer of cold light flashing in his eyes. Sixth prince, young master, Lord Nangong requests an audience. A servant's voice from the Fong residence echoed at the entrance. What brings him here? Fong Shiying frowned. Let him in. Murong Luoqing remained silent. Moments later, Nangong Juefeng rushed in, his face awash with urgency. A sense of unease crept over Murong Luoqing. Nangong Ju swallowed hard and said, Sixth prince, all those guarding Lin Qiyeh are dead. What? Murong Luoqing's expression shifted dramatically. And Lin Qiyeh? Nangong Ju took a deep breath. Lin Qiyeh is still alive. It was his people who reported the incident. Upon saying this, cold sweat began to bead on his brow, for he had promised that should Lin Qiyeh escape, he would present his head to Murong Jun. Thank goodness, he thought. Lin Qiyeh did not flee. Lin Qiyeh actually stayed? Fong Shiying's face reflected disbelief. Murong Luoqing furrowed his brow, swiftly calculating in his mind. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, Has my father been informed? Nangong Ju hastily replied, The emperor should already be aware. I have dispatched someone. Lin Qiyeh should not be able to escape. Not able to escape? Murong Luoqing forced a bitter smile. These individuals were undoubtedly slain by him. If he wished to flee, he would have done so long ago. How could that be? Fong Shiying and Nangong Ju exclaimed in unison, astonished. It was no wonder they were incredulous. How could a notorious wastrel possibly kill hundreds of purple dragon guards? Even if he stood idly by, he would not be able to dispatch them all in such a short span of time. Fong Shiying inquired, Could it be the work of someone else? Or perhaps those who protect him? Murong Luoqing's gaze was resolute. I trust my judgment, even if it were the doing of another. To slay hundreds of the purple dragon guards in such a short span is beyond the capability of even a being of the divine profound realm. Such a person could never submit to a mere scion of wealth and privilege, unless their own strength surpasses that of the divine profound realm. Upon hearing these words, Fong Shiying was thoroughly convinced by Murong Luoqing's assertions. The sixth prince, what shall we do now? Nangong Ju asked urgently. Their strength is overwhelming. With just the purple dragon guards, it is impossible to contain them. Murong Luoqing narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of cold light flashing through. The one who has taken our lives dares to report to the authorities, mocking us all, truly believing we would not dare to eliminate him. Feng Shiying sighed. Yet, if we were to kill him, we would be unable to provide an explanation to the great wilderness empire. Indeed, Morong Luoqing looked up at the night sky, inhaling deeply. If we do not eliminate him this time, there will be no future opportunity. Even at the risk of provoking the great wilderness to mobilize its forces, he must die. In comparison to the great wilderness, Lin Qiyeh poses a far greater threat. With that, he produced a golden token, his gaze resolute. Lord Nangong, assemble 2,000 purple dragon guards and 500 archers to surround and annihilate Lin Qiyeh. We must not allow him to escape from Dragon City. At the Eastern City elegant courtyard, the bodies of the purple dragon guards had already been cleared away. Their original positions were soon filled again by numerous purple dragon guards, weapons in hand, coldly fixated on Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Are they truly able to endure this? Lin Wuxue expressed her surprise. It seems that Murong Jun and his son Murong Luocheng have yet to make their decision. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, a glint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He slowly rose. Let us depart. They should be arriving soon. Lin Wuxue and Jian Wuxing exchanged puzzled glances. Who is arriving? Has the young master already arranged a contingency? Just then, several figures entered the courtyard. Following this, the purple dragon guards began to vacate the premises, all transpiring within mere breaths. They're here. A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. Whoosh! A flurry of flames, accompanied by the sound of air being split, erupted as countless fiery arrows surged towards Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Jian Wuxing, like a swift swallow, drew his blade, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that formed an impenetrable barrier, rendering the arrows ineffective. Simultaneously, Lin Wuxue sprang into action, wielding a short sword, an icy aura radiating from her being. Almost instantaneously, frost and snow began to swirl around her. As the fiery arrows made contact, they were instantly encased in ice, plummeting to the ground. Sword intent. Jian Wuxing stared in astonishment at Lin Wuxue. This madwoman has actually comprehended sword intent. Little brother, don't lose focus. Protect the young master and fight your way out with me. Lin Wuxue called back without turning her head. Jian Wuxing rolled his eyes, utterly speechless. Little brother? When have I ever been small? Moreover, given the prowess of the young master, do we truly require his protection? It would be more fitting to say that he safeguards us. Of course, such words are not to be uttered in the presence of Lin Wuxue. The two of them, one in front and the other behind, escorted Lin Qiyeh out of the courtyard and into the bustling streets. All around them, the purple dragon guards stood vigilant, their cold blades glinting with a chilling, lethal radiance, exuding an atmosphere of relentless intimidation. Lin Qiyeh, a resounding shout reverberated through the crowd. Emerging from the throng was Murong Luocheng, his expression fierce. Why do you not flee? Why should I? Lin Qiyeh replied with a smirk, gazing at Murong Luocheng. If I were to escape, I can only imagine the multitude of accusations you would hurl at me. Murong Luocheng narrowed his eyes, stating coldly, the members of the Feather Sword sect and the Blood Cloud sect were slain by your hand, and the divine beast egg from the Myriad Treasures Pavilion was also purloined by you. TSK, these are charges I cannot bear. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly yet. I must concede, your audacity is commendable. Murong Luocheng's expression hardened, astonished within. This fellow remained merely to gauge his resolve. In that instant, he found himself unable to decipher Lin Qiyeh. Perhaps he had never truly understood him at all. Are you not afraid of perishing in Dragon City? Murong Luocheng's gaze bore into Lin Qiyeh with intensity. He could scarcely believe that Lin Qiyeh could survive amidst the thousands of purple dragon guards, an achievement even the profoundest of experts could not claim. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Brother Murong, shall we place a wager? Chapter 74, The Wager a Bet? Murong Luocheng instinctively wished to refuse. Lin Qiyeh was cunning and inscrutable. The odds of winning against him were exceedingly slim. However, as he glanced around at the surrounding purple dragon guards, a surge of confidence flooded his mind. Given the current circumstances, how could he possibly lose? Speak. Murong Luocheng said with a faint smile, eager to see how Lin Qiyeh would attempt to turn the tables. Let us wager on whether I can capture you alive. Lin Qiyeh, with his hands clasped behind his back and an irreverent smile upon his face, replied, if I manage to do so. What if I allow you to return safely to the Great Yin? Before Lin Qiyeh could finish, Murong Luocheng chuckled confidently. surrounded by elite purple dragon guards, each of whom possessed at least the strength of the profound realm. How could Lin Qiyeh possibly capture him alive? With a narrowed gaze, he asked, "And what if you cannot? Should I fail, I will submit to your disposal." Lin Qiyeh responded, equally self-assured. "Very well." Morong Luoqing took a few steps back, and several purple dragon guards swiftly formed a protective barrier around him. Yet at that moment, he felt as though he were being targeted by a venomous serpent. Before he could react, a figure appeared before him, gripping his neck with a firm hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The one who had seized Morong Luoqing was none other than a purple dragon guard. Had Lin Qiyeh infiltrated the ranks of the purple dragon guards? Moreover, such strength. "Brother Morong, you have lost," Lin Qiyeh laughed heartily. The purple dragon guard, holding Morong Luoqing, swiftly maneuvered to Lin Qiyeh's side. "You," Morong Luoqing, filled with a sense of unwillingness, turned to the purple dragon guard beside him. "Who are you?" The guard lifted the helmet, revealing a youthful yet slightly mischievous visage. Wuxing, Lin Wuxue, and Jian Wuxing were taken aback. Wasn't this the one who had rescued Long Feiyun? How did he end up here? Now I understand. Morong Luoqing said with a self-deprecating smile. "I knew you, Lin Qiyeh, would not undertake a gamble without assurance. Alas, I still underestimated you." Lin Qiyeh remained composed, exchanging a glance with Lin Wuxing, who then released Morong Luoqing. Morong Luoqing paused in surprise. He had not anticipated Lin Qiyeh would let him go. Shouldn't the current situation compel Lin Qiyeh to take him hostage? He had to admit that Lin Qiyeh possessed an indescribable charm, which explained why others were willing to follow him. "Surely you do not wish to regret this?" Lin Qiyeh suddenly smiled, teasingly regarding Morong Luoqing. He understood that, given Morong Luoqing's temperament, such an action was not entirely out of the question. Morong Luoqing took a deep breath. "In the event of a lost wager, I shall honor my word, but a dead man cannot keep promises." With those words, he swiftly drew the sword from his waist. A flash of cold light surged forth, aimed directly at his own neck. This scene exceeded everyone's expectations. No one had anticipated Morong Luoqing would act with such resolute decisiveness. Desiring neither to tarnish his own reputation nor that of the Dragon Royal family, yet unwilling to allow Lin Qiyeh to remain a formidable threat, he shockingly drew his sword to take his own life. This spectacle moved even Lin Wuxing and the others. "The sixth prince," Nangongju shouted, hastening towards Morong Luoqing. However, he was several paces away, and there was no way to intervene in time. Clang! In a moment of dire urgency, Lin Wuxing flicked his finger, producing a sharp sound as Morong Luoqing's sword shattered. The flying shards narrowly grazed his neck, drawing forth a trickle of blood. For a fleeting instant, Morong Luoqing was momentarily dazed. He prepared to strike again, but Lin Wuxing's speed was swifter. He seized Morong Luoqing, who struggled in vain. In the face of Lin Wuxing's power, a mere earth profound realm practitioner stood no chance. "Shall we converse?" Lin Qiyeh regarded Morong Luoqing with interest as he turned towards the courtyard. "Should anyone dare to intrude, do not blame me for slaying them," Lin Wuxing coldly retorted, trailing closely behind Morong Luoqing. "Quickly, surround the courtyard. Let not a single bird escape," Nangongju bellowed. The purple dragon guards sprang into action. Within the courtyard, flames danced wildly. Lin Wuxue waved her hand, extinguishing the fire within several paces in an instant. This display left Morong Luoqing utterly astonished. At that moment, Lin Wuxing released his grip on him. "What do you wish to discuss?" Morong Luoqing narrowed his eyes, fixating on Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh smiled. "Do you seek vengeance?" Morong Luoqing frowned, falling silent. He understood well that speaking too much in Lin Qiyeh's presence could lead to peril. "Or perhaps we could engage in a wager," Lin Qiyeh suggested with a playful smirk. Instinctively, Morong Luoqing wanted to refuse. His recent defeat had heightened his wariness towards Lin Qiyeh. Yet, unwilling to concede, he replied, "Speak your terms." Lin Qiyeh raised a single finger. "If I should stand at the gates of Dragon City within a year, you shall serve me for 20 years. How does that sound?" Morong Luoqing's pupils constricted. This man certainly had grand ambitions. To approach Dragon City within a year? Did he truly believe the Dragon Dynasty was made of paper? Nevertheless, he sensed that Lin Qiyeh was not jesting. He might genuinely possess such strength. Should he reach the gates of Dragon City, the fall of the Dragon Dynasty would be imminent. With narrowed eyes, he inquired, "And if you should fail? Propose any conditions you wish, as long as they are within my ability to fulfill." Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. A gentleman's word is his bond. Murong Luoqing said solemnly, then waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. I trust you, but not the others. I have no desire to cause innocent bloodshed. Thus, I must impose upon you for the time being. Upon hearing this, Murong Luoqing voluntarily extended his hands. However, with a resounding thud, Lin Wuxin struck him at the nape of his neck. Murong Luoqing instantly fell into unconsciousness. Almost simultaneously, a shadow descended from the heavens, stirring up a tempest. Let us go. Lin Qiyeh cast a profound glance at Murong Luoqing before vanishing onto the back of the dark steed. Jin Wuxing, Lin Wuxue, and Lin Wuxin hastily followed suit. With a powerful flap of its wings, the dark steed vanished like a streak of black lightning, leaving only the unconscious Murong Luoqing in the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, Nangong Ju's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and dread. Murong Luoqing had been inside for half an hour, and not a sound echoed from within. The threatening words of Lin Wuxin lingered in his mind, instilling a sense of trepidation that kept him from probing too hastily. Time was of the essence. The longer it dragged on, the more perilous the situation for the sixth prince. Taking a deep breath, he pondered whether Lin Qiyeh and the others had any hidden strategies. Go in. At last, he gritted his teeth and dashed into the courtyard. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he was left utterly astounded. Where was everyone? How could they have vanished? His gaze swiftly fell upon Murong Luoqing, who lay nearby, and he rushed forward. A wave of relief washed over him as he confirmed that Murong Luoqing was still alive. Search for them. Do not let them escape. Cold sweat dripped from Nangong Ju's brow. If Lin Qiyeh and the others managed to flee, his head would be on the line. Nangong, sir, there is no one in the courtyard, nor any secret passage. Moments later, several purple dragon guards arrived, their eyes filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Nangong Ju's complexion turned pale as he barked. Search every inch of Long City. Leave no stone unturned. It is futile. They have already departed. At that moment, Murong Luoqing opened his eyes, shook his head slightly, and took a deep breath, declaring, Prepare for war. Chapter 75. The bloodline of the divine. A bolt of black lightning streaked across the night sky, accompanied by a series of piercing sounds. Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the dwindling dragon city, a faint smile gracing his lips. Young master, where shall we go now? Lin Wuxue inquired. Lin Qiyeh did not respond. Instead, he gently lifted his foot and commanded, Xiaohe, stop ahead. The group was momentarily taken aback. Xiaohe spread its wings, diving swiftly down to land atop a mountain peak beneath a massive stone. Step back, Lin Qiyeh instructed, glancing into the distance with a serious tone. Jin Wuxing and the others exchanged puzzled looks, but quickly retreated into the ancient forest. Xiaohe transformed into a palm-sized creature, settling on a nearby branch, its black golden eyes shimmering with a cold, eerie light. Come out. How long must you continue to follow? Lin Qiyeh spoke calmly. Suddenly, Jin Wuxing and his companions were startled as a white figure flashed into view from the void. It was a woman, clad in a moon-white gown, radiating a luminous brilliance against the backdrop of the night. She wore a white veil that obscured her features, but her eyes sparkled like amethyst, captivating all who beheld them. Cascading purple hair flowed like a waterfall over her shoulders. In her hand, she held a jade flute of deep green, exuding an ethereal presence, untouched by the mundane world. Perched on her shoulder was a diminutive bird, its entire body engulfed in violet flames, resembling a spirit of purple fire. Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow. Madam, what compels you to follow us? As he spoke, his gaze inadvertently flickered towards the violet-flamed bird. Just passing by, the purple-haired woman replied indifferently. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow and then slightly turned to gesture, Feel free. The purple-haired woman paused momentarily, her violet pupils fixed on Lin Qiyeh as her melodious voice echoed. I wish to exchange for something of yours. Not interested, Lin Qiyeh replied without hesitation. The woman smiled charmingly. You are the one who killed members of the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect, framing the Underworld Palace and the Blood Tower, while setting ablaze the Wanshang Treasure Pavilion. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Do you believe anyone would take such claims seriously? She continued. You have slain hundreds of the purple dragon elite guards of the Great Dragon Dynasty. Lin Qiyeh shrugged. Your mouth is yours, say what you will. The woman's expression stiffened. taken aback by Lin Qiyeh's apparent indifference to her threats. After a brief pause, she narrowed her eyes. What if the Feather Sword sect learns that their people were also killed by your hand? Who are you? Lin Qiyeh's demeanor shifted, his gaze sharpened like a blade, exuding danger. He was unconcerned about retaliation from others, but he feared for the safety of those around him. The purple-haired woman chuckled lightly. I did not expect you to care for anyone. Will you reconsider? What do you desire? Lin Qiyeh suddenly smiled, though the grin sent a chill down the spine. Unfazed, the purple-haired woman replied calmly, the violet flame phoenix bloodstone. Lin Qiyeh suddenly glanced at the purple flame bird perched on her shoulder and remarked with a smile. The imperial-grade mystical beast, the purple spirit fire phoenix, must be quite rare. How do you happen to know it? The purple-haired woman displayed an expression of astonishment. Before the words left her lips, Lin Qiyeh abruptly vanished from sight. The woman's countenance darkened as she waved her hand, summoning violet flames that ignited in a radius of several dozen feet, resembling a purple sun, dyeing the surrounding mountains in hues of violet. With a soft hiss, the violet flames suddenly exploded outward. The sacred domain, the purple-haired woman exclaimed, retreating swiftly. Yet, Lin Qiyeh's speed surpassed hers, as he swiftly grasped the shoulder of the purple spirit fire phoenix. The phoenix emitted a piercing cry of rage, its entire form engulfed in raging violet flames, instantly transforming into a sea of fire that enveloped Lin Qiyeh. Young master. In the distance, Jian Wuxing and his companions exclaimed, nearly unable to restrain themselves from rushing forward. However, they soon witnessed the flames surrounding Lin Qiyeh abruptly vanish. The vibrant feathers of the purple spirit fire phoenix were charred black. The phoenix let out a wretched howl, struggling desperately. The purple-haired woman was left dumbfounded. The purple spirit fire phoenix possessed formidable immunity to flames. How could it sustain injuries from the very element it commanded? Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes, she would have never believed it. Release the purple spirit. The purple-haired woman commanded sharply, her eyes blazing with purple light, transforming into numerous sharp blades that could strike at Lin Qiyeh at any moment. Divine bloodline? Lin Qiyeh mused, slightly taken aback. This individual possessed a divine bloodline. Could it be that she was a descendant of the gods? In other words, her ancestors had once ascended to the divine realm. This was indeed intriguing. Who are you? This time, it was the purple-haired woman who expressed surprise. To discern a divine bloodline at a mere glance indicated that he was no ordinary individual. Lin Qiyeh replied calmly, We are merely strangers. It is perhaps best that we do not become acquainted further. With that, he turned to leave. Release the purple spirit. The purple-haired woman called out, her voice low yet firm, as a purple blood sword materialized in her hand, its sharp aura surging forth as it swiftly lunged towards Lin Qiyeh. Unperturbed, Lin Qiyeh slightly sidestepped. The purple-haired woman spun in midair, her purple blood sword gracefully sweeping, casting a myriad of sword shadows that surged toward Lin Qiyeh from all directions. However, just as the multitude of sword shadows seemed poised to strike Lin Qiyeh, they abruptly halted in an inexplicable manner. Lin Qiyeh advanced, extending two fingers as if a serpent probing a hole. The sword in the woman's hand was firmly grasped between his two fingers. You. The purple-haired woman was utterly astonished. She was a formidable presence in the sacred profound realm, one of the top practitioners in Yunzhao. Yet at this moment, she found herself so easily subdued by another. Lin Qiyeh smiled, releasing his grip. The purple-haired woman was sent tumbling backward, flipping several times in the air before regaining her balance. Depart now. You shall not claim the purple spirit fire phoenix. This is the price for your threat. Lin Qiyeh spoke faintly. I shall confront you. The violet-haired woman was about to erupt in fury when, unexpectedly, Lin Qiyeh gently tapped the head of the purple spirit fire phoenix with both hands, unleashing a wave of spiritual energy. What have you done to the purple spirit? The violet-haired woman's eyes blazed with rage. In that fleeting moment, she realized she had lost her covenant connection with the purple spirit fire phoenix. If you dare to persist, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Lin Qiyeh warned, narrowing his eyes at her and releasing the purple spirit fire phoenix. Suddenly, the phoenix expanded rapidly, and Lin Qiyeh nimbly leapt onto its back. Not far away, Xuanhuan, witnessing this, hastily lifted Jian Wuxing and the others into the air. In an instant, the two mystical beasts vanished from sight. The violet-haired woman seethed with anger, her chest heaving as she clenched her teeth. You scoundrel! I, Zi Xianlong, Swear to the heavens that I shall not let you escape." Unfortunately, Lin Qiyeh had already departed. Moments later, Xuanhuan regained her composure. "Lin Qiyeh, I shall remember you." At that moment, two figures flew in from the distance. Clearly, they were both at the Imperial Profound Realm, capable of soaring through the air. "Princess, have you obtained the items?" inquired one of the women clad in white. Xuanhuan coldly gazed in the direction Lin Qiyeh had vanished, responding coolly, "Let us proceed to Dian. We shall discuss matters further once our tasks are complete." Chapter 76. 3 cities captured in succession high above in the sky. 2 mystical beasts soared side by side. The little black creature seamlessly blended into the night, while the purple spirit fire phoenix, radiant in its violet flames, was exceptionally conspicuous. "Master, is this truly an Imperial tier mystical beast?" Lin Wuxue gazed at the purple spirit fire phoenix, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "Indeed, it is at the pinnacle of the Imperial tier," Lin Qiyeh nodded. Though his mind drifted to the figure of Xuanhuan, Jian Wuxing felt no envy. He possessed a divine tier beast egg himself. Once it hatched, it would be akin to a formidable cultivator of the divine mystic realm. A look of concern crossed his face. "Master, what if that woman informs the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect?" Upon hearing this, both Lin Wuxue and Lin Wuxing furrowed their brows. With the Master's strength, he could easily eliminate her, yet he had spared her life. Did he perhaps take a liking to her? That's a matter for another time. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. He certainly did not harbor any affection for Xuanhuan. Just moments ago, he had indeed harbored murderous intent, but for reasons unknown, he sensed a strange familiarity emanating from her. This feeling was exceedingly enigmatic. Although he could not be certain, he felt a 70% likelihood that he shared a bloodline connection with Xuanhuan. However, according to his knowledge, there were no divine bloodlines in Yunzhou. This puzzlement left him in deep contemplation. Nevertheless, a possibility surfaced in his mind. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he turned to Lin Wuxing. "Wuxing, where is Long Feiyun?" "I left them at the nearest Huiyan city and arranged for someone to escort them back to the Great Wilderness Dynasty," Lin Wuxing replied. Lin Qiyeh nodded. "What of the 18 riders of Shui?" "They are in Qingjiao City, adjacent to the Sunset City where Fang Jinyan resides," Lin Wuxing answered. "Xiaohe, take Wuxing to Qingjiao City and have Wuxue relay a message to Luotian City. The war has commenced." Lin Qiyeh handed Lin Wuxue a note, speaking in a grave tone. "Wuxing, you shall accompany me." Lin Wuxue pouted. She had no desire to be with her odious little brother. Yet Lin Qiyeh had already departed with Jian Wuxing. "Wuxing, dear brother, I shall rely on you to look after things." Lin Wuxue smiled faintly, revealing her small tiger teeth. Lin Wuxing scowled. "This little demoness. If it weren't for the height of this place, do you believe I wouldn't jump down right now?" Sunset City. This city lay in close proximity to Longmen Pass, marking the easternmost boundary of the Great Dragon Dynasty. Upon the city battlements, a middle-aged man clad in golden armor was conducting inspections with a group of followers. He gazed intently towards Longmen Pass, a flicker of reluctance crossing his eyes as he murmured, "I never expected that aside from Lin Xiaotian, another figure would emerge from Luotian City. Marshal, I believe Luotian City is not particularly fearsome. What is truly daunting is that he commands 18 black-armored warriors, each capable of facing 1,000 foes." One of the soldiers beside him sighed. Clearly, the middle-aged man was none other than the Grand Marshal of the Great Dragon Dynasty's military, Fang Jinyan. Fang Jinyan shook his head, acknowledging the formidable nature of the 18 individuals, but also emphasizing the strategic prowess of Luotian City in military arrangements. Once a prominent general under Lin Xiaotian, Fang had spent years battling the forces of the Great Wasteland during Lin's absence, thereby cultivating an air of a seasoned commander. There were, in fact, 2 others of his caliber within the northern garrison. "Who?" the deputy commander inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Fang Jinyan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Gu Beichen and Ling Qingqiu." The deputy commander had heard of Ling Qingqiu, a ruthless figure known for single-handedly pursuing over 1,000 foes deep into the wilderness, ultimately returning safely to Yunyun Pass. A flicker of apprehension crossed the deputy commander's gaze, as he had never heard of Gu Beichen. Fang Jinyan sighed. "It is not surprising you haven't heard of him. Gu Beichen has long been stationed at Yunyun Pass, rarely engaging in battle, with Ling Qingqiu typically taking to the field. Nevertheless, Gu Beichen's methods of training troops are unparalleled. The famed Qian Iron Cavalry is his creation. What? A chorus of astonished exclamations arose. The crux of the matter is that both he and Lin Qiyeh are still quite young, merely in their 20s. Once they fully mature, the great dragon will find itself in peril. Fang Xinyan's eyes narrowed further. Yet we also have the sixth prince. As long as this general guards Sunset City, the troops of the great Yin shall not step into the territory of the great dragon. The crowd nodded in silent agreement, their admiration for Fang Xinyan evident. Suddenly, a commanding shout pierced the air as a young officer hastened to the city tower, bowing deeply, reporting to the marshal, Qingjiao City has fallen. What? A wave of astonishment swept over the assembly. Even Fang Xinyan could no longer maintain his composure. Just moments ago, he had asserted that the troops of the Great Yin would not breach the borders of the Great Dragon. How could this have happened in such a brief span? Marshal, we engaged in battle with Luotian City yesterday and strictly guarded the city gates, not permitting a single soldier to pass. The deputy commander quickly interjected, demanding to know who had spread such false news. The young officer hastily clarified, Marshal, it is true. The brothers who escaped from Qingjiao City are utterly exhausted and have collapsed. Fang Xinyan fell silent, his gaze shifting to the distant peaks that stretched for miles. Though the mountains were steep, they were not entirely impassable. With the forces of the great dragon concentrated in Sunset City, their rear was vulnerable. If an army of over 10,000 were to strike, they could indeed catch Qingjiao City off guard. How many enemies did they estimate? The deputy commander asked skeptically. The young officer inhaled deeply. Fewer than 3,000. Fang Xinyan's expression hardened. Fewer than 3,000, and they breached Qingjiao City? Are they merely a collection of incompetent fools? Suddenly, another long cry echoed. Marshal, Qingmu City has also fallen to the Great Yin. Fang Xinyan's body trembled. If the fall of Qingjiao City was merely a matter of surprise, what of Qingmu City? How many foes were there? The deputy commander pressed. Fewer than 3,000. The same report echoed back. The assembly was left in stunned silence. Their 50,000-strong army had taken a considerable amount of time to capture Longmen Pass, only succeeding after Sima Tianyun's retreat. However, in less than a day, Luo Tianqing managed to reclaim it. How long has it been? And already 2 cities have been lost. A voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to shudder. Could it be that another report has come? The young messenger said, I report to the marshal. Qingjiang City was breached last night by 3,000 troops from Dian, and our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. Fang Xinyan's eyes widened in disbelief. In a single night, Dian has conquered 3 cities. Moreover, these 3 cities are situated behind Sunset City, within the territory of the Great Dragon Dynasty. The crux of the matter is that Qingjiao, Qingmu, and Xinjiang, along with Longmen Pass, encircle Sunset City at its center, akin to a trapped beast fighting for survival. Is Luo Tianqing truly that formidable? One soldier's face was etched with horror. Fang Xinyan, with a stern countenance, replied, Do not panic. While Luo Tianqing should not be underestimated, it is by no means invincible. Even if they were to capture 3 cities, 3,000 men cannot hold them. The next moment, he turned his gaze to the 3 individuals beside him. You 3, each lead 50,000 troops and reclaim the 3 cities. The marshal can rest assured, with only 3,000 men, my subordinates shall accomplish this task within 7 days. Or else, I shall present my head. 7 days are unnecessary. 3 days will suffice. The 3 responded in unison before hastily departing. Fang Xinyan furrowed his brow. Deeply perplexed, what is Luo Tianqing's intention? Even if they seize the cities behind us, what purpose does it serve if they cannot hold them? Chapter 77. Deception at Longmen Pass. Standing beside an immense sand table, Luo Tianqing rested his chin on his right hand, intently staring at the layout before him. A formidable checkpoint rose majestically between 2 towering peaks, surrounded by sheer cliffs. From the vantage point of Longmen Pass, a fan-shaped canyon gradually widened, leading to the distant city of Sunset. In front of Sunset City, a massive wall spanned the canyon, about a mile in width. Luo Tianqing furrowed his brow, pondering the situation. Had it not been for Fang Xinyan's recent capture of Longmen Pass, coupled with inadequate defenses, and the audacious assault by Wu Xian and his 18 men who breached the gates and stormed the battlements, the conquest of Sunset City would have been a daunting challenge, let alone seizing Longmen Pass itself. With a sigh, he lamented the plight of his 100,000 troops, most of whom were mere mortals, with few even reaching the spirit profound realm, and even fewer attaining the true profound realm. The prospect of conquering Sunset City appeared insurmountable, unless they could scale the flanking peaks. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought, recognizing the vast distance between the mountains and Sunset City, along with the treacherous cliffs likely guarded by Fang Jinyan's men. An assault from this position would be tantamount to courting disaster. After all, the Great Dragon Dynasty boasted an army of 500,000. While such numbers might be exaggerated, he could only muster a mere 100,000. What are you pondering, Big Beard? A crisp, melodious voice suddenly broke his reverie. Luo Tianqing turned sharply, a powerful aura emanating from him before he swiftly reined it in, a wide smile spreading across his face. Wuxue, what brings you here, little girl? I'm no little girl, Lin Wuxue retorted, glaring at him. It was the young master who sent me. The war has commenced. Luo Tianqing felt a jolt of realization and asked earnestly, does the young master have any plans? How do you know the young master has plans? Lin Wuxue chuckled, leisurely settling into a chair. Luo Tianqing quickly donned a cheerful expression. Wuxue, spare me the suspense. I know my capabilities. With my 100,000 troops, breaching Sunset City in the short term is utterly impossible. We can only bide our time against Fang Jinyan. After all, his 500,000 men will consume resources at a rate several times greater than mine. Lin Wuxue raised an eyebrow skeptically. If it were a 10,000 versus 10,000 scenario, could you take Sunset City? Absolutely, Luo Tianqing replied confidently. Well, I don't believe you, but I trust the young master. He instructed me to give you this. Lin Wuxue tossed a slip of paper to Luo Tianqing. As he unfolded it, his eyes widened in astonishment. So that's it. Truly, the young master is preparing to strike directly at Longsheng. Lin Wuxue, taken aback, looked at Luo Tianqing. How did you know? Take a look. Luo Tianqing handed the note to Lin Wuxue. She waved her hand dismissively, her cheeks flushed. I've seen it already, but I couldn't discern anything significant. It merely states that the Tsangjian guards will penetrate deep into the Great Dragon to keep Fang Jinyan occupied, right? Luo Tianqing shook his head. But do you know what the Tsangjian guards intend to accomplish by venturing deep into the Great Dragon? Lin Wuxue displayed a contemplative expression. The Tsangjian guard comprises merely 3,000 individuals. What can they truly accomplish? While they might engage in conquest, assigning them the task of garrisoning a city would be a tremendous waste. Their only viable strategy should be to sever the retreat of the Great Dragon army, instilling fear and anxiety among their ranks. Almost correct. Luo Tianqing chuckled, noting that the Tsangjian Guard boasts over 1,000 warriors in the profound realm, with even the weakest among them being at the true profound level. Ordinary cities would stand no chance against them. Naturally, they would not be tasked with defending a city. Instead, by incinerating the granaries of the major cities of the Great Dragon Dynasty, Fang Jinyan's 500,000 troops would be left without supplies, rendering them destined for defeat. Lin Wuxue expressed some doubt. Fang Jinyan is not a fool. He would inevitably discover this quickly. That is precisely why I need to delay Fang Jinyan, she replied. With my presence, he cannot leave the city of the setting sun. Luo Tianqing smiled broadly, confident that Fang Jinyan would dispatch troops to eliminate the Tsangjian Guard. However, he was unaware that, given the strength and swiftness of the Tsangjian Guard, they could breach several cities in a single night. The more cities they lost, the more forces Fang Jinyan would send out, leaving fewer defenders in the city of the setting sun. Were Fang Jinyan to realize that he dispatched hundreds of thousands of troops only to confront 3,000, he would likely be furious to the point of bloodshed. At this juncture, Luo Tianqing could not help but recall the Tsangjian Guard's steed, the Black Fire Tianlin, an extraordinary creature capable of traversing 3,000 miles in a single day. The Great Dragon's army would scarcely catch a glimpse of it. No wonder the young master dared to engage in a wager with Morong Lu Ken. It would not even take a year, perhaps not even half a year. Lin Wuxue murmured softly. What did you say? Luo Tianqing inquired, puzzled. Lin Wuxue shook her head and replied, it is nothing. Tell me, what would happen if we were to capture Fang Jinyan alive? Luo Tianqing understood her line of thought and quickly cautioned, that would be far too perilous. Furthermore, even if we were to capture him, there are still others. His subordinates are no mere fools. Lin Wuxue's beautiful eyes sparkled. Enough of this. I must go and delay Fang Jinyan. With that, Luo Tianqing left, and Lin Wuxue squinted and smiled, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. In terms of warfare, I may not be as adept as you, but in the arts of subterfuge, no, In the pursuit of righteousness, you cannot surpass me. First, I shall seek out Wuxin in Qingjiao City and enlist his assistance. In a dense forest, 3,000 figures lay in repose, resting and recuperating. They were none other than the Zhanjian Guard. Despite the Black Fire Tianlin's incredible speed, a night of relentless travel had left them somewhat fatigued. Master, as you predicted, Fang Jinyan has dispatched 150,000 troops, divided into 3 routes, heading towards Qingshu, Qingjiao, and Xinjiang cities, reported Jian Wuxing as he approached Lin Qiyeh, who was reclining on a stone. Tonight, you shall lead the Zhanjian Guard, arrange the tasks, and adopt a new strategy. Last night's pace was far too slow. Lin Qiyeh responded nonchalantly. Jian Wuxing looked on, puzzled. Lin Qiyeh shifted his position. We need only to burn their granaries. Jian Wuxing remained somewhat apprehensive. Though we may destroy their granaries, what if the common folk borrow supplies? Lin Qiyeh opened his eyes and said, rest assured. Even if we were to borrow provisions, it would be limited. The common folk of the Great Dragon are not particularly affluent, and the supplies of the Great Dragon are inherently scarce. Moreover, should they dare to lend, we shall not hesitate to incinerate. Jian Wuxing nodded, silently mourning for the Great Dragon in his heart. An ordinary army, in the presence of the Zhanjian Guards, is akin to a dimensional assault. Over 1,000 beings at the profound realm. How many can the 5 major sects muster? Suddenly, Jian Wuxing narrowed his eyes and proposed, young master, shall we orchestrate something grand? Oh, Lin Qiyeh's interest was piqued. Jian Wuxing took a deep breath and continued, if our intention is merely to set fire to the granaries, there is no need to mobilize all 3,000 Zhanjian Guards simultaneously. We can divide into 30 groups. Each group comprising 100 men can infiltrate the various cities ahead of time. In a single night, we could entirely incinerate the granaries of 30 cities. For those smaller cities, the profound realm is sufficient, while the larger cities can be led by those at the earth profound realm. Lin Qiyeh cradled his chin in contemplation. In doing so, Fang Jinyan will be forewarned, but it is worth a trial. After all, there is little he can do even if he learns of our intentions. Jian Wuxing was filled with joy, not expecting the initial plan to receive the young master's approval. With determination in his gaze, he remarked, tonight is somewhat rushed. Yet with the presence of the Black Fire Heavenly Unicorn, we shall surely be timely tomorrow night, especially since we are aware of the locations of all the granaries. Unbeknownst to them, on the morrow, Lin Wuxue would undertake a momentous task. Chapter 78. The covert assault on Sunset City as the sun dipped below the horizon. The last rays of light cascaded over the city, bathing it in a resplendent golden hue, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. The shimmering waves of light resembled a vast sea of gold, captivating all who beheld it. Thus, the name Sunset City was born. As the afterglow faded, the night quietly enveloped the land. Fang Jinyan ascended the city walls, gazing downwards with an expression of indifference. Occasionally, crude and scathing insults echoed from below, intolerable to the ears. Fang Jinyan, your lineage, from ancestors to descendants, is nothing but a lineage of disgrace. You are but a rootless existence. You old scoundrel. You balding fool, come out and face your doom. Fang Jinyan's lips twitched in response. These ruffians had been hurling insults since dawn, showing no sign of respite. His ancestors had been cursed countless times over. Moreover, even the Murong family had been subjected to their derision. What incensed him most were the few individuals clad in skirts, brandishing placards inscribed with the names of their commanders. General, let me slay them. Let us punish them. The great dragon shall not be humiliated. The soldiers beside him were seething with rage, eager to tear these miscreants apart at that very moment. Calm down, Fang Jinyan urged, raising a hand to quell the fervor. He squinted at the distant figures of the Dian soldiers, still fervently shouting their taunts. Luotian City must have a purpose for this provocation. If we were to open the gates, would we not be fulfilling their desires? Yet, the soldiers could hardly swallow their indignation. These people are utterly detestable. There is no but about it. This is an order. Fang Jinyan's tone was resolute. For the past few days, Luotian City had remained eerily quiet. After 3 cities fell the previous night, their sudden outcry seemed far from coincidental. Let them shout. We shall pretend we have not heard. By the way, have there been any updates from the 3 cities? Fang Jinyan inquired. The assembly of soldiers shook their heads. A contemplative expression crossed Fang Jinyan's face as he descended the city walls. The following day, as noon approached, Fang Jinyan still had not received news from the three cities, and a sense of unease began to creep in. Surely nothing has gone awry, he pondered. It cannot be possible. How could 3,000 men contend against 50,000? At that moment, a resounding cry pierced the air from outside the manor. Report. A young officer rushed into the residence, bowing deeply. General, Qingmu City has been captured, and not a single one of our men has been harmed. What transpired? Fang Jinyan's face lit up with astonishment. Such a remarkable achievement was truly staggering. Not a hair was harmed, yet 3,000 enemies were vanquished? The young officer smiled and explained, General, by the time our forces arrived, the enemy had already retreated, presumably out of fear of our 50,000-strong army. Fang Jinyan's brow furrowed as he waved a hand dismissively. He introspected. If he were in their position, having the audacity to launch a surprise attack on an enemy city, how could he possibly be afraid? Something was amiss. Very amiss. Before long, news from Qingjiao City reached them. It had fallen under the control of his forces, and similarly, before the arrival of the Dragon Army, the adversaries had already departed. The same was true for Qingjiang City. However, Fang Jinyan felt no joy. Instead, a deep sense of anxiety enveloped him. The enemy could not be engaged in futile endeavors. Deep in thought, he suddenly sat upright. Provisions. Quickly, send someone to inspect the granaries in Qingmu, Qingjiao, and Qingjiang. The deputy general was taken aback and hurried away. Fang Jinyan's countenance was grim. Even when subjected to the harshest insults from the soldiers of Dian, he remained composed. Yet at this moment, he was genuinely enraged and flustered. If his suspicions were correct, the adversary's objective was far more significant than merely the granaries of the three cities. It was highly likely that they aimed to seize all the granaries in Dian's territories. By late evening, the detailed intelligence from the three cities finally lay before Fang Jinyan. His expression was as dark as a stormy sea, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. Commander, the enemy's target is indeed the granaries. What shall we do now? The deputy general was equally distressed. Liuricheng has an army of 500,000. Without provisions, this war is nearly lost. Others also displayed anxious expressions. Fang Jinyan steadied himself and inquired, how long can our provisions hold? A soldier clad in black armor stepped forward. We still have 350,000 men. Enough to last for a fortnight at most. We must hope it is not too late. Fang Jinyan took a deep breath and ordered, relay the message to the three cities. Abandon the defense and proceed to the nearest city to secure the granaries. No unexpected incidents must occur. Understood. A soldier responded and promptly departed to make arrangements. Fang Jinyan lifted his gaze to the night sky, faintly hearing the shouts of anger from outside the city gates. Liuricheng, is your aim to delay me? Fang Jinyan spoke coldly. Convey the order. Rest well tonight. We shall march to battle tomorrow. Yes. The soldiers were filled with joy. After enduring insults for 2 days, no one could bear it any longer. The battle was finally upon them, and they vowed to leave no survivors among the dying forces. Shortly thereafter, the soldiers dispersed, leaving Fang Jinyan alone in the hall, accompanied only by a few guards at the entrance. On the eaves above, 2 shadowy figures lay silently, unmoving. Beside them, a small bird the size of a palm crouched. Had Wu Xian and Wu Xing not taken action? Otherwise, how could the news still not have arrived? Lin Wushue's lips moved, her voice barely audible to Lin Wuxin. It seems the plan has changed. My people have not acted. Lin Wuxin looked puzzled. Lin Wushue's beautiful eyes glimmered. If they do not burn the granaries, Fang Jinyan will surely not send anyone away. With 350,000 troops, the bearded one cannot possibly breach the defenses. A resolute expression crossed her face. Have you made your decision? Lin Wuxin gazed at Lin Wuxue with concern. Though she often received little attention, the moment Lin Wushue's intentions became clear, an enduring worry settled in her heart. Do not fret. I can manage this, she declared confidently. Having observed him for 2 days, from yesterday to today, Lin Wuxin replied in a grave tone, be cautious. I shall handle the situation outside while you confront Fang Jinyan. Time is of the essence. We have at most 20 breaths. That will suffice. Lin Wuxue responded, extending 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, both vanished from their positions. Lin Wuxin, armed with a sharp sword, glided through the guards like a wraith, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. Enemy attack. Assassins. Sharp cries echoed as the clash of blades resonated throughout the courtyard. The The sound of clattering armor rushed from outside the mansion. Beneath his mask, Lin Wuxin's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. His peripheral vision remained fixed on the courtyard, while his hands never faltered. Within approximately 15 breaths, he dispatched all adversaries and sprinted into the main hall. Moments later, two figures surged from the hall, leaping onto the rooftops. A streak of black lightning shot into the night sky. At that moment, hundreds of figures surged forth. Fang Xinyan emerged from the hall, his face grim, his low voice commanding, "Seal off Sunset City. Upon discovering the assassins, show no mercy." Understood. The soldiers swiftly departed, and the entire Sunset City became a cacophony. This, indeed, was destined to be an unrestful night. Chapter 79. Marshal Lin Yuan at Longmen Pass. Luo Tiancheng gazed into the distance, shaking his head slightly. Fang Xinyan truly possesses remarkable patience. He is indeed one of the 7 renowned generals. "General, shall we continue the scolding?" the deputy asked. "Let them vent their frustrations. After they tire themselves out, we can switch to another group," Luo Tiancheng replied, waving his hand and stifling a yawn. He turned to descend from the city tower, but suddenly halted. "If Fang Xinyan engages in battle, instruct them to retreat immediately to Longmen Pass and inform me at once." Understood, the deputy nodded. Luo Tiancheng then left. Shortly thereafter, he returned to his quarters, slowly removing his armor. Suddenly, his movements froze as he drew his long knife and struck fiercely to the side, a sharp whoosh slicing through the air. At that moment, a large hand clamped around his wrist. No matter how much force Luo Tiancheng exerted, he could not move. "It's me." Just as he was about to shout, a familiar voice echoed in his ear. Looking up, he discerned the figure in the dim candlelight. "Wuxian, what are you doing here?" "I brought you a guest," Lin Wuxin replied, releasing Luo Tiancheng's wrist and gesturing to a figure bound with ropes nearby. Luo Tiancheng's face darkened. "What on earth are you doing bringing me a big man like this?" As soon as he spoke, his pupils constricted in shock. "Fang Xinyan," he nearly exclaimed, staring incredulously at Lin Wuxin. "You actually captured him alive. Was this Xuanhuan's idea?" Lin Wuxin nodded. "Where's Xuanhuan?" Luo Tiancheng asked, concern etched on his face. "Don't worry. She is safe," Lin Wuxin smiled. "You must keep a close watch on him. Do not let him perish." Luo Tiancheng nodded slightly, his heart tumultuous. These two had truly managed to capture Fang Xinyan, the Grand Marshal of the Great Dragon Dynasty. Such audacity is reserved for the exceptionally skilled. It is worth noting that even someone of the divine profound realm might not have been able to extract Fang Xinyan alive from the city of the setting sun. "Rest assured, I have sealed his cultivation. The matter is resolved. I must take my leave," Lin Wuxin stated before vanishing from the hall. Luo Tiancheng stood in a daze, shaking his head vigorously, realizing this was no dream. By the heavens, they had truly captured Fang Xinyan. Only then did he fully accept the reality of the situation. "Is that you, Luo Tiancheng?" At that moment, Fang Xinyan opened his eyes, staring incredulously at Luo Tiancheng. "You treacherous scoundrel, let us settle this on the battlefield." Luo Tiancheng grinned. "Capturing you is no small feat. If you could have captured me, you would have done so long ago. Besides, my men have been cursing you for 2 days and nights, yet you made no move." Fang Xinyan's gaze turned cold, momentarily leaving him speechless. "Come, brother Fang. Allow me to free you." Luo Tiancheng assisted Fang Xinyan to his feet, untying the bonds that restrained him, and with a smile, remarked, "Brother Fang, if I may suggest, why not leave Dalong and come to dine instead?" "Just kill me," Fang Xinyan retorted, raising his chin defiantly, embodying a spirit prepared for death. "Very well. Let us not discuss state affairs tonight. Shall we instead indulge in a couple of drinks?" Luo Tiancheng chuckled. Fang Xinyan shot him a cold glare, remaining silent. He felt the sealed profound energy within him and ultimately had to relent. The following day, in the city of Luoshiqing, Fang Xinyan, though more accurately referred to as Lin Wuxia, donned his armor and entered the hall. His demeanor and small habits bore an uncanny resemblance to the genuine Fang Xinyan. "Marshal." Several figures quickly rose upon his arrival. "We are fully prepared and ready for battle." "Battle?" Lin Wuxia raised an eyebrow, his voice identical to that of Fang Xinyan. "Have any reports come from the other cities?" The gathered soldiers shook their heads. "Let us wait," Lin Wuxia said slowly, taking a seat at the head of the table. The soldiers looked at her in confusion, wondering why she had suddenly changed her mind after their agreement the previous night. Yet, no one dared to question the identity of their marshal. Naturally, none would challenge her authority. Fang Jinyan was known for his decisiveness. At that moment, a soldier mustered his courage and, with a tone of helplessness, said, "Marshal, the people of Dian are still cursing. The brothers can hardly endure it." "Endure it they must," Lin Qiyeh retorted coldly. "We shall wait for 2 more days. If there is no movement from the other cities, we shall breach the Longmen Pass." "Understood," the soldiers nodded, not daring to argue further. As midday approached, Lin Qiyeh, much like Fang Jinyan in his usual routine, began a patrol. Suddenly, several young officers rushed in, breathless, and whispered to a commanding officer. The officer hastened up the city wall and approached Lin Qiyeh with a grim expression. "Marshal, last night, 30 granaries in various cities were set ablaze by the forces of Dian." Gasps arose from the crowd. Lin Qiyeh's eyes widened in instinctive reaction. As she regained her composure, she nearly burst into laughter. No wonder there had been no activity the day before. They were evidently preparing for something monumental. 30 granaries. Even Fang Jinyan himself would likely be left speechless. "Marshal, the surprise troops from Dian indeed targeted our granaries. Marshal, we can no longer delay. The supplies in Luoshiqing will not last much longer. We have only 2 choices. Either break through Longmen Pass and invade Dian to seize their supplies, or immediately withdraw to protect the granaries of the other cities." The soldiers spoke up, each contributing to the rising panic. Lin Qiyeh furrowed her brow. Feigning a contemplative expression, "You 6 shall each lead an army of 50,000 and set off at once to defend the other cities. They will undoubtedly make another move tonight. Moreover, let us promptly convey messages to those cities whose granaries remain unscathed, deploying a strong garrison to secure them. Should we encounter any individuals from the Great Yin, if they can be captured alive, bring them to the city of Sunset. I shall flay their skin and draw their tendons, displaying them upon the gates of Sunset City to perish under the sun's relentless gaze." "Indeed, Commander." The assembly was engulfed in a profound fury. The destruction of granaries was tantamount to placing a blade against their throats. How could this be tolerated? "Commander, we have taken 30,000 men, leaving only 50,000 in Sunset City," one of the generals expressed with concern. "With me present, 50,000 shall suffice," Lin Qiyeh declared with unwavering confidence, exuding an air of dominance. Moreover, the supplies in Sunset City were already scarce. Your departure with a few days' provisions would leave enough sustenance for the remaining 50,000 troops to endure for 2 to 3 months. Your wisdom is commendable, and it is fortuitous that we did not engage in battle today. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. The general bowed, and others nodded in agreement. Had we fought today, who knows how many granaries would have been consumed by flames. Enough of this idle chatter. We shall set forth at once, Lin Qiyeh commanded with a firm voice, secretly reveling in her triumph. 30,000 troops had been redirected. Big Beard, you claimed that 10,000 against 10,000 could seize Sunset City. Now, only 50,000 remain. If you fail to capture it, do not blame me for plucking your beard clean. Watching the figures of her comrades recede, she smiled inwardly. To capture Sunset City, it would depend on me, Commander Lin. Chapter 80. Has this been taken down? Atop a mountain peak, Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at the city, lost in contemplation. "Young master, it is said that the mystical beasts of the Tianyu mountain range have begun their incursion into the Great Dragon once more," remarked Jian Wuxing, his expression slightly tense. "Indeed." Lin Qiyeh sighed. The Tianyu mountain range presents both advantages and disadvantages. While it aids the Great Dragon dynasty in fending off the Great Martial, Sword, and Grand Shin dynasties, it simultaneously brings catastrophic calamities upon the Great Dragon. Fang Jinyan guards the Sunset City, yet there are few capable of resisting the invasion of the mystical beasts. Jian Wuxing mused. Muramujin should be recalling Fang Jinyan soon. Not necessarily, Lin Qiyeh countered, shaking his head. Let us not forget that the Great Dragon still has Muramujin and his son, Muramujin Luchen. Compared to Yunnan Tian, Muramujin has indeed fulfilled the responsibilities of a ruler. He has personally led expeditions against the mystical beasts multiple times, facing peril on several occasions. In contrast, the Great Yin seems akin to an elderly figure in twilight, while the Great Dragon remains like the newborn dawn. Under normal circumstances, Muramujin would not summon Fang Jinyan back. "Young master, what of our plan?" Jian Wuxing inquired hesitantly. "This is the nature of war," Lin Qiyeh sighed. "Perhaps it seems somewhat opportunistic, yet it also minimizes our losses. However, we must cease burning the granaries. At least in the face of the mystical beasts, we are on the same front. Destroying our own resources is far too wasteful. I have heard that Fang Xinyan has dispatched another 300,000 troops, leaving only 50,000. Capturing Luotian City should pose no issue, Jian Wuxing remarked, astonished. I too find it surprising. Given Fang Xinyan's intelligence, he ought not to act so recklessly. Lin Qiyeh expressed his confusion. There are numerous strategies to address the burning of granaries. For instance, abandoning certain smaller cities closer to Sunset City and relocating some granaries instead. Yet, Fang Xinyan chooses to send forces to engage them. To annihilate the Zhangjin guards? The likelihood of success is exceedingly slim. Fang Xinyan's reputation as a general seems to be undeserved, Jian Wuxing lamented. Very well, now that Fang Xinyan's 500,000 troops have been dispersed, the next steps are entrusted to your Zhangjin guards, Lin Qiyeh said, patting Jian Wuxing on the shoulder. Are you leaving, young master? Jian Wuxing asked, taken aback. It is time for you to stand on your own, Lin Qiyeh smiled. With those words, he vanished from sight. Jian Wuxing looked up at the sky, where a colossal flaming bird soared swiftly towards the east. Clenching his fist, Jian Wuxing vowed, young master, I will not let you down. At Longmen Pass, within a courtyard, Luo Tianqing and Fang Xinyan engaged in a game of chess. Brother Fang, it has come to my attention that last night, the great dragon suffered the loss of granaries in 30 cities. Luo Tianqing remarked casually as he placed a piece on the board. Fang Xinyan's hand trembled slightly as he held his piece, yet he quickly regained his composure and continued placing his black stones. Observe, with each move you make, the consequences unfold. Sighed deeply and, without hesitation, placed a white piece on the board. As Fang Xinyan raised a black piece, he continued, my sources have just informed me that the Xian beasts from the Tianyu mountain range have begun their invasion of the great dragon. With a sudden clatter, the black piece in Fang Xinyan's hand fell onto the game board, his eyes reddening. One misstep leads to another. Calmly, Luo Tianqing placed a piece that captured a black dragon, stating, I can grant you your freedom, but I have a condition. Fang Xinyan abruptly looked up. Disbelief etched across his face. Do not be so agitated, Luo Tianqing replied with a smile, rising to gaze at the nearby sand table. Let us engage in a game. Should you win, you may depart. Are you certain? Fang Xinyan asked in a low voice, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Luo Tianqing responded with serene composure. If you lose, the Sunset City becomes mine, yet I shall still allow you to leave. What say you? After a moment's hesitation, Fang Xinyan gritted his teeth and agreed. It is a deal. Do we require a referee? At that moment, a voice echoed from the doorway. Both men turned to see a figure whose expression differed markedly from their own. My lord. Luo Tianqing abruptly stood and bowed. I acted without authorization. I hope you will not take offense. The newcomer was none other than Lin Qiyeh. Fang Xinyan, taken aback, shifted his gaze between Lin Qiyeh and Luo Tianqing. You are Lin Qiyeh? He asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. What astonished him most was the manner in which Luo Tianqing addressed Lin Qiyeh, not as the heir or prince, but as my lord. Lin Qiyeh acknowledged Fang Marshal with a slight bow, stating, Luo Tianqing's intentions align with mine. I have come to serve as the referee for your match. If that pleases you. Fang Xinyan surveyed the refined and ethereal Lin Qiyeh, his skepticism mounting. Was he not the infamous dandy? Very well, he replied, taking a deep breath and nodding. The three promptly gathered around the sand table. Lin Qiyeh explained the rules while occasionally studying Fang Xinyan, eager to gauge the prowess of this sixth-ranked general among the 7 great generals. As the two set their pieces and the battle commenced, Lin Qiyeh maintained a stoic silence, fulfilling his role as referee. Half an hour later, Fang Xinyan exhaled heavily, a palpable frustration in his voice. I have lost. Well played, Luo Tianqing replied, not overly jubilant. Fang Marshal, do you have no doubts? Lin Qiyeh inquired with a knowing smile. For instance, why did 2,000 troops suddenly appear under Luo Tianqing's command? Fang Xinyan's voice grew serious. If I am correct, he deliberately created a commotion with those 2,000 cavalry, raising dust to mislead me into thinking all his cavalry were present. In reality, those 2,000 cavalry transformed into infantry and departed under the cover of night. Lin Qiyeh expressed mild surprise. Then why did you not realize this sooner? This is the battlefield, Fang Xinyan replied, shaking his head. One misstep leads to another. It was only upon seeing the additional 2,000 troops that I deduced the truth. He did not attempt to justify himself further. Defeat is simply defeat. I admire the grandeur of Marshal Fong, remarked Luo Tianqing with undeniable respect. He couldn't help but express his admiration, albeit feeling somewhat opportunistic in doing so. His admiration for Fong Zhenyan's strength and resolve was genuine. Despite enduring tremendous pressure regarding matters of the Dragon Empire, Fong Zhenyan remained remarkably formidable. The city of the setting sun belongs to you, Fong Zhenyan stated, glancing at Lin Qiyeh and his companion. However, I shall personally reclaim it. At that moment, a figure rushed in from the entrance, beaming with joy, proclaiming, "We have captured the city of the setting sun. The Grand Marshal of the Dragon Army, Fong Zhenyan, has surrendered." What did you say? Luo Tianqing thought he must have misheard. The city of the setting sun had been captured? Fong Zhenyan had surrendered? It is absolutely true. The newcomer trembled with excitement, ready to elaborate. Yet, upon seeing the figure beside him, his voice faltered. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he staggered backward in sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Surely, was that not Fong Zhenyan standing before him? He shook his head in disbelief. This was real. It was no illusion. But what was the meaning of the surrender of the city of the setting sun? Suddenly, Luo Tianqing slapped his forehead in realization. What on earth is happening? Lin Qiyeh could not suppress his confusion either. With Fong Zhenyan present, he found it odd that such news of surrender would suddenly arise. Luo Tianqing, with a wry smile, remarked, "It must be the doing of that mischievous girl, Wu Xue." Chapter 81. The Thousand-Faced Nine Demons. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. He was well acquainted with Lin Wuxue, who possessed commendable cultivation talent and excelled in the arts of disguise and infiltration. However, he was utterly unfit for leading troops into battle, which explained his astonishment. The fact that Lin Wuxue had silently captured Sunset City was indeed surprising. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Perhaps by summoning Wuxue back, they could allow Marshal Fong to depart. Before Luo Tianqing could speak, Lin Qiyeh hastily interjected. Lin Wuxue's abilities must remain concealed. Indeed, Luo Tianqing acknowledged, swiftly departing. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a flowing purple gown approached Lin Qiyeh, wrapping her arm around his. "My lord, may I?" she inquired. "Of course," he replied. Observing Lin Wuxue's eager expression for praise, Lin Qiyeh found it amusing. He hadn't anticipated that despite all their scheming to conquer Sunset City, Lin Wuxue would prove to be the most effective. It was certainly a lesson for him. "Marshal Fong, please," Lin Qiyeh gestured, "someone, escort Marshal Fong away." Fong Zhenyan cast a meaningful glance at Lin Qiyeh before turning to leave. His outward calm belied the turmoil within. "You truly are audacious, to have transformed into Fong Zhenyan," Lin Qiyeh remarked sternly at Lin Wuxue. "In the future, refrain from acting on your own accord without prior notice." "I had no intention of acting without the assistance of Wuxin and Xiaohe," Lin Wuxue replied with a playful smile. Shifting the topic, Lin Qiyeh asked, "Didn't you despise purple? Why the sudden change to a purple gown today?" "Isn't it because you like purple, my lord?" Lin Wuxue teased, sticking out her tongue. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily flabbergasted. When did I ever express a fondness for purple? However, he quickly realized that she must have thought he was still reminiscing about the woman in the purple dress they encountered that day. He shook his head in exasperation. "Let us go to Sunset City." Before long, Lin Qiyeh stood atop the city walls of Sunset City, gazing silently in the direction where Fong Zhenyan had departed. "My lord, with Sunset City secured, the other cities will become manageable," Luo Tianqing said confidently beside him. The treacherous terrain of Sunset City was regarded as a formidable barrier in the east of the Great Dragon. With its capture, their advance would be unstoppable. "Patience," Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. "Sunset City has never fallen. Its citizens are loyal solely to the Great Dragon. With your army of merely 100,000, merely holding Sunset City would be an achievement. Rest assured, my lord. Give me a month, and I shall ensure that the citizens of Sunset City pledge their allegiance. Once Sunset City is under my command, no one shall wrest it from me," Luo Tianqing assured him. Lin Qiyeh had faith in Luo Tianqing's capabilities. He then turned to Wuxin, saying, "Wuxin, you shall remain here to coordinate with Tianqing. I will return to Yanbei City." "My lord, I wish to accompany you," Lin Wuxue exclaimed eagerly. "A sudden thought crossed my mind, one that only you can accomplish." Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. Luo Tianqing hastily dismissed those around them, leaving only the 4 of them within 100 paces. What is the prowess of those 9 siblings? Lin Qiyeh inquired unexpectedly. Lin Wuxue replied with a smile. Each of them has ascended to the celestial profound realm. The celestial profound realm? Luo Tianqing's eyes widened, his gaze flitting nervously among Lin Qiyeh and the others. Yet, Lin Qiyeh shook his head. I am not referring to their strength, but rather their ability to disguise themselves. Given 3 days, they could transform into anyone, leaving no trace of suspicion. Lin Wuxue proclaimed with unyielding confidence. Lin Qiyeh gazed into the distance, narrowing his eyes. This place is 5 grand cities away from Dragon City. I want you to act as a sharp blade, plunging into the very heart of these 5 cities. Once we are at their gates, you must be able to swiftly open the city doors. Rest assured, the 1,000-faced 9 ghosts will ensure the task is completed, Lin Wuxue stated, unusually devoid of her usual playful demeanor. I trust you, Lin Qiyeh nodded. At that moment, however, Luo Tianqing was utterly taken aback. The 1,000-faced 9 ghosts. Were they not the elite assassins of the Listening Snow Tower? It was rumored that each of them possessed countless visages, capable of changing forms at will. Their success rate in missions was said to be a perfect 100%, with never a failure. Furthermore, no one knew their true faces. Compared to the 18 riders of Listening Snow, the 1,000-faced 9 ghosts were far more terrifying and elusive. A master? Luo Tianqing stammered, his composure shattered. Despite commanding an army of 100,000, he felt utterly insignificant before the 1,000-faced 9 ghosts. Can one imagine that the most trusted individual might suddenly turn into an assassin? Lin Qiyeh regarded Luo Tianqing with an amused expression. Tianqing, there are certain matters I must reveal to you. Wuxin and Wuxue are both vice masters of the Listening Snow Tower. Luo Tianqing opened his mouth in astonishment. Although he had suspected as much, the confirmation from Lin Qiyeh left him unsettled. Suddenly, he turned to Lin Wuxin, asking timidly, Wuxin, you and the 18 of you are not the 18 riders of Listening Snow, are you? Lin Wuxin grinned, nearly giving Luo Tianqing a heart attack. This fellow appeared even more ominous when smiling. I thought, how could the 18 riders of Listening Snow possibly protect the prince? Now it all makes sense. Luo Tianqing took a deep breath, striving to calm his racing heart. In that moment, all his doubts were dispelled, and he looked at Lin Qiyeh with growing admiration. After following Lin Qiyeh for so many years, he had never disowned where Lin Qiyeh's limits lay, just as Lin Qiyeh had once told him. One must never reveal their final card unless absolutely necessary. The Listening Snow Tower was certainly not the last card in Lin Qiyeh's hand. Previously, I advised you to study military strategy, not to invest too much effort in cultivation, but now, you must hasten your training and strive to break through to the Earth Profound Realm as soon as possible. Lin Qiyeh produced a tome of martial arts and placed it into Luo Tianqing's hands, gently patting his shoulder as he remarked, the world is vast. The Profound Realm is too feeble. Indeed, Luo Tianqing replied, his blood surging with fervor. Very well, let us each attend to our respective duties, Lin Qiyeh smiled. 3 days later, Xiaohe carried Lin Qiyeh to Yanbei City. Gazing at the northern prince's manor, which he had departed from years ago, he was filled with myriad emotions. Please stop. Several guards at the entrance, upon recognizing Lin Qiyeh, stepped forward to obstruct his passage. Zhao Long, Qianhu, Junsong, Li Hai, have you forgotten me? Lin Qiyeh beamed at the 4 men. You are the young master? One of them stared at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment, hesitating to confirm. What young master? This is the Cloud King, the great Yin Cloud King. Your subordinates pay their respects to the Cloud King. The 4 men hastily knelt, their eyes brimming with reverence and joy. All right, no need to kneel at every turn, Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Where is the old man? The prince is in the manor. One replied. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. The old man seldom lingered in the manor. He typically spent his time with the soldiers and would often patrol various locations in Yanbei City when he had the chance. Why was he so idle today? Upon entering the manor and arriving in the hall, Lin Qiyeh discovered Lin Xiaotian sitting alone, drowning his sorrows in drink. The solitary figure exuded an air of loneliness and desolation. With a smile, Lin Qiyeh approached, saying, Old man, what joy is there in drinking alone? Allow me to keep you company. Chapter 82, Heritage 7 Nights? Lin Xiaotian shook his head, the effects of alcohol dissipating somewhat. What brings you back? Isn't I welcome? Lin Qiyeh poured a glass of wine for Lin Xiaotian, filling his own cup as well. Come, let's drink. Children should not drink. Lin Xiaoyan's expression turned serious as he snatched the cup from Lin Qiyeh's hands. Hey, old man, I'm nearly 21. Lin Qiyeh protested, visibly displeased. The old man had slumbered for 5 years, likely intoxicated, still believing himself to be merely 15 or 16. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaoyan slowly set down his cup and sighed deeply. Indeed, it has been 20 years before I knew it. Old man, do you have something on your mind? Lin Qiyeh downed his drink in one gulp and poured himself another. A drink dispels 1,000 worries. Don't keep everything bottled inside, or you'll age prematurely. It's nothing, just a lonely old man passing time. Lin Xiaoyan chuckled lightly, though Lin Qiyeh sensed a feigned cheerfulness. In his memory, Lin Xiaoyan rarely indulged in alcohol, only occasionally sharing a drink with soldiers. Yet now, he reeked of liquor, his face flushed, clearly having consumed quite a bit. Well, as long as that is the case. Lin Qiyeh didn't press further, continuously pouring wine for Lin Xiaoyan. The old man was quite stubborn, akin to a bull. Unless thoroughly intoxicated, he would not speak freely. After several rounds, a rosy hue appeared on Lin Qiyeh's face. He refrained from using his spiritual power to sober up, fully embracing this rare indulgence. 7 nights. If you were to become the king of the north, what would you do? Lin Xiaoyan, now defenseless and tipsy, posed the question. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, laughing proudly. I'm the king of clouds now. Why would I even consider the king of the north? Don't think I'll take on this mess. Upon hearing Lin Xiaoyan's words, he felt something amiss. The old man was not yet 60 and had achieved substantial cultivation. He could easily live for several more decades. Why would he suddenly contemplate passing the title of king of the north to him? You little rascal, Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed, eyes wide. What do you mean by mess? While Yanbei City may not be rich, the people are well fed, and the northern army is formidable in battle. The house of the king of the north possesses 3 city territories, far surpassing its glory days. Indeed, Lin Qiyeh replied, speechless. Were it not for your fine son, the house of the king of the north would have perished long ago. Still boasting in front of me? If you were to become the king of the north, I do not expect you to bring great honor to the family. Just maintain Yanbei City. Lin Xiaoyan downed another glass and added, with Luotian City and Gu Beichen alongside Ling Qingxiu, our house of the king of the north will remain secure for at least 60 years. What good is your king of clouds? You don't even hold a territory. Indeed, Lin Qiyeh raised his glass in agreement. After years of campaigning, my father has fought in countless battles. It seems the time has finally come to rest. Lin Xiaoyan sighed, suddenly fixing his gaze on Lin Qiyeh, and said, the world is vast. I wish to venture out and explore. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his heart tinged with a hint of sorrow as he observed Lin Xiaoyan. Over the years, the elder's hair had turned significantly grayer, and deep wrinkles had formed upon his forehead. Though he was of the earth-profound realm, he was still merely of that realm, destined for a lifespan not exceeding a century. Since you are silent, I shall take it as your consent, Lin Xiaoyan chuckled, his demeanor instantly lightening. You must tell me where we are headed. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Despite the elder consuming copious amounts of alcohol, he remained unaffected. The notion of drunken truths was mere fiction. We shall simply wander and return in a few years. Come, let us drink until we are inebriated. Lin Xiaoyan raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Lin Xiaoyan, have you made up your mind? At that moment, a detached voice echoed from outside. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brows, only to behold a woman clad in purple entering. In the next instant, their eyes met, each staring intently at the other. It's you, they exclaimed in unison. The purple-clad woman glared at Lin Qiyeh, demanding, return Xiling to me. Clearly, she was Xuanhuan. Do you know each other? Lin Xiaoyan asked, astonished. He then awkwardly glanced at Lin Qiyeh. Qiyeh, were you aware of this? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. Aware of what? How could I possibly know? Nevertheless, he inexplicably nodded. Xuanhuan's bewildered gaze lingered on the father and son. What is your relationship? Though she inquired, she had already arrived at an answer in her heart. The contours of their faces bore a striking resemblance, yet upon closer inspection, Lin Qiyeh resembled his mother more closely. You little rascal, how dare you deceive me? Lin Xiaoyan exclaimed, smacking Lin Qiyeh on the head, nearly causing him to suffer a social demise. Who is she? Lin Qiyeh shrugged, frowning at Xuanhuan. Lin Xiaoyan's expression was conflicted, remaining silent for a long while. Lin Xiaoyan, reveal my identity to her. Xuanhuan seethed, her teeth clenched. The thought of Lin Qiyeh having taken her contracted profound beast made her wish for death. Lin Xiaotian inhaled deeply and said, "Her name is Xuanhuan. Your mother's younger sister, or rather, you should refer to her as your aunt." "So my mother is named Xiren?" Lin Qiyeh chuckled, amused at the notion of an old bull courting a tender calf. Lin Xiaotian's face flushed crimson. Xuanhuan let out a cold laugh, her expression predatory as she shook her small fist. "Lin Qiyeh, will you not return Xiling to me?" Xuanhuan, "Aunt, on our first meeting, would you mind gifting me a profound beast?" Lin Qiyeh squinted playfully. He silently rejoiced that he had not dealt Xuanhuan a fatal blow. Otherwise, he would have regretted it immensely. Xuanhuan opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. This boy's reasoning was so compelling that she was rendered speechless. The crux of the matter lies in her initial intention to forcibly seize him. She gazed intently at Lin Qiyeh, her heart tumultuous with unrest. This fellow appeared to be scarcely 21 years of age, yet he effortlessly outmatched even her, a practitioner of the sacred profound realm. In the entirety of Yinzhou, few could rival his prowess. What if he were granted sufficient time to grow even stronger? At that moment, Lin Qiyeh spoke once more. "Are you the one intending to take the old man away? Does this imply that my mother is still alive?" Lin Xiaotian lowered his head. Xianlong responded, "Your mother is indeed alive, but her circumstances are far from favorable. In 2 years, she will be compelled to wed another. Is it of her own volition?" Lin Qiyeh inquired with a calm demeanor, though his heartbeat quickened. He held no recollection of his mother, only a sense of resentment towards her for abandoning him and his father. The news of her impending marriage stirred a tempest within him. He had never felt such tension, even in the presence of the gods. "It is certainly not voluntary." Xianlong's expression darkened. Currently, in the Great Feather Empire, the Grand Tutor, Xuanhuan's son, wields absolute power. Your sister was forcibly betrothed to the Grand Tutor's son, Xuanhuan Linkong. Upon learning of this, she fled the Great Feather Empire and inflicted a severe injury upon Xuanhuan Linkong, leaving him comatose for nearly 2 decades. A year ago, he awakened, and Xuanhuan Sun has once again broached the subject of the betrothal. "The implications of your sister marrying Xuanhuan Linkong are dire." Lin Xiaotian clenched his fists, the veins on his forehead bulging. However, Lin Qiyeh breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why is the wedding date set for 2 years hence?" Chapter 83. Descendants of Sinful Blood, to be precise. It has been 23 months. Xianlong's expression grew serious. Xuanhuan Linkong had entered a secret realm a year ago for cultivation, aiming to break through to the sacred profound realm, and was expected to emerge in approximately 3 years. A secret realm? Lin Qiyeh's interest was piqued as he gazed at Xianlong with a smile. "Are there many in the sacred profound realm of the Dayu Empire?" "What do you mean?" Xianlong retorted, clearly displeased. "Are you looking down upon my sacred profound realm?" "Not at all," Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. From what he knew, the sacred profound realm in the Dayu Empire was indeed abundant. Given Xianlong's divine bloodline, her rapid advancement to the sacred profound realm was not particularly surprising. However, her strength was quite incongruent with her realm. Xianlong continued, "Compared to Yinzhou, the sacred profound realm is relatively plentiful in the Dayu Empire. Grandmaster Xuanhuan Sun is even at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm. My father, due to cultivation issues over 20 years ago, dares not easily confront Xuanhuan Sun." As she spoke, her gaze shifted to Lin Xiaotian. "If you are willing to accompany me to the Dayu Empire, I will request my father to announce to the world that my sister is already betrothed. I believe Xuanhuan Sun would not dare to openly oppose us, thus sparing my sister from peril." "I will accompany you," Lin Xiaotian declared resolutely. Lin Qiyeh did not intervene, reclining in his chair, and inquired, "Why did she leave in the first place?" Lin Xiaotian's face was filled with guilt. Xinru claimed that someone was pursuing her, and staying here would endanger us father and son. She vanished just days after giving birth to you. As Lin Qiyeh beheld Lin Xiaotian's eyes, red as blood, the last vestiges of resentment quietly dissipated. Curiously, he asked, "How did you two meet?" "Initially, I was hunting with a few others in the mountains surrounding Yinyun Pass when we encountered a terrestrial-level profound beast, which resulted in many casualties and scattered us." Lin Xiaotian reminisced. "By chance, I came across your mother. She too was being pursued. Familiar with these mountains. I led her on a flight for 7 days and nights before returning to Yanbei City. I dared not reveal her presence, and with your grandfather's consent, I arranged for Shinru to stay in the inner courtyard of the northern town king's residence. Before long, we developed feelings for each other, and under your grandfather's witness, we wed. Then you were born, and your mother named you Qiyeh. Was it to commemorate your 7 days and nights of fleeing? Xuanhuan teased, looking at Lin Qiyeh. Why not call him Lin Qiyeh? Lin Qiyeh's face darkened, nearly losing his temper. Is Lin Qiyeh not a pleasant name? Suddenly, he recalled something. What about grandfather? Lin Xiaodian shook his head, providing no further explanation. Lin Qiyeh felt a flicker of suspicion in his heart. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Since his grandfather had been alive 20 years ago, it was likely that Tianshula could uncover information. At that moment, he let out a sigh of relief. At the very least, the father and son were not abandoned. Father, my son stands by you. Lin Qiyeh rose and firmly slapped Lin Xiaodian on the shoulder. In that instant, the indomitable sword spirit from his Xuanhuan erupted, sending forth 3 beams of light that penetrated Lin Xiaodian's body through his palm. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaodian's eyes reddened as he stifled the tears that threatened to spill. How many years had it been since this boy had called him father? Lin Qiyeh smiled gently. In a couple of years, I will come to fetch you. Very well, Lin Xiaodian nodded emphatically, devoid of any trace of the valiant commander he once was. As night fell, a chilly breeze swept through, and snowflakes began to dance in the air. Lin Qiyeh sat beneath the eaves, quietly observing the scene before him. At that moment, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Without turning his head, Lin Qiyeh remarked, "Do not think to reclaim the purple spirit fire phoenix. You." Xuanhuan gritted her teeth in anger, forcibly suppressing her rage. I did not come to demand the purple spirit. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh turned to meet Xuanhuan's gaze. The old man's journey to the Dayu Empire must not have gone smoothly, has it? Xuanhuan looked at him in surprise. Lin Qiyeh continued, his eyes fixed on the flurrying snowflakes. The Dayu Empire lies to the north of the Daihu and Dawang empires. There was truly no need for you to traverse to the Great Dragon. You could have come directly to Yanbei City. The long detour suggests someone is pursuing you. Does it not? Xuanhuan shuddered internally, regarding Lin Qiyeh as one might a monster. Before he could respond, Lin Qiyeh added, moreover, has your father encountered any issues in his cultivation? I do not know. Xuanhuan shook his head, a look of concern etched across her face. It may be related to the region we are in. Oh, Lin Qiyeh turned his attention. Xuanhuan countered, do you know what realm lies above the sacred Qian realm? Lin Qiyeh shook his head. He truly did not possess that knowledge. However, he was acutely aware that the sacred Qian realm was by no means the end. Beyond it lay the star Qian realm. Excitement gleamed in Xuanhuan's eyes, quickly followed by desolation. Sadly, for thousands of years, no one from Yunzhou, Lingzhou, or Cangzhou had ever reached that realm. Thus, the star Qian realm existed only in legends. Legends? A rebellious glint flickered in Lin Qiyeh's eyes, for he held this notion in utter disdain. The star Qian realm, merely a tale worthy of such a title? There is another rumor. Xuanhuan's gaze deepened. All beings in Yunzhou, Lingzhou, and Cangzhou are descendants of sinful blood, cursed by the deities, forever unable to step into the star Qian realm. Nonsense about deities. Lin Qiyeh spat vehemently. In his past life, had he not slain numerous deities? Regardless of whether they were human, demon, or beast, whoever possessed sufficient power was a deity in their own right. Do not speak so foolishly. Xuanhuan hastily reminded Lin Qiyeh. I suspect that my father forcefully broke through to the star Qian realm, only to suffer backlash, leaving his condition deteriorating day by day. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it within Lin Qiyeh's body. What is this? Lin Qiyeh inquired, slightly taken aback. Upon opening it, he was astonished to find it brimming with Qian crystals, all of which were of superior quality. Is the Dayu Empire truly this affluent? Lin Qiyeh jested. Xuanhuan rolled her eyes. This is my lifetime's savings. Consider it a token of greeting from your aunt. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. You're not thinking of purchasing the purple spirit fire phoenix, are you? You. Xuanhuan was infuriated. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiyeh waved his hand, and a streak of light entered the body of the purple spirit fire phoenix. In that instant, Xuanhuan felt the contract bond between herself and the phoenix re-establishing. She looked at Lin Qiyeh in disbelief. I was concerned that you might not return, which would endanger the old man. With it here, at least your escape will be swifter. Of course, Lin Qiyeh would never admit to his soft-heartedness. Moreover, practicing sword techniques is essential. What use is having a realm without skill? With that, he vanished without a trace. You little rascal. Xianlong stamped her foot in frustration. Yet, in the next moment, a long-lost smile graced her face as she squinted and said, "Sister, you might truly have a chance at salvation." Chapter 84. Breaking through the pinnacle of the Emperor Xian. The following day, Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop the tower, gazing at Lin Xuanhuan and his companions as they departed, lost in contemplation. "My lord, the prince has already left," came the voice of Lin Wufeng from behind. Lin Qiyeh withdrew his gaze and inquired, "Wufeng, how are our forces in Sangzhou faring?" Lin Wufeng replied candidly, "The Listening Snow Pavilion has several branches, though their numbers are not particularly substantial. Should I recall my men?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head, narrowing his eyes. "No need. Inform Weiyun and Wu Hui to prepare the groundwork in the Daiyu Empire, especially in the Tianyu imperial capital. Additionally, relay orders to Gu Beichen and Ling Qingqiu, directing them to lead 200,000 troops to Luocheng. Within 6 months, we must be poised before launching." "What about Yanyan Pass?" Lin Wufeng expressed concern. "There is no immediate need to worry about the Great Wilderness. Leaving 5,000 soldiers at Yanyan Pass will suffice," Lin Qiyeh replied dismissively. "Understood," Lin Wufeng nodded. "You have broken through to the divine Xian realm, yet that is still insufficient. You may freely utilize the resources of the Listening Snow Pavilion," Lin Qiyeh stated solemnly. The matter concerning his parents weighed heavily on him. He must reach the Daiyu Empire within 2 years. Thus, he needed to hasten his pace. He extended his hand, and a stream of light entered Lin Wufeng's mind. "This is a sacred tear technique," Lin Wufeng exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Qiyeh smiled enigmatically. "This is not merely sacred tear. It is a true divine tear technique, albeit slightly simplified for easier comprehension." After Lin Wufeng departed, Lin Qiyeh returned to the northern town king's residence, retrieving the storage ring gifted by Xianlong, revealing a copious amount of Xian crystals before him. Having a resourceful aunt seems quite advantageous. With these Xian crystals, I could potentially break through 2 or 3 minor realms. As the Tai Xian immortal scripture circulated, Lin Qiyeh radiated a resplendent purple-golden light, exuding an aura of majesty and sanctity. Time gradually slipped away, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Qiyeh remained engrossed in his secluded cultivation. In the outside world, Gu Beichen and Ling Qingqiu, each commanding 200,000 troops, had already arrived at Luocheng. The 3 of them divided their forces into 3 paths, advancing into the Great Dragon Empire with unstoppable momentum, capturing a total of 15 cities within half a month. Each was eager to prove their prowess. Naturally, the Great Dragon Empire was not inherently weak. It was merely besieged by the invasion of the Xian beasts from the Tianyu mountain range, making it even more perilous than in previous years. With enemies on 2 fronts, the Great Dragon Empire was compelled to concentrate its primary forces against the Xian beasts. For wherever they roamed, not a blade of grass would survive. The trio, however, would not resort to slaughtering cities or perpetrating unwarranted violence against the common folk. Their armies surged forward with indomitable spirit. On this day, Ling Qingqiu led his 200,000 troops to the outskirts of Yong'an City, one of the 23 major cities of the Great Dragon Empire. After capturing 5 cities in half a month, their numbers remained undiminished. He sent forth a messenger to challenge them. Suddenly, the gates of Yong'an City swung wide open, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Before the battle had even commenced, they surrendered? Surrender is not an option, Ling Qingqiu bellowed, spurring his steed forward, leading the charge towards the city gates. He consistently took the lead, embodying a fierce determination. Under his command, the 200,000 soldiers resembled a pack of wolves. After a brief hour, Yong'an City was successfully seized, with 30,000 of the Dragon Empire's soldiers captured. "Lin Yu, you have worked hard," Ling Qingqiu remarked, gazing at the figure clad in black before him, filled with myriad emotions. It dawned upon him that the young master had orchestrated everything from the outset, all in service to him. The black-clad Lin Yu waved his hand, saying, "Furthermore, the credit for capturing this city does not belong to us." "Oh, who does it belong to then?" Ling Qingqiu inquired, momentarily taken aback. Lin Yu shook his head. "I do not know. Our role was merely to open the gates, yet no one hindered us." As the guards at the entrance had long been cleared away, Ling Qingqiu was slightly astonished. The young master mentioned that within 6 months, troops would be at the gates of Dragon City. "A month has already elapsed, and I must depart swiftly." With that, Lin Yu turned and left. Lin Qiyeh squinted slightly. It appears that the Dragon Empire is not our true battlefield. A similar scenario unfolded in Luotian City with Gu Baichen. Gu Baichen was exceedingly frustrated. For as a dignified general, his abilities were rendered useless, akin to a mere cleaner on the battlefield. This was true during the conflict with Yin City and now with the Dragon Empire as well. The most critical aspect was the timely supply of provisions. As if it had all been preordained, wherever he advanced, supplies would follow. Such a war was far too effortless. If they did not emerge victorious, it would be a travesty. Gu Baichen, however, found comfort in the ease of capturing cities without combat. Was that not preferable? As for training troops, there would be ample opportunities ahead. Thus, under the coordination of Lin Qiyeh and Jian Wuxing, the three armies advanced unimpeded. Another 4 months swiftly passed. In Yanbei City, within the northern king's manor, Lin Qiyeh sat cross-legged beneath a tree. The violet-golden radiance emanating from him grew increasingly intense, his aura steadily ascending. After half an hour, a thunderous sound erupted from within him, causing the entire city to tremble slightly, with countless citizens gazing upwards in astonishment. Despite the clear skies, how could there be thunder? Has the young master broken through again? In less than 5 months, he had ascended 3 minor realms. Not far off, Lin Wufeng was awestruck, gritting his teeth as beads of sweat rolled down his face, rendering him pale. He was deeply troubled. Why was it again my duty to protect the young master? This aura, who could possibly withstand it? He had retreated a considerable distance, yet still felt immense pressure. It is worth noting that he had also advanced to the mid-stage of the divine mystical realm, yet he sensed an ever-widening chasm between himself and Lin Qiyeh. Having learned from previous encounters, he dared not approach Lin Qiyeh lightly. Should he be overwhelmed by that aura, it would be a source of great ridicule. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 beams of divine light erupted from his gaze. He exhaled a heavy breath, feeling the power within his body. A faint smile gracing his lips. The true reward was not merely the breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor Xian realm, but rather the elevation of his primordial spirit to the late stage of the Saint Xian realm. Lin Qiyeh pondered quietly, wondering if his current physical strength could deliver a fatal blow to someone at the late stage of the Saint Xian realm. Regrettably, he had no target at hand to test his newfound prowess. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Lin Wufeng in the distance. He gestured for him to come closer. Lin Wufeng flickered and, like a dragonfly skimming the water, silently landed before him. Wufeng, strike me with your sword, Lin Qiyeh said with a smile. What? Lin Wufeng thought he had misheard. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew serious. If we are brothers, then strike me. Lin Wufeng, taken aback, reluctantly drew his treasured sword. With a whoosh, the sword's radiance burst forth, and the blade descended sharply upon Lin Qiyeh. With a clang, a metallic clash echoed as Lin Qiyeh's body emitted a resounding impact, sending Lin Wufeng flying, his arm tingling from the force. Lin Wufeng was dumbfounded. Was this merely his physical form that had repelled him? Put a bit more force into it. Also, use the Fengming sword, Lin Qiyeh instructed. Young master, be cautious. Lin Wufeng inhaled deeply and slowly unsheathed the sword from his waist. In an instant, a tempest roared as he unleashed his strike, countless wind blades soaring towards Lin Qiyeh. The sound of clashing jade echoed as all the wind blades were deflected. Lin Wufeng stared at Lin Qiyeh, who remained unscathed, swallowing hard. Young master, are you truly a sword cultivator? Chapter 85. The Celestial Fate Cauldron. No wonder Lin Wufeng was so astonished. As a formidable practitioner at the mid-level of the divine profound realm, he found himself utterly incapable of breaching Lin Qiyeh's physical form. Even if he stood still, he could not bring himself to strike a fatal blow. The disparity between them was simply too vast. I am indeed a sword cultivator, Lin Qiyeh asserted with unwavering confidence. But I have never witnessed you wielding a sword, Lin Wufeng muttered softly. Lin Qiyeh, having donned a fresh set of garments, replied, Were you not present when I vanquished the wicked swordsman? I only saw him after he had already perished, Lin Wufeng retorted, exasperation evident in his tone. Moreover, you were clearly unarmed, and your speed in drawing a sword was significantly slower than that of the wicked swordsman. How then did he meet his demise? My speed may indeed be somewhat lacking, Lin Qiyeh chuckled, but under my blade, no one has ever escaped. I refrain from drawing my sword unless absolutely necessary. Such words were undeniably audacious. Yet Lin Wufeng found himself rendered speechless. After years of following Lin Qiyeh, none amongst them had ever witnessed his swordplay. The swiftness with which he struck was something only the deceased could comprehend. Suddenly, a grin spread across Lin Wufeng's face, his eyes glinting with mischief. "Master, might I cultivate my physical form in the same manner as you?" Lin Qiyeh regarded him with a discerning gaze, then raised his hand, sending a beam of light into Lin Wufeng's brow. "The primordial limitless technique." Lin Wufeng exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this the first type of cultivation method?" Lin Qiyeh nodded, earnestly advising, "Your advantage lies in your speed. Among all of you, you are the swiftest. Do not forsake this asset. As long as you are fast enough, your enemies will never lay a finger on you, regardless of the frailty of your physical form. Of course, should you find sufficient time, you may also cultivate further. A formidable physique can indeed compensate for your shortcomings." "Yes, master." Lin Wufeng nodded vigorously. He intended to relay this technique to Wuxin and Wuxue, while the others could suffice with the methods available at the Listening Snow Tower. Lin Qiyeh spoke solemnly. "The Tai Xian Immortal Cannon can only be cultivated from the very beginning, and it is evident that these individuals are not suited for it. As for the primordial limitless technique, it is one of the foundational arts upon which I rely for my survival. Only the most trusted of brothers shall receive such teachings." Lin Wufeng promptly acknowledged this and added, "By the way, Master, Luotian City, along with Ling Qiyeh and Gu Beichun, has gathered at Huiyun City. Should they seize Huiyun City, it would lead to Long City. Has this transpired a month earlier than anticipated?" Lin Qiyeh mused with a smile. Lin Wufeng elaborated. "The profound beasts of the Tianyu mountain range are exceedingly formidable, and the Grand Dragon Empire has withdrawn a significant portion of its military. However, I have heard that the Feather Sword sect intends to intervene. If the Grand Dragon Empire were to fall, the Muron clan of the Feather Sword sect would lose their resources, and they certainly would not stand idly by." Lin Qiyeh was not taken aback. Should they dare to approach, he would ensure they did not return. "Master, your initial objective was indeed the 5 great sects, was it not?" Lin Wufeng inhaled deeply, seeking clarity. Lin Qiyeh maintained a tranquil demeanor, gently reclining in his chair. "What prompts such thoughts?" Lin Wufeng poured him a cup of tea and replied, "If you were truly interested in the throne, you would have simply eliminated Yunnan Tian, thereby grasping the crown effortlessly. Your current endeavors against the great dragon are not motivated by the desire for power." Taking a delicate sip of tea, Lin Qiyeh remarked, "The situation now is markedly different. Firstly, I spared Yunnan Tian because the old man harbored lingering sentiments. Secondly, I have no interest in the throne. Thirdly, I do hold some apprehension towards the Yujin sect. However, at present, the Yujin sect does not pose a significant threat." Lin Wufeng blinked, still somewhat skeptical. "You rascal." Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. "Indeed, my interest in the throne is minimal. My ultimate goal lies in confronting the 5 great sects. You have all experienced it firsthand. Who among us has not become an orphan due to the machinations of these sects?" Lin Wufeng clenched his fist, a flicker of murderous intent igniting in his gaze. "The Great Yin and Great Dragon dynasties are indeed despicable, but had it not been for the 5 great sects coercing the imperial family, and the imperial family oppressing the noble clans, would the clans have exploited the common folk?" Lin Qiyeh sighed. "For mere crystals, those of the sects can massacre an entire town and obliterate a city. In fact, simply tarnishing their garments can lead to the annihilation of an entire family." Lin Wufeng instantly thought of Lin Wuxin and Lin Wuying. Lin Qiyeh continued, "I have never been a paragon of virtue, especially in a world where a mere glance can spell doom for an entire family. Surviving as a good person is exceedingly difficult. Yet, one must possess their own principles. Those who kill will inevitably face retribution. Of course, there are good individuals within the 5 great sects, but these individuals would thrive even without the existence of their sections." At this juncture, Lin Qiyeh's gaze turned icy. "My intent is to eradicate the 5 great sects, not to annihilate all their members. The crux lies in my current strength." Lin Wufeng felt a tremor within. The thought of annihilating the 5 great sects had previously been beyond his imagination, yet he was astonished by Lin Qiyeh's nonchalance. He had no reason to believe Lin Qiyeh was fabricating his words. "Are you pondering why I do not simply obliterate the 5 great sects at once?" Lin Qiyeh smiled. Lin Wufeng felt as though he had been seen through. "My strength alone is not sufficient. True strength lies in the collective might of all of you. After all, It is universally acknowledged that the powerful establish the rules. Lin Qiyeh spoke solemnly. Lin Wufeng, with unwavering resolve, declared, "We shall not disappoint you. Let us proceed to Yan'an City," Lin Qiyeh said, rising with a smile and waving toward the distance. A shadow descended from the sky, landing gracefully in the courtyard. "What business do we have in Yan'an City?" Lin Wufeng inquired, perplexed. "You will find out upon arrival," Lin Qiyeh teased. In the next moment, the shadow, known as Xuanhuan, flapped its wings and transformed into a streak of black light, soaring toward Yan'an City. An hour later, Qin Su appeared in the courtyard where Lin Qiyeh resided, offering a slight bow as he addressed, "My lord." He forcefully suppressed the excitement within. Yet his body continued to tremble. "It seems you are already aware of my intentions," Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. "Yes," Qin Su nodded, his breath quickening. "At present, I possess a 70% certainty of extracting the object within you, with a 30% chance of failure. Should I fail, you are well aware of the consequences. Have you considered this carefully?" Lin Qiyeh's expression turned grave. Qin Su took a deep breath. "If you were given sufficient time, what would be your level of certainty?" 100%, Lin Qiyeh replied calmly, "but it would require at least several years." Qin Su's gaze hardened. "I do not wish to squander several more years. I implore you to assist me." Beside them, Lin Wufeng was utterly perplexed. Extracting something from Qin Su's body, could it truly be housed within? "Very well, Wufeng, protect." Without hesitation, Lin Qiyeh extended a hand, resting it upon the location of Qin Su's Xuanhuan. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly domineering aura erupted from Lin Qiyeh, his right hand tightening as if grasping something tangible. With a sudden forceful pull, a golden light burst forth from Qin Su's Xuanhuan. Above Yan'an City, the winds howled, clouds surged, and thunder roared. "Humph! Silence!" Lin Qiyeh cast a cold glance at the essence within Qin Su's body. As his words fell, the heavens instantly regained their tranquility, and a beam of golden light was abruptly dragged from within Qin Su. Qin Su let out a pained cry, collapsing weakly to the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his face. His gaze was fixed intently on the object in Lin Qiyeh's hand, revealing a look of relief. "Young master, what is this item?" Lin Wufeng trembled violently, unable to steady himself. Before Lin Qiyeh could respond, Qin Su weakly uttered, "This item is known as the Celestial Fate Cauldron." Chapter 86, 300 Years of History, the Celestial Fate Cauldron? Lin Wufeng furrowed his brow. A look of perplexity etched across his face. The intelligence-gathering prowess of the Listening Snow Tower was indeed remarkable, yet he had never heard of the Celestial Fate Cauldron. Lin Qiyeh, however, exhibited a contemplative expression. "It is said that the Celestial Fate Cauldron can harness the fortunes of heaven and earth, breaking certain constraints. Could this also be the reason for the downfall of the ancient Qin Empire?" Upon hearing this, Lin Wufeng gazed at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment. How did the young master know this? Wasn't his information also sourced from the Listening Snow Tower? At that moment, Lin Wufeng realized he was increasingly unable to fathom Lin Qiyeh. "That's quite an exaggeration." Qin Su unsteadily rose to his feet, then promptly sat cross-legged. Lin Qiyeh retrieved a pill and placed it into Qin Su's mouth. Qin Su abruptly looked up, astonished at Lin Qiyeh. In the next instant, he hastily began to circulate his energy, his aura surging forth like a river breaching its dam. Spiritual profound realm. True profound realm. Dan profound realm. In merely the time it takes to brew half a cup of tea, his cultivation soared to the peak of the Emperor profound realm before finally halting. Lin Wufeng was knocked back several paces, staring dumbfounded at Qin Su. Had Lin Qiyeh not shielded him, he would likely have suffered injuries. One day to break through to the Emperor profound realm? Lin Wufeng, usually composed, was utterly astonished. What kind of prodigy is this? Even the young master might not be able to compare. He had originally been at the sacred profound realm. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, gently patting Lin Wufeng's shoulder. Lin Wufeng stood there, like a statue, his mouth agape. The sacred profound realm? Qin Su was actually at the sacred profound realm? It was said that sacred profound realm cultivators were top-tier experts, possessing lifespans of several centuries. For mere mortals, they were akin to deities. After a while, Qin Su's aura finally calmed, a fleeting sharpness vanishing. He cast a deep glance at Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh stood quietly, as serene as a gentle breeze. "Thank you, young master." Qin Su suddenly bowed deeply. He realized that even at the peak of the Emperor profound realm, He could not discern even a hint of Lin Qiyeh's true strength. The ability to extract the celestial fate cauldron from within him and to mend his profound sea. Restoring his cultivation was a technique he had never before encountered. If he had previously held a sliver of hope in agreeing to stay by Lin Qiyeh's side, he was now completely convinced. You just mentioned the celestial fate cauldron. What of it? Lin Qiyeh assisted him to his feet, then handed the celestial fate cauldron to Qin Su. Qin Su quickly waved his hands, stepping back a few paces. Young master, it is best to keep this item with you. I cannot contain it, and it would merely return to my body. Lin Qiyeh raised his left hand, a sword-like light emanating and merging into the celestial fate cauldron. In the next moment, the once resplendent cauldron dimmed considerably. Lin Qiyeh casually tossed it to Qin Su. Qin Su's pupils constricted, staring at Lin Qiyeh in disbelief. Do not look at me in such a manner. Though this treasure is remarkable, it holds little significance for me, especially since it originally belongs to your Qin family. Lin Qiyeh remained indifferent. Qin Su's eyes were crimson, embodying a fervent impulse akin to a warrior willing to die for a confidant. Could it be that so many are eager to follow Lin Qiyeh? How many can resist the charm that emanates from him? He took several deep breaths to steady his thoughts. You speak wisely, my lord. The celestial fate cauldron can indeed bear fortune and shatter certain shackles. However, it is not as exaggerated as you suggest. It can only accommodate the fortunes of a few states at most. Is the shackle you refer to related to bloodlines? Lin Qiyeh's heart stirred as he recalled the words of Xuanhuan. Indeed, Qin Su nodded solemnly. Have you heard that all beings in Yunzhou, Lingzhou, and Cangzhou are descendants of sinful blood? I have heard some rumors, Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. Qin Su was not surprised. Lin Qiyeh harbored too many secrets. He continued. The celestial fate cauldron can suppress the sinful blood within us and break through the constraints of the sacred profound realm. What constitutes sinful blood? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Qin Su shook his head. I am uncertain. It has been passed down through the ages. Lin Qiyeh, intrigued, asked, what led to the downfall of the ancient Qin Empire? Upon hearing this, Qin Su's gaze involuntarily turned crimson, a fierce aura enveloping him. This tale begins over 300 years ago. Qin Su's expression grew contemplative. Over 300 years passed. His father, the sovereign of the ancient Qin Empire, achieved the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm. Yet, for decades, he remained unable to transcend the confines of the sacred profound realm and reach the star profound realm. One fateful day, the ancient Qin sovereign suddenly fixated on the celestial fate cauldron. The cauldron, which bore the entire fortune of the ancient Qin Empire, was typically not to be trifled with. Yet, for reasons unknown, the sovereign seemed bewitched. He attempted to refine the celestial fate cauldron and astonishingly uncovered a profound secret. As he refined it, he felt an immense lightness, as if some binding force had vanished. The ancient Qin sovereign was overwhelmed with joy. Without shackles, could he not then strive for the star profound realm? However, he never anticipated that this very thought would lead to the sudden obliteration of the ancient Qin Empire. With bloodshot eyes, Qin Su gazed skyward. I still remember that day when my father suddenly approached me, embedding the celestial fate cauldron within me and bestowing upon me a storage ring. In the next moment, dark clouds gathered above the imperial capital, thunder roared, and countless bolts of lightning rained down. The capital crumbled, and countless lives were lost. I too was struck by lightning, plunging into a fissure in the earth, suffering grave injury to the Xian Sea, and upon awakening, I found all my cultivation vanished. Lin Wufeng stared at Qin Su in astonishment, realizing he was conversing with an ancient being who had lived for centuries. Was this the work of man, or something else? Lin Qiyeh squinted, voicing his deepest confusion. Qin Su nearly gritted his teeth in response, exclaiming, it was human-made. Human-made? Lin Wufeng gasped in astonishment. The ancient Qin Empire was the sovereign of Yunzhou, boasting countless powerful figures. Who could possibly obliterate the ancient Qin Empire in a single night? Such power is utterly terrifying. Before I lost consciousness, I saw two individuals clad in ghostly masks, draped in blood-red robes, wielding bloodied swords. A tremor of fear flickered in Qin Su's eyes. With a single strike, they reduced an area of several dozen miles to ashes, and even my father could not withstand a single blow before being slain by one of them. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes slightly. The annihilation of several dozen miles with one sword did not particularly concern him. He could barely achieve that himself now. However, To instantaneously slay a peak Saint Xian realm expert would require an extraordinary talent, unless the perpetrator belonged to the Star Xian realm. Yet, he could not fathom that the Star Xian realm possessed the ability to summon the power of thunder and lightning. This thought inevitably led him to contemplate the enigmatic mist formation, which now appeared to be far from simple. Rest assured, one day, retribution shall come. Lin Qiyeh patted Qin Su's shoulder. Taking a deep breath, Qin Su's eyes shimmered with determination. All right, we should make our way to Huiyun City. Qin Su opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Qiyeh. In the next moment, Xiao He swiftly carried the three of them toward Huiyun City. Chapter 87. The Siege of Dragon City, Fire Cloud City. Merely 100 miles separate the Dragon City of the Great Dragon Empire from the formidable Dragon City itself. At this moment, Luo Tianqing, Gu Beichun, and Ling Qingqiu stood side by side, gazing towards Dragon City. The Xian beasts of the Tianyu mountain range had grown increasingly rampant, laying waste to over a dozen cities. It seemed the great dragon was truly on the brink of collapse. Ling Qingqiu sighed with deep sentiment. Although it felt somewhat opportunistic, the costs borne by both sides were minimal. Alas, he lamented, he would never have the chance to spar with Fang Xinyan. Luo Tianqing wore a look of regret. Gu Beichun cast a scornful glance at Luo Tianqing. Enough. We are all aware that your strategic simulation against Fang Xinyan was marginally superior. You've proclaimed it 100 times over. My ears are nearly calloused from hearing it. Ling Qingqiu rolled his eyes. By the way, Big Beard, do you truly believe you could defeat Fang Xinyan? Luo Tianqing delivered a playful punch to Ling Qingqiu's chest. Who are you calling Big Beard? Besides, I've already shaved mine off. You're a traitor to friendship. If you can't win, just admit it. Ling Qingqiu chose to ignore Luo Tianqing. Admit what? Just then, a familiar voice resonated from behind the trio. In unison, they turned to see Lin Qiyeh approaching with two others. Gentlemen, they greeted, bowing in unison. Lin Qiyeh waved a hand dismissively. Come, allow me to introduce. This is Qin Su, he is Ling Qingqiu, and this is Gu Beichun. As for sir, I need no introduction. Luo Tianqing interrupted Lin Qiyeh. Having collaborated with Brother Qin to seize Yanguei City, I have already witnessed his prowess. He involuntarily raised his thumb in admiration. It is an honor to meet you. I have heard of Brother Qin's 30,000 troops capturing Yanguei City without shedding blood, Gu Beichun said, offering a slight bow. Too kind, Qin Su replied, returning the gesture repeatedly. Sir, shall we set forth? A glint of determination flashed in Ling Qingqiu's eyes. Lin Qiyeh patted his head. Do not throw your life away in battle. If you perish, where shall I find another Ling Qingqiu? Ling Qingqiu laughed foolishly, for Lin Qiyeh's words were heartfelt. Luo Tianqing, though lacking in social finesse, was unparalleled in military leadership, truly a talent of a general. Gu Beichun possessed the demeanor of a cultured commander, his training methods for soldiers being uniquely effective, resulting in a disciplined army with clear rewards and penalties. Ling Qingqiu was a reckless warrior, adept at ambushes and full of cunning stratagems, yet his heart was dark and his hands ruthless. Have you ever seen a man pursue 1,000 foes for hundreds of miles? As for Qin Su, Lin Qiyeh had yet to fully comprehend his capabilities. However, from the information he had gathered regarding the ancient Qin Empire, it was evident that Qin Su was not only endowed with extraordinary talent, but was also unmatched in both domestic governance and military affairs, a true polymath. Initially, he had refrained from revealing his full potential, merely showcasing the tip of the iceberg, yet he had already become the foremost military strategist under Li Wuyu. Each of the four possessed unique attributes. The absence of even one would be unacceptable. Let us depart. With all eyes upon him, Lin Qiyeh waved his grand sleeves. 2 hours later, hundreds of thousands of troops set forth, an imposing spectacle. In Long City, within the dustless palace, Morong Luoqing paced restlessly, his demeanor as dark as the depths of water. This time, the Xian beasts from the Tianyu mountain range advanced with unprecedented ferocity, more formidable than in previous years. Not only had Emperor Morong personally taken command, but he had also summoned Fang Xinyan back. Tens of millions of soldiers were engaged in fierce combat at the eastern borders of the Tianyu mountains against the Xian beasts. Consequently, Lin Qiyeh's army surged forward with unstoppable momentum, having conquered Huiyun City in less than 6 months, reducing their agreed-upon timeline by more than half. Sixth Prince, urgent military news. A voice, laden with urgency, broke through the tension. A shadow knelt before him, stating, "The Dian's 500,000 troops are advancing towards Long City." Murong Luoqing's body trembled at the announcement. 500,000 troops? Long City is virtually defenseless now, with merely a few thousand soldiers remaining. How can we withstand such an onslaught? He waved his hand, and the shadow disappeared. A bitter smile crept across his face. The defeat was too severe. Lin Qiyeh's subordinates were indeed formidable. If only the great dragon had such talents, we might not fear the Xian beasts. In the past, he had thought Lin Qiyeh's claims were overly boastful, dismissing the great dragon dynasty's significance. Although the invasion of the Xian beasts was a factor, how much time had passed? Before Lin Qiyeh, the great dragon appeared as fragile as paper. He adjusted his robes and stepped out of the dustless palace. Shortly after, he stood atop the eastern gate of Long City. How long until they arrive? Murong Luoqing gazed towards the east, his voice steady. Their march is slow. They are likely to arrive by tomorrow morning, a nearby general replied. His expression somewhat despondent. Murong Luoqing remained silent, standing resolutely atop the city tower. The following day, a shaft of golden light rose from the east. In the distance, hundreds of thousands of troops appeared, figures moving like shadows, a grand procession surging over the horizon. The golden rays bathed them, akin to celestial warriors descending from the heavens, evoking an inexplicable sense of awe. Murong Luoqing stood immobile on the city tower throughout the night. "Sixth Prince, they are here." The trembling voice of the general broke the stillness. Murong Luoqing stood with his hands clasped behind him, his garments fluttering as if stirred by an unseen wind. After a moment, a familiar voice echoed before him. Murong Luoqing finally moved, striding towards the city gate. "Open the gates," he commanded, his tone measured. "Sixth Prince." The gatekeeper looked at him in disbelief. Had anyone else dared utter such a command, they would have met with immediate hostility. "Open the gates," Murong Luoqing repeated. The gatekeeper, unable to refute his authority, gestured for the soldiers to comply. Approaching the main gate, Murong Luoqing suddenly halted, turning away without a glance. "I shall go alone." "Sixth Prince." The faces of the soldiers shifted dramatically. Did Murong Luoqing truly intend to venture out alone, risking certain death? Yet, the moment hung in the air, fraught with tension. Murong Luoqing did not wait for them to speak, but stepped forward with resolute grace. He was adorned in a golden radiance, exuding an aura of unparalleled grandeur and majesty. Even in the face of a myriad of soldiers, he remained composed and unperturbed. "Close the gates," commanded the gatekeeper, bowing respectfully towards the direction in which Murong Luoqing departed. The other soldiers, their eyes reddened, could not restrain their tears. 500 paces from the city gate, Lin Qiyeh dismounted his war steed and greeted the approaching Murong Luoqing with a smile. "Brother Murong, it is good to see you well. I, your subordinate. Pay my respects to the King of Clouds." Murong Luoqing bowed in return. Lin Qiyeh hastily assisted him to his feet, exclaiming, "Indeed, Brother Murong is a man of integrity." This was a sentiment Lin Qiyeh genuinely held, recalling how Murong Luoqing, after losing a bet, had chosen to take his own life rather than break his promise to keep him safe. Such an act was beyond the capability of most. Murong Luoqing offered a bittersweet smile. "What of the mystical beasts in the Tianyu mountain range?" Lin Qiyeh inquired. Murong Luoqing was momentarily taken aback. Had it been anyone else, he would have thought they were mocking him. Yet, he recognized that Lin Qiyeh was not that kind of person. The imminent threat of the mystical beasts, which had spread across the eastern border, was daunting. A frown of deep concern settled upon Murong Luoqing's face. Even upon learning that Lin Qiyeh's army of several 100,000 was at the gates of Long City, he had not displayed such distress, which piqued Lin Qiyeh's admiration further. It felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. He continued, "Could the Feather Sword sect send aid?" This seemingly perplexing statement left Murong Luoqing bewildered. What did Lin Qiyeh mean? Did he not realize that the great dragon dynasty had essentially severed ties with the Feather Sword sect and the Murong family? No, he must surely be aware. Suddenly, Murong Luoqing's pupils constricted as he grasped the underlying intention behind Lin Qiyeh's words. Chapter 88. The Trap Awaits Cloud King Yu. Murong Luoqing's breath quickened. Could this audacious fellow be contemplating an assault on the Feather Sword sect? They had already arrived in Dragon City, yet failed to assist the Dragon Emperor. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. In their eyes, as long as the great dragon endured, annual tributes would suffice. The fate of countless commoners was of no concern to them. Morong Luoqing found himself at a loss for words. Was Lin Qiyeh mistaken? Certainly not. The truth was undeniable, perhaps even more severe. Once the Great Dragon Dynasty discovered the Xianjing mine, they would seize it immediately, terrified of leaks, resorting to city-wide massacres. For miles around, not a soul could be seen. If I were to eliminate them, would you harbor resentment towards me? Lin Qiyeh asked, his expression suddenly serious. Morong Luoqing, though outwardly calm, felt a tempest within. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Feathersword sect? Afraid? Lin Qiyeh smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. In 2 lifetimes, he had yet to learn the meaning of fear. Life was about forging ahead without hesitation. I understand now, Morong Luoqing discerned from Lin Qiyeh's demeanor. They had brought a considerable force, at least 1,000 strong. Nearly a full deployment, including several at the Imperial Xian level. Is there a way to lure Saint Xian level experts here? Lin Qiyeh inquired further. Morong Luoqing was taken aback, his mind racing with a fierce resolve. If we eliminate these individuals, the Saint Xian level will undoubtedly take notice. Very well. Let us make a sacrifice for the time being. Lin Qiyeh gestured dismissively. Behind him, Lin Wufeng stepped forward, drawing his sword and placing it firmly against Morong Luoqing's neck. Send the order to set up camp here. Encircle, but do not attack, Lin Qiyeh stated calmly. Thank you, Morong Luoqing murmured, his emotions tumultuous. He had anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would storm Dragon City and eliminate the members of the Feathersword sect, which would certainly lead to heavy casualties among the city's populace. Lin Qiyeh's decision to remain outside the city clearly indicated his desire to avoid bringing the battlefield into Dragon City. I have no interest in the Great Dragon, Lin Qiyeh remarked with a smile. Morong Luoqing's lips twitched slightly. This man was insufferably arrogant. Yet upon reflection, it made sense. If he dismissed the Feathersword sect, he would surely disregard the Great Dragon Dynasty as well. On the city walls, the soldiers of the Great Dragon were filled with righteous indignation upon witnessing Morong Luoqing's capture. Yet, they could do nothing. That was a force of 500,000, having arrived at the gates of Dragon City in just 5 months. They could not open the city gates. As time slipped away, nightfall descended quietly. Within a tent, Lin Qiyeh addressed the gathered individuals. Luo Tian City, Gu Beichen, Ling Qingqiu. You are to withdraw the army 30 miles, leaving the tents behind. Retain only 50,000 men, and make as much noise as possible. There will be ample provisions of food and drink. If you do not hear from me before dawn, you are to continue your advance here. Understood, the 3 nodded. Casting Lin Qiyeh curious glances, Morong Luoqing remained by the side, expressing concern. Young master, is this truly a prudent arrangement? Yet Lin Qiyeh paid no heed, inquiring, Wuxian, have the traps been set? All is prepared, Jian Wuxing replied, grinning broadly. Lin Qiyeh nodded, then turned to Lin Wuxing and Lin Wufeng, instructing, remember, do not act against the Imperial Profound Realm without authorization. Those below the Divine Profound Realm are fair game. Your task is to ensure not a single one escapes. Understood. The group replied, their gazes sharp as serpents. Then it is settled, Lin Qiyeh declared, waving his hand. The assembly dispersed, leaving only Lin Qiyeh and Morong Luoqing within the tent. Unable to contain himself, Morong Luoqing finally spoke, Prince Yan. Just call me by my name. Lin Qiyeh interjected with a smile. Very well, but I shall refer to you as young master like the others, Morong Luoqing contemplated. The Feathersword sect boasts several at the Imperial Profound Realm. We must not underestimate them, as they are far from ordinary. Moreover, most others possess cultivation levels above the Dan Profound Realm. Are you certain there are only 1,000? Lin Qiyeh countered. At most, they number no more than 1,400. With approximately 600 in the Dan Profound Realm, 500 in the Life Profound Realm, around 200 in the Earth Profound Realm, and fewer than 100 above the Celestial Profound Realm, Morong Luoqing stated firmly, unless, of course, they have yet to enter Dragon City. Lin Qiyeh rested his chin on his hand. It should not pose a significant problem. Morong Luoqing, perceiving his confidence, ceased further persuasion. As night deepened, Lin Qiyeh and Morong Luoqing engaged in a game of chess within the tent, the sounds of revelry from outside resonating clearly, clashes of combat, shouts of camaraderie, and cheers filled the air. Young master, your strategy of enticing them into a trap may not be entirely convincing. The numbers are simply too few, Morong Luoqing remarked. How can 50,000 create the illusion of 500,000? Are we not still within the tent? Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly, at the very least. Each tent can guarantee one person, and with over 50,000 tents, they cannot possibly inspect them all. Besides, I am not slaying anyone within the military encampment. This is merely precautionary. Not within the military encampment? Murong Luoqing expressed astonishment. They, being so high above, would hardly regard the mere mortal army. A being of the life profound realm could easily navigate through with lethal efficiency, but what if this mortal army includes over 1,000 at the life profound realm? Lin Qiyeh's gaze remained calm. Murong Luoqing's pupils dilated in shock. Over 1,000 at the life profound realm? He dared not even contemplate such a scenario. Considering the Feather Sword sect had perhaps only 3,000 or 4,000 in total. Lin Qiyeh placed a white piece on the board, posing a question. Have you ever seen a military force composed entirely of those at the Imperial Profound Realm? Murong Luoqing was left in utter disbelief. A whole army at the Imperial Profound Realm? He could scarcely fathom it, unable to restrain himself from asking, Young master, have you witnessed such a sight? Lin Qiyeh remained silent, having merely referenced a level of cultivation that Murong Luoqing could comprehend, let alone the Imperial Profound Realm. The entirety consisted of so-called divine armies, countless in number, many of which he had encountered and vanquished. Murong Luoqing took a deep breath, his mind swirling with conjectures regarding Lin Qiyeh's true identity. Perhaps he was a reincarnation of a formidable being. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes and smiled, a chilling radiance emanating from him. He was coming. Murong Luoqing was taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the entire encampment had fallen eerily silent. Before long, a series of anguished screams pierced the stillness. When he regained his senses, he discovered that Lin Qiyeh had inexplicably vanished from the tent. High above, Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze fixed upon the two figures before him. Emperor Xian Realm. One of the men in black exclaimed in astonishment. The other scoffed dismissively. Just one from the Emperor Xian Realm? What is there to fear? Yet, before he could finish his sentence, both heads suddenly soared into the air, their eyes wide with terror. The last thought that flickered through their minds was a haunting realization. Was that headless corpse mine? In death, neither understood the manner of their demise. At that moment, a sharp gleam sliced through the void, aimed directly at Lin Qiyeh's back. He turned slightly, extending his right hand to seize the incoming sword light. You. A trembling voice emerged from an elder clad in black, staring at Lin Qiyeh as if he were a monster. To catch a sword with bare hands. What extraordinary power. How many of you are there at the Emperor Xian Realm? Lin Qiyeh inquired nonchalantly. The elder stammered, four of them. With a thunderous punch, Lin Qiyeh struck, and the elder exploded into a vast cloud of blood, obliterated in both body and spirit. There's one left. Let him deliver the news. That should expedite matters, Lin Qiyeh mused inwardly, as his spiritual awareness quietly unfurled. Chapter 89. Borrowing the Dragon City in the depths of night, Lin Qiyeh moved like a specter, leaving a trail of severed heads and the stench of blood permeating the military camp. He targeted only those cultivators above the divine profound realm. In a mere half an incense stick's time, the Yujian sect cried out for retreat. Alas, how could their wishes be granted? Jian Wuxing led the Sanjin guards, comprising thousands of Shengxian realm warriors. Lin Wufeng, Lin Wuxue, and Lin Wuxin, all at the divine profound level, were also present. Secretly, Qin Su, a peak emperor profound realm cultivator, observed closely. The battle was overwhelmingly one-sided. Among the 4 emperor profound cultivators, Lin Qiyeh eliminated 3. The last cloaked figure engaged in a fierce struggle with Qin Su, but was no match, continuously spitting blood from the relentless onslaught. Having awaited the arrival of the other 3 emperor profound allies in vain, the black-clad man dared not linger any longer. Retreat. He uttered a single phrase before hastily soaring into the sky, quickly vanishing into the night. Qin Su refrained from pursuit. Moments earlier, Lin Qiyeh had conveyed a message to him, advising him to spare one life to return to the Yujian sect with news. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. A commanding voice resonated through the night sky. The remaining 300 to 400 Yujian sect cultivators found themselves encircled by the Sanjin guards, their faces etched with panic as they retreated incessantly. Surrender, and you shall not be killed. Jian Wuxin spoke again, his tone as cold as ice. Lin Wuxin and the others exuded an overwhelming aura, suffocating the crowd. Each individual was stained with blood, resembling dark night azuras. Half an hour later, all were subdued. Young master, we have captured a total of 367 individuals, including 16 at the Tianxian realm and 1 at the Divine Profound realm, all of whom have had their powers sealed, Jian Wuxing reported as he entered Lin Qiyeh's tent. How shall we deal with them? Lin Qiyeh turned to Murong Luoqing beside him. Brother Murong, what do you think we should do with them? Murong Luoqing's expression fluctuated, torn between conflicting emotions. To kill? This had once been a dream of his. Yet now, they had all surrendered. To spare them? He felt an overwhelming reluctance. I leave it entirely to the young master. He finally said, taking a deep breath. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. They are entrusted to you. Although not all bear the surname Murong, they are of the Murong lineage within the Yujian sect. The best outcome is for Murong Luoqing to decide their fate. Jian Wuxing seemed unfazed and inquired, Young master, though the Yujian sect will seek revenge, shall we merely wait here? Do you have any thoughts? Lin Qiyeh smiled. We shall strike at the Yujian sect. At that moment, Lin Wuxing suddenly interjected. Jian Wuxing nodded solemnly. Indeed, we shall assault the Yujian sect, and we possess a distinct advantage. Lin Qiyeh remained silent. While attacking the Yujian sect was not a challenge for him, the Cangjian guards were insufficient in number. A direct assault would inevitably lead to significant losses. Experience must not be neglected, yet only by achieving parity in strength could they hope for success. He stated his intention to utilize Yunzhou, and indeed this realm, as a training ground, and he was not merely speaking idly. Jian Wuxing's gaze flickered with a cold light as he proposed, Young master, we could disguise ourselves as members of the Yujian sect and infiltrate their ranks, catching them off guard. The others, upon hearing this, immediately turned their attention to Lin Wuxue. Given Lin Wuxue's prowess, it was entirely within her capabilities to transform them into members of the Yujian sect, allowing them to blend in seamlessly. Lin Qiyeh chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, Qin Su interjected, This plan is temporarily unfeasible. One of the Emperor Xian realm has escaped. The group was taken aback. Hadn't they agreed to leave no one behind? How had an Emperor Xian powerhouse managed to flee? I instructed Qin Su to let him go. I merely wished for the news to spread more swiftly. Lin Qiyeh gestured dismissively. The group fell silent, reflecting on the logic of his reasoning, especially considering that an Emperor Xian could traverse the skies. Of course, that was only one of the factors. Lin Qiyeh continued, Murong, please share your insights regarding the strength of the Yujian sect. Murong Luoqing nodded, organizing his thoughts before articulating. According to the intelligence I've gathered, the Yujian sect possesses approximately 3,000 to 4,000 in the Shengxian realm, 1,200 in the Dixian realm, and at least 300 in the Tianxian realm. Additionally, there are over 100 in the Xuanhuan realm and 42 in the Emperor Xian realm. As for the Shengxian realm, there are at least 7. This, he noted, was merely their visible strength. The group collectively inhaled sharply, setting aside the other factors. The mere presence of 42 Emperor Xian powerhouses was sufficient to instill trepidation, not to mention the 7 in the Shengxian realm. Young master, I was rash, Jian Wuxing admitted, lowering his head, a grim expression on his face. However, Lin Qiyeh was quite pleased and remarked, the ability to contemplate is progress. Without absolute strength, one must resort to cunning. If we eliminate 1,000 of them today, and another 1,000 after some time, our burden will be significantly lessened. The group nodded in tacit agreement. Murong, tomorrow, take Luotian City, Gu Beichen, and Ling Qingqiu to the Xian Beast battlefield, Lin Qiyeh suddenly declared. Murong Luoqing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was one thing for Lin Qiyeh to refrain from attacking the imperial city, but to even assist the dragon in dealing with the Xian beasts? Thank you, young master, Murong Luoqing said, rising to bow deeply. Do not rush to thank me. I have conditions, Lin Qiyeh replied with a narrowed smile. Without hesitation, Murong Luoqing asked, Please, young master, speak your terms. Lin Qiyeh's words were laden with significance. I require the Dragon Imperial City for 1 month. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone stared at Lin Qiyeh. Borrow the Imperial City? How bold of you, young master. What if you take it and never return? After a brief moment of contemplation, Murong Luoqing decisively agreed. The group was further astonished. One dared to borrow, and the other dared to lend. They could not help but admire Murong Luoqing's audacity. Let us retire early today, Lin Qiyeh said with a slight smile. The following day, Murong Luoqing returned to the Dragon Imperial City to summon the officials. Civil and military officials gathered in the Longtian Hall. Upon witnessing the continued existence of Murong Luoqing, expressions of disbelief adorned their faces. Murong Luoqing spoke with an air of indifference. Just now, news arrived from the Eastern Territory. The onslaught of the Xian beast is relentless, and we have lost several cities. This prince has decided to leave only 30,000 to defend the city, while the rest shall accompany me to the Eastern Territory for support. The sixth prince. That is utterly unwise. At that moment, an elder stepped forward, interrupting Murong Luoqing. Beyond the imperial city lies an army of over 100,000 from the Great Yan, poised for attack. Should we draw forces away, our defenses will be compromised. If Long City falls, the great dragon is in grave peril. Indeed, sixth prince. Trust in his majesty. He shall surely repel the Xian beast. Long City must not suffer any loss, echoed the other officials in unison. Have you all spoken your fill? Murong Luoqing's countenance remained impassive as he declared, I have already conferred with Lin Qiyeh. He will dispatch 450,000 troops to accompany me to the Eastern Territory, aiding the great dragon in repelling the Xian beast. During this time, Lin Qiyeh shall refrain from attacking, awaiting the moment to settle the score once the Xian beast is driven back. The officials were left in a state of astonishment. Before they could voice their concerns, Murong Luoqing continued, Nangong Ju. Present. Nangong Ju stepped forward. During my absence, you shall command the city's defenders. Should anyone dare to sow discord, they shall be met with no mercy. Murong Luoqing's voice was icy as he produced a gleaming golden token, the sacred dragon order. At your command, Nangong Ju respectfully accepted the sacred dragon order. Very well, the court is dismissed. Murong Luoqing waved his hand, observing the retreating figures of the officials. A profound and chilling glimmer flashing in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 90. A bloodless battle outside Dragon City. Jian Wuxing hastily entered the camp, exclaiming, Young master. They have departed. Murong Luoqing truly possesses remarkable courage, Qin Su remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. To borrow the imperial city, such a notion had never crossed my mind before. Lin Wufeng chuckled softly. That is precisely because Murong Luoqing comprehends your character, young master. Otherwise, the 500,000 troops would have effortlessly taken Dragon City by now. Of course, I also admire his audacity. What if he were to have second thoughts? The young master certainly will not have second thoughts. Lin Wuxue gazed at Lin Qiyeh with admiration. On this occasion, I truly might reconsider. Lin Qiyeh suddenly interjected. The atmosphere within the tent fell into an abrupt silence. All eyes turned incredulously toward Lin Qiyeh. If I do not reconsider, how can we convince the Feathersword sect that we have seized the great dragon dynasty? Lin Qiyeh added. Qin Su's expression shifted. Are you suggesting that if we conquer Dragon City, the Feathersword sect will be even more anxious and dispatch more personnel? If they were to learn that Murong Luoqing has lent us the city, the Feathersword sect would undoubtedly be incredulous. Taking Dragon City is not the goal. The aim is merely to hasten their actions. Lin Qiyeh nodded and continued. Should the people of the great dragon dynasty discover that Murong Luoqing has lent out the imperial city, how would they perceive him? He would surely face the scorn of the masses, rendering it impossible for him to maintain his standing in the great dragon dynasty. Without hesitation, Qin Su replied, Indeed. Lin Qiyeh smiled. Let me bear that infamy. A profound silence enveloped the tent once more. Lin Wufeng, Lin Wuxue, and Lin Wuxin felt a lump in their throats. As orphans raised by Lin Qiyeh, they had never known hardship under his care. He had provided for them, taught them to read, personally guided their training, and ensured they were never hungry. In their moments of despair, he had offered them hope. Lin Qiyeh had never cared for fame or fortune, and he had never impeded their desires. This was why, in their hearts, Lin Qiyeh surpassed all. Why the silence? Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Fame cannot be consumed. As long as one remains true to oneself, that is sufficient. He waved his hand and instructed, Wuxing, ensure that Songjian guards rest well in the coming days. For we may need to act at any moment. We must ensure that the 30,000 soldiers of Dragon City lose their fighting spirit and accomplish our mission. Jian Wuxing's expression grew serious. Lin Qiyeh turned to Qin Su. When the city gates open, you shall lead 50,000 soldiers to immediately seal off all crucial routes and the residences of the prominent officials. The Songjian guards will coordinate with you. Understood, young master. Qin Su nodded. Finally, Lin Qiyeh's gaze fell upon Lin Wufeng and the others. Notify Weiyun and instruct everyone to assemble in Dragon City, awaiting orders. Yes, Lin Wufeng replied solemnly. They understood that the young master was intent on dealing a fatal blow to the Feather Sword sect. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand, prompting the others to promptly engage in their tasks. Within the camp, only Lin Wuxue and Lin Wuxin remained. Wuxin, what were you about to say earlier? Lin Qiyeh inquired with a smile, holding a teacup. Lin Wuxin furrowed her brow and asked, Young master, can this strategy be applied against the Yu family of the Feather Sword sect? Lin Qiyeh comprehended her implication all too well. Should they seize the great Yin imperial city, the Yu family would undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements. At that juncture, if they managed to eliminate a few, dealing with the Feather Sword sect would become considerably less burdensome. He chuckled and replied, The situation in Great Yin differs from that of Great Dragon, and the Yu family is not akin to the Murong clan. In what way? Lin Wuxue pressed for clarification. Lin Qiyeh smiled and explained, Wuxue, did I not mention previously that the Yu family was not defeated by the Murong clan or the Gu family? The Yu family has already lost its grip over the Feather Sword sect. In other words, their lineage is scarcely populated. Otherwise, do you think Wen Xingqian would dare to rebel? Employing this method would scarcely eradicate many from the Feather Sword sect and would merely squander time. He took a sip of water and continued, As for why Great Yin and Great Dragon are not the same. Great Dragon is merely under the control of the Feather Sword sect, while Great Yin is not only governed by the Feather Sword sect, but also constrained by the Blood Cloud sect. You must have heard the tale of Yu Xuanhuan and Qin Xianyu, correct? That enchantress? Lin Wuxue replied. Recalling that the Yu family opposed the union between Yu Xuanhuan and the enchantress due to their disapproval, Lin Qiyeh suppressed a chuckle, amused by the natural inclination of women towards gossip. Lin Wuxue, despite her ignorance in other matters, was well versed in this particular affair. He remarked, If it were merely due to Qin Xianyu's cultivation of demonic arts, the Yu family would not have opposed their union. The primary reason lies in the fact that the Qin family and the Long family nearly obliterated the Yu family of the Blood Cloud sect. The Yu family has a branch within the Blood Cloud sect? We were unaware of this. Both Lin Wuxue and Lin Wuxin expressed their astonishment. The relationships among the 7 imperial dynasties and the 5 sects are exceedingly intricate, and it can be asserted that the relationship between the Great Dragon dynasty and the 5 sects is the most straightforward. Lin Qiyeh refrained from further explanation. As night fell, the walls of Dragon City were manned by soldiers, ever vigilant against a surprise assault from the enemy. Nangong Ju personally patrolled the ramparts. Do not let your guard down. Do not afford the enemy an opportunity for a sneak attack, he admonished the troops. Although he had faith in Murong Luoqing's capabilities, caution was imperative. As long as Great Dragon stood, he remained the commander of the Purple Dragon Guard. Should it fall, he would be rendered inconsequential. The winter night was bitterly cold. Guarding through the night, even for ordinary individuals, let alone those of the spirit-profound realm, was a torment. The night passed in eerie tranquility. Nangong Ju could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. On the second night, still, nothing transpired. The weight upon Nangong Ju's heart lifted as he pondered. It seems Lin Qiyeh is indeed a man of his word. Likewise, the third and fourth nights unfolded in a similar fashion. The relentless torment of night after night caused the majority of the soldiers to lower their vigilance. Although Nangong Ju persisted in patrolling the city walls each night, the frequency and duration of his rounds had noticeably diminished, until the 5th night arrived. In the dead of night, as the hour approached the 3rd watch, a biting wind howled, and delicate snowflakes began to fall from the sky, the gusts slicing against the skin like blades. Upon the city walls, the light flickered dimly, with only a few torches casting a feeble glow. Numerous soldiers had succumbed to slumber. At that moment, shadows stealthily ascended the city walls, silent and ethereal, akin to phantoms. The awakened soldiers had barely the chance to cry out before being effortlessly rendered unconscious. They drifted into a tranquil sleep. Jin Wuxing retrieved an object from within his robe and tossed it among the soldiers huddled together for warmth. In the next instant, white smoke enveloped the area, causing many to collapse onto the ground, emitting heavy snoring sounds. And this was merely the beginning. The 3,000 Sangjian guards dispersed, vanishing into the night. With the opening of the 4 city gates, 50,000 soldiers silently infiltrated Longqing. Within the span of an hour, all critical paths were sealed. 2 hours later, Nearly all 30,000 city defenders were rendered unconscious, confined within designated areas. Except for the palace, Longsheng had entirely fallen into the hands of Lin Qiyeh. Strangely enough, the following day, the entire Longsheng awakened from its slumber. Aside from a few individuals, no one detected any anomaly within the city. A true display of warfare without bloodshed. This was the extent of the power wielded by Lin Qiyeh at present. Meanwhile, Lin Qiyeh found himself within a tower, confronted by a middle-aged man who hurled insults at him. Lin Qiyeh, you despicable and shameless fiend. Chapter 91. The old beggar Lin Qiyeh reclined leisurely in his chair, a steaming cup of tea in hand, savoring each sip with an air of tranquility. No matter how vehemently the middle-aged man raged, Lin remained impervious to his tirade. After a considerable pause, the man finally ceased his outburst, though the fury in his eyes showed no sign of abating. Have you finished your tirade? Lin Qiyeh inquired with a smile. Nangongju, you are the commander of the Imperial Guard. Surely you understand the art of deception? Had you not misled the Sixth Prince? Could you have possibly taken Dragon City? How pitiable it is that the Sixth Prince placed his trust in you. Nangongju sneered, his anger barely contained. Lin Qiyeh exhibited no trace of irritation. Instead, he chuckled. I see you possess some talent. Why not align yourself with me? I could make you a general. Bah. Nangongju spat dismissively. If you have the guts, kill me. The Dragon Empire has no lack of generals. Do you think everyone is like Fang Xinyan? What of Fang Xinyan? Lin Qiyeh paused, realizing that the matter of Lin Wuxue impersonating Fang Xinyan to feign surrender had evidently spread throughout the Dragon Empire. It was indeed a challenge for Fang Xinyan. He chuckled. Those who recognize the times are the true wise. Surely, you cannot be so obtuse as to overlook this? Kill me then. Nangongju turned his head away, chest held high in defiance. Take him away. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand. When you come to your senses, feel free to send word to me. I find you quite admirable. Nangongju was dragged away. My lord, you cannot truly be interested in him, can you? The brothers of Listening Snow Tower surpass him by a significant margin, Lin Wuxue remarked, puzzled. Lin Qiyeh merely smiled in silence. Beside him, Lin Wufeng commented. The young master is merely toying with him. If he truly surrendered, it would likely spell his doom. One must admit, the Dragon Empire is far superior to the Great Yin. Days had passed, and the members of Yujin sect should be arriving soon. They needed to be prepared. Lin Qiyeh gestured dismissively. Lin Wuxue and Lin Wufeng promptly took their leave. Moments later, a figure entered. My lord, the provisions have been arranged. With a smile, Lin Qiyeh replied, I trust in your abilities, Iren. It was evident that the visitor was Lin Iren, who had not been seen for months. Lin Iren smiled brightly. By the way, my lord, the canals in the 3 northern cities of Great Yin have been completed, and numerous fertile fields have been cultivated. Next year's grain yield will surely multiply several times. Furthermore, the Yuyuan Merchant Association has now established a presence in every city of the Dragon Empire, while the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion has begun to withdraw. At the mention of Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion, Lin Qiyeh's thoughts involuntarily turned to Su Qiyu. Although Su Qiyu possessed considerable intellect, it was unfortunate that she had chosen to scheme against him. In the face of overwhelming power, cunning and treachery were truly ineffectual. With Listening Snow Tower intervening, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion had been plundered countless times within the Dragon Empire. How could they dare to remain? Have you seen Wu Hui? Lin Qiyeh inquired, nodding. Lin Iren took a deep breath and cast a playful glare at Lin Qiyeh. Young master, is there anything you are concealing from me and Wuxing? Lin Qiyeh shrugged and replied with a smile, you haven't asked me anything. Lin Iren was well aware of what questions were appropriate to ask. She shifted the topic, saying, Sister Wu Hui is truly remarkable. Not only has she managed the Listening Snow Pavilion with great clarity, but she has also established a trading association. Had she not informed me, I would hardly have believed it. Lin Qiyeh gazed down the snow-laden street and remarked, the Xianyan Pavilion merely serves the Listening Snow Pavilion, and they exclusively deal in high-end products. Sister Wu Hui has provided me with some elixirs, and I have now advanced to the mid-stage of the Earth Profound Realm. Upon mentioning Lin Wu Hui, admiration filled Lin Iren's eyes. That's rather slow, Lin Qiyeh remarked, pursing his lips. Moreover, one should not consume elixirs too frequently. It's perfectly fine to cultivate at a slower pace. Lin Iren stuck out her tongue. I understand. By the way, young master, there is something else I need to tell you. Do share, Lin Qiyeh said with a smile. Suddenly, Lin Qieh's expression grew serious. 3 months ago, I hired a guard of the Emperor Profound Realm. It's just the Earth Profound Realm. You can decide for yourself, Lin Qiyeh replied dismissively. Lin Qieh emphasized, not the Earth Profound Realm, but one above that, the Emperor Profound Realm. What? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. An Emperor Profound Realm guard? He thought he must have misheard. This girl is impressive. Curiosity painted his face. How did you find him? Lin Qieh recounted, it was purely by chance. 3 months ago, while passing through Huoyan City, I saw an old beggar lying by the roadside and gave him 2 steamed buns. He then asked me if I needed a guard. I didn't think much of it. I figured it was just one more mouth to feed, so I let him accompany us. Lin Qiyeh was dumbfounded. 2 steamed buns for an Emperor Profound Realm guard? It sounded rather implausible. He was skeptical, suspecting Lin Qieh might have been deceived. How do you know he is of the Emperor Profound Realm? Half a month ago, someone from the Yujian sect came to the Yuyan Trading Association, eyeing a particular item but refusing to pay. He was thrown out entirely by the old man. Lin Qieh explained with a smile. The leader of that group, whom I know, is of the god Profound Realm. They were not satisfied and summoned a so-called Sword Emperor. The old man merely glared at that Sword Emperor, causing his complexion to change dramatically, and he hurriedly left. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. A mere glance frightened away a Sword Emperor? If he is indeed called a Sword Emperor, he must truly be of the Emperor Profound Realm. And it is highly likely he is the same sword-wielding old man who ambushed him a few days ago. If that is the case, this old beggar might not merely be of the Emperor Profound Realm. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew serious. Where is he? He found it hard to believe that 2 steamed buns could entice an Emperor Profound expert to serve as a guard. The Emperor Profound Realm is not so inexpensive. At the Yuyan Pavilion, Lin Qieh replied without hesitation. Are you interested in him, young master? I will go take a look tonight, he said. Lin Qiyeh indeed felt a flicker of interest. However, his greater concern lay in the possibility that the other party harbored ulterior motives, and he was determined to uncover their true identity. Very well, Lin Qieh responded, and the two engaged in conversation for a brief while before parting ways. As night descended, Lin Qiyeh ventured out alone, making his way directly to the Yuyan Pavilion, which was previously known as the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. The weather had turned chilly. Although the streets remained illuminated, the foot traffic had noticeably dwindled. Longsheng was under the control of his subordinates, yet it appeared no different from usual. Before long, the Yuyan Pavilion came into view. He immediately spotted the old beggar at the entrance, reclining against a nearby pillar, clutching a palm-sized wine gourd. His vacant eyes staring blankly at the hurried passers-by. His disheveled, gray hair obscured his features, and his tattered garments failed to conceal his frail form, leaving him in a state of squalor. Many who entered the Yuyan Pavilion displayed expressions of disgust, with some unable to restrain themselves from spitting in his direction. The old beggar remained utterly unconcerned, occasionally lifting his wine gourd to take a swig. Lin Qiyeh did not approach, but observed from a distance. After approximately half an hour, a thick layer of snow had accumulated on him. Throughout this time, the old beggar had not cast a single glance in his direction. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly, and at last, he took a step forward, making his way towards the old beggar. Chapter 92. The Sword in the Gourd. Old man, is this wine gourd for sale? Lin Qiyeh approached the old beggar, his tone calm and composed. However, the beggar paid him no mind, not even lifting his head. 1,000,000 taels of silver. Lin Qiyeh remained unperturbed, his demeanor still remarkably tranquil. At this proclamation, the old beggar subtly raised his eyelids, his vacant gaze fixated on Lin Qiyeh. 2,000,000. Lin Qiyeh continued to raise the stakes. Although the beggar concealed his emotions well, Lin Qiyeh sensed a flicker of intrigue deep within his eyes. The beggar averted his gaze and resumed drinking. Interesting, Lin Qiyeh mused silently as he turned to stride towards the cloudy pavilion. Moments later, he emerged from the pavilion and hastily made his way into the distance. Seize him. He hasn't paid. Voices of anger erupted from within the cloudy pavilion, as a few individuals rushed out in pursuit. At this juncture, the old beggar finally stirred. Barefoot, he sprinted swiftly in Lin Qiyeh's direction. Ahead, Lin Qiyeh wore a slight smile. The old beggar was remarkably swift, and with a few agile movements, he blocked Lin Qiyeh's path. Lin Qiyeh quickly pivoted and darted down a side alley. However, upon nearing the end, he found that the old beggar had already obstructed his escape. Hand over the goods. For the first time, the beggar spoke, his voice gravelly. Old man, it's not even yours. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. As soon as the words left his lips, he swiftly appeared before the old beggar, delivering a powerful punch. The beggar, seemingly indifferent, slowly raised a hand to shield himself. Bang! The sound of the impact reverberated, and the beggar's expression finally changed. His body was propelled backward like a cannonball, skidding several paces before regaining his footing. A metallic taste surged in his throat, yet he swallowed it down forcefully. Who are you? The beggar's face darkened, an icy aura of menace emanating from him. Lin Qiyeh smiled. That question ought to be posed by me. Who are you, and why do you linger in this humble trading association? The beggar evaded the question. Are you from the Feathersword sect? The Feathersword sect? Lin Qiyeh feigned indifference. The last encounter with the Feathersword sect at the Cloudy Pavilion had indeed hinted at the possibility of retaliation, given their nature. Now that you are aware, you cannot be allowed to leave. Lin Qiyeh's gaze turned frigid. He propelled himself forward with a powerful push, darting forth like a sharpened arrow, the air around him slicing with a fierce rush. The beggar's white hair was blown back, revealing a grotesque visage, as if charred by fire. One eye bore a deep scar, its pupil a ghostly white, while the other glimmered with a chilling, blood-red light. As Lin Qiyeh closed in, the beggar suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura, his profound energy surging fiercely. He stepped forward, unleashing a thunderous punch. Boom! The two fists collided once more, unleashing a terrifying gale that caused the nearby houses to collapse instantaneously. The old beggar was again sent flying. A battle awaits outside the city, Lin Qiyeh declared as he abruptly leaped into the air. The old beggar's gaze turned icy, and with a sudden thrust, he shot upwards in pursuit without hesitation. Within a matter of breaths, the two found themselves in a valley beyond Long City, standing several paces apart, facing each other from a distance. You are not from the Feathersword sect. The old beggar glared at Lin Qiyeh, his long hair billowing, surrounded by a furious aura of sword energy, while the falling snowflakes dared not approach him. A sword cultivator? Lin Qiyeh remarked, slightly surprised. Thus far, the old beggar's strength was the most formidable he had ever encountered. Despite being merely at the Emperor Xian realm, he emanated an unfathomable presence. Hearing the old beggar's words, Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Do you possess extensive knowledge of the Feathersword sect? The old beggar fell silent, but suddenly extended his right hand, forming a sword with his fingers. In an instant, a white sword shot forth from the wine gourd, its razor-sharp energy so fierce that it seemed to cleave the very air. Lin Qiyeh was not taken aback. He had anticipated that the gourd was no ordinary vessel. After drinking for so long, the old beggar should have emptied it, yet the wine flowed endlessly. Before Lin Qiyeh could ponder further, the white sword flew towards him in an instant. Unperturbed, he extended two fingers and deftly caught the sword between them, causing it to tremble violently, its ringing echoing incessantly. However, regardless of how the old beggar urged it, the white sword remained immobile, finally losing his composure. The old beggar glared at Lin Qiyeh with a dark expression. I have fallen to such depths. Must you pursue my annihilation? Kill. A torrent of murderous intent surged from him, and the air around him buzzed with sword energy. Almost simultaneously, 3 more swords erupted from the gourd, radiating brilliant sword light as they charged toward Lin Qiyeh. This unexpected turn caught Lin Qiyeh off guard. With a flick of his finger, the white sword was sent flying. Employing intricate footwork, he narrowly evaded the onslaught of the 3 swords. The old beggar's fingers danced, commanding the 4 swords with blinding speed. Lin Qiyeh's fingers quivered as he sent the swords hurtling away time and again. Yet, in less than a breath, they returned for another assault. The valley's flora and fauna were obliterated by the sword energy, debris flying amidst the swirling snowflakes. Is that all? For swords are insufficient. Lin Qiyeh's taunting voice rang out. The old beggar's complexion paled as he manipulated the 4 swords, clearly reaching his limit. Gritting his teeth, he summoned 2 more swords from the gourd, transforming them into streaks of light that shot straight at Lin Qiyeh. Suddenly, he spat a mouthful of blood, staining the snow with a vivid hue. He fixed a cold gaze upon Lin Qiyeh. To his dismay, Lin Qiyeh remained effortlessly composed. If this continued, defeat was inevitable. Abruptly, he leaped into the air, preparing to escape. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiyeh materialized before him, delivering a forceful kick to his chest. The sound of cracking bones reverberated, and it was uncertain how many ribs were fractured. He crashed heavily to the ground, creating a massive imprint in the snow. As he lifted his gaze, Lin Qiyeh stood before him once more, brandishing a sword poised against his throat. The blade glinted menacingly, slicing into his skin. "Speak. Why do you linger by Yiren's side?" Lin Qiyeh's tone was devoid of emotion. Yet, the old beggar sensed a chilling intent that penetrated to his very marrow. The old beggar stammered, "Aren't you here to kill me? Had I come to end your life, I wouldn't waste my breath on you." Lin Qiyeh retorted with a disdainful snort, his demeanor icy. "However, I find it hard to believe that 2 buns would persuade a once great sword saint to willingly become a mere guardian." Upon hearing this, the old beggar's remaining eye widened in shock. Before Lin Qiyeh, he felt stripped of any secrets. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, "What is your relation to Lin Yiren?" "I am her elder brother," Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. At this revelation, the old beggar exhaled deeply. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke again, "I harbor no ill will towards Lin Yiren." Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh's sword slipped from his grasp, embedding itself in the snow. "The ancient art of sword control is long lost. I care not who you are. If you have enemies, you must not bring danger to Yiren. Enough said. Take care of yourself." With that, Lin Qiyeh departed, leaving only his words in the stillness of the snowy landscape. Chapter 93. At last. The Feather Sword sect nestled at the confluence of the 3 great empires, Dian, Dalong, and Daong. The Feather Sword sect is enveloped by towering mountains that stretch for hundreds of miles. The air is suffused with profound energy, lush greenery abounds, and life flourishes vibrantly. In the depths of this realm, a colossal peak rises majestically, resembling an unparalleled divine sword piercing the heavens. This is the main peak of the Feather Sword sect, known as Feather Sword Peak. From a distance, the midsection of Feather Sword Peak appears shrouded in a misty haze, dreamlike and ethereal, concealing the vistas above. A waterfall cascades from the clouds, breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a fairyland. Occasionally, one might catch a glimpse of birds gliding past, their melodious calls breaking the stillness. As dawn breaks, a shadow swiftly darts towards Feather Sword Peak, vanishing into the clouds. When it re-emerges, it finds itself in a vast square. Surrounding the square, numerous disciples engage in their morning exercises, many of whom bow respectfully as the figure passes. Yet, he remains oblivious to their reverence, urgency driving him as he hastens towards a nearby cluster of palaces. Upon reaching the innermost palace, he takes a deep breath and respectfully declares, "Murong Qing seeks an audience with the clan leader." As his words resonate, the palace doors swing open abruptly, and he steps inside. At the center of the grand hall sits an elderly man in a black robe, his eyes half closed, radiating a white luminescence. Upon Murong Qing's arrival, the elder's aura retracts instantaneously. He opens his eyes, a cold gaze fixed upon Murong Qing. "Why have you returned?" "Clan leader, all our people have been slain." Murong Qing replies, collapsing to his knees in utter dread, remnants of dried blood still staining his face. The elder, known as Murong Jian, is the clan leader of the Murong family. Hearing Murong Qing's words, a shift in his countenance becomes evident, his eyes sparking with icy fury. "Over 1,000 of them, completely annihilated? Was it the Tianyushan beast?" he inquires icily. Murong Qing, trembling with fear, responds, "No, it was from Dian. 2 of them were in the Imperial Xian realm. We fell into a trap. Dian possesses Imperial Xian realm experts?" Murong Jian is momentarily taken aback. In ordinary empires, having even 1 or 2 divine Xian realm cultivators is remarkable. After all, they lack both resources and techniques. Not only do they have Imperial Xian experts, but also several in the divine Xian and heavenly Xian realms. Murong Qing recalls the harrowing night, his heart still unsettled. Had he not fled swiftly, he too would have perished. The Yu family has indeed concealed themselves deeply. Murong Jian's eyes flash with cold light. The Feather Sword sect cannot contend with my Murong family, so they choose to strike from within the mundane empires? How laughable. Murong Qing hastily adds, "Clan leader, several days have already passed. Long City has likely fallen. What of Murong Jun?" Murong Jian's brow furrows. Murong Jun is leading the army, resisting the Xian beast forces, Murong Qing explains. That fool, Murong Jian scoffs with disdain. It is no surprise he is so enraged. In his efforts to repel the Xian beasts, he has even forsaken the great Longjiang mountain. What is the loss of a few cities compared to the significance of the Dragon Empire? You are to assemble 1,000 individuals, 600 from the Profound Realm, 300 from the earth profound realm, and 100 from the heaven and divine profound realms, and promptly head to the great dragon city, Murong Jian commanded coldly. Murong Qing did not display joy. Instead, a flicker of concern crossed her face. Clan leader, those two from the Emperor Profound Realm are formidable. I shall summon the second ancestor. Murong Jian raised an eyebrow. Very well, Murong Qing finally revealed a smile. The second ancestor? He is one of the two steadfast pillars of the Murong family, a master of the sacred Profound Realm. This guarantees our stability. He hastily departed. Murong Jian maintained his icy demeanor. It appears we have been too lenient towards the Yu family. With that, he rose and vanished quietly. In Dragon City, Lin Qiyeh had not paid much attention after defeating the old beggar. However, Lin Qiyeh visited him, informing him that the old beggar had departed. Lin Qiyeh seemed somewhat melancholic. That was a strong individual from the Emperor Profound Realm, yet you managed to drive him away. Lin Qiyeh offered no explanation. The old beggar's background was undoubtedly significant. The technique of the sword mastery from the pot had long been lost. Anyone capable of practicing such an art would surely be exceptional. Thus, he sought out Qin Su. The sword mastery from the pot? Upon hearing this name, Qin Su was left speechless. This ancient sword technique was said to use a pot as its life treasure, allowing one to forge countless swords for personal use, with no upper limit. At its pinnacle, few could rival a practitioner of the same rank. Yet, this technique had been lost for at least several millennia. Lin Qiyeh tapped his fingers on the armrest, a flurry of thoughts racing through his mind. Do you think this person could be? Qin Su's expression suddenly turned serious. From beyond the three states? A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. Beyond the three states? To be honest, I am quite curious. Although my interactions with the old beggar were limited and the information I possess is scant, I have discerned that there are those who wish to kill him. If he indeed hails from beyond the three states, who are his enemies? Surely, they must also be from beyond the three states. I shall inquire further when next we meet, Lin Qiyeh mused inwardly. Young master, the Feather Sword sect has mobilized. Approximately 1,000 strong, Lin Wufeng suddenly approached, his face alight with excitement. Qin Su inquired, what is their strength? Lin Wufeng shook his head, uncertain. Our people dare not approach recklessly. Though their numbers have diminished, with 3 fallen from the Emperor Profound Realm, their overall strength must have significantly increased. And they are likely to have a master from the sacred Profound Realm among them. Lin Qiyeh chuckled dismissively. Now that war has commenced, we are prepared to face the entirety of the Feather Sword sect. Regardless of their numbers, a confrontation is inevitable. By the way, young master, the arrangements outside the South Gate have been completed. Lin Wufeng hesitated before adding, however, what if they do not enter through the South Gate? Lin Qiyeh smiled. The Feather Sword sect is positioned in the southeastern part of the continent. Their pride will prevent them from choosing the north or west gates. What of the eastern gate? Lin Wufeng still harbored some concerns. Lin Qiyeh, with a playful smile, remarked, if your people were left exposed to the scorching sun at the southern gate, yet still alive, what would you do? Lin Wufeng's gaze turned icy. Naturally, I would seek to rescue them at the first opportunity, even knowing there might be a trap. And when I save them, I might as well eliminate them then. Lin Qiyeh responded nonchalantly. They would undoubtedly rush in without hesitation. For this is merely the realm of mortals. Qin Su interjected. His gaze towards Lin Qiyeh grew increasingly filled with awe. It was one thing to possess formidable strength, but the depth of his strategy was truly chilling. Who could possibly outmaneuver him? Yet, he was intensely curious about what Lin Qiyeh had prepared beyond the southern gate to greet the thousands of elite from the Feather Sword sect. He recalled Lin Qiyeh's earlier words, pondering if perhaps Lin Qiyeh could indeed show him the vistas of the pinnacle of the 9 heavens. His heart brimmed with anticipation. In the blink of an eye, 10 more days had elapsed. Lin Qiyeh remained at the cloudy pavilion, offering guidance to the others in their cultivation whenever time permitted. The sword-concealing guards had been meticulously chosen by Jian Wuxing, each possessing commendable talent. Moreover, every individual exhibited a fierce determination, practicing with an almost reckless abandon. Lin Qiyeh also discerned a significant issue, the absence of Xianjing. Without Xianjing, no matter how strong one's aptitude, cultivation would yield minimal results. Most resources were tightly held by the 5 major sects, which was one of the reasons he intended to take action against the Feather Sword sect. One day, as dawn broke, Lin Wufeng hurried to the cloudy pavilion. Young master, they will arrive in a mere incense stick's time. At last they have come? Lin Qiyeh squinted and smiled, vanishing from his position in an instant. Chapter 94. The times have changed on the southern gate tower of Long City. Lin Qiyeh gazed into the distance. On the horizon, numerous figures surged forth like arrows, racing towards Long City with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the distance between them had significantly diminished. My lord, this 1,000-strong force is entirely different from the last, Qin Su remarked, his eyes narrowing with a grave expression. Although he felt no fear, he was uncertain whether the Zhangjian guards could match them. The numbers were staggering. 600 in the realm of life transformation, 300 in the realm of earth transformation, 72 in the realm of heaven transformation, 28 in the realm of divine transformation, 8 in the realm of emperor transformation, and 1 in the realm of saint transformation. Lin Qiyeh recounted the figures with familiarity, estimating that this was nearly 1/6 of the visible strength of the Yujin sect. Qin Su was taken aback. His lord could discern the cultivation levels of all these individuals with just a glance. They were still quite far from the Yujin sect's members, at least beyond the reach of his divine sense, let alone confirming everyone's cultivation levels. They are approaching, Lin Wufeng exclaimed with great excitement, licking his lips with a bloodthirsty glimmer in his eyes. Indeed, everything was as the Lord had predicted. Lin Wuxin and Lin Wuxue were also filled with exhilaration, eager for the confrontation to commence. Qin Su was somewhat speechless, but more importantly, he was puzzled. With such formidable strength from the Yujin sect, could they truly be confident? At that moment, Lin Qiyeh turned to Qin Su with a smile, saying, "The warriors of the Emperor realm belong to me, while you may take the divine realm. Does that pose a problem?" "No issue, but what of those in the heaven realm?" Qin Su nodded. "My lord, are we to contend with the heaven realm? That seems rather unexciting. I wish to engage with the Emperor realm." Lin Wuxin expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Wufeng slapped him on the head, saying, "What my lord says goes. Why do you have so much to say? Once you deal with those in the heaven realm, you can also contend with the divine realm. As for the Emperor realm, it depends on the situation. Perhaps we can leave 1 or 2 for you." Lin Qiyeh chuckled. "Thank you, my lord." Lin Wuxin and Lin Wufeng beamed with excitement. Meanwhile, Qin Su cursed inwardly. These lunatics. They actually wished to clash with those in the Emperor realm. They were merely in the divine realm. Just then, a series of piercing screams reverberated across the sky. Upon hearing these sounds, the speed of the 1,000 cultivators from the Yujin sect surged dramatically. Simultaneously, an overwhelming tempest of energy swept through the southern gate, causing many to tremble, their faces paling as beads of sweat rolled down. The aura of the saint realm. Qin Su's expression turned serious. The presence of someone in the saint realm was unbearable for most. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh suddenly leaped into the air, appearing 500 zhang beyond the city gate. The overwhelming might of the saint realm dissipated instantaneously, as if it had never existed. The crowd understood that this was undoubtedly due to Lin Qiyeh's influence. However, the key point was that Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, devoid of any discernible aura. "Youngster, are you the one who killed my comrades from the Yujin sect?" In the vast emptiness, a hunched old man stood 100 paces away from Lin Qiyeh, his cold gaze fixed upon him as if he were a lifeless corpse. His sunken eyes and deeply wrinkled face revealed a frail form, almost nothing but skin stretched over bones. The remnants of his white hair were nearly gone, resembling a starving specter that had crawled out of a coffin. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, a defiant smile playing on his lips, for he seldom conversed with those on the brink of death. Seeking death, the old man bellowed in fury, outraged that this young man dared to disregard him. With a swift motion, he stepped forward, extending his right hand to summon a blood-red blade that materialized in the air. The void erupted with a blade of light spanning dozens of feet, descending with tremendous force. Lin Qiyeh subtly tilted his body, evading the attack. The old man smirked, advancing with his long knife sweeping through the air. Lin Qiyeh lightly pushed off the ground, soaring like a delicate swallow. The old man's blade instantly altered its trajectory, striking upwards with lightning speed. Unperturbed, Lin Qiyeh kicked the side of the blade to deflect the assault, while his other foot lashed out. The old man raised his hand to block, but he had underestimated Lin Qiyeh's strength, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. "Kill him!" The old man roared in rage. As a cultivator of the sacred profound realm, he was incensed to have suffered such a setback. "Kill!" Over 1,000 disciples from the Feather Sword sect shouted angrily, surging toward the southern gate like a tidal wave. Among them were 8 from the Emperor Profound Realm, who directly took to the air. Lin Qiyeh sidestepped, positioning himself before the 8. You shall not pass. Who do you think you are? Slay him. The 8, infuriated, found his arrogance intolerable. Did he believe that causing their ancestor a minor inconvenience made him invincible? Even against a sacred Profound Realm cultivator, they could contend, let alone a mere youth. Lin Qiyeh chose silence, instead demonstrating to them the extent of his capabilities. His figure became an enchanting shadow, leaving behind fleeting images in the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before one of the Emperor Profound Realm cultivators, his pale hand swiftly grasping the man's throat. Before anyone could react, he exerted a slight force, snapping the cultivator's neck with ease, then casually discarding the lifeless body as one would trash. Now do you comprehend who I am? Lin Qiyeh's expression turned icy. The old man positioned himself in front of Lin Qiyeh, his gaze chillingly fixed upon him. I will kill him. You need not interfere. The remaining 7, upon hearing this, attempted to circumvent Lin Qiyeh. Underestimating me will lead to your demise. Lin Qiyeh would not allow them to have their way. With a subtle wave of his hand, countless sword-like phantoms surged forth from the void, an invisible pressure weighing down upon all, rendering them breathless. Holy Domain, you are of the sacred Profound Realm. The old man's complexion paled, transforming into a flash of light as he retreated hundreds of feet. However, the 7 Emperor Profound Realm cultivators were not so fortunate. They were simultaneously pierced by the sword light, blood erupting forth. Terror and despair filled their eyes. The sword aura seemed to emanate directly from their very beings, leaving no avenue for evasion. Swift, incredibly swift, the corpses of the 7 fell straight towards the ground. The hunchbacked elder's deeply sunken eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, filled with a desire to devour Lin Qiyeh whole. His heart bled profusely. 8 members of the Imperial Profound Realm, combined with the 3 slain previously, that amounted to 11. How many did the Moron clan possess? Merely 15. And now, only 4 remained. The cultivation of a single Imperial Profound Realm practitioner demands significant time and effort. The elder suddenly jolted, fixing his gaze upon Lin Qiyeh. Did you intentionally let Moron Qing go last time? Lin Qiyeh shrugged nonchalantly. If not, how could you possibly arrive so swiftly to meet your demise? From Lin Qiyeh's silence, the elder gleaned his answer, his eyes growing ever colder. Are you not afraid of retribution from the Feathersword sect? Indeed, I am, Lin Qiyeh responded, a rare hint of amusement gracing his features. That is precisely why I intend to annihilate the Feathersword sect. Annihilate the Feathersword sect? The elder was utterly astonished. Such audacity. Did this fellow truly underestimate the Feathersword sect? He scoffed derisively. Young man, do be wary of the winds lest you trip over your own tongue. Lin Qiyeh regarded the elder with a genial expression and replied, Elder, times have changed. Today, not only shall they perish, but you shall meet your end as well. Is that so? The elder snorted coldly. You kill my people, and I shall kill yours. That seems fair enough, does it not? With that, he suddenly plummeted swiftly, aiming to catch Lin launching off guard. However, upon witnessing the scene below, he was rendered completely speechless. A chill surged straight to his core. Chapter 95. The mysterious realm of Xuanhuan at the southern city gate. A radius of approximately 500 feet was enveloped in a dense white mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The elder's consciousness flared, yet he found it utterly incapable of penetrating even a fraction of the fog. A formation, he exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, he truly grasped the terrifying prowess of Lin Qiyeh. Such formations were not exclusive to their sect, and even among them, only a select few possessed the knowledge. How could such a phenomenon arise from the mundane imperial dynasty? Nevertheless, he finally comprehended why Lin Qiyeh had obstructed their path 500 feet from the city gate. This formation seemed to be ineffective against those above the Imperial Profound Realm. You seek death, the elder bellowed, charging fiercely into the formation. Lin Qiyeh, swift as the wind, interposed himself before the elder, launching a devastating punch. The elder raised his sword in defense, but with a resounding clang, he was sent hurtling backward like a shooting star. Lin Qiyeh advanced, his fists raining down upon the elder like a tempest, each strike reverberating through the air. The elder was both astonished and infuriated. Judging from Lin Qiyeh's aura, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the Imperial Profound Realm. Yet, as a mid-stage sacred Profound Realm practitioner, He found himself utterly powerless to retaliate, being relentlessly pushed back by Lin Qiyeh's onslaught. Blood spewed from his mouth, and his long blade shattered in his grasp. With a pained cry, the elder crashed heavily into the ground, sending debris flying and stirring up clouds of dust. Lin Qiyeh hovered above, calmly observing the gaping pit in the earth below. "Stop feigning, you're not dead yet." Boom. With a thunderous roar, the elder soared back into the air. His body engulfed in a terrifying crimson aura, his gaunt visage suddenly rejuvenating. "So desperate?" Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow. This old fellow was actually burning his life force. The crucial question remained. How much vitality could he still possess, having 1 foot already in the grave? "You little brat, I shall see you perish," the elder screamed, sprouting 2 blood-red wings from his back. He surged forward like a bolt of crimson lightning, descending upon Lin Qiyeh with a lethal slash. The overwhelming aura sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, his blade lingered in midair, as if an invisible barrier stood between him and Lin Qiyeh. "What sorcery is this?" The elder gasped in disbelief. "No matter what, you will die." With a surge of power, his ferocious energy surged forth, and countless blades of light manifested in the air, cascading toward Lin Qiyeh like a downpour. "The domain of blades?" Lin Qiyeh mused, slightly taken aback. An ordinary sacred profound realm practitioner merely grasped the concept of domain energy, which was typically a display of might. Yet, to his surprise, this elder had transcended the ethereal into the tangible. Quite an impressive feat. The elder glared at Lin Qiyeh with a grotesque expression. "I never anticipated that a mere imperial profound realm cultivator could comprehend the power of a domain. This is indeed unexpected. However, in the face of my Bloodblade domain, your domain is utterly insignificant. The chasm between the imperial profound realm and the holy profound realm is akin to a rift of celestial proportions, a divide that not just anyone can traverse." Lin Qiyeh, thoroughly unimpressed, remarked, "Have you finished your bravado? You are burning your vital energy and employing your domain power, yet you cannot even breach my defenses. And you're still putting on airs. Rest assured, I shall not grant you a swift demise." The elder's smile morphed into a sinister grin. However, in an instant, that grin vanished, replaced by an expression of sheer terror. He lowered his gaze in disbelief, only to find several sword lights piercing through his chest, an icy chill sweeping over his entire being. "You." The elder's aura plummeted, and the myriad of blade shadows dissipated. The feathered sword sect would never. But before he could finish, a head was sent soaring into the air. "Too much prattle," Lin Qiyeh remarked as he brushed off the dust from his attire, swiftly returning to the city tower without launching another attack. The sword-concealing guards and the listening snow tower still required some training. Regardless of their shortcomings, the disciples of the sect possessed strength far beyond that of their secular counterparts. After all, the techniques mastered by the practitioners of the secular empires were numerous. Naturally, the listening snow tower and the sword-concealing guards had never lacked in techniques. "My lord." At that moment, Qin Su flew in from another direction. "I have only dispatched 17 of the divine profound realm, while 11 have ventured into the formation." His gaze fixed on the formation, his heart in turmoil. He had never anticipated that Lin Qiyeh's people could set up a formation. "Do not worry, Wu Xin and the others are present," Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Qin Su, still apprehensive, observed the formation shrouded in thick white mist, obstructing visibility and preventing spiritual senses from probing within. This is merely part of their routine training," Lin Qiyeh stated calmly, diverting his gaze to another battlefield in the distance. Despite a number of individuals having entered the formation, many had yet to do so. Qin Su was left speechless. Routine training for a formation? Is the consumption something an ordinary person can endure? Or have I misunderstood the nature of formations? He then glanced toward the distant battlefield where the sword-concealing guards were engaged in combat. "Should we deal with those outside quickly?" "Not necessary. Just keep an eye on them." Lin Qiyeh shook his head. This was not merely a skirmish. It was also a trial. If they could not eliminate these adversaries, how could they hope to annihilate the Feathered Sword sect? There were still 4 major sects to contend with, including Lingzhou and Sangzhou. Qin Su fell silent, quietly observing the distant clash. Half an hour later, the mist of the formation outside the southern city gate gradually dissipated. Shadows emerged from within, the ground littered with corpses. Qin Su was taken aback. He recalled only 20 individuals had entered the formation. Yet, astonishingly, 20 emerged unscathed. This was nothing short of a massacre. The 18 Riders of Listening Snow? Suddenly, Qin Su recalled the scene of the massacre of Li Wuliu's subordinates, and without a moment's hesitation, he turned sharply to gaze at Lin Qiyeh. Wu Xian was the leader of the 18 Riders of Listening to Snow. Lin Qiyeh spoke without turning his head. Qin Su was utterly astonished. The 18 Riders of Listening to Snow, in a sense, inspired more fear than the various major sections. They were, astonishingly, under the command of the young master. At last, he comprehended the source of Lin Qiyeh's confidence. That was the Listening to Snow Tower, a force undoubtedly far superior to the Zhangjian guards. Each member of Lin Wuxin's group possessed cultivation levels above the celestial profound realm. The people of Listening to Snow Tower were also converging here. It was time to head to the Feather Sword sect. Lin Qiyeh's expression remained tranquil, as if discussing a trifling matter. Qin Su took a deep breath and said, "Young master, I believe that to achieve the desired training effect, our current strength is insufficient. Now is not the time to assault the Feather Sword sect." "Oh, what are your thoughts?" Lin Qiyeh turned to look. This time, Qin Su did not hesitate. With the young master's strength, annihilating the Feather Sword sect would not be difficult, but our own forces, in comparison, are still rather weak and will not serve the purpose of training. I am aware of a high-grade mine. If we can exploit it after a year and a half, our strength will certainly see significant improvement. Moreover, I could swiftly break through to the sacred profound realm, which would enable me to assist the young master. A year and a half? Coupled with the mining, that is too lengthy. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Where's the mine? Qin Su replied, in the Tianyu mountain range. Not far from the Feather Sword sect. It does not require mining. We can directly utilize the mine for cultivation. After all these years, it must have already been discovered by the Feather Sword sect, right? Lin Qiyeh held little hope. 300 years have passed. It would be only natural for it to be discovered. Even if it has been found, we would not be able to access it. Qin Su spoke with unwavering certainty, his voice firm, because it is a secret realm established by a star profound realm expert. Chapter 96. Evacuation of the Secret Realm? Lin Qiyeh felt a surge of interest. The so-called secret realm is merely a small space. At the same time, he was somewhat astonished by the methods of the Star Xian realm, possessing the ability to open such small spaces. Qin Su nodded, stating, "Indeed, the 5 major sects are aware of this secret realm. However, they lack the key to unlock it." At this, he produced the Tianyun Ding from within his robes. "Are you suggesting that the Tianyun Ding is the key?" Lin Qiyeh inquired, somewhat surprised. Qin Su did not deny it, but elaborated. There are several other similar secret realms, conveniently located near the 5 major sects. They must also be aware of their existence. Lin Qiyeh exhibited a contemplative expression, eventually remarking, "I see. That explains why the locations of the 5 major sects are so oddly distributed. It is indeed related to the secret realms." Who knew about these secret realms back in the day? Too many to count, Qin Su replied with a bitter smile. The people of the ancient Qin Empire would allocate some family quotas each year. Lin Qiyeh's eyes gleamed with realization. "So, you must know about the Yu family and the Murong family?" The Yu and Murong families were not prominent back then, and I am uncertain if they were those 2 families. Qin Su shook his head, then suddenly shifted the conversation. "However, the Yujian sect is certainly not as simple as Murong Luochen claims. It does not mean he is deceiving you, but rather that there are some matters even the disciples of the Yujian sect may not fully understand." Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. "Are you implying that the Yujian sect possesses some undisclosed power?" Qin Su countered with a question. "Does the young master believe that 3 royal families can jointly establish a sect and maintain its stability? Furthermore, why did the great Dragon Murong family and the great Yonggu family, who allied against the great Yinyu family, not eliminate them entirely? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to eradicate the Yu family and consolidate the territories of Great Yin?" Lin Qiyeh fell silent. He, too, sensed something amiss. Yet the information he received from his people was undoubtedly true. Perhaps, just as Qin Su suggested, there are elements that even the sect disciples are unaware of, and certainly outsiders would know even less. After a moment of contemplation, he agreed. The Blood Cloud sect also has the Yu family, but they were severely weakened by the Qin and Long families back then, and could not possibly impede the Murong and Gu families. Qin Su's eyes narrowed. Thus, it is clear that the Yujian sect must possess a force, or an individual, capable of suppressing the 3 major families. After all, many powerful individuals existed within the ancient Qin Empire. It seems I have indeed underestimated the Yujin sect, while it may not be difficult to annihilate them. Involving them carries a certain level of danger. Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. However, Qin Su looked at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment. Annihilating the Yujin sect is simple? Where is the simplicity in that? Have you truly grasped my words? Young master, what about those at the Emperor Xian realm? At that moment, Lin Wuxin approached. He had wandered the battlefield for quite some time without catching sight of any figures from the Emperor Xian realm. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. Pointing in a direction, you should search there. They ought to be in that vicinity. Lin Wuxin truly intended to take a look. There was no need, for he had already perished. Lin Wufing approached, extracting a considerable number of storage rings from his bosom. Upon my estimation, there were roughly several tens of millions of inferior Xian crystals. They were, after all, a group of cultivators above the divine Xian realm, yet their poverty was quite astonishing. Indeed, they were destitute. Lin Qiyeh wholeheartedly agreed. The savings of Xuanhuan alone far exceeded this amount. Moreover, it was insufficient for his personal cultivation, not to mention the 3,000 and over 1,000 Tingsnow Tower assassins. It was imperative to seriously consider Qin Su's suggestion. He turned and inquired, Qin Su, how confident are you in locating that place? The location remains unchanged. It should take about half a month. Qin Su replied with a confident smile. Lin Qiyeh nodded. Wuxin, take the Tingsnow 18 riders and follow Qin Su. I will return to Huiyun City with the others. Are we not going to Yujin sect? Lin Wuxin queried, puzzled. Lin Qiyeh countered, do you believe this level of strength can annihilate Yujin sect? The crowd fell silent. Lin Wuxin cautiously murmured, we cannot do it. Can't you do it alone, my lord? Fear not. Yujin sect will be destroyed, but not now. Lin Qiyeh chuckled, adding, besides, I have another matter to attend to. An hour later, the battle finally came to an end. This time, over 200 adversaries were subdued. Lin Wufing led the team to seal their powers one by one, while Qin Su quietly departed with the Tingsnow 18 riders in search of the secret realm of the Xuanhuan realm cultivators. As night fell, at the Yuyuan Pavilion, Lin Qiyeh declared, whether to kill or maim, I leave it to your discretion. I shall not surrender. Nangong Ju glared at Lin Qiyeh with immense fury. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. He found a certain admiration for Nangong Ju, appreciating his spirit. It was no wonder he was favored by the great dragon Emperor Murongjun. In this respect, he surpassed Yu Nanshan's discernment, whose companions were merely a pack of treacherous wolves. We are preparing to depart, Lin Qiyeh suddenly announced. What did you say? Nangong Ju thought he had misheard. At that moment, Lin Wufing lightly tapped him, a surge of Xian power instantly flooding into his body. Only then did he realize Lin Qiyeh spoke the truth. In these past few days, nothing has occurred. Your people are at the Eastern Training Ground. Lin Qiyeh left behind this remark before stealthily departing with Lin Wufing. Nangong Ju felt a sense of unreality. Lin Qiyeh had indeed captured the imperial city, yet chose to return it to them. Had he played enough, or did he simply not want it anymore? Regardless of his disbelief, he had no choice but to accept this reality. He hastily ran to the street, and indeed, he did not see a single soldier of Dian. Upon reaching the Eastern Training Ground, he found everyone standing there, bewildered. Nangong Ju exhaled a long sigh of frustration. Outside Long City, my lord. The number 2,787, and the main force consists of 50,000, all assembled. Jian Wuxing sat upon a colossal wolf, its entire form seemingly engulfed in flames of crimson blood, a divine beast hatched from an egg acquired at the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion. Alas, it was not a flying mystical creature. However, the strength of the scarlet flame blood wolf was formidable, positioned at the mid-level of the divine rank, equivalent to a mid-stage cultivator in the divine profound realm. Jian Wuxing battled fiercely with it for over 2 months before finally subduing it and forging a contract. Lin Qiyeh nodded in acknowledgement. In their 2 encounters, despite meticulous planning, the Sword Hidden Guards had still lost over 200 men. Young master, are we truly heading to the Tianyu Mountains? Lin Wuxue inquired, somewhat perplexed. The Dragon Emperor dynasty is our adversary. Wouldn't it be better to annihilate them? News from Murong Luocheng indicated the presence of an imperial-tier mystical beast. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew serious. Did they not desire to acquire a contracted mystical beast? Upon hearing this, the eyes of several brightened with anticipation. If it were an imperial-tier mount, it would indeed be worth considering. Lin Wuxue boldly proclaimed. Lin Qiyeh, somewhat exasperated, remarked, Why not mention a sacred tier beast? Of course, a sacred tier would be even better. Lin Qiyeh and Lin Wufeng echoed in unison. Upon hearing this, Jian Wuxing suddenly felt disillusioned with the scarlet flame blood wolf beneath him. Lin Qiyeh did not seek to dishearten them. For even if a sacred tier mystical beast were to appear, they would not be capable of subduing it. Contracting a sacred tier beast was not merely a matter of words. Naturally, should the opportunity arise, he would not hesitate to assist them. He possessed the means to tame a sacred tier beast. Wuxing, you shall escort the 50,000 troops to Huiyun City with utmost caution. Lin Qiyeh's figure flickered as he landed upon the back of Xiaowei. Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxue promptly followed suit. With a powerful flap of its wings, Xiaowei transformed into a streak of black lightning, soaring into the night sky. Chapter 97. Unexpected cause. Fengyu City, the second largest city in the western domain of the Great Dragon Empire, boasts a population of millions. This bustling metropolis is a hub for the trade of various mystical beasts, beast eggs, and elixirs throughout the year. Adventurers often traverse through the Tianyu mountain range in pursuit of capturing and hunting these mystical creatures, making this city a crucial waypoint and supply station. However, at this moment, Fengyu City stands eerily deserted. The eastern city gate swings wide open, and a few citizens can be seen hastily fleeing the city with their families in a state of panic. From the west, the chilling roars of beasts echo ominously, reverberating through the air. Atop the western city gate's tower, Murong Jun stands resolutely, clad in golden armor, his gaze piercing as he surveys the distance. Beside him, Murong Luocheng wears a grave expression. Nearby, several soldiers of the great dragon display looks of dread, trembling in fear. The beastly roars are utterly terrifying, unmistakably emanating from the imperial-grade mystical beast that had attacked them earlier in the day. Your Majesty, the citizens have all evacuated. We too may retreat. A black-armored commander hastily ascends the tower and bows respectfully. Retreat? Who says we are to withdraw? Before Murong Jun can respond, Murong Luocheng interjects coldly. But the black-armored commander's words falter, lodged in his throat, unable to be voiced. He dares not argue, yet the reality remains. That is an imperial-grade mystical beast, far beyond their capacity to confront. Not to mention, there are also celestial and divine-grade beasts lurking about. If they retreat from Fengyu City, these creatures are certain to advance further east. At this juncture, Lin Qiyeh, standing beside Murong Luocheng, speaks with indifference. If we retreat beyond Long City and they pursue us, will you have anywhere left to flee? The black-armored commander glares icily at Lin Qiyeh. You are not a soldier of the great dragon. What right have you to speak? Silence. Murong Jun's sharp reprimand silences the commander immediately. He continues, General Ling and his forces could have chosen to ignore this matter. Yet for the sake of the great dragon's citizens, they stand ready to fight alongside us. Should my soldiers flinch in fear? The soldiers of the great dragon bow their heads, hesitant to voice their thoughts. Dragon Emperor, we were fortunate to repel the imperial-grade Qiyin Bloodwolf earlier today, but we lost 30,000 soldiers. We cannot afford to allow it another opportunity to strike back, Gu Baichen asserts. Only by eliminating it can we deter the pack of wolves. The black-armored commander mutters under his breath, anyone can boast. Murong Jun fixes a cold stare upon the black-armored soldier before turning to Gu Baichen. General Gu, do you have a plan? Without hesitation, Gu Baichen articulates his thoughts. Though the Qiyin Bloodwolf is formidable and capable of flight, it sustained injuries during our earlier encounter in Luotian City from the Nine Elephants' heavenly crossbow, undoubtedly diminishing its strength. If that is the case, why not employ the same tactic once more? General Gu, the Qiyin Bloodwolf is exceedingly cunning. It is unlikely to fall for the same trick again, and the cost may be too great. Murong Luocheng expresses his concerns. We have already lost 30,000 soldiers for merely wounding the beast. Who can bear such losses? Others present share skeptical expressions upon hearing Gu Baichen's proposal. What if we were to coat the Nine Elephants' heaven-strength crossbow with deadly poison? Gu Baichen, instead of expressing anger, let out a smile. Truthfully, I have always been perplexed. Why, in the face of such ferocious beasts, do you only seek to repel them? Would it not be far more beneficial to eliminate them entirely through poison? After all, the mysterious beasts are merely that, beasts. Even if their intelligence rivals that of humans, there are still limitations to what they can achieve. The eyes of the gathered crowd widened in shock. To eradicate the mysterious beasts? This fellow certainly dares to entertain such thoughts. Morongjun sighed. I too have contemplated this method, not out of concern for cosmic balance, but because once the mysterious beasts are extinct, the Dragon Empire will confront far more terrifying adversaries. Gu Beichen remained silent. Morongjun's apprehension was indeed reasonable. Absent the natural barrier of the Tianyu mountain range, the Central Dragon Empire would soon face the onslaught of the 6 great empires. Annihilation was merely a matter of time. They would rather permit the existence of the mysterious beasts. Morongjun continued, moreover, the Dragon Empire lacks the lethal poison capable of obliterating the entire Tianyu mountain range. If we cannot eradicate them and provoke the beasts instead, the Dragon Empire would be in even greater peril. Gu Beichen nodded slightly. Then let us set aside the mysterious beasts of Tianyu mountain range for now and focus on devising a means to poison that Imperial-class red flame blood wolf. Once it falls, the pack will cease their relentless attacks. Morongjun's eyes gleamed with interest. Does General Gu possess a poison potent enough to slay an Imperial-class beast? There is no need for such complexity. At that moment, a voice resonated from above the assembly. Before anyone could react, 3 figures appeared atop the city ramparts. Morongjun and the others were startled, instinctively adopting a defensive posture. In contrast, Gu Beichen and Lin Qiyeh wore expressions of joy, bowing deeply. Young master. Lin Qiyeh smiled, his gaze settling on Morongjun as he inclined his head slightly. Lin Qiyeh pays respects to the Dragon Emperor. Father, this is the King of Dianyun. Morong Luoqing promptly clarified. I have encountered the King of Yun, Morongjun replied, devoid of any arrogance, treating Lin Qiyeh as an equal. Despite his anger at Lin Qiyeh's assault on the Dragon City, he held genuine admiration for the assistance Lin Qiyeh had provided in repelling the mysterious beasts. Had it been him, he would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to capture the Dragon City. What of Luotian City? Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. Lin Qingxiu inhaled deeply. Young master, the bearded man was injured by an Imperial-class mysterious beast during the day. Lin Qiyeh's expression darkened. What is the extent of his injuries? Lin Qingxiu replied hastily. He merely sustained internal bruising. With a month of rest, he will recover. Lin Qiyeh exhaled in relief. As long as he was unharmed, everything else was manageable. His gaze drifted into the distance. What could have prompted an Imperial-class beast to emerge from the Tianyu mountain range? The crowd shared expressions of confusion. The appearance of an Imperial-class beast had not occurred in over 20 years. Typically, when mysterious beasts attacked a city, the strongest among them were merely Earth-class, which they could easily withstand. Even heavenly and divine-class beasts could be barely resisted. However, when it came to Imperial-class beasts, one could only lament their powerlessness. The young master's inquiry led me to ponder the peculiar behavior of the Imperial-tier Crimson Flame Blood Wolf, which exhibited an alarming frenzy, attacking any human in sight. Gu Beichen furrowed his brow in concern. Are you suggesting that the Imperial-tier mystical beast is indeed the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf? Lin Qiyeh responded, momentarily taken aback, his expression reflecting surprise. Upon witnessing this, Morong Lianqi could not help but exclaim, Do you know the reason behind it, young master? The dragon generals present exchanged glances, their faces displaying a mixture of intrigue and confusion at Morong Lianqi's address to Lin Qiyeh. Meanwhile, Morongjun maintained a serene demeanor, observing Lin Qiyeh with curiosity. Suddenly, Lin Wufeng seemed to recall something, exclaiming, Young master, could it possibly be related to that Mount of Wuxing? Most likely, Lin Qiyeh replied with a bitter smile, casting his gaze upon the group. Do you remember the divine tier beast egg auctioned by the Myriad Treasures Pavilion? At this revelation, the crowd's pupils constricted in shock. You stole that divine tier beast egg? The black-armored general accused angrily. Lin Qiyeh, disinterested in offering an explanation, did not even glance at him. That beast egg has already hatched, and it is the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf. Morongjun and his son, Morong Lianqi, exchanged wry smiles. It was indeed unjust to blame Lin Qiyeh. He had merely acquired the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf egg midway through its journey. An egg that the Myriad Treasures Pavilion had procured from an unknown source in the Imperial City. Whether the pavilion had acted with intention remains uncertain. Just then, a series of furious roars echoed from afar, followed by the ground beginning to tremble beneath their feet. They were approaching. The crowd gasped in alarm, their nerves taut with anticipation. Chapter 98. The might of wind and snow, a thunderous roar echoed across the land, shattering the tranquility of the night. Countless snowflakes drifted down, intensifying the chill in the air. From the shadows, a series of ghostly lights drew near, accompanied by a foul stench. "Many wolves!" exclaimed the dragon general, instinctively retracting his neck. The soldiers atop the city walls trembled uncontrollably. The mere presence of that scent filled him with despair. How could they possibly fight? Moments later, one or two enormous blood-red lanterns emerged before the crowd. A towering wolf, standing several dozen feet tall, emerged from the darkness, its entire form engulfed in crimson flames. Its gaping maw, lined with sharp fangs, radiated an icy menace. Simply standing there, it exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. Is this the imperial tier mystical beast? How formidable! Lin Wufeng's face displayed astonishment, his eyes burning with intensity. The onlookers regarded him in disbelief. Could this man truly be so foolish? Was this truly a moment for admiration? What was with that gaze? In the depths of Lin Qiyeh's eyes, a flicker of fervor also shone through. Setting aside everything else, the sheer size of the creature far exceeded the city walls. If utilized for siege warfare, it would undoubtedly be a harbinger of carnage. "Young master, I shall confront it," Lin Wufeng declared, leaping from the city wall. The dragon soldiers were left dumbfounded. Even Murong Jun appeared unsettled, his imperial demeanor dissipating. Lin Wufeng sprinted towards the crimson flame wolf, treading upon the horde of wolves with incredible speed, his body moving like the wind. Within mere breaths, he engaged the fiery beast in combat. Boom! A tempestuous aura swept through the surroundings, sending several wolves flying, their shrill howls piercing the air. In the next instant, the pack preparing to assault the city wall abruptly halted, encircling Lin Wufeng and the crimson flame wolf, growling ferociously. Whether they were rallying their leader or preparing to strike Lin Wufeng was unclear. Lin Wufeng remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in his battle against the crimson flame wolf. His figure danced like a specter, wielding a broken blade, darting swiftly around the beast. Each strike echoed with the sound of flesh being cleaved. The crimson flame wolf roared, suddenly leaping high into the air, its gaping maw unleashing torrents of fire. "Damn it, do you think I cannot fly?" Lin Wufeng cursed, executing an evasion technique that left only an afterimage in his wake. Boom! The flames descended, engulfing the area for dozens of feet, leaving it smoldering and unquenched. Lin Wufeng tumbled away, narrowly escaping the attack. At that moment, the crimson flame wolf shrank in size, transforming into a 2-meter-tall creature, sprouting a pair of fiery wings as it dove downwards. "Competing with me in speed?" Lin Wufeng scoffed, vanishing from his original position. The crimson flame wolf missed its mark, sending dirt and debris flying as dust enveloped the area. On the back of the crimson flame blood wolf, a surge of bloodlight erupted, causing it to bare its teeth in pain. Lin Wufeng appeared behind it, the edge of his blade slicing fiercely through its flesh, sending meat and blood rolling. The crimson flame blood wolf collapsed to the side, opening its mouth to expel a fireball toward Lin Wufeng. Simultaneously, its wings flapped incessantly, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp blades that surged toward him. Lin Wufeng's pupils constricted as he executed a somersault backward, swiftly unleashing a series of sword strikes. The fireball narrowly grazed his body, while the multitude of wind blades was deflected, yet he was still propelled backward by the sheer force. Though his speed was remarkable, he was evidently outmatched in strength by the crimson flame blood wolf. "Nukshu, lend me your aid," Lin Wufeng shouted, carving a deep trench in the ground that stretched for several dozen feet, barely managing to stabilize his stance. "Who told you to be so reckless?" Lin Nukshu had appeared not far from Lin Wufeng, a flash of white moonlight illuminating the scene. Instantly, another gash appeared on the body of the crimson flame blood wolf. Its eyes glowed crimson with rage, its expression fierce, and its sharp teeth exuded a chilling, murderous aura. Suddenly, it abandoned Lin Wufeng and lunged directly at Lin Nukshu with its gaping maw. Lin Nukshu snorted coldly, unfazed. She retracted her flying snow sword and met it head-on with a punch. Boom! Her fist collided with the wolf's jaw, eliciting a wretched howl as blood gushed from its mouth, several teeth shattered. Its body was hurled several dozen feet away, unable to regain its footing for several moments. Lin Wufeng shivered involuntarily, instinctively distancing himself from Lin Nukshu. He was aware of her extraordinary strength, yet this was utterly terrifying. She had actually sent an Imperial tier beast flying. If it had been a divine tier beast, its skull would likely have been reduced to pulp. On the city tower, Murong Luoqing and the others stood in stunned silence. Lin Wufeng managing to gain the upper hand against the Crimson Flame Bloodwolf was one thing, but this seemingly fragile woman, Lin Nuxu, had actually sent the beast flying? What immense power must she possess? Both of them appeared to be subordinates of Lin Qiyeh. If his subordinates were so formidable, how powerful must Lin Qiyeh be? Victory! Ling Qingxiu grinned, remarking on Nuxu's ever-impressive strength. I thought you had forgotten about the time you were beaten into a pulp. Gu Beichen scoffed. Ling Qingxiu's expression darkened, wishing he could strike Gu Beichen for bringing up such an embarrassing history. After all, being thoroughly thrashed by a 10-year-old girl at the age of 20 was hardly a glorious tale. Once we kill it, the pack of wolves will retreat, and the crisis will be averted, Murong Luoqing declared, his fists clenched tightly, a resolute gleam flickering in his eyes. Although he had lost a bet to Lin Qiyeh, it seemed he had not truly lost after all. Do not be so optimistic, Lin Qiyeh cautioned, shaking his head. What do you mean, Cloud King? The smile on Murong Jun's face vanished in an instant. Could an unforeseen event occur? Look at that pack of wolves, Lin Qiyeh remarked, gazing at the wolves below. Suddenly, the pack raised their heads and howled towards the Tianyu mountain range. They were calling for help. Murong Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Having dealt with mystical beasts for many years, he was acutely aware of certain traits among them. This howl was undoubtedly a plea for assistance. Could it be that more than one Imperial tier mystical beast was present? Swift action is imperative. Lin Wufeng also sensed something amiss. With a decisive step, he transformed into a gust of wind, melding seamlessly with the night. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the Crimson Flame Bloodwolf, thrusting his long blade fiercely towards its neck. The Crimson Flame Bloodwolf had anticipated this, its wings flaring as it soared into the air. Lin Wufeng pursued with agility, covering several paces before landing once more. Cunning indeed, he thought. Frustration etched across his face. Regrettably, he was not of the Imperial mystical realm and thus unable to fly. The Crimson Flame Bloodwolf had already secured its advantage. Wufeng, fall back, Lin Wuxue urged, swiftly making her way towards the city tower. However, the Crimson Flame Bloodwolf offered them no respite. With a powerful flap of its wings, it obstructed their path, unleashing fireballs that forced the pair to retreat, preventing them from nearing the city wall. Its wings sliced through the air, producing a cacophony of sharp sounds as countless wind blades struck them, leaving them defenseless. Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxue's expressions hardened. Did this beast intend for both of them to perish? Be careful, Lin Wufeng suddenly shouted, shoving Lin Wuxue aside as he retreated in the opposite direction. Almost simultaneously, a claw strike materialized where they had just stood, crashing down with a thunderous roar and reducing a stone to mere dust. Before their eyes, another firewolf, measuring 2 meters in length, emerged, its crimson gaze fixed coldly upon them. 2 of them? Lin Wufeng exclaimed, his demeanor brimming with vigilance. Chapter 99. The Pack of Wolves. 2. The soldiers of the Dragon Legion turned pale with fear. One Imperial tier mystical beast was already beyond their capabilities. How could they possibly contend with 2 working in tandem? The first was the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf, injured during the day. Gu Beichen pointed at the newly emerged Crimson Flame Blood Wolf, taking a deep breath. The 2 Crimson Flame Blood Wolves bore striking similarities, rendering them indistinguishable. However, the one before them bore a conspicuous, gaping wound on its head, blood still streaming from it. Below the city walls, Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxue exchanged worried glances. If it came to a one-on-one battle on the ground, they would be unafraid. Yet, the ability of these 2 Crimson Flame Blood Wolves to soar through the air clearly provided them an advantage they would not relinquish. Suddenly, one of the Crimson Flame Blood Wolves sprang into action. It opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, engulfing Lin Wufeng and sealing off all his escape routes. Subsequently, its body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal wolf towering 30 to 40 feet high, and it stomped down heavily towards Lin Wufeng. Lin Wufeng's expression shifted as he hastily deployed the shadowless steps to evade the attack. The ground trembled violently, creating a massive crater where the beast had struck. Lin Wufeng gasped, struggling to regain his footing when the second paw of the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf descended with astonishing speed, aiming to strike him down with a thunderous force. He retreated swiftly, rolling on the ground and managing to escape by mere inches. However, the third paw of the crimson flame blood wolf followed, even more ferocious than the last. Woofing! Lin Qiyeh shouted from a distance. She found herself entangled with the other crimson flame blood wolf, unable to break free. Just as Lin Woofing seemed destined to be struck, a gentle breeze swept through the air. He opened his mouth, yet he did not witness the paw of the crimson flame blood wolf descending. To his astonishment, a figure clad in purple had appeared before him. Young master. Lin Woofing felt a surge of both shock and joy. This silhouette before him would be etched in his memory forever. Lin Qiyeh, calm and unperturbed, extended a single finger, effortlessly blocking the enormous paw of the crimson flame blood wolf. No matter how fiercely it struggled, it could not press down even a fraction. Above on the city walls, Morong Luoqing and the others were left dumbfounded. They had suspected Lin Qiyeh's strength, but this was utterly beyond comprehension. A mere finger had thwarted the thunderous strike of an imperial tier mystical beast. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. Do you now grasp your own capabilities? Lin Qiyeh turned back with a smile. Never underestimate any opponent, unless you possess countless hidden cards. Lin Woofing nodded, though he felt somewhat speechless. Young master, is not using a finger against the crimson flame blood wolf itself an underestimation? Nevertheless, Lin Qiyeh certainly had the right to make such a claim. After all, if he could defeat those at the sacred profound realm, what could an imperial tier mystical beast possibly signify? Roar! The crimson flame blood wolf was fiercely thwarted by Lin Qiyeh, instantly driven into a frenzy of rage. With a swift motion, another paw came crashing down upon him. Observing this, Lin Woofing turned and fled. Lin Qiyeh, however, merely smiled faintly. His form abruptly vanished from the spot, and when he reappeared, it was atop the head of the crimson flame blood wolf. With a gentle step, the towering beast, standing 30 to 40 feet high, let out a wretched howl, akin to a skyscraper collapsing, as it plummeted violently to the ground. It lay there, struggling and lamenting. But to no avail. Lin Qiyeh stood as immovable as a mountain. At that moment, another crimson flame blood wolf abandoned Lin Wuxue and lunged at Lin Qiyeh with its jaws agape. Lin Qiyeh swiftly extended a hand, and a colossal golden palm energy suddenly grasped the wolf's head. The creature howled in distress, thrashing its head in a futile attempt to escape. Yet, it was as helpless as a chick firmly held in his grip. Growing somewhat impatient, Lin Qiyeh casually struck down. The crimson flame blood wolf was sent soaring as if struck by a meteor, its massive body soaring for over 100 yards before finally coming to a halt. However, once down, it did not rise again. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Two imperial-grade mystical beasts, swiftly vanquished. What immense power was this? If he desired to annihilate the Dragon Empire, it seemed he could do so single-handedly, without the need for hundreds of thousands of troops. On the city tower, Morong Jun wore a complex expression. He was uncertain about the fate of the Dragon Empire after Lin Qiyeh's victory over the mystical beasts. Father, do not worry. The young master is not interested in the Dragon Empire, Morong Luoqing whispered as he approached. Morong Jun, perplexed, could not help but inquire. Why do you address him as young master? Morong Luoqing offered a bitter smile and briefly recounted his wager with Lin Qiyeh. Morong Jun was astounded, yet a weight lifted from his heart as he remarked, So, his aim is the Feathersword sect? Morong Luoqing shook his head, his gaze fixed on the distant Lin Qiyeh. The Feathersword sect does not warrant being his target. In his eyes, it is no different from the Dragon Empire. To the young master, they are merely a training ground. Morong Jun fell into a deep silence. This was indeed shocking. He had dismissed even the Feathersword sect? What, then, was his true objective? Father, I finally understand why Yunantion conferred the title of one-word king upon the young master. Using Yun as his honorific, Morong Luoqing suddenly stated. Morong Jun trembled at the revelation. King Yun, the king of Yunzhou? He harbored doubts about whether Lin Qiyeh could truly achieve such stature. Yet, contemplating the companions that surrounded Lin Qiyeh, he found himself compelled to believe. He had never imagined that his most cherished son would willingly refer to another as young master. How audacious was Morong Luoqing. Taking a deep breath, Morong Jun resolved within himself, I know what must be done. Why does the young master not eliminate them? The astonished and perplexed voice of Lin Qiyeh interrupted the thoughts of the two. Could there be more? Gu Baichen narrowed his eyes. fixating his gaze intently on the depths of the distant darkness. Outside the city gates, an eerie silence suddenly enveloped the scene. The pack of wolves ceased their furious howling, lowering their heads, some even prostrating themselves on the ground, as if awaiting their king. The ferocity in their blood-red eyes had long vanished. "Step back," Lin Qiyeh commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. A sense of bewilderment stirred within him. Was it merely a divine-class mystical beast? How could it provoke the entire wolf pack? Moreover, it seemed evident that there were far more than just two Emperor-class mystical beasts, for he sensed several powerful auras approaching. At last, the darkness began to part, revealing several colossal figures that gradually emerged, their murderous aura sweeping across the area, quickening breaths in its wake. 5 gigantic creatures, resembling an impenetrable wall, slowly advanced towards him. Each colossal wolf stood at an imposing height of 40 to 50 zhang, even more formidable and domineering than the crimson flame blood wolf beneath his feet, exuding a significantly stronger presence. 7 wolves? A collective gasp echoed from the city tower, sending chills down the spines of all present. Could it be that the Emperor-class mystical beasts from the entire Tianyu mountain range had mobilized? No matter how powerful Lin Qiyeh was, could he surpass 7 Emperor-class mystical beasts? What they failed to notice was that Lin Qiyeh's gaze did not rest upon those 5 Emperor-class mystical beasts. Instead, it was fixed upon the head of the colossal wolf in the center. There, astonishingly, stood a figure. Chapter 100. A surge of murderous intent upon the colossal wolf stood a figure clad in white. The man, with his hands clasped behind him, possessed white brows that blended seamlessly into his flowing white hair, which danced in the wind, exuding an ineffable ethereal aura. Yet, Lin Qiyeh sensed an unparalleled ferocity emanating from him, a ferocity unlike mere bloodlust, one he had never encountered before. Could this be a manifestation of a saint-level beast? Lin Qiyeh was slightly taken aback. He had heard that saint-tier mystical beasts could assume human form, but this was his first encounter with one in its true shape. The intensity of such savagery suggested that its original form was likely of the wolf clan, with a bloodline of extraordinary lineage. The man in white gazed down upon Lin Qiyeh, his voice calm, yet chilling. "Release it." The tone was devoid of anger, yet it carried an unmistakable frost, akin to a command rather than a negotiation. Releasing him is one matter. However, the Tianyu mystical beast must not provoke the dragon again, Lin Qiyeh replied, maintaining an air of nonchalance as though conversing with an old acquaintance. The man's brows arched in disbelief. "You lack the standing to impose conditions. Shall we test that?" Lin Qiyeh responded, slowly levitating into the air. Below him, the crimson flame blood wolf broke free from its restraints and lunged towards Lin Qiyeh with a ferocious snarl. With a swift kick, Lin Qiyeh sent the wolf hurtling hundreds of feet away, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled momentarily before falling silent. The expression of the man in white grew increasingly frigid. Suddenly, a massive black wolf, towering 50 to 60 feet, erupted beside him, leaping with ferocity as it aimed to devour Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh's gaze hardened, and an overwhelming wave of murderous intent surged forth, causing the entire realm to fall eerily silent. In his vicinity, waves upon waves of wolves collapsed to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. Simultaneously, all onlookers atop the city ramparts fell into a deep slumber. The black wolf coughed up blood, its pupils dilating in terror before it let out a wretched howl. Crashing to the earth, convulsing and frothing at the mouth, the man in white finally changed color. The 4 colossal wolves beside him also succumbed to unconsciousness. Even he broke into a cold sweat, his complexion paling as he gazed at Lin Qiyeh, trembling uncontrollably. This murderous aura was too terrifying. How many lives must have been claimed to forge such a dreadful presence? He envisioned a vast expanse of corpses and blood, countless deities fallen, and the heavens rent asunder. Shaking his head, he gritted his teeth in an attempt to remain conscious. However, his eyelids grew heavy, as if burdened by mountains. His spine slowly bent. Unable to remain erect, even his spirit quivered. Finally, he could bear it no longer and let out a furious roar. His visage contorted with rage as his form rapidly transformed. In the blink of an eye, a gargantuan white wolf, towering 100 feet, manifested before him. Its white fur glistened like steel needles, radiating a sharp, icy gleam akin to a multitude of swords. Its crimson eyes, resembling drops of blood, were both enchanting and ferocious. This was his true form. Yet, despite this, his body continued to tremble. His legs seemed to betray him, slowly collapsing to the ground in a kneeling position. With a furious roar, he unleashed a primal scream, his eyes igniting with an insatiable ferocity, as chilling frost began to drift through the air. He struggled valiantly against the overwhelming intent to kill. Though he fought to maintain his stance, his feet inexorably drew closer to the earth, accompanied by the ominous sound of cracking bones. "Who are you?" He finally spoke, his voice laden with unyielding defiance. Before Lin Qiyeh, he felt as though he stood before a deity, an unparalleled harbinger of death emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. "Am I now worthy of negotiating terms?" Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. The white wolf was both astonished and enraged. Astonished that this seemingly harmless individual, despite his smile, exuded such terrifying murderous intent. His mastery over this aura of death had reached an extraordinary level. Enraged that, after hundreds of years of dominance, he was now being forced to kneel in humiliation. With a thunderous roar, the white wolf threw back his head and leaped forward, his colossal form crashing down towards Lin Qiyeh like a mountain of darkness. His razor-sharp claws seemed poised to tear through the very fabric of existence as they descended with ferocity. Lin Qiyeh stood still, hands clasped behind his back, a serene smile gracing his lips. How intriguing, he mused, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Despite the oppressive aura of death surrounding him, this creature dared to retaliate? Even ordinary deities would struggle to remain upright in the face of such malevolence. This spirit, this ferocity, possessed the potential to become an unparalleled powerhouse. As the white wolf's claws neared Lin Qiyeh, its crimson eyes grew colder still. With bared fangs, it resembled a predator gazing upon a lifeless body. Suddenly, the overwhelming intent to kill surged once more, thickening the air as if it had solidified. He felt as though he had plunged into a millennia-old ice cavern, his body trembling with cold. With a sudden cough, he spat blood, feeling as if he were crushed under a mountain's weight, crashing heavily to the ground. His razor-sharp claws were but a step away from Lin Qiyeh, yet that distance felt like an insurmountable chasm. No matter how he struggled, his body remained utterly immobilized. Powerful. Incredibly powerful, he thought, feeling like an ant before Lin Qiyeh, the situation almost surreal. "Tell me, what is the origin of that wolf?" Lin Qiyeh inquired, standing before the towering white wolf with an air of calm. The white wolf remained silent, its crimson gaze fixed coldly upon Lin Qiyeh. Although it could not withstand Lin Qiyeh's murderous aura, it did not so much as flinch. Lin Qiyeh chose not to press further. He understood that a will as resolute as the white wolf's would not easily yield. His gaze shifted to the nearby massive wolves, a faint smile appearing on his face. He gently raised his right hand, and in that instant, the very air seemed to still. Countless sword energies materialized out of thin air, sharp and unparalleled in their lethality. Above each member of the wolf clan, a blade of energy hung suspended in the air. He slowly reversed his palm, and in an instant, myriad sword energies trembled and radiated a brilliant light. "Halt!" The giant wolf bellowed suddenly. He understood that Lin Qiyeh was not jesting. He possessed both the audacity and the power to eradicate the entire wolf clan. Lin Qiyeh showed no intention of relenting, nor did he utter a word. Merely observing him with a smile, the white wolf gritted his teeth, a flood of reluctance washing over him as he inhaled deeply and said, "What if I were to tell you to release him?" "You lack the standing to negotiate terms," Lin Qiyeh replied in a voice that was gentle and calm. Yet, to the white wolf, it struck like thunder. Was this not the very sentiment he had expressed to Lin Qiyeh just moments ago? The irony was palpable. The white wolf's gaze flitted over the numerous unconscious members of the clan as he declared, "He is the young master of the wolf clan." Lin Qiyeh remained silent. Casting a glance at the multitude of wolves below, red wolves, black wolves, azure wolves, a true maelstrom of wolves in chaos, he found himself somewhat taken aback. The wolf under Jin Wuxing's command possessed merely a divine-level cultivation, so what right did he have to be the young master of the wolf clan? However, a possibility began to dawn on him. The white wolf, no longer daring to withhold information, hastily explained, "The young master bears a lineage more esteemed than all within the clan, being a bloodline of the rare and magnificent bloodfire, celestial wolf." Chapter 101, The Covenant O? Lin Qiyeh's expression shifted, the overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him dissipating as swiftly as it had arisen. The white wolf reverted to human form. Yet the ethereal grace it once possessed was now replaced by an air of disarray. Had he not witnessed the entire pack rendered unconscious, he would scarcely have believed such a transformation was real. He fixed his gaze upon Lin Qiyeh, silent for a prolonged moment, propping his chin with his right hand. Lin Qiyeh fell into deep contemplation. The Bloodfire Celestial Wolf was a name he had certainly heard. Even in the divine realm, its lineage was held in the highest esteem. Having engaged with the demon clan on numerous occasions, he was acquainted with a Bloodfire Celestial Wolf, a sovereign among the demon race, commanding millions of wolves. To his astonishment, such a powerful lineage existed within this small world. "May I inquire your name?" Lin Qiyeh asked, his tone measured. The man in white hesitated before responding, "By Yu Ming." "I am Lin Qiyeh," he introduced himself. "Your young master has entered into a covenant with my brother. He will not come to harm. In due time, I shall ensure his return to the Tianyu mountain range. You may withdraw now." Bai Yuming dared not voice a rebuttal, yet he showed no inclination to depart. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. "Do you have any objections?" Bai Yuming shook his head. Given Lin Qiyeh's formidable strength, should he harbor malicious intent towards their young master, they would be utterly powerless to intervene. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Are you the sovereign of a dynasty?" "Why do you ask?" Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. Bai Yuming inhaled deeply, stating, "If you are indeed the ruler of a dynasty, my wolf clan would be willing to forge a covenant with your dynasty, becoming your national beast." Lin Qiyeh remained silent. In his past life, the human, demon, and devil races had been at odds. However, he had witnessed many divine courts and celestial dynasties collaborating with the demon race, designating demon beasts as their national symbols. This, without a doubt, was a means for mutual prosperity between humans and demons. Yet, he had no immediate intention of establishing a dynasty. If he wished, he could effortlessly conquer the Great Yin and the Great Dragon. To his surprise, Bai Yuming possessed such forward-thinking ideas. "I have no plans for that at the moment," Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. A thought crossed his mind. "However, I can arrange for my people to establish a covenant with your wolf clan." Bai Yuming pondered for a moment before nodding, agreed. He did not propose any further conditions. Lin Qiyeh's power was too terrifying, should he become enraged. The annihilation of the wolf clan could occur in an instant. A being with such formidable murderous intent was undoubtedly no ordinary individual. He decided to take a gamble. What if the wolf clan were to rise due to Lin Qiyeh's influence? "May our collaboration be fruitful," Lin Qiyeh said with a faint smile. "Indeed," Bai Yuming replied, his expression somewhat stiff. As Lin Qiyeh turned to depart, he suddenly recalled something. "What is the strength of the wolf clan in the Tianyu mountain range?" Bai Yuming paused, then responded truthfully, 5 years ago, the wolf clan unified the Tianyu mountain range. This time, Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. The wolf clan was indeed so powerful? A thoughtful expression crossed his face. Since collaboration with the wolf clan has been established, does it not pave a clear path through the Tianyu mountain range? In this moment, he finally comprehended Bai Yuming's intentions. Bai Yuming was unwilling to confine his wolf clan to the small expanse of the Tianyu mountain range. They yearned for a more expansive stage. However, should the Xian beast venture beyond the Tianyu mountain range, it would inevitably face assaults from the human race. Though Bai Yuming is formidable, the human race in Yunzhou is undeniably the strongest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to seek me out," Bai Yuming remarked as he observed Lin Qiyeh preparing to depart. "How shall I find you?" Lin Qiyeh inquired, slightly taken aback. Bai Yuming inhaled deeply, as though arriving at a challenging decision. He began to weave intricate hand seals, and profound symbols manifested, coalescing into a colossal crimson emblem. "A contract?" Lin Qiyeh expressed his surprise. It was unexpected for someone as proud as Bai Yuming to voluntarily propose a pact with him. "With this contract, you may send messages to me at any time," Bai Yuming affirmed. Yet, Lin Qiyeh shook his head, smiling. "This type of contract holds little efficacy. Allow me to present you with mine." With that, he waved his right hand through the air, releasing a cascade of golden light. Moments later, ancient golden symbols emerged in the void. With a flick of his finger, he infused a drop of his blood into the symbols, then turned to gaze at Bai Yuming with a smile. Bai Yuming, utterly astonished, felt an ineffably profound sensation emanating from the symbols before him. "What kind of contract symbols are these?" After a brief moment of hesitation, he extracted another drop of blood. As it merged with the golden symbols, they suddenly split in two, embedding themselves within Lin Qiyeh and Bai Yuming. Bai Yuming furrowed his brow, sensing no unusual changes. However, he felt a subtle connection established between himself and Lin Qiyeh. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh swiftly formed hand seals, and golden divine patterns unfurled like chains from beneath his feet. In an instant, Bai Yuming vanished from his original position, only to reappear beside Lin Qiyeh. What is this? Even with Bai Yuming's temperament, he was taken aback. How did he arrive here? Though the distance was trivial for someone of his prowess, he had not moved an inch. Moreover, that fleeting moment imparted a sensation of traversing through time and space. Give it a try, Lin Qiyeh chuckled, handing the hand seals to Bai Yuming. After a brief interlude, Bai Yuming stepped aside and formed the seals. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh disappeared, only to instantaneously materialize beside him. Bai Yuming was left in a state of profound astonishment. Upon my return, I shall send my people to sign a contract with the Wolf Clan. By the way, how many members does the Wolf Clan have? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Bai Yuming took a moment to collect himself and replied, approximately 4 to 5 million. Indeed, that is quite a substantial number. And how many are of the saint rank? Lin Qiyeh further questioned. Including myself, there are a total of 7. Lin Qiyeh was slightly taken aback. The strength of the Wolf Clan was clearly on par with any of the 5 great sects. Moreover, Bai Yuming's prowess, even when viewed across the 3 provinces, stands at the pinnacle. Perhaps there shall indeed come a time when his assistance is required. Very well, I shall take my leave. Do not hesitate to reach out. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand, and in an instant, he appeared atop the city walls. The following day, Lin Wufeng and the others awakened, their faces etched with vigilance as they gazed towards the outside of the city. However, to their astonishment, the heavenly mysterious beasts had retreated entirely. Were it not for the devastation surrounding the city, they might have believed it a mere dream. Young master, what is this? Gu Baichen looked at Lin Qiyeh with a face full of bewilderment, and the gazes of the others soon converged upon him. Everyone present had succumbed to unconsciousness the previous day, utterly unaware of the events that transpired. Yet, they were certain that the retreat of the heavenly mysterious beasts was intrinsically linked to Lin Qiyeh. The beasts are rather amicable, after I swayed them with my words. They chose to withdraw, Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. The crowd was left speechless, their expressions darkening. Swayed by words? Do you take us for fools? Those beasts are fearsome, particularly the Wolf Clan. Surely, they cannot be dismissed with mere words. In that moment, the gazes directed at Lin Qiyeh were filled with reverence. Although he spoke with such nonchalance, they could all perceive the formidable challenges he must have faced. Furthermore, how formidable must his own strength be to effortlessly compel the retreat of the heavenly mysterious beasts? Dragon Emperor, we take our leave. Lin Qiyeh bid farewell to Murong Jun. Preparing to depart, Murong Jun hastily called out to him, Yin Wang, wait. Chapter 102. The Realm Within Realms in the City of Fire Cloud. Lin Qiyeh stood atop the city wall, gazing into the distance towards Dragon City. My lord, our men have returned from Sunset City, Jian Wuxing announced, appearing behind Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly. Ultimately, he had not obliterated the Great Dragon Dynasty. Murong Jun had granted him dominion over a 200-mile radius centered on Sunset City, bestowing upon him the title of Great Dragon Cloud King. The people of the Great Dragon regarded him as they would the Dragon Emperor. To put it simply, Lin Qiyeh was now not only a prominent figure in the Great Yin, but also a distinguished one in the Great Dragon. However, in Lin Qiyeh's eyes, these accolades were not his greatest triumph. His most significant achievement lay in the wager with Murong Luchan, from which he emerged victorious. Yet, to secure Murong Luchan's complete loyalty, he suspected another opportunity would be necessary. What of the hidden Sword Guard? Lin Qiyeh inquired suddenly. Jian Wuxing replied candidly. They have successfully forged a pact with the Wolf Clan, though their strength remains below the Jade level. Lin Qiyeh was not surprised. It sufficed that Bai Yuming had consented to the contract with the Wolf Clan. The Wolf Clan possessed its own pride and must be acknowledged for their worth. It was evident that a Jade-level cultivator could not form an alliance with beings of divine or imperial rank within the Wolf Clan. At least, they were far superior to the Black Fire Tianlin. My lord, at that moment, Lin Wufeng quietly approached Lin Qiyeh, excitement evident in his voice. Qin Su and the others have been located. Oh, Lin Qiyeh's eyes brightened. He understood well what Lin Wufeng meant by found. the Star Mystic Secret Realm. If they could acquire that vein of mysterious crystal, the strength of the Listening Snow Tower and the Hidden Sword Guard would surely soar. My lord, Wuxin has informed me that the Feather Sword sect has never abandoned this secret realm and has consistently stationed guards. They have slain many members of the sect, and it won't be long before they are discovered, Lin Wufeng added. Gather the Listening Snow Tower and the Hidden Sword Guard. We must depart immediately. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew serious. This matter could not be delayed. The Star Mystic Secret Realm must not fall into the hands of the Feather Sword sect. Yes. The others responded respectfully. An hour later, 3,000 hidden sword guards quietly departed from Firecloud City. 3 days later, the group emerged in an ancient forest, where the sounds of fierce combat echoed ahead. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. His divine sense swept across the area, revealing a ground littered with corpses. In the sky above, Qin Su was engaged in battle with 5 opponents, one of whom possessed cultivation at the Saint Mystic level. Notably, he did not see Lin Wuxin and the others. Stay here. He left a message before vanishing from sight. At that moment, in the depths of the ancient forest, a man clad in black unleashed a devastating punch. Qin Su was unable to defend himself and crashed heavily into the ground. The black-clad man looked down from above, surveying Qin Su disdainfully. I will say this one last time. Hand over the key to the secret realm, and I shall spare your life. Emerging from the pit, Qin Su wiped the blood from his lips, a cold smile gracing his features. The man in black, upon witnessing the scene, let out a cold snort. I will kill you myself. Qin Su's expression remained impassive, undeterred by the threat. As the man in black charged towards him, he suddenly shifted and lunged at one of the Emperor Xian realm warriors. Seeking death, the man in black bellowed in fury. However, Qin Su paid him no heed, as a small cauldron appeared in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. The cauldron rapidly expanded and struck the Emperor Xian realm warrior with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the warrior was obliterated into a mist of blood. Qin Su gasped for breath, his face paling. The man in black was seething with rage. By this point in the battle, the number of those who had perished at Qin Su's hands had exceeded 100, including 4 from the Emperor Xian realm. How could someone at the peak of the Emperor Xian realm possess such formidable strength? Die. The man in black was driven to madness. If he failed to obtain the key to the Star Xian secret realm, the Feather Sword sect would suffer immensely. His speed surged to its zenith, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared before Qin Su, his long sword exuding a terrifying aura as it lunged towards Qin Su's chest. Qin Su's pupils contracted to pinpoints. After hours of combat, his internal Xian power was nearly depleted. Faced with the lethal strike from a Saint Xian realm expert, he found it exceedingly difficult to even retreat, let alone defend. The opponent's speed was too great. He couldn't even lift the Tianyan cauldron in time. Clang! At that moment, a sharp metallic clash resonated, deafening in its intensity. Qin Su felt a gust of wind sweep past him. Suddenly, he saw the man in black, a mid-stage Saint Xian realm expert, bleeding from all 7 orifices, his body violently propelled backward before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Dead. Qin Su stared in disbelief, momentarily lost in shock. How could a mid-stage Saint Xian realm expert die so suddenly? Just then, a piercing scream jolted him back to reality. He turned to see 3 Emperor Xian realm warriors, each impaled through the heart by 3 branches. They collapsed to the ground, convulsing as they felt the life ebb away. Young master? Qin Su gazed in astonishment at the figure in purple ahead of him. Who else could it be but Lin Qiyeh? Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly, scanning the surroundings, yet still failing to spot Lin Wuxin and the others. He asked solemnly, "Where are Wuxin and the others?" "They have entered the secret realm," Qin Su explained. The Feather Sword sect places great importance on this secret realm, dispatching personnel daily. We have eliminated 2 groups, which ultimately led to the emergence of a Saint Xian realm expert. Lin Qiyeh nodded in understanding. Lin Wuxin and their companions possessed strength sufficient to face the God Xian realm, but they were still inadequate to contend with high-tier Emperor Xian realm experts, let alone those of the Saint Xian realm. After a moment, he inquired, "What about the secret realm?" As he spoke, he took out a pill and tossed it to Qin Su. Qin Su swallowed it, feeling his internal Xian power rapidly rejuvenate. He retrieved the Tianyan cauldron, channeling his energy into it. Instantly, ripples emerged not far away, and a shimmering light screen began to materialize. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, sensing the rich spatial energy. Could this truly be achieved in the Star Xian realm? doubtful and perplexed. He waved his hand towards the distance. Before long, Lin Wufeng and Jian Wuxing swiftly entered the secret realm, accompanied by the members of the Listening Snow Tower and the Sanjin Guard. Outside the secret realm, only Lin Qiyeh and Qin Su remained. Qin Su, do you know the specific origins of the secret realm? Lin Qiyeh inquired as he approached the shimmering barrier. Qin Su shook his head, replying, I am not certain of the specifics. All I know is that the celestial fate cauldron serves as the key to unlock this realm. Furthermore, the sacred mysterious realm is incapable of opening the spatial domain. It seems that one must at least reach the stellar mysterious realm to achieve that. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, yet internally, he harbored skepticism. Based on his understanding of the cultivation levels within this world, it was utterly implausible for the stellar mysterious realm to wield spatial power. Even transcending one or two realms beyond it might not suffice, for this involved forces of a far superior echelon. To master such power would indeed render one akin to a deity. With his doubts lingering, he and Qin Su stepped through the luminous barrier. Upon their reappearance, he found himself in a verdant valley, while Qin Su had vanished without a trace. Surveying his surroundings, he beheld towering ancient trees, melodious birds, and fragrant flowers, all teeming with vibrant life. Not far off, a small lake glimmered like a mirror, its depths unfathomable, shrouded in a mist that rendered the scene dreamlike. Spiritual energy? Lin Qiyeh inhaled deeply, astonished within. In this secret realm, the air was suffused not with profound energy, but with exceedingly pure spiritual essence. In the next moment, the Tai-Shin Immortal Sutra within him began to operate autonomously. Waves of spiritual energy surged around him, engulfing him as if a whale were consuming water. With his profound insight, he understood immediately, exclaiming in mild astonishment, a realm within a realm? Chapter 103. Breaking through the sacred mystery of the Feather Sword sect atop the peak of Feather Sword Mountain, before an ancient and solemn hall, knelt a solitary figure, Murong Jian. Since receiving the disheartening news of the demise of the second ancestor of the Murong family, he had remained in this position for half a month. At that moment, a figure clad in black appeared in the distance, gracefully landing beside Murong Jian. After casting a glance his way, the newcomer took a deep breath and respectfully bowed towards the hall, saying, Sovereign, our people have failed. The secret realm has been opened, and they have all entered within. Upon hearing this, Murong Jian lifted his eyelids slightly. The secret realm? Could it be? Before he could ponder further, a loud clang echoed as the doors of the hall swung open. A white-clad man with a youthful appearance and hair like snow emerged, his countenance strikingly handsome and ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. His deep-set eyes resembled a dark abyss, making it difficult for one to gaze upon him directly. Greetings, Sovereign. Both Murong Jian and the figure in black bowed in unison. The white-clad man was none other than the elusive leader of the Feather Sword sect, Xuanhuan. Since the establishment of the sect, he had seldom revealed himself, preferring to remain in seclusion, diligently honing his skills. It was rumored that his swordsmanship had reached an extraordinary level, unmatched by any other, earning him the title of Sword Saint of Heaven and Earth. In the three states, his power was regarded as unparalleled. Sovereign, Murong Jian suddenly prostrated himself on the ground, imploring, Lin Qiyeh has slain thousands from the Murong family. I beseech you to take action. Xuanhuan's expression remained as tranquil as a still pond as he replied, Where is Murong Lianshan? The Grand Ancestor's time is nearly up. He has entered a state of closed-door cultivation, Murong Jian hastily explained. Xuanhuan remained silent, his gaze fixed on Murong Jian. The latter felt a shiver run down his spine under that penetrating stare, bowing his head and refraining from speech. After a prolonged silence, Xuanhuan turned to the figure in black and instructed, Convey a message to the Yu family. Join forces with the Murong clan to seal the secret realm. Anyone who is not a disciple of the Feather Sword sect shall be slain. Understood, the figure in black replied respectfully. Xuanhuan continued, Murong Jian. Lin Qiyeh is within the secret realm. The Yu family seeks vengeance, and you too desire retribution. I hope you can temporarily set aside your grievances. A tremor coursed through Murong Jian's body. Lin Qiyeh has entered the secret realm? His face lit up with uncontainable joy as he exclaimed, I will obey. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, Murong Jian hastily retreated. Once Murong Jian had departed, the figure in black spoke again, Sovereign, how could Murong Lianshan? At only 400 years of age, possibly be nearing the end of his lifespan? Xuanhuan raised an eyebrow, causing the black-clad man to bow hastily. I spoke out of turn. Xuanhuan replied coolly, do we have any news from you, Lin Qiyeh? The figure replied, ever since he was injured by Xuanhuan and following the incident that transpired a decade ago, his condition has declined day by day. He entered closed-door cultivation 8 years ago and has yet to emerge. It remains uncertain whether he is alive or dead. Xuanhuan's eyes flickered with uncertainty. What of the Gu family? The Gu family has maintained a low profile, seldom interacting with other disciples. Their overall strength appears significantly weaker than the Murong family, even inferior to the Yu family. The figure clad in black pondered for a moment and remarked, additionally, Gu has been in seclusion for 5 years and has yet to emerge. Another retreat? Xuanhuan furrowed his brow. While it was not unusual for someone to enter seclusion, the simultaneous retreat of the ancestors from the 3 prominent families was rather peculiar. Master, to contend with Lin Qiyeh, relying solely on the Yu and Murong families may prove insufficient. The man in black suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, however, should the Gu family join forces, Lin Qiyeh is certain to meet his demise. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. Then let us summon the Gu family. Understood. The man in black respectfully withdrew. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself, I did not anticipate that the mundane world would produce such a figure. A 21-year-old at the sacred profound realm? I hope you do not disappoint me. It is high time for the Yujian sect to make its move. Within the secret realm, Lin Qiyeh sat cross-legged, surrounded by swirling purple-golden light. The Taishan immortal scripture operated at an astonishing pace, causing intermittent roaring sounds to emanate from within him. Time passed unmeasured. With a resounding explosion, a terrifying aura surged forth from his body, sweeping outwards like a tempest. Countless plants were severed, leaving the valley in utter disarray. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that all the vegetation had been neatly sliced by sword chi, the cut edges impeccably aligned. The sacred profound realm? Lin Qiyeh opened his eyes, his expression neutral. His cultivation had ascended to the sacred profound realm, and his primordial spirit had also reached the pinnacle of the same realm. At the moment of his breakthrough, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if something was firmly constraining his soul, akin to a shackle. Is it the bloodline? Lin Qiyeh murmured. A flash of intensity crossing his gaze. Descendant of the sinful blood? Is my cultivation and primordial spirit destined to be confined to the sacred profound realm? He quickly dismissed such notions. To suppress a bloodline is an arduous challenge. Moreover, this suppression would apply to all individuals across the 3 states. Even at the peak of his previous life, he could not achieve such a feat, at most targeting specific bloodlines. Unless, Lin Qiyeh abruptly gazed toward the sky, a profound look flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he raised his head sharply, directing his gaze upon the surface of the lake. There, unbeknownst to him, stood a woman in white. Her delicate, jade-like feet lightly tread upon the water's surface, her long and fair legs resembling mutton-fat jade. She possessed a statuesque figure, with her raven-black hair cascading down to her waist, dancing lightly in the breeze. Veiled by a white mask, her true visage remained obscured, revealing only a pair of gem-like eyes, clear and luminous, leaving one to imagine the exquisite beauty concealed beneath. Lin Qiyeh felt a surge of astonishment. It was not merely the woman's beauty that startled him, but rather the fact that he had no inkling of how she had appeared. Furthermore, he was unable to discern her cultivation level. This was a situation he had never encountered before. Unbeknownst to him, the woman in white was equally unsettled. She sensed an exceedingly perilous aura emanating from Lin Qiyeh. It is important to note that the woman in the white dress cast a deep glance at Lin Qiyeh before suddenly gesturing towards the void. In the next moment, the fabric of reality tore apart, and a streak of light, accompanied by a haunting wail, shot forth from the fissure. Lin Qiyeh looked up, his pupils contracting slightly. In an instant, he vanished from his position, appearing before the woman in white, grasping the shoulder of a shadowy figure with one hand. Young master, Qin Su exclaimed, his complexion paling as he clutched the heavenly fate cauldron tightly. The cauldron trembled violently, as if attempting to break free from his grasp. Humph, the woman in white scoffed, and the heavenly fate cauldron suddenly expanded, forcefully shaking Qin Su's hands away. It then shrank once more, landing steadily in the hands of the woman in white. Without sparing a glance at the two, she turned to leave. Young master, stop her quickly. Without the heavenly fate cauldron, we cannot escape, Qin Su urged frantically. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyeh instantly positioned himself in front of the woman in white, stating, "My lady, please relinquish this item. It originally belongs to me." The woman in white replied coolly, "It is impossible. The heavenly fate cauldron is an artifact from centuries past. How could it possibly be yours?" Qin Su was incredulous, exclaiming, "Are you a centuries-old monster?" However, Lin Qiyeh believed her. The ease with which she controlled the heavenly fate cauldron indicated that she had either refined it or left her mark upon it. Yet, this was not a justification for him to let her go. After a moment's deliberation, he proposed, "Once we have departed from this realm, I shall return it to you. This domain is on the brink of vanishing. You will find your way out then." The woman in white regarded Lin Qiyeh with a hint of wariness. Before he could respond, the space before her warped, and she vanished in an instant. What? Qin Su was left dumbfounded, questioning how she had managed to escape. Chapter 104. Before the expedition, death comes first. Lin Qiyeh gazed at the spot where the woman in white had departed, his brow furrowed in thought. The ability to manipulate the spatial dimensions of the secret realm could only stem from two possibilities. One possibility was that the secret realm was a creation of the woman herself. However, the likelihood of this was minimal. If that were the case, her prowess would be extraordinary, and she would have chosen to eliminate them without a word rather than engage in idle chatter. This suggested that her strength was not formidable, or at least not sufficient to annihilate him effortlessly. The second possibility was that the woman in white possessed complete dominion over this secret realm. More accurately, it resembled a miniature world. Although the space was limited, it was a realm brimming with spiritual energy, strikingly akin to the divine realm. Furthermore, only a true deity could conjure a small world that could exist within other realms, often referred to as a realm within a realm or an inner world. Lin Qiyeh inhaled deeply. The woman in white had instilled a sense of danger within him, and to think she wielded control over such a world suggested her origins were anything but ordinary. "Young master," Qin Su called out several times, breaking Lin Qiyeh's reverie. "What shall we do now?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head. "Do not worry. There will always be a way to depart." His mind drifted back to the woman's words before her departure. He surmised she would not speak falsely. Even if she did, he possessed the means to escape this realm, albeit at a cost. "Do you know where the mysterious crystal vein is located?" Lin Qiyeh inquired. "Yes, all our people have already arrived at the vein," Qin Su explained. Lin Qiyeh paused in surprise. "So soon? Did you all teleport to the same location?" Qin Su regarded him with skepticism. "In the secret realm, all are teleported to the same place. Were you not? I thought you had left midway." "Let us proceed to the vein," Lin Qiyeh decided, choosing not to elaborate further. He was perplexed as to why he had been directly transported to this valley. Outside the secret realm, numerous figures darted swiftly, surrounding the peaks where the secret realm was located, ensuring not a single drop could escape. The Yu family, the Gu family, and the Murong family had once again allied, solely with the intent of eliminating Lin Qiyeh. "Brother Yu, Brother Murong, I've heard that both your families suffered significant losses at the hands of the same individual. Who exactly is Lin Qiyeh?" A man clad in golden robes inquired, his eyes gleaming with a hint of schadenfreude as he regarded Murong Jian and another man in black. The three families had always feigned harmony while harboring discord amongst themselves. Had it not been for Xuanhuan, they would have long been engaged in a deadly struggle. Murong Jian and the man in black remained silent. The golden-robed man, feeling slighted, remarked, "My Gu family intervened to aid you. If you refuse to share any intelligence, I shall take my leave." "Gu Qingqi, do not forget, this is the command of the sect master," the man in black retorted with a cold snort. "Gu Qingqi," the golden-robed man, sneered, "Old Yu, do not attempt to command me with the sect master's authority. I am not swayed by such tactics." Having spoken, he turned to leave. "Gu Xiong," Murong Jian hastily seized Gu Qingqi, meticulously recounting all the information regarding Lin Qiyeh. The revelation that Lin Qiyeh possessed the strength to slay a Saint Xian realm expert left Gu Qingqi astounded, his expression fluctuating between fear and disbelief. The Saint Xian realm, indeed, comprised some of the most formidable warriors in Yunzhou. Though the three of them were of the Saint Xian realm, the prospect of killing one of their own was daunting. Should a Saint Xian expert choose to flee with all their might, even an abundance of their kind would struggle to pursue them. Yet, Lin Qiyeh had managed to kill the second ancestor of the Murong family. What is fear creeping in? The head of the Yu family sneered at Gu Qingqi, mockingly stating, "I forgot to mention, Lin Qiyeh is merely 21 years old. How could this be?" Gu Qingqi's pupils constricted sharply. A 21-year-old in the Saint Xian realm? Such a notion seemed fantastical. Even a 21-year-old in the divine Xian realm would be regarded as an unparalleled prodigy. Talents of such caliber were scarce even in the Yujin sect. Rest assured, at the critical moment, the sect master will undoubtedly intervene, declared Murong Jian with a confident smile. No sooner had he spoken than the space ahead began to warp, and a white figure gradually materialized, clutching a small cauldron. It was the white-clad woman emerging from the secret realm. "The cauldron of destiny," Murong Jian exclaimed. "Quick, seize her. Do not let her escape." Gu Qingqi and the head of the Yu family instantly recognized the cauldron of destiny as well. This was a treasure of the ancient Qin Empire. Once obtained, one could freely enter and exit the secret realm. In that moment, the eyes of the three men glimmered with fervor. Without hesitation, they lunged toward the white-clad woman simultaneously. She snorted coldly, extending her hand to meet the attack of the Yu family head. With a thunderous explosion, his arm was obliterated, transforming into a cloud of crimson mist. Nevertheless, the white-clad woman's speed remained unhampered as she struck the Yu family head in the chest. With a scream of agony, he was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into several large trees and becoming impaled on a branch. Witnessing this, Murong Jian and Gu Qingqi's expressions changed drastically. "Flee," was their immediate thought. The white-clad woman did not pursue them, but instead ascended into the sky, casually tossing the cauldron of destiny. In the next moment, the cauldron rapidly enlarged, resembling a colossal mountain, crashing down toward the ground. All present felt their faces pale, as if the very heavens were collapsing around them. The light gradually faded, and a cataclysmic aura enveloped them. Boom! The cauldron of destiny descended, causing several mountain peaks to crumble, dust swirling and debris scattering. The members of the three great families had no time to utter a cry before they were all reduced to blood mist. The white-clad woman opened her palm, the cauldron of destiny swiftly shrinking, gradually hovering in her hand. Without casting a glance back, she turned and departed. After a long while, a sudden cough echoed, and two figures emerged from the vast abyss, their bodies drenched in blood, a sight most gruesome. As they beheld the immense pit before them, they involuntarily gasped, trembling uncontrollably. The three prominent families, numbering in the thousands, had been utterly annihilated by a single blow from their adversary. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have found it utterly inconceivable. Such terrifying prowess, it seemed, could hardly be matched even by the sect leader. The most pressing concern, however, was that they had come to eliminate Lin Qiyeh. Now, with not even a trace of him in sight, the three families were nearly extinguished. What to do? Murong, was it she who killed your second ancestor? Gu Qingqi swallowed hard, his face a mask of dread. Murong Jian's complexion turned ashen as he shook his head in confusion. She is not Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh is a man. How could this be? Gu Qingqi opened his mouth to speak, but then recalled something. Wait. Did you not just mention that the heavenly fate cauldron was in the possession of someone named Lin Qiyeh? Now it appears to be in her hands. Does this not imply that Lin Qiyeh has been slain by her? A contemplative expression crossed Murong Jian's face. He gazed at the colossal ruins, unable to feel any joy. Lin Qiyeh might indeed be dead. Yet, the Murong family was also nearing its end. A glimmer of determination flickered in Gu Qingqi's eyes as he narrowed them and said, "Murong, let us together report to the sect leader. We must ensure the leader retrieves the heavenly fate cauldron." Chapter 105. Each with their calculations atop the summit of Yujian Peak. Within the Grand Hall, Gu Qingqi passionately recounted the events transpiring beyond the secret realm. Murong Jian intermittently nodded, appearing profoundly despondent. In their previous endeavor to preserve the great dragon dynasty, they had suffered the loss of over 2,000 lives. This time, purely in pursuit of vengeance, they had lost yet another 1,000. The Murong clan had consequently become the weakest lineage among the three great families of Yujian sect. Upon hearing this, Yu Qianquan's expression deepened in contemplation as he squinted and inquired, "Do you know the cultivation level of that woman?" Gu Qingqi replied solemnly, "I do not know, but the artifact in her possession is exceedingly formidable." Artifact? Yu Qianquan furrowed his brow. Gu Qingqi inhaled deeply. The artifact of which the sect master is aware is the supreme treasure of the ancient Qin Empire, the heavenly fortune cauldron. Isn't the heavenly fortune cauldron in Lin Qiyeh's possession? Yu Qianquan raised an eyebrow. Gu Qingqi stated with conviction, unless unforeseen circumstances occurred. Lin Qiyeh and his companions have likely fallen to this woman. Otherwise, how could the cauldron have come into her hands? Yu Qianquan's gaze flickered with uncertainty. Sectmaster, please take charge on behalf of our fallen disciples. At that moment, Murong Jian bowed deeply. Observing this, Gu Qingqi quickly echoed his sentiment. To oppose Yu Jin's sect is to deserve death. Yu Qianquan coldly snorted, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light, exuding a palpable aura of murder. Gu Qingqi seized the moment to add, Sectmaster, even if it were not for the sake of avenging our Yu Jian disciples. The heavenly fortune cauldron must not be overlooked. It is essential for entering the secret realm. Moreover, it is rumored that the cauldron holds the key to breaking through the Star Xian realm. Should our Yu Jian sect acquire it, we would undoubtedly dominate Yinzhou, and even Lingzhou and Cangzhou would be within our grasp. Yu Qianquan's expression turned contemplative. After a lengthy pause, he stood upright, inhaling deeply. I shall reclaim the heavenly fortune cauldron. Sectmaster, your wisdom is unparalleled. Gu Qingqi promptly bowed. Murong Jian followed suit, and as they departed, a sly smile crept across Yu Qianquan's face. Gu family, I shall see what schemes you are concocting. Meanwhile, as Gu Qingqi and Murong Jian prepared to part ways, Gu Qingqi suddenly called out to Murong Jian, Brother Murong, it has been long since we last engaged in a game of strategy. Shall we not visit my abode for a while? Perhaps another time. Murong Jian sighed deeply, his spirit visibly crushed as he stepped into the void and departed. Gu Qingqi watched as Murong Jian vanished from sight, his smile gradually stiffening. He then turned and soared towards the ancient family's residence on Gujian Peak. Before long, he arrived at a cliff face on the back mountain of Gujian Peak. Gu Qingqi respectfully bowed to the ancestor. Bowing deeply, he uttered a greeting. With a soft sound, the cliff face suddenly split open, revealing a stone door that slowly creaked ajar. Gu Qingqi glanced around before cautiously stepping through the stone portal. Beyond the door lay a dimly lit passage. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, a winding stone staircase descended into the depths below. Faint glimmers of red flames flickered in the distance, and waves of heat intermittently surged toward him, descending the ancient clear pool step by step. After a single incense stick burned away, the stone steps vanished, revealing a vast lake of magma spanning 100 zhang. At the center of this molten lake stood a stone platform, upon which sat a man clad in crimson robes, his long blood-red hair billowing in the air, surrounded by flames of scarlet hues, exuding an overwhelming aura. Ancestor. Gu Qingqi bowed respectfully, and as anticipated, Yu Qianquan was indeed employing a tactic of deceitful slaughter. Today, all disciples from the three sects had perished, leaving only myself and Murong Jian to narrowly escape. The man in red remained silent. Gu Qingqi continued. The assailant possesses formidable strength. Yu Qianquan should not overlook the celestial fate cauldron. Moreover, the Murong family has suffered grievous losses and poses little threat now. The Yu family has yet to regain its vitality. I estimate that the time for Yu lynching is running short. Upon hearing this, the man in red finally opened his eyes. His gaze, blood-red and feral, sent shivers down Gu Qingqi's spine. You underestimate Yu Qianquan, he spoke in a calm tone. The strongest force within the Yu Jian sect is not the three great families, but rather the lineage of Yu Qianquan. Furthermore, he is not merely the sword enthusiast you perceive, lost in years of solitary cultivation. How could that be? He has long secluded himself, seldom involving himself in sect affairs. Gu Qingqi expressed his disbelief. The man in red snorted derisively. Do you know what position Yu Qianquan held in the ancient Qin Empire? Gu Qingqi shook his head in confusion. The sword marquis. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. In the ancient Qin Empire, marquises were exceedingly rare. Do you truly believe that someone bestowed with such honor by the emperor is merely a brute? Do you think Yu Linqing is truly gravely wounded and on the brink of death? Why has Murong Liantian not emerged from his seclusion despite the Murong family's catastrophic losses? Gu Qingqi's pupils contracted at this revelation. Are you suggesting that they are all avoiding Yu Qianquan? Am I not also evading him? The man in red smiled self-deprecatingly. Did you not witness his power 30 years ago? Gu Qingqi shuddered. The memory of the scene where Yu Qianquan suppressed the conflicts among the three great families still lingered vividly, as if it had transpired yesterday. Taking a deep breath, he inquired, Ancestor, what should I do? Act as if nothing has transpired. Unless Yu Qianquan faces imminent death, the Yu Jian sect will forever remain his. Now, I must enter seclusion. Do not disturb me unless necessary. The man in red slowly closed his eyes. Understood, Gu Qingqi replied respectfully as he withdrew. After a considerable time, the man in red reopened his eyes, one hand pressed against his chest, a look of anguish crossing his face. He gradually lifted his garment to reveal a deep sword scar, visible to the bone, from which fresh blood faintly seeped. Yu Qianquan, it has been 30 years. That sword strike of yours has inflicted upon me 30 years of torment. The man's expression twisted with a sinister intensity, no longer exhibiting any semblance of calm. His eyes glinted with cold light as he smirked. I only need one more opportunity. The moment you encounter any mishap will be your demise. After all, many desire your death. Days have swiftly passed. Gu Qingqi was in seclusion when suddenly a piece of news reached his ears. Are you saying that Yu Qianquan has been injured? Gu Qingqi gazed at the Gu family disciple kneeling on one knee, his eyes shimmering with disbelief. Yu Qianquan injured? How can that be possible? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that he truly sought out that woman in the white dress for the Heaven's Fate Cauldron? That shouldn't be the case. While the woman in white is formidable, could she truly surpass Yu Qianquan? Moreover, even if Yu Qianquan were to face defeat, he should be capable of retreating unscathed. However, what if? If Yu Qianquan has indeed been wounded, it would undoubtedly present the best opportunity for the Gu family. Gu Qingqi hesitated. He pondered whether he should inform the ancestor. Perhaps he should first concoct an excuse to test the waters? Gu Qingqi was lost in thought. The family head, upon returning, bore a deep sword wound that could be seen to the bone on his chest, his complexion pale. Swaying as he flew to the main peak, it certainly did not seem like an act, the Gu family disciple added. Gu Qingqi waved his hand dismissively, signaling for him to withdraw, while his mind raced with calculations. If Yu Qianquan were genuinely injured, he would undoubtedly avoid exposing himself. Was he feigning it? Suddenly, Gu Qingqi's pupils constricted. If only someone could probe the situation. He truly hoped that Lin Qiyeh had not perished. Chapter 106. Who is born to be the emperor? In the Yu Jian sect, at the Jade Sword Peak. Ever since the incident involving Yu Xuanhuan and Qin Xianyu 30 years ago, the Yu clan has gradually descended into decline. The once resplendent Yu family is now but a shadow of its former glory. The demise of the clan leader has dealt yet another devastating blow to the Yu family. The remaining hundreds of disciples are engulfed in anxiety and trepidation. With the death of the clan leader, apart from the ancestral figure Yu Linqing, there is but a single Saint Xian realm expert left. However, the elder Yu Linqing has been in seclusion for several years, and whether he is alive or dead remains a mystery. On this day, the powerful figures above the divine Xian realm of the Yu family gathered, totaling no more than 30 individuals, a stark contrast to the strength of the Morong family, which rendered the Yu clan pitifully weak. Ziki, what are the ancestral instructions? A voice inquired. The Yu family is currently in a precarious state and must refrain from involving itself in the enmity with the Morong family. To not oppose the Morong family is already a display of our magnanimity. Why should we assist them? In the hall, the Yu disciples exchanged heated words, their tempers flaring. Though the Yu and Morong families both belong to the Yu Jian sect, they are sworn enemies. How could they possibly wish to avenge the Morong family? With the deaths of hundreds from the Yu family, their enmity has even extended to Yu Qianquan. Silence. At that moment, a young man at the forefront of the hall spoke sharply. Instantly, the room fell silent, and all eyes turned to the youth, none other than Yu Ziki. Yu Ziki surveyed the assembly and, taking a deep breath, declared, "The ancestral decree states that the Yu family shall withdraw from the Yu Jian sect." Withdraw from the Yu Jian sect? The crowd erupted in disbelief. This outcome was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. Ziki, did the ancestor truly say such a thing? An elderly man furrowed his brow, gazing at Yu Ziki with skepticism. Others also wore expressions of doubt. Despite the Yu family's weaknesses, it is still one of the three great families of the Yu Jian sect, holding resources and status far beyond that of ordinary disciples. To withdraw from the sect would invert their standing entirely. Should you doubt it, you may inquire with the ancestor, Yu Ziki retorted with a cold scoff. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Inquire with the ancestor? They hardly possessed the courage for such a thing. Yu Ziki inhaled deeply and continued. I trust you are all aware of the sect leader's injuries? The crowd nodded in agreement. This was no secret, as nearly everyone in the Yu sect was informed. Do you recall the events from 30 years ago? The alliance between the Murong family and the Gu family. Do you believe the current Yu family can withstand such forces? Yuzuki's piercing gaze swept across the assembly. The faces of the Yu family members shifted. If what Yuzuki said was true, the likelihood of the Yu family's annihilation was alarmingly high. After all, the Murong family and the Gu family had long sought to eliminate the Yu clan. But what if the sect leader had not been injured? The elderly man queried once more. Yuzuki scoffed. Do you believe that if the sect leader remains unscathed, my family will be left in peace? 10 years ago, the sect leader could suppress them, and he can certainly do so again. The elder spoke with unwavering confidence. Yuzuki shook his head with a smile. Elder, assuming your words are true and the sect leader is uninjured, then I must ask, why would he feign injury? The elder furrowed his brow, falling silent. Without granting the others time for contemplation, Yuzuki continued. I trust everyone is familiar with the concept of appearing weak to deceive the enemy. If the sect leader is indeed pretending to be wounded, it must be for a purpose. Although the Yu sect has had ongoing conflicts with the Blood Cloud sect, we have not reached the point of mutual annihilation. Before absolute power can obliterate the adversary, neither side will act recklessly. Who else, besides the Blood Cloud sect, would the sect leader be performing for? The Murong family? The Gu family? Someone exclaimed. The expressions of the others shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Yuzuki narrowed his eyes and smiled. If it is indeed for the Murong and Gu families, what does that imply? The elder of the Yu family took a deep breath and replied. It suggests that the Murong and Gu families are highly likely to strike against the sect leader, and once they do, we will inevitably have to choose sides. Our enmity with the Murong and Gu families forbids us from supporting them, yet we can stand by the sect leader. Yuzuki sighed, saying, Elder, do you believe that if the Murong and Gu families were to fall, they would permit the existence of the Yu family? A profound silence enveloped the room. They were acutely aware that the Yu family's survival to this day was due to Yu Qianquan's refusal to allow any single family to dominate. If the Murong and Gu families were to perish, would the Yu family still hold any significance? Likewise, if Yu Qianquan were to lose, neither of the two great families would allow the Yu family to endure. Regardless of whether the sect leader's injury was genuine or not, the Yu family faced the imminent threat of annihilation. Yuzuki stated solemnly, I concur, but we cannot brazenly withdraw from the Yu sect. The elder finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Yuzuki continued, the ancestor has appointed me as the head of the Yu family. I shall command you all in my capacity as family head to seek out life-extending elixirs for the ancestor. The ancestor will remain temporarily within the Yu sect. Thus they will not act against us for the time being. A brilliant strategy, the elder praised. Yuzuki's expression turned grave. From this moment forth, you shall commence your actions. Gather at the great Yin imperial city. Take whatever you can carry, and ensure that no one else discovers our intentions. Understood. The others dared not object, and eagerly departed from the tumultuous Yu sect. Atop the Yu peak, upon learning of the Yu family's clandestine departure, Yu Qianquan's face broke into a mocking smile. The youth of today are increasingly remarkable. Sect leader, shall we intercept them? A young man clad in black queried, his eyes glinting coldly within the grand hall. Yu Qianquan chuckled, shaking his head. Yin Jing, how long have you been by my side? 3 years and 53 days. The black-clad youth, Yin Jing, bowed respectfully, though confusion flickered across his face, uncertain as to why Yu Qianquan posed such a question. Your talents are remarkable, and your character is extraordinary. At merely 20, you have already transcended to the Emperor's realm. Yu Qianquan spoke softly. It is entirely due to the meticulous guidance of the sect master. Yin Jing expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Yu Qianquan nodded slightly. Do you understand why the 5 great sects permit the various dynasties to exist in familial forms? Yin Jing shook his head in confusion. Yu Qianquan approached the door. Gazing down upon the mist-shrouded mountains, Yunzhou is neither too large nor too small. Initially, it was incredibly difficult for the 5 great sects to exert complete control. Should mutual slaughter ensue, it would only present opportunities for Lingzhou and Sangzhou. Consequently, we had no choice but to govern in the form of dynasties, which indeed made matters considerably easier. Some seek power, others desire profit. Thus, it becomes a mutual benefit for all. Pausing for a moment, Yu Qianquan's tone turned markedly colder. However, human nature tends to inflate, They convinced themselves of their own strength, aspiring to take the reins. Unfortunately, they overestimate their capabilities. How laughable it is for a bird to wish to escape its cage. The Yu family was once in such a predicament, falling into desolation 30 years ago. The Morone clan finds itself in a similar state today, with scarcely a fraction of its former strength remaining. Now, the Gu family wishes to rise again. It is indeed a cycle. Yan Jing trembled at the revelation. Could it be that the events surrounding Yu Jiuxian and Qin Xianyu 30 years ago were orchestrated by Yu Qianquan? And was the current plight of the Morone family also connected to him? Now, was it the turn of the Gu family? If that were true, Yu Qianquan was truly fearsome. At that moment, Yu Qianquan suddenly turned to Yan Jing and asked, Yan Jing, would you be interested in becoming an emperor? Yan Jing looked at Yu Qianquan in astonishment, his face alight with anticipation. Sect Master, I do not possess royal blood. Is that permissible? Who is born an emperor? Yu Qianquan scoffed with disdain, declaring assertively, if I say you are, then you are. Chapter 107. Restlessness at Ancient Sword Peak. What? The entirety of the Yu family has departed, leaving not a single soul on Yujian Peak? Gu Qingqi was utterly astonished upon receiving this news. The crux of the matter lay in his analysis. The Yu family had vacated for an entire month. A month. It was only now that he became aware of it. The Yu family had acted with such decisiveness? Gu Qingqi took a deep breath, regaining his composure, and let out a cold chuckle. Has Yu Qianquan realized that he cannot safeguard the Yu family? He was keenly interested in how Yu Qianquan would react upon learning this revelation. No, I must personally convey this news to Yu Qianquan. With that thought in mind, he hastened away from Ancient Sword Peak. Before long, he arrived at the summit of Yujian Peak. Master, the Yu family has betrayed the sect. I implore you to take action, Gu Qingqi proclaimed loudly. However, he received no response. Taking a deep breath, he reiterated, Master, if it is inconvenient for you, my Gu family is willing to assist in dealing with the Yu family. At that moment, a violent fit of coughing erupted from within the grand hall. Master, concern etched on Gu Qingqi's face, he hurried towards the hall, secretly reveling in his excitement. Elder Gu, please halt. The two guards at the entrance of the hall blocked Gu Qingqi's path. Step aside. If the master is unwell, you shall bear the consequences. Gu Qingqi retorted sharply. Having finally seized an opportunity to probe Yu Qianquan, he could not afford to relinquish it. The two guards remained unmoved. Let him in. A voice resonated from within the hall. Gu Qingqi shot a glare at the guards and pushed open the hall doors. Upon entering the hall, a pungent scent of medicine assaulted his senses, nearly inducing nausea. He looked up to find Yu Qianquan disheveled, seated on a mat, his complexion pale, with a pool of blood nearby. Master, are you all right? Gu Qingqi exclaimed, his face filled with concern. I won't die yet, Yu Qianquan replied, shaking his head, his voice hoarse and feeble. Master, who has harmed you? Gu Qingqi inquired with furrowed brows, his voice laced with indignation. With your strength. No one in Yunzhou should pose a threat to you. Yu Qianquan shook his head. That woman is formidable. I was no match for her. Should you encounter her in the future, exercise caution. Understood, Gu Qingqi responded respectfully, then produced a vial of medicinal pills, carefully placing it beside Yu Qianquan. Do not waste it. I am well aware of my injuries. It will take at least a year and a half to heal. Yu Qianquan waved his hand dismissively, followed by another bout of intense coughing. By the way, what is the situation with the Yu family? I have just received news that Yujian Peak is already deserted. Those wretched Yu family members, fearing for their lives, abandoned the sect upon learning of your injury. Is this not akin to betrayal? Gu Qingqi's face was a mask of fury, wishing nothing more than to obliterate the Yu family at that moment. Hearing this, Yu Qianquan's gaze turned frosty. How long have they been gone? Gu Qingqi gritted his teeth, expressing uncertainty, yet he had heard that all valuable items had been removed. Yu Qianquan unsteadily rose to his feet, prompting Gu Qingqi to quickly assist him. Yu Qianquan's complexion shifted slightly as he brusquely shook off Gu Qingqi's hand, declaring, I am not so weak as to require your support. The Yu family must not be overlooked. This matter shall be handled by the Morone clan. He continued, for the time being, the safety of the Yujian sect falls to your Gu family. Understood, Gu Qingqi replied respectfully, his heart already brimming with eagerness. After a few more casual exchanges, Gu Qingqi took his leave. As he turned away, a wicked smile graced his lips. unbeknownst to him that a mocking curve also appeared at the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth. In the secret realm, Lin Qiyeh stood atop a mountain peak with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes gently closed. After a considerable time, he slowly opened them. The spiritual energy in the air was rapidly diminishing. Within a few days, this realm would vanish entirely. Lin Qiyeh exhaled deeply, relieved that he could finally depart from this place. Gazing down at the distance, he observed several mountain peaks he had excavated, revealing a crystalline or mine. Countless figures sat cross-legged atop the veins, radiating formidable auras. Thousands had been diligently cultivating day and night, and the entire mine had nearly been exhausted. The advancement in their cultivation was remarkable. Among the 3,000 Sangjian guards, 2,000 had broken through to the Shengxian realm, while the weakest had condensed their Xiandan. Entering the Danxian realm, even those in the Diguan realm numbered around 40 to 50. Compared to a month ago, their strength had increased exponentially. However, in contrast to the thousands from the Tingxue Tower, the Sangjian guard's power appeared rather insignificant. The Tingxue 18 riders and the Lingyun 13 guards had all surpassed the Shenhexuan realm. Lin Qiyeh felt immense satisfaction with the rapid growth of his followers. Upon reflection, it was understandable. Xuanqi was merely a fragmented form of spiritual energy, whereas this small world contained pure spiritual essence, naturally facilitating accelerated cultivation. The sole regret was that such an opportunity was rare and fleeting. Young master, after we leave, shall we attack the Yujin sect? Qin Su approached Lin Qiyeh from behind. Lin Qiyeh nodded, smiling. Are you concerned that they are still no match for the Yujin sect? Qin Su fell silent, clearly acquiescing to this notion. Lin Qiyeh contemplated for a moment and responded, even if given a few more years, they would still not match the Yujin sect. Centuries of foundation cannot be equalized in mere years. Then, Qin Su inquired, somewhat perplexed. If we know they are outmatched, why send them to their demise? From the beginning, I never intended for them to annihilate the Yujin sect. Their target has always been cultivators at the Shenhexuan realm and below. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Those above the Diguan realm shall be dealt with by me. How can one achieve rapid growth without experiencing combat? Besides, you are still here. Perhaps an unexpected surprise may arise. My identity may hold little significance. Qin Su offered a bitter smile and inquired, young master, why did you not seize the great dragon directly at the outset? Was it truly merely to win Morong Luoqing's loyalty? Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Does the current situation differ from having taken the great dragon? Is there truly any distinction? Qin Su found himself at a loss for words, realizing that indeed there seemed to be no difference. Lin Qiyeh, now the Cloud King of the Great Dragon, with Morong Luoqing's allegiance secured, undoubtedly had the Great Dragon firmly on his side. More importantly, he had established a partnership with the mystical beasts of the Tianyu mountain range. The annihilation of the Great Dragon lay within the realm of his effortless command. Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh posed a thought-provoking question. Do you not feel that a dynasty is rather feeble? At this, Qin Su's eyes widened in astonishment. Is the young master suggesting unification of Yinzhou? Lin Qiyeh smiled enigmatically, remaining silent. Qin Su inhaled deeply, realizing he had never truly comprehended Lin Qiyeh. Or perhaps, Lin Qiyeh's ambitions surpassed all that he had imagined. Perhaps, as Lin Qiyeh himself had expressed, Yinzhou was merely a training ground for him. 7 days swiftly elapsed. Thousands emerged from their meditative states, standing resolutely behind Lin Qiyeh. Suddenly, a series of sharp sounds resonated, akin to the shattering of glass. In the next moment, the surrounding space warped. When the crowd reappeared, they found themselves at the mountain range where the entrance to the secret realm lay. As the members of the listening snow tower materialized, they quietly dissolved into the forest. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand gently, stating with a calm demeanor, "Let us depart for the Feather Sword sect." Chapter 108. The turmoil at the Feather Sword sect beyond the mountain gate of the Feather Sword sect. A masked figure clad in black suddenly obstructed the path of the crowd. Jian Wuxing instinctively positioned himself in front of Lin Qiyeh, while Lin Wufeng, without a moment's hesitation, charged at the opponent. However, to everyone's astonishment, within just a single exchange, Lin Wufeng was defeated. He glanced at his numbed palm, his gaze growing increasingly frigid as he prepared himself for a desperate struggle. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh's voice resonated as he strode toward the black-clad figure. "Young master." The figure bowed respectfully. The crowd was left in disbelief, particularly Lin Wufeng, who recognized that the person before him was undoubtedly someone of the imperial profound realm. Yet, he was treating the young master with such deference. Did the young master possess hidden power beneath the surface? Lin Qiyeh smiled and continued walking until he vanished from the sight of the onlookers. The masked man removed his veil, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. Wu Ying, congratulations on your breakthrough to the imperial profound realm. Lin Qiyeh acknowledged with a slight smile. Indeed, the black-clad figure was none other than Lin Ying. Thanks to the techniques bestowed by the young master, Lin Ying replied with a grin. Young master, the Feather Sword sect is on the brink of chaos. You should refrain from getting involved for the time being. Oh, Lin Qiyeh remarked, surprised. The Feather Sword sect is in turmoil? Is it possible that the Blood Cloud sect seeks vengeance against them? Lin Ying promptly recounted the recent events that had transpired. Feather Xuanhuan possesses some considerable prowess. Lin Qiyeh marveled. This old fellow is feigning serious injury to lure the three major clans into a trap. Even more astonishing was the revelation that the Yu family had secretly withdrawn from the Feather Sword sect. To abandon the Feather Sword sect required immense audacity and exceptional foresight. However, this turn of events would indeed disrupt his plans. Indeed, the best-laid schemes often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Suddenly, Lin Ying spoke with gravity. The Gu family is bound to lose. Lin Qiyeh stroked his chin thoughtfully. Feather Xuanhuan, is that formidable? Indeed. Lin Ying replied earnestly. Feather Xuanhuan is renowned as the sword saint of the universe, at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm, and his swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. Furthermore, he commands a force known as the Feather Sword Hall, which boasts at least 3 or 4 in the sacred profound realm and dozens in the imperial profound realm. With over 100 in the divine profound realm. I only recently joined the Feather Sword Hall and have witnessed but a glimpse of its might. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyeh fell into deep contemplation. No wonder Qin Su had mentioned that the Feather Sword sect possessed a formidable force capable of suppressing the 3 major clans. It seemed that the Feather Sword Hall was indeed that force. However, if Feather Xuanhuan relied solely on the Feather Sword Hall to dominate the 3 major clans, they must surely be aware of its strength. Why, then, would the Gu family dare to act against him, knowing the Feather Sword Hall's power? Or could it be that Feather Xuanhuan alone was capable of subduing the 3 major clans? He collected his thoughts and inquired, Wu Ying, what brings you here? Without a doubt, the Gu family is set to make their move against Yu Xuanhuan tonight. He instructed us to seal off the 4 corners of the sect. Wu Xian sent a message to me last night, prompting my discreet arrival. Fortunately, I encountered the young master. Otherwise, our people would surely have been targeted by the combined forces of Yu Xuanhuan and the Gu family. Lin Ying's expression was somewhat grave. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, acknowledging that he had indeed underestimated the Yujian sect, but he saw no issue with their joint assault. Lin Ying was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. After all, Yu Xuanhuan stood at the pinnacle of the Saint Xian realm, an existence akin to a ceiling of combat prowess in Yunzhou, coupled with the Gu family. Who could possibly stand against them, unless it were the other 4 major sects? Yet, he found no trace of fear in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. In fact, the young master seemed to regard them with utter disdain. You should return now. I know what must be done, Lin Qiyeh said with a light laugh. Be cautious, young master, Lin Ying replied, before silently vanishing. Lin Qiyeh gazed towards the direction of the Yujian sect, a smile spreading across his face as he mused. This will save us a great deal of trouble and provide an excellent spectacle to witness. At the summit of Yujian Peak, the last remnants of sunlight fell away, and the night quietly descended. Surprisingly, Yujian Peak was eerily tranquil, the stillness almost unsettling. A chilling wind howled, carrying with it a hint of moisture that stung the skin like a knife. At that moment, shadows flitted through the woods like phantoms, swiftly ascending towards the peak. A short while later, these figures reached the summit, silently moving towards the surrounding palaces. Before long, the air was thick with the scent of blood. Countless shadows regrouped in the plaza, surrounding the highest palace so tightly that not a drop could escape. They then drew the longbows from their backs. A barrage of flaming arrows shot forth, howling towards the palace. In an instant, the palace was engulfed in flames, the fierce blaze rapidly spreading throughout the grand hall, illuminating the summit of Yujian Peak with blinding brightness. Cough, cough. At that moment, a series of weak coughs echoed through the air. Under the fearful gaze of the countless shadows, The doors of the hall swung open with a resounding crash. The stooped figure of Xuanhuan slowly emerged. Kill! A cold command rang out, and the shadows surged forth, embodying a fearless resolve. However, before they could close in, a dozen figures stood in front of Xuanhuan. Their speed was astonishing, akin to sheep entering a wolf's den. In an instant, blades flashed, and numerous shadows fell, blood spattering and saturating the night sky with a rich, iron scent. Under the glow of the flames, it resembled a scene from a hellish battlefield. Xuanhuan observed this tableau with a detached demeanor, occasionally interrupted by fits of coughs. Just then, a shadow sprang forth from the darkness, brandishing a sharp sword, aiming directly for Xuanhuan's heart, its speed unfathomable. A glint of light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes, and he swiftly retreated. With a clang, a long sword appeared in his hand, perfectly parrying the attacker's strike. Die! The shadow shouted furiously, igniting its own blood essence, emanating a fiery crimson flame. Whether in strength or speed, there was an instantaneous enhancement. Xuanhuan was abruptly sent flying by a single strike. You are indeed injured, the shadow sneered, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Gu Qingqi. Xuanhuan skidded several feet before regaining his footing, coldly uttering a name. Xuanhuan, today marks your demise. This is the price you pay for the deaths of the 3 prominent family's disciples. Gu Qingqi's expression turned menacing as he swiftly closed the distance. Channeling nearly all his strength, he unleashed a furious downward slash. He believed he could already envision the scene of Xuanhuan perishing beneath his sword. Yet, in the next moment, the smile on his face froze. Xuanhuan gently raised his sword, effortlessly blocking the forceful and domineering strike. Before Xuanhuan, he appeared as a mere child. You are unscathed? Gu Qingqi gasped in disbelief, his entire body trembling. Xuanhuan's expression remained indifferent as he casually twirled his sword. In an instant, Gu Qingqi's hand was severed, blood gushing forth. Gu Qingqi's face turned pale from pain, beads of sweat rolling down like pearls. Before he could retreat, a sharp sound echoed, and a sword pierced through his chest, leaving him chilled to the core. Gu Qingqi stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the blade embedded in his chest. Are you wielding a sword before me? Xuanhuan shook his head lightly, slowly retracting his long sword with a slight twist. Countless sword energies erupted forth, and Gu Qingqi was suddenly transformed into a mist of blood. Xuanhuan gazed into the distance, indifferent, and said, Gu Yufeng, do I still need to invite you out? Chapter 109. 1 against 3 in the shrouded darkness, a figure gradually emerged, its eerie visage becoming increasingly sinister under the flickering flames. Clad in a blood-red robe that appeared as if stained with crimson, Gu Yufeng fixed his gaze upon Xuanhuan, stating with a calm demeanor, You are indeed putting on an act. Otherwise, why would your companions take action? Xuanhuan maintained his serene expression. Indeed, you are the sword martial marquis. Gu Yufeng narrowed his eyes, his voice hoarse. From the very beginning, that fool Gu Qingqi was ensnared in your scheme. You have not engaged in combat with anyone. Xuanhuan remained silent. Gu Yufeng's assertion was accurate. He had merely stepped out for a moment. He held no interest in the heavenly fate cauldron. After all, even the ancient Qin emperor had failed. Although he did not consider himself inferior to the emperor, it was evident that relying on the heavenly fate cauldron to transcend the star mystic realm was futile. Since it served no purpose, why seize it? He had merely played along with the plan. Do you truly believe victory is assured? Gu Yufeng raised an eyebrow, visibly displeased by Xuanhuan's haughty demeanor. Has the wound on your chest healed? With a faint smile, Xuanhuan replied, Indeed. Gu Yufeng's expression darkened, a subtle pain radiating from his chest. Taking a deep breath, he declared, For 30 years, I have dreamt of returning this sword to you. With that, he gestured, and from the shadows surged countless figures, overwhelming Xuanhuan's dozen or so subordinates like a relentless tide. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, but refrained from intervening. In a mere moment, the majority of his followers lay dead or gravely injured. Do not hide any longer. Where is your feather sword hall? Gu Yufeng smirked. The sight of Xuanhuan's predicament filled him with delight. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan's eyelid twitched. He was not surprised that Gu Yufeng was aware of the feather sword hall, but rather astonished by Gu Yufeng's audacious confidence. With a wave of his hand, figures emerged from another direction, among them over 20 individuals who seemed to float through the air, evidently all powers above the Emperor Mystic Realm. Kill. Yu Qianquan scoffed coldly. As his words fell, numerous individuals suddenly charged towards the Gu family cultivators. Gu Yufeng observed this scene with a detached gaze, having no intention of intervening. At that moment, within the Feather Sword Hall, countless sword lights flickered, and many individuals unexpectedly turned their blades upon their companions. In the blink of an eye, several lives were lost, and many were grievously injured. Surprised? Gu Yufeng chuckled mockingly. Yu Qianquan's expression darkened like the depths of a stormy sea. This development indeed exceeded his expectations. The members of the Feather Sword Hall were personally chosen by him, yet nearly half had betrayed him. I recall you once saying something quite profound. Only those means that remain hidden can be considered true trump cards, Gu Yufeng remarked casually. The existence of the Feather Sword Hall is no secret. It is merely in your eyes that it is perceived as a trump card. Yu Qianquan's cold gaze remained fixed on the distant battle. Suddenly, with a flick of his fingers, Gu Yufeng unleashed a flurry of silver light, striking like lightning before Yu Qianquan. The long sword in Yu Qianquan's hand quivered, its blade radiating brilliance. A series of crisp sounds echoed as the silver beams were deflected, and Yu Qianquan was sent soaring backward like a delicate swallow. Gu Yufeng advanced with deceptive swiftness, sweeping his hand forward. Countless silver lights flickered in the night sky, converging from all directions towards Yu Qianquan. With a graceful dance of his sword, Yu Qianquan conjured an ethereal wall of sword shadows around him. The silver rays collided with this barrier, bursting apart in a dazzling display. Propelling himself off the air, he thrust his sword forward. A sword aura surged forth like a celestial dragon, its speed akin to lightning, its sound like thunder, and its momentum overwhelming. Gu Yufeng executed a perilous somersault in midair, narrowly evading the strike. A smile curled at the corner of Yu Qianquan's mouth as he slightly raised his sword, redirecting the sword aura with sudden intensity. A burst of crimson light erupted, and Gu Yufeng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the wounds crossing his chest, blood gushing forth from the tattered fabric of his garment. You truly have a short memory. Even if they are all your people, what does it matter? Yu Qianquan remarked coolly. Gu Yufeng's expression darkened considerably. The might of Yu Qianquan's sword was undeniable. This strike was reminiscent of one delivered 30 years prior. This time, I am not alone. Gu Yufeng gritted his teeth. Morong Lianshan, Yu Linsheng, are you truly prepared to sit idly by? Yu Qianquan maintained his calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past as two figures materialized not far from Gu Yufeng. Yu Linsheng, do you also wish to stand against me? Yu Qianquan inquired, fixing his gaze upon a gaunt elder. The elder, Yu Linsheng, sighed, Master, it is not my desire to oppose you, but rather your relentless pursuit of the Yu clan. Yu Qianquan narrowed his eyes, retorting, had I not saved your Yu family back then, it would have long been annihilated by the Murong and Gu clans. Master, we are both several centuries old. Such words are unnecessary. Yu Linsheng shook his head. If the Yu family of the Feather Sword sect perishes, there remains another Yu family within the Blood Cloud sect. The great Yin dynasty would fall to the Blood Cloud sect. Though my eyes may be dimmed with age, my mind remains clear. We all understand the matter of Yu Xuanhuan. We are all in this together, so let us not put on pretenses. Yu Qianquan frowned, then shifted his gaze to the other figure clad in black. Morong Lianshan, what of you? The black-clad elder, Morong Lianshan, replied coolly, Master, please proceed. Very well. Yu Qianquan's eyes narrowed with a smile. Since you all have compelling reasons to eliminate me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Kill! Gu Yufeng roared, and the three sprang into action, charging towards Yu Qianquan. Nearby, atop a palace, Lin Qiyeh observed the unfolding confrontation with a disdainful smirk. Dawn is nearly upon us. He found himself at a loss for words. Yu Qianquan was eager to obliterate the three prominent families, while they sought to end his life. The two factions were locked in a deadly struggle with no intention of retreat. To think that we are still engaged in conversation, if we do not act soon, dawn will be upon us. Fortunately, the battle has finally commenced. He observed with rapt attention. It must be acknowledged that Yu Qianquan possesses considerable strength, facing three adversaries and still maintaining the upper hand. Within the realm of the sacred, he is undoubtedly among the more formidable opponents. His gaze then shifted to another battlefield, where one by one, members of the Feather Sword Hall fell, leaving him somewhat speechless. Initially, he had intended to deal with these individuals personally, Now it seemed there was no need for him to intervene. At this rate, out of the over 100 members of the Feathersword Hall, it was likely that no more than 10 would remain standing by the end. Young master. At that moment, a shadow appeared beside him. Lin Qiyeh, without turning his head, remarked, Qin Su, they may commence their assault now. I have observed that all individuals above the divine profound realm have gathered here. I have made the necessary arrangements. Qin Su gazed solemnly at the distant skirmish. It was only a matter of time before Xuanhuan eliminated 3 opponents. But does the young master possess confidence in this? Do you believe Xuanhuan is truly strong? Lin Qiyeh turned to smile. Qin Su was momentarily taken aback. How could Xuanhuan, a peak expert in the sacred profound realm, not be considered strong? After some contemplation, he replied, Xuanhuan is exceptionally gifted. 300 years ago, he was already at the late stage of the sacred profound realm. He was known as the Sword Saint of the Qin dynasty, with few rivals among his contemporaries. I never anticipated he would be the leader of the Feathersword sect. Lin Qiyeh responded with a hint of disbelief. 300 years to advance a single minor realm. And you dare to call that exceptional talent? Qin Su's expression darkened. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh suddenly smiled broadly. What do you suppose Xuanhuan's expression would be upon seeing you? Chapter 110. Extravagance. The young master aspires to subdue Xuanhuan? Qin Su gazed at Lin Qiyeh in astonishment. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, stating, this individual harbors an excessively profound, scheming mind and places undue importance on power. I find him rather unappealing. Years ago, rumors circulated that Xuanhuan, in his quest to monopolize military achievements, had ruthlessly betrayed numerous soldiers. It was even said that, in a bid to save his own life, he personally murdered his wife. Qin Su narrowed his eyes. Oh, Lin Qiyeh's interest was piqued. While there was no evidence regarding the betrayal of soldiers, the fact that he had killed his wife was widely known. Qin Su paused before continuing. At that time, Xuanhuan was merely a retainer of a certain clan, yet he was infatuated with the sword arts, stealing a sword technique from that clan. When discovered, they found the stolen technique in his residence. He shifted the blame onto his wife, and that clan demanded proof of his innocence, insisting he must slay his wife with his own hands. Without a moment's hesitation, Xuanhuan struck, severing her throat with a single sword stroke. It was said that at that time, his wife was already pregnant with his child. Lin Qiyeh was left dumbfounded. What a ruthless individual. A life for 2. He truly possessed a heart of stone. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed. Gu Yufeng was pierced through the chest by Xuanhuan's sword and collapsed, devoid of life. Murong Lianshan and Yu Linqing's expressions changed drastically. Without hesitation, they turned to flee. Just then, countless sword shadows materialized in the void, blocking their escape. With a swift motion, Xuanhuan targeted Murong Lianshan. In a flash, the sword light struck, and Murong Lianshan's head was sent soaring. Yu Linqing was also caught by the sword aura. Tumbling to the ground, his body writhing grotesquely, bones visible amidst the carnage. Not far away, the battle at the Sword Feather Hall was nearing its conclusion. Only 9 individuals remained alive. Upon witnessing the corpses of Gu Yufeng and Murong Lianshan, their faces turned pale. They had triumphed, yet they had not anticipated that Gu Yufeng's faction had lost. Xuanhuan paid no heed to the barely alive Yu Linqing and strode towards the 9. Spare us, Sectmaster. Suddenly, fear gripped the 9, and they hastily pleaded for mercy. Xuanhuan's gaze remained tranquil as he swung his sword. A torrent of sword energy erupted, swiftly piercing through the bodies of the 9. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with 9 more corpses. Alas, how brutal. At that moment, a soft voice broke the silence. Xuanhuan abruptly raised his head, directing his gaze towards Lin Qiyeh and the others. 2 figures leapt gracefully, landing not far from him. Upon seeing one of them, Xuanhuan's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed, Your Highness, the Sword Martial Marquis, it has been many years. Qin Su smiled faintly. Xuanhuan trembled all over. The fact that Qin Su was still alive was utterly astonishing. It was said that after the fall of the ancient Qin Empire, there were no survivors. How could he not be shocked by the sudden appearance of one who was presumed dead? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be the heavenly fortune cauldron? It appears I have underestimated the forces at play. The Sword Martial Marquis. Is it not customary to pay respects to the Crown Prince? At this moment, a voice, cold and indifferent, disrupted Xuanhuan's thoughts. Xuanhuan's eyelids flickered as he cast a sharp glance at Lin Qiyeh before turning back to Qin Su. offering a slight smile as he spoke. The ancient Qin Empire has become a relic of the past. Qin Su, would you consider joining the Feathersword sect? Qin Su merely shook his head in response. Yu Qianquan hastily urged, Qin Su, you must understand that once outsiders become aware of your identity, you will find yourself in a precarious position. Remaining within the Feathersword sect ensures my protection over you. If you do not divulge your identity, how will others come to know? Lin Qiyeh regarded Yu Qianquan with a mocking gaze. What place do you have to speak here? Yu Qianquan glared at Lin Qiyeh, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed, his demeanor as tranquil as a still pond. It was Qin Su, however, who took a step back, evidently aligning himself with Lin Qiyeh. Yu Qianquan was momentarily taken aback and suddenly recalled something, narrowing his eyes. You are Lin Qiyeh? Indeed, what wisdom do you possess? Sword Saint Qianquan? Lin Qiyeh stood with his hands clasped behind his back, offering a faint smile. Yu Qianquan's eyes sparkled with cold light as he unleashed a fierce aura. So it is you who has slain my disciples of the Feathersword sect? You ought to express gratitude towards me. Had I not eliminated members of the Morong family, your journey today would not have been so smooth. Lin Qiyeh remained unperturbed, as if engaged in casual conversation with an old friend. How would you like me to express my gratitude? Yu Qianquan found himself both irritated and amused by Lin Qiyeh's response. Your head, perhaps? Lin Qiyeh inquired with a smile. Seeking death, are we? Yu Qianquan bellowed, raising his sword to strike at Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh neither dodged nor retreated, simply raising his palm. The sword energy surged forth. Yet the blade could not descend even a fraction. Yu Qianquan was utterly astonished. To catch a sword with bare hands? What sorcery is this? Enough of this idle chatter. The smile vanished from Lin Qiyeh's face. I have heard of your extraordinary prowess in the sword arts. Let me witness it. At these words, Yu Qianquan's fury ignited. This feeling of being disregarded was profoundly unsettling. Who was he? He was the sword saint of Qianquan, renowned for 3 centuries. If you seek death, I shall oblige. With a tremor of his sword, a sword energy, several lengths long, erupted forth, akin to a lightning bolt tearing through the night sky, striking downward with ferocity. Boom! As the sword energy descended, the ground bore a gash spanning several lengths, debris scattering in all directions. Yu Qianquan cast a cold gaze ahead, his expression one of utter disdain. With such meager strength, you dare to provoke me? Where do you think you are aiming? Suddenly, a calm voice emerged from behind him. Yu Qianquan turned abruptly, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Wasn't he in front of me? How did he appear behind me? What speed is this? A vast sword strike. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, unleashing a multitude of razor-sharp blades that erupted forth, filling a Tinjong radius around him with sword shadows. This was his domain. The illusion had become reality, exuding an unfathomable power. With an air of flamboyance, Lin Qiyeh's voice resounded from above. Yu Qianquan appeared utterly astounded. He had been intently observing Lin Qiyeh, yet still failed to perceive how he moved. Qianquan's sword domain. He bellowed with fervor. Instantly, the void was filled with shimmering white swords, their blades flickering ominously, converging from all directions to ensnare Lin Qiyeh. He was determined to witness how Lin Qiyeh would evade this time. With a mere thought, the white sword surged forth like lightning, slicing through the night sky with a piercing sound. Yu Qianquan fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Lin Qiyeh. However, this time, Lin Qiyeh did not evade. Instead, he slowly raised his palm. A violet gold palm energy materialized, radiating an aura of terrifying ferocity. The violet gold palm energy seemed to possess an irresistible pull, causing countless white swords to abruptly alter their trajectory, converging into his grasp. With a casual clench of his hand, an explosion ensued. The multitude of white swords detonated, transforming into a myriad of dissipating lights. Qin Su, who had been spectating, was utterly astonished. What kind of technique was this? He had effortlessly dismantled Yu Qianquan's sword domain. At that moment, he comprehended the source of Lin Qiyeh's confidence to obliterate the Feathersword sect. He required no assistance from the sword-concealing guard or the listening snow tower. He alone was sufficient. What a splendid display, Lin Qiyeh remarked, gazing down at Yu Qianquan with narrowed eyes. Reveal your true strength, lest you meet your demise. Chapter 111. Indeed, I am also a sword cultivator. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise. Lin Qiyeh's calm words reverberated in Yu Qianquan's ears like a thunderclap. His face turned pale, and his scalp tingled. To summon all his strength? This was nearly the extent of his capabilities. A singular thought flickered in his mind. Escape. Do not even think about fleeing. That would only lead to a more tragic end, Lin Qiyeh remarked with a smile, his gaze fixed on Xuanhuan. Young one, you underestimate me far too much. With gritted teeth, Xuanhuan suddenly produced a crimson pill and swallowed it whole. Boom. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. Young master, be careful. It's an explosive, profound pill. Qin Su exclaimed in alarm, hastily warning Lin Qiyeh. Perish. Xuanhuan bellowed, as his sword emanated a blinding radiance, its momentum soaring skyward, tearing through the night. Boom. The incredibly sharp sword energy struck Lin Qiyeh, propelling him into the sky. Without hesitation, he ascended, his sword dancing in his hand, unleashing a torrent of sword lights that roared forth like countless bolts of lightning. Qin Su was left utterly astonished, gripping his hands tightly, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. At that moment, Xuanhuan's combat prowess had already stepped into the star-profound realm. How could Lin Qiyeh possibly contend with him? With his strength, he could not even keep pace with the figures of the two combatants. Thunderous roars echoed from the heights, deafening in their intensity. After a brief tease time, Xuanhuan landed on the ground, his long hair billowing, his blood energy surging, resembling a demonic king. He gasped for breath, coldly glaring into the sky. Qin Su's heart raced, teetering on the edge of despair. Was the young master defeated? In the next moment, to his astonishment, a figure plummeted from the heavens. Lin Qiyeh remained as composed as ever, appearing ethereal and elegant. His attire was immaculate, his hair undisturbed. There was not a hint of battle upon him. Qin Su stood there, dumbfounded, lost in disbelief. He had overestimated Lin Qiyeh's strength, but he never imagined it to be of such an inhuman caliber. What is your cultivation level? Xuanhuan ground his teeth in frustration. He could not believe that a being of the sacred profound realm could be his opponent, unless he were of the star profound realm. Yet, there should not be any of the star profound realm in the three states. Take a guess, Lin Qiyeh replied with a playful smile. Xuanhuan nearly burst into curses. Guess? How am I supposed to do that? Lin Qiyeh continued. Since you have comprehended two domains, I presume what you displayed earlier was not your true strength, was it? Xuanhuan's eyelids twitched violently, a surge of terror washing over him. Before Lin Qiyeh, he felt as if he had no secrets left to conceal. As Lin Qiyeh had stated, he indeed possessed one more ultimate move. However, that move was not easily controllable and could potentially harm him more than his enemy. You are on the brink of death. What is there to hesitate about? What if you could kill me? Seeing Xuanhuan's silence, Lin Qiyeh pressed on. The expression on Xuanhuan's face was so grim it seemed capable of squeezing out water. The reasoning you presented is indeed compelling, leaving me utterly speechless. In the distance, Qin Su found himself puzzled as to why Lin Qiyeh deliberately provoked Xuanhuan. Was it merely to incite him to unleash his full potential? If that were the case, it would be exceedingly reckless. Yet, such was the reality. Having broken through to the sacred mysterious realm, Lin Qiyeh was eager to witness the prowess of the top-tier experts in Yuzhou's sacred mysterious realm. As Xuanhuan stood at the pinnacle of this realm, it was an opportune moment for Lin Qiyeh to gauge his own capabilities. Do you require time to execute that move? Lin Qiyeh inquired, furrowing his brow as he gestured for Xuanhuan to proceed when ready. Xuanhuan's face turned an ashen hue, his dignity as the revered sword saint of the sacred mysterious realm belittled by such disrespect. If you seek your own demise, do not blame me, he declared. With a resounding clang, he sheathed his sword, abruptly mimicking the motion of drawing it. Surrounding him, countless sword energies materialized once more, merging at astonishing speed to form a blade of radiant light stretching several tens of feet long. This scintillating sword light swiftly re-entered its sheath, while simultaneously, Xuanhuan's aura surged dramatically, a towering intent of the sword blossoming from within him. The very air quivered, resonating with the echoes of 1,000 swords in furious harmony. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew solemn, astonished that Xuanhuan had managed to fuse two domains into one. However, he discerned that Xuanhuan struggled to maintain control over this power. Should he unsheath that sword, he would undoubtedly suffer grave injuries himself. No wonder he was so conflicted. I shall not deceive you. Unleash your utmost strength, or else your demise will be most tragic. Xuanhuan suddenly spoke, his visage contorted and his eyes glimmering like blood. It was evident that he had reached the limits of his control over the sword. Lin Qiyeh felt a sense of surprise. While Xuanhuan was indeed cunning and adept at scheming, he possessed a proud aspect as a swordsman. He might be treacherous toward others, yet he held a profound purity when it came to the sword. In truth, I, too, am a sword cultivator, Lin Qiyeh remarked with a smile, slowly extending his palm. Where is your sword? Xuanhuan asked, somewhat taken aback. You shall see, Lin Qiyeh replied softly. Qin Su felt a surge of anticipation. He had never witnessed Lin Qiyeh draw his sword. However, considering Lin Qiyeh's other formidable abilities, he surmised that his swordsmanship might not be as impressive. Suddenly, Xuanhuan made his move. With a single step, the bluestone floor shattered explosively, sending countless shards flying. His body surged forth like a cannonball towards Lin Qiyeh, his right hand still mimicking the action of drawing his sword. When that sword was unleashed, it would surely shake the heavens and weep before the spirits. In the blink of an eye, Xuanhuan was a mere 10 feet away from Lin Qiyeh. Yet, Lin Qiyeh remained calm, standing still without any movement. Xuanhuan sneered coldly, gradually drawing the sword from his waist. A blazing radiance erupted forth, blinding to the eye. Your speed in drawing the sword is woefully inadequate. Xuanhuan wore a triumphant smile, as if he could already envision the moment when Lin Qiyeh would be slain by his blade. Yet, before he could finish his taunt, a flash darted across his eyes, and his voice was abruptly silenced. His head was severed, his eyes wide with disbelief, as if he had encountered a ghost. He could not fathom how this outcome was possible, for he had been certain that his speed in drawing the sword was superior. Indeed, Lin Qiyeh's speed in drawing the sword was slower than Xuanhuan's. However, the swiftness with which he unsheathed his blade was astonishing, so rapid that Xuanhuan had not even perceived how Lin Qiyeh had drawn his sword. Lin Qiyeh remained composed, standing there as if untouched. Where was his sword? Bang! Xuanhuan's head struck the ground, rolling several meters away, lifeless and silent. In the distance, Qin Su stood in stunned disbelief. He had been intently focused on Lin Qiyeh, yet had failed to witness the sword's movement. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan had been utterly annihilated. How terrifying! Young master. After a moment, Qin Su regained his senses, still unable to believe his eyes as he gazed upon Xuanhuan's lifeless form. The esteemed sword saint had been vanquished in a mere instant. Ensure his body is properly taken care of, Lin Qiyeh stated calmly. Although Xuanhuan's previous strike had posed a hint of danger, it was merely a fleeting concern. He had come to understand his own strength. The Star Profound Realm was not necessarily a match for him, but the Holy Profound Realm could be subdued with a single stroke. Lin Qiyeh. At that moment, a weak voice emerged. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow and turned towards the sound to find a bloodied figure lying on the ground. It was Yu Linqing. He had not succumbed to death. Yu Linqing looked at him with a face full of desperation and pleaded, I beg you, spare the Yu family. Chapter 112. Heaven and Earth. Summoning the Yu family. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. His grievances with the Yu family had long been resolved. Why did Yu Linqing plead so earnestly? After a brief hesitation, Yu Linqing spoke. The members of the Yu family have returned to the imperial city of Dian. If nothing unforeseen occurs, Yunantian has already dispatched troops to conquer Yanbei City. At these words, Lin Qiyeh's expression instantly turned icy. Dispatching troops to Yanbei City? Yunantian truly sought his own demise. Did he believe the Yu family could provide him with protection? Was he truly forcing me to annihilate the Yu family completely? How long have they been gone? Lin Qiyeh's voice was frigid. About a month. The main forces have likely reached Yan'an City, Yu Linqing replied honestly, adding, I implore you, for the sake of our ancestors' brotherhood with the Lin family, spare the Yu family. Lin Qiyeh remained silent. Spare the Yu family? He had already shown them mercy once. Yet they did not cherish it. Yunantian could perish, but Yu Linqing continued to plead for mercy, but his voice was abruptly cut off. A shadow had appeared beside him, raising a sword that swiftly severed his head. Qin Su was about to intervene, but upon seeing the face of the newcomer, he quickly halted. He turned to Lin Qiyeh, saying, Young master, I will accompany you back to Yanbei City. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. You shall assist Wu Ying in managing matters with the Yujin sect. The news of the Yujin sect's destruction must remain confidential for now. Understood, Qin Su replied respectfully. Lin Wu Ying was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Qiyeh. Wu Ying, your knowledge of the Yujin sect is essential here. With that, Lin Qiyeh directly leapt into the air, vanishing into the night sky. Outside Yan'an City, Yuzuki stood atop the city wall, coldly observing the scene below. The ground was littered with corpses, rivers of blood flowing freely, indicating that the battle had just concluded. Your Highness, the 100,000 troops are assembled and ready to march on Yanbei City, a respectful voice announced. Yuzuki waved his arm decisively, set off immediately. A cold smile played on his lips. Lin Qiyeh, you dare to insult the Yu family? I shall transform Yanbei City into a desolate wasteland, teaching you the consequences of disrespecting the royal family. After a moment, the vast army of 100,000 surged forth towards Yanbei City. 3 days later, atop the city tower of Yanbei City, Lin Qiyeh wore a solemn expression as he gazed towards Yan'an City. Just days prior, he had returned with 30,000 Crimson Blood Iron Cavalry. Little did he expect that they had barely left when Yan'an City fell. He could not comprehend where the royal family had found the strength and audacity to oppose the young master. Was their previous slaughter insufficient? It should be noted that Yan'an City had 5,000 defenders. 100,000 troops could not breach the city in such a short span. Yet, this was the reality. Not only had Yan'an City fallen, but the 5,000 defenders had also been completely annihilated and transformed into a stronghold for the enemy. The opposing forces were clearly aggressive. Reflecting on this, Lin Qiyeh's eyes grew colder. General, Yuzuki is leading 100,000 troops and is approaching. A soldier hastily ascended the city tower, his tone gravely serious. 100,000 troops, they scarcely regarded. Yet, the means by which the enemy seized Yan'an City was indeed alarming. Particularly, the rumor that Yuzuki led an army of 100,000 to assault Yan'an City, and now that this force remained entirely unscathed, was truly terrifying. Prepare for battle. Lin Qiyeh's expression was icy and resolute, devoid of any fear. He was eager to uncover the hidden strategies of the royal family. Yanbei City had stood for centuries without ever falling. It had never succumbed in the past, nor would it in the future. Anyone who approached within 100 paces of the city wall would be mercilessly slain. Lin Qiyeh left a single statement before leaping down from the tower, gripping his silver spear as he moved toward the open expanse. This scene left the soldiers of Yanbei City in utter astonishment. They were aware of Lin Qiyeh's ruthlessness, but never imagined he would dare face the enemy alone. That was 100,000 men. With a series of commands issued, the tower was soon filled with soldiers. Before long, a throng of figures appeared on the horizon, a palpable aura of bloodlust enveloping the air, dust swirling around them. Lin Qiyeh did not retreat an inch, his cold gaze scanning the vast army as if he were searching for something. It must be said, Lin Qiyeh's audacity was unparalleled. Most would tremble at the sight of 100,000 troops. But Lin Qiyeh? Yuzuki slowly raised his arm, and the 100,000 troops halted in their tracks. Since you possess exceptional intellect, kneel before me and you may be spared, he declared. You call this a challenge? Lin Qiyeh scoffed, young master. You show mercy to the Yu family, yet you dare to slaughter the citizens of Yan'an City? This is unforgivable. Once I return, the Northern Iron Cavalry shall trample the imperial city. Lin Qiyeh? Yuzuki chuckled disdainfully. He did possess some strength, but regrettably, it paled in significance before him. Provided he remained alive. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly. He could not fathom where Yuzuki's confidence stemmed from. Wait, his strength? Lin Qiyeh was astonished to discover that he could not perceive Yuzuki's cultivation level. Wasn't he at the celestial profound realm? Had he perhaps already broken through to the divine profound realm? Subsequently, his gaze swept over the individuals surrounding Yuzuki. To his astonishment, he found that he could not discern the cultivation levels of any of them. It was worth noting that he was at the pinnacle of the celestial profound realm. Hiss. Lin Qiyeh inhaled sharply. He finally understood why Yuzuki was so confident. Dozens of experts above the divine profound realm. This strength was indeed formidable. My patience is limited. You have 3 breaths to consider. Yuzuki's gaze turned icy. Come forth and meet your demise. Lin Qiyeh's spear struck the ground heavily, filled with unwavering resolve. Your Highness, allow me to slay him. A middle-aged man beside him bowed respectfully. Granted, Yuzuki replied without a sideways glance. The middle-aged man lightly propelled himself upward, akin to a graceful swallow in flight. With a few deft maneuvers, he closed the distance to Lin Qiyeh and struck down with furious intent. Lin Qiyeh, wielding a silver spear, met the blow. The clash resonated with a thunderous boom. sparks flying in every direction, as Lin Qiyeh was forcefully thrown back, his hands numbed by the impact. The godly profound realm. Lin Qiyeh squinted his eyes. Now you know fear? The middle-aged man sneered. Fortunately, he is merely in the godly profound realm, Lin Qiyeh murmured softly. You seek death. The middle-aged man roared in fury. A mere celestial profound realm warrior dares to look down upon him. A godly profound realm master? Lin Qiyeh remained silent, the worry etched on his face dissipating entirely. He thrust his spear forward, resembling a celestial dragon probing its lair. The middle-aged man nimbly evaded the strike, appearing behind him in a flash, delivering a furious chop. Once again, Lin Qiyeh was sent flying. The middle-aged man offered him no respite, raining down blow after blow with astonishing speed. Lin Qiyeh retreated continuously, his palms torn and blood flowing freely. His grip on the silver spear trembled incessantly. Unbeknownst to him, he had already backed away to a spot not far from Yuzuki and the others. 3 final strikes. If I do not slay you, I shall be ashamed to call myself godly profound. The middle-aged man's eyes blazed with fury. It was a disgrace for a master of the godly profound realm to be unable to kill even a celestial profound warrior. Just then, Lin Qiyeh unexpectedly lifted the corners of his mouth. With a resounding clang, he plunged the silver spear into the ground. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment. Has this fellow recognized his own defeat and chosen to surrender? But what of it? The prince offered you an opportunity, yet you did not cherish it. Regret now is too late. After merely 2 breaths of hesitation, he lunged forward with his blade once more. Lin Qiyeh gazed at him calmly, his hands swiftly forming seals, before he slammed one hand heavily onto the ground. The Celestial Emperor, summon. Chapter 113. The Wrath of Lin Qiyeh Emperor, summon. With a thunderous shout from Lin Qiyeh, the ground trembled violently. A ferocious and menacing aura enveloped the entire scene. The middle-aged man, armed with a blade, sensed an ominous darkness descend from the heavens. Simultaneously, a tyrannical gust of wind surged forth, instinctively invoking the scent of death within him. Before he could react, an overwhelming force struck his body. With a thunderous explosion, the middle-aged man disintegrated into a vast cloud of crimson mist. Not far away, Yuzuki and his companions gazed up in horror at the colossal figure ahead. Towering at a height of 40 to 50 zhang, a monstrous entity wreathed in blood-red flames loomed before them. Its scarlet eyes, devoid of emotion, surveyed them as though they were mere ants. Everyone swallowed hard, their scalps tingling with fear. At that moment, a gigantic claw descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Yuzuki. Run! It was an Emperor-tier Xian beast. The terrified cries echoed, sending shivers down their spines. Boom! With a resounding crash, the claw struck the ground, obliterating dozens of divine Xian realm warriors. Only a handful managed to escape, while the rest were reduced to mere pulp. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a blaze of fire descended from the sky, instantly engulfing them. The cacophony of tragic sounds filled the air. Yuzuki, accompanied by 2 others, narrowly escaped the calamity, his face etched with disbelief. The 100,000-strong army, upon witnessing the towering blood wolf, was rendered speechless, many so frightened that they lost control of their bowels. Suddenly, the blood wolf charged forward, racing towards the vast army. Quick, stop it! Yuzuki shouted. The expressions of his companions darkened. Though they were of the Emperor Xian realm, they felt utterly insignificant in the presence of the blood wolf. The aura it emitted was far superior to theirs. This was no ordinary Emperor-tier Xian beast. It was the pinnacle of the Emperor-tier. Your Highness, we must flee. The 2 gritted their teeth, hastily pulling Yuzuki in another direction while stealing glances back at the blood wolf. Wherever it passed, blood mist erupted. Countless soldiers crushed beneath its might. It was a veritable machine of slaughter. The 100,000-strong army could not withstand such devastation. In just a few frenzied charges, at least 50,000 soldiers met their demise. The remaining troops scattered like frightened birds, fleeing in panic, yet no amount of speed could outpace the blood wolf. After several passes, only a scattered few thousand remained. On the city walls, the soldiers of Yanbei City were aghast. They finally understood why Lin Qiyeh dared to confront an army of 100,000 alone. Before an Emperor-tier Xian beast, an ordinary army was utterly feeble. Boom! Just then, the city gates swung wide open, and 30,000 red cloud iron cavalry surged forth, relentlessly pursuing the retreating troops. The blood wolf did not continue to trample the ordinary troops, but instead darted swiftly towards Yuziki. The two Emperor Xian realm cultivators from the Yu family were visibly shaken upon seeing the blood wolf approach, their expressions shifting dramatically. Yuziki was so terrified that he trembled uncontrollably, his legs refusing to obey him. In his heart, he was engulfed in dread. How could Lin Qiyeh possess such a formidable contracted Xian beast? This was an Emperor-level Xian beast. How could it possibly be willing to submit to a mere Tian Xian realm human cultivator? In that instant, he finally realized the extent of his ignorance. His understanding of Lin Qiyeh was still mired in that fateful night at the palace. He regretted immensely. Had he known, he should have brought the Grand Elder with him, or at the very least, several more Emperor-level powerhouses. Alas, it was too late for regrets. He could only hope that the two Emperor Xian cultivators would successfully lead him to safety. Yet, disappointment was inevitable. The speed of the blood wolf was evidently far superior to that of the two Emperor Xian cultivators from the Yu family. Moreover, they had to contend with him. A burden. Your Highness, I am sorry. The two Emperor Xian cultivators exchanged glances, a fierce glint in their eyes. No, Yuziki screamed in terror. He was merely at the divine Xian realm and could not fly. Falling from such a height, survival was nearly impossible. His pleas for mercy were futile. The two Emperor Xian cultivators unceremoniously cast him down. In comparison to Yuziki's life, their own survival took precedence. Furthermore, it was merely the ancestors' decree that Yuziki became the head of the Yu family, a position they resented. What right did a divine Xian realm cultivator have to be the head of the Yu family? In the rear, Lin Qiyeh, standing atop the blood wolf, could not help but let out a cold laugh upon witnessing this scene. Did a divine Xian realm cultivator expect the Emperor Xian realm to risk their lives for him, as if they were all nobles? Yanlai, please lower me down. Do not let them escape, Lin Qiyeh murmured. The blood wolf, Yanlai, nodded in acknowledgement. No need. Lin Qiyeh suddenly spoke again. Yanlai was taken aback. Then his fur bristled as he stared warily ahead, as if sensing something exceedingly dangerous. In the distance, a flash of light erupted, and a colossal palm force materialized in the void, seizing the two Emperor Xian realm cultivators from the Yu family and crushing them effortlessly. The method was simple and brutal. Blood mist dispersed, revealing a figure before Lin Qiyeh. Young master, Lin Qiyeh exclaimed in surprise, how have you returned? What of Yanbei City? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Having rushed over in haste, spending an entire day on the journey. Yanbei City is unharmed, fortunately, thanks to Yanlai. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. However, all the soldiers in Yan'an City have been slaughtered. Lin Qiyeh took a deep breath. Young master, how did the Yu family suddenly acquire so many divine Xian realm cultivators? And even an Emperor Xian realm one? The Yu family has severed ties with the Yujin sect, Lin Qiyeh replied, his eyes narrowing, cold light flickering within them. He silently rejoiced that he had bestowed upon Lin Qiyeh, Gu Beichen, and Luo Tianqing a peak Emperor Xian realm contracted Xian beast. Otherwise, Yanbei City would have likely transformed into a hellish battlefield. Lin Qiyeh suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation and remarked, my lord, Yuziki has fallen. We are uncertain of his fate. Upon hearing this, Yanlai swiftly diminished in size and plunged into the forest below. Soon, Lin Qiyeh discovered Yuziki, who, surprisingly, had not perished but had merely suffered the loss of both legs. He hoisted Yuziki and, accompanied by Lin Qiyeh, hastened back to Yanbei City. Outside the city, 30,000 Red Cloud Iron Cavalry left no survivors among the remaining soldiers of the Great Yin, having annihilated them entirely. They were already engaged in the grim task of clearing the battlefield. My lord, Yuziki has slaughtered tens of thousands of soldiers in Yan'an City, erecting a monument to his treachery. This vendetta must be avenged. I humbly request permission to lead the army into the Great Yin Imperial City. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. The Yu family was utterly unappreciative of their situation. They had courted death, and even heaven could scarcely save them now. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes slightly and commanded, send word to Gu Beichen. He is to assemble the troops and launch an assault from the east into the Great Yin. Luo Tian City will continue to guard Sunset City. Within half a month, we must be poised before the Great Yin Imperial City. Yes, Lin Qiyeh replied, both exhilarated and apprehensive. My lord, half a month. His concern was understandable. Sunset City lay nearly 2,000 miles from the Great Yin Imperial City. and the prospect of breaching its walls within such a short span seemed implausible. Lin Qiyeh refrained from elaborating, a cold glimmer flickering in his gaze. Ling Qingxiu, heed my orders. At your service. Ling Qingxiu responded with a solemn expression, sensing the immense fury boiling within Lin Qiyeh. In a deep voice, Lin Qiyeh declared, from this moment forth, lead the 30,000 Red Cloud Iron Cavalry and 100,000 troops to arrive at the Great Yin Imperial City within half a month. Understood. Lin Qiyeh replied respectfully. Regardless of the feasibility of the timeline, if Lin Qiyeh asserted it could be done, then it must be accomplished. Moreover, with Yin Lai at their side, breaching the city would be a mere trifle. Little did he know, the events that followed would defy all his expectations. The 100,000-strong army moved forward without hindrance. The Great Yin had become unnecessary. Lin Qiyeh coldly uttered a single word. Chapter 114. Decisive actions in the Imperial Palace of Great Yin. Within the Imperial Garden, Xuanhuan engaged in a game of chess with an elderly man clad in black, a smile occasionally gracing his countenance. Ever since the blood-soaked night in the palace, he had never felt so elated. The Yu family's severance from the Feather Sword sect had exceeded his expectations and indeed startled him significantly. However, his spirits were instantly uplifted upon witnessing the hundreds of individuals brought back by Yuziki. More importantly, the ancestral elder of the Yu family had unexpectedly appointed Yuziki as the head of the family. Though the Yu family was no longer what it once was, its profound heritage remained intact, boasting a Saint Xian realm expert, 8 Emperor Xian realm practitioners, and 60 to 70 divine Xian realm warriors. This formidable force was sufficient to sweep across the 7 great dynasties. Of course, such thoughts were merely speculative. The other 6 dynasties were backed by sects, and even with 1,000 boldness, he would not dare to act against them. However, while he could not confront the 6 great dynasties, he could certainly take action against Yinbei City. Lin Qiyeh had no powerful allies. With the current strength of the Yu family, annihilating Yinbei City would be a trivial endeavor. Indeed, news had already arrived that Yinnan City had been captured. Given the mere day's journey between Yinnan and Yinbei, it would not be long before the news of Yinbei City's downfall would spread. The elder has outmaneuvered me yet again, Yunantian sighed, his gaze filled with a desire for approval. The sovereign was preoccupied with state affairs, lacking the time to delve into strategy. The elder of the Yu family smiled faintly. Taking a deep breath, Yunantian inquired, Elder, is there any news from the Feathersword sect? The elder shook his head confidently, stating, there is no need for concern. Your Majesty, with the ancestral elder present, there will be no issues. Moreover, the Yu family still holds roots within the Blood Cloud sect. Regardless of the outcome, they will not seek to exterminate us entirely. Upon hearing this, the heavy burden in Yunanshan's heart was finally lifted. As long as the Feather Sword sect did not retaliate, he feared nothing. Your confidence is misplaced, an abrupt voice interjected. Impudent. Yunantian erupted in fury, rebuking. I am conversing with the elder. Who dares to interrupt? However, upon glimpsing the figure clad in purple not far away, his pupils constricted sharply. You, how did you come to be here? Yunantian exclaimed, astonished. The visitor was none other than Lin Qiyeh. The terror of Lin Qiyeh had been indelibly imprinted in his soul. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, asserting, Elder, it is he who disrupts the order of our great Yin dynasty. The elder squinted, scrutinizing Lin Qiyeh, and remarked coolly, Young man, you possess quite the audacity. I am curious to hear your thoughts. Lin Qiyeh offered no response. Instead, with a casual gesture, 2 blood-soaked bags fell before them. Yunanshan's countenance shifted dramatically as the gruesome events of the palace's blood night involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He coldly demanded, What is this? Open them, and you shall find out. Lin Qiyeh replied with a light chuckle. Yunantian glanced at the elder, taking a deep breath. With the elder present, he could not believe that Lin Qiyeh would dare to harm his children. He approached one of the bags and slowly unfastened it. In an instant, a bloodied head emerged before his eyes. Yunanshan's body trembled violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged in an instant. You scoundrel, I will make your life a living hell. He seethed, glaring furiously at Lin Qiyeh. The owner of this head was none other than his most cherished son, Yuziki. His rage reached its zenith, not solely because Yuziki was his favored offspring, but more critically, because he was the current head of the Yu family. With his demise, how could the others in the family be compelled to obey him? The expression of the Grand Elder darkened to an extreme, though he had yet to reach a boiling point. After all, with Yuziki dead and the ancestor absent, wouldn't he become the most formidable figure in the Yu family? Oh, are you angry? Lin Qiyeh remarked, his demeanor calm and mocking. Shall we take a look at another one? The audacity was palpable. Before Yunantian could utter a word, the Grand Elder snorted coldly, swiftly gesturing with his hand. In the next moment, his gaze froze in horror, his countenance reflecting sheer shock. He stared at the head, trembling. The ancestor. The ancestor? Yunanshan's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning his own hearing. Was this truly the ancestor of the Yu family? How could it be? The ancestor was at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm. How could anyone kill him? Do you still think that no one dares to eradicate your Yu family? Lin Qiyeh observed the Grand Elder with indifference. Who killed the ancestor? The Grand Elder stammered, still unable to comprehend. With Yu Linqing's strength, even if he could not rival Yu Qianquan, he should have been able to retreat with ease. Let us say it was I who did, Lin Qiyeh replied. The one who actually killed Yu Linqing was Lin Wuying, at the very least. It was someone from his faction, although Yu Linqing had been gravely wounded by Yu Qianquan before succumbing. Just by you? The Grand Elder scoffed. Do you take me for a fool? Yunanshan's gaze was laden with murderous intent as he fixed his stare upon Lin Qiyeh, his voice icy. Lin Qiyeh, today shall be your last. Before Lin Qiyeh could respond, the Grand Elder suddenly widened his eyes. What did you just call him? Yunantian, confused by the Grand Elder's reaction, explained. Grand Elder, he is the son of the King of the North, Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh? The Grand Elder's speech trembled. While others were unaware, he knew all too well that the second ancestor of the Murong family had perished at the hands of someone named Lin Qiyeh. Moreover, that individual was also a youth. Grand Elder? Yunantian was taken aback. The Grand Elder was a master of the sacred profound realm. Why did he exhibit such fear? Yu Linqing requested that I spare the Yu family, Lin Qiyeh spoke flatly. Do you believe I should grant that wish? Run. The Grand Elder bellowed, attempting to flee. However, Lin Qiyeh's speed was swifter, and in an instant, he stood before the Grand Elder, clutching his neck firmly. The Grand Elder's face was etched with terror. Lin Qiyeh, disinterested in further discourse, effortlessly crushed the Grand Elder's neck with a mere twist. Yunantian, struck with fear, fell to the ground in shock. How could such a formidable Grand Elder of the Holy Xian realm be extinguished as easily as a chick by Lin Qiyeh? Such decisive brutality. What extraordinary strength. Lin Qiyeh, I. He wished to plead for mercy, yet the words remained trapped within him. Rest assured, you still possess some value. Your demise can be postponed for now. Lin Qiyeh stated flatly. Yunantian felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Lin Qiyeh casually produced a blank imperial edict along with writing materials, casting them before Yunantian. You are aware of how to compose it, I presume? Yunantian froze in place. Previously, he could lean on the support of the Yu family. However, now that both the family patriarch and the Grand Elder had perished, he found himself bereft of his final bastion. What grounds did he have to resist? Lin Qiyeh gazed at the sky. Your children must have perished by now, leaving only Yu Lingyan. Surely, you do not wish for the complete annihilation of the Yu family? Yu Lingyan is at least the princess consort of the Yanbei. I shall not harm her. Did you not assert that I would inherit the throne through her son? As he spoke, a faint smile graced Lin Qiyeh's face. Yunantian appeared to age a decade in an instant. He had never anticipated that the scheme involving Yu Lingyan would ultimately backfire upon himself. The child of Yu Lingyan? Did she even have a son? It was merely Lin Qiyeh's word that determined who was deemed to be so. He lifted the brush, yet his hand trembled, unable to descend upon the paper. Had he foreseen this day, would he have acted differently? Lin Qiyeh offered no sympathy, declaring, You are undoubtedly destined for death. Why not grant yourself a dignified end? Chapter 115. All our pawns. Yunantian felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, his trembling hand clutching the pen. Abdicate. Once inscribed, the great Yin would no longer concern him. Kill me, he declared, unsure from whence he drew such courage. Discarding the pen and casting a detached gaze at Lin Qiyeh. This might be his final vestige of dignity. You wish to force my abdication? Absolutely not. If you possess the capability, slay me. Let me observe how you can seize the great Yin without my imperial edict. You, a debauched scion, notorious for your ill repute. How could the people of great Yin ever acknowledge you? Upon uttering these words, Yunantian exhaled a sigh of relief, eager to witness Lin Qiyeh's wrath. However, to his astonishment, Lin Qiyeh merely inclined his head in agreement. Good. Yunantion thought he had misheard. In the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief as a flash of light surged, bringing a chilling sensation to his neck. Scalding blood erupted from his throat, his hands clutching at the wound in a futile attempt to stem the flow. He could scarcely fathom that Lin Qiyeh would truly dare to kill him, and without a hint of hesitation. Do not overestimate your own importance, Lin Qiyeh stated calmly. As his words lingered in the air, he formed a seal with his hands and suddenly struck the void. Heavenly Emperor, summon. At his utterance, a figure clad in white appeared out of thin air. Yunanshan's pupils constricted violently, perplexed by this mysterious technique. Lin Qiyeh surveyed the sky and spoke with an air of indifference. By Yu Ming, by the time of the hour, I require that no one above the heavenly profound realm remains within the imperial city of Great Yin. Can you accomplish this? Very well. Bai Yuming replied and vanished in an instant. Swift in arrival, swift in departure. Lin Qiyeh, you cannot. Yunantion was truly filled with dread. Those above the heavenly profound realm? Were they not all members of the Yu family? Lin Qiyeh was evidently intent on annihilating the Yu clan. I have afforded you a chance, Lin Qiyeh remarked with an untroubled expression as he turned to depart. Blood continued to gush from Yunanshan's neck, his breath growing fainter until darkness enveloped him and life ebbed away. Moments later, a piercing cry echoed through the imperial garden. The emperor has passed away. In Yuyun Pavilion, Lin Qiyeh sat serenely by the window, observing the bustling streets below. The common folk remained blissfully unaware of Yunantion's demise, while the nobility and influential began to act in secrecy. At that moment, a figure in white ascended from below. Sit, Lin Qiyeh smiled and said, the timing is perfect. You aspire to be emperor? Bai Yuming inquired, taking a seat opposite Lin Qiyeh, his eyes narrowed, his tone grave. What do you think? Lin Qiyeh countered. Bai Yuming sipped his tea, pondering before remarking, I do not perceive a thirst for power in your gaze, yet you have extinguished the royal lineage. Has the royal lineage truly been extinguished? Lin Qiyeh shook his head, asserting that the individuals he had slain were indeed from the Yu family. Yet the Yu family was far from extinction. Those beneath the celestial Xian realm cannot stir significant waves, Bai Yuming remarked. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. The complexities of the human factions are far greater than you perceive. You are aware of the 5 major sects, are you not? Bai Yuming nodded slightly, though he was uncertain of its relation to the Yu family. Lin Qiyeh dipped his finger in water and sketched a rudimentary map of Yunzhou on the table. The Yujian sect lies here. I have obliterated it, he stated. Bai Yuming exhibited mild surprise, but quickly regained his composure. Given Lin Qiyeh's prowess, annihilating the Yujian sect was indeed a trivial task. Pointing to the border between the Great Wilderness and the Great Yin, Lin Qiyeh continued, this is the Blood Cloud sect. The Yu family within it possesses limited strength, yet they likely have someone at the Emperor Xian realm. Bai Yuming furrowed his brows, a hint of menace evident in his arched eyebrows. Are you intending to use the Great Yin as bait to provoke the Blood Cloud sect into action? Lin Qiyeh merely smiled in silence. The Yu family of the Blood Cloud sect? He held the Yu family of the Yun Sword sect in disdain. How could he possibly target the Yu family of the Blood Cloud sect? Suddenly, Bai Yuming grasped something, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Your next objective is the Blood Cloud sect? Lin Qiyeh did not counter this assertion. I require the assistance of your wolf clan. Very well, Bai Yuming acquiesced, though confusion lingered in his mind. Given Lin Qiyeh's capabilities, he could easily handle the Blood Cloud sect alone. Why involve the wolf clan? Moreover, he sensed a hint of urgency in Lin Qiyeh's tone. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh's finger abruptly circled an area on the map. Within a year, I wish for this territory to be under my dominion. Bai Yuming's mouth fell agape. The circle Lin Qiyeh had drawn encompassed the 5 major powers, not only including the Great Yin, Great Dragon, and Great Yong empires, but also the Blood Cloud sect and the Yujian sect. What astonished him most was Lin Qiyeh's calm demeanor, devoid of any ambition, as if he were merely discussing a trivial matter. And what of the Great Dragon? Bai Yuming could not restrain his curiosity. Lin Qiyeh had been poised beneath the Great Dragon's imperial city, yet had abruptly withdrawn, merely acquiring the title of the Great Dragon Cloud King. He could have easily seized the Great Dragon Empire at that moment. It was during my wager with the 6th prince of the Great Dragon, Morong Luochan, Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. If I had not retreated, Morong Luochan would not have been willing to serve me, but there will be another opportunity. Another opportunity? Bai Yuming remained silent, not believing there would be a second chance. Should he attack the great dragon empire again? Would that not be a sign of indecision? Consequently, others would be even less inclined to ally with him. It should be soon, Lin Qiyeh stated confidently with a smile. Young master, at that moment, a shadow descended from the staircase. It was Lin Wuxin. See, the opportunity has arrived. Lin Qiyeh remarked with a subtle smile. Bai Yuming raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Lin Wuxin approached Lin Qiyeh and poured himself a cup of tea. Young master, our informants have relayed news that the emperor of the great dragon, Murong Jun, has been imprisoned, while Murong Luochun has already fled to Sunset City. Upon hearing this, Bai Yuming displayed a slight astonishment, overshadowed by a sense of perplexity. The emperor of the great dragon has been captured? Who possesses such formidable power? Young master, you truly possess an uncanny foresight. Lin Wuxin could not restrain his admiration. How did you come to know this? That night, I did not encounter anyone from the Yu or Murong families. Lin Qiyeh replied candidly. Later, I learned from the mouth of Yu Lin that the Yu family had long departed from the Feather Sword sect. If the Yu family could extricate themselves from the Feather Sword sect, then why could the Murong family not do the same? Throughout this ordeal, the Gu family has suffered the most grievous defeat. They fancied they could eliminate Yu Qianjun and seize control of the Feather Sword sect. Yet they left no avenue for retreat. Bai Yuming gazed intently at Lin Qiyeh. In that moment, he realized that Lin Qiyeh's true menace did not stem from sheer strength, but rather from a strategy that encompassed everything. Although the two families had left themselves an escape route, it proved of little consequence. The path the Yu family had chosen was evidently a dead end, nearly leading to their extinction today. As for the Murong family, their situation was hardly more favorable. Both families had become mere pawns in Lin Qiyeh's game. By the way, young master, there is one more matter, Lin Wuxin interjected, his expression revealing a tinge of conflict. What is it? Lin Qiyeh asked, taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Wuxin took a deep breath and said, Long figs you, and you Linjian have escaped. Chapter 116. Difficult sister, difficult brother. North of the Tsang River, two disheveled figures were supporting each other as they trudged forward. Their garments were tattered, their bodies marred with bruises, and they emitted a foul stench, resembling beggars. Suddenly, they gazed into the distance, tears streaming down their faces. There, a city emerged before their eyes. The fourth prince, we have finally returned. One of them choked out, his eyes red-rimmed. Murong Luochun, I swear I will make you wish you were never born, the other declared, his eyes flashing with cold fury, radiating an ominous aura. Clearly, these two were none other than Long Feiyun and his surviving subordinate. Nearly a year had passed. Long Feiyun, accustomed to a life of luxury, had endured a nightmare. It was one thing to be castrated by Murong Luochun, but to have his cultivation sealed as well was unbearable. He could hardly comprehend how he had managed to survive his journey to the great wilderness dynasty. The one who had rescued them had unceremoniously abandoned them in the wilderness, leaving them to fend for themselves. Days were marked by scarcity, often bullied by beggars by the roadside, and there were numerous occasions when starvation had nearly claimed their lives. Had it not been for his unwavering determination, he likely would have perished along the way. Fortunately, heaven did not forsake the diligent. He followed the Tsang River downstream, avoiding any encounters with mystical beasts, and successfully entered the territory of the great wilderness. He silently vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this wrong. The two continued onward. After some time, they finally arrived at the city gates. Upon seeing the grand characters above the gates, a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Sword-watching city. Long Feiyun clenched his fists, a surge of confidence swelling within him, as he strode eagerly towards the city. He could hardly wait to change into fresh garments and indulge in a hearty meal, bidding farewell to the wretched days of the past year. Stop! Just as they reached the gates, two guards swiftly blocked their path. Presumptuous! How dare you obstruct the fourth prince? Do you seek death? Long Feiyun's subordinate bellowed, casting a cold glare at the guards. The fourth prince? Him? If he is the fourth prince, then I am the emperor, one guard scoffed, a mocking laughter escaping their lips. Seeking death, Long Feiyun's anger flared. To be humiliated in the great dragon dynasty was one thing, but this was the great wilderness. How could he, a dignified fourth prince, endure such indignity? Bang! Before he could finish speaking, one guard kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing backward. Blood spurted from Long Feiyun's mouth, and his face turned pale as the blow nearly cost him his life. It was crucial to note that he still had not fully recovered from a previous injury. This was truly adding insult to injury. Fourth Prince, Long Feiyun's subordinate shouted, rushing to help him up and glaring fiercely at the guards. How dare you strike the fourth prince? This is a crime that warrants the extermination of your entire clan. Get lost, or we will end you, one guard retorted coldly, drawing his sword from his waist. Long Feiyun and his companion trembled with fear, their bravado dissipating in an instant. Two individuals supported each other as they retreated. Not far along, a mocking voice suddenly rang out from the city gate. Huh. Just moments ago, the fourth prince arrived, and now we have the third princess? When did beggars become relatives of royalty? You should scram as far as possible, or we will not hesitate to be unkind. Upon hearing this, Long Feiyun abruptly turned his gaze, spotting two diminutive figures clad in tattered garments, their faces smeared with dirt. Even the guards were incredulous. Could this ragged appearance truly belong to the third princess? Wait. Long Feiyun's entire being trembled as he shouted, "Third sister." At these words, one of the small figures turned around in astonishment. Feiyun? She exclaimed, disbelief etched across her face. Evidently, these two were none other than Long Feiyue and Lin Qiyeh. After escaping, they had spent over 10 days traversing the mountains outside Yanbei City, enduring countless hardships to finally reach Wangjian City. Long Feiyun approached briskly. Third sister, is it really you? How did you end up here? I was imprisoned by the Northern Town Army and only just managed to escape. At the mention of the Northern Town Army, a fierce glint of hatred flashed across Long Feiyue's face. And you? What has brought you to this state? It was Murong Luoqing. Long Feiyun briefly recounted the circumstances of his mission to the Great Dragon Empire. The siblings exchanged glances, nearly collapsing into tears. The guards nearby sensed something was amiss. Could these two genuinely be a princess and a prince? If this were a performance, it was far too convincing. Yet, how could royalty find themselves in such a dire situation? At that moment, Long Feiyue produced a golden hairpin from her bosom and addressed one of the guards. Summon Xuanhuan to meet me. For today's transgressions, I shall spare you from death. The guards exchanged glances, their brows furrowing in skepticism. They were reluctant to accept Long Feiyue's claim to nobility. But the hairpin she held was clearly no ordinary trinket that a common beggar could possess. Moreover, their demeanor was far too audacious. The guards began to falter. After a moment of hesitation, one guard took the golden pin and dashed back into the city. Approximately half an hour later, a horse-drawn carriage sped toward the city gate, followed by a contingent of soldiers. The guards felt a trickle of cold sweat. Could their identities truly be genuine? Just moments ago, they had kicked that self-proclaimed fourth prince beggar. Finally, the carriage arrived at the city gate. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe descended from the carriage. Where are the third princess and fourth prince? Lordy, you manage Wangjian City quite well, Long Feiyue remarked, her tone frosty. The middle-aged man quickly bowed deeply. I am Xuanhuan, paying my respects to the third princess. He had once encountered her when she and Long Feiyue led hundreds of thousands of soldiers through Wangjian City. Please forgive me, your highness. The guards, witnessing this, fell to their knees with a thud, their foreheads striking the ground heavily. Forgive us? Dare to strike this prince? I shall demand your heads. Long Feiyun finally displayed his resolve. Bring them forth. Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan hesitated no longer, ordering their immediate execution. Spare me, third princess. Spare me, fourth prince. The guards, full of panic, had already bloodied their foreheads in fear. Wait. Long Feiyue suddenly interjected, stating that she had already granted them clemency from death. While the death penalty could be evaded, they could not escape the punishment of 50 strikes. They expressed their gratitude to the third princess for her mercy. The group felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, overwhelmed with joy. Long Feiyun was deeply dissatisfied but dared not oppose Long Feiyue. Thus he gritted his teeth and followed her into Wangjian City. In the imperial city of Dian, within the secluded confines of Yuyun Pavilion, Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback upon learning that Long Feiyue and Lin Qiyeh had escaped. Yet, he was not entirely surprised. These two women were far from ordinary. His curiosity was piqued. How had they managed to flee? Lin Wuxin sighed, saying, nearly everyone from Ting Snow Tower has gone to Yujin's sect. They believed that sealing their cultivation would prevent any mishaps. Moreover, there were no signs of escape from either of them. They had only sent a few ordinary individuals to watch over them. To his astonishment, They had employed the art of seduction to incapacitate their guards, and then crawled through a dog hole under the cover of night. A dog hole. Lin Qiyeh opened his mouth, rendered speechless. After all, they were princesses of 2 dynasties, truly relentless in their endeavors. Young master, since I have nothing pressing at the moment, I shall retrieve them, Lin Wuxin declared before turning to depart. Just as Lin Qiyeh was about to speak, Lin Wuxin leapt out of the window. So many days had passed. Long Fei Xue and her companion had likely already ventured deep into the wilderness. However, after some contemplation, he chose not to intervene. It was rare for Lin Wuxin to take an interest in a task. What if he truly managed to capture Long Fei Xue? Chapter 117. A terrifying demise. As time flows on, half a month has elapsed since Lin Qiyeh's command. The news of Yunanshan's death spread like wildfire. The Yu family has been slaughtered, leaving the throne without a successor. The entire Dayan Empire is beginning to stir, with conflicts arising everywhere. If the throne can be rotated among others, why not among my family? In just a short span of 2 weeks, prominent families across Dayan, upon receiving the news, have begun to carve out their own territories and declare themselves kings. The imperial city of Dayan has descended into chaos. Bloodshed is unceasing, with many perishing daily. The struggle for the throne has reached a fever pitch, with no shortage of extraordinary tactics. Everyone aspires to stake their claim. For the major families within the imperial city are in prime position to seize the opportunity. Lin Qiyeh remained in the Yuyan pavilion, observing the tempestuous turmoil with an air of calm detachment. The more chaotic the Dayan Empire becomes, the better. This painful process is ultimately unavoidable. As the common people suffer more, they will come to understand the true value of peace. After several days of conflict, Lin Qiyeh was unexpectedly surprised to learn that a person who should have long since vanished had actually taken control of the imperial city. Young master, shall we not take action? Ling Qingxiu and Gu Beichen stood respectfully behind Lin Qiyeh, gazing at the tumultuous streets, unable to restrain themselves any longer. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, turning his gaze towards Bai Yuming. Bai Yuming took a sip of tea and remarked, "Yesterday, 28 practitioners of the Divine Profound Realm and 4 of the Emperor Profound Realm entered the Imperial City. They should be from the Blood Cloud Sect Yu family. Is there no one from the Saint Profound Realm?" Lin Qiyeh asked, surprised. Bai Yuming shook his head. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, coming to a realization. In the eyes of various sects, the 7 great empires are ultimately mere secular powers, to say nothing of the Emperor Profound Realm. Even the Divine Profound Realm is already a dominant force. Thus far, he had rarely encountered rogue practitioners of the Divine Profound Realm. Moreover, the Blood Cloud Sect's Yu family was not particularly formidable. The absence of any Saint Profound Realm practitioners was entirely normal. Lin Qiyeh suddenly turned to Gu Beichen and inquired, "I have heard that Sima Tianyan has seized control of the 8 cities in the south, claiming the title of King of Yan'an?" Gu Beichen nodded, "Indeed. This occurred approximately 2 days ago. Furthermore, it is said that he possesses the imperial decree of Yan'an Tian, which legitimizes his claim. Additionally, he is currently consolidating his forces, preparing to invade the imperial city and restore the Yu family's former glory. It is impossible for him to breach the imperial city," Lin Qiyeh stated, doubting Sima Tianyan's audacity. "This fellow is no fool. With Yan'an Tian dead, how could he be reckless enough to march into the imperial city and meet his demise? Surely, claiming territory is far more enticing. At most, he is merely posturing. As for the so-called legitimacy, Yunanshan's demise means it is ultimately for them to decide. Speaking of legitimacy, it is none other than the young master who possesses it now. The common people, I suspect, are eager for the young master to ascend the throne." Gu Beichen smiled faintly. "The Cloud King of Dayan, the heir of the Northern Guardian's estate. Who among them is not legitimate? At the very least, in the vast expanse of Dayan, Lin Qiyeh stands as the most powerful figure. The time is not yet ripe." Lin Qiyeh shook his head and remarked, "First, we must secure the imperial city. Old Bai, the matters concerning the Blood Cloud sect and the Yu family are yours to resolve. Proceed." Bai Yuming felt indifferent to the title Old Bai, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. Gu Beichen and Ling Qingxiu were brimming with excitement, eager for action. They could hardly contain their anticipation. In the imperial palace, within the Chao Tian Hall, Li Wuyu sat upon the emperor's throne, flanked by 2 lovely companions. He had never imagined that he would one day occupy such a position, savoring the taste of imperial power. Ever since the deaths of Wen Xingchen and Li Wentao, He had remained hidden within the Li family's domain, managing all affairs. Upon learning of Yunanshan's demise, he promptly led the Li family forces into the imperial city. To his astonishment, the endeavor unfolded with remarkable ease. With an army of 200,000 at the gates, they breached the city in a single night. He suddenly perceived that the throne was far too accessible, almost within his grasp. Yunantian, when Xingqian, it was merely a matter of timing and fate. Li Wuyu laughed heartily, pondering that scheming against others was futile compared to simply outliving them. At that moment, a hurried figure approached from outside the hall. Li Wuyu pushed aside the two women in his arms and coldly surveyed the intruder below. Did I not command that no one disturb me? Having finally ascended to the imperial throne, he was determined to relish the feeling of ruling the world. General, outside the 4 gates of the imperial city, an army of hundreds of thousands has suddenly appeared. The newcomer gasped, his tone tinged with urgency. What? Li Wuyu sprang to his feet, astonished. Hadn't the city been secured? With numerous noble families declaring their own territories, whose army was this? The banner bore the character Lin, possibly belonging to the Northern Town Army or perhaps the forces of the Cloud King. The messenger was drenched in cold sweat. Lin Xiaodian. Li Wuyu trembled at the name. While he was unaware of the bloodshed that had transpired in the palace, it was evident that the capacity to force Yunantian to confer a title to Lin Qiyeh, a notorious libertine, spoke volumes of Lin Xiaoyan's formidable nature. Li Wuyu hastily descended and bellowed, "Prepare for a staunch defense. We must not allow them to enter the city." Report. At that moment, another voice broke in, "General, all 4 city gates have been breached, and our troops have suffered heavy casualties. How is this possible?" Li Wuyu's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. How much time had passed since the army was detected, and already the gates had fallen. Even the Northern Town Army could not achieve such a feat with ease. "General, the gates were opened from within." The messenger's voice quivered. It was over, it was over. Li Wuyu was nearly paralyzed with shock, as if struck by lightning. Report. A third voice rang out. "General, all soldiers have surrendered. The Northern Town Army has surrounded the palace." Upon hearing this, Li Wuyu was utterly dumbfounded. The speed of such events was terrifying. Just then, the sounds of clashing swords and blades echoed from outside the Chaotian Hall, accompanied by the thunderous beat of iron hooves, a harbinger of impending doom. Li Wuyu stumbled out of the grand hall, his legs trembling as he beheld the scene in the distance. Thousands of iron cavalry surged forth, leaving a path of carnage in their wake, where blood rained down like a storm. His forces were no match for such onslaught. The cavalry's passage was marked by the cries of the dying, shattered bones flying through the air, and many were trampled into mere pulp. Li Wuyu, a traitor and a rebel, was destined for execution. There was no escape from his fate. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, reverberating like a clap of thunder. There appeared Lin Qiyeh, adorned in silver armor, astride a warhorse, brandishing a silver spear as she galloped fiercely toward him. With a sickening gasp, Li Wuyu coughed up blood, his eyes nearly bursting from their sockets, veins throbbing on his forehead. In an instant, he collapsed onto the ground, utterly silenced. The soldiers of the Li family, witnessing this, felt their scalps prickle in fear. Had he truly died? Li Wuyu, frightened to death? It was a sight so unbelievable that few would have accepted it without witnessing it firsthand. As Lin Qiyeh approached with fierce speed, the Li soldiers, like dumplings in boiling water, dropped their weapons and fell to their knees. Lin Qiyeh, gazing upon the lifeless body of Li Wuyu, whose blood flowed from 7 orifices, felt a flicker of disdain. With such cowardice, he aspired to the throne? Did he truly believe that the imperial seat was something anyone could claim? Li Wuyu was dead. Those who surrendered would not be harmed. The Li family would face the annihilation of their clan. Lin Qiyeh's voice rang out, chilling to the bone. The soldiers of the Li family, upon hearing this, dared not resist any longer. They all knelt, surrendering without a fight. From the onset of the siege to this moment, the Northern Town Army had taken less than half an hour to seize control. The imperial city of Dian lay firmly within the grasp of Lin Qiyeh. Chapter 118. Conflict. 3 days later, the rebellion in the Great Yin imperial city was thoroughly quelled, with the powerful clans uprooted by Lin Qiyeh. The common folk were finally liberated from their trepidations, harboring no animosity toward Lin Qiyeh. What mattered to them was not the character of the ruler, but rather the promise of stability in their lives. However, Lin Qiyeh did not ascend to the imperial palace. Instead, He transformed the foolish king's residence into the Cloud King's manor. At this moment, Lin Qiyeh occupied the foremost seat in the grand hall, where everyone had gathered. Yun Lianxin bowed before the Cloud King, stating that Yin Jing had sent him to guide them. In the hall, a middle-aged man lowered himself in homage. He was none other than Yun Lianxin, who had been manipulated by Lin Wuying and Lin Wuxin during the time of the Great Dragon Dynasty. The night of the destruction of the Feather Sword sect left him utterly stunned. The enmity between Xuanhuan and the three great families was no secret. As an ordinary disciple of the Feather Sword sect, he had never been qualified to partake in such high-stakes conflicts. Yet, he never anticipated that the one who would emerge victorious would be Lin Qiyeh, a notorious and extravagant figure. Do you possess a deep understanding of the Blood Cloud sect? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Among the 5 major sects, a grand competition is held every decade. I have visited the Blood Cloud sect twice, Yun Lianxin replied earnestly. In half a month, the decade's grand competition will take place at the Blood Cloud sect. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly. He was well aware of the grand competition. Primarily a contest for the secret resources left by the ancient Qin Empire, with the victors gaining access to superior hidden realms. The 5 major sects placed great importance on this event. Participants in the competition must be under 30 years of age. Thus, it was essentially a contest among the sect's prodigies. This aligned perfectly with Lin Qiyeh's plans, as he had long intended to exploit the grand competition to eliminate the Blood Cloud sect. Please take your leave and rest well. We shall depart tomorrow, Lin Qiyeh said with a smile. Yun Lianxin bowed and withdrew. Young master, can this fellow be trusted? Lin Wufing asked, observing Yun Lianxin's retreating figure. Lin Qiyeh remained unconcerned. If you do not trust him, do you still doubt Wuying? Lin Wuxin chose not to further argue. There was no reason to question Lin Wuying's reliability. Beichen, Lin Qiyeh continued, you shall guard the imperial city. Rest assured, young master, Gu Beichen nodded. Qingqiu, Lin Qiyeh added. Lead the army to swiftly pacify the northern territories of Great Yin. Understood, Ling Qingqiu replied without hesitation. Suddenly, Lin Wufing inquired, young master, what are the southern territories of Great Yin? That matter is not urgent for now, Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking his head. With Sima Tianyin present, the Daong dynasty cannot advance northward for the time being. Additionally, send word to Luotian City, instructing them to mobilize their forces under the pretense of rescuing the Great Dragon Emperor. The pace should not be too swift. Wait for our arrival. Very well. Lin Wufing nodded in agreement. Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment before stating, you and Wu Xue shall accompany me. Additionally, send word to Wu Yun, instructing the Lingyun 13 guards to join me at the Blood Cloud sect. The following day, Lin Qiyeh and his entourage departed from the imperial city, making their way to the Blood Cloud sect. As they journeyed, Yun Lianxin felt an unshakable unease. Behind him were a dozen individuals, each of whom he could not discern the depths of their cultivation. Although Lin Wuying had informed him that Yu Qiankuan perished alongside the ancestors of the 3 great families, he now harbored grave suspicions that Lin Qiyeh's people were responsible for the downfall of the Yujian sect. The journey remained unusually tranquil. 7 days later, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the Blood Cloud sect. The Blood Cloud Peak, where the sect resided, loomed majestically by the sea, suffused with profound energy. To the west, north, and south stretched continuous mountain ranges. The Yujian sect refrained from recklessly antagonizing the Tianyu mountain range, yet the Blood Cloud sect was different. 3 centuries prior, this region was devoid of formidable mystical beasts, allowing the Blood Cloud sect to easily dominate the area. Consequently, the sect was not only populated by human cultivators, but also inhabited by numerous mystical beasts, which was one of its distinctive features. Looking up, one could observe several mystical beasts galloping and soaring through the air, while the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect remained indifferent to their presence. Upon reaching the entrance of the sect, Yun Lianxin produced the token of the Yujian sect, prompting 2 disciples to escort them up the Blood Cloud Peak. Lin Qiyeh and his companions could distinctly sense that the higher they ascended, the more potent the mystical energy became. After a while, the group halted, mere hundreds of meters from the summit. Gazing upward, a small plaza materialized before their eyes, surrounded by 4 charming courtyards filled with the fragrance of flowers and the ethereal energy of the surroundings. The sect competition is still 7 days away. You may rest here. And should you require anything, feel free to notify us, the 2 disciples remarked before turning to leave. Lin Wufing expressed his bemusement, There are several courtyards here. Are they meant to be occupied at will? First come, first served, Yun Lianxin clarified. Do not underestimate these 4 courtyards. Each is fortified with formations that can gather the surrounding mystical energy, with the innermost 2 being particularly rich in energy. The others nodded in agreement. It appeared that only 1 courtyard was currently occupied. Lin Wufeng surveyed the 4 courtyards, noticing that one was bustling with activity. It must belong to the people of Xuanhuan Mountain, which lies at the northern border between the Great Wilderness Empire and the Great Martial Empire, roughly equidistant from the Yujian sect to the Blood Cloud sect. Yun Lianxin contemplated for a moment. As for the Tianjin sect and the Xiantian Valley, they are far too distant. Lin Wufeng chuckled. Then let us choose one of the inner courtyards. Yun Lianxin opened his mouth, only to restrain the words at the cusp of his lips. Is there a problem? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Yun Lianxin smiled ruefully. The Tianjin sect's members are rather overbearing. It would be inconsequential if they arrived first, but should we occupy this courtyard now, they will surely seek to provoke us. Are we to fear them? Lin Wufeng scoffed. Let us proceed, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, unfazed by the prospect. Yun Lianxin naturally refrained from speaking. Upon entering the courtyard, one could not help but remark that the density of the mystical energy here was even more pronounced than that of the Feather Sword sect. Lin Qiyeh settled cross-legged on the bed, swiftly entering a meditative state. The night passed in silence, with the others unusually quiet as well. The following day at noon, Lin Qiyeh was roused from his slumber by a cacophony of sounds. He could not help but furrow his brow. Exiting the courtyard, he discovered Lin Wufeng lying on the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A young man, wielding a sharp sword, aimed a deadly strike at Lin Wufeng. Stop! Before Lin Qiyeh could utter a word, Yun Lianxin suddenly shouted coldly, appearing in front of Lin Wufeng and forcefully sending the young man's sword flying with a single palm strike. She hastily helped Lin Wufeng to his feet and retreated to the side. Yun Lianxin's heart was filled with confusion. She was unaware of Lin Wufeng's cultivation level. Yet it seemed inconceivable that he could be so easily injured, especially since Lin Qiyeh had brought him to the Blood Cloud sect for the sect competition. Get out. This courtyard is ours. The young man sneered coldly at Lin Qiyeh and his companions, disdain etched across his features. With your meager strength, do you really think you can seize courtyard number 1? If you wish to avoid death, be gone quickly, otherwise you won't survive until the competition starts. Newcomers, are you unaware that courtyard number 1 belongs to our Heavenly Sword sect? The young man's companions erupted in mocking laughter, exuding an air of arrogance. What if we refuse? Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly. Chapter 119. The Pillaging of the Treasury, Part 1. Foolish and reckless, the young man stepped forward, his gaze icy, his voice imbued with authority. Senior brother. Just as it seemed a confrontation was imminent, Lin Wufeng abruptly seized Lin Qiyeh's arm, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression pleading. Let us consider relocating to another courtyard. Absolutely not. Lin Qiyeh's brow arched slightly, his stance resolute. At that moment, several figures clad in the garb of the Blood Cloud sect approached from the distance. Leading them was a tall man, gracefully wielding a folding fan and adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, who surveyed the gathering with a smile. I am Qin Feng. Allow me to offer a piece of advice. It is wiser to resolve enmity than to foster it. Is it not merely a courtyard? Qin Feng. Upon hearing this name, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect furrowed their brows, their expressions growing serious. They were evidently aware of his identity, the young master of the Blood Cloud sect. At under 30 years of age, he had already transcended the divine mystical realm, marking him as a formidable competitor in the upcoming competition among the 5 major sections. Brother Qin, I believe this rule warrants reconsideration. It should not be a matter of arrival order, but rather of strength. The strongest should possess the privilege of selection. The young man from the Heavenly Sword sect, who had just made a move, spoke up, reasoning that given their considerable distance from the Blood Cloud sect, they could not possibly arrive as swiftly as the Feather Sword sect. Qin Feng appeared contemplative, nodding slightly. Indeed, that holds merit. What say you all? He then turned his gaze towards Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Nothing at all, Lin Qiyeh replied coolly. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, swiftly adopting a more affable demeanor. Well then, since they disagree, perhaps we should let it be, as they did arrive first. Lin Qiyeh couldn't suppress a smile inwardly. This Qin Feng was quite astute. He ostensibly came to mediate, yet was, in truth, deliberately inciting discord between the two factions. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect were naturally unwilling to yield, exchanging glances. They strode directly towards the courtyard. "Let us see if you dare to stand in our way," the leading youth sneered. Should Lin Qiyeh make a move, they would not hesitate to hasten the sect competition. Xuanhuan watched the unfolding scene with a smile, eagerly anticipating a clash between the Feather Sword sect and the Heavenly Sword sect. Though Lin Qiyeh appeared furious, he remained motionless, merely observing as the Heavenly Sword sect members entered the courtyard. This brother is quite astute. Those who recognize the situation are indeed wise. See, the matter was resolved effortlessly. Xuanhuan approached Lin Qiyeh, giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Lin Qiyeh snorted disdainfully and turned to walk towards a nearby courtyard. "A bunch of cowards. I thought he would truly dare to act, providing us with the perfect pretext for confrontation. No matter, we shall settle this during the sect competition." The members of the Heavenly Sword sect reveled in Lin Qiyeh's apparent concession. Meanwhile, Yun Lianxin, bewildered, followed Lin Qiyeh to a different courtyard. Over the past 10 days, though she had not fully grasped Lin Qiyeh's character, she was certain he was not one to suffer in silence. Why, then, did he seem like a different person today? Not only him, but Bai Yuming also wore a bewildered expression. When did Lin Qiyeh become so agreeable? "Young master." At that moment, Lin Wufeng suddenly broke into a grin, displaying a rebellious demeanor, devoid of any trace of injury, holding a jade token in his hand. Lin Qiyeh deftly produced a jade pendant and tossed it to Lin Wuxue. Yun Lianxin's eyes widened in astonishment. If his memory served him correctly, wasn't that jade pendant Qin Feng's? How did he manage to quietly take something from Qin Feng? "All right, continue your training," Lin Qiyeh said calmly. Bai Yoming's Yun Lianxin was utterly perplexed. Time passed, and 3 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. One evening, as night fell, Lin Qiyeh suddenly approached Bai Yuming. "Old Bai, I need you to handle a task." Bai Yuming understood that Lin Qiyeh was finally ready to take action. How could this fellow possibly suffer a loss? At that moment, several figures appeared at the entrance, and Bai Yuming nearly restrained himself from acting. To his surprise, the leader was none other than Qin Feng. Moreover, the dozen or so individuals behind him bore an uncanny resemblance to those from the Heavenly Sword sect. What was going on? Qin Feng suddenly gestured with his hand, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Lin Wuxue. Bai Yuming looked at Lin Wuxue with slight astonishment. The girl possessed such capabilities? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes and said, "Soon, these 13 will infiltrate the Blood Cloud sect's treasury. Your task is to protect Wuxue from any harm." Even Bai Yuming, with his temperament, could not help but show a hint of surprise. Infiltrating the Blood Cloud sect's treasury? Wasn't this his first visit? How did he know where the treasury was located? Furthermore, surely there would be guards. How could they infiltrate with just 13 of them in the divine profound realm? Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his thoughts and merely nodded slightly. "Commence." Lin Qiyeh waved his hand gently, and the group vanished in an instant. In the adjacent room, Yun Lianxin had been feeling extremely restless over the past few days, sensing that something was about to happen. However, he dared not inquire. Suddenly, he expanded his consciousness and caught sight of a shadow stealthily disappearing into the courtyard. He was taken aback and quickly stood up, heading toward Lin Qiyeh's room. Just as he was about to knock, Lin Qiyeh stepped out. "Yun, junior brother, I just saw." Yun Lianxin took a deep breath. Before he could finish, Lin Qiyeh interrupted him, producing a wine jar. "You saw nothing. Stay with me tonight and drink." Yun Lianxin's expression turned serious as he nodded solemnly. More than 100 meters away from the courtyard, 13 figures suddenly appeared. They glanced around before leaping into a thicket. Below was a cave. One side of the cave led to 4 courtyards, while the other extended directly to the summit of the Blood Cloud sect. The area was strewn with stones, making excavation quite arduous. It took them a full 3 days to clear a passage. One of them spoke in a hushed tone, urging, "Enough with the chatter, let us move swiftly." The leader of the group barked an order, and the 4 advanced rapidly. The cavern twisted upward along the mountainside, a path that would be insurmountable for an ordinary person. Yet, the 13 of them glided like phantoms, their speed astonishing. In a mere moment, they reached the end of the tunnel. The 13 halted, holding their breath, their bodies perfectly still as if awaiting something. Time trickled away slowly. Suddenly, footsteps echoed above them. They dared not even quicken their breath, fearful of being discovered. All poised for action, the footsteps drew ever nearer, and their expressions grew increasingly grave. Thud, thud, thud. Then a gentle knocking resounded above. 3 long, 2 short. The 13 exchanged glances of delight, retrieving their tools and springing into action. After a few breaths, they lifted the heavy stone slab above, emerging into a spacious warehouse. Awaiting them was a figure who had stood there for quite some time. The leader of the group remarked with a smirk, "Wuxue, why the delay?" There was a bit of an unforeseen circumstance. Lin Wuxue hesitated. The other inquired curiously, "What kind of circumstance?" Lin Wufeng, "Spare me your idle chatter and get to work." Lin Wuxue shot him a glare, her demeanor shifting instantaneously. Lin Wufeng, bewildered, looked at Lin Wuxue with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. "You didn't get lost again, did you?" Lin Wuxue's face flushed crimson, an unusual display of shame. Lin Wufeng slapped his forehead, internally exasperated. "Sister, a moment's carelessness could be fatal." Chapter 120. The Plundering of the Treasury, Part 2. Half an hour earlier, Lin Wuxue and Bai Yuming stealthily departed from the courtyard. Bai Yuming's consciousness flared, moving with unparalleled swiftness. After a while, he came to a halt. "This is the place." Lin Wuxue indicated a nearby courtyard. "Are you certain?" Bai Yuming furrowed his brow, regarding Lin Wuxue with skepticism. "I don't see Qin Feng. This shouldn't be the case." Lin Wuxue, puzzled, retrieved a map from her bosom. "Take a look. This marks Qin Feng's residence." Bai Yuming glanced at it, suddenly regarding Lin Wuxue with a peculiar expression. "This is to the west. The location marked on the map is to the east of Blood Cloud Peak." Lin Wuxue lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. "I must have remembered incorrectly." Bai Yuming remained doubtful but did not linger, leading Lin Wuxue eastward towards Blood Cloud Peak once more. Indeed, they soon discovered Qin Feng. However, Lin Wuxue's face flushed red with embarrassment as she realized that Qin Feng was not alone but was entangled with 2 women in a rather compromising situation. "What a disgraceful man," Lin Wuxue muttered under her breath. "Isn't it a natural instinct for the human race to procreate?" Bai Yuming remarked indifferently. Lin Wuxue cast a sidelong glance at Bai Yuming. "Fine, I can't take him on. Otherwise, I would have a serious talk with him." Fortunately, within a quarter of an hour, Qin Feng concluded his business. The moment he exited the room, Bai Yuming rendered him unconscious, changed his attire, and casually discarded him in the woods. Subsequently, the duo hurried towards the treasury of the Blood Cloud sect. However, after circling around, they still could not locate the treasury. "Do you truly know where the treasury is?" Bai Yuming could no longer contain his frustration. Lin Wuxue was at a loss for words and once again produced the map. Bai Yuming looked at her in exasperation. "Are you perhaps directionally challenged?" "You are the one who is directionally challenged," Lin Wuxue began to retort. But as she spoke the latter half, she swallowed her words. Bai Yuming was known for his ruthless demeanor. It was best not to provoke him if she couldn't hold her own. The unfortunate truth was that her lack of navigational skills was undeniable. Bai Yuming was utterly speechless. This girl was far too unreliable. He retrieved the map and, upon glancing at it, nearly spat blood in frustration. "Isn't this the very place we just visited?" After all that effort, they had to turn back again. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to argue with a little girl." After another quarter of an hour, the pair finally arrived outside the treasury. Indeed, there were guards present, 2 formidable figures at the Imperial Profound Realm. However, Lin Wuxue exhibited no signs of faltering. Having donned Qin Feng's attire and produced a token, she swiftly passed the identity verification and entered the treasury alone. The status of the Blood Cloud sect's young master proved to be exceedingly advantageous. Bai Yuming concealed himself in the shadows. His consciousness expanded to prevent the 2 Imperial Profound Realm experts from probing with their senses, while he remained vigilant of Lin Wuxue's movements. Upon witnessing Lin Wuxue effortlessly enter the treasury, his heart brimmed with further doubt. This token undoubtedly belongs to the Blood Cloud sect. How could Lin Wuxue possess it? He remained vigilant, his consciousness trailing Lin Wuxue. Should anything amiss arise, he must swiftly rescue Lin Wuxue. However, to his astonishment, Lin Wuxue approached a corner of the treasury and gently tapped the ground with her finger. Before long, a dozen figures abruptly materialized before his eyes. Bai Yuming was taken aback. Just moments ago, his consciousness had swept through the treasury, entirely overlooking the ground. He never expected that Lin Wufeng had already arrived. In an instant, the 13 began to frantically ransack the place. Within the mere span of a single incense stick, the treasury was nearly emptied. The corner of his mouth twitched. This speed was astonishingly remarkable. Such feats could not be accomplished without years of rigorous training. What surprised them even more was the unimaginable vastness of their storage rings. He could only envision the fury of the Blood Cloud sect's higher-ups upon discovering this, for it represented centuries of accumulation. Not to mention the rare treasures. Even the towering piles of profound crystals were no trivial sum. Lin Wuxue watched as Lin Wufeng and the others leaped into the pit. She retrieved a slate and slowly covered it, casually discarding the jade pendant on the ground. Then, she sauntered out of the treasury, allowing the two figures of the Imperial Profound Realm to inspect her before departing brazenly. The entire affair unfolded with unexpected smoothness. Bai Yuming marveled internally. Everything seemed deceptively simple. Yet, he understood that Lin Qiyeh must have thoroughly infiltrated the Blood Cloud sect. Otherwise, such an accomplishment would be inconceivable. In the courtyard, Lin Qiyeh and Yun Lianxin exchanged cups amid a cacophony of noise. Yun Lianxin was in a state of panic. He never anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would stir trouble within the Blood Cloud sect. Before long, shadows began to enter the courtyard. Nevertheless, Lin Wufeng and his companions acted as if nothing had occurred, indulging in their revelry. Bai Yuming, accompanied by Lin Wuxue, followed suit into the courtyard. Yun Lianxin was bewildered, unaware of what Lin Wufeng and the others had undertaken, but he sensed that it was no trivial matter. Indeed, after a single incense stick's time, a series of tumultuous sounds erupted. Subsequently, powerful auras surged from afar, swiftly enveloping the four courtyards. Quickly, surround them. Not a single mosquito shall escape. Search the four courtyards, and those who dare to resist shall face no mercy. An enraged voice rang out. With a loud bang, the courtyard where Lin Qiyeh and the others resided was forcefully kicked open. A middle-aged man coldly surveyed the crowd, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. All of you, go stand in the square. No one is permitted to act recklessly. Yun Lianxin's heart sank. An Imperial Profound Realm expert. How could they have mobilized even an Imperial Profound expert? What had transpired? Lin Qiyeh, with bleary eyes, nonetheless stepped out of the courtyard. The occupants from the other three courtyards also emerged in the square. Was this how the Blood Cloud sect treated its guests? You had better provide us with an explanation. Otherwise, do not blame the Heavenly Sword sect for being unyielding. Indeed, the members of the Heavenly Sword sect are quite overbearing, exhibiting an immense display of strength at this moment. Lin Qiyeh observed the group with a smile, his face betraying a semblance of sympathy. At that moment, an elder descended from the heavens, his profound gaze sweeping coldly across the assembly, the aura of the sacred Xian realm suffocating those present. This night, someone has breached the treasury of our Blood Cloud sect, the elder proclaimed, and all were rendered speechless. To intrude upon the treasury of the Blood Cloud sect? What audacity! Yun Lianxin involuntarily glanced at Lin Qiyeh, a sudden realization dawning upon him. An involuntary shiver coursed through him. Do not be troubled. This matter does not concern us. Remain composed. Lin Qiyeh's voice resonated in his ear. He too was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the Blood Cloud sect's response would be so swift. Taking a deep breath, Yun Lianxin steadied himself. The elder's icy gaze traversed the crowd one by one, his voice laced with coldness. If it is one among you who has committed this act, surrender the items now, and our Blood Cloud sect will treat this as if nothing has occurred. Otherwise, upon discovery, your demise will be most grievous. A heavy silence enveloped the gathering. They had not committed such an act, and naturally, they would not admit to it. Very well, I too hope you are innocent. Search, the elder commanded, gesturing with his hand. Instantly, dozens of figures surged toward the four courtyards. What are you doing? The members of the Heavenly Sword sect cried out. As the foremost of the 5 major sects, when had they ever endured such indignities? The elder's piercing gaze swept over them, causing them to fall silent. And he coldly commanded, now, everyone, present your storage rings for inspection. Chapter 121, a difficult defense this time. It was not the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect who took the initiative to speak, but rather Lin Qiyeh. With an expression of indignation, Lin Qiyeh declared, the Blood Cloud sect has lost something. On what grounds do you inspect us? What if one of your own has committed the theft? Indeed, if a search is to be conducted, it should commence with your Blood Cloud sect members. For the first time, the people of the Heavenly Sword sect found Lin Qiyeh somewhat agreeable. With unity among the 4 major sects, could they truly fear the Blood Cloud sect? Those who dared to resist would be treated as thieves. The elder snorted disdainfully, his demeanor exceedingly domineering. This is the Blood Cloud sect, not your Heavenly Sword sect or the Feather Sword sect. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow slightly. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect fell into a deep silence. They understood that if they dared to refuse again, this old man would undoubtedly make an example of them. We possess only 3 storage rings, Lin Qiyeh acquiesced reluctantly, tossing the 3 rings onto the ground. The elder's gaze instantly fell upon the purple golden ring on Lin Qiyeh's left hand. What is that ring you wear? It's merely an ornament, Lin Qiyeh replied without hesitation, removing the ring and tossing it to the elder. The elder examined it for some time, but discerned no abnormalities. Returning the ring to Lin Qiyeh before addressing Bai Yuming and the others, remove yours as well. Bai Yuming frowned, perplexed by Lin Qiyeh's intentions. Was it truly necessary to go through such trouble to deal with the Blood Cloud sect? They could simply confront them directly. Noticing Lin Qiyeh's disregard, he too took off the ring in his possession. Lin Wufeng and the others followed suit. The elder inspected each ring meticulously, his brow furrowing in concentration. In truth, the rings imparted a peculiar sensation. They seemed to be treasures, yet unlike ordinary storage rings, they bore no restrictions. Little did he know that Lin Qiyeh's crafted spatial rings would recognize their master upon the infusion of blood. Only the owner could access them. Unless one were to kill the owner, they remained sealed to all others. Grand Elder. At that moment, a cry of alarm resonated from the courtyard of the Heavenly Sword sect. A resolute young man rushed forth, addressing the elder. Grand Elder, there is a hidden passage inside. Exceedingly concealed, and it has been freshly excavated. What? Impossible. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect were taken aback. They had been residing in the courtyard daily. How could a hidden passage have emerged? Did they truly appear to be oblivious? The elder vanished from his spot in an instant, reappearing shortly after, coldly staring down the members of the Heavenly Sword sect. What do you have to say for yourselves now? This passage was not excavated by us, shouted the leading young man. Not you? Do you take this old man for blind? The elder snorted once more, an aura of menace emanating from him. Moments later, another disciple of the Blood Cloud sect hurriedly approached, holding a token. Grand Elder, we found this within the hidden passage. Upon witnessing the scene, the elder's murderous intent was no longer concealed in the slightest. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect were thoroughly alarmed. Was this not the very token of their identity? What further words could you possibly utter? The elder's gaze turned icy. It was not us. The members of the Heavenly Sword sect exclaimed in utter panic. The elder bellowed. Now, with evidence so compelling, can the passage be fabricated? Can the token be falsified? If it is not you, then who could it be? Suddenly, the white-clad youth at the forefront of the Heavenly Sword sect cast a fierce glance at Lin Qiyeh, accusingly declaring, "It is you. You were the first to occupy this courtyard, and you are the ones who dug the secret passage. Do not utter such nonsense. Do you truly believe that our Feather Sword sect is so easily bullied?" Lin Qiyeh retorted, filled with indignation. "Oh, now I understand why you have forcefully sought to seize our courtyard. It turns out you wish to frame us. Such a clever scheme. You never anticipated that you would leave behind evidence. You speak utter rubbish." The white-clad youth's eyes turned crimson, spewing saliva in his fury. Enough. The elder's cold voice commanded attention, his formidable aura surging towards the two. They trembled, cold sweat pouring down their brows. Nearby, Bai Yuming was rendered speechless. Lin Qiyeh's performance was far too convincing. Were it not for his knowledge that Lin Qiyeh was the orchestrator of this affair, he might have been deceived himself. From this moment forth, none of you shall step foot outside this courtyard until the matter is thoroughly investigated. Anyone who dares to leave will face execution without mercy. With that, the elder turned and departed. You dare to frame us? I, Ningbu Jian, vow that I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. The youth at the helm of the Heavenly Sword sect glared at Lin Qiyeh. I truly admire your audacity, daring to infiltrate the Blood Cloud sect's treasury, Lin Qiyeh scoffed, turning back towards the courtyard. Upon returning, Yun Lianxin suddenly lost control of her legs and collapsed towards the ground. Lin Wufeng reacted quickly, catching her just in time. Lin Wufeng smirked. So much for the mystic realm. You're terrified to this extent. Yun Lianxin's complexion turned pale as she mentally cursed the ancestors of this mad group. How dare they attempt to steal from the Blood Cloud sect's treasury? They truly possessed the hearts of bears and the guts of leopards. What astonished her most was that they had actually succeeded. Young master, what shall we do next? The Heavenly Sword sect will surely not rest until they are satisfied after stealing from the Blood Cloud sect's treasury, Lin Wufeng suddenly remarked. Yun Lianxin rolled her eyes. This boy spoke as if he were stating facts. I did not expect them to be so bold, she replied. Lin Qiyeh smiled playfully. However, it is not a significant concern. After all, the evidence is irrefutable, and this matter has nothing to do with us. We shall simply wait for the Blood Cloud sect to clarify everything. What worries me now is that the members of the Heavenly Sword sect may flee in fear of their crimes, Lin Wufeng chuckled. That possibility is indeed quite substantial. At Blood Cloud Peak, within the Blood Cloud Hall, Qin Feng shook his head, gazing around in confusion as he gradually regained his senses. Grandfather? Qin Feng cast his gaze upon the multitude within the Grand Hall, ultimately resting his eyes on a man clad in golden robes seated at the foremost position. Murmuring to himself, how did I end up here? He could distinctly perceive the myriad of eyes surrounding him, all harboring ill intentions. Nevertheless, he paid them no heed. After all, his grandfather, Xuanhuan, was the esteemed leader of the Blood Cloud sect. Ungrateful wretch, kneel. Xuanhuan's voice thundered, his cold glare fixated on Qin Feng. Startled, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and retorted, what wrong have I committed that warrants such humiliation? At that moment, the elder beside him interjected, Qin Feng, you have conspired with the Heavenly Sword sect to pilfer from the sect's treasury. Are you unaware of your transgressions? What did you say? Qin Feng was struck as if by lightning, his face a mask of bewilderment as he pointed at himself. I conspired with the Heavenly Sword sect? I stole from the sect's treasury? Unfazed, the elder produced a jade pendant, stating, is this not yours? Indeed it is, Qin Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. Still grappling with the unfolding events. The elder scoffed, you entered the treasury at the hour of high and left this item behind. Do not dare claim ignorance. Impossible. I was engaged in cultivation at that time. Qin Feng's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Do you have any witnesses? The elder pressed. Qin Feng faltered in his response. Allow me to enlighten you. You were in the company of two women. After your encounter, you departed alone to the treasury, witnessed by two guardians. You bore the sect leader's token and entered the treasury for a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, and your attire was identical to what you wear now. The elder remarked with a mocking smile. Qin Feng was left dumbfounded, rendered speechless amidst the weight of the accusations. Chapter 122. A point of no return. Qin Feng stood there, utterly bewildered. He found himself believing the words of the Grand Elder. Could it be that he had inexplicably entered the treasury after the incident? He shook his head, unable to recall any details. Master, Qin Feng's sins are unforgivable. The Grand Elder suddenly directed his fury towards Xuanhuan. Wait. At last, Qin Feng snapped back to reality. You just mentioned that I possessed the Master's token? Where could I have obtained such a token? Furthermore, I lost that jade pendant several days ago. Is what you said truly accurate? Xuanhuan finally spoke, his eyes narrowing. Master, every word my grandson has uttered is the truth. Qin Feng took a deep breath and responded, approximately 3 days ago, when the Heavenly Sword sect arrived, I returned to my residence only to discover that the jade pendant was missing. Xuanhuan pressed further. Are you implying that someone has stolen your jade pendant? During this time, did you come into contact with anyone? The treasury had been completely ransacked, a crime he could not absolve Qin Feng of. Yet, he found it hard to believe that Qin Feng would commit such a foolish act. Qin Feng pondered carefully and after a moment replied, I think I may have interacted with someone from the Feather Sword sect, though my memory is somewhat hazy. Nevertheless, I suspect that this matter is closely related to them. Continue, Xuanhuan commanded in a low voice. The Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect have been at odds due to the affairs of the Great Yin dynasty. They possess the motive to deliberately incite discord between us and the Heavenly Sword sect, Qin Feng analyzed meticulously. How could the Heavenly Sword sect's identity token have ended up in the underground passage? The Grand Elder interrupted. What passage? Qin Feng was taken aback. He was indeed unaware, and it was evident he was not feigning ignorance. The Grand Elder recounted the entire series of events and discoveries. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and spoke solemnly. If they were capable of stealing my jade pendant, then they could just as easily have taken the identity token from the Heavenly Sword sect. On that day, someone from the Feather Sword sect must have clashed with someone from the Heavenly Sword sect. Upon hearing this, the others began to doubt the Feather Sword sect as well. Qin Feng's reasoning was sound. Even if it were the work of the Feather Sword sect, How would they know the location of our Blood Cloud sect's treasury? The Grand Elder's eyes narrowed. There must be an insider. Without hesitation, Xuanhuan replied, Indeed. The Grand Elder continued, The Yu family has been absent for a month, yet not a single one has returned. Master, this matter is undoubtedly connected to the Yu family. Xuanhuan fell silent. He understood the implication of the Grand Elder's words all too well. As the ancestor of the great wilderness dragon clan, he could choose not to hold Xuanhuan accountable. But he would seize this opportunity to annihilate the Yu family. In the future, the Blood Cloud sect would be left with only the Qin and Dragon families. The Qin family, having endured the trials of Qin Xianyu, had transformed significantly. He found himself at a crossroads, unable to make a decisive choice. Of course, the Grand Elder smirked. This matter could also be a fabrication by the Heavenly Sword sect, employing reverse psychology to deliberately sow discord between the Blood Cloud sect and the Feather Sword sect. Xuanhuan's gaze flickered, ultimately conceding. This matter would be handled entirely by the Grand Elder, tasked with retrieving the lost treasures of the sect. In his view, the importance of Xuanhuan and the Yu family was not a matter worthy of contemplation. Yes, Sectmaster. The Grand Elder bowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips. The sect's treasures had surely not yet departed from the Blood Cloud sect, and their recovery was undoubtedly feasible. However, seizing this opportunity to annihilate the Yu family was his true objective. Sectmaster. At that moment, an urgent voice resounded from beyond the hall. Members of the Heaven Sword sect have fled in fear of punishment. How could this be? Before Xuanhuan could speak, the Grand Elder jolted in surprise. Could it truly be the work of the Heaven Sword sect? If they were innocent, why would they flee? Regardless, this matter was undoubtedly entwined with them. Others echoed his sentiments. Pursue them. Not a single one shall escape. Xuanhuan commanded coldly. Should they truly have eluded capture, Xuanhuan would certainly face accusations of colluding with the Heaven Sword sect. Furthermore, the treasures within the sect's vault would likely remain irretrievable. As his words fell, the Grand Elder had already vanished from the hall. In the night, a dozen figures raced through the forest, pursued relentlessly from behind. Split up and flee. I will hold them off. At least one of us must survive to return to the sect. A voice called out. Senior brother, Ning Bujian, filled with reluctance, gazed at a middle-aged man ahead. Go now? The middle-aged man urged, taking flight into the air. At his command, the dozen figures swiftly dispersed in various directions. Ning Bujian, with remarkable speed, dashed away, heedless of his own life. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth clenched, his mind swirling with countless thoughts. What troubled him most was the sudden aggression of the Blood Cloud sect against them. Was there truly irrefutable evidence? Yet, they had done nothing wrong. Even if they had, the Blood Cloud sect should not have resorted to killing them. Yet, the events had transpired as such. The Blood Cloud sect had struck ruthlessly, claiming several lives in a single encounter. To survive, they had no choice but to break free from the Blood Cloud sect. Even now, he found the situation surreal. At this moment, his sole thought was to return to the Heaven Sword sect. No matter what, he must seek justice for his fallen comrades. With this determination, his speed intensified. Blood Cloud Peak. The Grand Elder arrived promptly, the thick scent of blood assaulting his senses, and his gaze fell upon the numerous corpses strewn about, some belonging to the Blood Cloud sect, others to the Heaven Sword sect. His expression was grim. With the grand competition of the 5 major sects approaching, such an incident had occurred. Regardless of whether the theft was indeed perpetrated by the Heaven Sword sect, they would never let this matter rest. And what of the members of the other 3 major sects? The Grand Elder inquired, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. They are still present. A disciple responded. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth, a flicker of murderous intent emanating from him. At that moment, a large hand rested upon his shoulder. It was Xuanhuan who had arrived. He cast a sweeping glance around and declared, Wait. The Grand Elder took a deep breath, gradually regaining his composure. He had nearly lost his restraint, contemplating the drastic measure of annihilating the representatives of the other 3 sects and framing the Tianjian sect for the act. Just then, Lin Qiyeh emerged with Lin Wufeng and the others. Esteemed guests, please inform Sect Master Qin that the Yujian sect withdraws from this grand competition. We shall take our leave. Lin Qiyeh stated, directing his gaze at the Grand Elder. No one is permitted to leave. The Grand Elder barked, a formidable aura surging towards Lin Qiyeh and his companions. I, representing the Yujian sect, am willing to accept the last place in this sect competition. Do you intend to resort to murder and silence us? Lin Qiyeh gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he shouted at the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this, the cultivators from Xuanhuan Mountain and Xuantiangu came forth. Visibly shaken by the Grand Elder's murderous aura, they were already aware of the events concerning the Tianjian sect, and, had they been in the same position, would likely have resorted to similar measures. Consider carefully, the Tianjian sect is formidable enough to trouble you. You ought not to seek enmity with the Yujian sect any further. If you dare, then kill us. Lin Qiyeh sneered, sweeping his sleeve dramatically. We are leaving. With that, he and Lin Wufeng swiftly made their way down the mountain. Xuanhuan Mountain withdraws from this grand competition. Please notify Sect Master Qin. We shall take our leave. The representatives of Xuanhuan Mountain echoed, hastily departing. With their exit, Xuantiangu saw no reason to linger either. Farewell, they declared, eager to depart. Observing the retreat of the three sects, Xuanhuan and the Grand Elder's expressions darkened, as if they were on the verge of dripping water. They exchanged a glance, instantly reaching a mutual understanding. If we do not act decisively now, we never shall. Chapter 123. Within the plan in the depths of the ancient forest, Lin Qiyeh swiftly navigated through the trees, accompanied by Lin Wufeng and the others. Will the Cloud King and the Blood Cloud sect truly resort to murder to silence us? Yun Lianxin's pallid complexion was marred by beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He was uncertain of Lin Qiyeh's Group-S capabilities, but could sense the terrifying aura of the Blood Cloud sect's Grand Elder. Such a presence was akin to that of a saint-level practitioner, a force that could extinguish their lives with but a mere finger. Of course, they had already slain members of the Heavenly Sword sect, irrevocably incurring their wrath. Lin Qiyeh remarked calmly, as long as we leave no survivors among the other three major sects, we can easily frame any one of them, though it is likely that we will be blamed. At his words, Yun Lianxin's scalp prickled with dread. Young master, please do not frighten him, Lin Wufeng interjected, rolling his eyes. Yun Lianxin was evidently timid. What if he were to betray them out of fear? Enough, Lin Qiyeh abruptly halted. Old Bai, escort them back to Dian. Bai Yuming nodded in acknowledgement. Without hesitation, Lin Wufeng and the others followed Bai Yuming as they swiftly departed. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed, and in an instant, he vanished into the forest. Meanwhile, the individuals from Snow God Mountain left Blood Cloud Peak without a moment's pause. They understood that the Blood Cloud sect had refrained from slaying them at Blood Cloud Peak due to the presence of numerous witnesses. Now that they had departed, there was no doubt they would be pursued. Splitting up was imperative. At all costs, someone must return to Snow God Mountain. The leader of the Snow God Mountain team wore a grave expression. You cannot return. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from above. At that moment, a crimson palm strike descended from the sky, hurtling directly towards them. The members of Snow God Mountain turned pale at the sight. Boom! As the palm strike landed. Out of more than 20 figures, only 3 managed to escape, with the rest crushed into a gruesome pulp. The 3 survivors were engulfed in panic. Their worst fears had materialized. The Blood Cloud sect truly intended to eliminate them, and their pursuers were upon them with alarming swiftness. Looking up, they saw a figure hovering in the air, coldly gazing down at them, devoid of any emotion. They recognized the individual, the Grand Elder of the Blood Cloud sect. Flee! A commanding shout rang out, and the 3 immediately darted in different directions. Humph! The Grand Elder scoffed, raising a hand to unleash 3 beams of light that shot towards the fleeing trio. Thud! 2 sharp sounds pierced the air, followed by the anguished cries of 2. Just as the Grand Elder prepared to turn away, he paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Looking down, he spotted a figure rapidly retreating into the distance, on the verge of vanishing from sight. What is happening? Is it not merely an Emperor-level practitioner? Why has it not been eliminated? He was about to pursue when an icy chill gripped his heart, prompting him to swiftly evade to the side. A radiant white sword finger shot skyward, almost grazing his scalp, resembling a resplendent silver moon. The Snow Moon Sword Finger. The Grand Elder's pupils constricted. The Snow Moon Sword Finger was a unique technique of the Snow God Mountain. Could it be that a formidable figure from the Snow God Mountain was present? In an instant, a wave of intense unease surged within him. The scene of him slaughtering the cultivators of the Snow God Mountain replayed in his mind. How dire would it be if a powerful being from there witnessed it? Show yourself, spirit of deception, the Grand Elder barked. his divine sense erupting as he meticulously scanned every corner within several miles. Yet he found nothing. There were no traces of anyone around. Gritting his teeth, he gazed in the direction of the last fleeing disciple of the snow god mountain, preparing to pursue further. Suddenly, that menacing aura enveloped him once more. Another snow moon sword finger was unleashed, its power even greater than before. He narrowly evaded this perilous strike. Dare to move an inch, and I shall annihilate your entire lineage. A chilling voice resonated through the void. The Grand Elder trembled at the audacity of such words. With his cultivation at the late stage of the sacred profound realm, few in Yun Prefecture would dare speak to him in such a manner. Yet, he felt compelled to exercise caution. With the adversary concealed and he exposed, he would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Moreover, the opponent's means of concealment were terrifyingly potent. The Grand Elder remained on high alert, continually surveying his surroundings. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qiyeh, the one who had just attacked, had already departed. To his bemusement, he found himself devoid of encounters with the people from the Xuanhuan Valley. Logically, given the locations of the Yujian sect and the Xuanhuan Valley to the southwest of the Blood Cloud sect and the Snow God Mountain to its northwest, he should have encountered members of the Xuanhuan Valley first. This group likely avoided them by choosing a different route. A headache began to form for Lin Qiyeh. As it stood, even if he wished to assist, it would be futile. Once he departed from the Blood Cloud Peak, the sacred profound realm experts of the Blood Cloud sect would undoubtedly strike when no one was around. Upon contemplating this, his expression shifted dramatically as he instantaneously transformed into the visage of the Grand Elder of the Blood Cloud sect. He then soared into the air, releasing his divine sense without restraint. Suddenly, he detected two figures hastily flying towards the east of Blood Cloud Peak. Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. The Xuanhuan Valley's members were indeed cautious, retreating from the opposite direction. Were they planning to return to the Xuanhuan Valley by sea? He was intrigued by how the two sacred realm experts of the Blood Cloud sect had discerned their escape route. Under the cloak of night, he stealthily followed them. Soon, he unraveled the mystery. The two sacred profound realm experts were capable of communicating with mystical beasts. This revelation eased his mind, for the Blood Cloud sect possessed numerous mystical creatures, and most of the beasts in this mountain range were likely under the sect's command. Just as he prepared to continue his pursuit, he suddenly noticed two figures emerging from a nearby pond. The two individuals swiftly ascended to the shore and dashed fervently towards the east. Lin Qiyeh smiled knowingly, realizing he had underestimated others. Materialized objects, capable of obstructing the probing of divine consciousness, included water among their ranks. These two had evidently capitalized on this fact. Moreover, it was nighttime, and the depths of the water were pitch black. Even those at the Saint Profound realm might struggle to see clearly. The people from Xuantiangu had far more wit than those from Shueshan Mountain. Lin Qiyeh chuckled inwardly, surmising that the others from Xuantiangu were likely fleeing towards the sea with the same notion. Once they submerged into the ocean, even those at the Saint Profound realm would find it exceedingly difficult to pursue them. Divine consciousness would encounter severe hindrances in the water, making the search for an individual akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. He couldn't help but marvel at the boundless ingenuity of humanity. Yet, he pondered whether the people from the Heavenly Sword sect had successfully escaped. He silently mourned for the Heavenly Sword sect. Initially, he had only intended to plunder the Blood Cloud sect's treasury, not to frame the Heavenly Sword sect, but rather all four major sections. Indeed, his original plan was to entangle himself within the scheme, thoroughly muddling the waters. The four major sects joining forces to raid the Blood Cloud sect's treasury? It sounded exhilarating. However, he had never anticipated that the Heavenly Sword sect would proactively seek trouble with them. When had Lin Qiyeh ever suffered a loss? Should one dare to scheme against him, he would annihilate them all without lifting a finger. From the moment he witnessed Lin Wufeng spitting blood, he understood the latter's thoughts. How could Ning, merely at the early stage of the divine mystical realm, possibly be Lin Wufeng's match? Even more surprising was Qin Feng's audacity to instigate trouble. Since he was oblivious to the impending danger, Lin Qiyeh decided to include Qin Feng in his machinations as well. The plan had thus succeeded. Lin Qiyeh smirked slightly, anticipating the impending downfall of the Blood Cloud sect. Chapter 124. Infamous in the Great Wilderness Imperial City in the Imperial Palace of Tianhuang City, within the Royal Garden. Two exquisite visages were reflected upon the surface of the lake. One, a paragon of beauty and vigor, and the other, a captivating presence, as delicate as a wisp of smoke. These two were none other than Lin Qiyeh and Lin Qiyeh. With a heavy heart, Lin Qiyeh gazed at Lin Qiyeh and implored, "Sister Lin Qiyeh, are you truly set on departing? With the demise of our father, the annihilation of the Yu family, and the collapse of Dian, I find myself bereft of a path to return." A sorrowful smile graced Lin Qiyeh's lips. Her spirit diminished compared to her former self. The vibrant girl, now seemingly a shadow of her past. "Why not remain in the great wilderness and keep me company?" Lin Qiyeh offered, earnestly grasping Lin Qiyeh's hand in a bid to retain her. "For all your kindness, dear Qiyeh, I am grateful. In the future, I shall visit you, should the opportunity arise," Lin Qiyeh replied, shaking her head in refusal. Lin Qiyeh sighed. "Have you contemplated your destination?" Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment before responding, "Previously, I lacked the freedom to explore. Now that I am liberated, I long to visit Sanzhou and Lingzhou. Perhaps I might discover a city that captures my heart, and choose to settle there." Lin Qiyeh retrieved a small box from her bosom and pressed it into Lin Qiyeh's embrace. As Lin Qiyeh prepared to decline, Lin Qiyeh's expression hardened. "This is but a token of my affection. When one ventures out, it is prudent to have some means. I, too, wish to embark on my own journey someday." "Thank you, dear Sister Qiyeh," Lin Qiyeh replied, inhaling deeply. Before long, Lin Qiyeh escorted Lin Qiyeh beyond the palace gates, bidding her a reluctant farewell. With a heavy heart, she returned to the palace, feeling as though a profound bond had formed during their time together in confinement. As fellow princesses of the empire, they shared a connection that felt both poignant and overdue. Upon returning to her chamber, night had already fallen. She took a deep breath, dispelling the shadows that lingered, and unfolded a map to scrutinize it closely. With Dian in disarray and the northern army advancing towards the imperial city, the opportunity for an assault was ripe. General Xiang Tianfang had commenced gathering troops. This time, they must breach the Yinyun Pass and seize Yanbei City. Lin Qiyeh's gaze flickered with determination as she declared coldly, "Once we conquer Dian, I shall ensure the demise of the scoundrel who imprisoned me." The memories of her escape back to the great wilderness ignited a fierce anger within her. This torment was a bitter taste she had never experienced before. "You have no chance left." As the chilling voice echoed, Lin Qiyeh's countenance shifted dramatically. This voice was all too familiar, haunting her dreams countless times. Just as she prepared to cry for help, a hand swiftly covered her mouth, and her consciousness began to blur. "So, you found your way back to the great wilderness palace, making it easy for me to locate you." The indifferent murmurs resumed. A shadowy figure produced a burlap sack, ensnaring Lin Qiyeh within, and quietly departed from the palace. In Yanbei City, at the northern prince's residence, Lin Qiyeh reclined beneath a tree, his eyes slightly glazed. It had been nearly half a month since he left the Blood Cloud sect. Yanbei City is situated to the west of the Blood Cloud sect, with a mere 1,000 miles separating the two. Lin Qiyeh leads a life of serene contentment, devoting his days to cultivation and slumber. Naturally, he dedicates time each day to attentively assimilate intelligence relayed from the Great Yin and the Great Dragon. On the side of the Great Yin, Lin Qiyeh commands an army of over 100,000, embarking on a campaign against the northern territories. Upon encountering fierce resistance from the aristocratic clans during the siege of the first city, he unleashed his wrath, annihilating 10 clans of the noble families. Anyone with even a slight connection to these clans was uprooted, resulting in the massacre of tens of thousands. His infamous reputation spread anew throughout the Great Yin. From that moment onwards, he swiftly captured cities and territories, seemingly invincible. It is anticipated that it shall not be long before the northern front of the Great Yin is stabilized. As for the Great Dragon, the forces of Luotian City burgeon like a rolling snowball, growing ever larger, under the pretext of rescuing the Holy Emperor of the Great Dragon. And with the assistance of Murong Luoqing, the cities offer no resistance, surrendering their arms without a fight. Had he not heeded Lin Qiyeh's directive to deliberately decelerate his advance, he would have likely reached Long City by now. However, Lin Qiyeh's focus remained steadfastly on obliterating the Blood Cloud sect. The demise of this sect would place the two empires, the two sects, and the Tianyu mountain range firmly within his grasp. At present, he awaits news of the other 3 sects' representatives converging upon the Blood Cloud sect. Half a month has already elapsed. It should not be long now. With a year remaining, He should be preparing to journey to the Great Feather. Lin Qiyeh mused internally. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiaodian has been away for nearly a year, and the 2-year appointment draws ever closer. Naturally, he cannot neglect the safety of his parents. Master. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Shortly thereafter, a figure leapt down from the surrounding wall. Lin Qiyeh slowly opened his eyes. Wuxin. Why on earth are you? His words were abruptly cut short as he beheld Lin Wuxin carrying a burlap sack, his expression morphing into one of bewilderment. Who have you captured this time? Lin Wuxin remained silent, directly unveiling the sack, revealing a pale, yet stunningly beautiful visage before Lin Qiyeh. He stood agape, stammering, Long Feishue, you truly brought her back? With an impassive expression, Lin Wuxin replied, this woman actually fled back to the great wilderness. I pursued her relentlessly, finally catching up to her at the great wilderness palace, but I did not encounter you, Ling Yan. Lin Qiyeh's lips twitched. This fellow seems to have tangled with Long Feishue, having pursued her all the way to the great wilderness palace, and yet he successfully brought her back. By the way, Wuxin, I heard from her own lips that the great wilderness's Xiaodi Fang is preparing to lead troops to attack Yinyun Pass. Lin Wuxin's demeanor grew cold. Oh. Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow, slightly taken aback, though not overly surprised. The great Yin is now in utter disarray. How could the great wilderness dynasty possibly miss such an opportunity? Scoundrel, I shall kill you. At that moment, Long Feishue suddenly awoke, glaring at Lin Wuxin. If you have the capability, then kill me. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life? Lin Wuxin's expression remained frigid. You foolish one, if you wish for my hand to strike, I shall not comply. It would be utterly disgraceful. Scoundrel, if you do not intend to kill me, then release me. I shall not. The two exchanged barbs, one icy and the other fiercely defiant. Lin Qiyeh observed this exchange with a smile, sensing the peculiar atmosphere. Were these two not engaging in a playful banter? Wuxin, you must keep a vigilant watch this time. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, reluctant to interrupt their interaction. Lin Wuxin, with a grave demeanor, assured, rest assured, my lord, I shall never allow her to escape again. No worries, should she flee, we can simply recapture her. Lin Qiyeh waved dismissively. With Lin Wuxin's prowess, she could seize Long Feishue at any moment. Upon hearing their conversation, Long Feishue's gaze suddenly shifted to Lin Qiyeh. Who are you? A scoundrel who would capture his own kin dares to address him as my lord. It was evident that this individual was far from ordinary. Lin Qiyeh rose, smiling warmly at Long Feishue. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh? Long Feishue's enchanting eyes narrowed slightly. Suddenly, as if recalling something, her eyes widened in horror, and her feet quickly pushed against the ground, retreating rapidly as if she had encountered something terrifying. She curled her body defensively and cried out, do not come any closer. Chapter 125. The sword hidden in the heart. Lin Qiyeh gazed at Long Feishue in silence, his heart heavy with helplessness. What could he do? His notorious reputation preceded him, an extravagant wastrel, a bully of both men and women, none of which were commendable titles. Wuxin, arrange for a few people to keep an eye on her. If she dares to flee again, you are to deal with her accordingly, Lin Qiyeh said suddenly, his tone fierce. Long Feishue curled up in fear, trembling as if she had plummeted from paradise into the depths of hell. Lin Wuxin looked at Lin Qiyeh with confusion. Young master, what shall we do with her? Shall we kill her? Lin Qiyeh rubbed his forehead, observing Lin Wuxin's cold demeanor, and felt a sense of despair. Each day she was consumed by violence. It seemed he would remain single for life, relying solely on his strength. Clearing his throat, he replied, it's not about that. He faltered halfway through. You'll have to figure it out for yourself. You brought her back, so you must decide. Lin Qiyeh patted Lin Wuxin on the shoulder, sighed softly, and turned to leave. Figure it out myself? Lin Wuxin scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Seeing this, Long Feishue suddenly realized that Lin Wuxin was not as terrifying as she had imagined. At least he was preferable to Lin Qiyeh. In the next moment, Lin Wuxin drew his sword, preparing to take action. Long Feishue was taken aback. At that instant, Lin Wuxin entered through the door. Wuxin, what are you doing? Do not kill anyone in the Wangfu. Lin Wuxin frowned, casting a glance at Long Feishue. With a stern expression, Lin Wuxin replied, the young master instructed me to deal with her. Lin Wuxin was taken aback, looking at Lin Wuxin with bewilderment. The young master told you to deal with her, not to kill her. What should I do then? Lin Wuxin furrowed his brow. He was too lazy to monitor Long Fei to prevent her from escaping. A swift resolution seemed preferable. Lin Wufeng chuckled mischievously. If you don't know what to do, why not visit a brothel and let a few girls teach you? A brothel? Lin Wuxin was momentarily stunned. Then his face flushed crimson. Even he understood the implication. He glared at Lin Wufeng. Lin Wufeng, let us settle this one-on-one. I could kill someone, but how could I stoop to such actions? Enjoy yourself, Lin Wufeng said, disappearing in an instant. Lin Wuxin ground his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Long Fei, and inexplicably, his face turned beet red. He raised his hand and swung the sword, its light flashing through the air. Long Fei, you closed her eyes in despair. However, she did not feel pain. Instead, her hands felt significantly lighter. Opening her eyes once more, she looked at Lin Wuxin in astonishment. While I haven't changed my mind, you may leave. Lin Wuxin turned away. Leave? Long Fei was momentarily stunned. This scoundrel was actually letting her go? She found it hard to believe. While she wanted to escape, the thought of traversing mountains and valleys made her feel uneasy. The last time she had fled with Lin Qiyeh, they had encountered two mysterious beasts. Fortunately, the two demonic beasts possessed relatively low cultivation levels, allowing the two individuals to narrowly escape a calamity. She had her powers sealed, and the chance of returning alive to the great wilderness seemed exceedingly slim. Why do you let me go? For reasons unknown, she inexplicably voiced the question that lingered in her heart. Lin Wuxin, without turning back, replied, although my master has not commanded me to kill you, if he were to instruct me to do so, I would not defy his orders. Yet, I find it burdensome to carry this in my heart. Thus, it is better to release you. Long Fei was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Lin Wuxin's decision to let her go stemmed from such reasoning. Suddenly, she perceived this insufferable rogue as somewhat despicable, yet also rather innocent. She then coldly remarked, if you wish to let me go, then you should unseal my powers. I'm free to leave if I choose. Lin Wuxin, disinterested, vanished in an instant. Rascal. Long Fei stomped her foot in frustration, her chest heaving with emotion. In the study, Lin Qiyeh extended his consciousness, attuned to the movements outside. Observing Lin Wuxin's actions, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. Could it be that this scoundrel is not merely pretending? This fellow may have some potential. I sense a promising outcome, Lin Wufeng remarked with a grin. Wuxin is not as calculative as you, Lin Qiyeh retorted, rolling his eyes. Lin Wufeng shrugged, saying, Master, I believe we should assist them in some manner. I am quite curious to see how Wuxin behaves in matters of romance. You may arrange it as you see fit. Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Now what is it you wish to discuss? Lin Wufeng's expression turned serious as he reined in his smile. I have just received word that the members of the three major sects have already returned. And the Heavenly Sword sect has even sent someone to the Feather Sword sect. Lin Qiyeh was not surprised. They wished to incite the Feather Sword sect into action. Although some from the three major sects have made it back, many more have perished. It is worth noting that those who participated in the grand competition among the 5 sects were the top talents of their respective sections. How could the major sects possibly swallow this grievance? Lin Wufeng nodded in agreement. The Heavenly Sword sect has stated that they will invite the Snow God Mountain and the Xintian Valley to take action, scheduled for 7 days hence. Has news of the Feather Sword sect's situation leaked? Lin Qiyeh inquired. No, all information was sealed that very night. The only exception was Yun Lianxin, who left the Feather Sword sect, but I have already arranged for him to be returned, Lin Wufeng replied with certainty. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly. The Blood Cloud sect is doomed. Lin Wufeng pressed on. Master, once the Blood Cloud sect is eradicated, will we then turn our attention to the Great Wilderness and the Daong dynasty? First, we shall secure the Great Yin and the Great Long, and deal with the Morong family subsequently, Lin Qiyeh stated, shaking his head. Although the Morong family is still unaware of Yu Qingquan's demise, they remain a ticking time bomb. Moreover, to truly utilize Murong Luoqing to our advantage, he must be rendered free of distractions. Very well, I shall first assist Wuxin in capturing Long Fei. Lin Wufeng replied with a mischievous smile as he turned to depart. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, offering no opposition. From childhood, Lin Wuxin had always been reclusive. His sole interest lay in the art of killing, indifferent to all else. Even with the extermination of the Yujin sect and the fulfillment of his vendetta, the demon of slaughter within him remained, akin to a wild beast confined in a cage, poised to break free at any moment. Only he and Lin Wuxing could help suppress Lin Wuxin's inner turmoil. Should they manage to capture Long Feishuo, it might indeed quell the malevolent force within Lin Wuxin. Once a person has something to anchor them, they develop reservations. He had never envisioned transforming his brother into a mere machine of slaughter. Taking a deep breath, he formed a seal with his hands. With a whoosh, a white shadow materialized in the study. "Are we ready to commence?" Bai Yuming inquired, his expression grave. Lin Qiyeh nodded and asked, "Have the wolf clan arrived?" "They have long been lurking around the Blood Cloud sect," Bai Yuming replied coolly. "The wolf clan has the power to obliterate the Blood Cloud sect. Why then orchestrate a scheme to provoke the other three major sects?" With a light laugh, Lin Qiyeh responded, "Which poses a greater threat, a sword brandished in the open or one concealed in the shadows?" Bai Yuming fell silent. The wolf clan may indeed annihilate the Blood Cloud sect, but what follows? How will the three major sects react? Lin Qiyeh shook his head, asserting, "The three major sects will undoubtedly harbor trepidation towards the wolf clan, perhaps even joining forces against the Tianyu mountain range. The wolf clan fears nothing." Bai Yuming's gaze turned icy. "It is not the wolf clan that is unafraid, it is you. Even if you emerge victorious, the Tianyu mountain range will be rendered nearly inoperable." Lin Qiyeh sighed. Once the three major sects no longer regard the Tianyu mountain range with caution, the Dao, Xuanhuan, and Sword Dynasty will undoubtedly turn their sights on the Great Dragon. Given your extensive encounters with these three imperial factions, do you truly believe my current forces can withstand their onslaught? Bai Yuming shook his head in silence. "Very well, let us proceed to the Blood Cloud sect," Lin Qiyeh declared as he rose to his feet. Bai Yuming was taken aback. "Just the two of us?" "That is sufficient," Lin Qiyeh replied with a narrowed-eyed smile, his form shifting instantaneously. Bai Yuming's pupils constricted sharply at the sight. Chapter 126. The Struggle for Survival. Blood Cloud sect within the Grand Hall. All the formidable figures of the sect congregated, the atmosphere steeped in gravity. The sect leader announced, "The representatives from the four major sects are en route." The Grand Elder inhaled deeply, his expression fraught with intensity. The Heavenly Sword sect is led by Vice Sect Master Ning Feishan, while the Xiantian Valley is represented by Grand Elder Xianbalian. As for the Snow God Mountain, the Mountain Master, Shui Bianyue, has come in person. As his words settled, a collective gasp reverberated through the hall. Xuanhuan furrowed his brow, his fists clenched tightly. What of the Feather Sword sect? There has been no word from them. The Grand Elder shook his head, leaving Xuanhuan momentarily stunned. Others around him displayed similar astonishment. How could the Feather Sword sect remain silent? From their understanding of Xuanhuan, the old sage, although he was usually restrained, would surely not let this advantageous situation slip away without a fight. It was evident that the Feather Sword sect was feeling guilty. The previous incident must have been orchestrated by them. At that moment, Qin Feng, lurking in the corner, suddenly spoke up, his voice laced with indignation. While others considered his words reasonable, their gazes towards him were laden with disdain, even contempt. Had he not instigated the rift between the Heavenly Sword sect and the Feather Sword sect, perhaps this calamity would never have unfolded. The irony was that he had implicated himself as well. Sect leader, this matter is not yet beyond redemption. The Grand Elder exhaled deeply. Xuanhuan regarded him with a detached gaze, fully aware of the Grand Elder's intentions. This old fox surely harbored ulterior motives. However, now was not the time for trivial disputes. The immediate priority was to safeguard the Blood Cloud sect. He narrowed his eyes and inquired, "Grand Elder, what solution do you propose? Speak." The Grand Elder surveyed the assembly before finally articulating, "Our treasury has been plundered, and this deed was not committed by the four major sections." "What?" A ripple of disbelief swept through the crowd. "Are you suggesting that we are to blame for this ourselves?" "The Grand Elder, are you out of your mind? By admitting such, we would be confessing to having wronged the innocent." As his words echoed, the hall erupted in chaos, akin to boiling water. Those present were all high-ranking members of the Blood Cloud sect, at the very least, formidable figures of the Emperor Xian realm. They were acutely aware of the nighttime ambush that led to the slaying of disciples from the four major sections. The Grand Elder coldly scrutinized the assembly. While the four major sects did not steal our treasury, they were also not the ones we dispatched to kill. At this proclamation, bewilderment washed over the crowd. A glint of cold resolve flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes. It was the Yu family who pilfered our treasury, framed the four major sects, and perpetrated the assassination of their disciples, casting the blame upon us. The crowd's pupils dilated in shock. This cunning old man seemed intent on annihilating the Yu family entirely. How treacherous! I oppose this. An irate voice rose from the throng. The assembly turned to a stooped, garbed elder cloaked in black, silence enveloping the hall. Though not a member of the Yu family, he maintained a close association with them. You oppose it? Do you wish to witness the downfall of the Blood Cloud sect? The Grand Elder let out a cold laugh, questioning whether the Yu family or the sect held greater significance. Naturally, the sect took precedence, the cloaked elder replied without hesitation. The Grand Elder smiled with satisfaction. However, the cloaked elder shifted his tone, arguing that if the sect could not even protect its own members, sacrificing the lives of innocent disciples for the sake of its safety rendered such a sect unworthy of existence. You, the Grand Elder seethed with rage. The others bowed their heads in contemplation. Indeed, while the Yu family had been cast aside this time, who could guarantee they would not be next? Would they not also find themselves as potential sacrifices? I would rather perish on the battlefield, at least I would die for the sect, rather than be abandoned and humiliated by it, the cloaked elder declared with resolute conviction. Upon finishing, he abruptly stood to leave, causing a stir among the crowd. Just then, a figure flashed forward, swiftly grasping the cloaked elder by the throat. The elder's expression changed dramatically, and before he could resist, his neck was mercilessly snapped. Long Mo, you are audacious, Xuanhuan roared, his gaze filled with murderous intent directed at the Grand Elder. Long Mo casually discarded the cloaked elder's lifeless body and bowed. Sect Master, I acted solely for the benefit of the sect. For the sect's benefit, why not let your Long family take the blame? Xuanhuan fumed in utter rage. Long Mo appeared intent on undermining the Yu family, even wishing for its annihilation. To kill in front of him, the sect master, was a blatant act of disrespect. Should the Long family fall, if it preserves the sect, we would willingly face any peril, no matter the cost, Long Mo replied calmly. Xuanhuan's fury burned within him. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Currently, the Blood Cloud sect was dominated by the Long family's strength, with nearly half of those present belonging to them. If the Long family were to perish, the Blood Cloud sect would face ruin as well. Silence enveloped the hall for an extended period. Everyone breathed heavily, the atmosphere thick with tension. After a long pause, Xuanhuan finally waved his hand, conceding. Proceed as you suggest. Long Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. The following day, news swiftly spread throughout the Blood Cloud sect and rapidly extended to the Great Wilderness and the Great Yin dynasty. The Yu family had plundered the sect's treasury, conspired against the talented disciples of the four major sects, and framed the sect for these misdeeds. The Yu family was expelled from the Blood Cloud sect, and a bounty was placed on any fleeing Yu family disciples. Upon the announcement, an uproar erupted within the Blood Cloud sect. At that moment, in a secluded courtyard of the sect, two figures sat facing each other. One, clad in purple, held a teacup, gently stirring the rising steam. The other, dressed in white, sighed. Are humans truly so treacherous? With this turn of events, the four major sects will likely hesitate to take action against the Blood Cloud sect. The Blood Cloud sect's strategy is clever, but it may be too late, the purple-clad man replied with a smile. With all four major sects converging, how could they possibly return empty-handed? Are you suggesting that the Blood Cloud sect must be eradicated? The man in white expressed surprise, laced with confusion. Old Bai, if you wish to strengthen the Wolf clan, you must adopt the perspective of the human race. The man in purple smiled faintly and gently set down his teacup. It was evident that the two individuals were Lin Qiyeh and Bai Yuming. However, their appearances had undergone a profound transformation, rendering them seemingly like entirely different beings. The perspective of the human race? Bai Yuming pondered thoughtfully. Wherever there is life, there will be competition. Lin Qiyeh gestured towards two trees not far away, stating, just like these two trees, one large and one small. The towering tree completely overshadows the smaller one, which, in stark contrast to the large tree's vitality, appears wilted and yellowed. If this continues, the smaller tree will undoubtedly wither away, becoming mere nourishment for the larger one. At this point, he pointed to another pair of trees, which had grown intertwined. In their case, only by progressing together can they coexist. Neither can overpower the other, ultimately fostering mutual dependence. Lin Qiyeh's demeanor remained tranquil, yet this was not a choice made by the trees. It was a necessity for survival. Given the chance, They would undoubtedly disrupt this delicate equilibrium. If nature behaves thus, how much more so humanity? With a pause, Lin Qiyeh sighed. This is the essence of natural selection. Chapter 127. Those who commit multiple wrongs will perish. Days have swiftly passed, and for the Blood Cloud sect, this period has been one of torment. The entire sect remains vigilant, poised for battle. For the first time in 3 centuries, the 4 great sects have launched an assault. On this day, a divine rainbow streaked across the sky, descending outside the gates of the Blood Cloud sect. Xuanhuan, come forth and meet your demise. The domineering voice echoed through the Blood Cloud sect, startling many. Moments later, several figures descended from the peak of Blood Cloud Mountain, appearing before the sect's entrance. The leader among them was none other than Xuanhuan. Before he could speak, Mo turned his gaze to a black-clad elder at the forefront, offering a slight bow. Brother Ning, we have thoroughly investigated the previous matter. It was orchestrated by the Yu family, and we have dealt with them accordingly. Humph. The black-clad elder, Ning Feishang, coldly scoffed. The death of my heavenly sword sect's disciples must be handled by my sect. If you claim to have dealt with the Yu family, where are their corpses? Mo's heart trembled. He had contemplated various responses and prepared himself for confrontation, yet he never anticipated that Ning Feishang would demand the bodies of the Yu family members. Do you think such trivial tricks can fool an old man? Ning Feishang sneered. Has the time for retribution already begun? How could it proceed without my Xintian Valley? Another divine rainbow appeared, revealing a middle-aged man in a golden robe accompanied by dozens of followers. Brother Xian, Mo inclined his head slightly. We have truly investigated this matter. We have slain many from the Yu family, yet some have already escaped. Is the Yu family not a part of your Blood Cloud sect? The golden-robed man, Xian Balian, maintained an indifferent expression. I do not care how many you have slain. However, for the deaths of my Xintian Valley disciples, I demand 100-fold retribution. 11 of my disciples perished, and I require 1,100 lives in return, not a single one less. Compared to Ning Feishang, Xian Balian's demeanor was even more tyrannical, and his words left no room for rebuttal. He did not call for the annihilation of the Blood Cloud sect, merely a simple act of vengeance. My Snow God Mountain has lost 28 disciples. Therefore, your Blood Cloud sect must pay with 2,800 lives. Before Mo could respond, a frigid voice rang out once more. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept through the air as a woman in a white dress descended from the heavens, accompanied by 4 others. The woman, veiled and with her features obscured, revealed only a pair of icy eyes, marked by a blue gemstone on her forehead. She exuded an aura that repelled any approach, reminiscent of an ancient iceberg. The Lord of Snow God Mountain, Xuanhuan, though she brought only 4 companions. Each was of the sacred profound realm, intensifying the pressure felt by Xuanhuan and Mo. The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect and Xintian Valley were not weak either. Each faction boasted at least 3 in the sacred profound realm. This was power that could rival the Blood Cloud sect. Esteemed guests, at this moment, Xuanhuan finally spoke up. Although the matter was instigated by the Yu family, the Blood Cloud sect could not evade its share of responsibility. We are willing to compensate you all with 1 million high-grade Xian crystals. Furthermore, we shall grant the 4 major sects free access to our secret realm for a decade. In an effort to quell this incident, he truly spared no expense. The sect's treasury had been plundered, and to produce several million high-grade Xian crystals was already his utmost limit. Such a sum seemed hardly sufficient, akin to casting crumbs to a beggar. Ning Feishang let out a cold sneer, while Xian Balian and Xuanhuan shared a similar disdain. Was 1 million high-grade Xian crystals truly a considerable amount? Xuanhuan's expression darkened, gritting his teeth as he declared, each sect would receive 2 million, but we require a decade's time, along with 20 years of access to the sect's secret realm. This decision was indeed a bold gamble. Should the 3 major sects remain unsatisfied, war would be inevitable. Had they forgotten about the Feathersword sect? Just then, a voice, cold and indifferent, broke the silence. Everyone looked up to see 2 figures soaring in from the south. Yu Qianquan. Someone gasped in astonishment. No one had anticipated that Yu Qianquan would personally intervene. The crowd regarded him with wary eyes, for he was a formidable character, cruel and cunning. Although his standing in the ancient Qin Empire had not been particularly high, he had almost single-handedly established the Feathersword sect. Little did they know, the true Yu Qianquan had long since perished. The The person before them was the architect of this very incident. Xuanhuan, I have heard that none of your Feather Sword sect members perished, Long Mayin said, fixing a chilling gaze upon him. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, well aware of Long Mayin's attempts to sow discord. How do you know my people have not died? Lin Qiyeh replied playfully. Was it not the Yu family that pursued them? Or was it your Long family? Do not speak nonsense. Long Mayin's expression shifted, taken aback by the counterattack. Brother Yu, regardless of the fate of your disciples, we shall still compensate, Xuanhuan hastily interjected. Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment, then stated, if this matter was indeed the work of the Yu family, it is worth considering. But what if it were not? Suddenly, Lin Qiyeh's eyes turned cold, a glint of murderous intent flashing. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that we lie? Ning Feixiang and Xian Balian's expressions darkened. Long Mayin attempted to speak again, but Lin Qiyeh interjected. To discern the truth, one need only inquire of the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. As far as I know, the Yu family has long since departed from the Blood Cloud sect, having gone to contend for the imperial throne of the Great Yin following the fall of the royal family. Nonsense! Long Mayin shouted in anger. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand lightly. In an instant, a series of boxes crashed to the ground, heads rolling out from within. The Great Yin royal family belongs to the Yu family of the Feather Sword sect. None shall dare to lay claim, Lin Qiyeh stated coolly, his eyes radiating a fierce, killing intent. I happened to pass by and took the liberty of eliminating them all. By the way, this occurred approximately a month ago. Long Imo trembled all over. Under normal circumstances, the news of the Yu family's downfall would have filled him with exhilaration. Yet now, he found himself unable to rejoice. A month prior, none from the 5 major sects had visited the Blood Cloud sect. How could the Yu family possibly frame them? The gazes of Shui Bianyu, Ning Feixiang, and Xian Bailian turned momentarily cold. This is slander. They are not from my Blood Cloud sect Yu family, Long Imo protested. Isn't it simple to ask the people of the Blood Cloud sect? Lin Qiyeh refrained from arguing, gesturing with a sweep of his hand, summoning 3 figures who instantly appeared before him. Tell me, are they members of the Yu family? Ning Feixiang demanded sternly. The 3 men, trembling with fear, shook their heads in terror, drenched in cold sweat. Are they or aren't they? Ning Feixiang pressed, unwilling to relent. Yes, they are from the Yu family. Just then, a loud shout rang out from among the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. Everyone turned to see a young man in black swiftly emerging from the crowd. Both Xuanhuan and Long Mo's expressions shifted dramatically. Long Imo reached out impulsively, aiming to strike the young man in black. However, Bai Yuming, standing beside Lin Qiyeh, was even quicker, seizing the young man and bringing him to Lin Qiyeh's side. What? Do you intend to silence him? Lin Qiyeh asked with a grin, then turned to the young man in black. Are you certain they belong to the Yu family? Absolutely. This one is the head of the Yu family, and this one is the 3rd elder, the young man in black replied. His face flushed with fury as he identified each severed head. Yu Xuanhuan, you must have bribed him. Long Imo bellowed. Long Imo, it is you who wishes to frame the Yu family, Elder Lu countered. After all, you personally killed Elder Lu in the sect's great hall. The young man in black's eyes burned with rage as he shouted, You think you can act without consequence? Little do you know, while men make their schemes, heaven is watching. Those who commit wrongful acts will inevitably meet their downfall. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in commotion. Chapter 128. With hidden intentions, Xuanhuan and Long Imo. Do you have anything further to say? Lin Qiyeh's expression remained impassive as he opened his palm, and a long sword materialized before him in an instant. This is slander. Long Imo erupted in fury, accusing, You have bribed him. He must have spoken as you instructed. Long Imo, I entered the Blood Cloud sect under Elder Lu's guidance. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The young man in black retorted angrily. Don't think I'm unaware. Not only have you suppressed the Yu family, but you also stifle any other talented disciples. Anyone who does not align with the Long family will fall victim to your schemes. As far as I know, senior brother Qin Yi was killed by you. Long Imo trembled violently. Xuanhuan's pupils constricted as he looked at Long Imo in disbelief. Qin Yi, a prodigy of the Qin family, disappeared 6 years ago during his training journey and has never returned. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh raised his hand and lunged forward with his sword, aiming directly at Long Imo. There is nothing more to discuss. Kill. Kill. Shui Bianyu, Ning Feixiang, and Xian Bailian acted without hesitation. Shui Bianyu waved his hand, and snowflakes danced around them, a chilling aura spreading forth. Xuanhuan sighed and rushed forward. Ning Feixiang and Xian Bailian engaged several Saint Profound Realm cultivators. In an instant, the air was filled with flashes of blades and swords, along with the incessant sounds of cries and wails. "Yu Qingquan, you shall perish." Long Mo was utterly enraged, akin to a raging storm. They could resolve this matter with just a small price. If it weren't for Yu Qingquan, the other three sects might not have intervened. Long Mo roared, his claws slicing through the air like a tempest, a blood-colored shadow materializing behind him, its claws striking fiercely towards Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh remained calm. With a wave of his hand, a myriad of white light swords erupted, filling the space with sword shadows. This was the sword domain realized by Yu Qingquan. Boom. Crashing sounds echoed as countless light swords shattered. Nothing extraordinary. Long Mo sneered repeatedly, his form resembling that of a dragon. As he suddenly lunged towards Lin Qiyeh's neck with a claw, Lin Qiyeh sighed softly. Although he imitated Yu Qingquan's attack methods, he ultimately could not unleash the true power of Yu Qingquan. As Long Mo's hand approached, he positioned his sword horizontally before him. Clang! A sharp sound rang out, sparks flying. Long Mo's hand grasped the sword's tip directly. Lin Qiyeh was slightly taken aback. This Long Mo possesses some strength. His physique is formidable. Now, this is intriguing. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Long Mo's hand, and he shook his head inwardly. It turned out that Long Mo's physical prowess was not exceptional. He wore a pair of pale yellow gloves, likely a treasure of considerable quality. His right hand trembled slightly, and he swiftly broke free from Long Mo's grasp. A surge of sword energy flowed into the blade, bursting forth. Puffed. The sword energy suddenly pierced through Long Mo's shoulder, causing him to retreat in pain. Lin Qiyeh advanced swiftly. As the thought stirred, the sword domain materialized once more. Countless white light, swords blossoming forth, and then descending upon Long Mo like raindrops. Long Mo's palms flailed chaotically, deflecting the sword energies, yet his body was also subjected to a brutal onslaught. Blood and flesh flying as he let out a furious roar towards the heavens. "Cease your wailing," Lin Qiyeh uttered nonchalantly, his profound energy surging as he thrust his sword. Long Mo hurriedly raised his hand to defend. However, this time fortune did not favor him. His palm, as fragile as a blank sheet of paper, was instantly pierced by Lin Qiyeh's blade. The sword twisted, sending his entire hand soaring into the air, blood gushing forth. "How is this possible?" Long Mo exclaimed in utter disbelief, his face a mask of horror. This treasured artifact was of the sacred rank, obtained at great cost from a secret realm, where he had eliminated numerous knowledgeable individuals. For decades, no blade had ever managed to breach it. This had been his confidence in confronting swords unarmed. Yet, he could hardly fathom that his opponent had so effortlessly shattered his defenses. "There is nothing impossible. Your reliance on treasures is excessive." Lin Qiyeh's indifferent voice echoed in his ears. Instinctively, Long Mo retreated, only to suddenly realize that his lower body was plummeting towards the ground. "Am I dead?" Panic enveloped him as his consciousness blurred, vitality swiftly draining away. Lin Qiyeh stood calmly, sword in hand, no longer casting a glance at Long Mo. In the distance, Shui Bianyu and Xuanhuan were locked in a fierce battle, neither gaining the upper hand. Ning Feixiang and Xian Bailian, despite facing two opponents, still maintained dominance. Lin Qiyeh chose not to intervene or continue the slaughter, with the death of a sacred realm practitioner. The imperial realm was destined to stir no significant waves. Ning Feixiang and Xian Bailian would surely keep their guard up against him. It was better to allow them to determine their own fates. Not making a move, Bai Yuming regarded Lin Qiyeh with a peculiar expression. "Did you not vow to annihilate the Blood Cloud sect? Why not seize this opportunity?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head. "The Blood Cloud sect is fated to cease to exist. Do not engage in unnecessary slaughter." Bai Yuming rolled his eyes in disbelief. Unnecessary slaughter? He did not buy it for a moment. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent surrounding Lin Qiyeh suggested he had taken countless lives. Moreover, it was he who instigated the downfall of the Blood Cloud sect. Now, choosing not to act seemed to indicate some ulterior motive. Lin Qiyeh squinted and smiled. One must allow the three major sects some opportunity. After all, the three major sects had dispatched 10 sacred realm practitioners and numerous imperial realm ones. The Blood Cloud sect could not possibly withstand such an assault. As time passed, The number of casualties continued to rise. The three major sects clearly held the upper hand. The Sacred Realm practitioners of the Blood Cloud sect were nearly annihilated, and the remaining Imperial Realm practitioners were dwindling, struggling to hold on. Stop! At that moment, Xuanhuan suddenly repelled Xue Bianyu and appeared atop Blood Cloud Peak. Upon hearing his command, everyone halted in their tracks. The gaze of the three major sects was fierce. They were not prepared to relent. Once hostilities had begun, they were determined to eradicate the Blood Cloud sect. Yu Qiankuan, Xue Bianyu, Ning Feixiang, and Xian Bailian. Xuanhuan's gaze passed over Lin Qiyeh and the others, and he stated, "Your objective is merely the annihilation of the Blood Cloud sect. I am willing to take my own life in atonement and dissolve the Blood Cloud sect. May I beg you to spare its disciples?" Xue Bianyu and the others remained silent, while the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect were expressions of shock. No one had anticipated that Xuanhuan would willingly sacrifice himself for their sake. "Very well," Lin Qiyeh suddenly interjected, "but the Long family must be eradicated." Upon hearing this, Xue Bianyu and the others furrowed their brows. A flicker of understanding crossed by Yoming's eyes. He seemed to grasp Lin Qiyeh's intentions. It was no wonder that this individual had only killed Long Mo and refrained from further attacks. He had other plans in mind. Flee! The Long family cultivators scattered like frightened birds. Clearly, regardless of the final outcome, the Long family was doomed to extinction. Just as Xue Bianyu and his companions prepared to act, an unexpected event unfolded. Xuanhuan slowly raised his palm and struck downward with fury towards the group of Long family cultivators. With a resounding boom, the Blood Cloud Peak trembled violently, and countless stones tumbled down. Most of the Long family cultivators were reduced to mere pulp. Even those who survived were gravely injured, buried beneath the rubble. Following this, Xuanhuan lifted his sword and executed a swift strike. Countless sword lights howled, ruthlessly slicing through the remnants of the devastation. Everyone was utterly astonished, as no one had anticipated Xuanhuan's decisiveness and brutality. In just a few words, he had obliterated the Long family. The Long family has been extinguished. Are you satisfied now? Xuanhuan inhaled deeply as he regarded Lin Qiyeh and the three others. Truly, he was worthy of being a sect leader. But it was a pity. Lin Qiyeh smirked coldly within. Xuanhuan possessed great resolve and was exceedingly decisive, undoubtedly attempting to create a situation of survival through desperation. However, things may not unfold as Xuanhuan envisioned. "It was you who promised, Yu Qiankuan." The old man made no such vow. As expected, Ning Fei's cold and indifferent voice resonated. The Qin family must also be eradicated. Chapter 129. A strategic move. Xuanhuan's eyes were bloodshot. The annihilation of the Long family had been a decisive and ruthless act on his part. However, when it came to his own family, the Qin clan, he hesitated. After all, this was his own kin. Xuanhuan, deep down, you yearn for the destruction of the Long family. What Yu Qiankuan has articulated resonates with your innermost thoughts. Ning Feixiang spoke again. Yet today, should you choose to eradicate the Qin clan, I shall refrain from targeting the Blood Cloud sect. In fact, the Blood Cloud sect may continue to exist. Xuanhuan's expression darkened severely, his fists clenched tightly. Wasn't this fellow just decisive moments ago? Why the sudden uncertainty? Bai Yuming discreetly communicated with Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. To extinguish the Long family is advantageous for him. It bears no detriment. The Long family is too powerful, oppressing the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect, and has covertly slain numerous members of the Qin clan. The Long family has incited widespread resentment within the Blood Cloud sect, where the disciples dare not voice their anger. As Ning Feixiang has stated, he would indeed prefer to obliterate the Long family. And this may have been part of his plan all along. It would quell the fury of the Blood Cloud sect's disciples, avenge those slain by the Long family, compel the four major sects to withdraw, and enable him to gain complete control over the Blood Cloud sect. A fourfold advantage. Bai Yuming was astonished. The human race is truly formidable. Their cunning knows no bounds, unlike his own demon kin. Yet, did he not declare his intent to commit suicide and dissolve the Blood Cloud sect? Bai Yuming remained perplexed. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, "If he perishes, the Qin family survives. With the Qin clan intact, the Blood Cloud sect remains. They can merely relocate. And you?" He suddenly fixed his gaze on Lin Qiyeh. Given his understanding of Lin Qiyeh, It seemed implausible that he would so readily relinquish the Blood Cloud sect. Why would he be the first to acquiesce to the conditions proposed by the Blood Cloud sect? Lin Qiyeh smiled enigmatically. Xuanhuan, I have already obliterated the Long family. You previously agreed to spare the Blood Cloud sect. Are you now reneging on your promise? At that moment, Xuanhuan turned his attention to Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh maintained a calm demeanor. He was well aware of Xuanhuan's intentions, which merely aimed to draw him to the opposing side of the three major sections. I shall not betray my word. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly and then addressed the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. Who among you wishes to withdraw from the Blood Cloud sect and join the Feather Sword sect may come forth. I assure your safety. Upon hearing Lin Qiyeh's initial statement, Xuanhuan felt a surge of hope. As long as Xuanhuan could assist, the chances of the Qin family's survival were significantly heightened. However, upon hearing the subsequent words, his countenance shifted dramatically. Shui Bianyu and the others were also taken aback. Bai Yuming, appearing composed, was inwardly bewildered. This fellow had evidently devised this scheme from the outset to win over the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect. It seemed genuinely plausible. After all, aside from slaying Long Mo, he had not harmed a single disciple of the Blood Cloud sect. Xuanhuan, you are despicable. Xuanhuan seethed with rage. Shui Bianyu and the others cast cold glances at Lin Qiyeh. Despicable? Xuanhuan, from the beginning to the end, aside from the Long family, I have not slain a single disciple of the Blood Cloud sect. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly, adding, you have certainly taken more lives than I have. It was you who personally brought about the downfall of the Long family. Naturally, the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect may join the Feather Sword sect, but the Qin family is an exception. Xuanhuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fury. Xuanhuan, the Blood Cloud sect must be eradicated. This is my decree. Ning Feixiang glared coldly at Lin Qiyeh, leaving no room for negotiation. Moments ago, they had been in a frenzy of killing. It was utterly absurd to think that the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect would join their three major sections. After all, there were still several hundred members of the Blood Cloud sect remaining, and those who had survived until now were all formidable experts. How could they possibly stand idly by while the Feather Sword sect grew in power? The members of the Qin family must perish, and the Blood Cloud sect must be destroyed. Xian Balian's stance was equally resolute. Only Shui Bianyu remained silent. Lin Qiyeh couldn't help but chuckle. Ning Feixiang and Xian Balian were indeed unwitting allies. If they had been willing to spare the ordinary disciples of the Blood Cloud sect, those individuals would certainly not risk joining the Feather Sword sect. However, the two's unwavering resolve only pushed the ordinary disciples of the Blood Cloud sect toward his side. After all, joining the Feather Sword sect had become their only chance for survival. I am willing to join the Feather Sword sect. So am I. Count me in. In the next moment, the ordinary disciples of the Blood Cloud sect surged toward Lin Qiyeh. I dare anyone to stop them. Ning Feixiang bellowed, raising his hand to strike at those individuals. Lin Qiyeh remained calm, showing no intention of retaliating. Beside him, Bai Yuming stepped forward to shield the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect, gently extending his palm to effortlessly block Ning Feixiang's attack. With a mere squeeze, his palm's energy erupted violently. Ning Feixiang's pupils constricted slightly. Who is this person, and how is he so powerful? At that moment, the ordinary disciples of the Blood Cloud sect rushed toward Lin Qiyeh at an alarming speed. Ning Feixiang and Xian Balian would not allow Lin Qiyeh to have his way. They prepared to strike once more. One more move, and you shall die. Bai Yuming furrowed his brow, an overwhelming aura of menace sweeping forth, his icy gaze akin to an abyss. Ning Feixiang and Xian Balian felt as if an invisible hand had grasped their throats, rendering their bodies completely unresponsive. What terrifying eyes! What dreadful ferocity! Where did this monster emerge from? Moments later, several hundred members of the Blood Cloud sect had gathered behind Lin Qiyeh. He cast a glance back, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. 8 were at the Emperor Xian realm, 27 at the Divine Xian realm, and the weakest among them were all above the Heavenly Xian realm. It was no surprise, after such prolonged conflict, those who survived were invariably the strong. However, even the strongest could not rival the Qin family. On the side of the Qin family, there were still over a dozen at the Emperor Xian realm and 30 to 40 at the Divine Xian realm. Bai Yuming gazed at the hundreds behind Lin Qiyeh, feeling deeply contemplative. While he had just conceived of the first layer of strategy, Lin Qiyeh had already envisioned the third layer. First, eradicate the Blood Cloud sect. At that moment, The previously silent Shui Bianyu suddenly spoke. Well, Ning Feixiang and Xian Bailian, upon hearing this, once again directed their attention towards Xuanhuan. They could not afford to provoke the creature known as Bai Yuming. The three great sects once again surrounded and sought to annihilate the Blood Cloud sect. Yet, to be precise, this time it was solely the members of the Qin family. Before long, a furious roar erupted from Xuanhuan, who was grievously wounded, a blade and a sword lodged in his chest, an arm severed and sent flying. Drenched in his own blood, a truly tragic sight. Yu Qiankuan, you are the one responsible for plundering the treasures of the Blood Cloud sect. Xuanhuan bellowed. In an instant, his body exploded into a sea of crimson mist. The trio of Shui Bianyu joined forces, leaving him no opportunity to flee. Almost simultaneously, the members of the Qin family were eradicated completely. Shui Bianyu and her companions fixed their icy gazes upon Lin Qiyeh. The words spoken by Xuanhuan before his death reverberated in their minds, leaving them uncertain of their veracity. However, it was undeniable that Yu Qiankuan stood as the greatest benefactor in this affair. The likelihood of such a claim was overwhelmingly high. The crux of the matter was that the three great sects had unwittingly become instruments in each other's hands. Do you believe his words? Clearly, he seeks to sow discord, Lin Qiyeh remarked indifferently, knowing full well that he would never acknowledge the truth of the matter. Just then, a series of wolf howls echoed through the air. The expressions of Shui Bianyu and her companions darkened. They could sense formidable auras approaching from the horizon. Before long, colossal beasts materialized before their eyes, each emanating an overwhelming presence that instilled great trepidation in them. What were the mystical beasts of the Tianyu mountain range doing here? Shui Bianyu raised an eyebrow. Yu Qiankuan, you are quite formidable, Ning Feixiang gritted his teeth. This matter will be remembered by my Xiantian Valley. Xian Bailian's eyes glinted with frost. With that, the three swiftly departed with their followers. In the direction of Lin Qiyeh and his companions' retreat, an arc of a smile crept upon their lips. Chapter 130, Cunning and Calculating, east of Blood Cloud Peak. A shadow glided silently over the surface of the sea, almost imperceptible. Upon closer inspection, it could be discerned that the feathers of this shadow emanated a faint golden luster, slightly less vibrant than that of Lin Qiyeh's steed, the little black creature. Clearly, the shadow was the esteemed guardian beast of the Blood Cloud sect, the black golden dragon eagle. A young man clad in black firmly grasped its feathers, his gaze frequently darting back towards the direction of Blood Cloud Peak, his eyes suffused with a crimson hue, exuding an air of ferocity. I, Qin Feng, solemnly vow that one day, the four major sects shall be uprooted without a trace. Qin Feng gritted his teeth. No sooner had he spoken than a series of earth-shattering wolf howls echoed through the air. Qin Feng's expression shifted slightly. In the next moment, he beheld colossal mystical beasts ascending Blood Cloud Peak. Their immense bodies radiated a formidable pressure that could be felt even from afar. Hurry, Qin Feng urged urgently. The black golden dragon eagle beneath him trembled slightly, accelerating its pace once more. To the west of Blood Cloud Peak, the disciples of the Blood Cloud sect were filled with trepidation as they witnessed the towering mystical beasts passing by. Their hearts racing as though they were caught in their throats, a sense of dread washing over them. They were terrifying, both in size and presence, evoking a profound awareness of their own insignificance. However, to their astonishment, these mystical beasts did not launch an attack against them. Master, when shall we depart? Someone finally dared to inquire. The sheer terror of these beasts was overwhelming. There were not only massive wolves, but also fierce tigers and soaring avians. If they were to engage, they would likely be no more than mere fodder. Depart? Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. You need not leave. You will remain here at the Blood Cloud sect. No, there is no longer a Blood Cloud sect. From now on, this place shall be known as Listening to the Sea Peak. The crowd was taken aback. Not leaving? Continuing to stay here? They could not help but swallow hard. Once disciples of the Blood Cloud sect, they had indeed encountered mystical beasts on numerous occasions, yet most had been ordinary ones. The beasts before them, however, were not without their sanctified ranks. You will continue your cultivation here. Should you earn the recognition of these mystical beasts, you may forge a contract with them. Lin Qiyeh added, as for your daily lives, you will carry on as before, but you must not leave Listening to the Sea Peak. Should the other three major sects learn of your presence here, they would undoubtedly return with vengeance. At that time, I cannot guarantee your safety. Yes, the disciples dared not refuse. Some began to feel a burgeoning excitement at the prospect of forming a contract with a powerful mystical beast. However, others were filled with suspicion regarding the relationship between Xuanhuan and the mystical beasts of the Tianyu mountain range. Could it be that they had formed an alliance? The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. They silently vowed to themselves that this secret must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, it would surely spell their doom. From this point onward, you shall all be under the supervision of Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh turned his gaze toward the young man in black beside him, the very one who had bravely stepped forward to expose Long Mo. Indeed, the crowd replied once more, their faces reflecting envy as they looked at the black-clad youth. Lin Qiyeh, in their hearts, a sense of regret began to brew. Had they known it would come to this, they would have taken the initiative to stand up as well. All right, everyone may disperse. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand. The hundreds present, not daring to linger, quickly scattered, leaving only Bai Yuming and Lin Qiyeh behind. Once they were alone, Lin Qiyeh suddenly bowed deeply, saying, Lin Qiyeh pays his respects to you, my lord. Lin Qiyeh promptly smiled and helped him to his feet. Bai Yuming, eyes wide in astonishment, exclaimed, you two know each other? A faint smile graced Lin Qiyeh's lips. Bai Yuming suddenly came to his senses. The internal map of Blood Cloud Sect. Was it you who provided it? Indeed, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Although a passage was excavated in the courtyard where the Heavenly Sword Sect resided, it had not connected within the courtyard itself. It was during my search that I took the opportunity to break through. Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly. That was merely a matter of stamping my foot. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand dismissively. It was almost 10 years ago. It has been arduous. Lin Qiyeh sighed. The images from a decade past still vividly etched in his memory. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, while Bai Yuming remained in a state of shock. Despite the clarity that flooded his mind, he suddenly felt a chill. Lin Qiyeh was truly formidable. Not only was his strength astonishing, but his level of cunning was equally terrifying. Had he begun plotting against Blood Cloud Sect a decade ago? How old was he then? 10. It was one thing for Lin Qiyeh to be extraordinary, but the individuals around him were equally remarkable. In just over 20 years, they were all at the divine profound realm. The young man named Lin Qiyeh was even at the emperor profound realm. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh turned to Bai Yuming and said, Old Bai, find a saint-level entity to come and sign a contract with Lin Qiyeh. Bai Yuming nodded in agreement, not declining the request. Although Lin Qiyeh was merely at the emperor profound realm, his talent was evident, and it was only a matter of time before he broke through to the saint profound realm. To forge a contract with him would undoubtedly be an honor for any spirit beast, with the wolf clan being his top choice. Before long, a saint-level wolf spirit successfully completed the contract with Lin Qiyeh as instructed by Lin Qiyeh, leaving both human and beast in a state of astonishment. This contract not only allowed for mutual mental connection, but also enabled summoning at any time and place. This matter should remain confidential, Lin Qiyeh said with a smile. Yes, my lord, Lin Qiyeh nodded, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. With this contract, he could catch his opponents off guard. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, My lord, why are these individuals not taken to the Feather Sword Sect? Bai Yuming frowned, sharing the same puzzlement. Now that Blood Cloud Sect has been destroyed, why do they allow the Wolf Clan to occupy this land? There's barely any abundant profound energy here. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes slightly, answering without being asked. Do you think the three great sects will simply let this matter go? The two fell into deep thought. They likely will not. In Lin Qiyeh's mind, the fierce gaze of the three major sects' members lingered, a menacing reminder of their intentions. Had it not been for the sudden onslaught of the mystical beasts, they would likely have confronted Lin Qiyeh directly. Even if they could not slay him, they would undoubtedly eradicate the remaining members of the Blood Cloud Sect. Such ruthless measures were all too common in their world. Indeed, they would not hesitate. Lin Qiyeh gazed towards the southern sky, acutely aware that upon learning of the Yu and Murong family's departure from the Feather Sword Sect, they would most certainly act without delay. After all, the delicate equilibrium had been shattered. With the Blood Cloud Sect as a cautionary tale, they would seize this opportunity to obliterate the Feather Sword Sect in one fell swoop. Bai Yuming's expression turned icy. If they dared to approach, we shall simply eradicate them. You may be able to contend with Xuanhuan, but you cannot be certain of overcoming the combined might of the three major sections. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. asserting that he could not remain within the confines of the Feather Sword sect indefinitely. After all, one cannot perpetually guard against thieves when they have been a thief for 1,000 days. You will not remain in the Feather Sword sect? Bai Yuming was taken aback. Indeed, it is possible that you may need to accompany me on certain matters. Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. Therefore, do you intend to arrange for the members of the Feather Sword sect to take refuge within the Blood Cloud sect? Lin Qiyeh's expression shifted. With the Blood Cloud sect's downfall and the mystical beasts now occupying the territory, coupled with the fact that their treasury had been completely plundered, there was little left to entice the three major sections. Lin Qiyeh smiled, clearly acquiescing to the notion. Bai Yuming opened his mouth in astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback by Lin Qiyeh's astute calculations. What he had initially perceived as a second or third tier strategy had now revealed itself to be a plan of fifth or sixth tier sophistication. Who could possibly outmaneuver him? Chapter 131. Forefront Warfare. 3 days later, at the imperial city of Dian, Lin Qiyeh and Bai Yuming returned to the Cloud King's mansion. I was still somewhat perplexed. As soon as Bai Yuming entered the mansion, he suddenly called out to Lin Qiyeh. Why not simply eradicate the three major sects? With our strength, supplemented by a few clan members, it should suffice. Lin Qiyeh gazed at Bai Yuming with a quizzical expression. Old Bai, it has been 3 days. Why are you still pondering the issue of annihilating the three major sects? The key point is, why haven't you figured it out yet? He beckoned to a servant. And soon a pot of tea was brewed. Have you never left the Tianyu mountain range? Lin Qiyeh asked, somewhat speechless. I have left, just not beyond Yunzhou. Bai Yuming replied, increasingly bewildered. What does the eradication of the three major sects have to do with whether I've left the Tianyu mountain range? Lin Qiyeh, unfazed, circled 3 spots on a map. Gathering his thoughts, he spoke slowly. Look here, this is Yunzhou, to the north lies Cangzhou, and to the west, Lingzhou. This area is located at the border of the Dashuan Empire and the Xuanhuan Empire, and it also marks the boundary between Yunzhou and Lingzhou. You should be aware of this, right? Bai Yuming nodded. Lin Qiyeh took a delicate sip of tea and asked, now tell me, what will happen after we destroy Xuantiangu? Bai Yuming scrutinized the map, deep in contemplation. After a moment, he finally spoke. Lingzhou, are you worried about Lingzhou? Indeed, with Xuantiangu in place, it can at least hold off Lingzhou. Lin Qiyeh smiled. Similarly, the Tianjin sect serves that purpose as well. It resides at the border of the Xuanhuan Empire and the Dao Empire, directly opposing Xuantiangu. With their presence, Lingzhou will not easily invade. And what about Xueshan Mountain? Bai Yuming inquired further. Lin Qiyeh circled the northernmost point where the Dao Empire and the Dahuang Empire intersected. Xueshan Mountain is here. Further north lies Cangzhou. Currently, Cangzhou is ruled by the Dayu Empire, which encompasses nearly its entire territory. For the Dayu Empire to advance southward, they must conquer Xueshan Mountain. However, the terrain of Xueshan Mountain is treacherous, perpetually snow-covered, and to annihilate it would require a considerable sacrifice. As he spoke, Lin Qiyeh connected Xueshan Mountain and the Tianjin sect, the line dividing the Dao Empire in two. Even if the Dayu Empire were to destroy Xueshan Mountain, they would face resistance from the Tianjin sect when attempting to assault the Dao Empire. Lin Qiyeh continued, before we annihilate the three major sects, we must ensure we possess sufficient strength to counter the offensives from Cangzhou and Lingzhou. If we charge in recklessly, it would be a senseless slaughter. Bai Yuming, appearing contemplative, nodded solemnly. You are correct. This is indeed not the right time. Rest assured, it will not be long. Lin Qiyeh smiled with confidence, stating, before we confront the Yujin sect, we must at least unify Dian. At that moment, Gu Beichen hurriedly approached, delivering news from Luotian City that they were nearing Huiyun City. So soon? Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. Although the Morong clan had seized control of the imperial palace, the major cities of the Great Dragon Dynasty remained beyond their grasp. Moreover, with Murong Luoqing's influence, those cities surrendered without a fight. Gu Beichen offered a bitter smile and remarked, currently, the forces of that fellow in Luotian City have swelled to an astonishing 200,000, akin to a rolling snowball. Lin Qiyeh found himself at a loss for words. The prospect of a 200,000-strong army was indeed quite daunting for a minor dynasty. Gu Beichen continued. In addition, Fang Xinyan has also led 50,000 troops to the north of Longcheng, poised for action at any moment. It seems I must make a personal visit. Lin Qiyeh sighed. While 200,000 troops appeared substantial, to experts at the imperial and sacred levels, They were as insignificant as ants. Furthermore, Murong Jin was already in the late Sacred Realm, and it remained uncertain how many members of the Murong clan he had taken with him. "I will accompany you," Bai Yuming said in a low voice. "Of course you must go," Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, hoping to avoid any unnecessary confrontation. He then turned to Gu Baichen and inquired, "What of the southern and northern regions of Dian? The northern rebellions have all been quelled. Ling Qingqiu has claimed countless heads, uprooting nearly all noble families, and he is already on his way back, expected to arrive at the imperial city within a few days," Gu Baichen stated solemnly. However, the situation in the south is less than favorable. The great Yong dynasties Gu Xiu and Sima Tianyun have already reached a truce, and Sima Tianyun is continuously encroaching upon the surrounding cities. "Ha!" Lin Qiyeh scoffed coldly. "It is only natural for Gu Xiu to watch the tiger fight from a distance. Sima Tianyun may falter against external forces, yet he thrives in internal conflicts." At this juncture, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Once Qingqiu returns, he shall continue southward to pacify the southern borders. Shall I go instead?" Gu Baichen suggested after a moment of contemplation. "Let him go?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head. "Your approach lacks Qingqiu's ruthlessness. His methods yield better results and swifter outcomes. You have another task at hand. How is the training of the Wolf Riders proceeding?" "They are ready for battle at any moment." Gu Baichen's expression turned serious, his eyes gleaming with fervor, though he rarely engaged in battle, preferring to oversee the grand strategy and train in the rear, as a commander who would not yearn for the battlefield. Lin Qiyeh beckoned him closer, pointing to the water pattern map on the table. "Take your 30,000 Wolf Riders, navigate around the territories occupied by Sima Tianyun and Gu Xiu. Then, pass through the Yujin sect and directly reach the lands of the Great Yong." "Are you suggesting I join forces with Qingqiu to eliminate both Sima Tianyun and Gu Xiu in one fell swoop?" Gu Baichen's eyes brightened. Suddenly, he frowned. "However, with our 30,000 troops, we can attack cities, but it will be challenging to defend so many." "There is no need to defend," Lin Qiyeh waved his hand dismissively. "This time, you must learn from Qingqiu. Kill, create terror among the soldiers of the Great Yong, ensuring they dare not encroach upon Dian ever again. At that point, I will have Wuxing bring the Zhangjian guards to assist you. Once you stabilize the southern borders, you and Qingqiu shall continue leading the troops southward, penetrating the territory of the Great Yong dynasty. As for the various cities, I shall assign someone to take over. Rest assured, my lord, the task will be accomplished," Gu Baichen intoned. "If you wish for me to go to Longcheng, that would mean a three-front battle. Who shall guard the imperial city?" Bai Yuming inquired. "My lord." Scarcely had the words left his lips when another voice resonated from the entrance. Looking up, he beheld Qin Su stepping inside. Bai Yuming immediately discerned Qin Su's cultivation level. The sacred profound realm. What a luxury to station someone of such caliber for city defense. Lin Qiyeh poured a cup of tea for Qin Su, who appeared taken aback by the attention. Lin Qiyeh smiled and remarked, "Qin Su, during this period, you are to select more talented individuals to oversee the major cities of Dian. I have brought 100, all chosen from the Zhangjian Guard, and they are trustworthy." Qin Su smiled faintly. Additionally, Wuxing has selected over 2,000 ordinary disciples from the Yujin sect to join the Zhangjian Guard, which now boasts a total of 5,000 members. Among the remaining, there are 5 at the Emperor's Profound Realm and 16 at the Divine Profound Realm, all of whom I have brought to the Imperial City. Everything that needed to be moved from the Yujin sect has been relocated, and they can depart at any time. With you here, I feel assured about Dian, Lin Qiyeh expressed with a grin. Alas, talent is the most elusive of treasures. Individuals with management skills like Qin Su are few and far between. Murong Luocheng is one, and Gu Baichen another. As for Lin Wufeng and the others, while their intellect is remarkable, they harbor no interest in management, and I cannot compel them. I must allow them their freedom. In summary, there remains a significant scarcity of talent. He suddenly cast a playful glance at Bai Yuming and said, "Old Bai, it is not a three-front battle, but a four-front one." "For fronts?" Bai Yuming queried, confusion etched across his face. "Are we not simultaneously contending with the Great Dragon, the Great Yong, and Sima Tianyun? Where does this fourth front emerge from?" Chapter 132. Foresight in the City of Fire Cloud. 200,000 troops lay encamped outside, stretching endlessly into the horizon. Within a tent, Luo Tianqing appeared pallid, his right shoulder bound tightly with thick bandages, crimson blood seeping through. He stood a short distance from a bed, his face etched with worry as he gazed upon the figure lying above. Several military physicians were busily attending to their tasks, their expressions tense. After a prolonged moment, they finally ceased their efforts, prompting Luo Tianxing to inquire anxiously, "How is Murong Luoqing?" The physician shook his head, releasing a deep sigh. "He has been poisoned severely. Had it not been for his profound internal strength, he would have perished long ago." "Damn it!" Luo Tianxing slammed his fist onto the table, causing his shoulder wound to split open, blood flowing freely, yet he remained oblivious to his own injury. For over a month, they had advanced westward with little resistance, leading them to lower their guard. Just last night, the Murong family dispatched numerous skilled assassins to eliminate high-ranking generals. If not for Luo Tianxing summoning his contract spirit beast in a moment of desperation, they would have all been slain. Even so, many had perished, and he himself bore grave injuries, while Murong Luocheng was on the brink of death from the poison. "It's all my fault. I underestimated their treachery," Luo Tianxing thought bitterly, gnashing his teeth in frustration. "General." At that moment, a leader rushed in from outside the tent, his expression urgent. "General, last night, General Fang Xinyan was ambushed, resulting in thousands of casualties among the dragon army." "What?" Luo Tianxing's brows knitted tightly, his countenance dark as stormy waters. "What of Fang Xinyan?" The leader responded. General Fang had anticipated the attack, setting up 8 decoy tents, and fortunately escaped unharmed. However, 4 of those tents were entirely wiped out. Luo Tianxing exhaled a sigh of relief, inadvertently sweating for Fang Xinyan. After that incident with that girl Wuxua, he has indeed shown foresight. The leader, with a bitter expression, remarked, "General, though we have numbers on our side, the attackers are either from the Imperial Profound Realm or the Divine Profound Realm. This is not a sustainable situation." Luo Tianxing was well aware that the Murong family would not relent. Murong Luoqing had been injured last night. What of tonight? Or even tomorrow night? They could not continue living in constant fear. He waved his hand, signaling everyone to withdraw. Gazing at the pallid Murong Luoqing, anxiety gnawed at him. He understood that in Lin Qiyeh's eyes, Murong Luoqing was far more precious than the entire dragon dynasty. He must not allow him to perish. However, while he was adept in warfare, he found himself utterly helpless when it came to antidotes. He had already sent word to the young master, hoping it would reach him in time. With a final sigh, Luo Tianxing felt a chill run down his spine as 2 shadowy figures suddenly materialized within the tent. Instinctively, he drew the knife from his waist and turned to strike downwards. Yet, a large hand grasped the blade, rendering it immovable. Just as he prepared to cry out for help, another hand covered his mouth. Silence. A soft whisper echoed in his ear as his palms slowly relaxed. "Young master?" Luo Tianxing exclaimed in astonishment, his expression a blend of surprise and joy as he gazed at the 2 figures beside him. Who else could it be but Lin Qiyeh and Bai Yuming? "Do not make a fuss." Lin Qiyeh turned and approached the bed, retrieving a pill and placing it into Murong Luoqing's mouth. One hand pressed against Murong Luoqing's chest, a stream of profound energy flowed into his body. Moments later, Murong Luoqing abruptly expelled several mouthfuls of black blood, the foul stench permeating the air. Soon, Murong Luoqing opened his eyes, a hint of color returning to his face. "Is it done?" Luo Tianxing was dumbfounded. "Young master." Murong Luoqing attempted to rise to pay his respects, but was interrupted by Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh handed him a jade vial, saying, "Take 1 each day. In 7 days, you shall recover. I have a general understanding of the situation." His expression turned serious. "Brother Murong, what are your thoughts regarding the Murong family?" Murong Luoqing paused slightly, contemplating before replying. "If the young master deems them useful, they may be spared." Lin Qiyeh smiled. "In my eyes, the entire Murong family pales in comparison to you alone. If you believe they should not exist, then none shall remain." Murong Luoqing trembled, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Thank you, young master." Lin Qiyeh aided him to his feet, stating, "Thus, the fate of the Murong family rests upon your disposition." Murong Luoqing fell silent, thoughts racing through his mind. After a lengthy pause, he spoke. "Murong Jian must die for having bloodied the imperial palace and imprisoned my father. As for the other members of the Murong family, if possible, I would not object to sparing their lives. Who lives and who dies, as long as you are alive, is for you to decide." Lin Qiyeh nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Mu Rong Luoqing. "Thank you, young master." Mu Rong Luoqing took a deep breath. The Mu Rong family, even in decline, still wielded considerable influence. Despite having eliminated a significant portion, the remaining members were far from comparable to mere mortal powers. However, Mu Rong Luoqing seemed somewhat distracted. Lin Qiyeh suddenly turned to Bai Yuming. "Old Bai, stay here. I shall seek Fang Zhentian. If they come again tonight, we will annihilate them all." "Understood." Bai Yuming nodded in agreement. Luo Tianqing at that time. "You will lead the troops into Longqing, securing all the passages. Ensure that no one from the Mu Rong family below the Emperor's realm escapes." Lin Qiyeh spoke with gravity. "Yes," Luo Tianqing replied respectfully. "Young master, securing the passages is feasible, but our men cannot contend with those in the Emperor's realm. As long as they dare to show themselves, there will be someone to deal with them." Lin Qiyeh left a final remark before quietly exiting the tent. Luo Tianqing pondered deeply. "General Luo, disseminate the news that I am not dead." At this moment, Mu Rong Luoqing spoke up. "They will know I am alive and will surely come to kill me, especially since I am now the sole heir to the throne of the great Dragon Empire." "What of the Dragon Emperor?" Luo Tianqing frowned. "Murong Jun is still alive. To assert otherwise would be utterly blasphemous." Murong Luoqing remained silent, a flicker of resoluteness passing through the depths of his eyes. An hour later, Lin Qiyeh appeared in the tent of General Fang Zhenyan. Upon seeing Lin Qiyeh, Fang Zhenyan was taken aback. "How did you find this place?" he exclaimed, his astonishment understandable, for he had arranged several decoy command tents. General Fang had indeed acted with considerable cunning. Lin Qiyeh jested. "General Fang, you seem to have grown quite clever." Fang Zhenyan's expression stiffened. The humiliation of being outwitted by Lin Wuxue was a stain he could never erase from his life. Even now, many still mistakenly believed he had truly surrendered to Dian. His reputation had suffered greatly. "Prince Yan, what brings you here?" Fang Zhenyan steadied his emotions and inquired. Lin Qiyeh repressed his smile, narrowing his eyes. "I wish for General Fang to assist me in rescuing someone." Fang Zhenyan furrowed his brow. "If you, Lin Qiyeh, cannot save this person, how can I?" However, he did not believe that Lin Qiyeh would come merely to mock him. After a pause, he asked, "Who?" Lin Qiyeh enunciated each word with precision. "Murong Jun." Chapter 133. The Emperor's heart. Fang Zhenyan was utterly astonished, disbelief etched across his features. Lin Qiyeh would save the Emperor? Had this statement been uttered by another, he would have scoffed derisively. Yet, it was Lin Qiyeh who spoke, and instinctively, he chose to believe. Their interactions had been few, but it was evident that Lin Qiyeh was a man of his word. The last time he was captured, Lin Qiyeh had set him free. Murong Luoqing had wagered against him, ultimately deciding to withdraw his forces. Such resolve was beyond the capacity of an ordinary person. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Zhenyan remarked, "If we storm the imperial city and annihilate the Murong clan, the emperor will be saved." "Are you certain?" Lin Qiyeh inquired, a glint of amusement in his narrowed eyes. Fang Zhenyan fell silent, his piercing gaze fixed on Lin Qiyeh, as if attempting to penetrate his very soul. "How do you know the emperor is in danger?" he retorted with a cold smirk. Seated calmly, Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly, "The Murong clan has launched a surprise attack on the palace, mercilessly slaughtering the royal family and imprisoning the Dragon Emperor. Murong Luoqing fortuitously escaped this calamity as he happened to be at Fang's residence. It was your men who facilitated Murong Luoqing's flight, allowing him to reach Sunset City unharmed. What does that have to do with the emperor's fate?" Fang Zhenyan shook his head. Lin Qiyeh remained unperturbed. "Firstly, Murong Jun is an arrogant man. Otherwise, he would not have severed ties with the Murong clan after the empress's death. As an emperor, one must possess the ability to bend without breaking, prioritizing the greater good. A single woman could elicit aid from the Murong clan, yet had it been Yunnan Tian, he would never have rejected their assistance. Conversely, Murong Jun has refused to yield to the Murong clan." Pausing for effect, he continued, "Secondly, the Dragon royal family is on the brink of annihilation, with only Murong Jun and Murong Luoqing remaining. Though the Murong clan is powerful, they lack the approval of the Dragon populace. They require legitimacy, a recognition from the people. Otherwise, they would not resort to assassinating Murong Luoqing. If I surmise correctly, Murong Luoqing must possess a will and the Dragon imperial seal. The moment Murong Jun perishes, Murong Luoqing will ascend as the new emperor of the Dragon. Therefore, The Murong clan will refrain from eliminating Murong Jun until they secure the Dragon Imperial Seal or eliminate Murong Luoqing. Thereafter, they will be indifferent to Murong Jun's survival. Of course, given the Murong clan's might, such concerns may not weigh heavily on them. They are seeking an opportunity, a chance to quell dissent with a singular blow. Fang Xinyan's pupils constricted slightly, regarding Lin Qiyeh as one might a monster. Did the sixth prince inform you of this? He could not help but ask. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Murong Jun, in his desire for Murong Luoqing to ascend, will undoubtedly seek ways to take his own life. But Murong Jin will never permit his death. At the very least, Murong Jun still lives. Thus, the emperor will not face danger in the short term. And there is no need for us to intervene. Fang Xinyan let out a cold snort. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. You will not perish now. But what if my people invade Longqing? Or perhaps, you simply do not wish to save Murong Jun? You speak nonsense. Fang Xinyan glared fiercely, saliva flying from his mouth. General Fang, do not be angered, Lin Qiyeh replied with an unyielding smile. I am aware that you desire Murong Luoqing to ascend the throne, do you not? The sixth prince possesses the qualities of a sovereign. Naturally, I hope he becomes emperor, General Fang retorted, casting a cold gaze upon Lin Qiyeh. Is that the sole reason? Lin Qiyeh chuckled as he lifted a teacup. General, do not underestimate the heart of an emperor. The Dragon Emperor is already fully aware of your actions. However, he feels remorse for the Empress, and Diyin cannot afford to lose a talent like you. He has been turning a blind eye. Additionally, the Murong family has indeed disappointed him, which is why he acts as if nothing has transpired. I do not comprehend your words. Fang Xinyan struggled to maintain his composure, but his hands trembled within his sleeves. All of this did not escape Lin Qiyeh's keen perception. Shall I spell it out for you? Lin Qiyeh's expression turned grave. Has Murong Jun ever wronged your Fang family? Fang Xinyan ground his teeth in frustration. Lin Qiyeh scoffed. Do you truly believe that your actions are flawless? The real sixth prince was murdered at birth. Murong Luoqing is your son, is he not? Upon hearing this, Fang Xinyan trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. He stared wide-eyed, perceiving Lin Qiyeh as a demon. In an instant, he appeared utterly drained of strength. Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed. Continuing, Murong Luoqing and Fang Shiying are biological brothers. Though they bear some resemblance, none would suspect it. After all, you and the Empress of the Dragon are siblings. A fact well known to the world, making their resemblance understandable. How do you know this? Fang Xinyan hissed through clenched teeth. Unable to refute, he ceased his arguments. Does this matter? Lin Qiyeh replied indifferently. Fang Xinyan found himself at a loss for words, engulfed in despair and pain. Indeed, it no longer matters. At that time, I was solely focused on securing my sister's position as empress. Coincidentally, with the emperor personally leading an expedition against the invasion of the Xin beasts, I foolishly committed this act. Even my sister remained unaware that she cradled her own nephew, while her son had long been murdered. Discussing this is futile. I only ask you, will you save him or not? Lin Qiyeh interrupted him. Once the emperor dies, the dragon will fall, precisely as you envision. Why do you wish to save him? Fang Xinyan countered. I believe Murong Jun deserves a fate better than this. He devoted himself to DeLong, yet meets such a tragic end, Lin Qiyeh stated plainly. Fang Xinyan fell into a long silence, his heart wavering. After a while, he finally raised his head. Does the emperor truly know of this? Why not ask him yourself? Lin Qiyeh shrugged. Indeed, his desire to rescue Murong Jun was not motivated by the trivial excuse he had just articulated. Rather, it was the realization that Murong Luoqing had also become aware of this matter. He could sense that Murong Luoqing would undoubtedly risk everything to save Murong Jun. He was reluctant to lose such a talented individual as Murong Luoqing. I know where the emperor is imprisoned, Fang Xinyan declared, taking a deep breath, as if this decision had drained him of all courage. Lin Qiyeh smiled with satisfaction. As night fell, Lin Qiyeh stealthily led Fang Xinyan into Longqing. Arriving at the Yuyan Chamber of Commerce, young master, at that moment, Lin Qiyeh entered, accompanied by a man clad in black, and the two bowed respectfully. Lin Qiyeh struck the black-clad man with a palm, causing his energy to instantly wane. You know how to break the seal, don't you? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Rest assured, young master, the black-clad man replied with a faint smile. Lin Qiyeh nodded and, alongside the bewildered Fang Xinyan and the black-clad man, vanished into the night sky. In the span of a tea ceremony, the three found themselves hovering above the imperial palace. According to my sources, the emperor is imprisoned in the Wuqing Palace. Fang Zhanyan stated. Wuqing Palace? Lin Qiyeh remarked, momentarily taken aback. Was this not the palace of Murong Luocheng? Although it lay within the imperial confines, it occupied the outermost area and was quite remote. They likely believed we would not suspect it, or perhaps they never anticipated that we would dare to rescue the emperor. Fang Zhanyan said with a bitter smile. In just a few heartbeats, Lin Qiyeh arrived above Wuqing Palace, his divine sense quietly unfurling. 2 guards of the Emperor Xian realm stood watch. No wonder they felt so confident. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Chapter 134, Deep Affection and Loyalty in a Secluded Hall. Lin Qiyeh quietly led 2 companions. With his presence, the 2 emperors of the Xian realm were utterly oblivious to their existence. Gently pushing open the palace door, the trio stepped inside. A disheveled figure instantly imprinted itself upon their vision. Who else could it be but Murong Jun? His limbs were shackled by iron chains, the other ends embedded in the walls on either side. His cultivation was sealed, rendering him powerless to resist, even unable to take his own life. Blood stained his dragon robe, with clear lash marks visible, and he lay in a state of unconsciousness. Lin Qiyeh approached him, channeling his profound energy into the iron locks, which then quietly released their grip. Fang Zhanyan hurriedly supported him, calling out, "Your Majesty." Murong Jun, groggily opening his eyes, was filled with disbelief upon seeing Fang Zhanyan. "Let us go. Time is of the essence," Lin Qiyeh spoke calmly. "Yinwang." Murong Jun's voice was hoarse, tinged with incredulity. The man in black swiftly donned Murong Jun's robe, transforming himself into the likeness of the emperor in mere moments. Both Murong Jun and Fang Zhanyan were left in stunned silence at this spectacle. "Exercise caution and be ready to retreat at any moment," Lin Qiyeh instructed, leading Murong Jun and Fang Zhanyan away in haste. Moments later, in the secluded Yun Cloud Pavilion, Murong Jun still felt a sense of unreality. "You need not have come to rescue me, my life," he sighed deeply. Before he could finish, Fang Zhanyan knelt before him, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, I am guilty." Murong Jun regarded Fang Zhanyan with a complex expression, remaining silent for a long time. Fang Zhanyan remained motionless on the ground. "Rise." Murong Jun finally breathed after a lengthy pause. "Your Majesty, I." Fang Zhanyan raised his head slightly, his eyes reddened. "I am no longer the Emperor of the Great Dragon." Murong Jun waved his hand dismissively, turning to Lin Qiyeh. "Yinwang, are you prepared to take over the Great Dragon?" Lin Qiyeh maintained his composure, offering no response. "Is it not better for you if I were to perish?" Murong Jun added. Lin Qiyeh did not answer directly, but instead smiled. "Shall we first witness a performance before making a decision?" As time passed, deep into the night, Long City remained brightly lit, seemingly unchanged from previous nights. Suddenly, a series of booming sounds erupted, followed by the clamor of battle cries. Lin Qiyeh, Murong Jun, and Fang Zhanyan stood by the window, silently observing the streets below. Countless soldiers surged forth, swiftly taking control of the vital passages of Long City. "It is time for us to depart," Lin Qiyeh said with a slight smile. "Where to?" Fang Zhanyan inquired. Lin Qiyeh gestured with his hand, and the 3 of them leapt from the window, soaring into the air. Soon, Fang Zhanyan and Murong Jun realized that Lin Qiyeh was heading toward the royal palace. Had he not just rescued Murong Jun from there? A substitute has been found to take his place. What is he doing now? At this moment, the palace exterior has amassed countless armored soldiers. Within the palace, behind every gate, numerous figures clad in black stand ready, armed with swords and daggers. These individuals are at least of the Tianxian realm, and ordinary soldiers would be no match for them. Are you sending them to their doom? Murong Jun furrowed his brow tightly. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, continuing to lead them forward. Murong Jun's expression grew increasingly grim. He could not fathom Lin Qiyeh's intentions. "Your Majesty, look over there." Fang Zhanyan suddenly pointed into the distance, his face paling in an instant. Murong Jun lowered his gaze, his pupils constricting slightly. A familiar silhouette was etched in their vision. There stood Murong Luocheng, escorted by several figures, making his way toward the grand hall where the officials convened. How could Qin'er be here? Murong Jun's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Lin Qiyeh. "You must ask him yourself." Lin Qiyeh's expression remained unchanged as he quietly brought the 2 of them to the hall. To the astonishment of Murong Jun and Fang Zhanyan, a black-clad elder sat upon the throne in the grand hall, draped in imperial robes, exuding an aura of authority without a hint of anger. Morongjian. The hall was filled with countless figures, all of whom were the officials of the great dragon dynasty. He imprisoned the emperor, not to force him to abdicate the throne to him. Fang Xinyan whispered in disbelief, never having imagined that a member of the Murong family would audaciously occupy the throne. Given this, there was no need for them to imprison Murong Jun at all. Their goal might simply be to lure Murong Luocheng into their trap. Lin Qiyeh remarked with indifference, "Long live our emperor." As Murong Luocheng entered the hall, the officials knelt in reverence. Murong Luocheng stood unwaveringly in the hall, his cold gaze fixed upon Murong Jian seated upon the throne. Murong Luocheng, upon seeing his majesty, "Why do you not kneel?" A furious shout rang out as a black-clad man harshly kicked Murong Luocheng's leg. Murong Luocheng remained unyielding. "Kneel," the black-clad man barked, unleashing a formidable aura, followed by another brutal kick. A sickening crack echoed as Murong Luocheng's leg bone shattered, forcing him to kneel on one knee. In but an instant, he staggered back to his feet. "Murong Jian, if you desire the imperial seal, release my father." Murong Luocheng disregarded the black-clad man beside him. Staring intently at Murong Jian upon the throne, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. From above in the hall, Murong Jun's fists clenched tightly. He had not anticipated that Murong Luocheng would willingly walk into a trap, all to save him. Lin Qiyeh maintained a calm demeanor, quietly affirming to himself, "Indeed, Murong Luocheng is a man of deep loyalty and righteousness. Do you know what fate befalls those who defy me?" Murong Jian spoke coolly, looking down upon Murong Luocheng. As the words fell, two cloaked figures emerged, dragging a shadow behind them, leaving a trail of crimson blood in their wake. "Lord Nangong." Murong Luocheng gritted his teeth, yearning to advance, but was halted by another. "Sixth Prince, hurry, flee." Nangong Ju's breath was faint, his limbs shattered, his body marred by countless wounds, barely clinging to life. Murong Luocheng's eyes were bloodshot. He cast a glance at the assembly in the grand hall and found it utterly laughable. Only Nangong Ju remained unbetrayed among the court's officials. Was this truly the great dragon dynasty he once knew? Before such overwhelming power, the secular dynasty appeared pitifully weak, insignificant as dust. "Kneel, and I may consider your terms." Murong Jian spoke with indifference. Thud. Without a moment's hesitation, Murong Luocheng knelt. Murong Jian gestured, and in the next instant, two figures entered, escorting another. The officials of the court bowed their heads, too fearful to meet his gaze. Upon seeing Murong Jun, drenched in blood and trembling, Murong Luocheng's heart sank. "Release him, and I will give you the imperial seal." His voice was laced with defiance. "Do you truly believe I care for such a trivial seal?" Murong Jian responded coldly. Murong Luocheng's expression faltered. "Do you not care that over 200,000 people are besieging Long City? Eliminate them, and the great dragon shall no longer hear dissent. Do you think you can reach Long City unimpeded?" Murong Jian's eyes narrowed with a smile, then he waved his hand. The two cloaked figures, escorting Murong Jun, raised their swords, advancing toward him. Fang Xinyan's eyelids twitched violently. Lin Qiyeh's words rang true. Murong Jian would indeed kill Murong Jun. Stop. Murong Luocheng's face paled as he suddenly surged forward, lunging toward Murong Jun. Chapter 135. The blood rain of Azura with a sharp crack, the blood sword erupted, and an arm was sent soaring into the air. The hall fell into an eerie silence. Murong Luocheng stared blankly at Murong Jun, his face etched with disbelief. He never anticipated that Murong Jun would suddenly break free from the chains, wielding a sword that severed the arm of the cloaked figure. To his knowledge, his father, Murong Jun, lacked such strength. "Who are you?" Murong Jin's eyes glimmered with cold light. He could not fathom that the tortured Murong Jun possessed such power. "Let us go." Without answering, Murong Jun grasped Murong Luocheng's hand and turned to flee. Just as they were about to escape the hall, Murong Jun abruptly stood tall, raising his hand to unleash a flurry of sword lights, imbued with a terrifying murderous aura, aimed directly at the two. "Heavenly Emperor, summon." Murong Jun dared not hesitate, swiftly forming seals with his hands before striking the ground forcefully. Boom. In an instant, a tempestuous aura swept through the hall, fierce and menacing. A colossal figure shattered the hall, causing it to collapse suddenly. The civil and military officials screamed in terror, rushing desperately towards the exit. However, the sword lights unleashed by Murong Jun, carrying a sharp intensity, summoned torrents of blood rain, with many being torn to shreds in a mist of crimson. The sword lights, undeterred, surged again towards Murong Luocheng, and Murong Jun move. Murong Luocheng shoved Murong Jun aside, using his body to shield against the oncoming sword lights. In a moment of peril, three figures interposed themselves before the sword lights, one of whom extended his right hand, slightly opening his palm, preventing the sword chi from advancing any further. Young master? Murong Luocheng's eyes widened in shock. Lin Qiyeh offered no response, gesturing with his hand, sending several figures hurtling backward. As they exited the hall, Murong Luocheng and the others beheld a colossal creature towering over them, trampling the entire hall beneath its feet. It was a gigantic wolf, entirely cloaked in black, its fur resembling steel needles, emanating a sharp, eerie glow. Boom! The black wolf stomped, causing the palace to collapse completely. Few of the officials of the Great Dragon Dynasty remained alive. High above, Murong Jian stood with his sword in hand, his piercing gaze locked onto Lin Qiyeh. Turmoil brewed within him. That recent strike was beyond what any cultivator below the sacred realm could withstand. The most troubling aspect was that he could not discern the other's cultivation level. With a wave of his hand, countless shadows surged toward them. In mere moments, Lin Qiyeh and his companions found themselves encircled with no escape. The black wolf's body rapidly shrank to a size of about 20 feet, standing beside the false Murong Jun. My lord, hand over Murong Jun and his son, and I shall allow you to depart. Murong Jian fixed his gaze upon Lin Qiyeh. Dragon Emperor, I apologize for the destruction of your court. Lin Qiyeh disregarded Murong Jian, instead fixing his attention on Murong Jun. If it is destroyed, then so be it. Murong Jun smiled brightly as he approached Murong Luocheng. Chinner, are you all right? I'm fine, Murong Luocheng replied, shaking his head with a complex expression. That's good, that's good. Murong Jun sighed in relief. Murong Luocheng regained his composure and turned to Lin Qiyeh, inquiring, Young master, what brings you here? I feared you might act foolishly. So I came to check on you, Lin Qiyeh responded with a smile. Murong Luocheng lowered his head, his face filled with shame. Do not harm yourself again. You lost a bet to me. Your life is temporarily mine, Lin Qiyeh admonished. Understood, Murong Luocheng replied solemnly, bowing in respect. Murong Jun and Fang Xinyan exchanged puzzled glances. Self-harm? How could Murong Luocheng resort to that? Lin Qiyeh offered no explanation. During the process of detoxifying Murong Luocheng, he discovered that the young man bore no physical injuries. The poison within him was identical to that which Dragon Feiyun's subordinates had used. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh suspected that Murong Luocheng had likely ingested the poison himself, possibly coerced by Murong Jian, using Murong Jun's life as leverage. It was astonishing that this fool genuinely believed that his demise would spare Murong Jun. To take poison in a suicidal act was one thing, but to deliver himself into Murong Jian's grasp was truly naive. Yet, Lin Qiyeh could empathize with Murong Luocheng. Although he was deeply loyal and righteous, his strength was insufficient to rescue Murong Jun. Even in the face of seemingly insurmountable odds, he would not relent. Such is the tragedy of the weak. Kill them. Murong Jian, incensed by Lin Qiyeh's disregard, issued a furious command. At once, countless cultivators from the Murong family surged forth. Murong Luocheng, which of them do you wish to spare? Lin Qiyeh suddenly asked. Murong Luocheng was momentarily taken aback. Ever since he had conceded to the bet, Lin Qiyeh had treated him with the courtesy befitting a brother, frequently addressing him as Brother Murong. He understood that this was a sign of Lin Qiyeh's gradual acceptance of him. Now, with Lin Qiyeh addressing him by his full name, it was evident he was being regarded as one of their own. Spare none, leave not a single one alive. Murong Luocheng declared coldly upon seeing Murong Jun's numerous wounds. Very well, Lin Qiyeh replied with a slight smile, his demeanor suddenly turning icy. Sure, a blood rain. As the words fell from his lips, a shiver ran through everyone present. It was as if they had been thrust into a battlefield of Shura, filled with a chilling silence and an air of impending doom. Suddenly, in the high sky, blood-red lights flickered, emanating an extraordinarily sharp sword aura. With a howling rush, countless sword energies cascaded downward, blanketing every inch of space as if a torrential blood rain were descending. In an instant, anguished cries echoed as cultivators from the Murong family fell in droves, transforming the square into a veritable arena of carnage. The survivors were few and far between. Morong Jun and Fang Zhenyan stood in stunned silence. Was this truly the extent of Lin Qiyeh's formidable power? Before the realm of divine profundity and emperor profundity, they appeared as mere ants, utterly devoid of any power to resist. What of the ordinary soldiers? Such an assault, should it be unleashed, could undoubtedly claim the lives of tens of thousands in an instant. It was akin to a relentless machine of slaughter. Morong Luocheng swallowed hard, utterly astounded by the scene before him. For so long, he had believed that Lin Qiyeh sought to retain the members of the Morong clan for his own purposes, which was why he had persistently probed him for his opinions. Each time, he had meticulously considered his responses, delivering answers that were nearly flawless. Yet, he could never have anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would indeed annihilate the entire Morong lineage without a trace of hesitation. To Lin Qiyeh, these lives were utterly expendable. The words Lin Qiyeh had spoken to him earlier echoed in his mind. Who lives and who dies is for you to decide. This was no jest. It was a stark reality as he desired. Gazing at Lin Qiyeh's silhouette, he found himself unable to reconcile the image of Lin Qiyeh he had conjured in his mind with the harbinger of death before him. Just then, from the mountain of corpses, a figure suddenly soared into the sky, racing towards the horizon. Morong Jian. Morong Luocheng gritted his teeth in fury. Boom. Abruptly, the Morong Jian, on the verge of vanishing into the night sky, was sent hurtling back, crashing heavily to the ground, shattering countless bluestone slabs, and sending dust swirling into the air. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a figure clad in white descended slowly from the heights, placing a foot upon the chest of Morong Jian. Chapter 136. I have no ambition. Morong Luocheng and the others stood in a daze. It was one thing for Lin Qiyeh to be powerful, but to have such a formidable companion by his side was astonishing. They were well aware of Morong Jian's strength, a practitioner of the sacred Xian realm. Yet, at this moment, the sacred Xian realm Morong Jian was being effortlessly subdued by another. Whether to kill him or not, that is for you to decide. Lin Qiyeh interrupted their thoughts. Morong Jun and Morong Luocheng exchanged glances and simultaneously picked up a blade, advancing towards Morong Jian. Morong Jian, Morong Luocheng. You cannot slay your ancestor. I am the elder of the Morong clan. Morong Jian struggled desperately, yet he could not move an inch. Bai Yoming's foot pressed down like a mountain, heavy as 1,000 pounds. Ancestor? Morong Jun scoffed. Did you remember your status as an ancestor when you slaughtered the descendants of the Morong clan? If you are willing to relinquish the throne, how could I harm them? Morong Jian retorted. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyeh nearly chuckled at Morong Jian's absurdity. What kind of logic was this? Wasn't the throne rightfully belonging to Morong Jun and the others? Just because you demand it, must they comply? Moreover, why should they grant you anything? Morong Jun's face twisted with disdain. When the main branch of the Morong clan separated from the branch family, the main family took residence in Yujian's sect, while the branch family established itself in the Dalong Empire, mutually supporting each other without interference. For centuries, my branch has annually offered ample Xian crystals and rare treasures. Yet has the main family ever provided us with any support? When the mystical beasts invaded, you demanded Xian crystals at every turn. How often did you leave us unsatisfied? The branch has never owed anything to the main family. If you kill me, you will bear the infamous title of patricide. Morong Jian could only resort to threats, attempting to intimidate Morong Jun. Suddenly, a blade flashed, and Morong Jian's head was severed from his body, his eyes wide with disbelief until the very end. I shall bear the infamy of patricide, Morong Luocheng declared with a cold snort. He brandished his long blade and proceeded towards the remaining corpses, decapitating anyone still breathing. Morong Jun did not intervene. Instead, he plunged his knife fiercely into Morong Jian's lifeless form. Lin Qiyeh observed the scene quietly. At that moment, Bai Yuming approached him. The other members of the Morong clan have been dealt with, approximately several hundred. What shall we do with them? Leave it to Morong Luocheng. Lin Qiyeh inhaled deeply and turned to exit the palace. As he stepped through one of the palace gates, Luo Tianqing stormed in with his troops, exuding an imposing presence. Upon seeing Lin Qiyeh, anxiety etched across his face. He exclaimed, "Young master, Morong Luocheng is missing." Lin Qiyeh's expression darkened. "You arrive now? It's far too late." 3 days later, at the Yuyun Pavilion, Lin Qiyeh and Bai Yuming stood by the window, gazing down at the bustling streets below. The thoroughfare remained lively and vibrant. The changes in the great dragon had not altered the lives of the common folk in the slightest. Bai Yuming let out a slight sigh. Being at the bottom of the hierarchy, there are certain things that, in ignorance, one might find a peculiar sense of resignation. Lin Qiyeh gazed calmly at the vast sky above, pondering whether we, in the eyes of certain individuals, are no different from the common folk. Bai Yuming remained silent, lost in thought. Young master, at that moment, Morong Luocheng, Luo Tianqing, and Fang Xinyan entered the room. Please, have a seat. Lin Qiyeh smiled gently. Young master, the matters concerning the Murong family have been resolved. 13 from the divine profound realm, 57 from the heaven profound realm, and 168 from the earth profound realm have pledged their allegiance. Murong Luocheng reported respectfully. Those who refuse to submit have been dealt with accordingly. Lin Qiyeh nodded. From now on, these individuals will be under your command. Additionally, regarding the captives taken during the Murong family's previous assault, I trust you will handle them appropriately. Understood. Murong Luocheng replied without hesitation, then paused momentarily before continuing. Young master, my father has lost interest in governing the great dragon. The future of the great dragon rests in your hands. Upon hearing this, Fang Xinyan opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow slightly. Having already subdued the great dragon dynasty, the great Yin dynasty was also within his grasp. However, he had yet to formulate a plan for its future. Ignoring it would ultimately lead to disarray. Only by establishing a sect and a nation could he better govern this territory. Both a sect and a nation have their distinct advantages. Yet he inclined more towards the creation of a nation, as it offers greater compatibility. However, he was not yet prepared to establish a nation. Young master, I speak with humble intent, but I have an idea. Murong Luocheng took a deep breath and stated, with you in control of both dynasties, the common people will surely rally behind you. Why not establish a dynasty? Indeed, young master, old Luo may be a simple man, but Murong's words resonate with me. Luo Tianqing added quickly. I concur. Bai Yuming, rarely in agreement, affirmed. Only Fang Xinyan remained silent. Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment before inquiring. Do you believe the territories of the Great Dragon and Great Yin to be vast? Not particularly, Luo Tianqing responded. Indeed, they are not. Lin Qiyeh's eyes sparkled with insight as he turned to Murong Luocheng. Without those sects, this territory would be easily manageable by you. Murong Luocheng remained silent, evidently conceding to the truth. The strength of sects far surpassed that of dynasties. They existed on entirely different levels. Setting aside the power of sects, Murong Luocheng was confident he could easily govern both the Great Dragon and Great Yin, and even manage several more dynasties if necessary. Do you know why the Great Dragon and Great Yin fell so easily? Lin Qiyeh suddenly posed the question. The group was taken aback. Is it not because the sects were too powerful? Luo Tianqing queried. Both Murong Luocheng and Fang Xinyan nodded in agreement. Bai Yuming seemed to reflect deeply. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly and shook his head. Let us not speak of dynasties. Even the weakest of kingdoms should not be inferior to sects such as the Feather Sword sect. What defines a dynasty? Under the vast heavens, all lands belong to the king. Along the borders, all subjects serve the king. A palpable tremor coursed through the few present. In mere moments, their blood surged with fervor. They beheld Lin Qiyeh's formidable ambition with growing clarity. I harbor no ambition, Lin Qiyeh declared once more. The group fell silent, incredulous. Could anyone utter such words without harboring ambition? They would not believe it, even at the cost of their lives. Yet, you are the young master. Your word is law. When you manage to unify Yunzhou, I shall contemplate the establishment of a dynasty. For now, this territory is far too modest, Lin Qiyeh stated with a grave expression. Your bravado is impressive, young master, Bai Yuming communicated discreetly to the trio. They nodded in fervent agreement. To dismiss the territories of two great empires while claiming to lack ambition? How could one pursue an assault on the Daong Empire without ambition? Was it only when one successfully conquered Yunzhou that ambition could be considered legitimate? Little did they know that for Lin Qiyeh, unifying Yunzhou was hardly an ambition worth mentioning. Young master, I shall lead the troops into Daong at once, Luo Tianqing proclaimed. Lin Qiyeh responded with a knowing smile, refraining from speech. Murong Luocheng took a deep breath and said, Young master, let General Fang Xinyan take the lead. Very well, Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. Luo Tianqing feigned displeasure. Yet inwardly he rejoiced. The fall of the great dragon was something Fang Xinyan could hardly accept. How could Lin Qiyeh possibly leave him in the Great Dragon Empire? In the campaign against the Daong Empire, Fang Zhenyan was undoubtedly the best choice. As for you, Tiansheng, Lin Qiyeh suddenly added, you surely cannot remain idle. Why not lead the troops to confront the Great Xian Empire? Chapter 137. An empty house. The idea of launching an assault on the Great Xian dynasty left Murong Luoqing astonished. After all, they had yet to conquer the Great Yong dynasty, and now they contemplated targeting the Great Xian dynasty? Murong Luoqing advised, my lord, is it not a tad too hasty? The Great Long dynasty and the Great Xian dynasty are separated by the Tianyu mountain range, where the mystical beasts possess formidable strength. While it is indeed a challenge, it is not insurmountable, interjected Luo Tiansheng, his eyes gleaming with eagerness. The mystical beasts of the Tianyu mountain range pose no issue. Murong Luoqing furrowed his brows, questioning the source of such confidence. Although this individual was powerful enough to defeat Murong Jian, he might not necessarily stand a chance against the mystical beasts of the Tianyu mountain range. After all, the endeavor to attack the Great Xian dynasty would require traversing the mountain range, where the mystical beasts would undoubtedly resist their passage. It was likely that before they even reached the territory of the Great Xian dynasty, their forces would be severely diminished. Allow me to introduce the master of the Tianyu mountain range, Bai Yuming, Lin Qiyeh announced, pointing at Bai Yuming with a smirk. Hiss! Both Murong Luoqing and Fang Zhenyan gasped in astonishment, their expressions turning to one of disbelief. The title of master of the Tianyu mountain range carried significant weight, as it implied dominion over all mystical beasts within. It was akin to that of a sovereign over a dynasty. In that moment, any lingering reluctance within Fang Zhenyan vanished entirely. The might of Lin Qiyeh was truly terrifying. No wonder he regarded the major dynasties with such disdain. My lord, should we strike against the Great Yong dynasty and the Great Xian dynasty? Both the Yujian sect and the Xiantian Valley will undoubtedly intervene. Murong Luoqing pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of unrest within. There is one more thing I neglected to mention, Lin Qiyeh chuckled. The Yujian sect and the Blood Cloud sect have already been extinguished. What? Murong Luoqing and Fang Zhenyan felt their hearts surge with tumultuous shock. Each piece of news was more astonishing than the last, and even spoken from Lin Qiyeh's lips. It seemed almost beyond belief. Lin Qiyeh recounted the circumstances surrounding the demise of the Yujian sect. Murong Luoqing took a deep breath and said, my lord, I hold no grudge against you. The Gu family and the Murong family have only sought their own demise. However, I remain indifferent to the prospect of attacking the Great Xian dynasty, which is highly skilled in the use of poison. Very well, you may take charge. However, it is imperative that we conquer the Great Yong dynasty within 6 months, Lin Qiyeh contemplated. My lord, how about I join forces with General Fang and traverse the Tianyu mountain range? We can strike into the western territories of the Great Yong and rendezvous with Ling Qingxiu and the others. Within 6 months, we shall surely take the Great Yong dynasty, proposed Luo Tiansheng. You are free to exercise your discretion, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. As Luo Tiansheng and the others departed, only Bai Yuming remained. You seem rather anxious. Is there something about to transpire? Bai Yuming finally could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Whether dealing with the Blood Cloud sect or launching an assault on the Great Yong dynasty, Lin Qiyeh exuded a sense of urgency. Given his understanding of Lin Qiyeh, he would typically never reveal such sentiments for trivial matters. Noticed, have you? Lin Qiyeh smiled and candidly replied, in 6 months, I must journey to Cangzhou. Considering the current circumstances, I reckon you will be unable to leave. No worries, call upon me whenever needed. If all is well, I shall come, Bai Yuming assured. He did not inquire about Lin Qiyeh's purpose for the trip. If Lin Qiyeh wished to divulge that information, he would certainly do so. A month swiftly passed. At the Yujian sect, once one of the 5 great sects, now lay desolate and abandoned. On this day, a group of uninvited guests arrived outside Yujian Peak. What is going on? Where is everyone? A venerable elder in a golden robe frowned deeply, sweeping his divine sense across the surroundings, yet finding not a single soul. Is this truly the Yujian sect? Questioned another elder, clad in black with white hair and eyebrows, his expression filled with confusion. How could such a fine sect simply vanish? Have they gone into hiding? That old fox, Xuanhuan, is exceedingly cunning. The golden-robed elder stepped forward, landing in the square, followed closely by the others. However, regardless of their searches, even turning the Yujian Peak upside down, they found not a single person, nor even a stray cat or dog. Evidence of battle was evident, suggesting a genuine internal strife within the Yujian sect. Finally, a woman in a white gown spoke up. Had Lin Qiyeh been present, he would have instantly recognized her as Xuanhuan, the leader of Xuanhuan Mountain. The group conducted a meticulous inspection and discovered several newly constructed grand halls. So, it is true that the three great families were annihilated by Xuanhuan? The golden-robed elder mused. No wonder he sought to recruit disciples from the Blood Cloud sect. His own losses must have been severe. The black-clad elder nodded, a hint of sword intent glinting in his eyes. Gentlemen, given Xuanhuan's disposition, he will certainly not return in the near future. Xuanhuan interjected. We cannot possibly monitor the Yujian sect at all times. Seeking revenge seems implausible. Then let us destroy the Yujian sect, the golden-robed elder declared coldly. Very well, at the very least, we can induce some heartache for Xuanhuan, the black-clad elder remarked with a faint smile. Moments later, all withdrew from Yujian Peak. The black-clad elder opened his palm, and a long sword materialized within his grasp. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the air, unleashing a sword chi that rent the heavens asunder. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed as the towering Yujian Peak was suddenly cleaved in two. Not enough. The golden-robed elder laughed heartily, producing several golden blades. In a flash, he darted forward, the blades gleaming with brilliance. His form akin to a fleeting shadow as he circled half around Yujian Peak. Suddenly, the Yujian sect fractured from its midsection, the upper mountain swiftly cascading downwards. At last, I have exhaled, the golden-robed elder sneered, with the Cloud Prefecture's blessings reduced to these few, without the Yujian Peak. Let us see how Xuanhuan will respond. Farewell. As the moonlight whispers softly against the snowy backdrop, the inhabitants of the Snow God Mountain depart. The elder clad in golden robes exchanges a glance with the elder in black, and they too take their leave with their respective companions. In Yanbei City, Lin Qiyeh sits in his study, observing with amusement the playful banter between Lin Wuxin and Long Feishue in the courtyard. You scoundrel! Weren't you supposed to let me go? Why have you brought me back? It was the young master's command for me to apprehend you. You rogue! How dare you deceive me? I shall have your head. Release me, or do not blame me for being ungracious. Their exchange, filled with light-hearted jests, certainly resembles flirtation in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. That Wuxin fellow is truly oblivious, he muses, while Lin Wufing beside him rolls his eyes in exasperation. Honestly, you let Long Feishue go on purpose, then used my name to have Wuxin catch her. I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Just how many times have you let Long Feishue go? Lin Wufing raises a hand. 5 times, and then Wuxin caught her 5 times again. Aren't you worried that Wuxin will find out and retaliate? Lin Qiyeh asks, feeling a touch of dread. The young master's orders are beyond my concern. Lin Wufing shrugs nonchalantly. Lin Qiyeh, with a serious demeanor, declares, enough of this frivolity. Let us discuss serious matters. Half a month ago, the leaders of the 3 major sects descended upon the Yujian sect, only to find it deserted. In their fury, they obliterated the Yujian Peak. Lin Wufing's playful demeanor vanishes. That is quite ruthless. Fortunate that we evacuated in time. Lin Qiyeh narrows his eyes. Once they departed, Senior Bai Yuming allowed the Xian beast to seize the territory of the Yujian sect. A smile flickers on Lin Wufing's face, soon replaced by a chilling expression. Young master, Sima Tianyan has allied himself with Daong. Chapter 138. The Underworld Sima Tianyan? Lin Qiyeh was not surprised. He unfurled the folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. How many cities have you surrendered? Sima Tianyan's greatest support was merely Yunantian. And now that Yunantian was dead, he could scarcely maintain his hold over the territories he had claimed, especially with the ruthless Lin Qiyeh in the fray. Where he passed, countless heads would surely roll. Even if he did not resort to citywide slaughter, it was certain that he would not accept Sima Tianyan's surrender. Sima Tianyan did not wish to meet his end. He had no other path but to seek refuge with the Daong. 3 cities, Lin Wufing nodded. Lin Qiyeh had captured 2 cities, ruthlessly slaughtering 100,000 soldiers under Sima Tianyan, spreading the word that all the citizens of those 2 cities had been exterminated. Now, those cities were stricken with fear, leading 5 more cities to capitulate in quick succession. This fellow, Lin Qiyeh, smiled slightly. It had not been long, and Sima Tianyan's army was utterly defenseless before the god of death, Lin Qiyeh. What of Gubei City? He inquired curiously. Gubei City, along with Wuxing, had circled around to the Da Yong dynasty. Wherever the 30,000 wolf cavalry trod, not a blade of grass remained. Sima Tianyun's alliance with Gu Xiu was akin to a trapped beast. Lin Wufeng chuckled, adding that ultimately, De Yong's attempt to send reinforcements was thwarted by Luo Tianqing and Fang Xinyan, who had blocked their advance. At this pace, it would not be long before De Yong fell. Lin Qiyeh nodded. Without the support of the Gu family, with his current strength, annihilating the De Yong dynasty would be exceedingly effortless. After a moment's reflection, he continued, since the three major sects have already visited the Yujian sect, they will likely seek intelligence regarding De Yin and De Long. Though they may not engage personally, they will certainly dispatch De Huang and De Xian. While there was no news from De Xian yet, the esteemed gentleman had recently instructed me to keep an eye on De Huang. And I have just received word that Xia Tianfang has quietly led 500,000 troops to Wangjian City. Lin Wufeng jested, my lord. Shall we not call upon others and handle this ourselves? Lin Qiyeh pondered for a moment before stepping out of the study. My lord. Lin Wuxing exclaimed upon seeing Lin Qiyeh, immediately ceasing her scolding and casting a cold glare at Long Feishue. Lin Qiyeh turned to Long Feishue, stating, I can allow you to return, but how about you take away the 50,000 soldiers of Pinyin Pass? An absurd dream, Long Feishue scoffed. If you have the ability to kill me, do so. I am seasoned in battle and will not flinch. You wouldn't want the 50,000 soldiers of Pinyin Pass to be annihilated, would you? Lin Qiyeh said with a smile. Long Feishue's pupils narrowed, but after a brief moment, she regained her composure, disdainfully replying, if you could break through Pinyin Pass, would you have waited until now? Release her cultivation, Lin Qiyeh said, unperturbed, with a faint smile. Long Feishue was taken aback, feeling an inexplicable sense of anxiety within her. Lin Wuxing did not hesitate, unsealing Long Feishue's cultivation. Long Feishue still felt a tinge of unreality. Wuxing, you shall escort her to Pinyin Pass. Lin Qiyeh waved his hand. Indeed. Lin Wuxing lifted Long Feishue and departed. Young master, have you truly released her? Lin Wufeng inquired, somewhat perplexed. Even if they intended to annihilate Pinyin Pass, there was no necessity to let Long Feishue go. I merely require a messenger, nothing more. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes and smiled. Wufeng, inform Weiyun and Wuxing that within 7 days, I desire Pinyin Pass to be utterly devoid of life. Understood. Lin Wufeng's entire being quivered as he swiftly vanished. There was no time to indulge in idle chatter. Lin Qiyeh's eyes slightly narrowed as he turned and entered the study. Come forth. He seated himself in a chair and softly spoke. Suddenly, from the dark corner of the study, a figure draped in black emerged, bowing deeply. Ming, I pay my respects to the young master. Have a seat. I was momentarily delayed by certain matters, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Clearly, this black figure had been present in the study all along. Had Lin Wufeng been there, he would have been utterly astonished, for he had remained in the study with Lin Qiyeh without ever detecting another's presence. The figure, entirely shrouded in a dark cloak, obscured his features. He did not sit, but spoke. Young master, there is no escape on the sea. Approximately 200 miles from land lies a fog-laden sea where we nearly lost our way. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly. So to depart, one can only traverse the misty forest to the north of Zhangzhou? My subordinate cannot be certain. Ming shook his head. Although we could not navigate through the fog-laden sea, we did not return empty-handed. Oh, Lin Qiyeh's eyes gleamed. At that time, amidst the fog-laden sea, I vaguely heard the sounds of a fierce battle emanating from the other side. Ming's tone turned solemn. We followed the sound, but found nothing. However, I can assert that the origin of that noise lay deeper within the ocean. Moreover, even without sighting anyone, the aura left us utterly astounded. Starry profound realm? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow, deep in thought. After a moment, he spoke. Qin Su once told me that when his father broke through to the starry profound realm, he was slain by 2 masked experts of the starry profound realm, leading to the destruction of the ancient Qin imperial capital. For thousands of years, no one in the 3 states has attained the starry profound realm. It is likely those 2 hailed from beyond. Young master, your conjecture may indeed hold merit. Ming inhaled deeply. One day, we shall uncover the truth, and that day is not far off. Lin Qiyeh smiled. You have worked hard over the years. For now, let us set this matter aside. Upon my return, there is another issue. Ming nodded, then added, to the southwest of Zhangzhou, adjacent to Shueshan Mountain. A mountain range suddenly collapsed a few days ago, revealing an underground palace. The Dayu dynasty promptly sealed it off and dispatched numerous individuals to investigate, nearly resulting in total annihilation. I observed from afar and did not dare to venture inside. An underground palace? Lin Qiyeh's expression turned contemplative. The entire army of the Great Feather Dynasty perished, yet he remained unfazed and indifferent. However, he was acutely aware of Ming's prowess. Even he felt a sense of threat emanating from him, suggesting that the underground palace was indeed extraordinary. "Did you discover anything?" Lin Qiyeh inquired. "That place is impervious to divine perception. It must be protected by some form of array," Ming replied, shaking his head. "Yet, as I departed, I faintly heard the roar of a beast. I cannot ascertain whether it was merely an illusion, for when I listened more intently, all fell silent. Once the matters here are concluded, accompany me to that place," Lin Qiyeh suggested after a moment of contemplation. He could not deny his burgeoning curiosity about the underground palace. After all these years, aside from his interest in the mist formation, this was the first thing to pique his curiosity. Since he was already en route to the Great Feather Dynasty, it was a fortuitous detour. Pausing briefly, he continued, "How has the gathering of information regarding the Great Feather Dynasty progressed since I last contacted you?" Ming produced a storage ring and handed it to Lin Qiyeh. "All the information is contained herein. You must exercise utmost caution regarding the Grand Master of the Great Feather Dynasty. This individual poses significant concerns." "Oh." Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, recalling that Xuanhuan had also mentioned this person. It appeared he possessed peak cultivation at the sacred profound realm. If that were all, Ming likely would not have felt compelled to issue such a warning. With a deep breath, Ming's tone turned grave as he stated, "The downfall of the ancient Qin dynasty may be linked to him." Chapter 139. Those who cross this monument shall die at Pinyin Pass. Long Feishuo stood atop the city wall, her gaze fixed upon the receding figure in the distance, her beautiful eyes slightly furrowed. The sensation felt surreal. Lin Qiyeh had indeed released her, and even escorted her back to Pinyin Pass. However, the thought of Lin Qiyeh's words caused her brows to knit in worry. Could he truly annihilate the 50,000 soldiers of Pinyin Pass? Although she found it hard to believe he would go that far, an unsettling feeling lingered within her. What if that notorious scion of debauchery, who bore no resemblance to a mere wastrel, was indeed capable of unfathomable actions? "Your Highness," the third princess interrupted a nearby general, snapping her from her reverie. "Send word to General Xia," instructing him to gather his men swiftly. Long Feishuo began, but abruptly turned and descended from the city wall. "Never mind, I shall go personally." An hour later, Long Feishuo departed Pinyin Pass with a fervor, accompanied by around 200 soldiers. They crossed the Tsang River and hastily made their way towards Wangjin City. Meanwhile, the night quietly enveloped the land. The soldiers of Pinyin Pass patrolled as they always did, unaware of the lurking danger. Concealed within the nearby forest were over 30 shadowy figures. "Rest for 2 hours," one shadow spoke. "Wuxin, shall you strike first, or shall we?" Another inquired. "Assassination is our forte. Naturally, we shall take the initiative." Lin Wuxin, polishing the blade in hand, replied with a cold gaze. "Do you think Wuyun would entrust the Lingyun 13 guards to you without your own men present? You know Wuyun has no interest in such matters." "I consider myself half of the Lingyun 13 guards," Lin Wufeng shrugged. The others fell silent. As the night deepened, after 2 hours, 18 figures rose and silently departed the woods. Upon reaching the base of Pinyin Pass, the listening snow 18 riders lightly touched their toes to the ground, springing up to the city wall like graceful swallows. With a series of sharp sounds, faint flickers of fire illuminated the scene, and within moments, the soldiers atop the city wall met their demise, each throat expertly severed. None were spared. Lin Wuxin waved a hand, and the listening snow 18 riders dispersed, their movements ghostly and silent. It was destined to be a night of slaughter. The listening snow 18 riders, akin to vengeful specters from the depths of hell, harvested the lives of thousands with eerie silence. As time passed, the air thickened with the scent of blood. A piercing scream shattered the night sky. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" The tranquil Pinyin Pass erupted into chaos, the ringing of bells resounding. The slumbering soldiers were roused and quickly assembled. The listening snow 18 riders showed no signs of hesitation. Their curved blades flashed, blood spilling forth. "It is our turn to take the stage." From a distant cliff, Lin Wufeng watched the unfolding scene with the Lingyun 13 guards. With a whoosh, 13 figures leapt into the air, darting forth like arrows released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, they arrived above the military camp. Countless beams of white light flickered like raindrops, cascading down upon the assembled warriors of the great wilderness. They fell in droves, akin to mere weeds. In terms of lethality, the 13 guards of Lingyun were inferior to the 18 riders of Tingsnow. Yet, when it came to the swiftness of their slaughter, the 18 riders could not compare to the 13 guards. In an instant, wails echoed throughout Pinyin Pass. Before long, flames erupted, illuminated by the firelight. Shadowy figures masked and armed with curved blades ruthlessly harvested lives. They were nothing short of machines of carnage, devoid of any emotion. An hour later, 31 figures reappeared atop the city walls, coldly observing as Pinyin Pass was consumed by flames. After a prolonged silence, confirming that no one had fled, they vanished into the night. 3 days later, by the banks of the Tsang River, hundreds of thousands of troops marched across the iron chain bridge towards Pinyin Pass. Long Feishue took a deep breath, finally feeling a weight lift from her heart. As long as they crossed the Tsang River, they would reach Pinyin Pass without incident. Although Lin Qiyeh's words lingered in her mind, she was confident that with such a vast army, he could not possibly pose a threat to Pinyin Pass. Rest assured, Your Highness, even with over 100,000 troops, it is not feasible to breach Pinyin Pass in a short time, Xia Tianfang assured her, gazing into the distance from atop his warhorse. Long Feishue nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a swift horse galloped towards them from the front. A scout dismounted and bowed, reporting, Your Highness, General, there is a thick plume of smoke rising from the direction of Pinyin Pass. What? Long Feishue's expression changed drastically as she spurred her horse forward, with Xia Tianfang hastily following. Soon, a blaze came into view. From a distance, Pinyin Pass had been reduced to ashes, with the surrounding peaks still ablaze. Flames reaching high into the sky, visible even from miles away. Where are the people? Xia Tianfang's face darkened ominously. Just days prior, when Long Feishue had relayed Lin Qiyeh's words to him, he had dismissed them with a scoff. If breaching Pinyin Pass were so simple, it would not be regarded as a formidable barrier of the southern frontier of the Great Wilderness. Just as they could not easily penetrate Yinyan Pass, the Great Yin could not breach Pinyin Pass either. Though Lin Qiyeh had threatened her, she had never believed it. Yet now, he realized just how terrifying Lin Qiyeh truly was. Several scouts rode towards Pinyin Pass. After a while, they returned. General, all the soldiers are dead, and the ground is strewn with corpses. All dead. Their faces were ashen, clearly shaken by the horrific scene at Pinyin Pass. Long Feishue and Xia Tianfang trembled. That was 50,000 soldiers. How could they all be dead? Not a single one left alive. They could not fathom that among over 50,000, not a single soul had survived. Clinging to a shred of hope, they continued to lead the army forward. Upon reaching the outskirts of Pinyin Pass, their gazes fell upon a stone tablet, towering a high, inscribed with bloody characters. Those who cross this monument shall perish. Long Feiyun trembled uncontrollably. The words of Lin Qiyeh from that time echoed in his mind, not as a jest, but a grim reality. The crucial question lingered. How had he accomplished such a feat? Xia Tianfang gritted his teeth in fury. The audacity of the one who had slain their comrades to openly issue threats was utterly contemptuous. Boom. Xia Tianfang drew his sword from his waist, and with a fierce swing, the stone tablet shattered explosively. To annihilate 50,000 of my Da Huang's warriors. And yet think a mere stone tablet could compel this general to retreat? His eyes burned crimson with rage, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Having weathered countless battles, what had he not faced? Moreover, he could not afford to lose Pinyin Pass. Without it, only the Tsangjiang's natural barrier remained. Once the Great Yin crossed the Tsangjiang, the territory behind would be an open plain. How could Da Huang withstand the might of the Great Yin then? Extinguish the flames and reconstruct Pinyin Pass. Xia Tianfang commanded resolutely. Long Feishue remained silent, yet the gravity of her concern was palpable. Lin Qiyeh could effortlessly obliterate 50,000 of Da Huang's warriors. The space here was exceedingly confined, rendering it impossible for 500,000 troops to fully mobilize. Should Lin Qiyeh's forces return, would it not spell even greater peril? Yet, to allow the Da Huang army to retreat unchallenged was an unbearable thought. In that moment, she found herself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 140. The Mighty Xuanhuan Family. Yanbei City. Lin Qiyeh reclined leisurely in a grand armchair, while Lin Yiren stood behind him, gently kneading his shoulders. Yiren, the Yuyan Merchant Association must expand towards several other empires, Lin Qiyeh remarked, his eyes half closed. Preparations are already underway. By the way, dear sir, do you remember Su Qiyu? Lin Yiren inquired. Who? Lin Qiyeh responded, a grin gracing his lips. She is a captivating beauty. How could you possibly forget her? Lin Yiren rolled her eyes. What of her? Lin Qiyeh feigned ignorance, though he indeed remembered her, albeit with little interest. In a soft voice, Lin Yiren added, I heard that the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion has acquired an extraordinary treasure and is seeking buyers everywhere. What treasure? Lin Qiyeh's interest was piqued. He was well aware of the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion's significant reputation, as the Wanxiang Merchant Association was widespread throughout Yunzhou. However, both the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion in the Great Yin and the Great Dragon Empire had completely withdrawn, unable to withstand the daily raids by the Listening Snow Tower. Lin Yiren explained, it seems to be an ancient elixir. Some time ago, I visited Yingui City and heard it from Sister Wu Wei. It has spread among the major merchant associations. Rumor has it that this ancient elixir can extend one's lifespan by a century and assist cultivators in breaking through their shackles. Such a precious elixir, and they dare to sell it? Lin Qiyeh expressed surprise. The strength of the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion was indeed lacking, at least according to the intelligence gathered by the Listening Snow Tower. Without a powerful guardian, safeguarding an invaluable elixir would be exceptionally challenging. After a pause, he continued, could this be an attempt to target the Listening Snow Tower? That seems unlikely. Lin Yiren shook her head. I heard that there are 3 such ancient elixirs in total. One has been given to a swordsman named Chu Guangdao, who has lingered at the pinnacle of the Emperor Xian realm for many years. After consuming that elixir, he broke through to the Saint Xian realm. It appears that Chu Guangdao has reached an agreement with the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion, trading one elixir for a promise to act as their protector for a certain period. What do you think? Is it true? Lin Qiyeh inquired. We cannot ascertain, which is why we sought your opinion, sir. Lin Yiren moved to pour Lin Qiyeh a cup of tea. In 3 months, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion will publicly auction it in the imperial city of Tianwu City in the Great Wu Empire. Another auction? Lin Qiyeh's brows furrowed slightly. He had found the previous auction of the Beast Egg in Long City quite suspicious. Initially, he had believed it was a scheme between the Jiuyou Pavilion and Xuanhuan Palace to target the Listening Snow Tower. His infiltration alongside Jian Wuxing had confirmed this narrative from the 2 major assassin organizations. However, after experiencing the invasion of the Xian beasts from the Tianyu mountain range, he realized the situation was far more complex. The Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion indeed conducted vast business, yet it lacked the sufficient strength to infiltrate the Tianyu mountain range and abduct the Wolf clan's young master. Moreover, had it not been for his intervention, the Great Dragon Empire would have faced a bloodbath at the hands of the Xian beasts from the Tianyu mountain range. Based on his understanding of the enigmatic Bai Yuming, this individual is undoubtedly capable of such deeds. Once that monstrous beast egg falls into the hands of the people from Dian, the Dian dynasty will surely suffer. Even if it were to fall into the possession of the Blood Cloud sect or the Feather Sword sect, the consequences would be no less dire. Now that the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion is auctioning rare ancient pills, how could he not ponder the implications? According to Sister Wu Hui, if the young master deems it appropriate, they wish to take a look. Lin Yiren interjected. That is not feasible. Before Lin Qiyeh could voice his thoughts, a clear and melodious voice resonated from outside, revealing a tall, elegant man clad in white who strode into the room. Lin Yiren's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise. She had never encountered this person before. This is Ming. Lin Qiyeh introduced briefly. Why is it not feasible? Ming? Lin Yiren was momentarily taken aback. The name struck her as peculiar. The Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion has connections to the Daiyu Imperial Dynasty, Ming stated expressionlessly. The Daiyu Imperial Dynasty? Both Lin Qiyeh and Lin Yiren expressed their astonishment. It is unclear which specific faction is involved. Inform Wu Hui and the others not to interfere. They lack the qualifications to do so, Ming said flatly. Lack qualifications? This fellow has quite the audacity, Lin Yiren thought, incredulous that her comrades from the Listening Snow Tower would be deemed unworthy of even participating in the auction. She was about to retort, but was interrupted by Lin Qiyeh. Listen to Ming. All right, young lady, simply relay the message to Wu Hui, They will understand. I shall convey the message. Lin Qiyeh shot a glare at Ming before exiting. Once Lin Qiyeh had disappeared, Lin Qiyeh finally spoke. Ming, what exactly is the nature of the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion? The current head of the Xuanhuan family, Xuanhuan Lin Qiyeh, who is the eldest son of Xuanhuan's son, is married to a woman with the surname Su, Ming elucidated. Oh, Lin Qiyeh was somewhat taken aback. So, the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion belongs to the Xuanhuan family? Is this auction a conspiracy? Ming nodded. The young master should have seen in the materials that it is not an exaggeration to say the Xuanhuan family holds absolute power. I even suspect that the injury sustained by the Dayu Emperor, Zima Shan, was orchestrated by them in secret. Upon hearing this, a glint of cold light flickered in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. Ming added, and that Chu Guangdao is likely a guest of the Xuanhuan family. ISN T Chu Guangdao from Lingzhou? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. How could someone from Lingzhou be associated with the Xuanhuan family? Ming nodded slightly. Indeed, Chu Guangdao hails from Lingzhou. Though we Haven T thoroughly investigated Lingzhou's records, one thing stands out as peculiar. Lin Qiyeh remained silent. After a pause, Ming continued, Lingzhou has numerous sects and dynasties. Yet there have been scarcely any conflicts in recent decades, which is highly unusual. I deliberately dispatched someone to investigate, but no useful information has surfaced. Lin Qiyeh was slightly astonished. Are you suggesting that Lingzhou has long been secretly controlled by someone? Aside from this possibility, I can conceive of no other explanation, Ming replied. Ming nodded in agreement. Indeed, when one surveys the vast expanse of the three states, only two families possess such capabilities, the Z family and the Xuanhuan clan. Of course, the Xuanhuan clan holds the greatest potential, especially given that the Z family is currently struggling for survival. Lin Qiyeh remained silent. If what Ming said holds true, then the Xuanhuan clan is truly formidable. After all, the Z family is the ruler of the Dayu Empire, yet they are firmly suppressed by the Xuanhuan clan. Otherwise, the Xuanhuan clan would not dare to coerce his mother into marrying Xuanhuan Linkong. Do you know the origins of the ancient pill mentioned by Iran? Lin Qiyeh inquired suddenly. Judging by Ming's tone, he likely had some knowledge on the matter. A glimmer of depth flashed in Ming's eyes. My people have traced fragmented clues and discovered that individuals from the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion have had dealings with the Xuanhuan clan. However, I am uncertain of the precise origin. If it were to originate from the underground palace, then the auction of pills by the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion may not be their primary objective. Are they attempting to gather the powerful from the three states and lead them into that underground palace? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. The allure of wealth is universally understood. If Ming's analysis is accurate, then the intentions of the Xuanhuan clan are indeed terrifying. Ming sighed. The crux of the matter is that even if we are aware, we cannot prevent it. This is an overt scheme. Wait, Lin Qiyeh suddenly shifted the topic. According to what you said, is the Jiuyou Pavilion and the Huangquan Hall also affiliated with the Xuanhuan clan? Chapter 141. Lin Qiyeh was somewhat astonished by the strength of the Xuanhuan family. They indeed possessed a certain formidable prowess. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the Ji family, it is likely that the Dayu Empire would have already fallen into their grasp. Once they seized Sangzhou, Yunzhao would undoubtedly be the next target for annihilation. A few years prior, we had considerable dealings with the Jiuyou Pavilion and the Huangquan Palace. Initially, they did not appear as threats, but the current scenario is decidedly different. After a moment of contemplation, he declared, in that case, let us first extinguish them. In his eyes, the Jiuyou Pavilion and Huangquan Palace posed an even greater threat than the five great sects. Although their strength was not particularly impressive, they operated from the shadows. Elusive and unpredictable. My lord, there is no need to summon Wu Huwei and the others. My people have already taken action a fortnight ago, which is why I did not mention it to you. It won't be long before the matter is resolved. Ming interjected hastily upon noticing Lin Qiyeh's intention to seek out Lin Wufeng. Lin Qiyeh nodded in acknowledgement. Among all his brothers, Ming was undoubtedly the most exceptional in both talent and intellect, having accompanied Lin Qiyeh for the longest duration. He had complete faith in Ming's capabilities. Are you not going to meet Wu Huwei and the others? Lin Qiyeh inquired again. There will be opportunities in the future. My lord, as you prepare to head to the Dayu Empire, I shall make some arrangements and have someone monitor the movements of the three major sects. Ming replied, shaking his head. Very well, Lin Qiyeh acquiesced. As time passed, 3 months swiftly flew by. Lin Qiyeh remained at the northern king's estate, diligently cultivating. Although he still lingered at the early stages of the sacred Xian realm, he was drawing ever closer to the mid-stage. What perplexed him, however, was the distant prospect of his primordial spirit reaching the star Xian realm. One day, Lin Wufeng rushed in with great urgency. "My lord, the Daong Empire has been subdued." His voice arrived before his presence. Faster than anticipated, Lin Qiyeh mused, unfazed. Lin Wufeng continued, "The head of Sima Tianyun is en route. What do I need his head for?" Lin Qiyeh rolled his eyes in disdain. What of Gu Xiu? Luo Tiancheng and Fang Zhenyan stormed the Daong imperial city. But Gu Xiu vowed not to surrender and ultimately perished under a flurry of blades. As a result, Luo Tiancheng and Fang Zhenyan were quite vexed for some time. But they ultimately gave him a grand burial, Lin Wufeng recounted. What a pity, Lin Qiyeh sighed. Although he had never met Gu Xiu, he was nonetheless one of the 7 renowned generals of Yunzhao, undoubtedly capable in warfare. Regrettably, he belonged to the Gu family, and persuading him to surrender would have been a daunting task. To some individuals, reputation held greater significance than life itself. As for someone like Sima Tianyun, Lin Qiyeh would not even deign to regard him, let alone subjugate him. "My lord, the 3 major empires have been pacified. Yet the great wilderness and the great Xian persist in their endeavors. Last night, Xiang Tianfang dispatched forces to attack Yinyun Pass," Lin Wufeng observed coolly. "Over the past 3 months, we have slain tens of thousands of their troops, yet they show no sign of fear. The great Xian dynasty, too, faced a fierce battle at Luotian City and Fangzhenyan, where they annihilated tens of thousands of foes, yet their ferocity only intensified. They were eager to fight, unafraid. But it was prudent not to push the great Xian dynasty too far, for they were a band of madmen, prone to slaughtering entire cities at a moment's notice." Lin Qiyeh waved his hand dismissively. "Are you not concerned about the interference from Xuanhuan?" Lin Wufeng inquired with apprehension. "Not at all," Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. "The formidable forces of Xuanhuan, Tiandao Sword Sect, and Shueshan Mountain have all ventured to Cangzhou. How is that possible?" Lin Wufeng's mouth fell open in disbelief. "It is news from Ming," Lin Qiyeh explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Wufeng harbored no further doubts, his expression shifting slightly. "Young master, does this mean we can also take action against the Great Wilderness? Didn't Qingqiu and Beichen return?" Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. The auction at Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion had concluded, during which whispers of the underground palace had circulated. Upon learning that the ancient elixir originated from a mysterious underground palace, the 3 great sects nearly descended into madness. Almost all the powerful figures from the 3 sects were drawn to it. Presently, it was estimated that only 1 or 2 Saint Xian realm experts remained to oversee their domains. With the presence of the mysterious beasts from the Tianyu mountain range, there was nothing to fear. He understood the machinations of the Xuanhuan family, yet for his people, was this not an opportunity? "Young master." No sooner had he spoken than 2 voices echoed from outside the estate. "Why are you back so soon?" Lin Wufeng looked in astonishment at the newcomers, who were none other than Ling Qingqiu and Gu Beiqing. At that moment, a shadow descended upon a tree in the courtyard, and Lin Wufeng instantly understood. Lin Qiyeh had evidently dispatched Xiaohe to fetch them. "Young master, why the urgency in summoning us?" Ling Qingqiu poured herself several cups of water in quick succession, while Gu Beiqing looked on with some confusion. "To launch an assault on the great wilderness dynasty, of course," Lin Wufeng replied with a grin. "We shall not strike the great wilderness." Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Lin Wufeng was utterly bewildered. "Not the great wilderness? Then who shall we target?" "Tonight. You will accompany me to a certain location, and do bring Wu Xin along," Lin Qiyeh said with a narrowed-eyed smile. The others exchanged puzzled glances. In the dead of night, a shadow soared into the sky, heading straight towards Yinyun Pass. "Young master, where are we going?" Lin Wuxin asked. "You will know upon arrival," Lin Qiyeh teased. An hour later, Xiaohe soared past Yinyun Pass, continuing onward. The others were struck with astonishment. Surely, the young master does not intend to assault Pingyuan Pass? Indeed. Xiaohe descended onto the rooftop of a building within Pingyuan Pass. "Descend," Lin Qiyeh softly commanded. Xiaohe spread his wings and dove down, landing directly in the courtyard. Enemy attack. Assassins. A loud cry erupted, and countless soldiers surged forth. With a flap of his wings, Xiaohe sent them all flying. "General Xia, a guest has arrived from afar. Will you not offer them your hospitality?" Lin Qiyeh inquired. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in battle armor emerged from the inner chamber. He coldly scrutinized Lin Qiyeh and his companions, demanding, "Who are you?" It appeared General Xia's habits remained unchanged, even sleeping in his armor. Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile, "We bear no ill intentions. Everyone, please leave," General Xia commanded with a wave of his hand. Not only was he unable to discern the cultivation levels of Lin Qiyeh and the others, but even the formidable beast could effortlessly eliminate everyone present. "Please." General Xia gestured for them to enter the courtyard, where tea was soon prepared. He dismissed his subordinates and, with piercing eyes, fixed his gaze upon Lin Qiyeh, asking once more, "May I inquire your identity and the purpose of your late-night visit?" Before Lin Qiyeh could respond, his companions, Lin Qiyeh and Gu Beichen, abruptly stood and performed a respectful greeting. Lin Qiyeh, Gu Beichen, pays respects to General Xia. General Xia raised a hand to speak, but suddenly narrowed his eyes in alarm. "What are your names?" They were currently known as Lin Qiyeh and Gu Beichen, yet they bore another set of names, Yi Qing and Yi Beichen. Lin Qiyeh smiled. General Xia trembled, memories of two youthful faces surfacing and slowly merging with those before him. Astonishment filled his expression as he stared at Lin Qiyeh. "You are young Master Yi?" "I am Lin Qiyeh," he replied with a light chuckle. Chapter 142. The Art of Persuasion. Xia Tianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. "Yi Gongzi? Lin Qiyeh?" He never imagined these two names would intersect. "What is happening, sir?" Lin Wufeng was utterly perplexed, while Lin Wuxin appeared equally bewildered. "Yi Qing, Yi Bei, what strange names are these? I should have anticipated this." Xia Tianfeng sighed deeply, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions as he regarded Lin Qiyeh. It was indeed inappropriate to deceive General Xia back then. "My apologies," Lin Qiyeh responded, bowing slightly. Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxin were left in a state of utter confusion. What was being discussed? They could not comprehend a single word. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh continued. "Back then, there were no wars in Dian, and just as the Great Wilderness and Great Wu were embroiled in conflict, I thought to take Qingqiu and Beichen to witness a true battlefield. Unexpectedly, we encountered General Xia, and I seized the opportunity for the two to learn from him." Upon hearing this, Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxin were left astounded, staring at Lin Qiyeh as if he were a creature from another realm. "Are you a devil, sir? You actually took Lin Qingqiu and Gu Beichen to a hostile military camp to learn?" Lin Wufeng couldn't restrain his curiosity. 10 years ago, Xia Tianfeng sighed. "If it weren't for King Yun, I would have perished back then." 8 years ago? "Sir, you must have been only 12 or 13 at that time." Lin Qingqiu and Gu Beichen were at most 15 or 16. What audacity! It became clear why Lin Qingqiu and the others held Xia Tianfeng in such high regard. Were these two capable warriors truly trained under Xia Tianfeng? Had they not heard it with their own ears, they would never have dared to believe it. "Did you save General Xia's life, sir?" Lin Wufeng inquired once more. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, yet Xia Tianfeng seemed lost in reminiscence, recounting the events of that year. 10 years ago, I was not yet the great general. The Great Wu dynasty was at war with the Great Wilderness. After suffering defeat, I was pursued by General Zhou Baru of the Great Wu, having been struck by several arrows. On the brink of death, Lin Qiyeh, along with Lin Qingqiu and Gu Beichen, rescued me. Disguised as Yi Gongzi, they joined the Great Wilderness Army under the names Yi Qing and Yi Bei. 3 months later, I returned to the battlefield, defeating the Great Wu dynasty and slaying tens of thousands. For the next 6 months, I enjoyed a series of victories, ascending the ranks. When I encountered Zhou Baru again, I faced overwhelming odds and managed to slay thrice the number of enemies. Although I ultimately faced defeat, my name resonated throughout both the Great Wu and Great Wilderness dynasties. Before long, a truce was declared between the Great Wilderness and the Great Wu, and Lin Qiyeh and the others departed quietly. While others believed I was a master strategist, in truth, it was King Yun who had guided me all along. Xia Tianfeng smiled bitterly. Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxin stood there, utterly speechless. They could hardly fathom that Lin Qiyeh had such a profound connection with Xia Tianfeng. At that moment, Tian Ming conveyed a message to me, and I should have anticipated it. Xia Tianfeng sighed deeply, his expression exceedingly complex. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. The world is vast. This phrase was precisely what Lin Qiyeh had left with Xia Tianfeng upon his departure from the Great Wilderness military camp. Even after the passage of a decade, Xia Tianfeng recalled it vividly. In this instant, he comprehended the monstrous entity he was facing. No wonder Lin Qiyeh had effortlessly led to the demise of tens of thousands of Xia Tianming's army. Not to mention Lin Qiyeh, even Lin Qiyeh was infamous for her ferocity. The Cloud King visits tonight. What could be his purpose? Xia Tianfang inhaled deeply, regaining his composure, his demeanor turning serious. Despite his reflections, the two individuals represented two great empires. Should a confrontation arise, he would show no mercy. Although they each served their own masters, Lin Qiyeh had just slaughtered thousands of their men. Alongside the tens of thousands of soldiers lost outside Yan'an City, Lin Qiyeh had taken nearly 200,000 lives. How could he swallow that resentment? I wish for you to withdraw your troops, Lin Qiyeh stated decisively. Xia Tianfang raised an eyebrow. To think that a mere sentence could compel him to retreat was utterly impossible. Yet, he understood that Lin Qiyeh must have his confidence in coming here. After some contemplation, he replied, "Why? Withdraw now, and I shall spare the great wilderness royal family," Lin Qiyeh replied calmly. Xia Tianfang's eyes widened. Such audacity! If these words had come from another's lips, he would have drawn his sword without hesitation. Yet, with Lin Qiyeh, he found himself rendered speechless. What do you think the great wilderness is? Is it so easy to extinguish? A furious rebuke echoed from the entrance. Dressed in military garb, Long Feishua burst in with a dozen soldiers, swiftly surrounding Lin Qiyeh and the others. Suddenly, Lin Wufeng's figure flickered, akin to a specter. Thud, thud. The soldiers behind Long Feishua fell to the ground like dumplings. Do you really believe it is difficult to annihilate you? Lin Wufeng scoffed. Long Feishua trembled slightly. Left without retort, his speed was astounding. If Lin Wufeng wished to kill them, it would be effortlessly simple. Xia Tianfang silently positioned himself in front of Long Feishua. I require a reason. Before long, Lingzhou would dispatch troops to Yunzhou, and even the Zhangzhou Diyu Empire would mobilize. Lin Qiyeh's gaze was piercing as he fixed it on Xia Tianfang. How can this be? Xia Tianfang's face was one of disbelief. Long Feishua directly countered. Yunzhou is protected by 5 major sects. How could they possibly send troops? To be precise, Lingzhou had already sent forth its forces, and they would soon arrive in Yunzhou. Lin Qiyeh's expression was grave. He was not jesting. To be frank, the 5 major sects are likely struggling for their own survival. Xia Tianfang and Long Feishua exchanged uncertain glances. This revelation was nothing short of a thunderclap for them. Lin Qiyeh remarked, "Do you truly believe I have any reason to deceive you? If I intended to confront you, could a mere minor fortress like Pingyuan Pass truly impede my advance?" The two were rendered speechless. The 5,000 soldiers of Pingyuan Pass had met their demise. Yet none of them had discovered even a single soldier from the great Yin among the fallen. This indicated that Lin Qiyeh had annihilated 50,000 lives without suffering any losses himself. If he truly wished to penetrate the great wilderness, even their 500,000 troops might prove insufficient to halt his advance. Then why not seize this opportunity to attack the great wilderness? Long Feishua inquired, still skeptical. For this presented an exceptional chance for the great Yin dynasty. The great wilderness was beset on all sides, and an assault from Lin Qiyeh would be considerably easier. As fellow denizens of Yunzhou, I have no desire to take advantage of others' misfortunes, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. Long Feishua gazed intently at him while Lin Wufeng and the others exchanged knowing smiles, astonished that Lin Qiyeh had managed to intimidate both Long Feishua and Xia Tianfang. They were unconvinced by his reasoning, especially considering that prior to this, Lin Qiyeh had urged them to attack the great Xin dynasty. With a finger dipped in water, Lin Qiyeh sketched a rough map on the table. You ought to be aware that the great wilderness borders the great Wu and the great Yu empires. Moreover, the great Wu, the great Xian, and the Sword dynasty are adjacent to Lingzhou. Should these two states mobilize their forces, the great Yin shall remain unscathed. You may choose not to believe me, but once the great Yu empire strikes, how will you defend yourselves? Mobilizing such a vast army to the north would require at least a month, would it not? Regardless of the outcome, retreating would be beneficial and harmless to you. As silence enveloped the hall, Xia Tianfang finally took a deep breath. I believe you. However, during this period, your great Yin must not deploy a single soldier. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. I can only promise you this. Until the great wilderness imperial city falls, I shall refrain from sending forth any troops. Chapter 143, Departure General Xia. How could you agree to them? Long Feishua watched Lin Qiyeh and his companions depart, her expression dark as water. She never anticipated that Xia Tianfang would so readily place his trust in in Lin Qiyeh, especially when Lin Wuxin, as he was leaving, inquired if Lin Qiyeh wished to capture her. This provoked her to the brink of drawing her sword for a life-or-death struggle. His words must hold some truth, Xiao Tianfang mused. In his view, regardless of the veracity of Lin Qiyeh's claims, the crux of the matter was that they could not contend with him. What could they do? Especially since Lin Qiyeh had personally arrived. Although he appeared to be mediating, there was an underlying threat. If their army of over 400,000 dared to linger, Lin Qiyeh would likely not hesitate to annihilate them. Xiao Tianfang vividly recalled Lin Qiyeh's prowess, having never suffered defeat when guiding him against the army of Dou. Had it not been for Lin Qiyeh, he might not have ascended to the position of general of the Great Wilderness. Certainly, the primary issue was that he needed time to develop. Seeking their assistance to fend off the Great Yu Empire. Sighing deeply, Xiao Tianfang felt utterly helpless. Why were the 5 major sects unable to secure themselves? Long Feishuo remained puzzled. I do not know, Xiao Tianfang replied, shaking his head, then abruptly shifted the subject. But if this is indeed the case, does the princess not find him even more terrifying? Long Feishuo was taken aback. Upon reflection, it was indeed a troubling thought. The 5 major sects were not entities easily approached, and the fact that Lin Qiyeh was well informed about their affairs was quite alarming. Furthermore, their Great Wilderness Empire was adjacent to Cangzhou, and they had received no intelligence regarding the movements of Lingzhou and Cangzhou. Yet, Lin Qiyeh seemed so certain. What did this indicate? It suggested that Lin Qiyeh's intelligence capabilities were far more formidable than they had imagined. Could the slaughter of tens of thousands of our Great Wilderness soldiers go unavenged? Long Feishuo's visage darkened, filled with reluctance. Xiao Tianfang remained silent. Revenge would likely be quite difficult for the time being. Come here. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tianfang regained his focus and bellowed. Young master, will they retreat? Xiao He, carrying several individuals, swiftly traversed the night sky towards Yanbei City, and Lin Wuxin could not help but inquire. They will. Gu Beichen interjected before Lin Qiyeh could respond. Though they may not fully trust the young master, they dare not gamble. Given the young master's strength, penetrating the Great Wilderness would be far from challenging. However, the young master has yet to take action, and Xiao Tianfang would surely deduce the reason behind this. It is not that the young master lacks the desire to confront the Great Wilderness, but rather that he requires their aid to resist the Great Yu Empire and buy time for his own development. I am concerned they may not retreat in time. Lin Wuxin voiced the earlier question posed by Long Feishuo. Aren't they afraid the young master might change his mind and seize the opportunity to invade the Great Wilderness? The notion of not taking advantage of others' misfortunes is mere nonsense. It is simply that you are too weak. Lin Qiyeh cast an exasperated glance at the group, stating, if each of you were at the Imperial Profound Realm, or had several at the Divine Profound or Celestial Profound Realms among you, we could directly confront them. Even against the Dayu Empire, we would have no reason to fear. Upon hearing this, the group lowered their heads in shame. Lin Wufeng and Lin Wuxin were relatively fine, as they were nearing the Imperial Profound Realm. However, Ling Qingqiu and Gu Beichun remained at the pinnacle of the Celestial Profound Realm. Then, why not deal with the Great Xian? Gu Beichun inhaled deeply, silently vowing to diligently cultivate and swiftly break through to the Divine Profound Realm. The Great Xian differs somewhat from the Great Wilderness. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, explaining that the territory of the Great Xian Empire adjacent to Lingzhou was minimal, necessitating a detour around the Xintian Valley. Even if Lingzhou were to attack Yinzhou, they would likely penetrate into the Great Wu and Sword Emperor's territories. Gu Beichen appeared contemplative. Lin Qiyeh continued, leave the matters in Great Xian to Luotian City and Fangzhenyan, but we must maintain a low profile. Lingzhou and Cangzhou will require time to eradicate these major empires. He added, during this period, Beichen, Qingqiu, and Morong Luocheng. Each of you must train at least 100,000 wolf riders. Wuxin and Wufeng strive to break through to the Imperial Profound Realm as soon as possible. The resources can be utilized from the Listening Snow Tower and the Sanjing Guard. Understood, they replied respectfully. Lin Qiyeh further remarked, additionally, I have arranged matters concerning the techniques. Ling Qingqiu furrowed her brow, expressing concern. I fear those major empires won't withstand for long. Time may not be on our side. Lin Qiyeh replied solemnly. Tianfang will undoubtedly advance north. We should have enough time, at least about 6 months, but we must rely on the 3 major sections. Are you preparing to leave? Suddenly, Gu Beichen inquired, leaving Lin Wufeng and the others in astonishment. It will likely take a few months, Lin Qiyeh confirmed with a nod. 3 days swiftly passed. Lin Wufeng conveyed the news that Xia Tianfang had indeed departed with a vast army, leaving only 20,000 soldiers to guard Pinyin Pass. Silence enveloped the group at the Northern King's residence. Even Jian Wuxing and Lin Wuxue arrived, disheartened upon learning of Lin Qiyeh's impending departure. Why does everyone look so morose? Lin Qiyeh chuckled. It's merely a temporary absence. I will return. With old Bai around, everything will be fine. Shall I accompany you? Lin Wufeng suddenly raised his head. Me too. Lin Wuxue and Jian Wuxing hurriedly chimed in, fearing they would be left out. Your current task is to cultivate. Lin Qiyeh firmly shook his head, his stance resolute. The group felt helpless, knowing their strength was insufficient. Lin Qiyeh possessed the cultivation of the sacred profound realm, and they, at the divine profound realm, would merely hinder progress. Clenching their fists in frustration, they realized the truth. Without further words, Lin Qiyeh vanished, appearing atop Xiaohe. With a sudden flutter of its wings, the little black figure vanished into the celestial realm, leaving only a distant speck behind. I must enter seclusion to break through to the imperial profound realm, Lin Wuxing declared, turning to leave. I shall not emerge until I achieve this breakthrough. Lin Wufeng swiftly disappeared as well. Clearly, each of them was harboring a sense of urgency within. High above the clouds, a figure flashed past and landed steadily upon the back of the little black creature. Young master, are we the only two? Qin Su inquired, a look of confusion on his face. Otherwise, why would I have you wait here? It is to ensure they do not follow us, Lin Qiyeh replied, a hint of disdain in his voice. Everything has been arranged, has it not? Qin Su nodded. It has been arranged. For the time being, Wu Ying will hold the fort. And Bai Yuming has also stationed a Saint Profound Realm beast, along with several Imperial Profound Realm wolves to assist. Lin Qiyeh nodded discreetly, recognizing the importance of maintaining a stable foundation. With old Bai present, all would be secure. Young master, where shall we go? Qin Su asked, glancing at the direction in which the little black creature was flying. It was headed towards the Great Wilderness Dynasty. The Tianyu Imperial capital, Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. With still several months remaining until the 2-year deadline, he was not initially in a hurry. But the emergence of that enigmatic underground palace had prompted him to depart a few months early. Are you heading to the Great Feather Dynasty? Qin Su exclaimed in surprise. What about the matters in Yunzhou that remain unresolved? Why the sudden journey to the Great Feather Dynasty? There are certain matters that require my attention. Lin Qiyeh acknowledged with a nod. Before that, I must visit another location. You are familiar with the Great Feather Dynasty, are you not? Indeed, I have traveled there before. Qin Su replied, puzzled. Are you intending for me to serve as your guide? Lin Qiyeh merely inclined his head slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After more than 20 years of rebirth, this would be his first departure from Yunzhou, and he found himself filled with anticipation. Chapter 144. A dash of courage. A shadow streaked across the sky, akin to a bolt of black lightning. Little Black's speed was astonishing. In merely 2 days, it traversed the vast expanse of the Great Wilderness Empire, approaching the borders of Zhangzhou. Young master, that is the Snow God mountain range, Qin Su remarked, enveloped in a protective aura of profound energy, pointing into the distance. Lin Qiyeh turned to gaze back, only to behold several towering snow-capped peaks, resembling crystalline swords of ice piercing the heavens, seemingly endless. This region was of great elevation, perpetually ensconced in ice, with scarce human presence for hundreds, even thousands of miles. Qin Su continued, however, within the Snow God mountain range lies a hidden realm, quite suitable for female cultivators. I never anticipated that someone would establish a sect here. Are you familiar with Shui Bianyu? Lin Qiyeh inquired curiously. I do not know her, Qin Su replied, shaking his head. Yet, I am aware of someone named Xuanhuan. I wonder if there's any connection. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. Xuanhuan has some association with my father. It seems my father holds her in considerable esteem, Qin Su reflected. Although my knowledge is limited, I recall that my father once wished for me to become her disciple, but she ultimately declined, stating she only accepted female students. At this, Qin Su sheepishly scratched his head. Xuanhuan and Shui Bianyu may indeed share some ties, Lin Qiyeh mused. 300 years ago, which of the 3 great states was the strongest? Zhangzhou, Qin Su answered without hesitation. Sangzhou is vast and rich in resources for cultivation, far surpassing Yunzhou and Lingzhou. The number of Saint Xian realm experts there exceeds the combined total of Yunzhou and Lingzhou. Given the strength of the Dayu Empire, it should be quite easy for them to conquer Yunzhou and Lingzhou. Lin Qiyeh appeared puzzled. Qin Su shook his head. Although Sangzhou is predominantly under the control of the Dayu Empire, not all Saint Xian realm experts belong to them. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly. The two did not linger, soaring over the snow peaks as they continued their journey northward. After another 2 days, Little Black began to slow. "We have arrived," Lin Qiyeh whispered, his gaze surveying the land below. From their lofty vantage, they could clearly discern a vast, bottomless pit nestled within the mountains. At its edge stood figures so diminutive they resembled ants. Even from a distance, the chilling aura emanating from the abyss was palpable. "So many people?" Qin Su expressed mild astonishment, swiftly altering his demeanor. Those who could reach this place were likely formidable beings, and there was a chance someone might recognize him. The identity of the crown prince of the ancient Qin Empire could invite unnecessary troubles. "Let us descend," Lin Qiyeh chuckled. In an instant, Little Black transformed into a small black bird, alighting upon Qin Su's shoulder. The two soared downward, landing upon a massive boulder adjacent to the abyss. Upon their arrival, they were immediately met with the scrutiny of dozens of figures. Qin Su's expression turned grave, a profound pressure weighing upon him. Internally, he marveled at the situation. Goodness, even the weakest among them are at the Emperor's profound realm, and there are quite a few at the Saint's profound realm as well. Lin Qiyeh paid no heed to this. His divine sense quietly blossomed, swiftly penetrating into the abyss. As predicted by Ming, a certain force within the abyss obstructed his divine probing. However, to his surprise, his divine sense was not entirely hindered. It was as if a gate barred his path. Yet a slender fissure remained. Lin Qiyeh's primordial spirit was exceptionally formidable, rendering his divine sense remarkably resilient. Through that fissure, the scene before him suddenly illuminated, expanding into a vast openness. Contrary to his expectations, it was not merely a simple underground palace, but rather an ancient city. Within the city, crumbling walls and ruins were scattered everywhere. Ancient palaces had collapsed, strewn upon the ground, overrun by weeds. More intriguingly, waves of light shimmered above the palaces, indicative of a formation, an extraordinary one at that, its age unknown. His divine sense could not penetrate it. Lin Qiyeh took a deep breath and withdrew his divine sense. Just as he was about to descend, an icy voice suddenly emanated from nearby. "Are you from Sangzhou?" A man in black, accompanied by several others, approached with a frown. His gaze towards Lin Qiyeh and Qin Su filled with disdain. "Looking for trouble?" Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. Was it of great significance whether they hailed from Sangzhou? This is the territory of Sangzhou, while Lingzhou and Yunzhou are over there. Upon seeing Lin Qiyeh remain silent, the black-clad man's gaze turned frigid, his tone exceedingly unfriendly, clearly looking down on Lingzhou and Yunzhou. Nearby, numerous onlookers cast amused smiles, as if anticipating a spectacle. Are the people from Lingzhou and Yunzhou forbidden from entering Sangzhou? Shouldn't there be a sense of order in such matters? Lin Qiyeh regarded the black-clad man with a bemused expression. The man's brow furrowed, feeling the sting of mockery, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Do you even know who you are speaking to?" An elderly man in gray stepped forward, exuding an air of impending confrontation. "This is the Grand Feather Empire, the son of the Sword Cloud Marquis, Luo Sheng. Yield this place and slap yourself twice before leaving." "Oh, how domineering." Lin Qiyeh was amused. He had encountered such individuals far too often. In a world where a mere glance could lead to fatal consequences, he felt little surprise. Conflict was inevitable everywhere. "You seek death." Before Lin Qiyeh could respond, Qin Su suddenly let out a cold snort. In a flash, he appeared before the elderly man in gray, grasping his neck with one hand. "Release him." Luo Sheng, the black-clad man, bellowed in fury, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a swift motion, Qin Su disregarded him entirely, effortlessly snapping the elderly man's neck and discarding him into the abyss as one would dispose of refuse. "You." Luo Sheng was both astonished and enraged. The elderly man had already proclaimed his identity, yet the other party acted with such decisiveness and brutality. Did these two not comprehend the weight of the Grand Feather Marquis? The smiles on the faces of the spectators abruptly froze. They clearly did not anticipate that the other party would act so directly. Was this a blatant disregard for the genuine Marquis? Such arrogance was simply intolerable. Seeking death. I shall capture him alive. I want him to wish for death instead. Luo Xingji seethed with fury. To underestimate the genuine Marquis was to court disaster. At his command, the 6 men behind him sprang into action, one of whom was even at the early stage of the sacred Qian realm. Qin Su felt no fear, directly engaging in combat with the 6. What of the sacred Qian realm? After all, who among them was not equally formidable? Armed with a slender sword, Qin Su moved like a nimble dragon, skillfully weaving through the 6 adversaries. Facing 6 opponents was indeed somewhat pressuring. Capture him alive. I shall deal with the other, declared the sacred Qian expert, suddenly lunging towards Lin Qiyeh. They had assumed that Qin Su would certainly rush to save Lin Qiyeh, considering his previous position clearly indicated a subordinate relationship. If Qin Su revealed even the slightest flaw, they would seize the opportunity to take his life. However, Qin Su did not even cast a glance in that direction. Amusement stirred within him. How audacious to dare strike at the young master. He found himself somewhat admiring the courage of that sacred Qian realm expert. With one less sacred Qian opponent to contend with, his pressure instantly diminished, and he fought with increasing ease. Out of the corner of his eye, he occasionally glanced at Lin Qiyeh's location, eager to witness how that sacred Qian expert would meet his end. Chapter 145. Did I allow you to depart? Lin Qiyeh gazed calmly at the formidable Saint Qian realm expert charging towards him, his composure unwavering. He noted the subtle smile gracing the opponent's lips. Was this individual so certain of his victory? Perhaps it was understandable, considering how youthful Lin appeared. To the untrained eye, he resembled merely a pampered scion of a wealthy family. In the blink of an eye, the sword wielded by the Saint Qian expert was poised before Lin Qiyeh, its blade mere inches from his throat. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh abruptly raised his right hand, delicately pinching the sword between his fingers. No matter how fiercely the Saint Qian expert exerted himself, he could not advance the blade even a fraction further. The Saint Qian expert's countenance shifted dramatically. He was acutely aware that he had struck an impenetrable barrier. Without hesitation, he relinquished his sword and attempted to retreat. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. He refrained from taking a life, but if someone aimed to end his, what recourse remained? Naturally, he would annihilate the entire family. Unhurriedly, he trembled his fingers, and with a resounding clang, the sword shattered. With a flick of his finger, a shard of the blade shot forth, piercing through the air. The Saint Qian expert instinctively raised his hand to defend, but the tip of the sword had already embedded itself in his brow. A look of horror washed over his face. He could hardly fathom that his demise would be so abrupt. Shortly thereafter, his body crumpled, plummeting into the abyss. At this juncture, Qin Su's battle also neared its conclusion. He hoisted his sword, and the final Imperial Qian realm opponent was torn asunder. All 5 Imperial Qian experts lay dead. Luo Xingji was on the verge of losing control of his bladder, trembling uncontrollably. He had underestimated the individuals from Lingzhou and Yunzhao, never anticipating that his own men would be so effortlessly vanquished. Qin Su was indifferent to Luo Xingji's plight. Having already dispatched several, he saw no reason to spare the last. Without a hint of hesitation, he charged towards Luo Xingji. The latter's face turned pale, the specter of death looming closer than ever before. Clang! Just as Qin Su's sword was about to pierce Luo Xingji's heart, a sharp sound resonated. A figure clad in white had appeared before Luo Xingji, deflecting Qin Su's strike with a single sword swing. Qin Su was forced to retreat midair, his blood surging within him, his complexion flushed. A mid-stage Saint Qian realm expert? Qin Su raised an eyebrow and advanced once more, sword in hand. The white-clad man frowned, taken aback by Qin Su's audacity to strike again. Had he known, he would have shown no mercy with his previous blow. Clang! The two engaged once more, their blades clashing in a flurry of strikes, resembling 2 phantoms as they ascended into the sky. The white-clad man was astonished. Despite his lower cultivation, Qin Su's attacks were exceedingly peculiar, almost every move aiming for a fatal blow. He found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Had it not been for the element of surprise earlier, he doubted he could have repelled him. Sir, you have already slain 7 men. Is it truly necessary to pursue total annihilation? The white-clad man inquired. Though he harbored doubts about the opponent's ability to defeat him, he had no desire to offend such an individual. Moreover, there was another person present whose true intentions remained inscrutable. Moments ago, They had been targeted for elimination. And now it was his turn. Qin Su maintained an indifferent expression, a cold smile lurking within. He and Lin Qiyeh were merely standing there, having not provoked Luo Xingji or his companions. While it was one thing for Luo Xingji to attempt to drive them away, it was entirely unacceptable for him to insult Lin Qiyeh. Although Lin Qiyeh remained silent, in Qin Su's eyes, his silence implied no intention to intervene. The fury of the man in white surged forth. I shall see whom you can slay. With a thunderous roar, the man's aura skyrocketed, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that radiated outward in all directions. Within 100 yards, white sword energy engulfed the area, taking on a palpable form. Suddenly, the white sword shadows shattered, transforming into countless chaotic blades, resembling an array of pristine white petals, exuding an aura of purity. Upon closer inspection, the white sword blossoms were rhombus-shaped, razor-sharp to the extreme, relentlessly tearing through the void, the piercing sounds of their passage resonating through the air. Qin Su found himself instantaneously submerged in an onslaught of sword energy. Truly, he was the White Lattice Sword Saint. Luo Xingji looked on, astonished, a gleam of joy illuminating his countenance. He had nearly lost his composure moments ago, grateful for the intervention of the White Lattice Sword Saint. Having previously contemplated escape, he now remained rooted, his gaze fixed upon the heavens. Anyone daring to harm a member of his Jianyun Marquis house must face death. At that instant, a resounding explosion echoed, and the sky was filled with a tempest of white petals. Qin Su's figure emerged, enveloped in a myriad of violet sword energies. Countless violet sword currents surged around him, creating the illusion of a majestic violet sword dragon. He stood amidst the dragon, commanding the retreat of 1,000 swords. Now it is my turn, Qin Su scoffed. Do not be deceived by his seemingly amiable demeanor. As the prince of the ancient Qin Empire, he was imbued with boundless pride. Aside from Lin Qiyeh, he had never bowed to anyone. He was unafraid to challenge those in the mid or even late stages of the sacred profound realm. As he spoke, he slowly raised his sword. The violet sword dragon suddenly sprang to life, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, before surging toward the White Lattice Sword Saint with a fierce cry. The White Lattice Sword Saint retreated swiftly, yet the violet sword dragon showed no sign of slowing, opening its maw wide and engulfing him whole. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the moment when the White Lattice Sword Saint had targeted Qin Su. While Qin Su had repelled the White Lattice Sword Saint's domain of swords, could the latter withstand this counterattack? Many gazes involuntarily turned to Lin Qiyeh, eager to discern his origins. Yet, none present could identify him. Several shook their heads, their expressions grave. These two individuals, emerging from seemingly nowhere, appeared astonishingly youthful. Yet both were formidable beings of the sacred profound realm. Youthful? To transcend the sacred profound realm, one would have to be an ancient practitioner with centuries of cultivation behind them. The Blade Saint, Bai Ling, found himself in quite a predicament. That incompetent Luo Xingji had dared to provoke such a formidable adversary, and now he had truly bitten off more than he could chew. Whispers filled the air as many speculated about the origins of these two individuals, their gazes fixated on Lin Qiyeh, as if they sought to etch his visage into the depths of their souls. At that moment, Luo Xingji swallowed hard, trembling uncontrollably, and began to retreat discreetly. Am I allowing you to leave? A chillingly indifferent voice interrupted the silence. Luo Xingji's body quaked in terror as he turned to face Lin Qiyeh, who, without sparing him a glance, remained fixated on the battle unfolding in the skies above. Isn't he addressing me? Luo Xingji's heart leaped with a flicker of hope, and he continued to back away, oblivious to the rivulets of sweat cascading down his forehead, soaking his back. Just 2 steps into his retreat, he felt as though he were ensnared by the gaze of a venomous serpent. Suddenly, a flash of sword light erupted from behind him, delivering an icy chill and a spray of blood. Luo Xingji's eyes widened in horror as he looked down at his chest, disbelief washing over him. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, saturating his garments. In mere moments, the ground beneath him was stained a vivid crimson. The onlookers, witnessing this from a distance, felt a chill run down their spines. They had not seen Lin Qiyeh make a move. He had remained with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding no discernible aura. Yet, Luo Xingji had been pierced through the heart by a single stroke. How could this be possible? Chapter 146. the desolate abyss at this moment. The atmosphere was thick with silence. Many gazes directed towards Lin Qiyeh were laden with apprehension, their minds swirling with confusion regarding the origin of this formidable figure. Lin Qiyeh, however, remained unfazed, his attention steadfastly fixed on the battle unfolding in the heavens above. The sword saint of White Ling had finally extricated himself from the clutches of the violet sword dragoness onslaught. Yet, his once pristine white garb was now stained crimson, and his countenance appeared pallid. Without a moment's pause, he transformed into a streak of light, hastily soaring towards the horizon. A collective astonishment gripped the onlookers. The sword saint of White Ling was actually fleeing? Such speed suggested he had mustered every ounce of strength he possessed. Qin Su cast a cold gaze in the direction of the fleeing sword saint. Moments later, he materialized behind Lin Qiyeh. "My lord, he has escaped," Qin Su sighed, a hint of reluctance in his tone. "So he has," Lin Qiyeh replied with a faint smile. A determined escape from a mid-stage Saint Realm cultivator was certainly beyond Qin Su's capacity to intercept. Even he himself might not have been able to catch up. Abandoning the matter, Qin Su focused on the abyss below, stating, "My lord, there is something amiss about this place." "Oh, have you uncovered something?" Lin Qiyeh inquired with surprise. Qin Su furrowed his brow, replying, "There is an overwhelming sense of danger, as if this place is familiar, yet I cannot quite place it." Lin Qiyeh paused, pondering. Could it be an instinctive intuition? That seemed unlikely. After all, Qin Su was the crown prince of the ancient Qin Empire and possessed a far greater knowledge of the three provinces than he did. He once more extended his divine sense into the abyss. To his astonishment, he found that this time, the penetration of his divine sense revealed an additional thread compared to before. In a short span, his divine sense had not augmented. The only plausible explanation was that the fissures had widened. It must be a formation, one that was gradually dissipating, Lin Qiyeh mused internally. As he continued his investigation, an even more surprising revelation unfolded. The city he had seen reduced to ruins had vanished entirely, replaced by an ancient forest. Towering trees stretched skyward, obscuring his view entirely. He attempted to delve deeper, but the formation hindered his divine sense, compelling him to retract it. Contemplating the stark contrast between his two explorations, he felt a profound perplexity. Why had the scenery within altered so dramatically? What he had witnessed might not be the reality, but rather a projection of some distant locale, Lin Qiyeh surmised. If that were the case, the space below was far more expansive than he had initially imagined, inciting his curiosity further. He gazed upwards, noting that the night had quietly descended. At that moment, a beastly roar echoed from the depths of the abyss. Its sound faint yet resonating as if from a far-off realm. Yet, all present heard it with crystal clarity. The expressions of the crowd grew instantly grave. "I remember now," Lin Qiyeh thought. Qin Su nearly exclaimed, transmitting to Lin Qiyeh, "My lord, this place was an uninhabited wasteland thousands of years ago. I once came across a fragmentary map and a few scattered notes in an ancient tome at the Imperial Library, detailing this very location." "An uninhabited wasteland?" Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. "Indeed," Qin Su replied, taking a deep breath, his expression grave. "The ancient texts record that, millennia past, north of the Snow God mountain range, all that could be seen were glaciers. Additionally, throughout the years, terrifying beast roars echoed across the heavens, rendering this place inhospitable for ordinary cultivators. Many who ventured here, even those of the sacred profound realm, mysteriously vanished. After thousands of years of change, as the glaciers gradually melted, this area has finally become habitable. I had always thought it to be mere folklore." Lin Qiyeh remained silent. Folklore often stems from human storytelling. Through such narratives, the truth tends to be obscured, yet there must be a reason behind it. "My lord, shall we descend and investigate?" Qin Su suggested, inhaling deeply. "Not yet," Lin Qiyeh replied, his gaze drifting to the distance, where several pairs of eyes were fixated upon him. Among them was Xuanhuan, accompanied by several individuals whose attire indicated they belonged to the Tianjin sect in Xinjiang Valley. However, their expressions were somewhat frigid, even emanating a murderous intent. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. Why would Xuanhuan and her companions harbor such animosity? It seemed someone had recognized him. He pondered silently. During his last visit to the Blood Cloud sect, he had not altered his appearance, and individuals from the three major sects had successfully escaped. This time, he had similarly retained his original visage. It was only natural for them to recognize him. Moreover, these individuals were not fools, having witnessed his prowess. They would surely understand that he was the orchestrator of the previous events. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned. Whether they could return to Yunzhou alive remained uncertain. Furthermore, having just observed his strength, they might think twice before acting against him. Suddenly, his attention was captured by a figure clad in white. It was a woman in a white dress, holding a jade flute, standing alone atop a stone, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, untouched by the mundane world. Existing in solitude. It was her. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. This was the woman who had attempted to seize Qin Su's celestial fortune cauldron. The sole individual who had posed even a slight threat to him while in the sacred profound realm. The woman in white had evidently noticed him as well. But after just a fleeting moment, she averted her gaze, once again focusing on the abyss below. "My lord, what is she doing here?" Qin Su inquired, his eyes cold as he regarded the woman. He still harbored resentment over the theft of the celestial fortune cauldron. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. "This person possesses formidable strength. You are not her match. Exercise caution if you encounter her alone." Understood. Although Qin Su was unwilling to concede to the woman, he trusted Lin Qiyeh. Anyone who warranted such a warning from Lin Qiyeh was undeniably extraordinary. Moreover, during his previous encounter, he had witnessed the prowess of the woman in the white dress. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Young master, there seems to be quite a crowd from Cangzhou." Lin Qiyeh, too, was inwardly astonished. The representatives from the three major sects of Yunzhou stood together, while not far from Zibinyu. Several other groups, though fewer in number, fared slightly better than those from Yunzhou. In contrast, the people from Cangzhou occupied two-thirds of the area surrounding the deep pit. An unmistakable demarcation existed among the individuals from the three states, allowing them to discern the divisions at a glance. Yet, the two of them, positioned amidst the throngs of Cangzhou, appeared conspicuously out of place, prompting those around them to instinctively maintain a distance. Should a conflict arise, it would undoubtedly prove troublesome. A look of concern clouded Qin Su's brow. The combined forces of Lingzhou and Yunzhou might not even match Cangzhou's strength. Although no hostilities had broken out yet, it was merely a matter of time before the equilibrium was disrupted. Rest assured, there will be no fighting here unless the Xuanhuan clan intervenes. Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile, though his gaze lingered on the abyss. As time slipped away, 5 days passed. On this particular day, as a ray of golden light emerged from the east, all were abruptly awakened by the roar of a beast. For several consecutive days, the echoes of beastly roars had filled the air, and the sounds had grown increasingly louder, as if something were drawing near. Each day, Lin Qiyeh would extend his spiritual senses to investigate. As he had anticipated, the formation was quietly dissipating, and the fissures within it were widening. Today should be the day they could enter. Lin Qiyeh pondered silently, continuing to probe with his spiritual senses. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a white figure soaring directly towards the abyss. He swiftly turned to look, only to see the woman in the white dress vanishing deep into the chasm. In the next moment, the atmosphere shifted and all present became unsettled. Chapter 147. The Underworld, Let Us Proceed. Upon witnessing the ethereal figure in white vanish into the abyss, the others could no longer maintain their composure. As if a coveted treasure had been snatched away before their eyes, those at the edge of the abyss began to tumble down in droves, like dumplings being cast into boiling water. "Young master, we must depart," Qin Su urged solemnly. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the direction of the Cangzhou cultivators. At that moment, only a handful hesitated, remaining motionless. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially assumed that the Xuanhuan family sought to draw the Yunzhou and its cultivators into a trap, intending to strike here. Yet, over the past few days, they had exhibited no signs of action. Could it be that they planned to strike beneath the abyss? This perplexed him, for the distinction between the outside and the inside seemed negligible. If dangers lurked within the abyss, the Cangzhou cultivators would surely not escape unscathed. Such a course of action would bear an exorbitant cost. Surely, the Xuanhuan family did not aspire to annihilate the formidable warriors of the three states? A bold notion flickered through Lin Qiyeh's mind. If his suspicions held true, the Xuanhuan family's ambitions were indeed vast. However, he remained puzzled about how the ancient pill auctioned by the Wanxiang treasure pavilion had been retrieved from below. With a formation in place to obstruct entry, It should have been impossible to access. After a brief moment of contemplation, he noted that the number of cultivators around the abyss had dwindled significantly. Resolute, he declared, "Let us go." With a decisive exclamation, the two leaped into the chasm. In mere heartbeats, the scene before them abruptly darkened. A thick, oppressive black mist enveloped them, instilling a chilling sense of foreboding. Lin Qiyeh unleashed his spiritual awareness, and as he anticipated, the formation had completely dissipated. "Not good," Qin suddenly exclaimed, his descent accelerating perilously. Lin Qiyeh found himself in the same predicament, as if a tremendous force were drawing them downward. They could barely maintain their position in the air, unable to ascend. At that moment, the darkness gradually receded, revealing a stark landscape. Before them lay not an ancient city or towering mountains, but a desolate wasteland. As they surveyed the expanse, they beheld blood-red stones strewn about, with not a single blade of grass in sight, resembling an endless barren desert. Boom! They landed heavily upon the ground, debris scattering and dust rising around them. "Where is everyone?" Qin scanned the surroundings, but found no sign of any other souls. Yet, just moments ago, there had been others who jumped down nearly simultaneously with them. It appears that as we traversed the black mist, the spatial fluctuations caused those who entered this realm to be randomly transported elsewhere, Lin Qiyeh elucidated. Qin felt a surge of trepidation. Spatial transportation? This was a concept he had never encountered before. Before long, the two discovered a pressing issue. They could not fly. Moreover, it felt as if they were burdened by an immense weight. "Little Black," Lin Qiyeh called, gesturing towards his companion. In an instant, the little black creature transformed into a combat form, flapping its wings and unsteadily soaring into the air. "My lord, perhaps we should reconsider," Qin remarked, pursing his lips. Although a fall from such heights would not result in death, it still evoked a sense of trepidation. Lin Qiyeh stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The little black creature was indeed a bird, and, being in the early stages of the imperial rank, it was astonishing that it could not fly. This place was exceedingly peculiar. "Little Black, your task is to strive for flight," Lin Qiyeh instructed. "You too. The gravity here must be tenfold that of the outside world, which is quite beneficial for cultivating the physical body." With that, he took a step forward. Qin hurriedly followed, astonished to find that Lin Qiyeh seemed unaffected. Such a physique was truly remarkable. As they traversed the expansive space, far beyond their imagination, it resembled an underground realm. After half a day, they finally ascended to the summit of a rocky mountain. Looking up, they beheld a landscape dominated by crimson stones, devoid of anything else. "My lord, in that direction, there appears to be a peak," Qin indicated. Lin Qiyeh had already noticed it, though only a vague silhouette was visible, leaving the nature of the peak uncertain. "Qin, what does this place remind you of?" Lin Qiyeh inquired suddenly. Qin pondered briefly. "It resembles a mine, though it is rather vast for one." Lin Qiyeh shook his head. "For ordinary folk, this mine may seem vast, but for those at the sacred profound realm, it is not." "Sacred profound realm?" Qin exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. "To mine with sacred profound power? That seems exceedingly extravagant." After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Shall we find a spot to dig and see if anything remarkable lies beneath?" "You may attempt it," Lin Qiyeh smiled. Descending the rocky mountain, Qin drew his long sword, found a suitable spot, and struck downwards. Clang! Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated, sparks flew, and his arm tingled, his palm stinging slightly. Qin's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the sword in his hand. This was a sacred tier artifact, yet it had only left a faint mark on the ground. "Let us move on. It seems mining is not feasible," Lin Qiyeh chuckled. "My lord, did you know this all along?" Qin felt as though he had been tricked. Here, the power of the sacred profound realm was significantly diminished. Only those of the imperial profound realm could barely manage to walk. This mine was undoubtedly not easy to excavate. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Then his expression turned serious. "As you have seen, there are fragments of stone everywhere. This place is almost certainly a mine. Given that it has been abandoned, there are likely two reasons. Either they could no longer extract from it, or they had already exhausted their desired resources." With that, he gazed up at the sky. Unbeknownst to them, dusk was approaching, and the sky had dimmed considerably. "Let us find a defensible spot to spend the night." Lin Qiyeh suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. Qin's expression grew serious. "What has my lord discovered?" Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Do you recall that beastly roar? While there may be no danger during the day, the night is an entirely different story. At that moment, a deafening sound surged from the distance. Compared to what they had heard outside the abyss, this sound was magnified countless times, sending strange ripples through the air. Without hesitation, the two of them sprinted toward the source. Soon, with the assistance of Xuanhuan, they ascended a towering stone mountain that reached a height of 10 zhang. Its surface remarkably solid. In the event of danger, we can leap onto the stone platform below, Lin Qiyeh indicated. Below, there was a slightly protruding stone platform, approximately a zhang in circumference. Qin Su nodded, glancing around vigilantly. The night grew increasingly profound, enveloping the landscape in an eerie silence that was almost unsettling. Suddenly, Xuanhuan flapped its wings, its fur bristling as if it had encountered something terrifying. "My lord," Qin Su exclaimed, chills racing down his spine. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow and followed the gazes of Qin Su and Xuanhuan. Before them, several pairs of blood-red eyes abruptly emerged, accompanied by the sound of stones rolling. In an instant, those crimson eyes began to move, rapidly approaching their position. What manner of creature is this? Qin Su felt a shiver run down his spine as he drew his sword, bracing himself for the impending threat. Chapter 148. The Bloodblade Monster Above the Clouds. Three figures gazed down upon the abyss below. Their ability to soar through the skies indicated that they possessed at least the cultivation of the Empyrean realm. "Master, everyone has entered, but there are still a few cowardly souls lingering outside," remarked a woman in purple, her expression devoid of emotion and her tone icy. However, when she looked at the middle-aged man in black who led them, her gaze was filled with reverence. The middle-aged man in black spoke calmly. "Perhaps they are not merely afraid for their lives. They may be hoping to seize an opportunity instead. Should I eliminate them?" Another figure, shrouded in a black cloak that obscured their features, spoke in a hoarse voice. Just as the words left their lips, a figure clad in white soared from the horizon and landed at the edge of the abyss. "Bai Ling, why hasn't he entered?" The cloaked man frowned. "He seems to be injured," the woman in purple replied, her voice chilling, with a hint of murderous intent. "Purple Princess, Cold Frost, do not act hastily. What if those individuals manage to emerge alive with the items?" The middle-aged man in black shook his head, adding internally, having lost hundreds. "We are fortunate to have lured them into the blood demon prison with merely 3 ancient pills. This is our greatest opportunity." "Master, what exactly is that scroll?" Cold Frost inquired curiously. The middle-aged man in black cast a cold glance at him, causing Cold Frost's heart to race. Suddenly, he knelt on one knee, saying, "I understand my transgression. I shall refrain from asking what should not be questioned. I hope this is the last time." The middle-aged man's tone remained indifferent, yet it carried a terrifying murderous intent. "I would rather perish 1,000 times." Cold Frost's voice trembled. "Rise." The middle-aged man gestured dismissively. "You have been part of the Xuanhuan family for over 300 years. I trust you both. Likewise, I, Xuanhuan Lin Qiyeh, shall not treat you unfairly." Cold Frost stood up shakily, his head lowered in silence. "You two remain here and do not obstruct anyone from entering," Xuanhuan Lin Qiyeh instructed once more. "Understood," they replied respectfully. After a pause, the Purple Princess asked, "Master, what if someone emerges?" "They will certainly not exit in the short term. However, if anyone does emerge, regardless of life or death, we must acquire whatever they possess," Xuanhuan Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. With that, he vanished in a flash. The Purple Princess and Cold Frost slightly bowed before straightening up after a moment. "Do not test the master again. Otherwise, you may not know how you perished." The Purple Princess sighed, glancing at Cold Frost. Cold Frost stared coldly at the abyss below. "Do you not wish to know?" The Purple Princess remained silent. Yet a flicker of fervor passed through her eyes. They were acutely aware of Xuanhuan Lin Qiyeh's formidable strength. The trap he had set to lure powerful figures from the 3 states surely indicated that the item in question was extraordinary. "Do you think it could be related to breaking through the stellar profound realm?" Cold Frost whispered, transmitting his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Ziji remarked, "Perhaps, but I am more intrigued by what lies below that even the head of the family dares not enter." The name Blood Demon Abyss alone sends a chill down one's spine. Lung Shang inhaled deeply, filled with trepidation. In the underground world, Lin Qiyeh and Qin Su stood vigilant, their eyes fixed coldly on the crimson-eyed monsters charging towards the stone mountain. Though not numerous, The malevolent aura they radiated sent shivers down their spines. As the two unleashed their divine senses, they finally discerned the true nature of these creatures. They were relatively small, measuring only 3 to 4 feet in length, resembling ants. Their bodies of vivid crimson, glimmering with a blood-like sheen, as if clad in red battle armor. Beside them were 6 legs, extending 6 to 7 feet, exuding an incredibly sharp brilliance, akin to 6 extraordinary blood blades. As they raced across the ground, the sound of their blade-like feet striking the stones produced a series of piercing metallic clashes, sending fragments of rock flying and sparks scattering. Within mere moments, they reached the base of the stone mountain. What manner of creature is this? Lin Qiyeh mused in astonishment. It was known that even Qin Su's sacred tier sword could merely leave a mark upon the hard ground. Yet these monsters' blade-like feet effortlessly shattered the crimson stones. Did this not imply that their feet were sharper than sacred tier artifacts? I have never seen nor even heard of such beings, Qin Su said, his expression filled with caution. Fortunately, they stood atop the stone mountain, which was exceedingly smooth, likely preventing the creatures from ascending. However, in the next moment, Qin Su was left dumbfounded. He watched in disbelief as the monster's blade-like feet pierced directly into the stone mountain, swiftly climbing upward with astonishing speed. Lin Qiyeh's eyes sparkled with realization. Using these creatures to forge artifacts would undoubtedly yield invincible results. Qin Su stared at Lin Qiyeh in shock. While the monster's blade-like feet were indeed impressive, the pressing concern was how to survive this encounter. Let us test our attacks against them, Lin Qiyeh suggested, narrowing his eyes at the blade-footed beasts. Without needing further encouragement, Qin Su had already prepared to strike. The creatures were climbing closer. With a swift motion, he unleashed a surge of sword energy that sliced through the air, aimed directly at several of the blade-footed monsters. A sharp scraping sound echoed as the sword energy did not cleave through the monsters as anticipated. Rather, it merely grazed their bodies. Qin Su's eyes widened in shock. The defensive power of these creatures was alarmingly formidable. Utilize spiritual attacks, Lin Qiyeh urged, his gaze fixed intently on the blade-footed monsters. His heart racing at the realization that their legs were on par with sacred tier artifacts, yet their defensive capabilities could withstand attacks from the sacred profound realm. This was no ordinary strength. Qin Su nodded in agreement. A mysterious wave of spiritual energy erupted, enveloping the blade-footed monsters entirely. Yet, the creatures remained utterly unperturbed, as if Qin Su's spiritual assault did not exist at all. What is happening? Qin Su stood there, utterly astounded. Impenetrable defense. Immunity of the primordial spirit. How can one possibly engage in battle? This is nothing short of an immortal beast. Lin Qiyeh stroked his chin, revealing a contemplative expression. If they were truly this formidable, they would have long since escaped this place, rather than cowering here. Do you have a plan, young master? Qin Su inquired. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, instead producing a branch. Qin Su was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this merely an ordinary twig? How could it possibly contend with such creatures? With a snap of his fingers, Lin Qiyeh unleashed his mystical energy, and the branch suddenly ignited, casting a brilliant light upon the rocky mountain. He stepped forward, extending the branch towards the base of the cliff. Suddenly, the blade-footed monsters emitted terrified cries, tumbling down the rocky precipice. The beasts closest to the torch were enveloped in a haze of blood mist, and in the astonished gaze of the two, they instantly shattered into powder. A gentle breeze swept through, leaving no trace behind. They fear fire? Qin Su gasped, astonished as he gazed at Lin Qiyeh. He could not fathom why Lin Qiyeh would carry an ordinary branch, for it was not fear of fire, but rather of light. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. Fortunately, with Ming's reminder, he had specifically prepared dry twigs. He had not anticipated their efficacy. Beasts that fear light. Qin Su's brow furrowed in thought. Yet Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, shaking his head as he narrowed his eyes. They are not mystical beasts at all. Chapter 149. Blood Demon Prison, not a mystical beast? Qin Su was taken aback. Upon further contemplation, it seemed plausible. Although mystical beasts were diverse and extraordinary, this was his first encounter with such a bizarre creature. At the very least, mystical beasts possessed flesh and blood, whereas these monsters evidently did not. Upon exposure to light, they dissipated into thin air. Lin Qiyeh handed a flaming branch to Qin Su, who ignited several more and planted them around the stone mountain. The blade-footed creatures surrounding the stone mountain emitted shrill, piercing cries and retreated into the shadows. He leaped down from the stone mountain, causing the ground to tremble slightly. "Young master," Qin Su shouted. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Qiyeh reappeared, this time holding a translucent blood-colored stone. Under the illumination of the fire, the stone shimmered with a radiant crimson glow, captivating in its brilliance. In this vast world, wonders abound. Lin Qiyeh gazed into the darkness, where pairs of scarlet eyes glimmered. These monsters could hardly be considered true life forms. Not alive. Qin Su was even more perplexed as he took the blood-colored stone from Lin Qiyeh and scrutinized it intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Young master, the mystical energy contained within this stone is far more potent than that of premium mystical crystals. This is called Spirit Blood Crystal," Lin Qiyeh replied with a smile. "The mystical energy it contains is approximately 1,000 times that of a crystal of the same size." 1,000 times. Qin Su was left speechless. Lin Qiyeh nodded, explaining. In addition to harboring mystical energy, the Spirit Blood Crystal has two other uses. It can be employed to create puppets and to forge magical artifacts. Qin Su's gaze darkened as he pondered. "Young master, are you suggesting that these monsters are all puppets?" Lin Qiyeh slightly inclined his head. "By infusing a trace of primordial spirit energy into them, it is akin to issuing a command. Once attached to the puppet, they will continuously execute the command until the mystical energy is fully depleted." Qin Su was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had ever heard of such a concept. After a moment, a thought struck him. "Young master, if this place is indeed a mine, then what they are extracting must be the Spirit Blood Crystal." Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his gaze deep in thought. He still found it perplexing. Even with the Spirit Blood Crystal, there seemed little need to employ those of the holy mystical realm as miners. Such an operation felt excessively grand. Moreover, if it was a mine, why would there be ancient pills present? His mind involuntarily drifted to the ancient city he had previously discovered, along with the lush mountains. Did they truly exist in this underground world? "Young master, does the Spirit Blood Crystal fear light?" Qin Su inquired curiously. "It is not that the Spirit Blood Crystal fears light." Lin Qiyeh's thoughts returned to the present. Rather, under bright illumination, the primordial spirit energy within the crystal dissipates, effectively losing its command. However, the defenses of these puppets are remarkably strong. Qin Su remained perplexed. Even if the primordial spirit energy dissipates, it shouldn't disintegrate into nothingness upon exposure to light. It is important to note that the blade-like limbs of that monster can effortlessly cleave through stone mountains. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly, remarking that this is intimately related to the final purpose of the Spirit Blood Crystal. Most magical artifacts incur a loss of energy when channeling their mystical power, resulting in diminished potency. However, the Spirit Blood Crystal exhibits minimal energy loss when transmitting spiritual energy, allowing the force to penetrate directly during an attack due to its remarkable conductivity. The bodies of these puppets are forged from a powder derived from the Spirit Blood Crystal, continuously supplied with spiritual energy, rendering them extraordinarily resilient. Yet, should they lose the energy provided by the Spirit Blood Crystal, they would crumble to dust. Qin Su, momentarily dazed, suddenly gained clarity. He fixed his piercing gaze on the pairs of blood-red eyes lurking in the darkness, contemplating whether to eliminate them and collect some Spirit Blood Crystal. "Why not give it a try?" Lin Qiyeh suggested with a smile. Qin Su recoiled slightly, chuckling nervously. "Perhaps not. These puppets are far too powerful. While they are vulnerable to fire, what if something goes awry? If you were to infuse your artifact with Spirit Blood Crystal, its rank would surely elevate by at least one tier," Lin Qiyeh added. "I shall attempt it," Qin Su resolutely declared. He grasped a torch, leaped down the stone mountain. With a protective barrier of spiritual energy surrounding the flame in his arms, hastening towards the blood-bladed monstrosities. Lin Qiyeh remained seated atop the stone mountain, observing Qin Su darting about with great joy. The following day, with the first light of dawn, all the blood-bladed monsters had vanished. Although Qin Su was utterly exhausted, his spirit was invigorated. After a night of toil, he had amassed dozens of Spirit Blood Crystals, along with a considerable amount of powder. "This powder is of no use, as it is tainted with too many impurities," Lin Qiyeh remarked with a grin. Qin Su stiffened momentarily. "Let us depart," Lin Qiyeh suggested. Looking into the distance where the ethereal silhouette of a mountain peak shimmered mysteriously. As time elapsed, half a month slipped by unnoticed. At last, The mountain peak became distinctly visible to their eyes. "My lord, that is indeed a mountain, and it appears to harbor trees," Qin Su exclaimed in delight. A smile graced Lin Qiyeh's face as well. The presence of trees signifies vitality. Moreover, each evening, the sounds of beasts echo from the direction of the mountain peak. As they continued on their journey, Lin Qiyeh suddenly halted, furrowing his brow at a nearby location. There lay several corpses, their bodies marred by numerous wounds. A gruesome testament to their violent demise. It was evident that they had fallen victim to those puppets. Throughout their journey, they had encountered countless bodies. "My lord, let us proceed. Nightfall approaches swiftly," Qin Su urged, retracting his gaze and quickening his pace. At that moment, a shadow surged towards them from the distance. Qin Su's expression darkened, instinctively placing himself in front of Lin Qiyeh. Yet, Lin Qiyeh's face bore a smile. "My lord," the shadow approached, bowing in deference. Qin Su was taken aback. He had been following Lin Qiyeh for quite some time, yet it was the first occasion he encountered this individual. What was pivotal was that the aura emanating from the newcomer was unexpectedly on par with his own. "A Saint Xian realm? This is Ming." Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly and inquired, "What have you discovered?" Ming gazed towards the mountain peak and remarked, "This place appears to be a prison." "A prison?" Qin Su exclaimed in utter disbelief. Could it be the Blood Demon prison? Does such a place truly exist? It must be the Blood Demon prison. Ming cast a surprised glance at Qin Su. "What is the Blood Demon prison?" Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. Ming grinned at Qin Su, who, after a moment of contemplation, stated, "My knowledge is rather limited, but approximately 7 or 8,000 years ago, the region of Sanzhou was referred to as Zuizhou, under the control of a sect known as the Haotian sect. It is said that anyone who offended the Haotian sect would be imprisoned in the Blood Demon prison. 3,000 years ago, for reasons unknown, the Haotian sect vanished overnight. They did not merely vanish, they departed." Ming interjected appropriately, adding, "Moreover, it is not solely those who have offended the Haotian sect that are incarcerated in the Blood Demon prison. Even those in the Saint Xian realm are captured here to labor in the mines." Qin Su was utterly astonished. "How do you know this?" Ming paid no heed to the question and turned to Lin Qiyeh, stating, "Young master, I have a hypothesis." Chapter 150. The thunderous roar of beasts. Lin Qiyeh did not interrupt Ming's words. He simply gazed at him in silence. After a brief pause, Ming continued, "The Xuanhuan family is highly likely connected to the Haotian sect." At this revelation, Qin Su's heart was already stirred by tumultuous waves. The Haotian sect? That was the sovereign power of the three states thousands of years ago. Wasn't the Xuanhuan family a noble lineage of the Dayu Empire, having risen only a few centuries prior? How could there possibly be any correlation between the two? Lin Qiyeh maintained a calm demeanor, displaying no surprise. Ming went on, "I have investigated numerous locations and discovered many corpses belonging to the Xuanhuan family, as well as this." He produced a jade vial. Upon opening it, he poured out 3 golden pills. "This is an ancient pill auctioned by the Wanxiang Treasure Pavilion." Ming cautiously extended one of the golden pills to Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh picked up a golden pill and examined it closely for a moment before stating, "This is a 9th grade forbidden breaking pill, with a 30% chance of allowing someone in the Holy Xian realm to break through a minor boundary. For those below the Holy Xian realm, there is a 90% chance of breaking through a minor boundary. Are there such formidable pills in the land of the 3 states?" Qin Su was somewhat taken aback. Even for him, a breakthrough from one Holy Xian realm to another required considerable time. How could a single pill accomplish such a feat without eliciting astonishment? The Haotian sect was likely from beyond the 3 states. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly. They captured individuals from the Holy Xian realm in the 3 states to mine resources. When the time was right, the Haotian sect would withdraw, and the Blood Demon Abyss would vanish from the world. There was also another possibility. The Xuanhuan family evidently possessed some understanding of the Blood Demon Abyss. Even if they were not directly connected to the Haotian sect, it was certain that someone from their lineage had been captured by the Blood Demon Abyss and had managed to escape. "I believe the first possibility holds greater weight," Ming asserted, shaking his head. Without waiting for Lin Qiyeh and Qin Su to inquire further, he shared his conjecture. If the ancestors of the Xuanhuan family were captured by the Blood Demon Abyss, they would have been mere laborers, unable to possess such intricate knowledge of this place. "I traced the whereabouts of those who entered the Blood Demon Abyss from the Xuanhuan family and perished. They ultimately entered a palace, clearly with a specific purpose. A palace? Are you implying that there is a city here? Lin Qiyeh squinted, intrigued. Indeed. The city lies just 100 miles away, beneath that mountain peak. Ming indicated toward the distant mountain. They investigated that palace without signs of forced entry, indicating their familiarity with the city. The 9th-grade forbidden breaking pills were most likely extracted from that palace. Furthermore, there is another palace nearby, which shows numerous footprints, and even fresh, shallow sword marks around its perimeter. They must have failed in their endeavor to obtain something, which is why they resorted to using the 9th-grade forbidden breaking pill to lure others here. Lin Qiyeh's expression turned contemplative. Qin Su furrowed his brow and inquired. With the strength of the Xuanhuan family, they could easily send more individuals. If the item were to fall into someone else's hands, would that not render their efforts futile? The Xuanhuan clan may possess considerable strength, yet they likely cannot endure substantial losses. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Moreover, they probably seek to exploit this opportunity to eradicate the formidable beings of the 3 states. Once someone exits the blood demon prison, they will undoubtedly strike first to seize what they desire, achieving 2 objectives with a single action. Ming's demeanor was frigid, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole lurks behind. It appears the head of the Xuanhuan family has long awaited outside. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. Young master, the sky is darkening. We should head to the city. Those monsters cannot enter. Ming intoned. Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. The 3 transformed into fleeting shadows, racing at breakneck speed toward the mountain peak. An hour later, an ancient and weathered city emerged before Lin Qiyeh and his companions. Indeed, there was a formation in place. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. It was identical to the one he had previously detected. Regrettably, they could not soar through the air to survey below. Without hesitation, the trio passed through the formation's light barrier, greeted by a rush of fresh air. Suddenly, several sharp rays surged towards Lin Qiyeh and his companions with a furious howl. The trio reacted swiftly, deftly evading several attacks. The sky had not yet fully darkened, allowing them to vaguely discern 5 figures standing across from them. Upon witnessing the trio dodge the ambush, the figures wasted no time in launching another assault. I wonder from where you draw your courage, Qin Su sneered. It seems the few individuals we dispatched days ago did not teach you a lesson. Just as he prepared to strike, a shadow moved even faster, appearing before the 5 in the blink of an eye. With a swift succession of blood splashes, the 5 abruptly halted. Terror etched on their faces as they clutched their throats. Qin Su, witnessing this scene, felt his breath quicken, a chill creeping down his spine. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Ming. Quick, too swift. He could hardly comprehend how Ming had executed his strike before the 5 were silenced with a single sword thrust. Lin Qiyeh approached the 5, who, upon meeting his gaze, felt their pupils constrict violently before collapsing to the ground. In their final moments, they realized the identity of the one they had ambushed, someone even faster than themselves. Lin Qiyeh surveyed his surroundings. They had been transported to a location relatively close to the city, where many had entered in recent days. Ming's expression remained calm and collected, as though he had not just taken lives, devoid of any aura of bloodshed. Qin Su regarded Lin Qiyeh and Ming intently. Although many accompanied Lin Qiyeh, Ming bore the closest resemblance to him. At that moment, a thunderous roar of a beast reverberated through the heavens, causing the ancient city to tremble violently. With numerous structures collapsing amidst the rumbling din, Qin Su and Ming's faces paled slightly, beads of sweat forming on their brows, their minds momentarily reeling. Lin Qiyeh maintained his composure. That beast's roar originated from the direction of the mountain, did it not? It should be, came the reply. Ming shook his head. A solemn expression etched across his face. The roar contained an attack of the primordial spirit, its range extending far beyond the holy tier. The star tier? Qin Su inhaled deeply. A star tier mystical beast corresponds to a cultivation level akin to the star profound realm. He was acutely aware of the prowess possessed by those of the star profound realm. Could a star tier be so formidable? Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. His primordial spirit was at the pinnacle of the holy profound realm. In terms of strength, even the star profound might not match his. Yet, at this moment, his primordial spirit sensed a twinge of pressure. The mystical beast was still quite distant. A star-tier beast should not exude such overwhelming might. Esteemed sir, why does this mystical beast begin its furious roars each nightfall? Qin Su suddenly inquired. Lin Qiyeh too felt a tinge of perplexity. It was peculiar that it only roared during the transition between day and night, and moreover, it did so just once each day. What could be the reason? In recent days, the sound has grown increasingly louder, and I am beset by an unsettling feeling, Ming remarked gravely. Lin Qiyeh rested his chin upon his hand, pondering as he queried, "Do you think the Xuanhuan family has come for this mystical beast?" Surely not. Just from the sound, one can discern it is a monstrous creature. Utterly beyond control, Qin Su replied after some contemplation. Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed further. What if there exists a means to tame it? Chapter 151. Using a knife to kill Qin Su and Ming were utterly astonished by Lin Qiyeh's words. To control star-level, or even superstar-level mystical beasts. What audacity it must require. Such thoughts were beyond their realm of imagination. "Young master, do you possess a method to exert control?" Ming inquired, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at Lin Qiyeh. Qin Su also perked up, anxious not to miss any detail. Lin Qiyeh neither confirmed nor denied, stating, "Typically, controlling a mystical beast requires the establishment of an equitable contract. However, there exists another approach, bloodline contracts." Qin Su and Ming exchanged bewildered glances. Bloodline contract? Isn't that still a form of contract? With a smile, Lin Qiyeh elucidated, bloodline contracts differ from equitable contracts. Given your current strength, you can only establish an equitable contract for the time being. An equitable contract is one that both parties willingly agree upon. Pausing for effect, he continued, conversely, a bloodline contract is forged between an ancestor and a mystical beast, and upon the ancestor's demise, any descendant bearing their bloodline may establish a contract with the beast. However, such a contract necessitates a bloodline contract document. Could it be that the supremely noble family seeks the bloodline contract document? Qin Su exclaimed in surprise. Lin Qiyeh squinted and smiled knowingly. If that is indeed the case, we might as well explore the possibility. But didn't you say that only those with the bloodline can enter into a bloodline contract? Ming asked, a look of confusion on his face. Even if we acquire the bloodline contract document, the mystical beast may not acknowledge it, right? Who said I intended to establish a bloodline contract with it? Lin Qiyeh replied with a profound smile. Bloodline contracts are usually inequitable, often forcibly imposed upon the mystical beasts. Before Lin Qiyeh could finish, Ming interjected. If we obtain the bloodline contract document and present it to the mystical beast, could we not gain a favor in return? Perhaps the supremely noble family shares this very thought? Lin Qiyeh nodded. Let us proceed. Guide me to that palace and see if we can unlock it. Understood, Ming affirmed, nodding decisively as he swiftly advanced ahead. Wait for me, Qin Su called out, hastily rummaging through the 5 corpses before catching up. The trio moved at a measured pace, but this time they had learned to be prudent. Their spiritual senses flourished intermittently, imprinting the surroundings vividly in their minds. The streets beneath their feet were expansive, flanked by towering palaces. Although nearly all had collapsed, they still hinted at the grandeur that once was. These palaces were far more magnificent than the ancient Qin imperial capital. Qin Su couldn't help but marvel. No wonder it was the foremost power ruling the 3 states thousands of years ago. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, pressing onward. He noticed that the deeper they ventured, the more the air thickened with mystical energy. At the edge of the ancient city, only a few scattered weeds could be seen. Yet here, numerous shrubs flourished, and further ahead, a plethora of trees emerged, growing taller as they delved deeper. Suddenly, he halted, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Young master, what troubles you? Qin Su inquired. Lin Qiyeh gazed upward at the vast sky, pondering the peculiar nature of this place, which differed from the ordinary secret realms. It seemed to connect with the outside world, yet had remained buried beneath the earth for so long. Why did the flora here appear indistinguishable from those above? As he recalled the mines he had previously passed, devoid of sunlight, it seemed improbable that vegetation could thrive unless. At this thought, Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. Unless this ancient city was originally situated above, surely that could not be the case. Had it fallen from above, the soil would have been long disturbed, and moreover, the expanse of this ancient city far exceeded the size of the abyssal opening above. Additionally, this area was frequently traversed by others, and if such a phenomenon existed, it would have been discovered long ago. Qin Su found Lin Qiyeh's hypothesis utterly absurd. Just because one could not achieve something did not mean another could not. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, asserting that with a sufficiently powerful formation, such feats were not insurmountable. Even creating a separate space was feasible, rendering such means of spatial compression comparatively simpler. Simple? Qin Su felt a wave of disbelief. The magnitude of this ancient city made compressing it to the size of the abyssal opening an unattainable task, even for those in the Star Xian realm. Little Black, ascend higher and see if we can escape, Lin Qiyeh instructed the creature. Instantly, Little Black transformed into its combat form, allowing Lin Qiyeh to leap onto its back. With a powerful flap of its wings, Little Black soared into the sky, having acclimatized to this underground world over the past month. Moments later, Little Black returned with Lin Qiyeh. What did you find? Qin Su inquired. Lin Qiyeh smiled and shook his head. Nothing significant. Let us continue. Qin Su regarded Lin Qiyeh with a peculiar expression, sensing he had made some discovery. However, as Lin Qiyeh chose to remain silent, Qin Su opted not to press further. Boom. After taking just a few steps, a sudden explosion reverberated ahead, causing dilapidated palaces to crumble amid a continuous rumble from the ground. Someone had gotten there first. Ming swiftly leapt to the pinnacle of one of the palaces, with Lin Qiyeh and Qin Su joining him. In the distance, several figures clashed fiercely, the glint of blades illuminating the scene, accompanied by intermittent cries of agony. Young master, it appears one side comprises members from Xintian Valley, Qin Su observed, narrowing his eyes. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, his gaze immediately landing on Xian Balian, the deputy leader of Xintian Valley. However, he was not faring well, being relentlessly suppressed by two Saint Xian realm opponents. Numerous bloodstains marred his body, and his complexion had turned pallid. Surrender the ancient pill, and I may spare your life. One of the elderly adversaries declared with ruthless intent, delivering a strike that sent Xian Balian hurtling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. Opportunities here are earned through one's own merit. Wiping the blood from his lips, Xian Balian's eyes gleamed with ferocity. He then produced a pill and swallowed it whole. In the next instant, his aura surged dramatically. The expressions of his two opponents shifted as they lunged forward. Yet at that moment, Xian Balian suddenly propelled himself, creating a distance of several dozen feet in an instant, before turning and soaring towards Lin Qiyeh and his companions. In the briefest of moments, Xian Balian appeared beside Lin Qiyeh and his companions, hastily addressing them. Esteemed one, I am Xian Balian from Xintian Valley. As fellow denizens of Yunzhou, we should unite against external threats. If you could assist me in staving off our pursuer, I am willing to share the elixirs obtained by Xintian Valley equally with you. Lin Qiyeh regarded Xian Balian with amusement. He recalled their prior encounter with Qin Su, and it was evident that Xian Balian had not forgotten them. This fellow was certainly calculating. Sharing the elixirs equally? How many elixirs, after all, remained at his discretion? Sharing 10 elixirs equally is far from the same as sharing 100. The two pursuers from the sacred profound realm abruptly halted in their tracks. Lin Qiyeh's appearance lingered vividly in their minds. He was the formidable individual capable of vanquishing those in the early stages of the sacred profound realm in an instant. The companion by his side had even sent the White Ling Sword Saint fleeing in terror. They could not afford to offend him. Esteemed one, this man claims to possess 100 bottles of ancient elixirs. Do not be deceived by him, one of them remarked before decisively turning to leave, taking their companions with them. Xian Balian's expression stiffened. 100 bottles of ancient elixirs? He could not even procure that many if he sold himself. His retreat to Lin Qiyeh's side was merely a ploy to leverage fear. He had not anticipated that the other party would be even more ruthless, intending to use him as a pawn. Scoundrel! Xian Balian cursed under his breath, then produced 3 jade vials, stating, Esteemed one, do not heed his fabrications. I have received only 6 bottles of ancient elixirs in total. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly, as Qin Su stepped forward to accept the ancient elixirs. Farewell. Xian Balian left those words behind, swiftly departing with his entourage. These individuals were indeed calculating. 3 bottles of elixirs were scarcely sufficient to appease them. Qin Su scoffed quietly. Lin Qiyeh squinted at the direction in which Xian Balian had vanished, remarking with a smile, He may have gained, but we have not necessarily lost. Chapter 152, Bloodline Contract. Dragon. The sensation of being exploited is profoundly unpleasant. Though Lin Qiyeh articulated this sentiment, Qin Su still felt a lingering resentment. He grasped a jade vial, poised to open it. Hold on, Lin Qiyeh urgently called out to Qin Su. Surely you do not genuinely believe that Xianbalian would benevolently provide you with elixirs? Isn't that the case? Qin Su replied, momentarily taken aback. Lin Qiyeh casually seized 3 jade vials and cast them several feet away. With a resounding crash, the vials shattered, revealing their emptiness. Yet, the nearby flora withered at a visibly alarming rate. Is it poisoned? Qin Su exclaimed, a mix of shock and anger flooding through him. Were it not for them, those individuals would undoubtedly have exacted vengeance on Xianbalian and his cohort. It was one thing for Xianbalian to deceive them, but to attempt to poison them was entirely another. The world of martial arts is treacherous. Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. How do you know he intends to harm us? Qin Su inquired, puzzled. They recognized me. They must be aware that I orchestrated the downfall of the Blood Cloud sect, leading to the demise of their disciples. They will undoubtedly seek revenge, Lin Qiyeh replied with a smirk. I shall go eliminate them. A cold glint flickered in Ming's eyes as he turned to leave. Lin Qiyeh swiftly grasped his shoulder. The martial world is inherently about you plotting against me and vice versa. It cannot be that I alone scheme against them, while they cannot retaliate against me. Ming remained silent, yet the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Qin Su, however, appeared notably skeptical. Lin Qiyeh was not one to exhibit such magnanimity. He exacted revenge with great promptness. Lin Qiyeh chuckled. Many desire their demise. There is no need to squander time. This ancient city, while not insignificant, is not overwhelmingly vast either. We will inevitably cross paths. The score will be settled in due course. Upon hearing this, Qin Su pondered quietly. This was more in line with Lin Qiyeh's character. Master, the target of the Xuanhuan family must be that grand hall, Ming declared, no longer disputing the matter, pointing towards a magnificent structure not far off. Lin Qiyeh directed his gaze in the indicated direction, his attention swiftly landing upon a palace nearby. Towering 10 zhang high, it bore little distinction from ordinary grand halls and was even less impressive than some collapsed palaces, its surface cloaked in moss. Yet, this palace was the most intact they had encountered on their journey, exhibiting almost no signs of damage. Lin Qiyeh leaped forward, landing before the palace. His gaze fixated upon the entrance, which bore an unusual emblem, intricately woven from countless chaotic patterns. Qin Su stepped forward, straining to push open the palace doors. However, they remained immovable as a mountain. Unwilling to accept defeat, he unsheathed his treasured sword and struck several blows into the air. The palace's surface bore numerous sword marks, yet the emblem upon the doors remained unscathed, devoid of even a single imprint. Do not waste your efforts. This grand hall is constructed from spiritual blood crystal. Lin Qiyeh beckoned to Qin Su. Qin Su stood in astonishment. This hall was no small feat, crafted entirely from spiritual blood crystal. What a monumental quantity that must entail. Unless the ethereal blood crystals extracted from the mine are entirely utilized to construct a palace. Lin Qiyeh seemed to perceive Qin Su's thoughts and remarked, what they are mining is likely not the ethereal blood crystals, but rather something entirely different. What might that be? Qin Su inquired without a moment's hesitation. I am uncertain, Lin Qiyeh shrugged, but I can assure you, the value of that item far surpasses that of the ethereal blood crystals. Young master, is this pattern a formation lock? Only by breaking the formation can it be unlocked? Ming asked. Lin Qiyeh nodded. Can the young master unlock it? Qin Su asked with palpable excitement. He was unaware of what a formation lock entailed, but he presumed that whatever lay within must be extraordinary. If Lin Qiyeh could indeed unlock it, would it not belong to them? Before Lin Qiyeh could respond, a sudden flash of white appeared before the palace entrance. In an instant, a figure clad in a white dress emerged before the trio, radiant like bioluminescence in the darkness, exuding an aura of purity. It is you. Qin Su's brows furrowed, his expression shifting to one of wariness as he regarded the woman in white. Ignoring Qin Su, the woman turned her gaze to Lin Qiyeh and said, I seek only one item. The rest shall belong to you. What lies within? Lin Qiyeh inquired, patting Qin Su's shoulder with curiosity. After a moment's contemplation, the woman replied, a key. Very well, Lin Qiyeh nodded. He was indifferent to the key, yet he believed that the treasures within the grand hall would undoubtedly yield some delightful surprises. He gestured for Qin Su and Ming to step aside. The woman advanced, her hand sweeping through the air, unleashing streams of white light that converged upon the intricate patterns of the palace door. In an instant, countless lines seemed to awaken, swirling like ethereal serpents, radiating a blinding luminescence. Subsequently, the chaotic lines connected seamlessly, resembling a divine dragon weaving through the design. The woman gently pushed the palace door open. With a resounding clang, the door swung wide. The woman stepped inside, followed closely by Lin Qiyeh and the others. Upon entering the grand hall, they beheld an array of black and gold boxes, cluttering every corner, with only a narrow passage in the center allowing for single-file movement. The woman proceeded straight to the wall at the front, her hand exploring its surface. Suddenly, a hidden door creaked open, and she reached inside to retrieve a jade box. From within the box, she produced a resplendent golden key, displaying it for Lin Qiyeh to see. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly and waved his hand, causing all the boxes within the hall to vanish, leaving the space eerily vacant. The woman turned and departed, swiftly disappearing into the night. "Young master, are we simply allowing her to leave?" Qin Su expressed his reluctance. "Do not worry. She will return," Lin Qiyeh replied with a narrowed smile, as a purple gold scroll materialized in his palm. "Bloodline contract." Both Qin Su and Ming exclaimed in unison. Lin Qiyeh slowly unfurled the scroll, the enigmatic purple gold symbols imprinting themselves upon his vision. Yet, upon witnessing the emblem at the very heart of the contract, he could not suppress a look of astonishment. "Young master, what is the matter?" Qin Su inquired, gazing at Lin Qiyeh with a sense of bewilderment. It was the first time he had seen Lin Qiyeh display such a grave expression. "Do you know what the subject of this bloodline contract is?" Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. Before the two could respond, he continued, his demeanor serious. "A dragon." "A dragon? Is that not a mythical beast?" Qin Su and Ming exclaimed in shock, for it had not graced the world for countless ages. "Can the dragon clan also enter into contracts?" Qin Su swallowed hard. "Of course, they can. As long as it is a creature of the demon race, it is possible," Lin Qiyeh affirmed with a nod. "Do you not find the roar of that beast to be rather peculiar? Are you suggesting that the roar was emitted by the dragon clan?" Ming could not help but express his astonishment. "Young master, who exactly was that woman earlier?" Qin Su questioned, visibly agitated. Lin Qiyeh fell silent. In the divine realm, dragons were not uncommon, yet he had never heard of such a thing in this humble world. "We must depart from here," Lin Qiyeh declared, stowing away the scroll and turning to exit the hall. However, as the three emerged, they were instantly ensnared by the overwhelming presence of dozens of powerful auras. "Leave the scroll, otherwise you shall perish." A cold, indifferent voice resonated. All present drew their weapons, their eyes fixed on Lin Qiyeh and his companions, poised to strike at any moment. Chapter 153. Let us face it together. Lin Qiyeh surveyed the surroundings with an expression as calm as still water. Qin Su and Ming immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of him, their gazes icy and resolute. Whoosh! Figures soared in from all directions. Clearly, the commotion caused by the woman in the white dress when she activated the palace was too great. That resplendent radiance was akin to a beacon in the darkness, drawing all manner of monsters and demons to this location. In a mere moment, the number of adversaries swelled to nearly 100, predominantly of the sacred profound realm. "My lord, we will cover your retreat," Qin Su conveyed discreetly. The overwhelming pressure of over 100 sacred profound realm beings weighed heavily. And despite his awareness of Lin Qiyeh's formidable strength, he felt a ripple of anxiety within. After all, how could those who managed to survive and enter the ancient city be anything but powerful? Lin Qiyeh's demeanor remained unperturbed. The allure of wealth can stir the hearts of many. Just a hint of blood can summon a horde of sharks. He smiled amiably at a figure lurking in the shadows. "Xian Balian, as fellow denizens of Yunzhou, should we not unite against our common foes?" Swish! Dozens of gazes converged upon Xian Balian. His countenance froze, and he trembled slightly. Why did that remark sound so familiar? Wait, wasn't he that what he had said to Lin Qiyeh when their people from Xintian Valley were besieged? Do not listen to his nonsense. I have no connection to him. Xian Balian's complexion shifted dramatically as he beheld the predatory stares directed at him. "You just discovered over 100 ancient elixirs in the palace, didn't you? You even gifted me several vials." Lin Qiyeh squinted and grinned, producing a jade vial and casually pouring out a pill to hold in his hand. The breakthrough pill. Someone recognized it instantly and gasped in astonishment. This single elixir granted a 30% chance for a sacred profound realm cultivator to ascend a minor realm. The temptation was immense. Hand over the breakthrough pill. The crowd fixated on Xuanhuan like ravenous wolves. Xuanhuan's face turned a deep shade of purple. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved multiple jade vials. Glaring coldly at Lin Qiyeh, "I concede. You may have them all." Before his words faded, he flung over 20 jade vials and swiftly darted away into the distance. The members of Xintian Valley, though filled with doubt, dared not linger and quickly vanished into the shadows. Quite the swift escape, Lin Qiyeh chuckled, watching with amusement as those who seized the jade vials reacted eagerly. Those 20 or so individuals hastily opened the vials, and many others crowded around. Suddenly, a chorus of anguished screams erupted from them. Even the onlookers were not spared. Their faces began to rot at a visible pace, eyes bursting forth, blood and tears streaming down. Soon after, the veins on their foreheads throbbed violently as they clutched their throats in agony. Thud, thud, one by one, figures collapsed to the ground, convulsing violently until, within mere breaths, they ceased to draw breath. "Lord, senior brother." Upon witnessing the scene, the others turned pale and retreated several dozen paces, calling out loudly. The venom was exceedingly potent, capable of overwhelming even the Saint Mystic realm in mere moments. Indeed, the Xintian Valley was renowned for its mastery of poisons, a realization that left Ming in silent awe. The great Xin dynasty was rife with spiritual herbs and toxins. One might think it mere fiction. A faint smile graced Lin Qiyeh's lips. Once he secured the great Xin dynasty, he would never lack for alchemical materials. "How dare you deceive us?" The others glared at Lin Qiyeh, their fury palpable, wishing nothing more than to tear him apart. Lin Qiyeh merely shrugged. "The one who poisoned them was Xuanhuan, not me. You are in cahoots with him." A man clad in black spat, his gaze seething with resentment. "If you insist on that belief, let us be considered allies," Lin Qiyeh replied with an indifferent smile, stepping forward between Qin Su and Ming. His apathetic gaze swept across the crowd as he posed the question, "Shall it be one by one, or shall you all come at once?" "Arrogant fool." The man in black bellowed, taking flight with the speed of a sparrow, swiftly closing the distance to Lin Qiyeh. He swung a large blade down with ferocity, unleashing a wave of blade energy that seemed to rend the very fabric of space, producing a sharp, whistling sound. Lin Qiyeh left behind a mere shadow as he rose to meet the attack, effortlessly grasping the blade's edge with his bare hand, causing the fierce energy to explode in an instant. "You." The black-clad man was struck with disbelief. To catch a white blade with bare hands? He was a saint mystic. After all, and such a feat could not be merely blocked by a defensive force unless Lin Qiyeh's physical form was astonishingly powerful. Before he could finish his thought, Lin Qiyeh tightened his grip, and with a resounding crack, the long blade shattered. Lin Qiyeh drove the broken edge into the man's neck with force. Blood gushed from the black-clad man's mouth as he fell to the ground, defeated and unwilling. Several who had prepared to strike hesitated, halting in their tracks. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in a chilling silence. Not only the onlookers, but even Qin Su and Ming, who had long stood by Lin Qiyeh's side, were taken aback by his display. To catch a white blade with bare hands was one thing. To effortlessly crush a Saint Mystic's weapon was an entirely different matter. How formidable was Lin Qiyeh's physical prowess? Lin Qiyeh offered a subtle smile, beckoning to the crowd with a flick of his finger. "Let us engage together. Together. Let us slay him." The crowd, witnessing the scene, flushed with fury, their faces alternating between shades of green and purple. This fellow was far too arrogant. Even after the demise of over 20 of their own, they still numbered around 60 or 70. How dare he think he could confront them alone? "Step back." Lin Qiyeh spoke softly, his gaze indifferent as he regarded the 20 or so who charged at him. Qin Su and Ming, upon hearing his words, swiftly leaped to the safety of a nearby palace. Almost simultaneously, the group of 20 or so launched their assault. A tempest of blades and swords engulfing Lin Qiyeh in an instant. Qin Su and Ming could not help but feel anxious. "Where are you aiming?" Suddenly, a calm voice echoed from above, causing the crowd to look up as if they had encountered a ghost. Dozens of eyes failed to perceive how Lin Qiyeh had ascended to the heavens. The swiftness of his movement was terrifying. The critical factor was that this location was supposed to prohibit flight. Before they could regain their composure, Lin Qiyeh slowly raised his right hand and gestured gracefully. In an instant, a massive white palm energy, spanning hundreds of feet, materialized and descended forcefully toward the ground. The onlookers felt a tingling sensation on their scalps and instinctively retreated. However, their bodies felt as though they were mired in quicksand, their speed significantly diminished. Evading was undoubtedly futile. Gritting their teeth, they summoned their formidable strength and struck upwards at the white palm energy. Godslayer seal. Lin Qiyeh observed the crowd below with indifference, coldly uttering 3 words. Boom. The white palm energy surged forward with accelerated speed, its power multiplying several-fold, crashing heavily onto the earth. The ground trembled violently, debris scattering in all directions, while a tumultuous wave of energy engulfed the surroundings. The spectators could scarcely open their eyes, their faces contorted by the force of the gale. Moments later, the void returned to tranquility. The crowd, wide-eyed, stared intently into the distance. The surrounding palaces had vanished, leaving behind a handprint on the ground, hundreds of feet in diameter and several feet deep. The dozens who had besieged Lin Qiyeh were utterly reduced to nothingness. A thick scent of blood permeated the air. As a gentle breeze swept through, an inexplicable chill enveloped the crowd, causing them to shudder involuntarily. Is there more to come? At that moment, a faint voice resonated from the edge of the deep pit. Chapter 154, Beyond the Star Stage? Is it coming again? The plain words resonated like a thunderclap in the ears of the crowd, leaving many pale with fear. To annihilate dozens of Saint Xian realm practitioners with a single strike. Such power is utterly terrifying. They felt a sense of relief, fortunate that they had hesitated and refrained from attacking moments before. Otherwise, they too would have found themselves in a quagmire. How could they possibly dare to act now? Lin Qiyeh casually gestured, and a plethora of storage rings floated into his grasp. If you won't make a move, then I shall take my leave, he declared, as if greeting old friends. The crowd could only watch in silent fury as Lin Qiyeh and his companions departed. Qin Su and Ming gazed at Lin Qiyeh's retreating figure with awe. They had never imagined that Lin Qiyeh possessed such extraordinary strength, capable of eliminating 2 or 3 dozen Saint Xian realm practitioners in an instant. Was he truly still at the Saint Xian realm? They began to question their understanding of that tier of power. These individuals were simply too weak. At that moment, Lin Qiyeh suddenly spoke, causing Qin Su and Ming to twitch at the corners of their mouths. His arrogance was almost unbearable. If this was weakness, how much further could they possibly be from it? Do you think I am being pretentious? Lin Qiyeh turned to look at them. Qin Su and Ming remained silent. Wasn't that the case? Lin Qiyeh sighed. The true formidable beings have not even entered this arena. These individuals are largely ordinary Saint Xian realm practitioners. Their ranks and capabilities grossly mismatched. Shui Bianyue and the others appear to be at the pinnacle of the Saint Xian realm, correct? Qin Su pondered aloud. They recognized our master and, instead of attacking, surprisingly held back. Should someone make a move, it wouldn't be a significant loss or gain for them. Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. Indeed, Shui Bianyue and the others, not fully grasping the master's strength, dared not act recklessly. Qin Su acknowledged with a slight nod. However, the people from Cangzhou and Lingzhou only witnessed our master defeat a mid-stage Saint Xian realm practitioner. Shui Bianyue and the others have seen him vanquish a late-stage one. Yet, our master could have seized the opportunity to eliminate them just now. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. They cannot die yet, especially not the individuals from Shuishan Mountain and Tianjin sect. Is the master concerned about the Xuanhuan family? Qin Su's gaze sharpened. If our strength were formidable enough, no schemes would pose a threat. Lin Qiyeh smiled and replied, we still need to rely on them to fend off the individuals from Cangzhou and Lingzhou, buying us some time. Qin Su felt a wave of shame and quickly changed the subject. By the way, master, what treasures lie within those boxes? Just as Lin Qiyeh was about to respond, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, accompanied by an overwhelming pressure that shattered trees in its wake. The eardrums of those present felt as though they might burst. What is this? Qin Su looked up at the sky, astonished. It's still night. How can there be a beast's roar? Could it be that woman who summoned it? Ming's eyes narrowed. Do you not sense something amiss with this sound? Lin Qiyeh squinted his eyes, fixating on the distant peaks, his brow slightly raised. Boom. At that moment, the ground trembled violently, and the palaces on either side crumbled. Massive stones cascading down. The trio retreated swiftly. Suddenly, a searing flame appeared before their eyes. In their astonished gaze, they beheld the distant mountain ablaze. Flames soaring into the sky. The entire subterranean world was illuminated as bright as day. Yet, this was merely the beginning. With a thunderous explosion, the mountain erupted. Countless boulders engulfed in flames, shooting outward in all directions. Like a myriad of shooting stars, they darted toward every corner of the underground realm. Following this, pillars of lava surged into the sky, the scorching waves of heat assailing them. Retreat, Lin Qiyeh commanded sharply, dashing away towards the distance. Though Qin Su and Ming could not fly, their speed was hardly lacking. Behind them, a torrent of lava surged forth, reminiscent of a roiling ocean of magma. An awe-inspiring spectacle. The group arrived at the edge of the ancient city, where countless cultivators lingered at the boundary of the formation's barrier. With monstrous creatures ahead and a deluge of lava behind, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Nevertheless, Lin Qiyeh and his companions did not pause, charging straight out of the formation. Furthermore, they maintained their speed, racing away from the ancient city. Upon breaking free, those creatures recoiled from the light. Some regained their senses, shouting as they surged out of the formation. Lin Qiyeh and his companions sprinted for over 100 miles before finally halting, turning to gaze back towards the ancient city. Throughout their journey, they had encountered none of the monstrous beings. At that moment, the sea of lava illuminated the entire underground world with blinding radiance. It was highly likely that the majority of the monstrous creatures had perished. "My lord, have you discovered something?" Ming inquired, taking a deep breath as he looked at Lin Qiyeh. "Not just one beast," Lin Qiyeh replied solemnly. Ming and Qin Su were taken aback. "Not just one. Could there be two?" Boom. Just then, a series of thunderous roars echoed from afar, instantly capturing everyone's attention. "What is that?" Qin Su exclaimed in horror. In the distance, a creature stretching several hundred feet soared through the clouds, intermittently exhaling jets of golden flames. Upon closer inspection, the creature possessed prominent horns, with a pair of purple-golden eyes radiating dazzling brilliance. Its entire body was adorned with purple-golden scales, and beneath it were 4 claws, faintly crackling with lightning, exuding an aura of devastating power. A divine dragon. Ming gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. He had encountered many dragons, but the purple-golden divine dragon was a rare sight. The bloodline of the purple-golden divine dragon held significant status among dragons. What was crucial, however, was that atop the divine dragon stood a figure. Clad in flowing white, she appeared ethereal, like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens, untouched by the earthly realm. The pride of the dragon clan is astonishing, allowing a maiden of the sacred profound realm to stand atop its head. A thought flickered through Lin Qiyeh's mind. Could this woman possibly hail from the divine realm? The likelihood seemed considerable. Yet, he was perplexed as to why this purple-gold divine dragon found itself ensnared in this location. Roar! At that moment, a furious bellow erupted from the sea of lava. A colossal claw emerged from the molten depths, viciously striking towards the purple-gold divine dragon. The dragon roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of flames that collided with the gigantic paw. The heavens trembled, and the lava surged violently, as a tempest of energy rippled across hundreds of miles. The observing cultivators felt a chill run down their spines, retreating in haste. Could this be a stellar-tier beast? Ming swallowed hard, a glimmer of longing flashing in his eyes. It was not merely stellar-tier. It seemed to transcend that very rank. Qin Su inhaled deeply, recalling his encounters with the stellar profound realm. No stellar-tier beast could possibly possess such formidable power. Transcending the stellar tier? Excitement flickered in Ming's eyes. Thus, beyond the stellar profound realm, there exists an even more potent level? Lin Qiyeh's gaze remained fixed upon the molten sea. Undoubtedly, the strength of the purple-gold divine dragon was immense. However, what of the creature lurking within the lava? Just moments ago, he had witnessed the dragon's flames being effortlessly swatted away by that enormous claw. Had it not been for the dragon's quick retreat, it would have undoubtedly suffered a grievous blow. It seems the pressure has dissipated. Suddenly, Qin Su gasped, and in an instant, he soared into the air. Chapter 155. Do you dare to covet the young master's belongings? A resounding explosion reverberated from the depths of the abyss, shaking the very earth. The cultivators lurking nearby, sensing the disturbance, hastened towards the abyss's edge. Are they emerging? Someone murmured. Over half a month had passed, and for them, it felt like an eternity of torment. They dared not enter the abyss. Yet if someone were to emerge, they might catch them off guard, ready to exploit their weariness. In every realm, one can find intelligent individuals, though some may be merely overconfident. On a peak several miles from the abyss, numerous figures lay concealed within the ancient forest, poised to spring into action. Ziji, prepare yourself. With such a commotion, someone is likely to emerge, Lin Qiyeh said, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he gazed towards the abyss. Rumor had it that a monstrous creature was imprisoned within the blood demon prison. Could it possibly be escaping? Ziji felt a twinge of concern. Lin Qiyeh dismissed her worries with a scoff. With so many of us, what is there to fear? Even at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm, we can ensure it returns from whence it came. Ziji surveyed their surroundings and relayed through thought. What if it is not of the sacred profound realm, but rather the star profound realm? Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Impossible. Should the star profound realm manifest, divine retribution would surely follow. He furrowed his brow. What if? A hint of anxiety crossed Ziji's face as she added, isn't the head of the family at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm? The Grandmaster's strength surpasses even that of the head. If what lies within is so crucial, why did the head not remain here personally, entrusting it to us instead? At her words, Lin Qiyeh fell silent. There are still many lurking around us. We must refrain from acting hastily, Ziji spoke solemnly. Lin Qiyeh nodded in agreement. Just then, figures surged from the abyss, soaring into the sky before rapidly dispersing in all directions. Whoosh! Simultaneously, from the mountainous woods by the abyss, many emerged, furiously pursuing those figures. In an instant, the air was filled with clashing blades and the sounds of fierce combat. Something is amiss, Ziji thought, her eyes narrowing. Had not the head stated that the blood demon prison was shrouded in formations, and that even those of the sacred profound realm would exhaust all their energies to escape? Yet, the individuals before her exhibited no signs of fatigue. They appeared vibrant and full of life. Moreover, the head had claimed that at most only a few could emerge alive, yet there were dozens present now. Lin Qiyeh's brow furrowed deeply as he communicated telepathically. Could it be that the head has deceived us? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Having been allied with the Xuanhuan family for centuries, have we been betrayed? Anger surged within him. Ziji shook her head. The head would not betray us. Rather, the events within have surpassed his expectations. What do you propose we do? Lin Qiyeh inquired, his heart heavy at the prospect of facing dozens of sacred profound realm cultivators. He couldn't help but glance back at the others behind them. 42 Empyrean realms and 5 sacred realms. Coupled with his and Ziji's formidable prowess, they could indeed contend at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. However, facing dozens of sacred realm warriors, their odds of victory dwindled to nearly zero. Yet, to refrain from action would only allow those adversaries to escape. Since the prince had not divulged the specifics of their objective, it would be prudent for them to return with at least a single scroll. Ziji inhaled deeply, while Lin Qiyeh's eyes gleamed with intrigue. This notion was indeed sound. They merely needed to bide their time. In the distance, those emerging from the abyss showed no inclination to linger in battle, seizing any opportunity to flee. The conflict in the underworld had instilled a sense of despair within them. The emergence of those two monstrous entities would yield dire consequences. If not now, then when? Meanwhile, those who sought to ambush were further convinced of their quarry's possession of something extraordinary upon witnessing the frantic escape of others. Reluctant to relinquish their pursuit, they fixated on their targets, relentlessly giving chase. In mere moments, the throng had nearly dissipated, leaving only a lone man in white encircled by 3 others, unable to retreat. It's time. Let us take action, Ziji commanded in a hushed tone. As her words echoed, dozens of figures surged into the air, darting towards the battlefield ahead. Who goes there? Sensing several formidable auras approaching, the 4 combatants abruptly halted, their gazes fixed coldly upon the advancing group. The Grand Emperor has business with the Grand Master's residence. Begone. Lin Qiyeh glared icily at the 3. Their expressions darkened as they gritted their teeth, suppressing the urge to retaliate, and begrudgingly withdrew. The man in white sought to seize the opportunity to escape, only to be obstructed by Lin Qiyeh. By Ling Sword Saint, hand over what you possess, and we shall permit your departure. Indeed, the white-clad figure was none other than the Bai Ling Sword Saint. Ultimately, he could not resist the allure, plunging into the abyss. Perhaps acquiring a few 9th-grade forbidden breaking pills would allow him to transcend the later stages of the sacred realm. With such a breakthrough, he was confident he could exact vengeance. Unfortunately, he emerged with only a few spirit-in blood crystals, narrowly avoiding death within. His heart was brimming with indignation, prepared to slay a few to vent his fury, only to find himself obstructed by the Grand Master's men. The Bai Ling Sword Saint, visibly displeased, retorted, "I possess none of what you seek." Lung Shang's gaze was sharp as he coldly replied, "Whatever you acquired down there, surrender it." No sooner had he spoken than three more figures soared from the abyss. The Bai Ling Sword Saint's expression shifted as he pointed toward the trio in the distance. "The scroll you seek is in his possession." "A scroll?" Lung Shang's pupils constricted. Was it not precisely the scroll that Xuanhuan Lin Qiyeh had instructed them to find? He was taken aback, questioning his fortune. "Surround them," ZG commanded sharply. In an instant, the Grand Master's entourage encircled the three. The Bai Ling Sword Saint stepped forward. A mocking smile plastered on his face as he glared at the newly emerged trio. "You there, are you not going to hand over what belongs to us?" Lin Qiyeh, upon seeing the Bai Ling Sword Saint, couldn't help but furrow his brow. Cold and indifferent, Lung Shang cast a sweeping glance at Lin Qiyeh and his companions. "Have you obtained the scroll? Hand it over at once. You seek death." Qin Su scoffed and prepared to take action. However, a large hand suddenly landed on him, and Lin Qiyeh, with a smile, addressed Lung Shang and the others. "Are you from the Grand Master's residence?" Qin Su was momentarily taken aback. How did Lin Qiyeh know these individuals were from the Grand Master's residence? "Do you know us?" Lung Shang furrowed his brow. Lin Qiyeh did not respond directly but produced a purple gold scroll, tossing it casually to Lung Shang while responding off-topic. "Here is your item." Lung Shang, somewhat bewildered, accepted the scroll, his mind filled with confusion. This seemed too easy. He had anticipated a fierce confrontation. Qin Su and Ming exchanged knowing smirks. Did they dare to claim the young master's belongings? Truly reckless. "Bai Ling, is the item they received this one?" Lung Shang inquired, locking his gaze on the Sword Saint Bai Ling. The Sword Saint nodded in confusion, having expected Lin Qiyeh and his companions to engage in battle. He never anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would simply hand over the item without hesitation. "Weren't you quite defiant? How did you suddenly turn into a coward? Consider yourself fortunate. We shall take our leave." With a cold glance at Lin Qiyeh, Lung Shang turned to depart. "Wait." Lin Qiyeh suddenly interjected once more. "I have given you what you sought, but you have yet to provide me with what I desire. What do you want?" Lung Shang sneered, astonished that one would dare negotiate terms with the Grand Master's residence. "Your lives, perhaps?" Lin Qiyeh replied, his gaze unwavering as he regarded Lung Shang and his companions. Chapter 156. The Divine Sealing Technique. What audacity! Cold Shang erupted in fury, and a sharp sword materialized in his hand, thrusting towards Lin Qiyeh. In an instant, his sword was raised, yet his head was severed and sent soaring. Blood erupted like a fountain, reaching several feet high. ZG and the White Lotus Sword Saint were left dumbfounded. None of them anticipated that Cold Shang would be dispatched so swiftly. Lin Qiyeh had seemingly drawn his sword slower than Cold Shang. Before they could regain their composure, Lin Qiyeh left behind a lingering shadow. Heads soared through the air wherever he passed. The White Lotus Sword Saint, recognizing the danger, prepared to flee. Suddenly, a palm strike landed fiercely upon his back. It was ZG, who had inexplicably circled behind him. An icy chill gripped the White Lotus Sword Saint's heart. A flash of cold light pierced through his body. Seizing the moment, ZG ignited her vital energy and ascended rapidly, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Eliminate them," Lin Qiyeh murmured, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the direction ZG had departed. Qin Su and Ming acted simultaneously, swiftly reaping the lives of numerous Imperial Xian realm beings. In mere moments, the ground was transformed into a river of blood. All perished, save for ZG. Lin Qiyeh extended his hand, and the purple gold contract scroll once again found its way into his grasp, which he casually tossed into his spatial ring. "My lord, I shall eliminate him," Ming stated, his gaze icy. Lin Qiyeh examined the contract scroll in his hand and shook his head. "It appears the purpose of the Xuanhuan family indeed revolves around this object. You and Qin Su should depart first, heading to the agreed location in Tianyu Imperial capital. Proceed as planned. I shall follow shortly." "My lord, should we not remain to assist you?" Qin Su pondered aloud. "The ensuing events are beyond your capacity to influence," Lin Qiyeh replied, his expression solemn. With no further words, Qin Su and Ming discreetly vanished into the night. Lin Qiyeh withdrew his gaze and turned once more towards the abyss. Flames surged from within, waves of heat rolling forth. The ground trembled violently. Retreating a distance, Lin Qiyeh understood that the array below, having endured for centuries, could not withstand the ravages of two colossal beasts. Moments later, centered around the abyss entrance, the ground began to collapse, spreading in all directions. Lin Qiyeh retreated until there was no further ground to yield, and instead, he stepped into the air, standing upon the clouds. From this elevated vantage, the abyss seemed boundless, and his divine sense could not encompass it entirely. At this moment, the horizon began to lighten. Rays of golden light cascaded from the east, transforming the swirling dust into a golden hue, akin to waves of gold. Lin Qiyeh's divine sense quickly pinpointed several figures. Suddenly, a massive blood-red hand emerged from the thick smoke, uprooting large stones and then crashing down with fury. Almost simultaneously, a purple-gold divine dragon, stretching hundreds of feet, soared into the sky, evading the blood-red hand. It then dove down from another angle, exhaling searing dragon flames. Roar! With a resounding roar, two beasts unleashed their voices simultaneously, scattering the swirling dust and revealing the depths below. The sea of magma lay beneath, its surface adorned with numerous colossal boulders. Amongst them, a monstrous creature, towering at 200 zhong, loomed like a small mountain, its eyes a crimson hue akin to blood, its claws fiercely gripping the tail of the purple-golden divine dragon. The dragon, with its cavernous maw agape, sank its fangs into the creature's neck, blood gushing forth. Above, a woman clad in white, wielding a sharp sword, struck fiercely at the creature's right hand. The blade glimmered, sending forth a streak of crimson light. In pain, the creature relinquished its hold on the dragon's tail, allowing the dragon to swiftly entwine itself around the creature's body, binding them together. In that moment, Lin Qiyeh finally discerned the true form of the beast, the hell-prison demon bear. He gasped softly. The hell-prison demon bear, even in the divine realm, possessed a top-tier beastly bloodline, rivaling that of the blazing celestial wolf of the wolf tribe. How could such a formidable bloodline beast repeatedly manifest in this small world? Was this truly an ordinary small world? The hell-prison demon bear rose, struggling mightily to free itself from the dragon's grip. At that moment, the woman in white continued to strike with her sword, her fierce energy landing upon the hell-prison demon bear, blood flowing like a stream. The scales of the purple-golden dragon were stained crimson. The state of the hell-prison demon bear seemed rather peculiar. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes slightly. As far as he knew, the hell-prison demon bear was endowed with several innate abilities, gravity being one of them. This was also the reason why many were unable to fly within the abyss. Moreover, it possessed a fundamental ability that did not require immense strength to execute. Yet, it had not employed it thus far. He observed quietly. After a while, the hell-prison demon bear ceased its movements, gradually toppling to the ground. Upon witnessing this, the woman in white suddenly produced a talisman, casting it with a flick of her wrist. She then swiftly formed hand seals, igniting the talisman. In an instant, countless golden chains of light erupted from the void, racing toward the hell-prison demon bear. What is this? The divine seal technique? Lin Qiyeh was momentarily astonished. He had witnessed the divine seal technique once before. Unlike the woman in white's execution, it had required the cooperation of 9 individuals. A beast of ancient ferocity, whose power was on par with his own peak in a past life, was sealed without resistance by those 9. Once ensnared by this sealing technique, even in his past life as pinnacle, he would lack the confidence to break free. Yet, that alone was insufficient to astonish him. His surprise stemmed from the fact that the divine seal technique was exclusive to an eternal clan in the divine realm, never to be imparted to outsiders. With this thought, Lin Qiyeh's gaze turned cold, a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath. Having experienced the events of his previous life with the 3 races of gods, demons, and beasts, he harbored no fondness for any. In pursuit of ascending to the divine realm, he had spent years cultivating his own power. Though strong in his past life, he had suffered from the pitfalls of solitary battles. Years of diligent practice had rendered him a solitary figure, his thoughts too innocent for the complexities of human interaction. In this lifetime, he would not repeat past mistakes. At that moment, the woman in the white dress suddenly lifted her gaze towards Lin Qiyeh, unmistakably sensing the murderous intent emanating from him. Roar! Just then, The golden divine chains completely melded into the body of the infernal bear, causing its aura to plummet instantaneously. Simultaneously, its form began to shrink rapidly, escaping the gaping maw of the purple golden dragon. The dragon, unwilling to let it go, lunged once more. However, it found nothing but empty air. The infernal bear vanished without a trace. The woman in white was surrounded by a tempest of shimmering swords, forming a storm of sword energy. In the next instant, the infernal bear reappeared, eerily materializing behind Lin Qiyeh. A colossal paw seized him in its grip. "Do not approach, or I shall end his life." The infernal bear spoke with human-like clarity, its eyes no longer blood-red, evidencing its return to lucidity. "Inferno, you cannot escape," the woman in white declared coldly, her gaze towards Lin Qiyeh tinged with curiosity. The infernal bear was no fool to threaten her with an unrelated individual. The only plausible explanation was that it mistakenly believed he was allied with her. Yet, on what basis could it arrive at such a conclusion? Could it be that this person— Boom! Suddenly, the heavens darkened, dense clouds swirling ominously as terrifying thunder resonated. The woman in white abruptly looked up, witnessing bolts of lightning cascading forth, their dazzling brilliance nearly blinding her. In a mere breath, a multitude of lightning serpents rained down, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Chapter 157. The Isle of Sinful Blood. Lin Qiyeh raised his gaze to the heavens, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes. Was it the descent of thunder? Unbidden, the words of Qin Su echoed in his mind. The current predicament bore an uncanny resemblance to the catastrophic destruction of the ancient Qin Empire's capital. Boom! Thunder cascaded from the sky, saturating every inch of space, leaving no sanctuary. At that moment, a surge of sword energy erupted from Lin Qiyeh's body. The heavenly abyss demon bear, startled by the pain, abruptly released its grip. With a swift motion, Lin Qiyeh seized the coarse fur on the bear's chest and forcefully yanked downward. The bear, taken by surprise, toppled forward. Almost simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning struck its back. Roar! The heavenly abyss demon bear let out a terrified bellow, its back shredded and flesh torn asunder. It had assumed that Lin Qiyeh and the woman in white were allies, intending to use him as leverage against her. Little did it realize that it had unwittingly become Lin Qiyeh's shield against the thunder. Cursed human! The bear growled furiously, its icy gaze fixed upon Lin Qiyeh. As one claw came crashing down, Lin Qiyeh remained unperturbed, a calm facade masking his resolve. A sword had appeared in his hand, and with a swift thrust, he pierced through the bear's claw. The bear emitted a heart-wrenching cry. Alas, its current strength was insufficient to pose any threat to Lin Qiyeh. Before it could raise another paw, Lin Qiyeh summoned 3 more swords, casting them effortlessly. With a clang, the swords impaled its remaining 3 claws, embedding themselves into the stone beneath. Injured in its limbs, the massive form of the heavenly abyss demon bear could no longer sustain itself, plummeting to the ground with a thunderous crash. "If I were you, I would cling to life with all my might," Lin Qiyeh remarked with a sly smile. The bear abruptly halted, a chill creeping along its neck, sending shivers across its body. Beneath its chest, Lin Qiyeh's right hand gripped a sword, poised at its throat. Should it descend, the blade would inevitably pierce through, severing its head from its body. The heavenly abyss demon bear felt despondent, its body trembling uncontrollably as it fought to maintain its composure. The thunder might not be its demise. There was still a glimmer of hope for survival. But this human would certainly take its life. In the distance, the woman in white stood astonished by Lin Qiyeh's prowess. She even speculated whether he had purposely allowed himself to be captured by the heavenly abyss demon bear, leveraging its body to shield himself from the thunder. Just then, Lin Qiyeh's gaze fell upon her, their eyes locking in an intense exchange. "Heavenly fortune cauldron?" Lin Qiyeh squinted slightly. To his astonishment, the woman in white appeared to be untouched by the onslaught of lightning. The tempestuous bolts, upon nearing her, inexplicably veered away. Even the golden-purple divine dragon coiling around her arm was spared from harm. He could conceive of no other explanation than that she possessed the heavenly fortune cauldron, capable of harboring destiny itself. "You are not of this realm." At that moment, the woman in white spoke, her gaze penetrating as it met Lin Qiyeh's. Lin Qiyeh did not respond, but countered with a question. "Who are you, and from where do you hail?" The woman in the white dress narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "You have yet to answer my question. If I respond to your inquiry, will you then answer one of mine?" Lin Qiyeh smiled lightly. The woman remained silent. I am a native of Yinzhou, that is beyond dispute. Lin Qiyeh continued. What is the matter with the blood demon prison and the heavenly prison magic bear? The woman eyed him skeptically, saying, that constitutes two questions. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qiyeh asked, why is the heavenly prison magic bear here? The woman replied in a low voice, the heavenly prison was originally my family's divine beast, stolen away by another. I have come to retrieve it, only to discover it has fallen under the control of the Xuanhuan sacred land. You are speaking nonsense, roared the heavenly prison magic bear, its limbs trembling violently. These two accursed humans. I have endured such hardship, yet I must also bear the thunderous strikes. And here you are, engaged in idle chatter? Xuanhuan sacred land? Is it not Xuanhuan sect? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. The woman in white snorted coldly. It is now my turn to inquire. Is Xiao Zi's contract scroll in your possession? Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. I refuse to answer. You. The woman was infuriated. Though the thunder did not strike her, she dared not move an inch. Clearly, the Tiangong Ding could only deflect the thunder to a certain extent. How about this? Lin Qiyeh spoke again. You continue to answer my questions, and if I am satisfied, I may reveal to you the whereabouts of the contract scroll. The woman fell into a moment of silence. Her expression frigid, akin to an ancient iceberg. What force is the Xuanhuan sacred land that you mentioned earlier? Lin Qiyeh smiled faintly. The Xuanhuan sacred land is one of the three great sacred lands of the Xuanhuan continent. Are the three great sacred lands the most powerful forces on the Xuanhuan continent? Indeed, the 9 great continents are vast, and there are also 4 divine dynasties, each with Nirvana realm experts in command. What is the Nirvana realm? Lin Qiyeh inquired. Beyond the sacred Xian realm lies the star Xian realm, the moon Xian realm, and the sun Xian realm, followed by the Nirvana realm, which is theoretically the most formidable realm on the Xuanhuan continent. What do you mean by theoretically the most powerful realm? The two engaged in a question-and-answer exchange. As the other responded, Lin Qiyeh fixed his gaze intently upon her eyes. He surmised that she was not lying about these matters. After a pause, he asked, what place are we in the 3 states? The woman in white frowned slightly. This time, she hesitated for a long while before saying, I refuse to answer. Is that so? Lin Qiyeh opened his palm, revealing a purple gold scroll floating in his hand. You should know the function of this bloodline contract. If I were to hand it over to another, or you dare. The woman's expression suddenly turned icy. Do you think I would dare? Lin Qiyeh remained unfazed. That dragon of yours is already quite weakened, is it not? The woman in the white dress gritted her teeth and cast a glance at the purple gold divine dragon on her arm. This place is known as Sinblood Island, where all its inhabitants are descendants of Sinblood. What exactly are the descendants of Sinblood? And why are they unable to transcend the star mysterious realm? Lin Qiyeh pressed for answers. Taking a deep breath, the woman replied, the ancestors of Sinblood Island committed grave errors, leading to their designation as descendants of Sinblood. Their inability to transcend the star mysterious realm is not due to their bloodline. If it is not the bloodline, then it must be due to the formation? Lin Qiyeh squinted at the sky. Do you understand? The woman in white appeared slightly taken aback. Thus, if one departs from Sinblood Island, they can transcend the star mysterious realm? Lin Qiyeh continued, observing her silence as he raised the scroll in his hand. Indeed. The woman inhaled deeply. I have answered all your questions. Now hand over the scroll to me. I will kill you. Suddenly, the infernal demon bear let out a furious roar, its body erupting into a towering height of 100 feet as it swiped its paw down towards Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh swiftly retreated, realizing that the thunderous energy in the world had dissipated. Boom. The paw of the infernal demon bear struck down, sending sand and stones flying, enveloping the area in dust. Lin Qiyeh deftly evaded the attack. However, at that moment, the woman in white lunged forward, her delicate hand reaching for the scroll in Lin Qiyeh's grasp. Without hesitation, Lin Qiyeh stored the scroll within his spatial ring while countering with a palm strike. The two palms collided, unleashing a tempestuous wave of energy that sent the immense body of the infernal demon bear soaring through the air. Lin Qiyeh and the woman in white both retreated from the clash, confronting each other in the air. Just as they prepared to engage once more, an unexpected change occurred. Chapter 158. Slaying the starry profound realm. Thunder rumbled in the high skies, where winds and lightning surged. Suddenly, a fissure tore through the cloudless expanse, unleashing two formidable auras that rushed forth. Lin Qiyeh and the woman in white abruptly looked up. Not far away, two figures hovered in midair, clad in blood-red robes and wielding bloodied swords, their faces concealed behind ghostly masks. Only their chilling eyes were visible. Lin Qiyeh felt a jolt run through him. Good heavens! The attire of these two was strikingly reminiscent of those who had devastated the ancient Qin imperial capital. Indeed, they were from the starry, profound realm. An alliance? At that moment, the masked figures sprang into action. One wielded a sword aimed at Lin Qiyeh, while the other targeted the woman in white, their speed unfathomable. Boom! Lin Qiyeh raised his sword in defense, but was still sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground and carving a deep trench dozens of feet long. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he glared coldly at the masked assailant. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Had it not been for his formidable physique, akin to a top-tier sacred artifact, that blow could have cost him his life. Glancing at the woman in white, he saw that she too had been struck down. Yet her body was adorned with dragon scales, resembling a suit of purple-gold armor, exuding an aura of valor. Her graceful form, accentuated in all the right places, was enough to stir the blood. Lin Qiyeh had seen much in his previous life, yet he had to admit that though he had yet to behold her true visage, her physique would undoubtedly rank among the finest even in the divine realm. Fighting me while distracted? The masked figure appeared before Lin Qiyeh, its tone laced with fury. Lin Qiyeh gathered his focus, lightly pushing off with his toes to retreat several hundred feet. His interest in the woman was not romantic. Rather, he sought to gauge her true strength. Fortunately, she did not disappoint him, as she was holding her own against the other masked figure, at least for the moment. With this, he only needed to contend with the one in front of him. Boom! The heavens resounded with a cacophony. Lin Qiyeh continued to retreat. Yet the masked figure's speed seemed to surpass his own, forcing him into a defensive stance. Soon, the distance between them and the woman in white grew. Lin Qiyeh halted, casting a cold gaze at the masked figure. Not running away, the masked figure sneered, its eyes devoid of emotion. Did you not claim to only target those who have broken through to the starry profound realm? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. Aren't you the ones who only attack those who have broken through to the starry profound realm? Upon hearing this, the masked figure paused, narrowing its eyes. Aren't you at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm? What do you think? Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow. If I were at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm, would I be retreating while battling? However, he gleaned some information from the masked figure's words. It seemed they did not exclusively hunt those who had broken through to the starry profound realm. Once the formation was activated and thunder surged forth, they would strike. Qin Su's father had likely triggered the formation, leading to their appearance. It mattered not. The masked figure spoke with a detached demeanor, gradually raising the sword in his hand. A surge of sword energy, hundreds of feet long, erupted, sweeping through the air and causing an aerial dance of blade-like force. Lin Qiyeh darted nimbly, akin to performing a delicate ballet upon the edge of a blade. The surrounding peaks were swept away by the sword energy, collapsing one after another. The sound of massive stones rolling resonating endlessly. Lin Qiyeh occasionally spoke, attempting to extract information from his opponent. However, the masked figure remained silent, intensifying his attacks with increasing ferocity. After a brief period, Lin Qiyeh remained unscathed. The masked figure, enraged, felt his aura surge, no longer holding back his strength. The pressure on Lin Qiyeh escalated instantaneously. There was no escape now, Lin Qiyeh murmured to himself. Constantly evading could indeed buy him time. But the consumption of his mystical energy was substantial. A glimmer flashed in his eyes as his own aura surged dramatically, his body transforming into a bolt of lightning, leaving behind an array of afterimages in the void. The masked figure's pupils constricted slightly. He clearly did not anticipate that Lin Qiyeh still possessed such strength. His current speed was such that even the masked figure could only catch a glimpse of an afterimage. It was noteworthy that he was a star profound realm practitioner. Albeit in the early stages, he was certainly not someone of the sacred profound realm could contend with. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qiyeh was now merely 10 paces away. Suddenly, a brilliant white light erupted before him, the dazzling brilliance blinding him momentarily. The masked figure instinctively thought to retreat. However, at that moment, a torrent of murderous intent surged from Lin Qiyeh, its terrifying power causing his very soul to tremble violently, rendering his body completely unresponsive. He vaguely saw a shadow dart past him. In that fleeting moment, Lin Qiyeh's cold and emotionless voice resonated from behind him. He slowly turned his head, only to witness Lin Qiyeh, his back turned, mimicking the action of sheathing a long sword. Yet, he failed to see a sword in Lin Qiyeh's hand. Suddenly, a spray of blood erupted from his neck, and his head abruptly rolled away from his body. The mask fell away, revealing an expression of utter terror. He could scarcely believe he would meet his demise at the hands of someone from the sacred profound realm. What was more alarming was that he had not even seen how his opponent had drawn the sword. Lin Qiyeh turned slowly, revealing a slightly pale visage. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he retrieved several pills and swallowed them. The previous strike had nearly exhausted half of his mystical energy. Slaying a practitioner of the star profound realm was still a considerable strain. Lin Qiyeh whispered to himself, secretly resolved to break through to the mid-stage of the sacred profound realm as soon as possible. If he were in the mid-stage now, even facing two opponents, he would not be without a fighting chance. He approached the corpse of the masked figure and casually collected the ghostly mask. Perhaps it would prove useful next time. After some exploration, he discovered a storage ring, a testament to the grandeur of the starry profound realm. He silently marveled at the wealth of the masked man, which was evidently substantial, possessing an array of Xian crystals, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and profound techniques. However, these treasures did not particularly captivate his interest. Soon, he unearthed a token and several tomes within the ring: the Compendium of Beasts, the Chronicles of the 9 Profound Oddities, and the Atlas of Celestial Beasts. Lin Qiyeh murmured softly, nodding slightly. These are worth perusing when time permits. After storing the books away, he soared towards the distance. The woman in white and the masked man were still locked in combat, their figures resembling two bolts of lightning colliding endlessly in the void, their speed reaching an extraordinary peak. Who are you in relation to the Star Moon deity? The masked man asked gravely. The woman in white remained silent, her strikes growing increasingly swift. The finesse of her swordplay was unparalleled, her movements as graceful as a sprite. In a short span, the masked man from the starry profound realm found himself steadily retreating under pressure. Suddenly, she formed a seal with her left hand and struck the air. A streak of radiant light surged into the masked man's body, causing him to tremble slightly. The woman in white thrust her sword, unleashing a silver moon sword aura that pierced through the masked man's shoulder, sending one of his arms flying and a cascade of blood spraying forth. Star Moon Sword Technique. The masked man exclaimed in shock, clutching his severed arm and retreating hastily, his pupils constricting sharply as he stammered, "You are the Dragon Princess, Yi Qingwu." Chapter 159. Yi Qingwu, Celestial Moon God Dynasty? Dragon Princess, Yi Qingwu? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. He had never heard of these names. The woman in the white dress, Yi Qingwu, had previously mentioned that the Nine Xian continent was home to 7 supreme factions, comprising 3 great sacred grounds and 4 divine dynasties. It seemed that Yi Qingwu must be a princess of one of the 4 divine dynasties. However, there was a contradiction. The blood demon prison had existed for thousands of years, and the masked man could only be from the Star Xian realm, whose lifespan could not possibly extend over several millennia. If Yi Qingwu had entered the Bloodsun Island thousands of years ago, the masked man should have recognized her. Yet, it was also implausible that Yi Qingwu, merely at the Star Xian realm, could have entered so long ago. Lin Qiyeh felt utterly perplexed. Nonetheless, these details seemed less critical than comprehending the identity of the masked man and eliminating him. Dragon Princess, you are alive. Haha, how fortunate. Now, I shall no longer be bound to guard this wretched place. The masked man laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by his injuries. With a flick of his hand, a rift suddenly appeared in the void. Do not let him escape, the woman in white exclaimed, instantly positioning herself before the rift. With a sweeping motion of her sword, a torrent of sword energy erupted, akin to radiant silver moons blooming across the sky. After all this time, you have failed to kill me. Do you truly believe you can stop me if I wish to leave? The masked man cackled arrogantly, his blood sword occasionally slashing through the air, dispersing countless sword energies as he advanced towards the rift. Just then, a colossal palm strike materialized before him, crashing down with ferocity. The masked man, caught off guard, received a solid blow, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, blood gushing from his mouth. Seeking death, the masked man roared in fury, raising his blood sword, and with a flash of crimson light, he cleaved through the palm strike. A sinister grin broke through the mask he wore. Momentary radiance. A cold, detached voice echoed. The masked man's expression froze as 3 of his limbs suddenly detached from his body, excruciating pain coursing through him. His agonized cries abruptly ceased as a hand grasped his throat. Seizing the opportunity, the woman in white rushed forth, aiming to deliver a fatal blow with her sword. However, Lin Qiyeh would not allow her to succeed, retreating with the masked man several hundred feet away. "I need to inquire about certain matters," Lin Qiyeh said coldly, his gaze fixed on the woman in white. She was filled with reluctance, yet halted in her tracks upon seeing the contract scroll in Lin Qiyeh's hand. "Answer me honestly, and I shall grant you a swift end," Lin Qiyeh spoke with an icy tone. "Kill me, and I shall reveal nothing." The masked man gritted his teeth defiantly. Lin Qiyeh removed his mask, revealing a visage marked by age. He discarded the ghostly mask into his storage ring, stowed away the contract scroll, and pierced a finger into the masked man's severed arm. "Ah!" The masked man shrieked in agony, his body convulsing from the pain. "Once more, I offer you a chance. Otherwise, I assure you, your existence will be a torment worse than death." Lin Qiyeh's voice was frigid, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the woman in white. The dragon scales upon her form faded, unveiling her true visage, her face beneath the veil appearing somewhat pallid. Lin Qiyeh inquired, "What place is this?" "Sin Blood Island." The masked man replied, his voice trembling, regarding Lin Qiyeh as though he were a demon. Lin Qiyeh nodded subtly, reiterating all the questions he had previously posed to the woman in white. The masked man's responses bore little divergence from those of the woman. After a brief pause, he continued, "Her name is Yi Qingwu, is it not? And what is the Star Moon Divine Dynasty?" The masked man's voice grew increasingly frail. "Indeed, she is a princess of the Star Moon Dynasty, having ventured into Sin Blood Island over 3 centuries ago. We had thought her perished. Do you go by the name Yi Qingwu?" Lin Qiyeh turned to the woman in white. She remained silent, evidently acquiescing. Lin Qiyeh then directed his gaze back to the masked man. "One final inquiry. Who are you? And why do you target Sin Blood Island?" "I am a disciple of the Xuanhuan sacred ground, condemned for my transgressions, and thus assigned to guard Sin Blood Island. I was killed." The masked man's complexion was ashen, his breath nearly extinguished. With a slight exertion, Lin Qiyeh abruptly snapped his neck. Disposing of the corpse, he turned his attention back to Yi Qingwu, furrowing his brow. "You entered merely 3 centuries ago, yet claim the celestial abyss demon bear belongs to your lineage? The blood demon abyss has existed for millennia. It is no wonder I doubt you. The celestial abyss demon bear could not possibly have survived for thousands of years." Yi Qingwu refrained from disputing, responding calmly. The existence of the blood demon abyss was not intended to confine the celestial abyss. It harbors another purpose. 3 millennia ago, the Star Moon Divine Dynasty waged war against the Xuanhuan sacred ground. Individuals from the Star Moon Dynasty infiltrated Sin Blood Island and obliterated the blood demon abyss, leaving only a handful from the Xuanhuan sacred ground to escape. For centuries past, the Xuanhuan sacred ground captured the celestial abyss, imprisoning it within the blood demon abyss as retribution against the Star Moon Dynasty. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyeh could not help but cast a glance at the celestial abyss demon bear. Could it truly have lived for over 400 years? After a moment, Yi Qingwu continued, "Subsequently, I infiltrated Sin Blood Island with Xiao Zi, seeking information on the celestial abyss demon bear, but we were discovered by the Xuanhuan sacred ground. Xiao Zi was subdued by a coalition of dozens from the Xuanhuan sacred ground and imprisoned within the blood demon abyss. When I located it, they were forcibly extracting its essence to forge a bloodline contract. I absconded with the bloodline contract, yet they pursued me relentlessly, leaving me grievously wounded." At this juncture, Lin Qiyeh interjected, "So, you concealed the bloodline contract beneath their very noses and sealed that palace?" Yi Qingwu shook her head, her enchanting eyes turning icy. "The palace was sealed by the Xuanhuan sacred ground. I merely added an additional seal." Lin Qiyeh felt a twinge in his heart. Others had placed a lock to prevent access to the treasures within, yet she had merely added another lock? Such reasoning was indeed peculiar. He pondered for a moment, and then inquired, "Why is it that the blood demon abyss is now deserted? Surely, those puppets cannot be your doing?" Yi Qingwu, for reasons unbeknownst to her, felt her gaze flicker. The puppets also belong to the Xuanhuan sacred land. The Luo family of the Xuanhuan sacred land is exceptionally skilled in the art of crafting and refining puppets. I merely activated them by chance. They were intended by the Xuanhuan sacred land to annihilate the blood demon abyss. I never anticipated that they would even turn against their own. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow slightly, a look of contemplation crossing his features. Yi Qingwu's words did not seem to be fabrications, although she was still concealing certain truths, such as the realms within realms and the inner worlds. He found it hard to believe that an individual from a minor realm could wield such capabilities. Moreover, her cultivation was presently confined to the Saint Xian realm, which rendered the situation even more perplexing. The lifespan of a Saint Xian cultivator is merely 600 years. Yet, Yi Qingwu did not possess the demeanor of one who had lived for centuries. May I now receive the scroll? Yi Qingwu furrowed her brow, feeling that she had already provided ample responses. Observing the diminishing aura of the purple gold divine dragon, her gaze grew increasingly urgent. One final question. Lin Qiyeh inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze upon Yi Qingwu. What is the Xuanhuan sacred land excavating? Chapter 160. A new breakthrough. Lin Qiyeh was filled with curiosity. What could possibly have compelled the Xuanhuan sacred land to excavate for thousands of years? In their quest for obliteration, they even spared not their own kin? Uncertainty lingered. Yi Qingwu also appeared contemplative. Perhaps they had yet to unearth the truth. Impossible. Lin Qiyeh immediately dismissed the notion. What could be of such significance that the Xuanhuan sacred land would abandon their pursuit after millennia? Unless they had already discovered it. Yi Qingwu's eyes glimmered. The Xuanhuan family. What? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. What did the Xuanhuan family have to do with this? I had inquired previously. The Xuanhuan sacred land established a sect named Xuanhuan sect on the island of Sin Blood, ostensibly to facilitate the capture of the sacred profound realm denizens of the island for labor. Yi Qingwu mused, her voice melodious and clear. At that time, the sect leader was a member of the Xuanhuan family, who served as an attendant to the Xuanhuan sacred land. Furthermore, the Xuanhuan family is a prominent lineage within the Xuanhuan sacred land. The Xuanhuan sect was destroyed, yet members of the Xuanhuan family must have been involved in the subsequent events. Are you implying that the Xuanhuan family obtained that item? Lin Qiyeh's expression shifted subtly. After all these years, he found himself intrigued by a singular artifact that could keep the Xuanhuan sacred land occupied for millennia. Wait. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Lin Qiyeh's mind. And he pondered. Perhaps the Xuanhuan family's objective was not merely the bloodline contract, but rather the very item sought by the Xuanhuan sacred land? He quickly dismissed this thought. If it were not the bloodline contract, but rather the sought-after object, they would not simply dispatch a few subordinates. Xuanhuan Sun would surely take matters into his own hands. Moreover, it was evident that the Xuanhuan family was aware of the scroll's existence. In that moment, Lin Qiyeh found himself increasingly perplexed. Yi Qingwu scrutinized him. Noting the fluctuations in his expression, and her demeanor became wary. At that juncture, Lin Qiyeh unexpectedly produced the contract scroll. Yi Qingwu's beautiful eyes sparkled, and she nearly succumbed to the urge to leap forward. I can grant you the scroll, but I require something in return, Lin Qiyeh said with a charming smile. How dare you even think of it? I would rather perish than allow Qingwu to be wronged. Before Yi Qingwu could speak, the purple gold divine dragon on her arm suddenly spoke in a clear, melodious tone, revealing itself to be a woman's voice. A female dragon? Lin Qiyeh blurted out. Female dragon. Humph. The purple gold divine dragon glared at Lin Qiyeh. Qingwu, do not trust him. Even at the cost of my life, I shall slay him. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Qingwu's eyes. Do not misunderstand. Lin Qiyeh's face flushed slightly. In 2 lifetimes, he had encountered countless battles and grand spectacles, yet he had little experience with women. He hastily added, you must possess the bloodline contract of the Hell Abyss Demon Bear, correct? At this point, he glanced at the nearly lifeless Hell Abyss Demon Bear. Yi Qingwu's neck turned crimson as she cast a playful glare at the purple gold divine dragon. Clearly, both she and the purple gold divine dragon had misconstrued the situation. She never anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would set his sights on the heavenly abyss demon bear. Observing Yi Qingwu's hesitation, Lin Qiyeh promptly seized the moment. Look, it's barely clinging to life. Bringing it back may not even save it. Exchanging a mere bear for a true dragon should be quite a bargain, wouldn't you agree? Yi Qingwu fell silent. A bear? This was the heavenly abyss demon bear, a top-tier mystical beast of the 9 profound continent. To simply hand it over to someone else? Naturally, she felt immense reluctance. Both she and the Star Moon Divine Dynasty had paid a hefty price for the bear. Qingwu agreed to his proposal. The bear is on the brink of death. Suddenly, the purple gold divine dragon let out a loud cry, displaying no signs of weakness. It was eager for the heavenly abyss demon bear to fall from grace. Yet, just as quickly, it reverted to a state of despondency. Very well. Seeing this, Yi Qingwu no longer hesitated and produced a purple gold scroll. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously tossed their scrolls. Lin Qiyeh seized the bloodline contract of the heavenly abyss demon bear, flashing a grin. If I am not mistaken, the document you pilfered was indeed the bloodline contract of the heavenly abyss demon bear, right? I never anticipated that the Holy Land of Haotian had also crafted a contract for Shaozi. Ah, Qingwu, I wondered why you didn't possess my contract. The purple gold divine dragon, Shaozi, was exceedingly indignant. Nonsense, Yi Qingwu retorted, her face a mask of anger, but her eyes betrayed her inner turmoil. For indeed, the reality was as Lin Qiyeh had articulated. She had only located the contract for the heavenly abyss demon bear, completely unaware that Shaozi also possessed a bloodline contract. Otherwise, why wouldn't she have first restored Shaozi to its peak condition before joining forces against the heavenly abyss demon bear? Such a course would have spared them much hardship. Qingwu, quickly destroy the contract. Shaozi exclaimed, its eyes shimmering with fervent light. Without hesitation, Yi Qingwu tore the contract asunder. The bloodline contract suddenly ignited, and Shaozi opened its mouth wide, voraciously swallowing the contract whole. Moments later, a terrifying aura erupted from Shaozi, creating a massive shockwave that sent Lin Qiyeh, Yi Qingwu, and the heavenly abyss demon bear flying. Moon Profound Realm? Sun Profound Realm? Lin Qiyeh's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, he found himself before the heavenly abyss demon bear, tearing the contract apart and directly stuffing it into the bear's mouth. Destroying the bloodline contract released the sealed essence blood within, sufficient to heal the heavenly abyss demon bear's injuries. However, since this creature had been bound by Yi Qingwu's divine sealing technique, it would likely only be able to recover to the Star Profound Realm at most. Upon witnessing Lin Qiyeh destroy the bloodline contract, Yi Qingwu's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. His actions were certainly beyond her expectations. This was a bloodline contract, one that could grant him a top-tier contracted mystical beast, and yet Lin Qiyeh had torn it apart without a second thought? She cast a deep glance at Lin Qiyeh before departing with Shaozi. Lin Qiyeh stood, staring at Yi Qingwu's retreating figure, lost in thought for a long while. Could she truly not be a celestial being? Lin Qiyeh murmured. Given Yi Qingwu's prowess, it was likely that he would find it challenging to gain the upper hand. Even within the celestial realm, Yi Qingwu could be considered a top-tier genius. This small world indeed possessed its peculiarities. Focusing his mind, he summoned the hellish demon bear and vanished in a flash. Half a month later, in a secluded cave, Lin Qiyeh stretched lazily. Mid-stage of the sacred profound realm, a faint smile graced his lips. By vanquishing 2-star profound realm adversaries, he had acquired substantial resources, which allowed him to break through to the mid-stage of the sacred profound realm. Feeling the power coursing through him, he was confident that should he encounter those 2 mask-wearing specters again, he would dispatch them with even greater ease. Alas, such endeavors proved to be exceedingly taxing on his mystical crystals. The resources amassed from those 2-star profound realm foes had merely facilitated his ascent by a single minor realm. Moreover, with each breakthrough, the resources required increased exponentially. To reach the Star Profound Realm, an immense quantity of resources would be essential. He glanced at the hellish demon bear in the corner, its aura intensifying. However, the golden chains within it flickered intermittently, suppressing its energy. At this rate, a restoration to the Star Profound Realm seemed improbable, at best. It would reach the pinnacle of the sacred Profound Realm. Finally, he could meticulously examine the treasures obtained from that palace. Lin Qiyeh exhaled a breath of stale air. With a wave of his hand, a series of black and gold boxes landed upon the ground. He began to inspect each one carefully, pondering the possibility of unexpected gains. Chapter 161. Do you long for death? In the imperial capital of Tianyu, within the study of the Xuanhuan family, Ziji knelt on one knee, her head bowed, her face awash with trepidation. Seated at the desk was a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe, regarding her with an expression of indifference. Rise, Xuanhuan Lingtian uttered after a prolonged silence. Trembling, Ziji rose, feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve. Xuanhuan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, lifting a teacup, and remarked slowly, "To be capable of effortlessly dispatching both Lung Shang and Bai Ling, one must be at least in the late stages of the sacred profound realm, if not at its pinnacle. Yet you do not recognize such a figure?" "My subordinates are lacking," Ziji replied, her gaze still cast downward. "Immediately investigate and ascertain the truth. Such formidable beings are not to be allowed in the three states," Xuanhuan Lingtian scoffed. "Understood," Ziji acknowledged before quietly retreating. After a few moments, a shadow materialized eerily within the study. Xuanhuan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and inquired, "What have you found?" "There is little discrepancy, but she used Bai Ling as a shield, thus evading disaster." The shadow's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. "Humph," Xuanhuan Lingtian snorted. The shadow continued, "Master, shall we attempt to reclaim the scroll?" Xuanhuan Lingtian raised an eyelid. "Are you confident?" 70%, the shadow replied succinctly. Xuanhuan Lingtian fell into silence, rubbing his brow, and after a lengthy pause, he asked, "What is the situation in Yunzhou and Lingzhou? We have breached several cities. However, Shui Bianyue and her companions remain unharmed." The shadow's tone darkened. "My men were dispatched to intercept them, but there has been no news. Given the lack of news, it is highly likely they have failed." Xuanhuan Lingtian inhaled deeply. The shadow hesitated before speaking. "Master, those who ventured into the Blood Demon prison only encountered individuals from Shuishan Mountain, Xintian Valley, and Tianjin sect, but did not see anyone from Yujin sect or Shuyan sect. The Shuyan sect has been eradicated by the four major sects," Xuanhuan Lingtian replied calmly. The shadow's head snapped up, clearly agitated. "The five major sects of Yunzhou have now dwindled to four? What of the Yujin sect?" Xuanhuan Lingtian continued, "Though the Shuyan sect is no more, we must remain vigilant. Shui Bianyue and her cohorts are at the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm. However, this time, the Blood Demon prison has seen considerable casualties among the strong of the three states. Thus the resistance will be significantly less. Keep a close watch on the battlefield in Yunzhou. Should the three major sects take action, you are permitted to mobilize the Blood Demon guards." "Understood," the shadow bowed respectfully, yet showed no intention of departing. "What else is there?" Xuanhuan Lingtian frowned. Taking a deep breath, the shadow responded, "Master, the formation has been reactivated due to the thunder. I dared not approach. Subsequently, I sensed two powerful auras and could not linger." Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan Lingtian's expression darkened abruptly. However, he quickly regained his composure and coldly remarked, "Over 300 years ago, Princess Long of the Xingyue dynasty trespassed into this place and was pursued by the Haoyan sacred land. Upon learning of this matter, the Star Moon Divine Dynasty, in conjunction with several formidable factions, applied pressure and arranged a formation accessible only to those in possession of a token. Even so, any individual entering the island of sinful blood would find their cultivation suppressed by the Nine Dragons vein-locking formation, unable to exceed the pinnacle of the sacred profound realm. Moreover, the island of sinful blood is situated in the most desolate region of the Nine Profound Continent. The Haoyan sacred land expended tremendous effort over several millennia in pursuit of a mere legend, ultimately yielding nothing. For years, no one has lingered in this place. It is reasonable to conclude that the Haoyan sacred land would not invest excessive energy in the island of sinful blood, rendering it an unreliable source." With a dismissive wave of his hand, he signaled the shadowy figure, who bowed respectfully and vanished. Xuanhuan Lingtian sipped his tea lightly and mused. "Though I did not acquire the Hell Prison Demon Bear, I have not returned empty-handed. The casualties among the powerful of the three states are significant. Once we secure Yunzhou, it shall be time to unify the island of sinful blood." In the cave dwelling, Lin Qiyeh eagerly opened the first chest. The moment the chest was unlatched, a brilliant golden light burst forth, momentarily blinding him. Golden marrow crystal? Lin Qiyeh was taken aback. To his astonishment, nestled within the chest were crystalline orbs, each the size of a fist, radiating a dazzling golden hue. The rich spiritual energy surged forth, causing his pores to instantly open wide. Could it be that the Haoyan sacred land was excavating such treasures? It seemed unlikely, for although the golden marrow crystal is immensely valuable, it would not warrant such extensive efforts from the Haoyan sacred land. Lin Qiyeh pondered quietly. Although the spiritual energy contained within the golden marrow crystal pales in comparison to that of the spirit blood crystal, in terms of value, the latter far surpasses it. Without hesitation, he opened the second chest, only to find yet another golden marrow crystal. Disappointment washed over him. He continued to the third chest. This time, instead of a golden glow, a cerulean light emerged. Simultaneously, a refreshing chill enveloped him, invigorating his senses. Blue Lotus Ice Jade Crystal? Lin Qiyeh was pleasantly surprised. Another treasure of immense worth? Could the Blood Demon prison be a jade mine? He quickened his pace, opening chest after chest. Heart of Flame Cloud, Stardust Rainbow Stone, Inklin Jade, Glazed Golden Sand. Lin Qiyeh recited the names as if they were precious heirlooms. After opening hundreds of chests, he was utterly astounded. Every single one contained jade. Even the Spirit Blood crystal he had previously encountered was a form of jade. Some were the size of fists, while others resembled small eyeballs, each unique in shape and vibrantly colored. The entire cave was a dazzling spectacle under the illumination of these various luminescent stones. However, Lin Qiyeh's suspicions deepened. What exactly was the Xuanhuan sacred land searching for? How could they have excavated so many jades? Suddenly, lost in thought, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind him, striking forcefully toward his head. Lin Qiyeh let out a cold snort. The tempestuous energy surged violently, instantaneously flooding into his right hand, culminating in a devastating punch. With a resounding boom, a figure, approximately 10 feet long, was propelled backward like a bolt of lightning. Crashing through the cavern, Lin Qiyeh waved his hand, and all the precious stones were swiftly cast into his spatial ring. In a flash, he appeared outside the cave. The mountain erupted in a cacophony of collapse, boulders tumbling and clouds of dust swirling. In the distance, a bloodied figure lay on the ground, wailing in agony. One of its claws was grotesquely deformed, bones shattered. With a thud, Lin Qiyeh descended from the heavens, his foot forcefully striking the creature's back, eliciting several more cracks of breaking bones. He coldly regarded the celestial abyss demon bear. This wretched beast dared to launch a surprise attack while he was unprepared? Had it consumed the heart of a leopard? The bear howled in torment, gazing at Lin Qiyeh as though he were a monster. Its physical form was remarkably robust. Even a peak Saint Xian realm practitioner would have been reduced to mere pulp by its ambush. Yet this human had managed to fracture its bones with a single blow, bringing the entire mountain down with him. What kind of strength was this? What formidable physique? Feeling the icy gaze of Lin Qiyeh, the bear involuntarily shuddered. This individual was nothing short of extraordinary. It had intended to issue a threat, but the words died in its throat. Do you wish for death? Lin Qiyeh spoke coldly, suddenly pressing down with more force. The bear's pupils constricted sharply. It sensed its impending demise. Desperately, the celestial abyss demon bear cried out, "Wait. I can help you find what you seek. Spare my life." Chapter 162. The heart of the 10,000 dragons and the celestial abyss demon bear's desperate will to survive. Fearful that time was against it, the creature felt its demise was imminent. Indeed, if Lin Qiyeh were to step down, it would undoubtedly crush its skull into a sanguine pulp. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiyeh halted momentarily. Where? He inquired with a frosty demeanor. At. The celestial abyss demon bear nearly blurted out, but quickly swallowed its words. After a moment of hesitation, it finally said, "Sign a contract with me, and I shall reveal the location." Lin Qiyeh found this amusing. The bear was far from foolish. In its desperation to avert death, it resorted to a roundabout plea for mercy. Noticing his silence, the bear bared its teeth and added, "Isn't it intriguing? Something sought by the Xuanhuan sacred land for millennia?" Lin Qiyeh offered no reply. Instead, he formed intricate seals with his hands, his fingers weaving through the air, conjuring an enigmatic rune into existence. He extracted a drop of his essence blood, which soared into the rune's design. What kind of contract is this? The celestial abyss demon bear's expression turned wary. Astonishment etched across its face. 3, 2. Lin Qiyeh began to count down. Initially, the bear was perplexed, yet it sensed the chilling aura of death emanating from Lin Qiyeh. Just as the countdown approached 1, it hastily expelled a drop of its essence blood, flinging it into the contract rune. Whoever claimed bears were dim-witted. Faced with the specter of death, they were quite astute. As the 2 droplets of blood surged into the rune, it erupted in a dazzling display of purple and gold light. Moments later, the contract rune split in 2, embedding itself into the foreheads of Lin Qiyeh and the celestial abyss demon bear. The bear was taken aback as it felt the bond formed between itself and Lin Qiyeh. Your turn, Lin Qiyeh stated coolly. What? The bear was momentarily stunned. 3, 2. Lin Qiyeh resumed his countdown without further explanation. The bear trembled, nearly on the verge of tears. Was it truly counting down already? This was perilous. Wait, let me think. The bear urgently called out to Lin Qiyeh, shaking its head in distress. Yes, the Haotian sacred land's treasure, but I cannot retrieve it. Where? Lin Qiyeh finally spoke. The bear's face fell in despair. I must recover from my injuries before I can obtain it. Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. He casually tossed a few medicinal pills, which landed perfectly in the bear's mouth. Half a day later, the bear's wounds had remarkably healed. This surprised Lin Qiyeh. The bear's regenerative abilities were indeed astonishing. At that moment, the celestial abyss demon bear stood upright, its massive paw slicing through the air, revealing a sudden spatial portal. It extended a claw into the portal and emerged with a purple-gold chest. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes, realizing that the bear possessed the ability to teleport short distances. Yet he had not anticipated it could also open a portal to store items. At last, his gaze fell upon the resplendent purple-golden box. The box was devoid of any seams, appearing as a singular entity, its surface adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. Aren't you imprisoned? How did this object come into your possession? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow slightly. The heavenly prison demon bear grinned widely. I may be confined, but that does not imply I cannot pilfer. With that, it made a sweeping gesture in the air. Suddenly, 2 portals of space materialized, one before it and the other in front of the purple-golden box. It extended its claw and abruptly yanked the box toward itself. Lin Qiyeh stood in astonishment. This innate divine ability could be utilized in such a manner? The crux was that possessing such a talent would allow for effortless escapes. Yet it had been captured by the heavenly land. Truly a waste of potential. He chose to ignore the heavenly prison demon bear and approached the purple-golden box. Could he unlock it? The bear's eyes darted eagerly, drool nearly spilling forth. This object was undoubtedly extraordinary, previously sought after by many from the heavenly land. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, contemplating for a moment. He flicked his fingers, and a surge of mysterious energy flowed forth, causing the engravings on the box to radiate a brilliant glow. With a crack, a fissure appeared in the box. Simultaneously, streams of golden light erupted from within, exuding an overwhelming aura of majesty. A long, resonant dragon's roar filled the air, echoing like celestial music, deafening to the ears. The heavenly prison demon bear recoiled in fright, its fur standing on end. Could it be? Lin Qiyeh felt a jolt run through him. He cautiously opened the box. Inside lay a square piece of golden jade, approximately a foot on each side, surrounded by swirling purple mist. The violet mist coiled around it, resembling countless purple dragons soaring gracefully, a dazzling spectacle. The golden jade itself was translucent and radiant, exuding an air of supreme nobility, a natural marvel of exquisite beauty. For a moment, Lin Qiyeh found himself at a loss for words to adequately describe it. Even with his vast experiences from his previous life, he could not suppress his astonishment and gasped in awe. The celestial heart of 10,000 dragons, Lin Qiyeh nearly exclaimed. This artifact was exceedingly rare. He had only seen it depicted in ancient tomes. Countless holy dynasties and divine courts had sought this treasure in vain, leading many to believe it existed solely in myth. Should it ever surface, the celestial realm would likely run red with blood. He could not fathom how such a treasure could exist in a minor world. Most perplexing was its emergence on the infamous Blood Island, long regarded as a domain of transgressors. It was no wonder the heavenly land had excavated this place for millennia. If it were in pursuit of this artifact, it would indeed make sense. Whether it took thousands or even tens of thousands of years, it would be worth the effort. Was the heavenly land aspiring to establish a nation? A thrill coursed through Lin Qiyeh's heart. He finally comprehended why the blood demon prison possessed so many pieces of jade. These precious stones were not excavated from the blood demon abyss. Rather, they were sought after in the Haotian sacred land in search of the heart of the 10,000 dragons. Among all gemstones, the heart of the 10,000 dragons reigns supreme. It possesses the ability to absorb energy from any gemstone in existence. Upon noticing the approach of the heavenly prison demon bear, he swiftly gestured and stowed the heart of the 10,000 dragons into his spatial ring. Just a glance, he thought. The heavenly prison demon bear rolled its eyes. Some things, once seen, could lead to dire consequences. Are you certain you wish to look? Lin Qiyeh smiled at the heavenly prison demon bear. He was not jesting. Should others learn that the heart of the 10,000 dragons was in his possession, it would spell an inescapable fate. The heavenly prison demon bear quickly shook its head. Then I shall not look. It is fine to let you see. Lin Qiyeh then tossed out a violet golden box, placing it before the heavenly prison demon bear. The bear instinctively recoiled as if stepping on its own tail. Hastily closing its eyes and retreating several dozen feet, its claws raised defensively. I shall not look. I know nothing. Lin Qiyeh chuckled softly. This creature truly valued its life. He reappeared atop the heavenly prison demon bear. Let us depart for the Tianyu imperial capital. The heavenly prison demon bear let out a sigh of relief. Can you perhaps change your fur color? Lin Qiyeh added. The bear's crimson fur was far too conspicuous. As soon as the words left his lips, the heavenly prison demon bear shook its body, and its crimson fur transformed into a rich brown, resembling a genuine bear. Master, hold on tight. The heavenly prison demon bear roared, its body soaring into the air like an arrow released from a bow. Lin Qiyeh, however, was lost in contemplation. If the people of the Haotian sacred land had unearthed the heart of the 10,000 dragons, why was no one aware of it? Chapter 163. Xuanhuan, within a resplendent palace adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, delicate wisps of smoke ascended, filling the air with an enchanting fragrance. A slender figure sat gracefully before a mirror, her cascading dark hair resembling a waterfall. Reflected in the glass was an exquisite visage, with brows like distant mountains, a face akin to a lotus blossom, eyes as clear as autumn waters, skin as smooth as sheep's fat, and elegance that rivaled jade, stripped of all artifice. As she glanced about, a hint of sorrow graced her features, lending her an air of regal melancholy. She was draped in a purple gown, exuding unparalleled nobility and an ethereal charm that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. Sister. A melodious call shattered the tranquility of the hall. A woman clad in a moon-white gown entered, her eyes sparkling like amethysts, radiant as the stars. Princess Xuanhuan. Before she could approach the woman in the red gown, two middle-aged women barred her path. Impudent. Xuanhuan's voice rang out, brimming with menace. Who dares to obstruct this princess's way? The two women lowered their heads, afraid to meet her gaze. One summoned her courage to speak. Princess Xuanhuan. This is the edict of the emperor. Then let my father come and speak with me, Xuanhuan retorted, pushing past the two women as she strode toward the one in the purple gown. The woman in the purple dress was none other than Lin Qiyeh's mother, Xuanhuan. Her beauty was celestial, hardly resembling a woman in her 40s. Get out. Seeing the two middle-aged women still unwilling to leave, Xuanhuan's eyes turned frigid, suggesting she might take action. Enough, Xuanhuan. Do not blame them. They have cared for me during these days. Xuanhuan quickly interjected, blocking the wrathful Xuanhuan. Ladies, I wish to converse with Xuanhuan. Rest assured, I will not make it difficult for you. The two women exchanged glances, ultimately nodding in agreement before quietly exiting the palace. Sister, they were sent by the old man to monitor you, and yet you speak up for them, Xuanhuan exclaimed in indignation. Xuanhuan smiled gently. They are merely following orders. How has Xiaodian been faring in the capital? Xuanhuan pouted, expressing her dissatisfaction. I have become a mere messenger for you too. That old man is insufferable. He eats and sleeps without a care. And as for father, not only does he refuse to let you two meet, but he even sends people to insult Lin Xiaodian. At this, Xuanhuan's anger flared. Xuanhuan's body trembled slightly, concern etched on her face. Yet, he does possess some backbone, acting as though nothing has transpired. Sighing, Xuanhuan suddenly cast her eyes around furtively. Sister, perhaps I should help you escape? Xuanhuan shook her head, a wry smile on her lips. You have already aided my escape 3 times. Now that my powers are sealed, where could I possibly flee? Continuing like this is not a solution, Xuanhuan said, her beautiful brow furrowed. The old man will never allow you two to meet. If it weren't for his fear of you taking drastic measures, he would have likely acted against Lin Xiaodian by now. The emperor will allow us to meet. Xuanhuan bit her lip lightly, a flicker of determination gleaming within her eyes. Sister. Xuanhuan hesitated for a moment, gritting her teeth as she spoke. Xuanhuan Linkong has returned. Xuanhuan's delicate frame trembled. Taking a deep breath, she managed a sorrowful smile. Has the wedding date been set? Xuanhuan lowered her head. Unable to meet Xuanhuan's gaze, Yes, it has been decided, 3 days from now. Zi Xianru gently brushed Zi Xianlong's hair aside and said with a smile, Xianlong, thank you for everything you have done for us as a couple. Please convey to father that I wish to meet him. In the capital of Tianyu, at the East City Gate, a brown bear ambled in, carrying a dashing young man clad in white. Lin Qiyeh frequently surveyed his surroundings. Truly, this was the imperial capital, far surpassing the royal city in its vibrancy and bustle. Every passerby seemed to possess remarkable cultivation. Have you heard? Xuanhuan Linkong has emerged from seclusion, and the engagement with Princess Xianru has been finalized. The wedding will take place in 3 days. Such talent! In merely 2 years, his cultivation has been restored. Young Master Linkong is exceptionally handsome, and Princess Xianru is as beautiful as a celestial being, truly a match made in heaven. The Emperor's health is deteriorating, but thankfully there is the Grand Tutor. Otherwise, the Great Yu Empire would not be as stable as it is now. As Lin Qiyeh passed by a tavern, snippets of conversation reached his ears. His brow furrowed. The Princess Xianru is none other than his mother, is she not? Hadn't his father already come to the capital of Tianyu? Why then did the Emperor of Great Yu still betroth his mother to Xuanhuan Linkong? Lin Qiyeh felt a surge of discontent. Discontent with the Xuanhuan family, even more so with the Emperor of Great Yu. He suppressed the anger rising within him and soon arrived at the entrance of a tall building. Above the door, 3 grand characters were inscribed, Xianyun Pavilion. Sir, no mystical beasts are allowed inside. There is a designated area for them in the back courtyard. A servant kindly blocked Lin Qiyeh's path. Lin Qiyeh nodded and leaped down from the back of the celestial bear. Entering Xianyun Pavilion alone, he found a private room and took a seat. Moments later, a figure entered the room. It was Qin Su, who had altered his appearance, holding a birdcage in which Little Black lay nestled. Since mystical beasts were not permitted inside, Little Black was evidently treated as an ordinary bird. Young master, Qin Su sighed in relief upon seeing Lin Qiyeh. Where's Ming? Lin Qiyeh gestured for him to sit. Ming has gone to protect His Highness, Qin Su replied in a hushed tone. Only a few days prior did he learn of Lin Qiyeh's purpose for coming to the capital of Tianyu. He could hardly have imagined that Lin Qiyeh's mother was indeed a princess of the Great Yu Empire. Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow. Is the old man all right? Qin Su replied solemnly. There have been assassination attempts on His Highness. The individuals behind the first attempt mysteriously perished, while a second group intervened to save him. Likely sent by the Emperor of Great Yu. Lin Qiyeh nodded slightly. As Lin Xiaotian departed, he left behind 3 strands of sword qi within him that would activate on their own upon encountering danger. With the presence of the guardian spirit, he felt no concern for Lin Xiaotian's safety. I have heard that the betrothal has been established? Inquired Lin Qiyeh. Qin Su replied honestly, 3 days hence. It was proposed by His Excellency the Emperor of Dayu himself, and the entire imperial capital is abuzz with this matter. After a brief pause, he continued, Young master, I have conferred with Ming, and, to save the princess, we may have to take action on the day of the wedding itself. Why not act in advance? Lin Qiyeh raised an eyebrow. Qin Su forced a bitter smile. We wish for the prince to leave ahead of time. Yet he is adamant about departing only with the princess. The Dayu imperial court is teeming with formidable experts. Previously, Ming infiltrated the palace with the intention of rescuing the princess, only to be discovered and forced to retreat after fending off several experts of the sacred profound realm. In comparison, the journey to the wedding or the moment the Su family makes their move presents a greater opportunity, he added. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. Isn't the Su family stronger than the Zi family? Indeed, the Su family is more powerful, yet this does not imply that all formidable warriors are congregated within it. Many are embedded within the imperial palace, surveilling the Emperor of Dayu. Qin Su's expression turned grave as he analyzed. The Su family likely would not anticipate anyone daring to act against them, especially since both Su Sun and Su Lingtian are peak experts of the sacred profound realm. It need not be so complicated. Lin Qiyeh shook his head. Take me to find the old man. Very well. Qin Su did not hesitate and led Lin Qiyeh to Lin Xiaotian's residence. However, upon arrival, the courtyard was devoid of any figures. Where is everyone? Qin Su exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the corner of the courtyard. Upon seeing Lin Qiyeh, he urgently declared, Young master, the prince has been summoned to the imperial palace by the Emperor of Dayu. Chapter 164. The encounter with the sovereign of Dayu. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. On his way, Qin Su had informed him that Lin Xiaotian had not even caught a glimpse of the sovereign of Daiyu in over a year. Why the sudden summons? When did this occur? Lin Qiyeh inquired solemnly. Half an incense stick's time. They should not have entered the palace yet, the shadow replied. Without hesitation, Lin Qiyeh commanded. Qin Su, take me outside the imperial palace to intercept the old man. Although Ming's strength was formidable, he had nearly faced disaster last time. His power was insufficient to safeguard Lin Xiaotian within the palace walls. The journey to the palace was akin to a lamb entering a tiger's den. Very well. We are a bit far from the eastern gate of the palace, but we should make it in time. Qin Su promptly opened the birdcage. In an instant, Xiaohe transformed into its battle form, allowing Lin Qiyeh and Qin Su to ascend its back, soaring upwards. The capital of Tianyu was home to countless powerful beings, and many mystical beasts could fly as well, so they did not attract excessive attention. In a brief span, Xiaohe arrived outside the eastern gate of the palace. Lin Qiyeh, what brings you here? A delicate voice called from behind. Turning around, they saw Xuanhuan in a flowing white gown approaching briskly, her stunning visage adorned with surprise. Weren't we in agreement that I would come? Lin Qiyeh chuckled lightly, but his expression soon grew serious. Where's the old man? He's here. Xuanhuan's gaze shifted to the distance, where a figure was making its way forward, flanked by numerous guards. Lin Xiaotian. Lin Qiyeh instantly recognized the old man. Compared to over a year ago, Lin Xiaotian appeared considerably more gaunt, his complexion pale. Clearly, he had not been faring well these days. A sudden glint of coldness flashed in Lin Qiyeh's eyes. Do not act rashly. Xuanhuan quickly restrained Lin Qiyeh. She understood that while Lin Qiyeh was exceptionally powerful, this was the Tianyu imperial city. Should Lin Qiyeh strike, it would lead to endless troubles. Lin Qiyeh nodded, suppressing the fury boiling within him. Qiyeh? Lin Xiaotian's initial reaction was one of surprise upon seeing Lin Qiyeh, but his expression quickly darkened. His eyes devoid of spirit as he coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback, but managed a grin. "Old man, if I do not come, how will you bring mother home?" A tremor ran through Lin Xiaotian's heart, yet he maintained a stern demeanor. "Our matters do not concern you." With that, he strode toward the palace gates. Lin Qiyeh frowned. Based on his understanding of the old man, Lin Xiaotian was undoubtedly concealing something. This visit to meet the sovereign of Daiyu could not bode well. "Stop!" Lin Qiyeh suddenly shouted angrily, stepping forward to block Lin Xiaotian's path. "I am the Prince of Daiyan, a peer of kings. You, a mere king of the northern town, dare to speak to me in such a manner?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiaotian's lips twitched. This reckless brat actually attempted to wield his status against him. How dare his son rebuke him? Xuanhuan and Qin Su stood speechless, utterly bewildered. They were at a loss as to what scheme Lin Qiyeh was concocting. With a fierce countenance, Lin Qiyeh proclaimed in a commanding tone, "As the Prince of Daiyan, how dare you meet the ruler of the court without my permission? Are you attempting to sell your allegiance for personal gain?" "I." Lin Xiaotian opened his mouth, but could utter no words. "Princess Xuanhuan, I must speak with him regarding my return to Daiyan. I owe it to the Emperor Yin to provide an explanation." Lin Qiyeh suddenly turned to Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan furrowed her delicate brows, but eventually nodded in agreement. "Your Highness, His Majesty has ordered that he be allowed to enter the palace immediately," the leading soldier cautiously reminded. "This is a matter concerning the Daiyan Empire. It is not our place to interfere. Let them have some time," Xuanhuan replied, her expression growing solemn as she turned back to Lin Qiyeh. "I will grant you at most the time it takes to burn a stick of incense." "Agreed," Lin Qiyeh nodded. After a moment of hesitation, the leading soldier chose not to object. Lin Xiaotian intended to say more, but Lin Qiyeh seized him and strode toward a nearby tavern, followed closely by the soldiers. Inside the tavern's private room, Lin Xiaotian glared at Lin Qiyeh, seething with anger. "What are you doing here? You shouldn't be in this place. Why can you come, but I cannot?" Lin Qiyeh retorted with a grin. With a subtle flourish of his consciousness, he swiftly sealed the room. Lin Xiaotian took a deep breath. "You know their strength. The guards from just now are all at the Imperial Profound Realm. Old man, do not presume that I am unaware of your intentions." Lin Qiyeh's expression turned grave. "I." Lin Xiaotian's face stiffened, a flicker of anxiety crossing his features. Before he could speak, Lin Qiyeh continued, "Do you wish to die together in a tragic romance? How can my father, Lin Qiyeh, be so weak as to fail to protect his own woman?" Lin Xiaotian's eyes turned red, and he lowered his head in silence. The sensation of being seen through by his own son was both painful and humiliating. Lin Qiyeh's demeanor hardened. You are the king of the north, the illustrious king of Dian. Is it not merely the Dayu Empire? Why not just take action? Lin Xiaotian suddenly looked up, astonished by Lin Qiyeh's words. Do you trust me? Lin Qiyeh asked, his expression serious. What are you planning? Please, do not act recklessly, Lin Xiaotian urged. Having spent more than a year in the Tiangu Empire, he had deeply felt its formidable strength. Though he himself was at the earth-profound realm, none of the guards around him were weaker than he. His confidence had been trampled beneath the feet of others, leaving him feeling utterly helpless. The prospect of rescuing Zixian Rua seemed insurmountable. Trust me, old man. I promise to return you a beautiful bride, Lin Qiyeh said with a broad smile. Outside the tavern, Zixian Long's beautiful eyes were tightly locked, scanning the surroundings with great concern. This rascal, he wouldn't dare to attempt an escape with Lin Xiaotian, would he? Not to mention the difficulty of such an escape. What would happen to my sister? Suddenly, his gaze fell upon Qin Su, who was accompanying Lin Qiyeh, and he discreetly transmitted a thought. What plan do you have? Qin Su was taken aback. He was unaware of the connection between Zixian Long and Lin Qiyeh, and he certainly did not anticipate Zixian Long would inquire of him. He shook his head slightly. There is no plan. Humph. Zixian Long let out a cold snort, inwardly cursing. How could he not even share with me? Little did she know that Qin Su did not recognize her at all and would naturally remain silent. More importantly, Qin Su himself was oblivious to any plans Lin Qiyeh might have. As time passed, the commanding officer suddenly spoke, gently waving his hand. Two soldiers prepared to ascend the stairs to bring Lin Xiaotian down. Return to inform the Yin Emperor that Lin is no longer the northern king of Dian. Suddenly, a furious shout erupted from the upper floor. The enraged Lin Xiaotian burst through the door, hastening down the stairs. Upon seeing the assembled soldiers, his anger dissipated instantly. His countenance darkening, eyes dull. Let us go. The leading soldier glanced back at the tavern, his consciousness quietly unfurling, yet he still could not penetrate the private room. Merely catching a glimpse of Lin Qiyeh seated at the table. Entering the palace, he waved his hand, leading Lin Xiaotian towards the palace gates. Zixian Long cast a puzzled glance at the tavern, but did not see Lin Qiyeh following. She let out a long sigh within her heart. It seemed she had overthought things. How could someone as young as Lin Qiyeh, still in his 20s, possibly take Zixianru from the capital of Tianyu? Taking a deep breath, she hurried to catch up with Lin Xiaotian. Only Qin Su, watching Lin Xiaotian's disappearing figure, suddenly quickened his pace, running towards the tavern. Chapter 165. Arrogance at its peak. Princess Xianlong, please halt. The leading soldier abruptly extended his hand to stop the proud figure of Princess Zixianlong. I have matters to discuss with my father, she stated haughtily. Yet the soldier remained resolute, his voice firm. The emperor has decreed that only Lin Xiaotian may enter. Princess Xianlong, you may return tomorrow. With that, he escorted Lin Xiaotian towards the study, while the other soldiers positioned themselves before Princess Zixianlong. Enraged, she stamped her foot, helplessly watching Lin Xiaotian's retreating figure. Lin Xiaotian, this is your final opportunity, she sighed inwardly. Before long, Lin Xiaotian paused before a palace, where a eunuch approached. Zhang Gonggong. Lin Xiaotian is here, the soldier announced, glancing at Lin Xiaotian. Thank you for your efforts, General, the eunuch nodded, casting a quick glance at Lin Xiaotian before hastening into the study to relay the news. Moments later, he returned. You may enter, the emperor awaits you. With an indifferent expression, Lin Xiaotian entered the study, hands clasped behind his back. At the desk sat a middle-aged man clad in a golden dragon robe, engrossed in writing. Oblivious to Lin Xiaotian's arrival, it was clear that this man was the sovereign of the Dayu Empire. Zimishin, Lin Xiaotian observed the emperor rapidly reviewing documents, a sense of disbelief washing over him. His gaze shifted to a nearby bookshelf. He approached, casually picked up a book, and settled into a chair. The study was enveloped in silence, save for the sounds of fervent writing and the rustle of paper. Half an hour passed. Finally, Zimishin set down his pen, having completed his review of all documents. He raised his eyes to Lin Xiaotian, frowning slightly. Lin Xiaotian remained engrossed in his reading. After a moment's pause, the emperor cleared his throat. Lin Xiaotian feigned ignorance. Zimishin coughed again, more forcefully this time. If you are unwell, you must seek treatment. Slowly, Lin Xiaotian closed the book and turned his gaze to Zimishin. It was only then that he truly beheld the emperor's visage, a square face, appearing to be in his 40s, though this was not his true age, boasted eyebrows resembling twin unparalleled swords, and eyes deep and luminous, radiating a fierce light that exuded an unparalleled authority. His imposing stature, broad-shouldered and dignified, commanded respect and awe. Xuanhuan, taken aback by Lin Qieh's words, felt a sting of mockery but maintained a cold composure. You are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. And where is Xuanhuan's son? Lin Qieh inquired nonchalantly. Xuanhuan's demeanor stiffened, his gaze sharp as a blade. A chilling aura enveloped the room, pressing down on Lin Qieh like a mountain. Speak plainly. Why have you summoned me? Do not squander our time. Lin Qieh displayed no fear, leisurely leaning back in his chair. Zimu Shan raised an eyebrow, his gaze icy. You are not Lin Qieh. Oh, Lin Qieh replied with a faint smile. Zimu Shan spoke solemnly. Had Lin Qieh possessed your audacity and strength, he would not have languished outside the palace for over a year. Truly, he is the emperor of Dayu. Lin Qieh rubbed his face, instantly transforming into another person. Who are you? Zimu Shan asked coldly, his eyes glinting with suspicion. Internally astonished, he had sent the captain of the Imperial Guard, only to be presented with a false Lin Qieh. Moreover, the youth showed no fear of his authority. The most striking aspect was the youth's resemblance to Xianru. A vague suspicion began to form in his mind. Lin Qiyeh, Lin Qieh uttered nonchalantly, his gaze piercing into Zimu Shan. Lin Qiyeh? Zimu Shan trembled, suddenly rising to his feet. Though he had suspected as much, hearing it from Lin Qiyeh's lips rendered him momentarily unsettled. He regarded Lin Qiyeh with disbelief. Taking a deep breath, he called out towards the outer chamber. Zhang Banban, fetch Xuanhuan. Lin Qiyeh remained impassive. The old man clearly did not believe in his identity. After a few breaths, Xuanhuan arrived at the study, having remained outside all along. Father, I beseech you. As soon as Xuanhuan stepped into the study, preparing to plead for Lin Qieh, her voice abruptly ceased, her expression one of shock as she beheld Lin Qiyeh. Lin Qiyeh, what are you doing here? Where is Lin Qieh? No wonder she was so astonished. She had witnessed Lin Qieh enter the study herself. Lin Qiyeh offered a slight smile. He held a modicum of fondness for this dear aunt. Did you swap places with Lin Qieh at the tavern? Xuanhuan suddenly recalled something. Xuanhuan, step outside. I have matters to discuss with him, and this must not be disclosed to anyone, Zimu Shan commanded. Xuanhuan pouted, visibly displeased, yet dared not defy Zimu Shan's orders, reluctantly retreating from the study. Zimu Shan then extended his hand, his consciousness enveloping the study. Are you truly the son of Xianru? My grandson. Lin Qiyeh shook his head, responding coolly. I am the son of Xianru, but not your grandson, Emperor of Dayu. I am not worthy of such a title. Zimu Shan's countenance stiffened, left momentarily speechless. After a lengthy pause, he sighed deeply, a look of desolation crossing his face. You speak the truth. I am inept, unable to protect my own daughter. I am not one to judge your capabilities or lack thereof. I have come to take my mother away, for I do not wish to see my family patriarch wallow in despair any longer. Lin Qiyeh's expression was wooden. He had anticipated that Zimu Shan would attempt to intervene. However, the words that followed exceeded his expectations. I shall have Xuanhuan escort you. Zimu Shan inhaled deeply. And take her as far away as possible. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily taken aback. He could hardly have anticipated that Zimu Mountain would so readily acquiesce. His gaze fixated on Zimu Mountain, yet he discerned no irregularity. It was simply too smooth, too seamless, rendering it almost surreal. After a brief contemplation, he finally spoke. The Great Feather Empire has commenced its assault on Yunzhou. You are aware of this matter, are you not? I am aware. But it is not of my volition, Zimu Mountain replied, shaking his head, a glint of sharpness flickering in his profound eyes. Lin Qiyeh pondered this. You cannot enter. Suddenly, a voice from outside declared, belonging to Xuanhuan. Lin Qiyeh swiftly shifted his form, retreating a few paces. Bang! The door to the imperial study swung open, and a soldier clad in black armor strode in with imposing authority. The soldier's icy gaze swept over Lin Qiyeh before turning to Zimu Mountain, stating, Your Majesty, it is time to rest. Zimu Mountain's countenance soured, his entire being trembling. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. This scene exceeded all his expectations. He knew the Xuanhuan family was formidable, but he never imagined that the sovereign of the Great Feather Empire was subjected to such control over his daily life. It was utterly ludicrous. The black-armored soldier abruptly turned his attention to Lin Qiyeh. "And you, vacate the imperial palace at once." "And if I refuse?" Lin Qiyeh's eyes glinted coldly. "If you do not depart, then you shall perish." The soldier snorted disdainfully, drawing his long blade with a metallic clang. "Cease this," Zima Mountain bellowed. "Let him go." "People from the Xuanhuan family?" Lin Qiyeh replied nonchalantly. He could see the predicament Zima Mountain was in. These individuals were far too arrogant. He could no longer tolerate it. "Your Majesty, you should not summon those unworthy to enter the palace." The black-armored soldier shot Lin Qiyeh a glance, sneering. "This man seeks to harm your Majesty. I must prioritize your safety." With that, a flash of cold light darted forth as he fiercely slashed his blade toward Lin Qiyeh. Chapter 166. The Killing Intent of Lin Qiyeh Scoundrel. Zima Mountain bellowed, his body radiating a ferocious aura as he charged towards the black-armored soldier. However, just as he unleashed his profound energy, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. Leaning against a pillar, he trembled violently. The black-armored soldier halted his blade mere inches from Lin Qiyeh's throat. "Your Majesty, why go to such lengths?" he mocked, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "Xuanhuan is but a withered flower. For the second young master to take her as his wife is her fortune amassed over 3 lifetimes. In time, when the second young master bears a son with her." Before he could finish, his voice faltered, terror swiftly replacing the grin on his face. A hand had seized his throat with unyielding strength, his complexion flushing crimson as he gazed in horror at the figure before him. Lin Qiyeh's gaze was icy, sending chills down the soldier's spine. With every ounce of strength, the black-armored soldier swung his blade viciously at Lin Qiyeh's neck. Observing Lin Qiyeh's lack of defense, a cruel smile returned to his face. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as sparks flew. The black-armored warrior's eyes widened in terror at the sight of his dulled blade. He regarded Lin Qiyeh as if he were a monster. The treasured blade in his grasp was an imperial-grade artifact, and yet it could not breach this man's defenses. Instead, it lay ruined. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, he would never have believed it. Zima Mountain's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped the extent of his grandson's power, far beyond his expectations. "What is your name?" Lin Qiyeh's frigid voice shattered the tranquility of the hall. "I am a branch of the Su family, named." Zima Mountain's voice faltered. Crack! Before Zima Mountain could finish, a sharp sound echoed as Lin Qiyeh effortlessly twisted the black-armored soldier's head from his body. Since all 9 clans were to be exterminated, the name mattered little. Confirming his lineage to the Su family was sufficient. Lin Qiyeh's expression grew cold to the extreme. He might overlook an insult to himself, but an affront to his mother, Xuanhuan, was unforgivable. Sensing the murderous intent emanating from Lin Qiyeh, Zima Mountain was momentarily startled. He inhaled deeply, struggling to maintain his composure. "Quickly, take Xuanhuan and Xianlong and flee. You are no match for him." Lin Qiyeh offered no response. Instantly, he reverted to his original appearance, then forcefully twisted the head of the black-armored soldier, striding out with it in hand. Outside the imperial study, hundreds of black-armored soldiers surrounded the area, creating an impenetrable barrier. Princess Xianlong was encircled by 4 soldiers, 2 blades poised threateningly at her throat, her expression darkening to an extreme. "Impertinent fools! Step aside at once, or do you wish to annihilate 9 clans?" She glared at the surrounding voices, her demeanor fierce. "Princess Xianlong, please do not force us into a difficult position," one of the soldiers warned, his blade exuding a menacing gleam. Blood trickled from Xianlong's neck, as pale as mutton fat, and she was genuinely astonished. These men truly dared to strike. She harbored no doubt that once she took action, they would undoubtedly dare to kill her. "Do you seek rebellion?" Xianlong gritted her teeth. "Princess Xianlong, do not speak recklessly. We are here to ensure the safety of the sovereign," one of the soldiers replied with a smile. Suddenly, a black spherical object rolled down from the entrance of the study, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The soldiers in black armor turned their heads in unison, their pupils contracting in shock. "My lord," someone exclaimed. Abruptly, all gazes were directed towards the entrance of the study, where a figure clad in black emerged slowly, his expression chillingly cold. Xianlong gasped, utterly astonished. She had encountered Lin Qiyeh numerous times, yet this was her first glimpse of his merciless visage. "Kill him," A soldier before Xuanhuan shouted fiercely. In an instant, hundreds charged towards Lin Qiyeh. Emotionless, he raised his right hand slowly, flipping it with a gentle pressure. Sure as sword rain, he whispered internally. Whoosh! The sound of slicing air erupted as countless sword rain descended from above, densely packed. Cries of despair echoed through the air. All the black-armored soldiers surrounding the study were enveloped in the onslaught. Almost instantaneously, they were pierced by the sword energy, pinned to the ground. Blood flowed profusely, forming a small river. The scene fell into a profound silence. Xuanhuan swallowed hard, horrified as she gazed at the corpses scattered across the ground. Among them were several at the Emperor Xian realm. They were all slain, one strike, and they were vanquished. After a moment, she regained her senses, only to feel a sharp pain at her neck. Lin Qiyeh, you nearly caused my demise. She touched her neck, her delicate hand instantly stained a vivid crimson. Had she not dodged swiftly, the two blades would have nearly slit her throat in Lin Qiyeh's earlier attack. You should cultivate diligently, Lin Qiyeh remarked, leaving those words behind as he turned back towards the study. Xuanhuan was nearly bursting with rage, her chest heaving, words on the tip of her tongue. Yet, she felt powerless to oppose him. As a mid-stage Saint Xian realm practitioner, she had been captured by mere Emperor Xian realm warriors. It was indeed shameful. She stomped her foot and hastened towards the study. Father! Upon seeing Xuanhuan collapsed on the ground, Xuanhuan was filled with dread and rushed over. Do not mind me, go quickly. Xuanhuan coughed blood intermittently, his voice growing weaker. I will not leave. Xuanhuan wept, her tears flowing freely. Despite her grievances with Xuanhuan, the bond between father and daughter ran deep. How could she possibly abandon him when his life hung by a thread? Lin Qiyeh regarded Xuanhuan with a complex expression. Had it not been for Xuanhuan's sacrifice for the Dayu Empire, arranging for his mother, Xianru, to be betrothed to Xuanhuan Linkong, perhaps his parents would not have been separated. But upon reflection, without that occurrence, his parents might never have come together at all. Naturally, he, Lin Qiyeh, was lost. Just moments ago, as the armored soldier swung his blade towards him, Xuanhuan was genuinely alarmed. Risking his life, he yearned to save him. Or at least that was how it appeared to him. Lin Qiyeh inhaled deeply and slowly approached Xuanhuan, placing a pill in his mouth. One hand pressed against his back. A torrent of profound energy surged into his body. It was futile. I have been poisoned for far too long. The venom has already infiltrated my organs. Do not squander any more time. Xuanhuan, blood pooling in his mouth, looked at Xuanhuan with a face full of remorse. I am sorry, my dear daughters. Hurry, the palace is swarming with members of the Xuanhuan family. If you do not leave now, it will be too late. Xuanhuan's head bobbed like a clapper, tears and snot streaming down her face, weeping like a little kitten. If you cannot protect them, why promise their mother to Xuanhuan Linkong? Lin Qiyeh furrowed his brow. Xuanhuan offered a bitter smile. If Xian does not marry into the Xuanhuan family, both she and Xianlong will perish. Xuanhuan's son, in his quest to legitimately seize control of the Dayu Empire, had no choice but to acquiesce to my demands. Lin Qiyeh was momentarily astonished. He had always believed that Xuanhuan's son had coerced Xuanhuan into this marriage. He never anticipated that Xuanhuan had willingly chosen to compromise. Wait. Lin Qiyeh suddenly recalled something and coldly remarked, are there not still princes? Even if you die, the throne cannot simply fall to the Xuanhuan family, can it? Chapter 167. I used to be rather disinclined to engage my intellect. Lin Qiyeh, silence yourself. Before Xuanhuan could respond, Xuanlong suddenly glared with fury. Xianlong. Xuanhuan shook his head and stated, in the Dayu Empire, there are no princes. Lin Qiyeh felt a jolt throughout his being. No princes? How could that be possible? The sovereign of such a grand empire, with countless concubines, what kind of woman would be lacking? Surely, producing heirs would be a simple matter. Upon reflection, it appeared that in the information he had gathered about the Dayu Empire, there had indeed been no mention of any princes. Originally, before your mother, there were 3 princes, Xuanhuan said with a sorrowful smile. However, they all met with untimely fates. Ever since Xianru's birth, whenever the concubines became pregnant, they would inevitably suffer miscarriages. Is this the doing of the Xuanhuan family? Lin Qiyeh asked in a hushed tone. Xuanhuan remained silent, clearly implying agreement. Lin Qiyeh suddenly sensed something amiss in Xuanhuan's words. What did he mean by saying that after Xianru's birth, the concubines suffered miscarriages? Wasn't Xuanhuan even younger than his mother? Could it be? Lin Qiyeh couldn't help but glance at Xuanhuan, who indeed appeared to be a rather convenient aunt. However, upon further consideration, he felt something was still off. The blood connection between him and Xuanhuan was undeniably real. What could possibly be the explanation? Had Zima Mountain misspoken? Surround the imperial study, leave no ant unscathed. There has been an assassination attempt on the emperor, and anyone seen outside the palace shall be executed without mercy. At that moment, a cacophony of sounds erupted from outside the imperial study. Lin Qiyeh exerted himself, and Zima Mountain coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his complexion instantly regaining its color. Father! Xuanhuan gasped in alarm. Zima Mountain stared wide-eyed at Lin Qiyeh, astonished that the poison within him had been expelled. He had consulted numerous divine physicians, yet none had managed to resolve the issue. He never anticipated that Lin Qiyeh would accomplish it so effortlessly. All right, you should be safe now. Lin Qiyeh slowly rose, making his way toward the door alone. Wait, Zima Mountain called out to Lin Qiyeh, hastily shedding his dragon robe and removing the black-scaled soft armor from his body. This is the Black Flood Dragon armor. I hope it aids you. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, do your utmost to survive. Old man, keep it for yourself. Just don't perish, Lin Qiyeh replied with a slight smirk, casting a meaningful glance at Zima Mountain before turning to leave. Outside the imperial study, the crowd surged, creating an impenetrable barrier. Lin Qiyeh scanned the scene briefly. Good heavens, there were at least 2,000 people. At the forefront stood an individual of the sacred Profound Realm, followed by a dozen or so of the imperial Profound Realm. Where is Xuanhuan's son? Lin Qiyeh inquired casually. These people, no matter their number, posed little threat to him. It was only the Xuanhuan father and son that piqued his interest. Arrogant. Do you think you are worthy to provoke the Grand Preceptor? The leader, a man clad in golden armor, cast a cold stare at Lin Qiyeh, brandishing a golden spear that radiated a fierce brilliance. Lin Qiyeh remained silent. He preferred action over idle chatter. Gradually raising his right hand, he executed a swift maneuver, invoking the Shura sword ring. This technique, reminiscent of his previous annihilation of over 100 foes, was now amplified in both might and coverage several-fold. A piercing shriek resonated through the air as the 2,000 soldiers felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, instinctively looking up. Countless blades descended like a tempest. In an instant, the square transformed into a scene of carnage, blood raining down and misting the air. Within moments, nearly all 2,000 soldiers were reduced to mere pulp. Since his rebirth, Lin Qiyeh had taken many lives, yet he had exercised considerable restraint compared to his past life. However, once he decided to strike, he showed no mercy. The golden-armored leader knelt on one knee, his spear supporting his trembling body, eyes wide with horror as he beheld Lin Qiyeh. The 2,000 elite guards had met a swift and gruesome demise. Such a display of power was utterly terrifying. The pungent scent of blood quickly permeated the entire imperial palace. Lin Qiyeh picked up a knife and approached the golden-armored man, whose face paled dramatically as he hastily raised his spear in defense. With a swift motion, a fountain of blood erupted as the man's arm was severed, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. At that moment, Zima Mountain and Xuanhuan emerged from the imperial study, their expressions frozen in disbelief at the scene before them. How could it be that within such a short span of time, thousands had been obliterated by Lin Qiyeh? Spare me, your majesty, spare me, cried the golden-armored man, clutching his severed arm as he fell to his knees, his forehead striking the ground with a force that sent tremors through the earth. Have you too been bribed by Xuanhuan's son? Zima Mountain's face turned pale, his anger palpable. These individuals were elite guards, and he, the sovereign of the empire, had been rendered nearly powerless over the decades. He had naively believed he could arrange for Xuanhuan and the others to escape the palace. In hindsight, such thoughts seemed ludicrous. Slowly, he closed his eyes. Realizing his impending doom, the golden-armored man rose with a maniacal grin, declaring, "Kill me then. Xuanhuan is as good as dead." Lin Qiyeh's expression darkened. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze and noticed shadows in the distance. Not soldiers, but a group clad in blood-red garments, each exuding an aura of potent malevolence. The Blood Demon Guards. Zima Mountain's expression shifted uneasily. Lin Qiyeh narrowed his eyes. The Blood Demon Guards were indeed far superior to the elite guards. Even the weakest among them possessed the strength of the celestial realm. It was undeniable that the Dayu Empire was overwhelmingly powerful. Compared to it, the Great Yin and Great Dragon dynasties appeared as insignificant as ants. While he believed that the Listening Snow Tower and the Tsangjian guards could surpass them, they would require ample time to do so. Regrettably, time does not wait for anyone. The lessons learned from his past existence illuminated the truth that conquering the world cannot be achieved in solitude. A kingdom has never been seized by a single individual. Even if his strength was unrivaled, his fists formidable enough to counter 4 hands, could they truly withstand countless hands? The true adversaries are inexhaustible. He must cultivate his own power. Was not the human race's god of death renowned across the realms? 1,000,000 souls perished under his shadow. In the face of absolute strength, schemes prove futile. Yet, against equal might, strategy can yield results tenfold or even 100-fold. This is precisely why he has been honing those around him. Second master, save me. A golden-armored man suddenly bellowed. Lin Qiyeh lifted his gaze, his attention swiftly captured by a man clad in white. Tall and striking, he was flanked by 4 formidable guardians, each at the Saint Xian realm. Zima Mountain. The white-clad man remarked with a mocking smile. Had you adhered to our agreement, both Zixian and Zixianlong would have been left unscathed. Alas, you insisted on resorting to force. So be it. Let us engage without further ado. My elder appreciates the art of strategy, while I, by contrast, have little inclination for cerebral endeavors. In the face of absolute power, does intellect hold any value? At this juncture, his gaze fell upon Lin Qiyeh. Your Excellency, release him, and I shall consider this incident forgotten. Align yourself with me, and you shall enjoy boundless wealth and splendor. Lin Qiyeh regarded the white-clad man with amusement and replied, in truth, I was once averse to intellectual pursuits as well. Is that so? Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. It appears we are of the same ilk. The white-clad man smiled with satisfaction. We are not of the same ilk, Lin Qiyeh chuckled, shaking his head. You spoke a truth. In the face of absolute strength, intellect bears no weight. As soon as the words left his lips, his hand moved like lightning, severing a large head that soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain, rising several feet high. The expression on the white-clad man's face instantly froze. Chapter 168. Wait until I finish killing. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, as an icy silence enveloped the crowd. Many could not help but shudder. Who could have anticipated that Lin Qiyeh, while smiling, would suddenly sever a head with a single stroke? It was as if he were not slaying a human, but merely cutting through weeds. At that moment, a slender figure in the crowd trembled uncontrollably. If Lin Qiyeh were to catch sight of her, he would undoubtedly recognize her. This was Ziji. Not long ago, Ziji had witnessed Lin Qiyeh's terrifying prowess firsthand, obliterating those in the mid-Saint Xian realm as effortlessly as crushing ants. She never imagined that Lin Qiyeh would appear here. You are the first to dare toy with me, Xuanhuan Linkong. The man in white, Xuanhuan Linkong, wore a sinister smile. Rest assured, I will not kill you easily. You shall experience what it means to be unable to seek life or death. With a wave of his hand, 4 figures suddenly surged from the crowd, lunging towards Lin Qiyeh. I will handle 2 of them, gritted out Zima Shan as he stepped forward. Lin Qiyeh, with his long knife held horizontally, blocked his path without turning around. Old man, your survival is far more important than anything else. With that, he vanished from sight in an instant. A flicker of blade light danced through the air. Mere breaths later, 4 headless corpses fell to the ground, blood spraying like rain. Lin Qiyeh stood suspended in the air, one hand gripping the knife, coldly surveying the thousands of blood demon guards below. Xuanhuan Linkong's pupils constricted sharply, for in the Saint Xian realm, each slain with a single strike. Such power left him utterly astonished. Even his father might not be capable of such a feat. He could not help but speculate about Lin Qiyeh's strength. Was he in the late Saint Xian realm? Or perhaps at the pinnacle? You dare to oppose the Xuanhuan clan? No matter how powerful you are, you can only be at the pinnacle of the Saint Xian realm at most. Xuanhuan Linkong roared, his eyes burning with fury. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, suddenly discarding his long knife. His hands swiftly formed seals. In an instant, an enormous palm imprint, hundreds of zhang in size, manifested in the void. The god-slaying seal. The colossal palm imprint, imbued with terrifying ferocity, descended with crushing force. The thousands of blood demon guards turned pale with fear, scattering in all directions. Boom. The palm imprint fell with astounding speed, directly crashing into the heart of the blood demon guards. Figures tumbled, and blood rained down. With a single strike, countless lives were extinguished. The once expansive and flat square had transformed into a gaping pit of 100 zhang deep, filled with blood and mud. Yet, Lin Qiyeh did not afford them a moment's respite. He formed 2 more hand seals, summoning 2 additional palm imprints that further widened the pit. The 100 zhang palm imprints crushed the remaining guards like ants. In the blink of an eye, only a few hundred blood demon guards remained, and those who survived were at least of the high divine Xian realm. Kill him! Xuanhuan Ling Kong roared like a furious beast, utterly frenzied. The thousands of blood demon guards were the very foundation of the Xuanhuan clan. The cost borne by the Xuanhuan family was exorbitant. At this moment, they had lost nearly 80 to 90% of their forces. How could he remain calm? With a single command, hundreds surged forward. Lin Qiyeh remained silent, extending his palm as a long blade soared into the air. With a sharp crack, he grasped it firmly. His expression was devoid of emotion as he advanced step by step towards the blood demon guards, the blade in his hand dancing with lethal grace. With each strike, lives were extinguished, flesh and blood scattered. One step, one kill? No, at least several per stride. Before Lin Qiyeh, the blood demon guards were akin to mere ants, utterly lacking any ability to resist. Xuanhuan Linkong felt a chill run down his spine. The arrogance he once displayed had vanished completely, replaced by a tremor that coursed through his body. To dispatch several at the mystic realm with a single stroke was one thing. Even those at the emperor realm could not withstand his blade. Moreover, even the saint realm could not endure 2 of his strikes. Lin Qiyeh's face remained unflushed, his breath steady. There was no semblance of a killer in him. He moved as though strolling through a garden. For others, killing is a brutal clash of flesh and a tangle of life and death. However, for Lin Qiyeh, it was akin to an art form. Throughout, he wore no expression, remaining untouched by even a drop of blood. What does it mean for one man to rival a nation? This is it. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a few rays of twilight cascaded down. The square, stained crimson with blood, became increasingly mesmerizing and ghastly, a veritable battlefield. Zima Mountain and Xuanhuan were already dumbfounded, especially Xuanhuan, who had once clashed with Lin Qiyeh. She had originally thought that even if Lin Qiyeh surpassed her, it would not be by much. Little did she know that had Lin Qiyeh not sensed their bloodline connection, she would likely have perished long ago. As the blood demon guards dwindled, Xuanhuan Linkong finally panicked. He did not believe he stood a chance against Lin Qiyeh. Once the blood demon guards were annihilated, it would surely spell his doom. Flee! Xuanhuan Linkong dared not linger for a moment. Just then, several figures appeared in the distance, striding through the air. Xuanhuan Linkong quickly halted, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the newcomers. Elder brother. Xuanhuan Lingtian paid no heed to Xuanhuan Linkong, but instead fixed his gaze upon the massacre being wrought by Lin Qiyeh. Stop! He bellowed, a surge of murderous intent radiating from him. Yet Lin Qiyeh remained indifferent, his blade rising and falling. More lives were brutally extinguished, flesh and blood flying, severed heads rolling. I command you to cease. Xuanhuan Lingtian roared. Lin Qiyeh offered no reply, continuing his slaughter, resolute in his vow to eradicate the blood demon guards entirely. The crowd felt a shiver run through them. Xuanhuan Lingtian's face flushed crimson. If you dare strike again, I will kill her. Upon hearing these words, Lin Qiyeh's hand suddenly halted. A blood demon guard, feeling the cold steel poised at his throat, trembled uncontrollably, terror causing him to lose control of his body. He felt as though he had danced on the brink of death. The chilling aura of the blade penetrated to his very marrow. As Xuanhuan Lingtian witnessed Lin Qiyeh finally cease his actions, a sinister smile crept across his face. With a sharp sword poised at the throat of the woman before him, his expression abruptly transformed as the next moment unfolded. With a swift motion, Lin Qiyeh raised his long blade, sending yet another head soaring into the air. Whatever it is, speak after I am done with them, Lin Qiyeh coldly uttered, resuming his assault. Xuanhuan Lingtian stiffened, nearly choking on his own blood. Did he not perceive that he was being threatened? This was a blatant intimidation, not a negotiation. Once he had finished, what use would the threat hold? Just as Zi Xianlong prepared to speak, Zi Mushan swiftly covered her mouth. Communicating silently, Zi Mushan urged her, do not speak. Zi Xianlong was on the verge of tears, exclaiming, but that is my sister. What if Xuanhuan Lingtian kills her? Do you think Qiyeh hasn't recognized her? Zi Mushan responded firmly. He is deliberately distancing himself from Xianru, rendering Xuanhuan Lingtian incapable of leveraging her against him. Observe, does Xuanhuan Lingtian dare to act? Upon raising her gaze, Zi Xianlong indeed saw that Xuanhuan Lingtian remained motionless. Although his face was ashen with rage, and his trembling hand gripped the sword tightly, he refrained from striking. Zimu Shan, compel him to cease. Xuanhuan Lingtian suddenly fixed a cold glare upon Zimu Shan, commanding him fiercely. Zimu Shan inhaled deeply. Addressing him, "Sir, please desist." Xuanhuan Lingtian displayed intelligence, recognizing that Lin Qiyeh would not be intimidated, yet understood the connection to himself. Unexpectedly, Lin Qiyeh shot a chilling glance at Zimu Shan. "If you utter another word, I shall eliminate you as well. Speak after I am finished." Zimu Shan. Xuanhuan Lingtian.